In order to help my good brother become an SSS superpower, I risked entering the forbidden zone of zombies alone, went through a life-threatening experience to retrieve the energy of Venus, thinking that I could survive in the end of the world under his protection. However, he felt that only I, with a B-level superpower, did not deserve to be called his brother. In the end, he broke all my limbs and even threw me to feed the zombies when the corpse tide came. The strong resentment made me go back to the day before the end of the world. This time, I will definitely tear you apart. At this moment, I sat in the villa filled with cold air, waiting quietly. Buzzing, the alarm clock on the side rang. The end of the world finally arrived. Wailing, countless meteorites struck the earth like raindrops, shaking the entire villa. At the same time, the chandelier above went out, and the power was paralyzed. I turned on the flashlight, walked over to pull open the heat insulating board on the window, and the end of the world I saw in my previous life was now replaying. Countless dazzling white light descended from the sky, filling the entire world. The whole city was ignited, and there was smoke and fire everywhere. Help! Who will come and save me? Why are there so many scattered meteorites? Wailing, I don't want to die. The city is filled with desperate cries everywhere. At this time, no one knew that among the countless meteorites were interspersed with pieces of blood-colored star crystals, and each star crystal could produce the items needed after the end of the world. Possibly extraordinary resources, possibly equipment, weapons, or even abilities that could transcend the world. Bang bang bang, suddenly, a series of urgent knocking on the door was heard. Is anyone there? Open the door quickly. I frowned, recalling a past life. Outside the door was the security guard Dong Jun from the residential area, who survived the first few hours of the apocalypse while on duty in the underground parking lot, and my villa was the only surviving building in the residential area. In the previous life, I let Dong Jun in, and at first he was very grateful, but as food became scarce, Dong Jun used his strong physique to start enslaving me, leading to me being too weak to search for supplies when the meteor shower ended a month later. Chen Zai, open the door quickly, or I'll break it down. Dong Jun started to impatiently shout. I sneered, picked up the bone-cutting knife beside me, and walked towards the small window on the door. Is it Big Brother Dong? As I spoke, a meteorite hit the ground near Dong Jun's feet, startling him into jumping up. It's me, brother. As long as you save me, I'll do anything. Come closer so I can see you. I'm not sure if you're Big Brother Dong. What if we encounter bad people? I said in a deep voice. Dong Jun immediately came to the small window and revealed a face that was burnt red by the fire. It's really me, brother. Puff! A bone-cutting knife suddenly protruded from the window and stabbed directly into Dong Jun's eye socket. I pulled back the bone-cutting knife and quickly sealed the window. I had no guilt in killing him. In the end, the other party would definitely break down the door. Without the protection of the door, the high temperature would enter the villa. In the previous life, I was not prepared at all, relying on the isolation of the villa to support myself. A few days later, the walls were so hot that I had to dig through the floor and bury myself in the soil. However, I not only had to dig my own grave, but also Dong Jun's. This life, I don't want to start over again. In the blink of an eye, it's the 29th day of the apocalypse. The meteor shower has decreased a lot, sparsely falling down. The city has burned what needed to be burned long ago. The temperature is dropping, and thin smoke is rising everywhere. Half a day later, the meteor shower stopped. I immediately removed the heat insulation board, opened the villa door. The temperature was probably around 40 degrees. The air mixed with the lingering thin smoke, and most of the buildings were destroyed. I wore a gas mask on my face, packed some food and water in my backpack, held a bone-cutting knife in one hand, as if there was only me left in the world, and walked alone into the thin smoke, heading straight to the Gwangju Second Middle School residential compound. Along the way, I saw countless corpses, some burned half to death by flames, some with their heads smashed by meteorites, and some buried in buildings. However, tonight at dawn, all the dead will rise again, devouring flesh and stardust, beginning to evolve and eventually becoming the nightmare of the survivors. Suddenly, I paused and looked at a meteorite pit not far away, with a faint blood-colored light refracting. I quickly jumped into the meteorite pit and did not expect to find the first stardust so quickly. With the outbreak of zombies in the early hours of tonight, the star crystals on the surface of the earth were devoured by the zombies, with only a very small number falling into the hands of survivors. Later, survivors who wanted to obtain star crystals had to either kill zombies and extract them from their bodies or rely entirely on luck, placing the star crystal on a piece of hard cement in front of them, lifting the bone-cutting knife, and smashing it hard. A white light emanated. After the white light dissipated, a green military jacket appeared in its place. Surprisingly, an equipment. The first star crystal after the end of the world opened up equipment, though I feel from experience that this uniform is only an F grade, but even so, The degree of toughness was by no means comparable to the set of clothes on his body. It is difficult to cut through ordinary iron weapons at all. Of this was a good sign, and a flash of joy flashed under Zhao Yin's eyes. He peeled the clothes off his body directly and put on his uniform, and at once his whole body felt secure. With the zombie outbreak tonight, safety has gone up a notch with this uniform. He picked up his duffel bag and continued on his way with his chopper in hand. The journey was unobstructed, but he never encountered any more star crystals that had fallen to the surface. And soon, Zhao Yin arrived outside the family compound of the second middle school in Guangzhou. This place had long since become a ruin, a dead silence, and if Zhao Yin hadn't known in advance that Lin Tianfeng was here, he definitely wouldn't have thought that there were still living people here. The zombies and beasts had not yet had time to mutate, and the survivors were still immersed in the sudden disaster at this point in time. Most people instinctively choose to stay in a safe place and continue to observe, but there are some exceptions, like Lin Tianfeng, an English teacher who teaches middle school. He was carrying a kitchen knife at the moment, looking shriveled as he crawled out of a mostly collapsed basement, his white body shirt still stained with fresh blood. Lin Tianfeng looked at the devastated world under the dim daylight and was momentarily in a daze. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of cold eyes were staring at him from behind the broken wall. Zhao Yin understood that appearing too early would change the timeline on Lin Tianfeng, most likely causing him to miss the star crystal that carried the soul of contract. In his previous life, it was already 3 days later when Zhao Yin met Lin Tianfeng. At that time, Lin Tianfeng had already obtained the soul of contract. He just hadn't contracted any contracted beasts. Lin Tianfeng's strength was still just an ordinary person, and when he was looking for supplies, his leg was smashed by a broken wall, and it was Zhao Yin who saved his life. Earlier, Zhao Yin didn't know exactly when Lin Tianfeng had obtained the contracted soul, but now it's confirmed, and the time is today. Tonight's zombie outbreak would devour most of the star crystals on the surface, and in Lin Tianfeng's current state, it was impossible to go and fight with the zombies, much less have the strength to go and blindly dig through the rubble. Nest Nima Ah! Lin Tianfeng looked at the post-apocalyptic world in front of him and suddenly yelled like a madman, followed by holding his head and crouching down to see her why. It was clear he hadn't had a good month since the end of the world, wasting away, his lips dry and cracked, his dirty white shirt bloodstained, and he didn't know exactly where he'd been hurt. Lin Tianfeng got tired of crying and stood up to carefully walk forward. He had the guts to go out. Not so much bravery as the fact that he was going to starve if he didn't eat. Zhao Yin tightened the bone chopper in his hand and followed with cat-like steps. Lin Tianfeng's speed was slow. After searching for a full 3 hours, there were black ashes everywhere. Where was there anything left to eat? He suddenly raised the kitchen knife to his neck. Tense and with bloodshot eyes, Zhao Yin watched from afar before realizing that Lord of the Pact had nearly committed suicide at the beginning of the end times, but Zhao Yin knew there was no way he would die. Lin Tianfeng slowly put down the chopper, his expression firm again, and continued to walk forward. Help! Help! Suddenly, a voice came from the ruins not far away with a plea. Is there anyone out there? Can you help me? Lin Tianfeng's trance-like demeanor cleared for a few moments and he stepped over. It was a collapsed family building, and the sound was coming from within the rubble of the bottom floor that was still somewhat intact. An insulating layer was formed due to the collapse above, allowing the survivors inside to survive. But at this point they were unable to get out. Lin Tianfeng asked hoarsely, "Save you? Got something to eat? I've eaten all I can. I'll definitely treat you to a big meal at Fulin House when I get out." The woman's voice couldn't hide her excitement. "Move that concrete so I can get out. Going to Fu Lin House for a big meal?" A touch of self-deprecation surfaced at the corner of Lin Tianfeng's mouth. Apparently the woman inside doesn't realize it's the end times. Without food, how could Lin Tianfeng expend effort to save people? He turned around and was about to leave. "Where are you going? Why don't you save me? Hey. The woman inside was anxious when she heard the footsteps walking away. "Please, save my child." "You have children?" Lin Tianfeng stopped and asked. "How old?" "Just 5 months. The woman said in a rush. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tianfeng's mouth as he said, "I've come to save you." This woman has a strong voice and must not have been starving much. So, pieces of broken concrete were moved away by Lin Tianfeng, quickly revealing a hole. Inside was not a small space, like a kitchen that hadn't collapsed. A dirty woman was sitting on the floor holding a baby. "Thank you, big brother." Before the woman could finish speaking, Lin Tianfeng climbed in and recklessly rummaged around. There were still some rotting vegetable leaves left in the smashed refrigerator, and he just grabbed them and stuffed them into his mouth. Completely ignoring them, there was a pile of snack bags on the ground, and quite a few empty water bottles. Obviously the women were relying on this to survive. Lin Tianfeng unscrewed the empty water bottles one by one and dripped the remaining water stains inside into his mouth, then picked up the snack bag again and licked the food remnants inside as well. He was too hungry for that to be of any use, and after making sure that there really wasn't any food left, bloodshot eyes looked over at the woman. "Big brother." The woman sensed Lin Tianfeng's obvious malice and subconsciously shrank back, and the baby in her arms also seemed to sense something and wailed. "Why didn't you leave some food for me?" Lin Tianfeng asked hoarsely. Big brother, don't joke. How do I know that you will also be hungry? The woman's voice trembled. Isn't this able to go out? What do you want to eat? I treat. Your treat? Lin Tianfeng sneered and murmured. It's the end of the world. I've only seen you as a living person. Where to invite? Big brother. What did you say? The woman was stunned. Lin Tianfeng didn't answer. His eyes grew colder and colder, suddenly looking at the baby in her arms. Where's the child's formula? Where did you hide it? He had heard earlier that the woman had a child and changed his mind about coming to her rescue. Just because a woman cares so much about her child, even if she doesn't eat it herself, she'll be sure to leave some food for her child. The formula is in the bedroom, where it collapsed a long time ago. The child survived because I did. The woman's voice suddenly lurched as she faced Lin Tianfeng's eyes. Only subconsciously looking at her chest, Lin Tianfeng's gaze shifted downward, and he instantly understood what was going on. And with a gulp, he directly swallowed his saliva and took a step towards the woman. Big brother. You. Help. In the woman's terrified screams, Lin Tianfeng directly snatched the baby in her hand and casually remained on the ground, tearing the woman's clothes with a hand. 10 minutes later, Lin Tianfeng got up, and after eating and drinking, his entire body was suddenly much more energized. The baby. My baby. Oh hoo. Once the woman was released by him, she crawled over to the baby that had been left on the ground and found that the baby had hit its head just on the rebar and had long since lost its breath. Zhaoyin hid just outside the cave entrance, listening to the woman's heartbreaking cries the entire time. His face was not the least bit expressive. After the end of the world, humanity died out, and most people became beasts, and there were countless people worse off than women. What's Zhaoyin got to do with it? Lin Tianfeng let out a roar. Don't fucking cry. The child dying now is actually a relief. You should thank me. The woman trembled and slowly looked up at Lin Tianfeng. At this moment in her body, it was like some sort of change had occurred. Her eyes were no longer as timid as before, and her clear eyes were red and filled with resentment as she stared at Lin Tianfeng with a deadly stare. Snap. Lin Tianfeng slapped her across the face. You fucking want to die too? How dare you look at me with such eyes? The woman's head snapped up at the swat, but slowly went under. I declare that from now on you are my granary. And don't worry, if I can find food, I won't let you starve. After Lin Tianfeng finished speaking, he bent down and completely ripped the clothes off the woman's body, tear it into strips of cloth with force and join them together to make rope. Lin Tianfeng first tied her hands behind her back, spliced another rope around the woman's neck, and just like that, directly dragged her out of the cave. The woman didn't say anything the entire time, nor did she resist. She just numbly followed Lin Tianfeng forward. Zhaoyin looked at the watch on his wrist. It was already 1 in the afternoon. Lin Tianfeng hadn't yet found the star crystal that carried the SSS rank psychic ability. Zhaoyin took off his gas mask, and the smoke remaining in the air faded a lot more. He took out a pack of dry eating noodles from his shoulder bag and ate it with a bottle of Dongpeng special drink. Just as he finished his dry noodles and was about to take the last sip of his drink, he suddenly had a frozen expression, only to see Lin Tianfeng, as if he had suddenly discovered something, quickly move a piece of broken concrete on the road and take out a blood-red crystal from inside. Lin Tianfeng's face was filled with doubt, as if he sensed that this crystal stone was different. Mr. Lin, is that you? Suddenly, a low voice came from behind him. Lin Tianfeng turned around and saw Zhaoyin, who was carrying a duffel bag and only wearing a military uniform on his upper body, walking towards him with a bone chopper in one hand. Zhaoyin had a smile on his face. So it's really you, Mr. Lin. You are. Lin Tianfeng subconsciously glanced at the bone-cutting knife in Zhao Yin's hand and a sardonic smile appeared on his face. I have a niece. Last year in the second middle school and junior high school. Or your students. When the parent-teacher conference we met, Zhaoyin said with a smile. So it's you. Lin Tianfeng sighed in relief and a smile bloomed on his face. I in fact couldn't recall who Zhaoyin was at all. But as long as he wasn't here to rob his granary. Zhaoyin eeped as if he hadn't thought about it and pointed at the star crystal in Lin Tianfeng's hand. Teacher Lin. What is this? Lin Tianfeng's hand holding the star crystal quickly put it into his pants pocket and laughed. A found trinket. Keep it as a souvenir. Zhaoyin raised the remaining mouthful of Dongpeng special drink in his hand, put it to his mouth and was about to drink it. Then as if he suddenly remembered something, it's the end of the world. And Mr. Lin is still interested in this kind of artifacts. He really is a scholar. Wait. It was only then that Lin Tianfeng realized that Zhaoyin actually had a drink in his hand. And even though there was only a small sip left, it was rich in sugar. Just what he needed most at the moment. Bro, it doesn't look like you're very thirsty. So since you're interested in this artificial gem, how about I trade you for that sip of drink? You think I'm stupid? Zhaoyin suddenly blushed. You're taking something useless and exchanging it for my drink? Brother, give me the sip of drink and you'll be my big brother from now on. Lin Tianfeng pleaded. Besides, within your backpack, there's still quite a lot that you can eat. Right. And you don't care about a sip of drink. Zhaoyin managed to catch the intense greed under Lin Tianfeng's eyes as he looked at his backpack, the smile on his face. however, remained bright. I do still have a lot of drinks. Since Mr. Lin wants them so much, then, let's exchange them. When Lin Tianfeng heard this, the greed in his eyes deepened and he cheerfully handed the artifact to Zhao Yin. Big brother, can we go together? It's the end of the world now. One more person is one more safety. Lin Tianfeng restrained his eyes and tried not to look at Zhao Yin's backpack. Zhao Yin calmly put the star crystal into his pocket and casually tossed the drink to him. Suddenly cold. No, I for one don't like being called big brother. After saying that, Zhao Yin turned around and left. Right now he wanted to kill someone when he heard Lin Tianfeng call him big brother. Lin Tianfeng was disappointed for a moment, but it was impossible to force Zhao Yin, so he could only keep the sip of drink close to his body, and lead the woman to continue to look for supplies again. After Zhao Yin turned around, murderous intent surged under his eyes. He didn't shed any light on it because he wasn't sure if this piece of star crystal was the one from his previous life. In case it wasn't, it was still necessary to keep Lin Tianfeng to continue searching and not interfere too much with the timeline on him. Otherwise it might result in Lin Tianfeng not getting that star crystal. Therefore, Zhao Yin had taken this star crystal from the hands of someone who hated him to the bone in the calmest way possible. After Zhao Yin arrived at the corner of a broken wall, he directly smashed open the star crystal. This time it wasn't white light that bubbled up, but golden light that was dazzling. A full minute was spent before the golden light dispersed and a golden vial appeared in its place. Zhao Yin quickly grabbed it in his hand and opened the cork. Inside was a drop of golden liquid. It felt like flowing blood. And with just a glance, Zhao Yin was sure this is the SSS grade alien awakening potion. Even though he possessed firm willpower, Zhao Yin's hands couldn't help but tremble. In the entire world of the previous life, there were only a few people with SSS ranked psychics. When the medicine bottle was opened, Zhao Yin felt his soul tremble. Only once had he felt this kind of terrifying aura on an SSS class alien. Zhao Yin, despite the fact that in his mind, he had long envisioned countless times what it would be like after obtaining SSS ranked psychic abilities, but when it does arrive, it still feels like a dream. With a direct tilt of his head, he drank the golden liquid. It was hard to tell exactly what it tasted like. As the golden liquid fell into the abdomen, it quickly dissolved, rapidly dispersing into Zhao Yin's limbs and bones, a cool feeling spreading throughout the body. There was no imagined earth-shattering, nor was it filled with a burning sensation like the B-ranked powers in his previous life. The SSS-ranked awakening potion was actually incomparably soothing. Zhao Yin's mind was empty and he slowly closed his eyes. It only felt like something had changed in the underworld, and that it was getting deeper and deeper as time passed. Half an hour later, Zhao Yin opened his eyes. The whole world had changed. What was previously invisible was now incredibly clear. Able to make out tiny gravel a few hundred meters away, the faint sound of the wind from very far away is also heard. All of his senses had been more than several times stronger than a normal person, and with his current ability, any wind and grass within 1,000 meters could not escape his senses. The SSS grade psychic ability, Contracted Soul, is the enhancement of mental power. It was still only just awakened now, and when his spiritual power became strong in the future, his perception would be even more terrifying. And that's just the effects attached to the pre-SSS ranked powers. The true power of the spirit of the pact is to enslave any life form other than humans, even if it was a terrifying fae that was talked about 7 years after the end of the world, and was known as a divine beast-like existence that could be comparable to an SSS class fae. As long as Zhao Yin was able to subdue them, he would be equally able to put them to his own use, and it was not limited by Zhao Yin's own strength. The biggest reason why the Soul of Contract was rated as SSS grade was that there was no limit on the number of contracted servants. And theoretically, as long as Zhao Yin was strong enough, he could completely form an army of foreign beasts and push across the end of the world, claiming to be the king and the emperor. Of course, the prerequisite was that Zhao Yin had to be able to find that many foreign beasts and be able to subdue them. Zhao Yin quickly calmed down. He understood that before contracting to a mutant beast, he was still just an ordinary person, just like Lin Tianfeng in his previous life. Even when he became an SSS class alien, he was almost smashed to death by a wall. The next thing Zhao Yin had to do was to find enough star crystals to boost his strength, followed by finding mutant beasts to subjugate the contract. Of course, there was one more thing to do: kill Lin Tianfeng. He had sworn that he would break Lin Tianfeng into pieces. 9,999 paragraphs won't do. Zhao Yin closed his eyes and soon heard the sound of someone talking about 500 meters away, although the distance was not too clear. It was definitely Lin Tianfeng and that woman who had not gone far. Lin Tianfeng sat down on a piece of rotten concrete and felt another pang of hunger. Baby food really wasn't good for adults. His eyes glanced to the woman beside him and commanded, "You, come here." The woman was cloaked in hair. The top half of her body was only a bra, and her black hair hung down, hiding her face. Right in front of her pale chest, she was only motionless, her expression invisible. Snap. Lin Tianfeng stood up and just slapped him over. "Gave you face? Believe it or not, I'll kill you for meat." The woman still stood there like a log, head bowed. "Speak." Are you deaf or dumb? Lin Tianfeng slapped over again. Before the end of the world he was just an ordinary teacher, poorly paid, and a bummer. Post-apocalyptic but with the ability to control the lives and deaths of others. There are no longer any constraints of this, coupled with the depression of surviving the hard way, made him completely lose his humanity at this point. The woman's head tilted as she was hit, and a drop of blood ran down the corner of her mouth. Finally, she slowly raised her head, her eyes staring at Lin Tianfeng in death. Lin Tianfeng froze, followed by a violent rage, roaring, "Bitch, I'd like to see whether it's your bones that are hard, or my slap that's hard." Pop, pop. He slapped the woman in the face a couple more times, left and right, but she was still standing there, her eyes staring resentfully at Lin Tianfeng. If eyes could kill, Lin Tianfeng would have died countless times already. Damn it! Lin Tianfeng cursed. His hands were weak from fighting. He couldn't really beat the woman to death, solely no longer bothering with what exactly her expression was. Lin Tianfeng tugged at the rope around her neck, sitting the woman directly on his lap. He ripped off his clothes and leaned down. Gobble, gobble. Lin Tianfeng, stop eating. Suddenly, a chilling killing knife hitched onto Lin Tianfeng's neck. Lin Tianfeng stiffened when he heard that it was Zhao Yin's voice. He didn't even dare to turn around to look, and hurriedly shouted, Big brother, I haven't offended you, have I? What is this about? Kneel down, Zhao Yin said in a cold voice. Big brother, we have no grudges or hatred, and in the end, we are also old acquaintances. Why do you need to do so? Lin Tianfeng was about to say something else when the pig-killing knife in Zhao Yin's hand exerted a slight force and the blade cut through his neck. Stabbing pain came. Lin Tianfeng shouted, Don, I kneel now. With that, he directly lifted the woman off her body and plopped down on his knees. Big brother, okay? At this moment, in Zhao Yin's mind, a scene from his previous life once again appeared. Those three stupid women, having their heads chopped off by Lin Tianfeng. Ningyu's eyes were still open when her head rolled to Zhao Yin's feet. As for Zhao Yin himself, he died under the claws of the flying white tiger that he personally helped Lin Tianfeng contract. 2 cuts. From behind, Zhao Yin pierced through both of Lin Tianfeng's shoulder blades. When the pig-killing knife was withdrawn, it brought out large streams of blood that sprayed on Zhao Yin's face, adding a bit of hideousness to his white face. Big brother, I chow nima big brother. Lin Tianfeng broke out. He could no longer lift either of his arms, and the pain that tore through him twisted his face. Does it hurt? Zhao Yin took a step and turned in front of Lin Tianfeng, looking down at him indifferently. That's right, if it hurts, it'll hurt even more next. What the hell do you want? If you want this woman to take it away, why do you have to hurt people like this? I chow nima. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth and cursed. I just want your life. After Zhao Yin calmly finished speaking, poof, a knife stabbed through Lin Tianfeng's jaw with a forceful stir. He cut off Lin Tianfeng's tongue in the roughest way possible. Lin Tianfeng's eyes were wide open, panic written all over his face. Still not knowing what all this was about. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but not a word came out. His mouth full of blood. Bang bang bang. He could only kowtow hard to Zhao Yin, cracking his forehead in 3 or 2 strokes. Lin Tianfeng, I swear I'll break you into pieces, okay? Zhao Yin said. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng was like Zhao Yin in his previous life, with a beastly voice coming out of his mouth and his eyes filled with pleading. Zhao Yin suddenly struck quickly, slashing his eyes blind, followed by another slash. It wasn't until Zhao Yin's strength was mostly depleted that he stopped panting. He realized that it really wasn't easy to break a body into pieces. The woman on the side watched the entire time as the murderer who killed her child was so abused by Zhao Yin, her face filled with pleasure. Zhao Yin suddenly turned around, glanced at the woman, and asked, You want to do it too? The woman couldn't help but tremble as she met Zhao Yin's eyes, and then nodded her head immediately afterward. Aha! Zhao Yin stepped forward to untie the woman, turned the hilt of the killing knife in his hand, and handed it to her. Before 10,000 stabs, you can't let him die. Can you do that? The woman nodded her head in a hurry, took the killing knife and rushed forward, slashing at Lin Tianfeng's neck. Stop! Zhao Yin bellowed, but he was still a step too late. The woman directly slit the aorta in Lin Tianfeng's neck, and blood spurted out like a faucet. It nourishes the woman all over her body and face. She also knew she had done something wrong and stared back at Zhao Yin in awe. You're a pig! Zhao Yin was seething with rage, and he had made it very clear, kicking the woman to the ground. He grabbed the killing knife in her hand and chided. Stop the bleeding. Hurry up and help him stop the bleeding. The woman's hands were busy trying to apply pressure, but there was no way to block it. Blood spurted along the woman's fingers. Lin Tianfeng's body spasmed, and he looked like he was going to die. Zhao Yin was also furious. With the supplies he had in his hands now, it was impossible to help Lin Tianfeng stop the bleeding. He could only watch him die. Sabi, Zhao Yin cursed, itching to kill this woman instead. The woman looked at him in awe, shivering. Having come to this point, Zhao Yun had no choice but to hand her the pig-killing knife in her hand and asked, "Can you chop dumpling fillings?" "Will," the woman said in a rush. Zhao Yun nodded. "Chop him up. 10,000 cuts." The woman took the killing knife, madness gradually spreading over her dirty face, and rushed on again, cloaked and covered with blood. Looking madder than madder, Zhao Yun didn't bother anymore. Sitting on a piece of rotten cement, feeling out half a pack of huazi, pulling one out and lighting it, staring quietly, bang, bang, bang. The cloaked woman soldiered on, waved her knife. Vomit. At this point, not far from the crime scene in the mall, the knife bent over and vomited. Song Xiaojian on the side was also pale. They were the flowers of the motherland before the end of the world, living under the shelter of society. Where had they seen such bloody scenes? Brother, how could someone be so cruel? Someone was really killed. After Dagger spat, the teardrops rolled down in big drops. They weren't making a movie, right? Song Xiaojian was silent, not knowing how to comfort his sister. Halftime. Little sister, it's the end of the world now. If one day, I'm also killed like this, you have to be strong and survive on your own, Song Xiaojian said in a low voice. Brother, what are you babbling about? Little Dagger rushed forward to cover her brother's mouth and cried again. I don't want my brother to die. I want to be with him forever. Song Xiaojian stroked the little knife's head and finally let out a sigh. After all, his sister was still too young to understand what the end times were. Dagger said thankfully, luckily I didn't let that bad guy come here. Oh, he's too scary. In case you meet that person in the future, you should walk as far away as you can, Song Xiaojian admonished. Aha! Dagger nodded vigorously. Song Xiaojian suddenly changed his words and said, no, in case you meet him someday, you must listen to him, and no matter what he wants you to do, don't resist. Only then will you be able to live longer. Song Xiaojian could sense that Zhao Yun was a very dangerous person, calm, numb, and murderous, and to have the audacity to go out and look for supplies just after the meteorite rain had stopped. This kind of person would probably live more than most people in the end times. After Song Xiaojian had seen Zhao Yun kill people, he deeply understood the cruelty in the end times. He was just a 15-year-old teenager who didn't think he was capable of protecting his sister. Dagger.I in the future, in case he was no longer around. Xiao Dao, a 12-year-old girl, could imagine how hard it would be to live. If he could be sheltered by a strong person like Zhao Yun, his chances of surviving would be much greater. Brother, I'm not going to listen to that bad guy. Listen to my brother. The man was cruel, but he didn't hurt the woman. He may have had his own reasons for killing the man. What we saw doesn't have to be the truth. Maybe he wasn't a bad person. In case the worst comes to the worst, the only best option is to listen to him. If Zhao Yun wasn't a bad person, listening to him would be the only way to please him, and it would be easier to get his shelter. Song Xiaojian didn't say these words to little Dagger. Got it, brother? You'll be fine and I won't meet him. Dagger didn't argue with his brother about anything despite his resistance. Song Xiaojian let out another sigh. There isn't much left to eat. If Brother Wang doesn't come back today, I'll go out and look for supplies. Brother, it's dangerous outside. Dagger's face immediately turned as white as paper. Song Xiaojian compassionately rubbed his sister's little head. Can't you see that there are already people going out? Compared to the two of us starving to death, it would be better to go out and have a fight. Zhao Yun had killed Lin Tianfeng and had his revenge avenged, as if some kind of shackle had been opened in the underworld. The whole person was much more relaxed, having been a man for 2 lifetimes. His heart was like iron. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered those 3 women again. At this point they are both still alive in this world, but they don't know where. If he meets them again in the future, he will try to let them live a good life. But if not, if he couldn't meet them, Zhao Yun didn't intend to spend too much effort on it. After all, it was only important that he survive on his own without great strength. Even if they met them, they would not be able to provide shelter, and in the end, they would only be allowed to follow in the footsteps of their previous lives. Suddenly, Zhao Yun heard the conversation of the previously discovered mall survivors roughly 500 meters away. So, that's a brother and sister. Zhao Yun was dumbfounded and heard the little girl scolding herself. It didn't matter to him. If someone scolded him now, there would be more in the future. Zhao Yun simply ignored the conversation of the 2 siblings, turned his eyes toward Lin Tianfeng. Has turned into meat sludge? The woman has long been paralyzed with exhaustion. Still of a knife slowly chopped. Alright, give me the knife. Zhao Yun extinguished his cigarette but then stepped forward to spread his hands to the woman. The madness on the woman's face slowly dispersed, slowly raising her head to stare at Zhao Yun, her eyes blank. As if she hadn't heard Zhao Yun's words, Zhao Yun bent down and snatched back his own killing knife straight away, wiping the woman's chest clean of blood and backhanding it into the paper sheath on his left arm. Without a word he turned and walked forward in order to kill Lin Tianfeng. There had been a delay of almost an hour. It was already past 2 in the afternoon, and there were only about 10 hours left before the zombie outbreak. In the early hours of the morning, he had to find as many star crystals as he could before the zombie outbreak. Suddenly, Zhao Yun's footsteps lurched, And that woman actually followed. I'm not going to feed you. Find your own supplies, Zhao ordered. As far as he was concerned, this kind of woman was bound to die in tonight's zombie outbreak, and it would be a waste to eat. The woman didn't speak, staring at Zhao from afar, her face covered in dust and plasma, her body still shivering in the dim daylight. Get lost, or I'll kill you. Zhao cursed coldly and turned around to continue his steps within a radius of 1 kilometer. As long as there were no obstacles blocking the line of sight, the existence of star crystals on the surface would definitely be discovered by Zhao. Half an hour later, a flash of blood appeared 300 meters away, and Zhao immediately accelerated his pace. Sure enough, there was a piece of star crystal mostly buried within the dirt, reflecting a faint blood light in the daylight. Zhao grabbed it and cracked it with his bone chopper. 3 seconds later, there was an extra bottle of known Fushan Quan in his hand. Disappointment flashed across Zhao Yin's face. This kind of water was the most trashy material that could be opened in a star crystal, and it belonged to one of the F-classes. In his previous life, he had drunk a lot of it, and the effect was merely to counteract the consumption of water throughout the day. It was better than nothing. So Zhao directly threw the non-Fuzanquan into his backpack and continued on his quest for the next hour. No more star crystals were found. The time came to 3:30 in the afternoon. Zhao was a little annoyed in his heart. The star crystals on the surface of the ground weren't as much as he had imagined. The reason there were so many high-level zombies in his previous life was because they were able to discover the star crystals under the surface of the ground, and here in Zhao, as long as there was anything to cover it up, it would be difficult to notice even if you stepped on it. Suddenly, Zhao heard something, and his feet stumbled as he looked back. The woman was running along, chasing after her in the direction she was heading. What the hell do you want? Do you really want to die? Zhao, who was already in a bad mood, turned around and rushed over, kicking the woman over and raising the bone chopper to her neck. You avenged me and let me follow you. The woman was calmer than Zhao expected, and with her dehydration combined with a long absence of water, her voice was dark and hoarse as she said, I can be a granary for you. When Zhao heard this, his face instantly darkened, flipped his wrist and slapped the back of his blade on the woman's face, instantly leaving a bloody groove. Get the hell out of here. This damned woman dared to delay him. Zhao held back his killing intent and turned around to leave in large strides, but he needed to keep an eye on the ground around him, after all, and wasn't walking too fast. And the woman soon followed again. When Zhao turned back, she stepped back, and when Zhao went forward, she continued to follow. Zhao Yin's head was screwed up. This woman was completely unafraid of death. Okay, want food, right? I'll give it to you. Zhao didn't want to waste time on her. After all, the two had just had contact, and he didn't want to kill indiscriminately from the shoulder bag. He took out a salt-baked chicken leg and a bottle of Dongpang special drink, and threw it on the ground. Take it, die as far away as you can, and don't follow me anymore. There are plenty more of these ordinary supplies in the villa. Ordinary food in the post-apocalyptic world, for whatever reason, doesn't hold up for long no matter what way you use it, and it soon spoils rapidly. This was the reason why Zhao didn't hoard in large quantities before the end of the world. It wouldn't be stored for long anyway. So it didn't matter if Zhao gave her some. He made up his mind that if this woman took the supplies and dared to follow him again, he would definitely kill her. After Zhao cursed and left, the woman stepped forward to pick up the chicken leg and drink, gratitude flashing across her face, followed by a darkness in her eyes. 5 minutes later, Zhao made sure she didn't follow her again and secretly sighed in relief. Soon, another piece of star crystal appeared ahead. Zhao Yin's gloomy mood was swept away, and he hurriedly picked it up and directly smashed it with force. A pitch-black colored butterfly knife appeared in front of him. It was equipment again. Zhao Yin's heart rejoiced. Click. Zhao directly threw away the butterfly knife and swung it forward with force, the blade slicing through a meteorite. The incisions are neat and mirror-like. The butterfly knife was only grade F, but it was a fine product from star crystal. According to the statistics of his previous life, the chances of a star crystal being able to open equipment was less than 1 in 1,000. And of the 4 star crystals he had gotten, other than the one carrying SSS-ranked psychic abilities, the remaining 3 had actually produced 2 pieces of equipment. Is it possible that all the luck in this life has turned out to be good? Zhao put the butterfly knife on his waist and continued his search, and after about half an hour, he once again met a piece of star crystal. Sensing faintly, he realized that the granary still hadn't followed him again, and cursed that it was a spoiler without her following. Finding the star crystals on their own was faster this time. A piece of sandwich bread was opened. Zhao had eaten this kind of bread in his previous life, able to top a day's worth of energy consumption, and the key was being able to quickly recover from his injuries. Being able to save lives at critical times was considered Zhao Yin's most scarce supply at the moment. He put the bread carefully into his backpack and searched again. 40 minutes later, Zhao Yin once again got a star crystal, which resulted in opening another bottle of non-fusion spring. As expected, the equipment is not that easy to open out. Soon, a red sun in the sky slowly disappeared into the horizon, and the sky was dim. The smoke in the air has completely disappeared, losing the refraction of daylight? Zhao Yin's search for the star crystal began to be difficult. As night fell, even with the star crystals, they looked just like ordinary rocks. In Zhao Yin's pocket, there were 3 star crystals at the moment, all of which had just been found. It was not opened on the spot to save time. This moment, Zhao Yin took the opportunity to crack open all the star crystals. The first block came out with a packet of instant noodles, which had the effect of managing to fill up against the cold. The second star crystal came out with another bottle of Farmer's Bounty. It's the nifty big pussy non-fusanquin again. Zhao Yin couldn't help but curse. This was the third bottle, so he simply ignored it and looked at the last piece of star crystal. After cracking it open, the white light rose again. Zhao Yin's breath hitched. A piece of equipment was faintly visible, appearing in the white light that was about to dissipate. Soon the white light dissipated, and when Zhao Yin saw the equipment that was opened, he was out of his mind for a moment. A pair of black fishnet stockings. Zhao Yin never expected to open something like this. At this point he is lacking in lower body gear. Should he be allowed to wear it? Zhao Yin, a 7-foot man, will never wear a woman's stockings even if I die, bitten to death outside by a zombie. With dark determination, he raised his hand and threw the fishing sock a dozen meters. The movements were extremely spontaneous, and they were characterized by endless manliness. Then Zhao Yin left with a big step, and in the night, his back was heroic and fearless. Real men, even if they don't have pants to wear, would never wear something like that. Even though that pair of fishing net stockings looked like the grade was beyond F. Despite the fact that with that pair of fishing net stockings, he's a little more secure. Just wear it once and see. Zhao Yin unintentionally came back to the discarded fishing net socks, frowning as he bent down to pick them up, his face full of disgust. Then he quickly yanked the pants off his legs and pulled the fishnet stockings over his plush legs. He hadn't seen this kind of fishing net socks in his previous life, and he didn't have the B-rank psychic ability, Eye of True Vision, from his previous life. So the only way to know the effect was to try it. Zhao Yin's feet slightly exerted force, and his entire body instantly rushed forward, and in 3 or 4 seconds, he scurried out nearly 100 meters away. The wind whistled in his ears. The speed had long exceeded the limits of human beings. Even the flyers before the end of the world had to follow and eat farts. Zhao Yin stopped and took a deep breath of air, a happy smile on his face. Actually wear it underneath, and as long as I don't voluntarily take off the cooler, no one will know, Zhao Yin said. It's so cozy. It's definitely E-rated equipment. With Zhao Yin's physical abilities today, it was still difficult to maximize the effect. Soon enough, Zhao Yin lightened up, put his pants back on, and lit a wazoo. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and secretly calculated that he had harvested 3 pieces of equipment so far: an F-ranked uniform top and butterfly knife, and E-ranked fishing net socks. On top of that, there were 3 bottles of non-fusanquin, 1 piece of sandwich bread, and 1 piece of instant noodles. And next, it was no longer wise to blindly search for star crystals. There were more important things to do. It was time to go get back the B-class psychic ability, Eye of True Sight, from his previous life. It was an old zoo site, and I still remember the exact location, about 10 kilometers away. In addition, Zhao Yin remembered that the piece of star crystal that opened the Eye of True Vision was on the surface of the ground, and it was able to remain until the 3rd month without being taken, much less being devoured by the zombies because of the presence of a mutated monkey there. The purpose of this trip was twofold: to retrieve the Eye of True Sight, and in addition, to see if he could subdue that mutant monkey. Zhao Yin lifted his bone chopper to rush there with the speed bonus of the fishing net socks. 20 minutes later, Zhao Yin arrived at the old zoo site. The buildings here were long ago destroyed by the meteor. The greenery burned to the ground, and the bodies of people and animals, most of them mangled, were everywhere they fell. At this point the monkey hadn't mutated yet and was hiding somewhere. Zhao Yin sensed and didn't hear any movement from that monkey. The zoo was dead silent. That monkey is unimaginably cocky and probably hidden somewhere deep underground. In his previous life, Zhao Yin had gone to great lengths to help Lin Tianfeng capture it, failing several times, and in the end, it was only after heavily acquiring an A-class trapping net that he was able to capture the monkey, which at the time was already a C-class monkey. Its growth talent was exceptionally amazing, and it was one of the most promising foreign beasts Zhao Yin had ever seen. It was just a pity that it later died in the 2nd year of the end times to save Lin Tianfeng, and by then it had already grown to be rank. It was imperative to get the Eye of True Sight first. Zhao Yin headed directly to the place where he found the piece of star crystal, and remembered that there, it was an inconspicuous crater. When Zhao Yin arrived, he quickly jumped down, but the next moment, his expression froze. Where the star crystal should have been. I can't believe I'm entering empty. Only gravel and dirt are exposed on the surface. In his previous life, it was never such a scene. Remembering clearly that the star crystal should have been exposed on the surface of the ground, and it was easy to notice. Zhao Yin couldn't believe it and lifted his bone chopper to dig desperately until you're tired and out of breath. As a result, the ground was dug up and there was no sign of the star crystal that he was finally certain that his Eye of True Sight had, indeed, Disappeared. How is that possible? Zhao stared wide-eyed and froze for a long time. The reason he came now was because in his previous life, he had arrived 3 months later and the star crystal still hadn't been taken. Most of the survivors, by this time, were still trembling and hiding, and who will come and take away the star crystal that is supposed to still exist 3 months after the end? But it really happened. Zhao was annoyed and regretted that he should have come earlier. The Eye of True Vision was something that belonged to him since the beginning. The Eye of True Sight had been part of his plan, never expecting it to be taken away. Never let anyone take it. Whoever dares to take my Zhao Yin's things will have to die. Zhao Yin gritted his teeth and hated it. He soon calmed down, realized that the thief might not be far away, and immediately leaned in to listen carefully for identification. A few seconds later, Zhao Yin snapped his eyes open, his face filled with anger, and his figure instantly scurried out. Roughly 1,500 meters away, there were human footsteps, extremely faint, but still heard by the angry Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin was filled with killing intent, and in less than a minute, he appeared 100 or so meters behind the man, but when he saw the figure clearly, his gaze was frozen. Granary? At this moment, Zhao Yin stared at that skinny figure and finally understood everything. No wonder someone could take his stuff. It was actually her, the woman who should have died at the hands of Lin Tianfeng in her previous life, but survived because of Zhao Yin, deviating from the timeline that Zhao Yin knew and taking things that shouldn't have been taken. At this moment, the granary's body was trembling, his feet were weak, and he was limping along the crater-filled road. Her dirty face was filled with terror, and she screamed every time she stepped over a gruesome body on the side of the road. Isn't it good for you to be alive and well? Why didn't you go find a place to hide, but came to take my alien star crystal? I've already given you a chance. It's you who must seek death. The killing intent in Zhao Yin's eyes, gradually thick. Even though she looks a little pitiful, she also has to die. Zhao Yin tightened the bone chopper in his hand and stepped over. The granary seemed to hear Zhao Yin's footsteps and slowly turned back. It's you? The expression on her face, instead of the panic it should have been, soon showed surprise, and she tried to keep it as gentle as possible. It's really you. I was just about to look for you. You're looking for me? The bone chopper that Zhao Yin had wanted to swing out relaxed slightly. I know you were looking for this. Granola slowly slid her hand inside her bra, quickly. She felt something on her chest. In front of Zhao Yin. He slowly spread out his dirty palms. It was 3 thumb-sized blood-colored crystals. I see you've been searching around for this. It must be important to you? Granola asked seriously. Zhao Yin was slightly mesmerized, his eyes shifting several times. Do you know what this is? I don't know. It's just that I saw earlier that you'd been looking, and since I didn't happen to have anything to thank you for, I looked around for you. Granola smiled. Her face was dirty, but her teeth were exquisitely white, and she seemed excited. I didn't think I'd actually meet you again. I'm sorry I don't have the skills to find more for you. Just these 3 pieces. Zhao Yin looked at her in silence, though Granary spoke easily. He knew that with her physical ability to reach this place, she must have poured her all into finding the star crystal for herself ever since the two of them parted ways. What do you want from me? Zhao Yin asked coldly. You saved my life. Didn't you give me food and water? I know that these things can't repay the favor of saving my life, but I guess it's a way to do my part. Granola's throat was dry and hoarse, and he coughed as he finished. Zhao Yin looked at her with a deep gaze, suddenly somewhat unable to understand this woman. It was the end of the world now. Even if she didn't know the true value of star crystals, but anyone who wasn't out of their mind should also know that anything of value to her was and remains precious, not to mention that there was the precedent of Lin Tianfeng exchanging star crystals with Zhao Yin for drinks. She couldn't have guessed nothing, but she still didn't want anything. Is this woman playing a game of lust? At this time, Granary suddenly took Zhao Yin's hand and put the star crystal into his hand. Zhao Yin looked out of her mind at the star crystal in her hand, which was still stained with the blood from her hand. That's caused by digging between concrete with your bare hands. Please be sure you don't mind, Granola said softly. Zhao Yin's eyes flickered. Of course he wouldn't mind. Even if the granary wasn't given, it would have been intended to kill and loot. But at this point, to kill or not to kill? Zhao Yin was caught in a struggle in his mind. It hadn't occurred to him earlier that the woman could affect the timeline. If he didn't kill her at this point, it might be difficult to ever meet her again. And the timeline as he knew it could go completely off the rails because of this woman. Thank you for doing something worthwhile by allowing me to still meet someone as nice as you in this world, Granola said hoarsely. I'm leaving. I probably won't see you again in the future. Granola smiled at Zhao Yin again. How many days can a woman like me survive in the end times? So, probably won't see you again. She turned slowly and limped forward, barefoot. Her shoes lost at some point. Zhao Yin looked at her back and, after all, did not raise his sword. 7 years into the end times. I still haven't lived as a beast after all. Zhao Yin laughed bitterly. He didn't have the means to kill an unarmed woman, not to mention the fact that the other party had sought out 3 star crystals for him. The granary walks away, and Zhao Yin doesn't remind her about the zombie outbreak tonight, whether she lives or dies. It all depends on her own life. Next, Zhao stopped thinking about the matter about the granary and prepared to crack open the 3-star crystals. The first star crystal was cracked open by Zhao, and the familiar white light once again appeared before his eyes, which was eye-catching in the dark night, but Zhao didn't care. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, there was absolutely no sign of people, except for the grain silos that had gone far away. After the white light, a scarlet pill appeared before Zhao eyes, but he couldn't recognize it as an efficacy in his previous life. The star crystal could open up millions of types. No one knows exactly how many. At this time Zhao only knows that, in addition to the supernatural ability, it is a variety of pills and potions are the most rare and precious. It's kind of a door opener. Thinking that when he had the eye of true sight, there would be nothing he wouldn't be able to recognize, Zhao didn't dwell on it and directly smashed open the second piece of star crystal. This time, the white light lasted for 3 seconds and actually didn't dissipate. Zhao Yin's breath caught. According to the experience of his previous life, the longer the light lasted after the star crystal was smashed open, the more precious it represented what was opened, just like the SSS rank alien contracted soul that was opened earlier. It lasted for a full minute and was even gold in color. This time the white light lasted a full 5 seconds. Is it another E-rated item? Finally, the white light dispersed and an inconspicuous bronze finger ring appeared in front of Zhao Yin's eyes as Zhao Yin's eyes rounded when he saw it. Space ring. He couldn't calm down. The value of any spatial ring was comparable to A-grade equipment. In a post-apocalyptic world with no place to live, a space ring is a second life. If we talk about rarity, it even exceeds A-grade equipment. When he got the space ring in his previous life, it was already the 5th year after the end of the world. At that time, Zhao Yin had already cultivated Lin Tian Phone, and it was only with the support of the forces behind him that he was able to acquire one at a huge cost. Zhao Yin hurriedly put the spatial ring on his hand, and with a thought, the bone chopper in his hand disappeared. He could feel the bone chopper at this moment, lying quietly in a 10 cubic meter space. With Zhao Yin's intention, the bone chopper appeared in his hand again. No mistake, it was a genuine space ring. Although it didn't have as much space as the one in his previous life, it was completely sufficient for the current Zhao Yin. It took a long time for Zhao Yin's mood to calm down, and finally he didn't continue to play with the spatial ring as he raised his bone chopper and violently cracked open the 3rd star crystal. After the white light, a bottle of blue potion appeared. The B-ranked psychic ability Eye of True Sight. In his previous life, it was because of the existence of the Eyes of True Vision that allowed him to live until the 7th year of the end times, and this supernatural ability, which had long been integrated into Zhao Yin's soul, had lived and died with him. Because of the Eye of True Vision, it allowed him to avoid countless dangers. A dynasty, a twilight. As if it were yesterday, Zhao Yin could not help but be complicated, not a combat ability, though it's only B rank. However, the ability of the Eye of True Sight was the ability to see through the information of all things. In his previous life, many powerful exalts had come specifically to find Zhao Yin to appraise treasures, which had not only allowed him to earn a large commission, but had also reaped the benefits of human relationships. Therefore, in that post-apocalyptic world, many people would give Zhao Yin a few points, which was one of the reasons why he was able to create Paradise Base. Zhao Yin put away the distractions in his mind, put all the items around him into his spatial ring, and turned around to walk in the direction of the old zoo site. In his previous life, he had absorbed a B-class alien awakening potion that was painful and lasted for 3 hours, during which time he had to find a safe place. For the sake of that mutant monkey, Zhao Yin planned to stay at the old zoo site tonight. The flora and fauna mutation and the zombie outbreak started at the same time, both in the early hours of this night, and he planned to turn on the Eye of True Vision before then. When he arrived at the old zoo site, Zhao Yin came to the collapsed office building and used his spatial ring to collect the cement blocks that were a bit more intact, as well as the meteorites that hadn't been buried in the earth due to the construction buffer. Zhao Yin was ready to build a temporary shelter. After the space ring was stowed full, he chose a relatively flat place to put it out, first using a few larger pieces of broken concrete to build a triangular space that could accommodate him. Then stacking concrete and meteorite on the outer layer, he carried it several times in a row until a temporary shelter, like a graveyard bag, 5 or 6 meters high, was formed. Only then did Zhao Yin bend down and crawl into the narrow space not much bigger than a coffin, then release all the concrete blocks in the space ring and seal the entrance and exit completely. After doing everything, Zhao Yin deliberately ignored his exhaustion and took out the Eye of True Sight awakening potion, tilting his head and pouring it down without hesitation. At once, a burning sensation spread in his stomach and soon swept through his entire body, and in just a moment, Zhao Yin's entire body was like being in a pile of fire, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. His face, however, had no expression on it, and he lay motionless within the grave bag. A long-lost pain. Ha ha, cool. The zombies haven't even broken out yet and I have 2 powers. Who can compare to me in this life? No one knew that somewhere in this desolate world there was a man, suffering from pain that was too much for normal people to bear. Laughing madly, time passed by. And each second seemed as long as a year, although Xiaolin has the willpower that ordinary people can hardly reach. But in the end, this body is still just an ordinary person. I don't know when he fainted. Xiaolin didn't anticipate that. Unlike his previous life, the SSS grade abnormal ability awakening potion had already saturated his ordinary human body, and absorbing other abnormal abilities was incomparably difficult until the early hours of the morning came. He still had not awakened. Roar. At this moment, the entire dead-like world seemed to instantly come to life. The earth trembled, the ruins tumbled, and countless buried corpses slowly crawled out of the ground. At that moment, 30 kilometers away, inside the crumbling mall, a 12-year-old girl jolted awake. What's that noise? Is it my brother coming back? Bang bang. Before Song Xiaojian went to look for supplies, there was a rattling from the door of the blocked room, as if someone was tapping on it vigorously. Brother, stop filming. Let me open the door for you, Song Xiaodao said in surprise, walking over to open the door lock safety and pulling the room door open with one hand. However, the next moment, half of a blackened human face was reflected in Dagger's eye adoration, and his head shattered in half. A fist-sized piece of facial muscle, glued to a morose white skull, dangled from his chest by a single vein. Wobbling, Dagger instantly froze. The excessive shock made her forget everything, and instinctively screamed, turned and fled, but it was still a step too slow. The zombie grabbed her by the collar and pulled the knife directly in front of her body, opening its foul-smelling mouth to bite down. Help! Dagger cried out. Bang! Just then, the zombie's body froze and fell down along with the knife in his arms, covered in wounds. Song Xiaojian put down the iron rod and kicked the zombie that had just exploded its head away, picking up his own sister and quickly closing the door to the room. Little sister, are you alright? Song Xiaojian's face was filled with worry as he lowered his voice and asked. Xiaodao looked up and saw that it was his brother Song Xiaojian, wowed and cried out, but was covered by Song Xiaojian's hand to cover his mouth. Don't cry. Those who died have come back to life. I just saw mom and dad outside with my own eyes. They crawled out of the collapsed mall too. Song Xiaojian's eyes were bloodshot and his voice trembled. They all turned into zombies, just like what they play in zombie movies. Dagger sniffed and looked at his brother in disbelief. She'd seen zombie movies, too, and blanched at the thought. Don't be afraid. With brother here, we won't let the zombies eat you. But you have to remember to listen. Song Xiaojian continued to lower his voice. Dagger pushed Song Xiaojian away and came to the crack in the wall to look out. There are more and more zombies outside the mall, crawling out from all kinds of places, some in the dirt, some among the ruins. Even Dagger saw that there was a female zombie, inside a warped car. Its lower body was caught by the car, and it was struggling violently in a bizarre position. Click. Something seems to break, and the female walker crawls out violently, still wedged in the car below her belly flush, while her upper body crawls fast, her intestines dragging along with the black blood. Dagger dry heaved, but didn't dare to speak too loudly, unable to stop the tears from falling down her face. Song Xiaojian didn't stop it. He understood that his sister would have to face this sooner or later. Xiaojian, we are still safe for the time being. Saving some of the food will still last us 3 days. Maybe after 3 days, these zombies will still die. Song Xiaojian said, like comforting Dagger. More like comforting himself, but as soon as the words fell, there was a sudden commotion from the zombies outside the crack in the wall, followed by a figure rushing out and heading straight for the mall. Song Xiaojian, Xiaodao, are you still alive? Open the door. The man shouted from afar. Dagger was shocked when he saw the man's appearance. Brother, it's Brother Wang who's back. Song Xiaojian frowned, staring deathly at the zombies converging behind Wang Quan, stopping his sister from going to open the door. No go, brother. When mom and dad were stoned to death, it was Brother Wang who saved us. Dagger said, don't let him in. He'll die. Song Xiaojian gritted his teeth, beads of sweat instantly appearing on his forehead as he fell into a struggle. Song Xiaojian, Xiaodao, I found a lot of food. You guys let me in first. I'll take you there after the danger. Wang Quan had already rushed into the mall and arrived outside the dilapidated office where Song Xiaojian and Xiaodao were, saying anxiously, do you really want to see death? If I die, who will bring you 2 children to live? Maybe it was because of all that food in Wang Quan's mouth, or maybe it was because of Wang Quan's saving grace. After all, Song Xiaojian walked over and opened the door. Bang! After Wang Quan rushed in, Song Xiaojian slammed the door shut with force, followed by a few zombies that followed closely behind. Slamming into the door. Bang! 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 Dagger! Quick! Help move things to block the door. Song Xiaojian said without hesitation. Dagger rushed up to help and the 2 siblings dragged the only heavy thing in the room, the desk. Behind the door of the room was still trembling. The zombies outside the door were incredibly powerful. If not for the security doors installed in the mall office, It would not have lasted long ago. Song Xiaojian could only bring his sister and the two of their bodies against the back of the door. Suddenly glimpsed paralyzed on the ground gasping for breath Wang Quan. Brother Wang, come along. Wang Quan raised his head, feeling the hint of a commanding tone in Song Xiaojian's mouth. His eyes flashed with displeasure, but he still walked over to help block the door together. Only, he subconsciously glanced at the corner of the room, where was a pile, at most, of food and water that could last an adult man a day. Zhao slowly awoke, opening his eyes in the pitch blackness as a hissing sound came to his ears. In an instant, Zhao understood that another disaster had erupted. This time a longer sleep than in his previous life. Zhao didn't go out the first time, and took the flashlight out of his spatial ring, and with a snap, the small space lit up. Zhao Yin's gaze landed on the spatial ring on his hand, and a string of information immediately appeared in his mind. Space ring, grade A, space type equipment, 10 cubic meters of space inside. Immediately after that, Zhao looked at his body. Human male, awakened, strength 7, agility 8, stamina 6, spirit 12, life countdown, 21,920 days. A normal human's physique would probably be able to live for another 60 years if placed before the end of the world. Everything hasn't changed much from the previous life. The Eye of True Sight was, after all, a B-ranked ability, and was not capable of detecting the types of abilities that were beyond B rank. However, Zhao was already satisfied. After all, there weren't many abnormal awakenings that exceeded the B rank, and the true benefit of the Eye of True Vision was the ability to recognize the treasures opened by the star crystal. Zhao remembered the pill that was prescribed earlier and immediately took it out from within his spatial ring. Powerful ecstasy, F-rank controlled drug, disorienting any life form below F-rank for 10 minutes, a simple introduction. But it caused Zhao Yin's expression to be shaken. Controlled drugs were a rare existence among all grade drugs, and although the grade was the lowest grade, it was what Zhao Yin needed the most at the moment. Thinking about the mutated monkey, which should have mutated by now. Earlier Zhao Yin was still having a headache on how to go about capturing it. With this one grain of ecstasy, it's still a handful. Zhao Yin suddenly remembered something. The 3-star crystals given to him by the granary had all opened up good things. Isn't she a spoilsport? He waved away the pointless thought and immediately organized his gear. Long-handled bone chopper, no grade. Strong 8, sharp 6, slaughter knife, no grade. 5 strong, 9 sharp, butterfly knife, grade F. Attacking equipment, sturdy 13, sharp 14, military tunic, grade F. Defense equipment, sturdy 16, fishing net socks, grade E. Auxiliary equipment, movement speed plus 28, charm plus 3. Currently, in Zhao Yin's hands, the highest grade equipment was the fishing net stockings. And next, Zhao Yin controlled his spatial ring to collect the broken pieces of concrete blocking the door, and directly bent down to climb out. Roar! Before Zhao Yin could get up, a nearby zombie spotted him, hissed and lunged at him. Zhao Yin's eyes stared as he raised his bone chopper and angled it to stab upwards. Pust! With unerring precision, the chopper pierced through the zombie's mouth and out the back of its head, bringing out large streams of black goo. Male zombie, unevolved. Strength 8, agility 6. Spirit 0. Zhao Yin climbed up from the ground and took a look at the first zombie he killed. From the tattered clothes on it, he could tell that it was a zoo worker in life. Aside from the knife that Zhao Yin had just stabbed, its entire right shoulder, with its bones and flesh blurred, should have been smashed to death by the collapse of the building, but black flesh buds have grown there. If it hadn't been stabbed to death by Zhao Yin, its tattered body would soon be gradually restored to wholeness with the passage of time. Immediately after that, evolution will begin. The zombies in the post-apocalyptic world will always be the biggest threat to the survivors. They are numerous and their growth is amazing. Compared to the number of survivors, zombies are nearly 50 times the total number of survivors. The only ones who could deal with them were evolved or alien powerhouses. However, less than 1% of the survivors in the previous life were able to become evolved, and 100,000th of the strongest people with supernatural abilities. Tonight, the zombies revived. The mutant beasts awakened. The real end of the world officially started again. Roar! Roar! The few zombies nearby heard the commotion and quickly surrounded Zhao Yin. They hadn't had time to evolve, and while they were more powerful than they had been in life, their stiff bodies made them much slower. Zhao Yin took the initiative to meet up with him, and his strong fighting sense trained in his previous life instantly erupted as he slashed at the zombie's head. With zombies, the only way to kill them completely is to blow their heads off. The zombie's head was instantly split. Black brain matter, mixed with the morose white skull, splattered everywhere, and a few drops of brain matter sprayed onto Zhao Yin's face. Without any expression, he quickly met the second zombie with the same slash to the head. By this time, all 6 of the remaining walkers were approaching. Zhao Yin turned around and ran, relying on the increase in speed brought about by the fishing net socks to quickly run out of the encirclement, and then returned with a knife, splitting the head of the zombie behind him. Next, as usual, soon the few remaining walkers were all taken care of. With Zhao Yin's physical strength nowadays, Killing 8 ordinary zombies in a row was already exhausting. He didn't dare to stay long, and after taking a few big breaths, he ran wildly over to the area where the monkeys were kept. Zhaoyin wanted to take the monkeys under his wing as soon as possible and cultivate them as quickly as possible before the zombies evolved up. That's one more way to protect yourself. The zombies seem to be the ones who are more like the protagonists of the world. They can evolve extremely quickly even if they do nothing. Certain lucky zombies in his previous life were able to devour fresh blood and flesh, or directly devour star crystals, and the growth rate would be a terrifying situation. There's nothing of value on these walkers that were just killed. They didn't devour the star crystals, and they didn't evolve the corpse crystals that could add strength to the evolvers. So Zhaoyin didn't dissect it. And next, no more human zombies were encountered along the way, but there were quite a few animal zombies. Zhaoyin avoided all of them with his speed. Most of the animals had a physical advantage, and it was extremely troublesome to deal with them after they turned into zombies. Roar, 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 squeaky. From a distance, Zhaoyin heard a stray sound of fighting and slowed down. A skinny monkey was jumping up and down. The monkey's face was full of fear. Dozens of zombie monkeys surrounded it and were frantically attacking it. They no longer recognized their former counterparts, and their dead fish-white eyes are full of desire for fresh flesh and blood. Zhaoyin didn't mean to save the little monkey. It would never die that easily. When Zhaoyin met it in his previous life, it had already grown to C rank and was the king of this area. Zhaoyin hid behind a broken wall and took out a gas mask from his spatial ring and put it on his face, followed by taking out the grain of strong ecstasy incense, crushing it with the hilt of his knife and wrapping it inside the toilet paper. Next, Zhaoyin calmly observed the development of the situation and stood ready at any time. Squeaky. The little monkey bounced and moved between the rocks, and although it was extremely fast, the large number of zombie monkeys forced the little monkey to only wail in terror. For some reason, Zhaoyin suddenly had a feeling as if that little monkey was not willing to harm the zombie monkeys. Soon, a zombie monkey scratched the little monkey's thigh, and it burst into a very human cry. Just in this distraction, the little monkey's tail was grabbed by another zombie monkey and lifted it straight up. The zombie monkey opens its mouth and bites at the little monkey's ass. It was then that the change occurred. The little monkey squeaked and screamed. A leg not much bigger than a baby's suddenly swelled up and in the blink of an eye became the size of an adult monkey, violently stomping backward. Bang! The zombie monkey that grabbed it was kicked straight out, its head hitting a piece of green stone and shattering violently like a watermelon. The little monkey froze, clearly not adjusting to the change, one of his long legs standing in the golden cockerel position, the other appearing like a little toothpick. Zhaoyin, who was hiding behind a rock in the distance and peeking, stared, and at this moment, completely confirmed the identity of this monkey. It was the same mutant monkey from a previous life. When the monkeys were at C rank, they were already able to giganticize their entire body, and now they had only just mutated and awakened. After the little monkey had killed a zombie monkey, it showed its teeth for a while and charged at the remaining zombie monkeys, but unfortunately, the zombie monkeys had no sense and were not afraid of its threat, and once again surrounded it, and so the earlier scene played out again. A group of zombie monkeys chased a small monkey, jumping up and down amongst the rocks as it wailed in terror once again. The difference is that with those long legs, its two legs are not coordinated at all. Instead of running faster, it slowed down in less than a minute. The little monkey already had multiple colors hanging all over its body, and its wailing and begging for mercy was of no use at all. Where would the zombie monkeys let go of the blood and flesh that was about to come into their mouths? Finally, the little monkey seemed to have been aroused by the hostility. His eyes became ferocious, and a monkey paw quickly expanded and fiercely grabbed the head of a zombie monkey. Bang! Straight up pinched. The little monkey at this moment was no longer the cowardly one from earlier, and his face was full of fierceness and ferocity. The little monkey's speed is extremely fast to meet the second zombie monkey. A slap directly burst head, but the little monkey's tears, but more and more flow. Zhaoyin looked at it quietly, as if he had seen himself in his previous life. In those post-apocalyptic beginnings, he had been afraid, cried, and grieved for the deaths of others, from fear to strength, and back again. The blood grows cold, and storms off to kill walkers, and people, in order to survive. In this cruel world, everyone is just trying to survive. That's all, including the mean monkey at this point. A few minutes later, all the zombie monkeys that had surrounded the little monkey were all killed, and there were miserable monkey corpses everywhere. It stood there frozen, shivering. It was as if he had just come to his senses and realized that he had killed so many of his kind. Though it didn't understand why these of its kind had suddenly become like this, the little monkey was covered in blood, and it cried again as it looked at the destruction of its entire pack. So much so that the little monkey didn't realize that a silhouette was slowly approaching behind him. Suddenly, it smelled a strange fragrance, and immediately afterward, it only felt a spinning of the sky and staggered down, seemed to realize something, then saw a pig-faced monster, grinning and approaching step by step. The pig-faced monster was, of course, Zhaoyin, who was wearing a gas mask. He smiled a particularly kind smile in order to give his first contracted beast A good impression, growing macaque, mutant beast of no rank. Strength 14, agility 17, stamina 9, spirit 7, bloodline talent, huge. Berserk, Zhaoying grabbed the little monkey's tail and lifted it up to stride away. When the little monkey awoke, it was in a small space, surrounded by concrete rubble, and just as it tried to move, it realized that it was tied up with a human. No, it's that pig-faced monster. The little monkey recognized his eyes and smiled abominably. Zhaoying saw that the little monkey had awakened, so he smiled even more kindly and took out a salt-baked chicken leg as if he was doing a magic trick, ripped open the package, and took a big bite. Want some? Zhaoying asked. Chewing on his cheeks, the little monkey sniffled and looked straight at the chicken leg. The mutant beasts in the post-apocalyptic world have been hungry for too long, Zhaoying said indifferently. Introduce myself. My name is Zhaoying. I'm your future master. And next, I'll make a contract on you. Of course, you can also not accept it and the contract will succeed just the same. But as my first contracted beast, I still want you to be willing. Accept it and follow me to eat and drink. Don't accept it, and have nothing to eat in the future. Zhaoying walked forward after saying that, and put one hand on the little monkey's head, directly releasing the spirit of the alien contract. An invisible chain slowly probed out from Zhaoying's palm, forcing its way into the little monkey's head. This was the power of the SSS-ranked psychic ability. No matter how powerful a mutant beast was, even if it was of the imperial level in his previous life, as long as it was given to Zhaoying for a minute, it could only obediently become his contracted beast. The biggest drawback of a contracted soul was that it could not add any battle power to itself until it obtained a powerful contracted beast, but once it grows, there is no alien power comparable to it. In his previous life, when Lin Tianfeng had just gotten his powers, he had almost died several times or relied on Zhaoying to survive. But in the end, after Lin Tianfeng had grown up, even if he met the same SSS-level powers, most of them would have to bow down to him. The top SSS-class exalts can be compared to Imperial-class mutant beasts. The Lin Tianfeng of his previous life, on the other hand, had cultivated up 2 Emperor levels. At this moment, the chain formed by the contracted soul disappeared into the little monkey's body, so Zhaoying felt its presence, and immediately after, directly heard the little monkey's heart. Pig-faced monster, when the hell are you going to give me a chicken leg? Pop! Zhaoying slapped the little monkey on the head and his face darkened. From now on, I am your master. Remember, the little monkey covered its head with both hands, instinctively trying to glare angrily at the guy who hit it, but when it looked up and met Zhaoying's eyes, the anger in its heart instantly disappeared, and a kind of respect from the bottom of its heart naturally rose. At this moment, it felt that the guy in front of it was the closest person to it, and it needed to spend its whole life guarding, fighting for him, and being a licking dog for him, for his sake. Even if the fart-inflamed sun stuck a knife in it, I would not mind. Master. Me? I am hungry. The little monkey commiserated Zhaoying's face, then looked much better as he directly threw the chicken leg to it. Soon, Zhaoying learned from the little monkey's heart that when the end times came, it happened to fall into the zoo's reserve well. For a month, the monkey survived by eating moss and drinking well water. At this moment, it got the long-lost meat and swallowed it in 3 or 2 swallows, and then looked at Zhaoying pitifully. Zhaoying thought about it and took out the piece of sandwich bread again. The only piece of food that can restore the injury is this one. The little monkey was bruised and battered from fighting the group of zombie monkeys. Eat it, and go work with me afterward. Zhaoying threw it directly. The little monkey grabbed the bread and took a bite, his eyes going wide for a split second. The taste of the transcendent food prescribed by the star crystal was not comparable to any food before the end of the world. Fresh and delicious, melting in the mouth. It immediately gulped it down. Zhaoying quietly swallowed his saliva. The food that was opened in the star crystal, he didn't even bother to eat it himself. Secretly, he decided that he couldn't let this monkey build like this again. After the little monkey ate the bread, the wounds on his body suddenly radiated spots of light and began to heal as far as the naked eye could see. It seemed completely unfeeling and continued to look at Zhaoying pitifully. Master, I am still hungry. Hungry nigga, big stinky pussy. Hurry up and go work with me. Zhaoying cursed irritably, and now that he's poor, how can he allow this monkey to build like this? After saying that, Zhaoying used his spatial ring and began to collect the broken pieces of concrete blocking the door. Pre-apocalyptic food spoils quickly after a zombie outbreak until it disappears, and the supplies that humans rely on are replaced by a new species. The chicken leg just now are no longer fresh. There is still quite a lot of food in the villa. Zhaoying intends to go home and retrieve all of it, while now put it into the space ring to save it. There is still no problem to eat. He secretly planned to continue searching for star crystals once he retrieved his food. By now, it was like the temperature dropped down a lot more today. Similar to the pre-apocalyptic summer, probably in the 30s. Zhaoying led the little monkey out of the makeshift graveyard, and the zoo was filled with roaming animal zombies as several hours have passed since the early hours of the morning, and all the bodies have been zombified. Bear, A bull-thick zombie snake immediately spotted Zhaoyin and quickly swam over. Zhaoyin immediately opened the eye of true vision. Zombie snake, unevolved. Strength 10. Agility 12. Spirit 0, go. Finish it off. Zhaoyin directly took out the pig-killing knife and threw it to the little monkey. The little monkey got his orders and took the knife and stepped forward, but after it approached the zombie snake, its two short monkey legs suddenly trembled, and not waiting for the zombie snake to approach, the little monkey giggled and scurried back, shivering and hiding behind Zhaoyin. Master, I am afraid. What are you afraid of? Its attributes are a whole lot worse than yours. Zhaoyin directly grabbed the little monkey's neck and threw it towards the zombie snake with force. The little monkey screamed in fear, and before he could react, he saw a bloody mouth devouring towards him, so he hurriedly sank his body and narrowly avoided it. The zombie snake was left with only the instinct to hunt, and immediately wrapped itself around towards the little monkey. After missing a blow, the little monkey rolled on the ground to avoid it, squeaking and screaming, desperately calling for help in his heart. Master, help! Master, I'm dying. Master died. Sobby monkey, I'm not dead yet. Zhaoyin scolded. If you kill it, you'll be able to live and eat and drink with me in the future. If you can't kill it, you'll be its blood food. He pulled out a packet of corn sausage and tore open the package ready to eat it, only to realize it was already a little sour, but still, he took a bite and barred his lips. Smells good. The little monkey sniffled, and immediately looked like he was pumped with chicken blood. Master, eat slower, I'll kill this bastard zombie snake. The expression on its face went all ferocious, showing grinning, and one hand suddenly giganticized, ferociously grabbing the zombie snake 7 inches. Then the little monkey raised his killing knife and slashed. Click. The slash cut down a large chunk of the zombie snake's rotting flesh, spraying black plasma. Chop its head. If you want to kill a zombie, you can only chop the head. Zhaoyin pointed out from the side. The little monkey gave a forceful tug, and the zombie snake's huge body was pulled directly in front of it. Hands up. Click. The zombie snake's head was directly sliced off, and it didn't even twitch. It directly stopped moving after the little monkey killed the zombie snake. He ran his ass towards Zhaoyin. It had an excited face, and was even a bit dopey, completely unlike the ferocious mutant beast just now. Master, I killed that stinking snake. Zhaoyin patted its head. Good job. Remember, you're a powerful mutant beast. Zombies aren't even worthy of your shoes. The little monkey nodded his head repeatedly to show that he understood. The owner is praising it for being awesome, only its eyes, for a moment, did not leave the corn sausage in Zhaoyin's hand. Eat. Zhaoyin pulled out a corn sausage and handed it to the blear-eyed little monkey. It immediately tore open the package and ate it, not caring in the slightest about the food's lack of freshness, finishing it in 3 or 2 bites and looking blearily at Zhaoyin again. Zhaoyin pointed at the pig-killing knife it had thrown on the ground. Pick it up, and from now on, no putting it down without my order. In the end times, the knife is your life. The little monkey immediately obediently picked it up, but the expression on its face was clearly unimpressed. Don't believe me? Look back. Zhaoyin said. The little monkey looked back. 3 zombie wolves had appeared behind it at some point, and one of them had already bitten towards its neck. The little monkey instinctively slashed back, cutting off half of this zombie wolf's head, and the other 2 zombie wolves had already encircled, forming a flanking position left and right to bite at it. At this point, the little monkey could only come close to dealing with one. It's bound to get bitten by another one. Bang! A large knife suddenly slammed. The back of the knife landed on the head of the zombie wolf on the left that was closer to the little monkey. Bursting its head, the little monkey also stabbed a knife into the eye socket of the zombie wolf on the right, stirring it smartly and hard, and the zombie wolf stopped moving. The horror on its face didn't dissipate for a long time. In the wilderness, you must always keep a watchful eye on your surroundings. If your life is lost, even more food will not be eaten. Zhaoyin put away his bone chopper, but the rest of the corn sausage wasn't given back to the little monkey. It kept its head down, resentful, but too embarrassed to ask for it. Zhaoyin stepped forward with the bone chopper. In fact, he was deliberately cultivating this little monkey. He didn't want to be like Lin Tianfeng in his previous life, just using the contracted beasts as weapons. Once a contracted beast's mind was imprisoned, it would only become a killing tool, and in the future, when Zhaoyinjin met danger, it would be difficult for them to respond flexibly on their own. What Zhaoyin wanted more was for the little monkey to be able to handle things for him, like a human. In the future, early morning dew dampens the concrete and steel between the ruins, as well as broken glass, twisted metal doors and windows, and shattered tiles. The whole world, a barren, broken place. Zhaoyin saw a few new growth of green shoots. Overnight, the destruction of the world. Then enter a new cycle. From now on, everything will be different. Many new species will appear, with mutated animals and plants. There are mutated beasts that specialize in killing and eating meat. There are also food crops that mutate to near transcendence and feed most survivors. Survivors have lost their homes and have a new world of more dangerous, Yet infinite possibilities, most of the food is rotting and disappearing. But there are mutated beast meat and mutated fruit and vegetable grains. And even more possibilities like star crystals. Zhao reminisced about his past life and slowly walked out of the old zoo site roar. Not far from the roar of the zombies. At this time between the ruins of the heads of people surging, countless heads of zombies roaming in the aimless wandering. Although Guangzhou City is not big, but this is the downtown area. Without the cover of the building, the zombies are like the rural catching up with the big market. The downtown pedestrian street, densely packed. Once Zhao and the little monkey were exposed, they would be greeted by a siege of countless zombies, and would instantly be torn to pieces and become zombie stomach food. Shoo! Don't make a sound. Zhao made a silencing gesture to the little monkey. The little monkey's expression froze as he tiptoed behind Zhao. One person and one monkey avoided the dense zombie area, carefully using the cover of the broken wall, and slowly left. Finally, leaving the downtown area, the zombies ahead were no longer dense. As Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard the little monkey's heartbeat. Buns, big buns. Looking back, the little monkey was drooling, his eyes gazing straight up somewhere. A female zombie is on the road of necessity in front. The clothes on the body are torn and tattered, and a pair of round buns in front of the chest is swaying. Steamed buns, they must be delicious. The little monkey licked his mouth with a longing face. Zhao grabbed it by the ear and lowered his voice. That's not a steamed bun. It's a zombie. You can't eat it. It's just steamed buns. I've eaten them at the zoo before. The little monkey pointed at the female zombie, stubbornly communicating with his heart. Look, master, there is a red date on it. Roar! At that moment, at the end of the line of sight, two more walkers came along, a youth and a young boy, wandering not far from the female walker. It looks like they were a family of three when they were alive, gathered together even after becoming zombies, but with each other, long after recognizing the most important people in their lives. The clothes on all three walkers were in tatters, and the little boy's pants were long gone, revealing a small sparrow. As for what was revealed on that man, Zhao directly ignored it. Mostly, the young walker's was so big that he was a little ashamed of himself. You go and finish off those two adult zombies. Leave the little zombies to me. Zhao lowered his voice and ordered. Master, I'm afraid. The little monkey wimped out again. You're right. Those are steamed buns. Steamed buns with red dates. Kill them and let you eat them. Zhao seduced. The little monkey looked at Zhao skeptically. Really? Of course it's true. I swear. Zhao said seriously. Little monkey immediately carried a pig-killing knife and rushed towards the nearest female zombie like chicken blood. Zhao said behind him. Remember to cut off the head directly. Roar! The female zombie heard the footsteps and her whitened eyes looked over, her mouth revealing yellowed teeth and a necrotic roar that was like metal rubbing die. And the next moment, the female zombie fell into a frenzy and lunged at the little monkey. The little monkey easily avoided the female zombie's embrace, nimbly jumped behind the zombie, and stabbed out the killing knife. Pissed. The stab stabbed the female walker in the back of the waist. When it was pulled out, it brought out dark brown plasma, but the female zombie turned around as if nothing had happened and continued to pounce on the little monkey. Squeak squeak. The little monkey screamed in terror. It just remembered that its master had said that killing zombies should be decapitated, and jumped up and dodged to avoid it. This time, the other two zombies noticed the movement over here and all hissed and ran towards the little monkey. Ho ho ho! Squeak squeak! The little monkey screamed as his heart communicated with Zhao. Master, help! Stop screaming! Do you want to attract more walkers? Zhao cursed. Stupid monkey! I've told you to chop its head off. Do you understand chopping the head off? While cursing, Zhao rushed up with his bone chopper and blew the child zombie's head off with the back of his blade, followed by stopping the male zombie. Seeing this, the little monkey finally calmed down. It was enraged by the female zombie. The hand holding the killing knife suddenly became bigger and longer, and swung forward violently. Pissed. A knife split the female walker's head in half. Immediately afterward, it saw Zhao about to explode the male zombie's head. Master, let go of that zombie. Let me do it. It was afraid that its master wouldn't give it that steamed bun. And in a hurry, its two furry monkey legs expanded rapidly, and after it was giganticized, it blocked Zhao Yin's body with a robust step. Pissed. The killing knife stabbed into the eye socket of the male zombie, and the dark brown brain plasma sprayed Zhao Yin's face again. A battle simply ended. Master, can I eat that steamed bun now? The little monkey pointed at the female zombie and looked at Zhao Yin with a pleasing face. Zhao Yin wiped a handful of brain matter from his face and snapped, slapping the little monkey on the head. Just eat. He hadn't thought that the mighty and domineering mutant monkey from his previous life would be so stupid and gluttonous at the beginning of the end times. The little monkey didn't care when he received a slap and continued to stand in front of Zhao Yin with a pair of long legs, looking at him blearily. Go eat, Zhao Yin said with a glare. The little monkey was instantly happy, his long legs quickly shrinking as he bounced over to the female walker's body. It reached out its furry hand and grabbed it. Immediately afterward, The little monkey froze. Just because it's uneducated and a tiny monkey just 6 months old doesn't mean it's intellectually stupid, quickly realizing what was going on. Their faces fell, and they looked back at Zhaoyin with a sly grudge. Why don't you eat? Zhaoyin asked without any good humor. The little monkey retracted his hand in aggravation and lowered his head. All depressed after realizing that it was just a piece of meat from the female zombie's body, Zhaoyin took out a piece of bread that was already a bit moldy from his spatial ring. I don't have any steamed buns. There are still a few pieces of bread. The little monkey took the bread and was instantly happy again. It bounced around and nibbled on the bread, following Zhaoyin with its short legs along the way. He met a few more scattered zombies. Zhaoyin ordered the little monkey to go up and solve them, and with the reward of food, it gradually grew bolder. Sometimes there was even no need for Zhaoyin to command. The little monkey would take the initiative to charge forward and kill. 2 hours later, Zhaoyin finally took a detour back to the neighborhood. In the distance, he saw his family's villa, towering alone among the ruins. When a zombie was prowling outside the door, Zhaoyin immediately recognized that it was Dong Jun, the neighborhood security guard that he had personally killed, who had now become a member of the zombies. This time, Zhaoyin didn't let the little monkey do it again and personally stepped forward, cracking the zombie's head with the back of his blade. Immediately afterward, he opened the door and entered the home with the little monkey. All the supplies in the house are still there. No sign of them being touched. The zombie Dong army should probably be thanked for all of this stuff. It's just a shame that this time has passed and the food in the house has spoiled even more than Zhaoyin had expected. Quickly all stowed into the space ring. In the following days, Zhaoyin took the little monkey during the day and went out to kill zombies in search of star crystals. Now that the star crystals on the surface have all been devoured by the returning zombies, the only way to get them again is to take them out of the zombies. 3 days passed. Zhaoyin met a total of 9 zombies that had devoured star crystals and obtained 9 star crystals. The previous 7 star crystals opened a piece of sandwich bread, 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, a piece of instant noodles, a can of tuna, and a piece of compressed crackers, all F-rated food and water. In this regard, Zhaoyin didn't feel surprised. Most of the supplies that could be opened by star crystals in his previous life were the lowest level of food and water. And good luck, like 3 days ago, couldn't come often among them. Tuna and compressed cookies, both supplies that had not been opened 3 days ago. Canned tuna, grade F. Extraordinary food. Immunity to viruses up to grade F for 24 hours after consumption. Compressed crackers, grade F. Extraordinary food. Keeps you energized for 72 hours. At this moment, Zhaoyin held the 2-star crystals he had just obtained today and let out a long breath. For 3 days he didn't take the little monkey home to rest until late at night every day. This body was still an ordinary person, and the high intensity of killing had exhausted Zhaoyin. There are still 2-star crystals left. It would be great if we could open an evolution potion, Zhaoyin mentally whispered to the little monkey. The little monkey looked up at him. Not really understanding what an evolution potion was, Zhaoyin lazily ignored it and cracked open a piece of star crystal in his hand. The white light dispersed and a bottle of mineral water appeared in front of Zhaoyin's eyes. Sure enough, it's Farmer's Bounty again, the most useless product of the star crystal. Zhaoyin was speechless for a while and casually cracked open the second piece of star crystal. Then turned his head to look at the little monkey on the side. Still want to open food? The little monkey immediately nodded vigorously. It wasn't interested in the other supplies in the slightest, but it was like being possessed with transcendental food. Ever since the sandwich bread he had eaten that day, the little monkey had been drooling in his dreams. Okay, then open the food. Let you eat a piece of. Zhaoyin words a beat. Suddenly feel messy promises not good. The little monkey took a breath and his pupils dilated as he stared at Zhaoyin excitedly. After a beat, Zhaoyin said, "Here's a piece of regular bread." The little monkey sniffed, and was left listless, but it no longer had the guts to curse Zhaoyin in its heart. And now it had realized that the pig-faced monster master could hear its heart. Zhaoyin smiled. His mood improved after teasing the little monkey. That's what turned back to see what had opened up. In the next moment, Zhaoyin's eye center shrunk. It was a black potion. Evolution potion, grade F. Type of primary potion. After taking it, it can turn on human evolutionary genes and become a new human being. It's true that what you think comes to you. Has all luck changed since you were reborn? Even the introductory information for the Eye of True Sight is much longer. Zhaoyin directly took it up and happily said, loudly moving, "Monkey, I'll give you another piece of bread today." "No, 2 pieces. The little monkey looked at the evolution potion in his hand, could feel the fluctuations in his master's heart, and squeaked twice in a listless manner. After Zhaoyin threw the little monkey 2 pieces of moldy bread, he quickly locked the door to his room and put all the transcendental food in his spatial ring, took all but the can of tuna that was immune to the virus. In the little monkey's pitiful eyes, Zhaoyin tore open the packaging of all the transcendent food and swallowed it in one big gulp. The little monkey was frozen, and the moldy bread in his hand unconsciously fell to the ground. It drooled 3 feet and looked at its master incredulously. 2 days ago the master also said that these transcendental foods were kept for emergency backup, so why eat them all? Didn't Master say that the transcendental food could save the little monkey and his own life at a critical time? So, the Master keeps it all for himself and doesn't give a single piece to the little monkey. Zhao Yun was still eating transcendent food, and in fact, all he wanted was the ability to ward off hunger. In his previous life, Zhao Yun got the first bottle of evolution potion, and at that time, he did not know the side effects, and when the potency broke out, he ate all the food that he and Lin Tianfeng had accumulated for half a year at one time, and still almost starved to death. That horrible feeling of hunger, Zhao Yun could still endure, but the damage done to his body due to insufficient nutrition would require 10 days of recuperation to heal. The zombies should have evolved in the past 2 days, and Zhao Yun didn't have that much time to delay, so he chose to eat most of the transcendent food. This time, the zombies outside, except for the ones that were lucky enough to swallow the star crystals, ordinary zombies were about to form corpse crystals in their bodies. The corpse crystals could not only raise the evolutionary strength for Zhao Yun, but also for the little monkey. After he consumed the evolutionary potion, he really had some self-protection ability when facing those zombies. After Zhao Yun finished the transcendental food, he took out 5 more bottles of non-fuzanquan and gulped down 3 bottles, only stopping when his stomach became round. The little monkey on the side gulped. Zhao Yun said, "When I become an evolved person, tomorrow we'll go kill more zombies. And when we get transcendent food again, we'll definitely let you eat it first." The little monkey looked at him with disbelieving eyes. Zhao Yun took out nearly 100 pounds of spoiled ordinary food from within his spatial ring again, and piled them all in front of him for backup. Then, he directly opened the evolutionary potion. Gulp. The medicine flowed down his throat, and intense pain spread rapidly throughout Zhao Yun's body, and every muscle in his body seemed to be crushed and reorganized. At the same time, Zhao Yun's body, which was visible to the naked eye, was wasting away, his round belly slowly shrinking, and the transcendent food he had eaten was being consumed rapidly. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yun's body was red, sweating like a gushing spring, spots of black stains overflowed down his pores, and in an instant, the room was filled with an unpleasant odor. This terrible pain, ordinary people are difficult to withstand. The previous life is said to be many people cannot withstand and suicide. There are some willpower is not firm, directly by the pain of death. Zhao Yun clenched his teeth and stifled a muffled grunt that could not be held back from between his mouth and nose. His face was all twisted, and with a trembling hand, he reached out, grabbed the Nongfu Shanquan in front of him, drank it all in one gulp, and immediately afterward, began to tear the bags of spoiled food. The little monkey saw Zhao Yun's hands shaking and rushed over to help tear the packaging. It actually didn't steal any food, and all of the food that it opened, it fed into Zhao Yun's mouth, and then filled his mouth with water. At this point, this monkey, like serving his own father who was bedridden. After an hour, Zhao Yun's body finally stopped trembling and the pain was subsiding. 2 hours later, even though Zhao Yun had eaten transcendental food, and 50 to 60 pounds of ordinary food, both cheeks were sunken in from wasting away. 3.5 hours later, after eating all of the more than 100 pounds of food, Zhao Yun lay down on the bed in a state of weakness and directly passed out. Before passing out, he commands to the little monkey, "Protect me, and when I wake up, take you to the transcendental food." The little monkey grabbed Zhao Yun's bone chopper and crouched down in front of the bed, not taking a step away. Looks well behaved like a child. Roar! A dozen kilometers away from Zhao Yun's villa, a middle-aged man-like zombie peeled away the concrete and grabbed a piece of star crystal lying on its back and hissing die, and the next moment, it directly tilted its head back and swallowed it. The dozen or so zombies surrounding the side, although they were all restless, none of them dared to go up and grab it. This was the second star crystal that this zombie had swallowed, and it was stronger than any zombie in the neighborhood. The injuries on the middle-aged zombie had long been restored and complete, and at this time, the body was expanding with the naked eye, and in the air, the unknown substances brought by the meteorite, as if being pulled by the star crystal in its body, were rapidly filling its physique. A few minutes later, the middle-aged zombie had grown to over 2 meters tall. The suit on his body has long been broken, revealing a gnarled muscles, bulging, like iron plate-like pectoral muscles, bucket-like thick big arms, pants under a large strip or small arm thickness. Terrifying aura explodes on it. In the meantime, the zombies everywhere are stirring, and the first evolved zombies are starting to appear. Even the zombies that hadn't swallowed the star crystals or flesh and blood, most of their bodies were back in one piece, slowly in the process of changing. At this point, most of the survivors are still hiding in various corners, with a small number coming out of shelters, either running out of food or not wanting to sit around and wait for death. In short, they chose to brave the end times. There are mutant beasts that have begun to capture survivors to feed on, and there are mutant beasts that feed on walkers, and of course, can become food for both walkers and survivors. In front of Zhao Yun's villa, a green shoot from 3 days ago had grown to a meter high not far from the shore of a man-made lake, an emerald green. Zhao Yun woke up ghostly, and it was already the next morning, feeling his body sit up without much effort. Zhao Yun clenched his fists. a power flowing through his body. The feeling of being an evolved person in his previous life returned. Squeak! The little monkey happily jumped up and down in front of Zhao Yin's bed, dancing with his hands and his heart. The master didn't die. Too good. The master actually didn't die. Too good. There will be something to eat again in the future. Snap! Zhao Yin slapped the little monkey on the head originally, listening to the first half of its sentence. Zhao Yin was still very relieved, feeling that at least in this world, there was still a monkey that cared about him, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, I really wanted to slap the gluttonous monkey to death. Just know how to eat. Zhao Yin scolded. The little monkey covered his head and looked at him timidly, feeling a pang of hunger. Zhao Yin took out the ordinary few compressed cookies from his spatial ring and ate them with mineral water. The only transcendental food left in hand today was the all-important tuna. And of the ordinary food, only the compressed cookies had not spoiled too badly. The little monkey looked at him blearily. Master, I'm hungry too. Zhao Yin remembered the scene before the coma. This little monkey desperately helped himself to feed food. It did not steal food at all. So, casually threw two of the worst spoiled ham sausages. Zhao Yin no longer bothered with the little monkey and opened the eye of true vision, observing his evolved self. Human male, ability awakened, class F evolutionary, strength 15, agility 17, physical strength 13, mental strength 24, life countdown 29,920 days. Compared to before evolution, the overall attributes exceeded those of ordinary people by a factor of 2, and even their lives had been extended by more than 20 years. If nothing happens, Zhao Yin will live to be over 100 years old. The strength and stamina were a few points more than in his previous life when he had just evolved, which should be the result of the transcendental food he had eaten before evolving. Zhao Yin was satisfied and threw 2 more ham sausages to the little monkey. Now that the little monkeys are no longer as hungry as they were at the beginning, their mouths have picked up and they no longer gobble up spoiled ham hocks. It quietly looked towards Zhao Yin, who was eating compressed cookies, its eyes full of aggression. Give it back to me if you don't want to eat it. Do you know how many people are starving right now? Zhao Yin blared. In fact, he wouldn't give the monkeys sour ham hocks and moldy bread if he could have better food. I have to save the lighter deteriorated cookies and such for myself, so I have to give this to the monkeys. Zhao Yin chided. Do you know how many mutant beasts are envious of you? Many of them. They can't even eat moss right now. There are an unknown number of mutant beasts that are smarter and more loyal than you, yet they all have to starve to death. Do you know how lucky you are to have a master like me? The little monkey's expression turned horrified, nodding his head repeatedly. Master, I don't dislike the food you rewarded me with. Delicious, delicious. It chewed away, trying to look like it was eating as much as possible. It seemed to be afraid that Zhao Yin would go find other smarter and more loyal mutant beasts and give up on this useless little monkey of his. Only then did Zhao Yin nod in satisfaction. Eat your fill and come work with me. He turned around and started to pack up his things. The food and water had long been put into the spatial ring. Pots and pans, clothes and bedding, as long as they could be taken away. Zhao Yin loaded them all into the spatial ring. Next, Zhao Yin wasn't going to come back. The nearby zombies that had devoured star crystals had basically been killed by him and the little monkey in the past few days. If you want to continue searching for star crystals, you can only go out farther, and it is no longer practical to come back. N times. What is home? As he left the villa, Zhao Yin looked back. The villa was left by his parents when they were alive and sheltered him for 2 lifetimes. Returning later, the place might have long been destroyed by mutant beasts or zombies, or perhaps occupied by other survivors. Zhao Yin thought about it, but left the key in front of the door. It wasn't that he was so well-meaning, but he didn't want the survivors to smash the gate. After all, it was a relic left by his parents. The nearby zombies had all been killed by Zhao Yin in the past few days, and there were scattered zombies roaming over again. After a few zombies instantly spotted Zhao Yin and the little monkey and immediately rushed this way. Zhao Yin tightened the bone chopper in his hand, and his body suddenly rushed forward. Nowadays, his physique that exceeded that of an unusual person by a factor of 2 allowed him to be incredibly explosive. His already extremely fast speed, coupled with the increase of his E-ranked equipment, the fishing net socks, made his figure so fast that his eyes blurred, and a gust of wind was set off directly behind him. Bang! Before a zombie could react, it was shot in the head by Zhao Yin, and it was only then that several other zombies sensed Zhao Yin's presence and hissed as they lunged at him. In the eyes of today's Zhao Yin, they were as slow as shit, and swung the bone chopper with a few pops. Pfft! All smashed in the head. Dark brown brain matter sprayed everywhere. Zhao Yin put away his bone chopper and stood there, wiping away the dirt on his face as a wave of bravado rose up in his heart. In his previous life, after he got the evolution potion, these zombies had long since evolved to be more powerful and could only carefully beg to live. Nowadays, with the strength of an F-class evolver, he was completely crushed against the unevolved zombies. The zombies are too weak. Behind him, the little monkey carrying a curly-mouthed pig-killing knife, which came running on his ass, saw the scene in front of him froze in place. Then it looked at its master with a face full of adoration, and its heart was muttering, Master has been greedy for life and fear of death for the past few days. Why has he suddenly become so fierce? Immediately afterward, the little monkey remembered that his master could hear his heart and looked up just in time to meet Zhao Yin's unkind gaze. The little monkey hastily clutched his head and begged heartily, "Master, don't hit me. I didn't mean to talk about your master." Zhao Yin no longer paid attention to this broken-mouthed monkey, and stepped forward to use his bone chopper. Bearing the zombie's shattered head, bending down, he picked up a peanut-sized crystal from the dark brown brain matter. Then he took out a rag from the space ring and wiped it clean before placing it in his hand. The crystal was white in color and appeared translucent, just like the sheep's fat white jade before the end of the world. At this time in the dim daylight, reflecting the beautiful light. Sure enough, these zombies, some of them had already evolved corpse crystals, those zombies that had devoured the star crystals. How far should they have evolved by now? Class F or E? Zhao Yin recalled that there was another type of zombie in his previous life that had been extremely lucky and had devoured more than one star crystal at the beginning of the end times, and it was completely beyond the ability of any survivor at that time to cope with it. The survivors called them zombie kings. It wasn't until later that the SSS class alien powerhouse came into the limelight, and many powerful people joined forces in order to finish off the zombie king. However, in his previous life in this area, there hadn't been a zombie king, so he and the little monkey shouldn't be able to encounter it for the time being. Next, Zhao Yin directly crushed the corpse crystal in his hand. An unknown energy drilled down into his body along the center of his hand. The next moment there was no feeling, and Zhao Yin looked at his body. Human male. Ability awakened. Class F evolutionary. Evolutionary degree 100/0.01, strength 15. Agility 17. Physical strength 13. Mental strength 24. Life countdown, 29,923 days. Consuming a normal corpse crystal increased the evolution by a pitifully small amount. If Zhao Yin wanted to become an E-class evolver, he would need to consume 10,000 of these ordinary corpse crystals, but if he were to switch to F-class corpse crystals, 100 of them would allow him to evolve to E-class, and for E-class corpse crystals, he would only need one. The corpse crystals have a 100-fold energy bonus for every level up. Zhao Yin peeled back the heads of a few other corpses, and no corpse crystals evolved. The evolutionary speed of these zombies was incomparably terrifying, and it wouldn't be long before zombie crystals evolved in the heads of all zombies, and even F-classes might appear. He took the little monkey with him and carried the bone chopper and continued on. From time to time, he was able to collect a corpse crystal, and Zhao Yin's strength was slowly growing. Evolution 100/0.02. Evolution 100/0.03. Evolution 100/0.18. Everything is organized. In front of them was an old school site, and thousands of zombies were blacked out at a glance. Zhao Yin was startled, and wanted to bring the little monkey to go around, but suddenly his footsteps lurched, and he looked toward one of the female zombies wearing a school uniform. Female zombie. No rank. Evolution 100/98. Strength 18. Agility 11. Spirit 0. It was actually a zombie that was about to evolve to F-class. Zhao Yin could be sure that this zombie had evolved so quickly that there must be star crystals present in its body, and there was also a corpse crystal that was about to reach F-class, all of which he needs at the moment. Monkey, do you want to eat transcendent food? Zhao Yin asked in a low voice. Immediately, the little monkey's eyes lit up and looked over with bated breath. Zhao Yin pointed at the female zombie and lowered his voice. See? That's a zombie carrying a star crystal. The little monkey turned his head and stared blankly at the black mass of zombies. You go lure the other walkers away. I'll kill that one. Get the star crystal and we'll run together. Zhao Yin compelled. If it opens with food, as long as it's not healing or antivirus properties, I'll share half of it with you. The little monkey gulped and communicated with Zhao Yin in a heartfelt voice. Master, if I get caught by a zombie, you have to save me. Zhao Vagina, don't worry. As long as I still have breath, I will never let you die first. Over the past few days, the little monkey had followed Zhao Yin to kill zombies and had gradually mastered his alien ability, and his legs quickly swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, they turned back into that pair of long legs that Zhao Yin was familiar with. Squeak! The little monkey let out a scream and instantly rushed out and behind the broken wall where Zhao Yin was hiding. His big long legs jumped several meters high and flew wildly around the periphery of the zombie group. Roar! 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 The quiet world, like a drop of water poured into a boiling frying pan, hissed deafeningly. All the zombies were enraged by the monkey's provocation and frantically headed for the chase. The little monkey's speed was extremely fast, and from Zhao Yin's angle, he could only make out a red buttock fluttering up and down, frantically fleeing around the schoolyard, screaming in terror from time to time. Only the female zombie didn't move. It had just devoured the star crystal not long ago and the energy in its body was still saturated. So for the time being, there was no craving for flesh and blood like the other zombies. It was precisely because Zhao Yin understood this that he had asked the little monkey to attract the zombies. Help! Master, help! The corpses behind the little monkey gathered more and more. and screamed in fear again and again. From time to time it draws a cold shot and turns around to take one out. Followed by a quick escape. Xiaoyin ignored the little monkey's cries for help and waited for the last few zombies around the female zombie to go far away. Then unfolded his body and ran forward furiously, his speed soaring to the extreme. In fact, Xiaoyin understood that he was making the little monkey fight for his life. It was impossible for a classless mutant beast to hold out for long when it used its powers. As soon as the little monkey lost those long legs, it would become a blood meal for the zombies in no time. The gusts of wind whistled past Xiaoyin's ears, and when he was still 7 or 8 meters away from the female zombie, his body jumped up and raised his bone chopper high, slashing at the female zombie's head. Only then did the female zombie seem to sense something and slowly looked up at Xiaoyin, who was descending from the sky. Her dead fish-like eyes were without any ripples, and she only relied on her instincts to raise her hand to grab the bone chopper that was coming her way. Click. This knife directly severed the right hand of the female zombie with its wrist, and its body directly fell out violently under the effect of the huge force. When Xiaoyin's body landed, it instantly bounced up again, and the bone chopper slashed out a cracking sound as it viciously chopped down. Roar! The female zombie didn't know what dodging was, and directly opened her mouth and bit. Click! The bone chopper in Xiaoyin's hand was actually bitten by it. The blade slit both corners of its mouth and dark brown blood flowed, those 2 rows of yellowish sharp teeth, directly piercing through the blade. It was obvious that this zombie had evolved from its teeth, and its teeth had already reached F-class. Xiaoyin didn't intend to draw the knife at all, and without hesitation, he let go of his hand, while the butterfly knife in his spatial ring appeared within his palm. With the speed bonus of the fishing net socks, Xiaoyin arrived behind the female zombie with a flash of his body, and the butterfly knife in his hand was like cutting tofu, easily severing its neck. Immediately after that, Xiaoyin turned around and grabbed the female zombie's hair, took the head straight off. At this time, the bone chopper was still bitten in its mouth. Monkey, run! Run back! Xiaoyin shouted. In the distance, the little monkey's legs were trembling. The zombies beside it were uncountable, and in just a few minutes, it had used up almost all the energy in its body. Seeing the human head carried in his master's hand, the little monkey squeaked in excitement and turned around to run towards Xiaoyin's side. Master, don't forget to promise me transcendental food. It was planning to communicate with its master heartily when it suddenly saw that Xiaoyin had already taken a step and used its speed to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye, it couldn't see its shadow. The little monkey was full of questions. Didn't he say that as long as he had breath, he wouldn't let himself die first? Xiaoyin ran out 5 kilometers in one breath, which gave him a sense of security, and poof, directly threw the female zombie's head to the ground, and sat on his butt to breathe heavily. The reason for having the little monkey follow him back was that the way he came was more familiar, and that stupid monkey wouldn't be dead, would it? Click, click, the head under his ass. Still biting hard on the chopper, Xiaoyin gripped the hilt of the blade and drew it out to see that the bone chopper was covered in rolled up iron slag, and the bones of the blade that could be subjected to force had already been bitten off. The IT doesn't seem to be working. Xiaoyin's heart ached for a moment, and finding a long weapon that was handy became an immediate priority again. Squeak! The little monkey finally chased after him, his giganticized legs, which at some point turned into little short legs. It was bleeding from its big right arm and chest. Master! Master! I'm back! When it saw Xiaoyin, the gloom on the monkey's face disappeared in an instant and it ran towards Xiaoyin with great excitement. Xiaoyin coughed and looked at this trusting monkey, suddenly feeling a little guilty in his heart. Little monkey, for all your hard work, I've decided to reward you. The little monkey looked at Xiaoyin with an excited face and patted his ass. I knew master wouldn't let me work for nothing. Xiaoyin took out the bone chopper sword that he had just put away, raised it high, and slammed it hard at a meteorite on the ground. The little monkey was wondering what on earth his master was doing when there was a clunk, and the bone chopper, which had already broken the bones of the blade, fell off the hilt. Xiaoyin held the 1.5 meter long threaded steel hilt and generously handed it to the little monkey. Take it, your new weapon. The little monkey jumped back and forth in excitement. His master's prize-killing knife had long since rolled up its mouth, and it simply wouldn't work after a battle just now. It took the rebar handed over by Xiaoyin and waved it a few times, its dark eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, master. You're too good to me. Xiaoyin let the little monkey continue to be excited alone and took out the head of the female zombie under his butt. At this moment, the head of this zombie that was about to evolve to F-class was still alive, and its teeth were still clicking and biting the air. Xiaoyin kicked the head to the feet of the little monkey, pointed and commanded, try the power and smash it. The little monkey, who had been looking for something to try out his new weapon, raised the steel rod and slammed it down, barking. The female zombie's head was smashed like a watermelon, and her brain paste was all over the place. Xiaoyin personally stepped forward and took out 2 crystals in the brain matter. One of them was a circle larger than a peanut rice, like sheep's fat white jade. It was the corpse crystal of a female zombie. It was just a hair's breadth away from an F-class corpse crystal. The other piece, of course, was Xiaoyin's favorite star crystal. Xiaoyin thought about it and didn't immediately absorb the corpse crystal. his eyes looking towards the little monkey who was carefully wiping the steel rod's brain at that moment. It moved with incomparable seriousness, treating the new weapon rewarded by its master with the same tenderness that Zhao had treated those little lovers before the end of the world. Nowadays, if Zhao himself wanted to evolve to E rank, he would still need nearly 100 F rank corpse crystals, but if this corpse crystal was given to the little monkey, it might be able to make it successfully evolve from no rank to F rank. The classless little monkey's physical attributes were already comparable to an F-class evolver, and if it evolved to F-class, it could definitely fuck with an E-class zombie. Growing the little monkey's strength was growing Zhao Yin's own strength. Little monkey, I said that as long as you work well, you will be heavily rewarded. Here, take this. Zhao Yin directly threw the corpse crystal over. The little monkey had previously seen Zhao Yin absorb corpse crystals and vaguely knew that this thing could grow in strength. Moreover, this was a corpse crystal produced by a zombie that was about to evolve to level 1. And he didn't expect his master to give it to himself with weapons and corpse crystals again. The little monkey was moved to tears and bowed to Zhao Yin with his hands folded. Don't be in a hurry to absorb it. I'll build a bunker for you. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he used his spatial ring to collect concrete on the spot and quickly built a grave bag. He grabbed the little monkey by the neck and threw it right in, then sealed the entrance and exit. That way, even if there was some movement, it wouldn't disturb the nearby walkers. Next, Zhao Yin no longer paid any attention to the little monkey and held the star crystal with a fierce force. Click. The powerful force of an F-class evolutionary instantly pinched the star crystal and a ball of white light appeared in Zhao Yin's hand. Waiting for the white light to dissipate, a green pill appeared within the palm. Talent elixir, grade B. Increases the strength of 1 talent. Zhao Yin's heart jumped. It was actually a B-grade pill. He had eaten the talent Dan in his previous life, and when he shoved it directly into his mouth, a sweet flavor melted in his mouth and down his throat. In the next moment, Zhao Yin's mind was empty, and an indescribable clarity surged into his heart. Human male. Ability awakened. Class F evolutionary. Evolutionary degree 100/0.39. Strength 15. Agility 17. Physical strength 13. Spirit 24. Talent, Class B shooting. Life countdown, 29,923 days. This talent pill that enhanced the amplification for Zhao Yin was actually a shooting talent. Human beings are born with all kinds of talents. They just have strengths and weaknesses. This time, Zhao Yin had a feeling that whether it was guns or bows, he could skillfully operate them. Even dumping those professional athletes before the end of the world by 18 streets. Zhao Yin had the urge to immediately get a long-range weapon. However, opening a long-range weapon from a star crystal was difficult to realize for the time being, so it was only possible to start with a normal weapon. Soon, Zhao Yin remembered something. In his previous life, he happened to hear someone mention that there was a target shooting range in the city of Guangzhou, and the owner had a sniper rifle collection in his office when he was alive. It was an M82A1, known as the king of sniper rifles, with a range of up to 2 kilometers, and bullets that could easily penetrate armored vehicles up to 1,000 meters away and easily penetrate target buildings. With Zhao Yin's shooting talent nowadays, he was completely able to manage it with ease. Boom! The grave bag behind Zhao Yin suddenly shook, and a casserole-sized fist violently sent a piece of concrete flying, followed by a terrifying figure slowly crawling out. It was a full 2 meters tall, covered in golden hair. Its muscles were like the roots of an old tree, and one of its arms was as thick as Zhao Yin's waist. Zhao Yin subconsciously opened the eye of true vision. Growing macaque, Class F mutant. Strength 28. Agility 36. Stamina 24. Spirit 9. Bloodline talent, huge. Berserk, as expected. He was not disappointed, and the little monkey managed to evolve to F rank. All of the attributes, except for spiritual power, were almost twice as much as Zhao Yin's. Facing the behemoth in front of him, Zhao Yin still couldn't help but feel his heart trembling even though he had prepared for it. Nowadays, the little monkey was capable of being completely gigantic, and even if Zhao Yin used all of his equipment, he wouldn't necessarily be able to fuck it up. Hoo! The little monkey shook the sandy soil all over his body with great force, and it suddenly spilled all over Zhao Yin. Snapping, Zhao Yin jumped up and slapped the little monkey on the head. Can you stand it? You just evolved and you don't put me in your eyes? The monkey hastily shrunk back to its original form, instinctively clasping its head with both hands and communicating mentally. I'm sorry, master. It's too dark in there. I'm scared. So it made itself out. Zhao Yin hooked his finger, and the little monkey immediately ran his ass to his feet, making a bow with both hands to curry favor. Zhao Yin carefully surveyed the little monkey that had regained its appearance. It looked a whole lot bigger compared to before it evolved. Come on. Come with me to kill walkers and try out your new powers. Master, I'm hungry again. The little monkey tugged at Zhao Yin's pants leg. Zhao Yin thought about it, and it really hadn't eaten much today. In fact, the best food for mutant beasts was mutant beast meat. But unfortunately, Zhao Yin had only met the little monkey, a mutant beast, since the end of the world. Otherwise, Otherwise, Zhao Yin would still not give it the beast meat to go eat, and would only have one more contracted beast by his side. Zhao Yin sensed the supplies in his spatial ring, and there wasn't much food left, solely the worst stale bread was taken out in order. 6 pieces in all, and all of them were thrown to the little monkey, watching it gulp. Zhao Yin also took out a piece of compressed cookie and chewed on it with the mineral water. One person and one monkey ate and drank enough, and once again embarked on the road to kill zombies, with the destination being the target shooting range in Zhao Yin's memory to eye in the post-apocalyptic world. The only way to survive is to keep killing, material and strength. Always at the core. As we walked along, time passed without us realizing it. Song Xiaojian, go lure those zombies away. It'll be safe for your sister and I to go in. Outside the mostly collapsed hitting range, Wang Quan hid behind a half-meter-high piece of concrete and said in a commanding tone to Song Xiaojian beside him, Brother Wang, the food has all been eaten by you. My brother has not eaten anything for a few days, and he just killed that zombie. Almost had an accident. He can't do it again. Before Song Xiaojian could finish his words, he was coldly interrupted by Wang Quan. I ate that food because I want to nurse my wounds. Besides, the food was originally given to you by me. Now that my body hasn't recovered yet, if Song Xiaojian doesn't go, is it you who will go? Song Xiaodao wanted to say something else, but Song Xiaojian raised his hand to stop her. Song Xiaojian raised his eyes to Wang Quan. Brother Wang, you were the one who brought Xiaodao and I into that office in the first place. Our 2 siblings have always been very grateful for that, and I won't argue if you say that you gave me that food, but I really can't run anymore, and if I die here, who's going to be left to run your errands for you in the future? All I know is that if no one distracts those zombies, all 3 of us will starve to death here. Wang Quan said indifferently, his left hand quietly feeling behind him. Let's go look somewhere else. Brother Wang, please. Song Xiaojian's face was pale, his lips were dry and cracked, and his speech was breathless. There's fucking zombies everywhere, and after half a day of searching, this is the only place that hasn't collapsed cleanly, so where else can we go? Wang Quan suddenly pulled a dagger from behind him, smoothly. He set it on Song Xiaodao's neck. If you don't go, I'll kill your sister. Little dagger. Song Xiaojian was startled. Brother Wang, what are you doing? Let go of little dagger. Brother, I can't help it. I'm sorry, if you don't go we'll all have to die. It's the only thing we can do. Wang Quan said grimly. On weekdays, although Wang Quan spoke in an overbearing manner, he was after all the savior of the 2 siblings. How could they have expected the other to do such a thing? Brother Wang, let go of me. Song Xiaodao struggled violently. We can't let my brother go again. I can even run faster than him now. Besides, Brother Wang, isn't your leg fine too? Why don't you go? Snap. Wang Quan heavily slapped Song Xiaodao in the face. The little girl's tender cheeks were instantly swollen high, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. I didn't fucking tell you to talk. Wang Quan's eyes glared menacingly over. Song Xiaodao instantly froze, seeming to be somewhat confused as to how people could flip so quickly. Roar, roar, roar. A few zombies not far away, startled by the sound of the slap, quickly ran this way. Wang Quan also did not expect that he would attract the attention of the zombies. His face changed dramatically, and shouted in a trembling voice, Song Xiaojian, if you don't go, your sister and I will also die here. Whether it's you who will die or you 2 siblings who will die, think about it clearly yourself. Song Xiaojian's face instantly turned pale, and he barely had a choice. Brother, you can't go. Song Xiaodao said with tears in his eyes. Song Xiaojian smiled miserably, suddenly not knowing exactly what to say to his sister again. He had so many things on his mind, more than he could say in a lifetime, that he didn't know which one to say first. Before Mom and Dad died, I promised them that I would protect you as long as I still had breath. Song Xiaojian said. As the words fell out, Song Xiaojian didn't dare to look at his sister's eyes, and stared at Wang Quan dead in the face and said, Brother Wang, I hope you'll be nicer to my sister, or else, even if I turn into a zombie, I'll never let you go. Don't worry about it, Dagger is still a child. What can I do to her? Wang Quan said as he changed into a smiling face. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the approaching walkers and urged, Go! Song Xiaojian no longer hesitated, turning around and rushing out of the bunker. Brother! Song Xiaodao tried to shout, but Wang Quan tightly covered his mouth. She struggled desperately, only to watch as the last of her loved ones in the post-apocalyptic world left without looking back. Roar! When the few zombies saw Song Xiaojian, all of them went crazy, taking stiff steps to quickly chase after them. Song Xiaojian ran between the uneven ruins, his feet stumbling. All he wanted was to lure the zombies farther away. It's the only way to keep your sister alive. In fact, Song Xiaojian knew that as long as Wang Quan met danger, he would definitely let Song Xiaojian die first. Behind Song Xiaojian, the zombies gathered more and more, and the nearby corpses were attracted to the area, and as the commotion grew louder and louder, zombies from further away heard the sound and rushed to. At this time, When Wang Quan saw Song Xiaojian go far away, a smile flowed from the corner of his mouth and he finally let go of Song Xiaojian. Don't worry, I won't let you die. When I bring you to a safe place, I'll sell you for a good price. Song Xiaodao didn't shout. Looking at the direction where her brother disappeared, shedding silent tears, she realized that if she attracted any more walkers, her brother would have died for nothing. She would live well and live for her brother, live longer than anyone else. Come on, go inside and find some food. Wang Quan patted his ass and stood up. Striding toward the mostly collapsed range gate, Song Xiaodao turned back and stared at Wang Quan's back. At this moment, the 12-year-old girl, all that was left in her eyes was hatred. She followed without a word. Zhaoyin saw a black wave of corpses from afar. More than the ones at the school earlier, densely packed with at least 5,000 or 6,000. Chasing a teenager. Zest. Zhaoyin couldn't help but burst out in his previous life. No one actually told him that there would be a wave of corpses on this side of the shooting range, and he hurriedly took the little monkey to avoid it. And as for going to save that teenager, Zhaoyin didn't even think about it. Bad luck. Zhaoyin cursed in his heart, not understanding how an ordinary teenager who wasn't even an evolutionary could have attracted so many waves of corpses. Zhaoyin and the little monkey circled far away, waiting for the teenager to bring the tide of corpses far away, and then circled around to the outside of the shooting range. This time, there was not a single zombie left in the vicinity, and it seemed that the teenager had intentionally taken all the zombies away. Zhaoyin became more and more puzzled. Was that teenager crazy? Soon Zhaoyin stopped thinking about it. There were all kinds of people in the post-apocalyptic world. Maybe people are tired of living and want to have a thrill ride at the end of their lives. Zhaoyin entered directly inside the shooting range, where the buildings that hadn't collapsed yet were precarious with cracks all around, and he led the little monkey directly to the old office site. According to information received in a previous life, the owner of the range usually lived within the range and kept a small secretary in the office lounge area. When the end of the world came, the office building was collapsed by a meteorite, and that sniper rifle was in the basement of the lowest floor of the office building, which was also the place where the boss hid his golden house during his lifetime. Zhaoyin quickly found the basement entrance, under a piece of concrete that probably weighed 3 or 4 tons. The corner of a metal door was revealed, much as the man had described it in a previous life. If it was a normal person, it might have taken a huge amount of effort, but Zhaoyin just activated his space ring, and the huge concrete block instantly disappeared in place, followed by Zhaoyin taking out his butterfly knife. Bang! Stab the electronic lock and spin it hard enough to cut the lock spring. Go! Open the door, Zhaoyin commanded as he drew his butterfly knife. The little monkey immediately stepped forward, his body rapidly expanding, and the horrendous giant covered in golden fur once again appeared in front of him, his figure like a mountain, spreading a huge oppressive force. The little monkey's huge paws grabbed the doorknob and slowly exerted pressure. Cluck, cluck, an ear-piercing metal scraping sound rang out, followed by the deformed metal door, which was pulled down. A live roar. At that moment, a dark shadow pierced through the door and swooped down on the little monkey. Zhaoyin saw that it was a middle-aged male zombie who had not yet evolved and was dressed in a way that should be the owner of this shooting range. The little monkey directly stretched out a bushel-like huge palm. Down a slap. The zombie's head immediately shrunk into the chest cavity, but the hands are still grasping the little monkey's thick fur. But, not even a few hairs off. As if humiliated, the little monkey raised the huge metal door panel in his hand and slammed it downward. Pissed. Dark brown plasma flowed all over the floor, and the basement, which had been just a little moldy, instantly stank of fish. When the door panel is picked up, the walker is smashed straight into a meatloaf. See what it's done to the room? Zhaoyin glared at it. The little monkey knew he had pushed too hard and scratched his head in embarrassment. Zhaoyin pinched his nose and walked in, and suddenly, another zombie ran out of the inner room. It looked like a young girl, early 20s, wearing nothing but a pair of chaps all over her body. Even when it turns into a zombie, you can tell it was absolutely beautiful in life. Steamed buns. 2 large steamed buns with red dates. The little monkey instantly drooled. Completely forgetting the lesson from last time, Zhaoyin swung the butterfly knife in his hand and directly split the beautiful zombie's head in half. Turning back and saying, "It's not a steamed bun," he bent down and used the butterfly knife, stabbed in the brains of the 2 zombies, and did not find any corpse crystals, and was about to move forward, when he suddenly glimpsed that the little monkey was still drooling over the dead beautiful zombie. Zhaoyin sensed its heartbeat. So big, too. How nice it would be if it was a steamed bun. Don't look. When we find the mutated wheat, I'll steam a pot of steamed buns for you every day. Let's go. Zhaoyin sighed. I don't know what I'm doing growing so big. Look at the kid craving it. The little monkey reluctantly followed Zhaoyin into the inner room, a stench-pounding nose. The ground is all the shit and urine in used sets, toilet paper, food packaging. It was possible to imagine the range owner and his little secretary eating, drinking, and sleeping in this bedroom when the end times came. Eventually their food ran out, the heat outside kept them from walking out, and the 2 starved to death. turning into zombies 4 days ago. Zhao and Little Monkey rummaged through the box for a while, and other than finding 2 wazi, they didn't have any needed supplies. The food and water had long since been built out by the pair of dogs, and that sniper rifle was nowhere to be seen. Zhao was puzzled. He had seen that big sniper with his own eyes in his previous life. There must be a dark room. Zhao began to pay attention to the surrounding walls. The eye of true sight wasn't effective against ordinary items, but it was the contracted soul's enhanced eyesight that was of great use at this time. Zhao soon realized that there was a difference in the wallpaper pasted on the walls. The subtle slit behind it was hard to spot with the normal naked eye, but it couldn't escape Zhao Yin's eyes. Zhao went up and knocked, and sure enough, there was a hollow, muffled sound. Taking out the butterfly knife, he violently stabbed forward, along with the wallpaper, to stab through the metal door made of alloy. Zhao pulled downward with force, and with a piercing sound. It was like cutting tofu. The immense damage done by the transcendental weapons is not at all comparable to any metal that was available before the end of the world. Zhao directly cut out a square, put away the butterfly knife, and kicked out. With a clang, the excised part was instantly kicked away by Zhao. A square entrance of about a square meter appears on the wall. Zhao turned on his flashlight and took the lead in stepping inside, and the little monkey hurriedly shrunk its body to follow behind its master. The darkroom was about 50 square feet in size. As Zhao walked in and saw the mountain of banknotes placed right in the center, eyeballing at least 70 to 80 million $100 bills. If placed in the pre-apocalyptic world, it was enough to make most people go crazy, but now it had become waste paper. In the wake of the apocalypse, the pile of cash was worse than a moldy loaf of bread for the then range owner. Zhao ignored the pile of trash and swept his gaze across the entire darkroom. All kinds of antiques and paintings, filled with 3 whole rows of shelves. A beautiful long wooden box, at this time, is placed in the uppermost countertop. Zhao went forward and opened the wooden box, and inside was placed all the parts of the M82A1 sniper rifle. .60 large caliber armor-piercing bullets on one side. A smile appeared on Zhao Yin's face. It was finally here. Soon, the assembly of an imposing large sniper was completed. Zhao Yin aimed his gun at an antique vase, and killing intent suddenly and naturally surged in his heart. These guns are generally used by the military, mostly in small ships or helicopter gunships, and are incredibly powerful. With Zhao Yin's current strength as an F-class evolutionary, he was able to hold it directly in his hand against the recoil and forcefully use the sniper rifle as an ordinary rifle. Zhao Yin had no intention of testing the gun and directly put it away in his spatial ring. There were only 60 rounds of ammunition, and they must not be easily wasted until the moment of truth. His eyes fell on another row of shelves. Having noticed earlier that a tanged sword lay there, Zhao Yin walked over and picked up the tang sword, which probably weighed 7 or 8 pounds. Drawing out the sheath, cold light actually opened the edge. The knife bone and the back of the knife is thicker than the unusual tang knife. The knife length is 1 meter 6. The blade length is 1 meter 2. This kind of tang sword was placed before the end of the world. Very few people were able to dance it, and the range owner should have just used it as a collector's item in the first place. And now it was cheap for Zhao Yin. The little monkey looked at the cool tang sword in Zhao Yin's hand, and then looked at the steel stick in his own hand, and immediately went up to the front and rummaged around, seemingly wanting to find a real weapon as well. It was just a shame that this darkroom was where the range owner kept his valuables, and unusual weapons wouldn't even be kept here. Zhao Yin searched some more, and there was nothing more usable in the darkroom. As he was about to leave the basement with the little monkey, he collected the metal door on the floor in his hand just now. After the little monkey was giganticized, it swung the metal door up and directly slapped a zombie into mush. And when it was crucial to hand it over to the little monkey and let it turn on its powers at full strength, it could definitely sweep a large area. Zhao Yin didn't leave the range immediately. He hadn't forgotten what this place was. The reason the guy left after getting the sniper rifle in his previous life without mentioning the range's arsenal was because the other guy simply couldn't dig it up at the time. Zhao Yin, on the other hand, was different. Although the range's armory had collapsed, Zhao Yin believed that there must still be guns and ammunition surviving. The firing range is a large open area easily recognizable, and the weapons depot should not be far from the firing range. Where the nearby buildings have collapsed, Zhao Yin brought the little monkey to that area between the ruins, and just then, he suddenly heard the sound of someone talking. It was a man and a tender female voice. As for what exactly was said, Zhao Yin didn't hear it. There are survivors on the range? Zhao Yin was ready to take his weapon and leave. The rest was none of his business. As for whether the other party would come looking for trouble, Zhao Yin didn't think that he was a soft target and didn't care about killing a few people. Soon, Zhao Yin found a piece of bulletproof glass with the red inscription "Weapons Warehouse." This would have been a standalone building. The collapsed concrete all stronger than the surrounding ones, and definitely a weapons cache for the range. Zhao Yin immediately used his spatial ring to carry up the concrete, and the little monkey also helped by giganticizing his ARM. It was now an F-class mutant beast, and compared to before, the time it took to use its powers could already last longer, and if it turned on its full body giganticization at full strength, Zhao Yin estimated that it would be able to last for at least 3 minutes. If it was just a matter of giganticizing his arm, the little monkey would definitely have no problem holding on for half an hour. One man and one monkey did a hot job, and after 10 minutes, the ruins at the very top of the weapons depot were cleaned up, revealing smashed and flattened tables and chairs, deformed iron cabinets, and broken bows and arrows of all kinds. Zhao Yin and Little Monkey cleaned up for a while, and at the outermost layer, they found that there were still a few compound bows that were not completely scrapped, and although they were badly deformed, Zhao Yin still removed quite a few accessories that could be used. Eventually he assembled 3 complete compound bows. Look for arrows and see how many are still usable. Zhao Yin immediately commanded. The little monkey immediately gigantized his arms and forced several large deformed iron boxes to break open, pouring out thousands of arrows inside. Most of them were badly broken, and Zhao Yin went up to count them, and there were roughly 100 arrows still usable. Arrows weren't like bullets, they were reusable, and as long as Zhao Yin saved some, they could be used for a long time. These 3 compound bows are even more significant than the big sniper that you just got. After all, there are too few bullets. Immediately after that, the little monkey peeled out a large, badly deformed safe in the clutter, and Zhao Yin handed the butterfly knife to the little monkey and sliced through it in 3 or 2 strokes. It's full of guns and ammo. The long guns were all crushed and deformed and unusable, but the pistols were small and saved quite a bit. In the end, Zhao Yin found 12 revolvers that he could use, and there were quite a few bullets left. 120 rounds of shotgun ammunition, and 1,600 rounds of pistol ammunition. Unfortunately, there are no large caliber rounds suitable for use with the M82A1. It may be because of the business of the range or because of policy limitations. The range has a monotonous assortment of firearms. The revolvers were all police firearms from the last century, and were of average power, but for most people in the post-apocalyptic world, they were already unavailable lifelines. Zhao Yin put all the weapons into his spatial ring, leaving only a compound bow and 50 arrows. He found an arrow pouch to hold the arrows up in, and carried them behind his back along with the compound bow, doing so because it was easier to access. Little monkey, let's go, Zhao Yin commanded. The little monkey rushed to follow, and one man and one monkey headed straight for the exit. Just then, Zhao Yin heard the previous survivors talking again. Song Xiaodao, hurry up and get it up for me. No, I don't want it. It's disgusting. Oh, Chao Nima, I used to jerk off a lot. You can't get hard without it. Hurry up or I'll break your fucking legs. The man's voice was fierce, the little girl's voice was full of fear. Brother Quan, please let me go. Song Xiaodao? Zhao Yin looked condensed, vaguely remembered that in his previous life, on his deathbed, sacrificed his life to save him among the 3 women. The youngest one is called Xiaodao, seems like her last name is Song too. Could it be a coincidence that there are an unknown number of people with the same name in this world? Zhao Yin still decided to go forward and take a look. Now in this post-apocalyptic world, he is alone and cares about few people and things. If there were a few other people who could get on his nerves, Song Xiaodao was one. At this moment, inside a half-collapsed kitchen, Wang Quan sat on a 3-legged chair after drinking the putrid, dirty water and stared at Song Xiaodao across the room with narrowed eyes. Even if you haven't washed your face in over a month, you can tell she's a beauty. An evil thought rose in his mind and his breathing became heavy. Dagger, come to Brother Wang and show you my big baby, Wang Quan said hoarsely. Although Song Xiaodao was young, the girl born in the modern era was exposed to the internet at an early age, and she knew what Wang Quan meant. Brother Wang, if you have something to say it now. Wang Quan suddenly face sank, sternly scolded. I count to 3. If you don't come over, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Quan chimed in loudly. 2, 3. Song Xiaodao trembled and hastily shrunk his body. Brother Wang, you promised my brother that you would take care of me. How can you not keep your word? Credit? Wang Quan sneered. This is the end of the world. Is that thing still useful? If I don't lie to him, he will willingly die. After saying that, Wang Quan stood up and walked towards Song Xiaodao, when he suddenly stumbled and tripped over a piece of cement. He fell head over heels. The girl who had been timid and cowardly suddenly got up and picked up a rock and slammed it on Wang Quan's head. Bang! Wang Quan only felt a sharp pain, shook his head, waved away the dizziness, and stared viciously at the girl. How dare you hit me, Brother Wang? I didn't mean it. Song Xiaodao wanted to smash him unconscious, but her strength was too small, and she was trembling as she held the stone in her hand. Snap! Wang Quan backhanded a slap on Song Xiaodao's face, and her cheeks instantly swelled up high, her entire body in a trance. Die for me! Wang Quan went crazy and slapped Song Xiaodao in the face. Pop! Pop! Without me, you and your brother would have been dead long ago. How dare you fucking resist? Song Xiaodao had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, but he stopped pleading and just stared numbly at Wang Quan. What the hell are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out? Wang Quan felt a pang of shame as she looked at her. A little girl's eyes actually made him suddenly feel a pang of fear. As if he was being stared at by an evil spirit, Wang Quan raised his hand to poke at her eyes in annoyance. I'll fucking gouge your eyes out. Right at this moment, a bushy hand fiercely gripped Wang Quan's outstretched arm, and at this moment, Song Xiaodao only felt that the light above his head, as if it was suddenly covered by something huge. A terrifying aura suddenly spread through the dilapidated darkroom, and the air seemed to freeze. Wang Quan stiffened and turned his head, then shuddered as a terrifying beast was standing beside him. Golden eyes that were cold and indifferent. Was staring at him condescendingly. Roar. The little monkey let out a loud roar, and at close range, the sound waves shook Wang Quan's sideburns and hair, and the muscles on his face were deformed. Song Xiaodao also only felt a buzzing in his ears. Don, kill me. Wang Quan directly pissed himself in fear and couldn't help but try to pull out his hand. Click. The little monkey exerted a slight force, and the bones of Wang Quan's little arm were immediately crushed. Aha! Heartbreaking screams emanated from Wang Quan's mouth immediately after that. The little monkey threw it with force, and Wang Quan's body directly flew out 5 or 6 meters, hitting the wall with his head broken and bleeding. Be gentle. Don't kill it all at once, Zhaoyin said. The little monkey opened its body sideways, and Zhaoyin stepped out from behind its tall figure, taking a step in front of Song Xiaodao and staring at her carefully. Your name is Song Xiaodao? Zhaoyin asked. Her face was swollen into a bun, barely recognizable as it was. Song Xiaodao also raised his head to look at Zhaoyin, panic dripping from his face. Soon, she recognized Zhaoyin. She had seen the man twice before. Once when Zhaoyin had passed by them all, the second time was when he was seen abusing another man in the distance. At this moment, the feeling that Zhaoyin gave Song Xiaodao was powerful, mysterious, cruel, and vicious. Speak, are you dumb? Zhaoyin asked impatiently. Uncle, I am Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao finally spoke. Uncle? Zhaoyin was stunned and touched the stubble on his face that hadn't been shaved for a month. Are you that old yourself? However, at the little girl's age, it wasn't wrong to call him an uncle. Get up and let me see, Zhaoyin said directly. Uncle, what do you want to do? Please. Song Xiaodao stepped back in terror. Zhaoyin impatiently reached out, grabbed her ponytail, and directly pulled Song Xiaodao's thin body up from the ground. Let go of me. In her haste, Song Xiaodao opened her mouth and bit on Zhao Yin's wrist. Stabbing pain came, and Zhao Yin's frown deepened, but he didn't let go. He didn't bother to explain that much, and directly turned her body over, seeing a butterfly-shaped pink birthmark in the thin waist of that surplus. It's so fucking you. Only then did Zhao Yin let go, cursing. She's that Song Xiaodao. In his previous life, Zhao Yin hadn't asked her about her birth background and had been an adult when he met her earlier. He had always overlooked one thing. He had been reborn back 7 years ago, and today Song Xiaodao was only 12 years old. The little girl in front of him at this moment suddenly made Zhao Yin a little annoyed. Like a daughter? Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Yin dumbfounded, a little inexplicable to this man's actions. Uncle, do you know me? Who? At this time, the little monkey snorted and also brought its large head in front of Song Xiaodao. Help! Song Xiaodao pulled out his legs and tried to run. Zhaoyin grabbed her ponytail and pulled it back with force, raising her hand to give the little monkey a slap. Don't scare her. The little monkey hurriedly shrunk its head back and stood behind Zhaoyin like a good boy. Song Xiaodao looked at the man and the beast in terror, his entire body trembling. Big, uncle, what do you want? Zhaoyin frowned and said directly. Save you. Song Xiaodao was dumbfounded. Somewhat unable to react, Zhaoyin looked down at the clothes she was wearing. They were all tattered and dirty as if they had been brushed with a layer of mud paste. He took out a white body shirt from his space ring and tossed it to her. Change into this. Song Xiaodao's entire body was in a daze. Not understanding at all what this terrifying fellow was trying to do, she quickly took the dress with her head down and turned her back to change into it. Song Xiaodao's height was less than 1 meter 6, and Zhao Yin's bodysuit, which looked like a one-piece dress, actually wasn't hard to see. Zhao Yin turned back to Wang Quan, who was still lying on the ground and wailing, and asked, Have you killed anyone? Song Xiaodao froze for a long time before realizing that he was asking himself. No, haven't killed. She remembered the last time, the scene where Zhao Yin abused Lin Tianfeng, and she couldn't help but feel another tremor in her heart. This man did that to you. Ever thought about what to do to him? Zhao Yin asked. Song Xiaodao bit his lip. Uncle, can you help me kill him? Clunk. Zhao Yin directly pulled out his tang sword and threw it with force. The blade was thrust into the open space in front of Song Xiaodao, and the handle of the knife was trembling. Do you have no hands? Or no sword? Zhao Yin said indifferently. Song Xiaodao's face suddenly turned pale, for a child new to the post-apocalyptic world, killing, for whatever reason, was far away. As Zhao Yin stared at Song Xiaodao with a burning gaze, his eyes carrying a sense of compulsion. I won't help you kill anyone. If you don't dare to kill him, I'll let him go. Won't your revenge be avenged? Song Xiaodao sniffed as if he had made up his mind. Zhao Yin watched with interest as she gripped the hilt of the blade stuck in front of her with both hands and pulled it out with all her strength. The little girl carried a tang sword that was taller than her and took a step towards Wang Quan. Big brother, I can give you whatever you want. Please don't let her kill me. Please, big brother. At this time Wang Quan was lying on the ground. He didn't know how many bones in his body had been broken by the little monkey's fall. Zhao was laughing coldly. Even if Song Xiaodao was a liability, he had to be a useful liability in the future. This man, the first person she will kill in the end times, is destined to become a stepping stone on her path to growth. The Song Xiaodao of the previous life could be included in the harem by Zhao Yin. Naturally there was something special about her. The most important thing beside an alien was a beautiful woman. If she didn't have a firm heart, how could she be valued by Zhao Yin at that time? Wang Quan, my brother treats you as a benefactor. In order to save you, we, two siblings, were almost bitten to death by zombies. Song Xiaodao's voice, suddenly a bit hoarse. We, recognizing you as our big brother, gave you the last of our food. But in the end, you still wanted to harm my brother. Dagger. Brother Wang is wrong. The previous thing is just a moment of confusion. Wolfquan tried to continue pleading, and the next moment, poof, Song Xiaodao slashed at the base of his thigh. Wang Quan let out another pig-killing scream. Little dagger, listen to me. Song Xiaodao gripped the hilt of the knife with both hands and raised it with force, stabbing down again. Wang Quan, if my brother dies, it's because of you, you know? Pust. The stab stabbed Wang Quan in the small of his back, and blood flowed when he pulled it out. I chow nima ah. Little bitch, if you have the guts to get me killed. Wang Quan cursed loudly. He had realized that he was going to die today no matter what. So not ready to beg again. Song Xiaodao also stopped talking and raised his knife to slash again. The sound of the blade entering the flesh rang out, splattering blood. After all, Song Xiaodao's strength was too small, so much so that with each slash, he was only able to inflict injuries, but was unable to take Wang Quan's life. So much so that Wang Quan wailed loudly under the torment of slash after slash, and finally his willpower collapsed as he cried and began to continue begging for mercy. Dagger, kill me, please. Song Xiaodao's strength ran out and he stood there panting heavily. Stab the heart. One stab can kill. Zhao Yin spoke, teaching her how to kill. Song Xiaodao looked back at Zhao Yin, suddenly no longer so afraid of the other party. Uncle, he forced my brother to distract the walkers, and I wanted to feed him to them. That shouldn't be something a 12-year-old girl should be saying, but Zhao Yin's eyes flashed with a touch of appreciation. Finally, this drag queen doesn't feel like such a waste. Monkey, take him with you and let's go. Zhao Yin commanded. The little monkey had already put away its psychic abilities and shrunk to its normal size, stepping forward and grabbing one of Wang Quan's legs, dragging it directly towards the outside of the range. A long trail of blood was drawn across the floor. Zhao Yin looked at Song Xiaodao's eyes and said seriously, you have two choices now. First, come with me. I can promise you that I will try to save your life as much as I can. Of course, if I meet a crisis that is beyond my ability, I will just give up on you. Second, I'll leave some food in this knife for you, and I won't bother with the rest. Uncle, why are you so nice to me? Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Yin. She didn't think the other woman was a loving, caring, good person. If I say that after knowing you for 7 years, you are one of my women, will you believe me? Zhao Yin stared into Song Xiaodao's eyes and said calmly. Song Xiaodao nodded. I believe it. Zhao Yin, however, frozen, looked squarely at the girl. Soon, he was dumbfounded. What does a 12-year-old girl know? Uncle, I'll go with you. Song Xiaodao bit his lips. This answer would have been expected, and a fool would know how to go about choosing. Zhao Yin turned to follow the little monkey. Go, take your enemies and feed them to the zombies. Outside the shooting range, the zombie swarm that Song Xiaojian had lured away had dispersed, and there were scattered zombies wandering over again. The little monkey let out a scream, instantly attracting the attention of the two zombies in the distance, and the smell of blood emanating from Wang Quan's body instantly drove them crazy, pouncing over regardless. After the little monkey screamed, it slowly backed up and hid behind the gate where Zhao Yin and the little knife were. Wang Quan was already dying. To see the two zombies instantly have the spirit again. Dagger, you saved brother Wang. I do not want to die. Please do not feed me to the zombies. I chow nima a knife. The two zombies pounced on them, tearing apart Wang Quan's chest in the blink of an eye, ripping out his heart, lungs, intestines, and other organs. Wang Quan's mouth was wide open, and his eyes still held unwillingness before he died. The blood bubbled hot as the two zombies frantically gnawed and devoured it. Zhao Yin looked back at Song Xiaodao, who didn't react to her first sight of a zombie cannibal by panicking and vomiting like the other survivors. Tears were in her eyes, but a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Such an expression was very much to Zhao Yin's liking, and raised his hand to pat her head. Let's go. Uncle, where are we going? Song Xiaodao asked. Live. Zhao Yin just faintly said 3 words. Live. Song Xiaodao's heart was in awe. In the end times, all survivors had only one goal, and that was how they could survive. Uncle, there's still some food in that kitchen just now. Even though there's only rotting meat and moldy rice left, it can still be eaten if you cook it more. Song Xiaodao reminded, just now she and Wang Quan had eaten rotting meat porridge and were starving to death. Song Xiaodao didn't find it too bad for whether it would be harmful. That wasn't an issue before the threat of starvation. And I'm afraid many of today's survivors are eating the stuff. And even more would like to but don't have it. Food I still have some. Zhao Yin, however, didn't look back. The speed of food decay after the end of the world was extremely alarming. The supplies within his spatial ring were about to be inedible. So one could imagine how hard it was for people to swallow what was left in the kitchen of the shooting range. He wouldn't be reduced to eating that kind of food for the rest of his life at least. And he certainly wasn't going to let that kind of crap take up his space ring. After all, the space ring's internal storage space was only 10 cubic meters. And now it took up half of it. Zhao Ying frowned. With another mouth around. It was time to think about food. Uncle, there's a zombie in front of you. Aren't you going to avoid it? Song Xiaodao saw Zhao Ying walking straight towards the zombie and reminded again behind him. As the words fell, she saw Zhao Yin's hand. Suddenly more compound bow. Whoosh! 2 arrows were fired. And the 2 zombies that were nibbling on Wang Quan's head suddenly exploded like watermelons. The little monkey on the side immediately rushed over and skillfully peeled off the zombie's head. Don't move! Zhao Ying suddenly called out to the little monkey and turned his eyes to Little Dagger. In the future, you'll be the one to do all such things. The little monkey glanced at Song Xiaodao with a disgruntled expression. It used to be able to see its master smile every time after helping him collect corpse crystals. But now this opportunity to please his master had been snatched away by someone else. Zhao Ying didn't notice the little monkey's heartbeat and walked over to pick up the arrow. Immediately after that, he peeled open the heads of the 2 zombies. And 2 unevolved corpse crystals were dug out by him. As the day passed, the corpse crystals evolved from the zombies had become more and more numerous. And with 2 random ones, there were outputs of corpse crystals. This thing is called corpse crystals. Look carefully. There will be in every zombie's head from now on. Your task is to help me pick up arrows and dig for corpse crystals. Zhao Ying said as he held the brain-stained corpse crystal. The expression on Song Xiaodao's swollen face changed wildly. Despite the fact that her heart was far beyond that of a girl of her age. Those zombies were all still human a month ago, looking for something in their brains? I don't keep useless people around me. It's fine if you don't want to do it. Go wherever you like. Zhao Ying said indifferently. As the words fell, he directly crushed and absorbed the 2 corpse crystals. Song Xiaodao lowered his head and said, I'll do it. Whatever uncle tells me to do. When she finished, she shuddered and stepped forward, ready to pick at those brains. There are no more zombie crystals there. For every zombie, there is only one, Zhao Ying said when Song Xiaodao turned back. Zhao Ying could then see that her originally red and swollen cheeks were pale, and there were teardrops running down them. For a 12-year-old girl, what Zhao Ying did was too cruel. But this is the end times, and no one can be a little princess anymore. There will be a lot more of this kind of thing in the future. I'll let you get your hands dirty killing zombies, going to war with mutant beasts, and possibly fighting with humans. The peaceful life before the end of the world will never be the same again, and you're going to die at any moment. Zhao Yin's expression is permeated with ruthlessness. If you still want to follow me, will know my secret, and I can't hide it from you at every turn. So if you want to leave, again at that time, I will kill you with my own hands. Song Xiaodao sniffed. Remembering those words from his brother a few days ago, the brother said that in case of absence, if he himself should be fortunate enough to meet this villain, he would let her follow him and do his bidding. My brother also said that the only way to survive is to follow such people. I'm not leaving and I'm not afraid, Song Xiaodao said shakily. Roar. Just then, a corpse roar suddenly came out of the mouth of the just dead Wang Quan, and immediately afterward, his back twisted in a bizarre position and stood straight up from the ground. Wang Quan's empty abdominal cavity was dripping with blood, an intestine trailing on the ground, and his dead fish-like eyes were the first to spot Song Xiaodao not far away. Roar. Uncle! It's alive! Song Xiaodao was shocked and ran towards Zhao Ying without thinking. It just turned into a zombie. After Zhao Ying finished speaking, he took out the butterfly knife and handed it to Song Xiaodao. You go kill it. Song Xiaodao, who had planned to hide behind Zhao Ying, froze at the words just now. Zhao Ying said that in the future, he would let her kill zombies with her own hands. She thought it was far away, but she didn't realize that she was being asked to do it now. I am afraid that I can't kill it. A newly awakened zombie's movements are stiff, and the fact that you can kill it is just enough for you to practice, so that when you meet a zombie that you need to deal with alone in the future, you will have the experience to save your life. Zhao Yin's eyes penetrated with disbelief as he handed out the butterfly knife again. Go! I won't say it again. Song Xiaodao took the butterfly knife, gritted his teeth, and greeted the zombie that Wang Quan had turned into. Gradually getting a better look at it, the nose and eyes had been eaten by the zombies that had just been there, and the blood all over his body was still red, and he could smell the fishy stench from a few meters away. It's more disgusting than the smell of a slaughterhouse. Roar. Wang Quan let out another necrotic roar and accelerated his speed to lunge at Song Xiaodao, But the newly awakened zombie's muscles and meridians had been eaten most of its body and hadn't had time to recover at all. So its speed wasn't much faster than a snail's. Song Xiaodao's body was going limp, and he barely managed to sort of dodge its pounce, go around behind it and stab it in the back of the head. Zhao Yun shouted. Song Xiaodao clenched his teeth, also fumed ruthlessly, instinctively listened to Zhao Yun's advice. With the advantage of thinness from Wang Quan armpit around to the back of the knife raised to stab Da. I can't believe she didn't let her stab it off. Poof! The entire blade of the butterfly knife, which cut iron like mud, didn't enter the back of the zombie's head immediately afterward. Wang Quan fell head over heels. Song Xiaodao was shaking like a sieve, staring blankly at the scene in front of him, as if he still couldn't believe that he had killed a terrifying zombie. If it wasn't for Zhao Yun forcing her to do so, even if it was a newly awakened zombie, she would never have dared to take out her knife and would have ended up being bitten to death by the zombie. A flash of gratitude for Zhao Yun suddenly arose in her heart. It was at this point that I realized that monsters can actually be killed and are not as scary as I thought. Soon, Song Xiaodao bent over and vomited. Wang Quan's blood was still hot, and the breeze carried the smell of blood, brains, and entrails. Not far away there were 3 more zombies wandering about, and Zhao Yun opened his bow and swished. A few arrows exploded the heads of 3 zombies and frowned as he stared at Song Xiaodao. Get to work. Song Xiaodao vomited even more at the thought of having to pick his brains. Standing up and vomiting as he headed towards the zombies, the 12-year-old girl's thin body trembled. She dug out the 3 pieces of corpse crystals and held them along with her brains in front of Zhao Yun. Uncle, is this it? Zhao Yun handed out a rag. In the future, remember that every time you dig up a corpse crystal, you must wipe it clean before handing it over to me. Song Xiaodao looked up at Zhao Yun. This guy was also loathing brain matter? Oh, she beamed, then carefully wiped the 3 corpse crystals spotlessly clean before raising her hand and handing it to Zhao Yun. Uncle, here. Zhao Yun crushed and absorbed the 3 corpse crystals directly in front of her. Song Xiaodao stared at his appearance, a flash of curiosity appearing on his face. Earlier that little monkey was able to grow bigger and smaller at will. The thing in his hand suddenly disappeared or appeared, as well as the faint white light emanating from the current corpse crystal when it was crushed. Everything is mysterious, like a miracle before the end times. However, Zhao Yun didn't explain it to her, and Song Xiaodao was smart enough not to ask. As Zhao Yun opened his eyes, he surveyed his body. Human male, ability awakened, class F evolutionary, evolution level 100/1.76, strength 15, agility 17, physical strength 13, spirit 24, talent B shooting, life countdown 29, 953 days. After killing zombies for a day, Zhao Yun's evolution degree rose to a percentage of 1.76, and at this rate, he would become a level E evolutionary in less than 2 months. For the other survivors, if they could have Zhao Yun's speed, they would be able to wake up laughing in their dreams. But Zhao Yun was not satisfied. He knew that those zombies were uniquely blessed, and if he wanted to go farther, he must not be left behind by the zombies. But the life countdown grew by another month. Uncle, when you just came, did you meet a boy? He was also as tall as you, 16 or 17 years old in appearance. It was my brother Song Xiaojian. Song Xiaojian suddenly asked. Zhao Yun immediately remembered the brave teenager who had attracted the corpses. Seen it, he's dead, Zhao Yun said with a nod. Song Xiaodao stood there, tears coming out of his eyes. Although he had long been mentally prepared, the intense sadness still quickly filled his heart. Song Xiaojian went to his death for her. Since then, she had no brother in the world, no last family member. Halftime, where did he have his accident? Can you show me? Song Xiaodao said pleadingly. She was still afraid of Zhao Yun, but for the sake of her brother, she couldn't care less. He turned into a zombie and wandered off to who knows where. Zhao Yun frowned and conjectured. If you want to kill him for burial, I can go by the way from that side and help you bury him in case I meet him. If I don't meet him, I won't delay for such a trivial matter. Song Xiaodao didn't think that Zhao Yun would actually promise himself, and hurriedly said gratefully, thank you uncle. If I can't meet you, I won't make things difficult for uncle. Zhao Yun touched his stubble and suddenly his face sank. Don't fucking call me uncle in the future. Every time he heard her call uncle, Zhao Yun wanted to slap her to death. He's only in his early 20s. Big. Then what should I call you? Is it okay to call big brother? Song Xiaodao was after 7 years of compulsory education before the end of the world, and he still knew basic manners. Who knew that Zhao Yun's face became even more gloomy? In this life, he would not be someone's righteous father on the one hand, or someone's big brother on the other. My name is Zhao Yun. After coldly saying that, Zhao Yun stepped forward. He deliberately avoided the direction where he saw Song Xiaojian. Even if Song Xiaojian really was still alive, Zhao Yun wouldn't try to save him. In a man's life, there are just 2 boys he has to watch out for. One is a little life and the other is a brother-in-law. He didn't have the slightest knowledge of Song Xiaojian, and there was no way he could bring along an additional drag-queen. As so many people died in the end times, why can't Song Xiaojian die? Zhao Yun continued to walk forward, killing the zombies when he met them. Now that he had a long-range weapon, Even if he met a small group of zombies, he was able to team up with the little monkey to finish them off, with Song Xiaodao helping to collect the corpse crystals. Zhao Yin's evolution was increasing by leaps and bounds. Evolution 100/1.83. Evolution 100/2.51. Evolution 100/3.78. Of course, the direction Zhaoyin went was not without purpose. He remembered a mutated chestnut tree from his previous life. Just on the outskirts of the southern part of the city of light. As night fell, Zhaoyin had no intention of stopping it before the end times. It was said that hard work doesn't necessarily make you rich, but after the end times, only the hardworking will be able to live. Until late at night in the early hours of the morning, Zhaoyin took Song Xiaodao and the little monkey and finally went out of the city. Close to the destination, the zombies gradually thinned out. No longer were the ruins of the city in front of them. The fire-ravaged, barren farmland was pitted and deserted, and the occasional zombies seen wandering over wandered aimlessly. They seemed to be tireless, and their extreme bloodthirsty nature drives them like a never-ending perpetual motion machine. In the previous life, some people speculated that it was the mysterious power brought by the meteorite from the sky that was replenishing the energy for the zombies. Zhaoyin, aren't we going to rest? Song Xiaodao had already been panting for a long time, and each step was incomparably difficult. Exhaustion replaced her initial fear of walkers. Rest when we reach the village ahead. Zhaoyin opened his bow and swished. A zombie in the distance gets its head blown off. The little monkey raised his steel rod and also cracked a zombie's head with a rod. Then the one person and the monkey didn't even look at each other and continued to stride forward. Song Xiaodao could only cheer up and quickly dig out the 2 corpse crystals. Jogging as he caught up with Zhaoyin, wiping the crystals clean and handing them to him, Zhaoyin took the corpse crystal and directly crushed it. Human male. Ability awakened. Class F evolutionary. Evolution 100/6.42, Strength 15. Agility 17. Physical Strength 13. Mental Strength 24. Talent B shooting. Life countdown, 30,074 days. If this progress continued, Zhaoyin would become an E-class evolutionary in 10 days at most. The countdown to life has been extended to over 30,000 days. Finally, a ruin appeared at the end of the field. The very village that Zhaoyin was looking for. Within the village full of ruins, a small, intact rural house stood alone in the very center, like Zhao Yin's villa. It was a surviving building. In the night, Zhaoyin saw from afar in front of the gate of the small foreign building, a big tree swaying in the wind, and the air in the neighborhood seemed to be much fresher. Zhaoyin, there's a house there. Song Xiaodao immediately pointed at the small house and said. A smile also appeared on Zhao Yin's face. All his exhaustion swept away. Come on, let's go over. There's food there. When the little girl and the monkey heard that there was food, they all shook and hurriedly followed Zhaoyin. When he came to the front of the villa, Zhaoyin suddenly stumbled in his footsteps and raised his hand to pull back the little monkey who was already rushing ahead. Wait! The little monkey was yanked back by his master's tail and looked up at Zhaoyin suspiciously. Just then, roar! 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 The quiet world instantly boiled. Countless corpse roars erupted from within the small foreign building, and the quiet night was broken. The gate slammed open and dozens of zombies poured out. Fall back! Quick! Dagger run! The zombies in the back, however, seemed endless. Not too big. Rural small house actually surged out 100 or 200 zombies, and these zombies all had degrees of evolution. 2 of them had already reached F class, and their speed was not much slower than Zhaoyin. An evolved person. Zhaoyin didn't have time to think about why these zombies evolved so quickly and why they were hiding in that small house. After he shot a few arrows, he also turned around and started running wildly. If he was surrounded by this group of zombies, maybe he wouldn't die on the spot, but as soon as the zombies scratched and bit a little bit of skin, he would be infected. All he had now was a can of tuna that could withstand the zombie virus. And it wasn't worth it for these zombies. Song Xiaodao's 2 short legs couldn't run fast at all, and she cried out in fear. But the more she cried, the more zombies she attracted. At that moment, the little monkey grabbed Song Xiaodao and ran forward furiously, lifting her by the collar. Monkey, let go of Song Xiaodao and go finish off those 2 F-class zombies. Zhaoyin ordered loudly behind him. He told Song Xiaodao to run first. It's not like he told the monkey to run. What's an F-class mutant beast afraid of? While shouting, Zhaoyin turned around and started shooting arrows. Swishing, 3 more arrows shot out one after another. The 2 F-class zombies, which seemed to have awakened some of their pre-birth wisdom, quickly burrowed into the corpses to hide. However, Zhao Yin's arrows weren't aimed at them at all, and the 3 ordinary zombies that rushed in front of them were accurately shot in the head. This time, the corpses approached another dozen meters away. Zhao Yin did not dare to get involved in the battle and turned around to continue running forward. Monkey, what the fuck are you inking about? At this moment, seeing his master fighting alone, he threw away Song Xiaodao, and his figure rapidly expanded, turning into that behemoth covered in golden fur in the blink of an eye. Hoo. The little monkey snorted, slightly distinguishing the F-class zombies in his master's mouth, and stormed off in a big rush. The corpses didn't know what it meant to be afraid, and when they saw a flesh and blood being rushing towards them on their own accord, they immediately gave up chasing Zhao Yin, and all of them surrounded the little monkey. Zhao Yin's pressure loosened, and when he turned to look, the giganticized little monkey had already fallen into a heavy siege. It waved the steel rod in its hand, and with each stroke, a zombie fell to the ground. But there were just too many zombies, and soon it was surrounded by countless hands grasping the thick fur of the little monkey, and some zombies opened their mouths to tear. Soon the little monkey was covered in blood. Those two F-class zombies that were beginning to be intelligent seemed to understand the horror of mutant beasts of the same level, and they actually knew how to take advantage of the other zombies' siege on the little monkey, and rushed around towards Zhao Yin's side. Zhao Yin's eyes narrowed. Thinking of me as a soft target? Female zombie, Class F, Evolution 100/2.3, Strength 22, Agility 15, Spirit 2, Male zombie, Class F, Evolution 100/52, Strength 24, Agility 16, Spirit 2.3. It looks like they were born as a middle-aged couple, which would be the farmers in this village. The agility of the two zombies was almost directly after Zhao Yin, an evolved person, and their strength even exceeded Zhao Yin by quite a bit. Even their spirit had evolved. Whoosh! Zhao Yin shot 2 arrows. One of them was aimed at the female zombie's head, but it was nimbly dodged by it, and the arrow was stuck in its chest, while the one that was shot at the male zombie didn't even hurt a single hair. The two zombies had already closed the distance once again, and were now less than 10 meters away from Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin, run! Behind him, Song Xiaodao also stopped in his tracks and shouted anxiously when he saw those two zombies, which were obviously several times faster than the others. Approaching Zhao Yin, Zhao Yin stood there without moving a muscle. The compound bow suddenly disappeared, and a revolver was added to his hand. The two zombies had no idea what that black lump was, and when they saw Zhao Yin take the initiative to put away the bows and arrows that were attacking them, they got even faster. Bang bang! The muzzle of the gun spewed out blinding sparks, and the two zombies went forward and backward. As if time was frozen in time, they all have a bullet hole in their brow immediately afterward. He fell straight down immediately after that. Zhao Yin put away his pistol and used his bow and arrow once again, working with the little monkey to solve the remaining corpses. Song Xiaodao was dumbfounded. That gun of his is so powerful. Bang! The little monkey cracked the head of the last zombie with a stick, and his huge size quickly shrunk, blinking into that skinny monkey cub that stood there panting heavily. The battle just now had almost squeezed its strength dry, and Zhao Yin on the side was also slightly out of breath. Although it wasn't as desperate as the little monkey, this kind of high-intensity shooting was also extremely physically exhausting. Good job! Zhao Yin stepped over a corpse and arrived in front of the little monkey. Reaching out and patting its head, the little monkey's shriveled expression instantly perked up as it squeaked and squealed, and Zhao Yin sensed with his heart voice that it was recounting how dangerous it had just been, and how valiant it had been. All in order to protect its master. Zhao Yin generously took out 20 compressed cookies at a time, opened one for himself to chew on, and gave the rest all to the little monkey. Eat it, a reward for you. The little monkey happily hugged the cookies and circled around Zhao Yin several times. Master, I will definitely work harder again in the future. At this moment, Song Xiaodao stared wide-eyed, even forgetting his shock at Zhao Yin and the little monkey's strength, his eyes staring unblinkingly at the compressed cookies in the little monkey's hand. Gulp. She couldn't help but gulp. Over the past few days, Song Xiaodao had only accompanied Wang Quan to eat a small half bowl of rotting meat and rice porridge, and at this moment, the aroma of compressed cookies came from her, and a strong sense of hunger took over almost every part of her body. Zhao Yin didn't have any intention of giving her food. Pointing at the two F-class zombies, he said, I'll do these two myself. You'll clean up the other zombies, and you'll eat after you've done your job. Song Xiaodao also knew that in this team of 2 men and 1 beast, she was the most useless one, but Song Xiaodao still couldn't help but say, can we eat before we work? Can't. Zhao Yin balked. He stuffed the compressed cookie in his hand into his mouth in one go, and then carried his tang blade towards the corpses of the two F-class zombies. Click, click, click. Just like cutting a watermelon, the two knives sliced the zombie's head all the way through, and the tang knife picked back and forth, quickly finding 2 corpse crystals and 2 star crystals. He revealed a smile. Having known that today's F-class zombies must have star crystals present in their bodies, the only way they could evolve so fast was with the power of the star crystal absorbing the 2 corpse crystals. The evolutionary degree increased by another 2 percentage points, equivalent to 200 classless corpse crystals. What Zhao Yin cared more about was still the 2 star crystals. There was no star crystal income all day today, and these were the only 2. Let's hope for the best of luck. Zhao Yin crushed the first star crystal and a ball of white light appeared in his hand. At this moment, Song Xiaodao was immediately attracted and looked over curiously, unable to resist asking, Zhao Yin, what are you doing? Zhao Yin spread out his other hand and held up the remaining one. This is a star crystal. Most high-level zombies have it in their bodies, so you should pay special attention to it in the future. The secret of the star crystal would soon be known by all the survivors, and Zhao Yun didn't intend to hide it from Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao nodded with seeming understanding. And then he saw the massive white light in Zhao Yun's hand dissipate, and a bottle of drink appeared out of thin air. Zhao Yun dropped his gaze to the object in his hand. Iced tea, grade F. Extraordinary drink. Effect, replenishes water consumption for 24 hours. Doubles body attributes for 1 hour. Finally, the second drink other than Nongfu Shanquan is prescribed. And the efficacy is also good, and can be of great use in critical times. Zhao Yun put away the ice flower tea and crushed the second star crystal. The light dispersed and a garment appeared in his hand. Zhao Yun's breath sank. Again with the equipment. And he hurriedly unfolded the clothes in front of his body. And soon, his face grimaced. Another big penny of women's clothing from Mudblood. On hand was a short white dress, crucially with a cartoonish pattern, the hem of which only wrapped around the base of her thighs. It's forcing him to be a ladies' man. Dress, grade F. Defense equipment. Sturdy 15. Strength +8. Charm +10. Zhao Yun looked at the attributes and his heart jumped. Although the sturdiness was still a little less than the military top, it increased a full 8 points of strength. That's a full increase of a grown man's strength on top of his own. What should I do? Should I wear it or not? Zhao Yun was in a tangle. Wasn't this a proper way for him to be a ladies' man? Fishing net stockings? Dresses? Just a nasty pair of high heels. Song Xiaodao's eyes lit up when he saw the dress in Zhao Yun's hand and looked down at the men's bodysuit he was wearing. Zhao Yun, get to work. Zhao Yun directly snuffed out her extravagant hopes and quickly put the dress into her spatial ring. The little monkey on the side was eyeing the iced tea that Zhao Yun had just opened. Zhao Yun looked at the blood on the little monkey's body. The wound was no longer bleeding, so he rubbed its head. That's a combat drink. We use it to save our lives. We can't give it to you for now. The little monkey felt the big warm hand on top of his head and closed his eyes in extreme enjoyment, as if the temptation of transcendental food wasn't even that great in this instant. Master just gave me compressed cookies. The little monkey is very happy. Little monkey heartfelt communication. Zhao Yun didn't care if it was really happy or not. Anyway, there were going to be chestnuts next, and the spoiled ordinary food was just for the little monkey to help digest it, or else it could only be discarded, and he would have a hard time with his conscience. After all, so many people in the last days had no food to eat, and it was shameful to waste it. Let's go. There's another honorable task for you. Zhao Yun said. The little monkey was instantly energized. I like the task my master gave me. Every time you complete a task, you can see your master's appreciative eyes. Sometimes it could even be rewarded. And most crucially, it didn't want Song Xiaodao to steal its place in its master's heart. The master had just given it compressed cookies. Song Xiaodao didn't have any, and the little monkey was very proud in his heart. Next, you'll go and pick all the chestnuts up there. Zhao Yun pointed at the huge chestnut tree not far away. That's got a lot of chestnut balls on it. The mutated cricket balls were each the size of a man's head, covered in sharp spines, each of which flashed with an eerie cold light. The little monkey was even more excited when he heard it was tree climbing, a preference from his genes that made it feel fun and exciting. As soon as Zhao Yun's words fell, the little monkey whooshed up the chestnut tree and reached out to pluck a chestnut ball. The next moment, a squeaky scream came. Ouch! 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 Master, help! After the mutation of the chestnut thorns, the sharpness is comparable to a razor blade. The little monkey's thick skin was also pierced fingers. Stupid! You have to stab it with a stick! Zhao Yun shouted. The little monkey then came to his senses and swung his steel rod with a thud. A ball of chestnuts fell like a meteorite, and after 10 minutes a layer fell from the ground. Soon, the little monkey smashed the last chestnut ball down, and many of the branches and leaves were accidentally destroyed by the little monkey and spread all over the ground. The little monkey came down from the tree, but his monkey face was full of excitement, and he ran his ass to Zhao Yun's feet to claim credit. Good job! Zhao Yun didn't mince his words of praise. After praising the little monkey, he then focused his attention on the chestnut balls on the ground, counting 303 of them, each of which was conservatively estimated to be able to peel 10 pounds of mutant chestnuts. That is, this time Zhao Yun got at least 3,000 pounds of mutated chestnuts. Any mutated plant in the end times produces fruits that are not as easily decayed as the ones before the end times, and the energy contained in them is more than 10 times that of the same kind of fruits before the end times. If the average person before the end of the world was full from eating roughly 1 pound of chestnuts, then 1 pound of mutated chestnuts was enough to feed the average person for 10 meals. If consumed over a long period of time, it can also slowly improve your health. In his previous life, Zhao Yun had a subordinate who had never received an alien ability or evolutionary potion, but had coincidentally obtained several hundred pounds of mutated yellow beans after eating for 2 years. That subordinate was strong enough to rival an F-class evolver. Zhao Yun looked up at the miserable chestnut tree with some pity, waiting until the next time it bore fruit. There was no telling when it would be. There was no way he was going to wait around. Zhao Yun didn't have a space that could store life, and it was impossible to take away the tree. so he simply didn't care if it died or lived. He took out his tanch knife directly and sliced up the chestnut ball. It was 2 hours after the 300 chestnut balls had been peeled as Xiaoyin thought about it and put the spikes that were cut off into the spatial ring along with them. He might be able to use them in the future. This time, Song Xiaodao had also finished collecting over 100 unevolved corpse crystals. Xiaoyin, I really can't do it anymore. The bruises on her face subsided a bit, and her eyes were tired. The fact that she was able to accompany Xiaoyin and hold on until now was all due to her willpower. Song Xiaodao handed Xiaoyin a small package, wrapping a small packet of corpse crystals in a shredded cloth that he didn't know which zombie he had ripped off. Here, it's all here. Xiaoyin raised his hand to receive the corpse crystal and directly absorbed it. A few minutes later, Xiaoyin's evolution reached 100/10.09, 0.9% away from advancing to E rank. Today's rate of strength increase, if it was placed in his previous life, it was definitely something that Xiaoyin would not dare to imagine, but he was not satisfied. And there was actually a lot more to go on. Let's say according to memory. Go to Yang City as soon as possible and look for that flying white tiger that had just mutated at this time. Let's say, going to the Dawei mountain range and searching for the famous life space pendant, an SS ranked treasure in his previous life. Let's say that he found a top powerhouse he knew in his previous life. That person was given the star crystal of chance that belonged to him half a year later. Xiaoyin could go ahead and lay out a plan to seize it. Of course, rice. It still has to be eaten one bite at a time. None of these things were considered urgent. And before going to do them, Xiaoyin first had to make sure that he was safe, as well as having enough supplies to live. Xiaoyin, didn't you say you'd give me compressed cookies after you finish your work? Song Xiaodao asked boldly. Xiaoyin retrieved his thoughts and calmly said, eat chestnuts tonight. With 3,000 pounds of chestnuts, it was enough to support him in finding the next mutated food. And those spoiled foods that had survived before the end of the world were basically useless. Are you still killing zombies tonight? Song Xiaodao asked. I'm not leaving tonight, so I'll just stay here and get a good night's sleep. Xiaoyin finished speaking and walked straight towards the small foreign building. You go and pack out a room. I'm going to take a bath after dinner. A bath? Song Xiaodao froze. She hadn't had a bath in over a month and couldn't even begin to hope all day today. Still finding a bit of dirty rust-filled water to drink inside the range. And my throat has long since smoked. Xiaoyin, do you have that much water? Can you give me some to drink? Zhao Yin's footsteps lurched, and then he remembered that he hadn't given her any water today. I am the night. He looked at the little face swollen into a bun, and an unspeakable taste suddenly rose in his heart. It was a taste he hadn't experienced in a long time. So long that he had almost forgotten it seemed to be called guilt. There's a well here. Feel free to drink from it. I'll let you eat your fill later. And you can take a bath as well. Xiaoyin said. Xiaoyin had been here in his previous life and remembered that there was an ancient well in the backyard of the small house, and the spring inside led to an underground river that was clear and clean. In addition to bathing, it's time to replenish the space ring with clean water. Xiaoyin walked into the small foreign building, and 2 human skeletons appeared at the entrance. There was only dark brown meat residue left on it. It should have just been gnawed on by the walkers not long ago. No wonder 100 or 200 zombies had gathered here. There should be 2 survivors living here who had attracted the entire village for some reason. After they were eaten, the zombies didn't disperse. This moment, the small townhouse was in a mess. Almost all the furniture was destroyed, and the air was filled with the stench from the zombies. The floor was littered with garbage, as well as residual blood and corpse fluid dripping from the walkers. After Song Xiaodao ran to the backyard and drank water, he found a crappy broom head and prepared to clean his room. Forget it. You go sweep the rooftop and we'll spend the night there tonight, Xiaoyin said. After that, he headed to the separate kitchen in the backyard, which was also badly damaged by the walkers. With the wood-burning stove collapsed and pots and pans shattered all over the place, Xiaoyin used his spatial ring to directly collect all the timber before heading to the ancient well to draw water. The wooden barrel for fetching water was not damaged, and half a bowl of clear water remained at the bottom of the barrel, which Song Xiaodao had just drunk. Xiaoyin beat 2 buckets of water to the rooftop of the small ocean building, took out the hanging pot brought out from his own home on the way out, and simply used wood to build a support frame. Lit the firewood and began to boil water. On the side, Song Xiaodao had already swept out a clean empty space, without mats or bedding. She and the little monkey lay on all fours on the rooftop, staring at the dark sky. Xiaoyin took out a dozen fist-sized chestnuts and threw them directly into the fire. Soon, a fresh scent emanated out, and the little monkey leapt up violently, squeaking and running to Xiaoyin. Master, is dinner ready? Song Xiaodao inhaled his nose. What smells so good? Mutant chestnuts. Xiaoyin used a tang knife to pick out the chestnuts with burnt blackened skins, picking out one and splitting it open, revealing the golden chestnut flesh. All of a sudden, the scent in the air intensified. Song Xiaodao and the little monkey couldn't take their eyes off of each other at once. Come here and eat together, Xiaoyin said. The little monkey immediately grabbed a chestnut and gnawed on it. It wasn't afraid of being hot. The animal's nature. Xiaoyin didn't intend to constrain it too much. He cut a chestnut into 2 halves and handed half of it to Song Xiaodao. The water in the hanging pot was already boiling. Zhao poured some salt into it and filled 3 bowls of salted water. Zhao gnawed on the chestnuts on the salt water without any hesitation. And the little monkey had already finished gnawing on one, looking blearily at the remaining ones in front of Zhao. In the past, there wasn't that much food. In the future, we won't starve anymore, Zhao said. Really, master? The little monkey heartily said. Staring in disbelief, mutant beasts and evolvers all eat several times more than they did before they evolved. The little monkey hadn't had much to eat since he had followed Zhao. Eat. Zhao didn't explain too much. He himself ate 3 chestnuts in one sitting, 3 or 4 pounds. Enough to top the 30 or 40 pounds of chestnuts before the end of the world. And could eat no more. The little monkey ate 7 or 8 of them, propped up his round belly, and lay back contentedly in the clearing he had cleaned. Song Xiaodao, on the other hand, just ate a few bites and hiccuped as she suddenly put down her chestnuts and shed tears. Crying about what? Zhao asked. Zhao, I miss my brother. We didn't meet him all the way. Oing oing oing. Song Xiaodao sucked on his little nose, bean-sized teardrops flowing. He was forced by Wang Quan to lure the zombies for my sake. And if he dies, he won't even get a full meal in life. Boing boing. Zhao frowned and said, it must be dead. Turning into a zombie will allow you to eat people and you won't starve anymore. It was supposed to be words of comfort. But Song Xiaodao sniffed, but cried even harder. Boing boing, boing boing. Zhao didn't bother to pay attention to her, poured the rest of the water into the pot, boiled it, then poured it back into the bucket and carried it down to the rooftop, coming to the previous water well. Zhao directly stripped his body of clothes and took out the soap and bath towel ball from his spatial ring and started scrubbing his body. I hadn't bathed in over a month, and only hot water would get me clean, feeling the disgusting zombie aura gradually disappear from his body. Zhao finally had the feeling that he was still a normal person, other than the fishing net socks and military top. Zhao simply threw away all of his clothes and prepared to change into the clean clothes in his spatial ring. Suddenly, he remembered the dress that had just opened inside the space ring. Zhao took it out and held it in his hand, once again falling into hesitation. Should I wear it or not? Wearing it will increase your strength and give you an extra capital to save your life in the end times. Anyway, fishing net socks are worn. I, Zhao, am a straight man. What am I afraid of? But wearing this dress will be a stain that I, Zhao, will not be able to wash away even in my lifetime. In the future, my name will surely resonate throughout the entire post-apocalyptic world. So how can I leave behind such a tarnished name? This package stock skirt and the end of the world before the end of those net red female anchor. Zhao hesitated again and again, or decided to wear it as long as he didn't voluntarily remove his coat. No one knew he was wearing a skirt. Zhao returned to the rooftop refreshed and brought 2 buckets of fresh water along with him, preparing to boil them so that Song Xiaodao and the little monkey could wash them as well. This time Song Xiaodao had already stopped crying, and stuffed the half of the leftover chestnut he had just eaten into his mouth as hard as he could. Starving to death, Zhao dropped the bucket and instructed, boil water for your own bath after eating. Song Xiaodao nodded, pulling open his collar and placing the remaining small piece of chestnut, carefully placing it within Hun's clothes. She had no pockets on her, and to her, food this good was only safe if stored close to her. Immediately after, Song Xiaodao puffed and went to boil water, while Zhao took out the tent within his spatial ring and set it up next to the campfire, laying down moisture-proof mats and bedding inside. Song Xiaodao was just an ordinary person, exhausted from a day of intense labor. Let her rest well tonight, and the little monkey was injured and needed to rest to recover from his injuries. Zhao, are there any clean clothes left? I can't wear these clothes. After Song Xiaodao boiled the water, he suddenly asked Zhao. Her white body shirt and exposed thighs were covered in dark brown zombie brains. Zhao looked back, and if it wasn't for the 2 small dumplings bulging slightly in front of her chest, Dirty couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. He took out another t-shirt and threw it to Song Xiaodao. Wear this one. Don't lose the one on your body. Wash it and you can still wear it tomorrow. Zhao thought for a moment and then added, by the way, the clothes I just changed out of are by the well, so you can wash them by the way. Got any laundry detergent? Song Xiaodao asked. No, rub it more with hot water. After Zhao finished speaking, he directly grabbed the little monkey. The little monkey slept in a daze and squeaked with some dissatisfaction. Master, working again? Take a bath. Zhao directly threw the little monkey into a bucket of cold water. Song Xiaodao whimpered and carried the hot water down to the rooftop. She was taking a bath. The little monkey was stimulated by the cool water, suddenly awake, instinctively wanted to climb out. Zhao pressed it back. Tonight do not wash quickly. Tomorrow is not allowed to eat chestnuts. Master, I don't want to take a bath. I'll still be dirty from killing walkers tomorrow. Why should I? We'll talk about it tomorrow when it's dirty, and in the future you must bathe me whenever you have the chance. Zhao said sternly. He knew, of course, that no matter how clean he washed up tonight, he would still stink of corpse tomorrow, more than likely. You won't find a spring, but whether it was in his past life or in this life, Zhao didn't want to forget that he was still a normal person. As soon as he had the chance, he would clean himself up, even if, for just a second, he was normal, then just for a second, it would be good. He washed it clean. And of course this lazy monkey boy had to do the same. The little monkey was under Zhao Yin's coercion, and the clear water in the bucket was quickly cloudy. Zhao Yin saw that it was almost washed, and pulled it out of the bucket with a hand. This time, Zhao Yin suddenly thought of something. It suddenly occurred to Zhao Yin that he had contracted this monkey for quite some time, and he actually didn't know if it was male or female. He directly grabbed both of the little monkey's legs and forced them apart. Once familiar physical features were exposed. It's a small toothpick with two quail eggs. This moment, Zhao Yin didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a sense of relief. The little monkey didn't know what shame was, and when he saw that his master liked to watch, he took the initiative to spread his legs. Keep watching, master. Don't you like to watch? I like to see nifty coins. Zhao Yin slapped him across the face. The little monkey was so bewildered by the whip that he hastily ducked aside. Squeak! Help! Just then, there was a sudden scream from downstairs. It was Song Xiaodao's voice. Zhao Yin was startled and quickly ran downstairs. When he came downstairs, Song Xiaodao was sitting inside a bucket full of hot water, looking at a certain direction with a horrified face. Zhao Yin, what is that thing? Zhao Yin twisted his head to look. At this moment, under the chestnut tree, there was a behemoth standing, its mouth chewing on the branches and leaves that had just been smashed down by the little monkey, and looking at Zhao Yin with a touch of indifference in its eyes. Adult buffalo, E-class mutant beast, strength 42, agility 39, physical strength 50, defense 63, spirit 8, bloodline talent, giant strength, iron armor. Zhao Yin sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This cow had actually evolved to level E, and its comprehensive strength exceeded that of the little monkey by a large margin, several times that of Zhao Yin himself. After any mutant beast reached E rank, it would have an additional defense attribute due to the substantial enhancement of its physique, and the defense of the Great E mutant bull was actually a perverted 63 points. Ever since Zhao Yin contracted the little monkey, he hadn't met any of the mutant beasts. In fact, he had been internally looking forward to this moment, but when he really met it, Zhao Yin couldn't be happy. He wasn't sure if he would be killed head-on by this bull. It was just that Zhao Yin didn't understand why this cow had evolved so quickly, reaching level E in just a few days. Zhao Yin didn't dare to move a muscle, one hand quietly gesturing behind him for Song Xiaodao to hurry up the stairs to call little monkey, the other hand gripping the hilt of the knife at his waist in a death grip. Song Xiaodao couldn't care less about putting on his clothes and directly ran upstairs naked. Zhao Yin squeezed out a smile at the buffalo from afar. Brother Ox? Ha, hoo. The buffalo snorted and withdrew its gaze directly from Zhao Yin, seemingly disdainful of him, before lowering its head and continuing to eat the leaves. Zhao Yin sighed in relief and quickly calmed down. He realized that with his current ability, all means, it was difficult to have an overwhelming effect on this buffalo. It was good to see that for the moment the bull had no intention of attacking him. Soon the little monkey came down the stairs. After it saw the buffalo, the golden hairs all over its body instantly stood on end, and its body rapidly expanded, turning on its giganticization ability in the blink of an eye. It could also sense that this cow was not to be messed with. The little monkey didn't take the initiative and stood in front of Zhao Yin with a tight grip on his steel rod, shielding his master with his body. Master, where did the cow come from? The little monkey communicated with Zhao Yin, and the inner goading was still felt by Zhao Yin. God knows how there's an E-class mutant beast. Let me think about how to solve it. Zhao Yin communicated mentally. He wasn't ready to fight for his life. This time, the buffalo seemed to have eaten its fill, looked up at Zhao Yin and the little monkey, flicked its tail, and slowly turned around to leave. It was more than 5 times the size of an unusual buffalo, and walked among the ruins on 4 legs as if they were flat. Cold sweat dripped from Zhao Yin's forehead, and he could clearly feel that the disdain in the bottom of its eyes deepened. Seeing that the buffalo was about to disappear, Zhao Yin instructed in a heartfelt voice, "Monkey, quietly follow it and see where it's going." The little monkey's huge body immediately shrunk and tiptoed after him. "Wait!" Zhao Yin called out to stop it and quickly took off his pants, then ripped off the fishing net socks. "It's a cut above you. Put this on and you'll be able to outrun it. Remember not to start a fight with it. This bull's powers are mega strength and iron armor." 2 psychic abilities weren't that rare when placed on a human psychic, but they were especially terrifying when placed on a buffalo. Obediently, the little monkey slipped the fishing net socks over his legs, his blonde fur instantly bound and looking slimmer, and quickly chased after the buffalo in the direction it had disappeared. Zhao Yin also put on his pants and turned around, ready to go upstairs, when he suddenly saw Song Xiaodao looking at him with an odd expression. "That fishing net stocking is an equipment opened by a star crystal. It's not what you think," Zhao Yin explained expressionlessly. "That dress with the cartoon, you wore it too?" Song Xiaodao asked. She had been waiting for Zhao Yin to give the dress to herself. not realizing that he would actually wear it himself. Star crystals open up equipment that comes with powerful attributes that can increase my combat power, Zhao explains seriously, saying, I definitely don't have that kind of fetish. Oh, I know. Song Xiaodao nodded. She turned around and suddenly pulled out something from the pocket of the pants Zhao had changed into. Zhao, what is this? Zhao had been satisfied with the explanation he had just given, and when he saw what Song Xiaodao was holding, he was shocked. That's half a box of sets that haven't been used yet. Vaguely, he remembered that it was the time when he had just been reborn, and he had taken it away from the hotel unintentionally. It hadn't been noticed for over a month. Zhao hurriedly stepped forward and snatched it away, storing it directly into the spatial ring. Adults' things, children can't be able to touch them. When he finished, he turned and went up to the rooftop. Song Xiaodao looked at him with odd eyes. Modern girls were exposed to the internet from time to time and understood many things very early. It was only until Zhao Yin's back disappeared that she withdrew her gaze and continued to do her laundry, but the corners of her mouth were holding back a smirk of triumph. This moment, Zhao Yin's face was a little hot, so he simply stopped thinking about it, filled a handful of firewood into the bonfire force, and sat by the fire silently waiting for the little monkey's return. He wasn't going to put his life on the line for a contracted beast for the time being, but that buffalo's range of movement had to be figured out, and it wouldn't be too late to come back and find it when his strength grew in the future or when he opened the props for trapping the beast. Half an hour later, Song Xiaodao returned, and after drying her washed clothes next to the fire, she climbed into the tent and huffed and puffed. The little monkey didn't come back until 3 hours later. It was carrying a steel rod stained with zombie blood and brains, and its lower half was still wearing fishing net stockings, which had added many more scars to its body. When I asked, I realized that the injuries were not caused by a fight with a buffalo. The buffalo did not know what madness. After leaving here earlier, it ran wildly all the way to the western suburbs of Guangzhou City Industrial Park. There is the most densely populated place in the entire city of Guangzhou. After the outbreak of the end of the world to form a large number of zombies gathering place, recently Zhao has not dared to go there. The buffalo broke into the industrial park like a madman, charging all the way across the street, knocking down an unknown number of zombies along the way. Even the F-class zombies were knocked down by 5 or 6 of them, until finally an extremely terrifying zombie appeared, and the little monkey didn't know what class it was, and was actually able to crush the buffalo in terms of strength. A big battle took place between a corpse and a cow, and in the end, that dreadful buffalo actually lost and escaped with injuries. The little monkey also got caught up in the corpses as he followed the buffalo deeper into the industrial park, and only managed to escape by desperately activating his psychic powers. At that time, the monkey was scared to death, and there was no way I could follow it any further. The little monkey snapped and looked at Zhao Yin. It was still the first time that I didn't complete the task that Zhao Yin had explained to me. Zhao Yin took out a few chestnuts and threw them into the fire, lifting his hand and stroking the little monkey's head. No wonder you're so weird. When you're done eating these chestnuts, go and rest. The little monkey was immediately flattered, not expecting that his master would actually give him something to eat. It had a pleasing face. Master, next time I meet that cow, I'll kill it for my master and eat the beef. Zhao Yin frowned. It was a mad cow in the end. If there is no way to capture it, you will have to find a way to kill it for meat. Eat. Zhao Yin peeled the half-ripe chestnuts out of the fire and rolled them one by one to the little monkey. It picked it up and wolfed it down. It was settled in a few minutes and the deflated belly was once again round. Go to bed. There's still 2 hours until dawn, Zhao Yin said as he looked up at the sky. Master, I can also keep watch. The little monkey communicated mentally. Mutant beasts under the manipulation of a contracted soul. Guarding their masters is instinctive. Go to sleep. Don't nag. Zhao Yin ordered. The little monkey still needed to rest to recover from its injuries, and after dawn Zhao Yin was going to continue to go kill zombies, and it would still be the main force. Now that there was only this contracted beast, there were many dangerous things that Zhao Yin was unwilling to do personally and had to leave them to this monkey. The little monkey, moved to tears at his words, climbed into the tent and seconds later there was snoring. It was also exhausted from the high-intensity battle. Zhao Yin heard the snoring and also burrowed into the tent, ripping the fishing net socks off the little monkey's legs in 3 tries. The thing that saved his life, of course, was the most important thing for him to wear himself when he left the tent. Zhao Yin glanced at Song Xiaodao on the side, and strangely enough, the bruises on her face that should have gone down after a few days had actually gone down. This time, the contours of her features were not too different from her previous life's appearance, just a little too childish. Oh, brother, don't leave me. Maybe it was a dream. She saw her brother again, clinging to one of the little monkey's legs, crystallized teardrops running down the corners of her eyes. Zhao Yin exited the tent with a glance and sat by the fire with his eyes closed. All the sounds within a 1-kilometer radius were caught in his ears. The village was already free of zombies, but there were scattered zombies roaming among the fields. But the firelight would not draw them in. The sky is slowly getting brighter. Zhao once again went to the ancient well and took out the 24 empty pure water buckets within his spatial ring. Each bucket can hold roughly 20 liters of water. And when it's all filled up, it can last for a short period of time if it's just for drinking. After collecting the water, Zhao again used the wooden barrel in the kitchen to carry water to the rooftop to boil, half of which washed the hot water face, half of which put some salt and threw a few chestnuts in to cook soon. The aroma of boiled chestnuts emanated from the gusher. Zhao was about to go wake up Song Xiaodao and Little Monkey when a heavy footstep suddenly came to his ears. Dang! 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 Zhao hurried to the edge of the rooftop, and at the end of his sight, the buffalo from last night appeared. Its dark, oily cowhide was now recoiling in many places, with shocking wounds, and one eyelid was drooping down. Blood covering the eyeball. The buffalo ran wildly all the way, and soon came to the front of the villa where Zhao was, huffed and puffed twice, and then lowered its head and ate the remaining chestnut leaves on the ground. Last night, there weren't many leaves left on the ground, and they were quickly consumed, and thumb-thick branches were rolled into its mouth with a cackle of its large tongue. At this time, a magical scene happened. The wounds on the buffalo, visible to the naked eye to stop bleeding, healing. Zhao Yin's eyes widened in shock. He knew that some mutated plants were able to heal injuries, but he didn't know that the leaves on this chestnut tree actually had this effect. In a previous life, many people knew about the chestnuts, but no one knew that the leaves were the real treasure. At this moment, Zhao Yin understood it all. No wonder the buffalo came to eat the leaves last night. No wonder the injury on Song Xiaodao's face healed so quickly. That greedy girl must have stolen the leaves. In fact, it wasn't Zhao Yin's fault that he only realized the efficacy of the tree's leaves now. In his previous life, 7 years ago, he had never heard of any mutated plant that could give birth to two effects at the same time. This chestnut tree exceeded Zhao Yin's knowledge of mutated plants in his 2 lives. Zhao Yin took out a chestnut and opened his eye of true vision to check it out. Chestnut, F-class mutant plant fruit, rich in nutrients. Tree leaves, F-class medicinal mutant crop, quickly recovers from injuries after consumption. It's amazing that there really are mutant plants that produce crops with 2 effects at the same time. At this moment, Zhao Yin's heart dripped with blood. The leaves that the little monkey had gotten off last night were at least several hundred pounds. It was just spoiled by this cow. At that moment, the buffalo finished eating the branches on the ground and circled around the chestnut tree, looking up at the leaves overhead with longing in their eyes. Unfortunately, this chestnut tree is more than 30 meters high and the cows can't climb it. Finally, the buffalo slammed headlong into the trunk. Bang! A loud sound came from the huge chestnut tree, and it trembled violently, and the sparse leaves were forcibly shaken down. The buffalo whimpered with excitement and rushed to pick up and eat it with a flick of its tail. Zhao Yin's breath hitched again. That was his chestnut leaves. How could he let this cow continue to eat them? If he had these chestnut leaves, he would never be afraid of the little monkey getting hurt in the future. In the future, after taking in other contracted beasts, I don't know how many casualties can be reduced. It was all up to luck that the star crystals could prescribe food to treat injuries. And at this point, the chestnut tree leaves were especially important to Zhao Yin. There are still thousands of pounds of leaves on the tree. How many injuries can they heal? Zhao Yin immediately decided that no matter what, he would save the chestnut tree. At that moment, the buffalo crashed again, and large leaves were shaken off the trees. Where could Zhao Yin continue to hold back? Directly taking out the large sniper from the space ring, and not caring about saving bullets. The bullets were loaded and aimed directly at the buffalo. Bang! Zhao Yin didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. He did not seek to be able to kill this mutant beast with iron armor ability, but only to drive the other party away. The buffalo reacted quickly. Its head shifted, and the armor-piercing bullet, which could easily pierce through the armor, impacted on the bull's horns. Spattering sparks, the bullets went straight to pieces on impact and the bullhorn didn't give a shit. One of the buffaloes when I looked over again, and being aroused to a bullish temper, roared angrily and violently stamped its forehooves towards the villa. Zhao Yin pulled the trigger one after another. Bang! 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 He stopped hitting the buffalo's head and focused on the buffalo's neck, which had the lowest defense all over its body, and the first bullet pierced through the buffalo's neck, splattering blood. However, this level of injury was far from being able to finish off the E-class mutant beast buffalo. The buffalo ate the pain, and in turn became more and more furious, and in the next moment, a layer of fish scale-like armor was quickly born on its cowhide, covering its entire body in the blink of an eye. Alien powers, iron armor. It was full of terrifying muscles that swelled violently, and its already huge and strong body was once again several times stronger, and its body was full of terrifying explosive power. Allomancy, mega force. At this point, Zhao Yin's bullets could only tear through the armor skin at most, and eventually all of them were stuck inside the cowhide. Boom! The buffalo crashed headlong into the wall of the villa. The entire wall instantly collapsed, and the rooftop under Zhao Yin's feet shook violently. Monkey, get up! Zhao Yin let out a yell. In fact, there was no need for Zhao Yin to shout. The little monkey had long since exited the tent. Carrying an iron rod and glaring at the buffalo below with bulging eyes, it was only an F-class mutant beast. And the difference in strength over this buffalo wasn't 1 point. Turn on your powers. Take Song Xiaodao with you. And run. Zhao Yin had just finished speaking when boom. The buffalo collapsed the other load-bearing wall as well. And the entire villa began to tilt. Zhao Yin jumped directly off the rooftop holding the sniper rifle, not caring about the little monkey and Song Xiaodao behind him. Stepping away from the legs wearing fishing net stockings and running hundreds of meters before turning back to look, the villa had completely collapsed. And the little monkey whose entire body was giganticized was carrying Song Xiaodao in one hand and was following far behind. Zhao Yin's footsteps lurched. His own agility was 17 points. And with the increase of the fishing net socks, he was already able to outrun the buffalo, and directly turned his gun to aim at the buffalo. Dead cow! Come over here! Bang! A shot to the buffalo's front shoulder does little damage and is extremely insulting. The buffalo rushed forward with one-eyed rush. The poor little monkey was slightly slower than the buffalo and even worse than Zhao Yin. Even if he turned on his giganticization ability, his hairy legs were stumped and the buffalo was still chasing his ass. Master! Master! It's going to hit me in the ass. Didn't Natama say last night that he would help me kill this buffalo for meat? Zhao Yin cursed in a bad mood. This monkey has a berserking ability in addition to its giganticization ability, but it needs to reach E rank before it can be turned on. The berserking alien energy consumed too much for its young body to withstand at the moment. In fact, the little monkey's potential was no worse than this buffalo's. How did the dead cow come back? The little monkey was still in a daze, not knowing what had happened at all. Take it away from that chestnut tree. Zhao Yin ordered. Bang! Zhao Yin fired another shot, blocking the buffalo for a split second, and turned to continue fleeing forward. Luckily, the little monkey was more agile than the buffalo, and although it didn't move as fast as the buffalo, it was able to perfectly avoid every impending impact with a twist of its red ass. Poor Song Xiaodao was bumped and opened his mouth to vomit, vomiting the little monkey all over the bitter bile water. 10 minutes later, the collapsed villa and the chestnut tree were out of sight. Zhao Yin repelled the buffalo with a series of several shots, and communicated mentally with little monkey. Monkey, I'll hold it off. You take little knife and run away first. And remember to make a detour back to the chestnut tree. And I'll ditch the buffalo and go collect the chestnut tree leaves. Master, be careful. After the little monkey's heartfelt exchange, he didn't wait for Zhao Yin to speak, grabbed Song Xiaodao and turned around. It's happening right now. Ho, ho, ho. The deafening roar of the corpses came thick and fast. Zhao Yin turned around violently, only to see that 1,000 meters away, a huge zombie whose height exceeded 2 meters was running wildly, followed far behind by more than 24 normal-sized zombies. Male zombie, Class E, Evolution 100/79, Strength 61, Agility 36, Defense 72, Spirit 7. Male zombie, Class F, Evolution 100/5, Strength 23, Agility 15, Spirit 2.7. Female zombie, Class F, Evolution 100/71, Strength 26, Agility 17, Spirit 3.3. Male zombie, Class F, Evolution 100/19, Strength 25, Agility 16, Spirit 2.8. Male zombie, Class F. There were 27 zombies in total, and the lowest was F-class. The tall zombie that rushed at the front had even reached E-class. Master, it's that zombie. The little monkey pointed at the tall zombie, his hair standing on end, no longer concerned about escaping on his own, but quickly blocked Zhao Yin behind him. Even the water buffalo behind him stopped chasing Zhao Yin and the little monkey. His one eye was bloodshot beyond measure, and with a loud roar, he violently charged towards the tall zombie. Zhao Yin instantly understood that this was the same zombie that had fought with the buffalo last night, when he had seen such a huge zombie force in his previous life. It had been half a year after the end of the world, and he had never heard of such a terrifying force of zombies appearing so early in the city of Guangzhou. If the ability of the mutated beasts just happened to correspond to the alien ability of the survivors, then the ability of the zombies corresponded to the evolved people. And this tall zombie, obviously the strength beyond the ordinary evolutionary, and can even crush the mutant beasts of the same level. Then, there is only one possibility. In Zhao Yin's heart, the name Zombie King appeared. That everyone in the previous world had changed color. A zombie king that had devoured several star crystals at the very beginning of the end times. Zhao Yin couldn't think about it in time and raised his sniper rifle, attempting to put a shot that way. The armor-piercing rounds hit the zombie king's chest, just scratching a bit of skin before bouncing off. The terrifying 72 points of defense was difficult to match, even for a higher level D-grade zombie. This was the terrifying aspect of the zombie king. Every zombie king almost crushed anyone of the same level, not to mention that it was one level higher than Zhao Yin. There was absolutely no way to fight it. Zhao Yin directly put away his sniper rifle and shouted loudly to the monkey, "Come with me to collect the leaves and leave the City of Light." A buffalo that shouldn't have appeared had already made it difficult for him to deal with it, And now an even stronger zombie king appeared. The only thing Zhao could do right now was to avoid him. The contracted soul didn't help him much nowadays. And in the end, Zhao was only an F-class evolutionary. Even if you add the little monkey, you're just serving food to that zombie. A zombie king with more than 60 points of strength, more than 70 points of defense, and most likely any ability that even the Eye of True Sight couldn't detect. Unless Zhao had a brain fart, he would stay. While the buffalo was pestering the group of zombies, Zhao brought Little Monkey and Zhao Xiaodao back to the chestnut tree, directly handing the tang knife to Little Monkey and letting it cut down all the leaves along with the thin branches. The little monkey whimpered and chopped. Large branches fell. Song Xiaodao collected the leaves together, while Zhao used his spatial ring to load them in. When Zhao collected most of the leaves, the spatial ring couldn't fit anymore. He simply took out and discarded all his clothes and bedding, and continued to collect the leaves, but the space ring was only 10 cubic meters, and after loading more than 3,000 pounds of chestnuts, hundreds of pounds of spiny ball shells, and weapons, food, and other supplies, it still couldn't hold nearly 2,000 pounds of leaves. In the end, Zhao threw away all the remaining food that had deteriorated before the end of the world, toiletries, but whatever was not of high value. This includes 10 buckets of well water. Zhao, you threw away all the food. What are we going to eat from now on? Song Xiaodao hurriedly went to pick up the food. We'll eat chestnuts from now on, and the remaining water will be enough for us to drink for 10 days, Zhao said. But what if we run out of chestnuts in the future? What's the point of you needing these leaves? Song Xiaodao still couldn't bear to throw away the most precious food in the post-apocalyptic world. His 2 hands were full of sour ham sausage and salt-baked chicken whose color had already whitened and rotted. Won't let you starve. Zhao didn't explain too much, and after putting away all the leaves, there wasn't much space left within the ring. He looked up at the bare trunk, chestnut tree, class F mutant plant, a brief introduction. Other than that, there is no useful information. This was one of the reasons why Zhao hadn't scrutinized the leaves last night. The main trunk didn't have any special effects, so Zhao didn't intend to cut it away and stayed here to wait for the future when he got the life space. He could still come and dig this precious chestnut tree away. Just then, there was a loud noise from behind them. The injuries on the buffalo were even worse. Its armor tattered and bleeding, and one of its horns was broken in half. Huffing and puffing as it ran wildly this way, the zombie king, on the other hand, was leading the remaining 12 F-class zombies, chasing the group from afar. Run! Zhao shouted at the top of his lungs, pulling out his legs and running. The little monkey quickly turned on his giganticization ability, and as he picked up Song Xiaodao, he also took a flying step. And nowadays, the little monkey is used to his master's guideline of running away at the first opportunity whenever he meets danger. My food! Song Xiaodao let out a scream. The little monkey pushed too hard, causing most of the food she was holding to be flung out, but she also knew that she couldn't make the little monkey stop at this time, and could only watch the food with a face full of heartache. Getting farther and farther away from her, Zhao looked back. After running hundreds of meters, the zombie king had chased the buffalo inside the village, while the buffalo ran to the chestnut tree and looked at the bare trunk in a daze. Zhao understood. That dead cow was really thinking about his chestnut tree leaves again. It's gone now, isn't it? Zhao sneered in his heart. Zhao, that cow is so powerful. Look! The big zombie was injured by it. Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted. Zhao sniffed and looked, only to see that the right shoulder of the zombie king was stuck with half of a cow horn, dripping black blood, and one arm was sagging limply, with only the fascia still sticking to the shoulder. Rocking back and forth as it ran, the zombie king also had a big translucent hole in his waist, and even his running speed was a few points slower than before. Zhao was instantly energized. Monkey, follow me around. Master, let's go finish off the zombie and the dead cow? Little Monkey asked in a heartfelt voice. What for? The injured zombie king, and it's not something we can deal with right now. It's to pick up the star crystals, Zhao said. Now that the zombie king's strength had greatly decreased, Zhao Yin's sense of security rose a few points, and his thoughts came alive. That he remembered clearly that there were a total of 26 F-class zombies that followed the zombie king earlier. There were now only 12 left, which meant that the remaining 14 had been taken out by the buffalo. The place where the buffalo and the zombie king had just fought wasn't far from here, and Zhao only needed a minute or two to reach it. He ran furiously all the way with his head buried in the ground and soon reached the place. The previously pitted farmland was in a mess, with freshly turned soil everywhere, as if it had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. A dozen or so F-class zombies lay there, their bodies crushed by the buffalo's iron hooves. A few of them had most of their bodies broken, with their heads still intact, and when they saw Zhao arriving, their mouths opened with kabab. If Zhao hadn't come, it would have only taken a day or two for their tattered bodies to still be mended and made whole by the unknown energy. But it's clear that these walkers don't have that chance, without the need for Zhao Yin's command. The little monkey immediately let go of Song Xiaodao, and the 2 men and 1 beast began to bang on the zombie's head. Soon, 14-star crystals and corpse crystals appeared in Zhao Yin's hands. He put it away straight away and shouted at the little monkey, "Go!" But before he could take a step, there was another rush of footsteps behind him. The buffalo was bleeding between his mouth and nose, and another large hole had been broken in his stomach, and his intestines were oozing out. A few hundred meters away, he rushed over in the blink of an eye, followed by the zombie king. But without seeing the 12 F-class zombies, the buffalo stared at Zhao Yin with a red one-eyed face full of resentment, as if it had already figured out that the leaves that could have healed its injuries in time had all been taken away by the human in front of it. It was this human who did it. So since it couldn't do away with the zombie king, it was going to take out Zhao Yin before it died. It was too late for Zhao Yin to leave. The buffalo erupted with the last potential of its life. Its speed was too fast. Zhao Yin barely hesitated and directly took out his sniper rifle. Bang! A shot hit the buffalo's head where the scale armor was broken, and it went straight into the head, with a rumble. The buffalo and Zhao Yin brushed shoulders before falling head over heels. As long as Zhao Yin was even 0.1 seconds slower, he would be run over by the buffalo. Not waiting for Zhao Yin to breathe a sigh of relief, the zombie king arrived as well. Losing the attraction of the buffalo, it roared furiously and charged towards Zhao Yin. Bang! 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 Zhao Yin fired several shots in a row, all hitting the place where the zombie king's broken arm was, and the little bit of fascia that was already sticking to it was instantly broken, and the broken arm fell down. The zombie king's body also stumbled. Run, run, run! Zhao Yin yelled, putting away his sniper rifle and pulling out his legs to run. However, the zombie king had been completely enraged, and the most feared thing had happened, only to see the zombie king's already extremely sturdy figure suddenly expand a few points again, and his running speed was violently accelerated. Previously, neither Zhao Yin nor the little monkey had seen this ability of the zombie king. Its speed even exceeded that of Zhao Yin, who possessed fishing net stockings, and its large hand with a dozen centimeters of pitch-black nails violently grabbed at Zhao Yin's back. In an instant, Zhao Yin's cold sweat came down, and for the first time since the end of the world, he felt such a strong crisis of life and death. Bang! Zhao Yin was directly sent flying out by this slap, and his body swooped forward sharply, while the F-class uniform behind him was torn apart by the zombie king's sharp claws. He fell out within the sludge some 20 meters away and tumbled a dozen times before coming to a stop. Zhao Yin opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs looked like they had shifted, and his face instantly turned white. If it wasn't for the extraordinary equipment blocking the blow for him, he would have just been pierced through by the zombie king. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure the severe pain, raising his gun to continue shooting. Bang! 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 The armor-piercing rounds hit the zombie king, splattering a trail of sparks, but they only managed to stop its advance. Soon, the zombie king was able to withstand the huge impact of the armor-piercing bullet and took a few steps to reach Zhao Yin. Lifting his foot to directly step on his head, Zhao Yin had anticipated this and rolled to avoid it, shooting to slow down the zombie king as he moved his body sharply in an attempt to pull away, but the strength gap between the two sides is too big. The fishing net socks for Zhao Yin increased only the speed of movement. If we talk about agility, the zombie king is as high as 36 points, which is more than twice as much as Zhao Yin's, and it turned around and grabbed Zhao Yin's collar and lifted it up directly. Roar! The zombie king glared at Zhao Yin and roared angrily, as if accusing this little ant of having the audacity to break his arm. Zhao Yin's entire body was suspended in the air. He had never imagined that one day he would actually be lifted in the air by a zombie king like a chicklet. The bloody mouth in front of him reeked of stench, and its mouthful of rotten teeth could be seen up close. Roar! A roar also came from behind the zombie king, and the little monkey had already reacted. Only the zombie king's speed was too fast, and it was only then that he rushed over. Little monkey's giganticization ability was turned on in full force, and the iron rod in his hand smashed into the zombie king's head. There was a loud thud. The threaded steel rod twisted and deformed directly and stuck on the zombie king's head. The zombie king didn't care and slowly turned his head to look at the little monkey. Maybe to it, the humans and monkeys in front of it are a joke. Bang! In the next moment, the little monkey was kicked directly into the air, his huge body seeming to fall as if a meteorite had smashed down. Zhao Yin remained incomparably calm. The zombie king in front of him had almost no weaknesses, possessing extreme speed, terrifying strength, and an impenetrable defense. The only weakness was the damage Buffy had done to it earlier. Yes, its weakness is the damage done by the buffalo. Zhao Yin directly stabbed the sniper rifle in his hand into the large hole in the zombie king's abdomen, and violently pulled the trigger under close range. Bang! 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 Armor-piercing bullets wreaked havoc in the zombie king's body, madly tearing its internal organs. At this moment the zombie king, his body trembled. Large strands of black blood, mixed with broken pieces of internal organs, flowed out from the large hole in his abdomen. Nonetheless, the zombie king still didn't die, and the one arm that grabbed Zhao Yin violently exerted force, throwing Zhao Yin directly out. Zhao Yin only felt that his chest was like being hit by a heavy hammer, and while he was still in the air, He once again spewed out a mouthful of blood and tumbled around a few times before slamming heavily onto the ground. He tried to get up at the first opportunity, but found that his body felt like it was drained of all strength with every breath. A sharp pain came from his chest. Barta, the sniper rifle on the zombie king's abdomen, which slid to the ground. Roar! It angrily charged towards Zhao, as if it wanted to completely finish off this little ant that was hurting it. At this point it was too late for the little monkey to save. Zhao, get up! Song Xiaodao's tender little face was filled with fear. As he hugged the zombie king's leg, the butterfly knife in his hand stabbed out with force. Dang! Even with the transcendent weapon, it only cut a bit of skin on the zombie king's leg. Song Xiaodao's strength was also too small, under the zombie king's powerful defense. He couldn't even be truly injured. The zombie king at that moment was enraged by this even weaker ant and turned around to kick out. Ah! Zhao, Song Xiaodao's petite body, spinning in the air, fell and flew out 20 to 30 meters, fell into the mud in the distance and never moved again. Do not know whether to live or die. It was also Song Xiaodao this block. The little monkey rushed over again. The steel stick in its hand had long since fallen and flown somewhere. The giganticized little monkey jumped up onto the zombie king's head and crouched on its shoulders, its long nails snapping into both of the zombie king's eye sockets. Bang! The zombie king swung his one arm out and slapped the little monkey on the head. Half of the little monkey's cheeks were immediately deformed, still clutching the zombie king's head in death, desperately gouging out his eyes. Bang! 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 The zombie king one by one smashed in the body of the little monkey. Every time there is blood volley, thick monkey skin simply cannot withstand, was torn, revealing the meridian bones. Master, get up and run. The little monkey's heart trembled, and his eyes dimmed with a pained expression on his bloodied monkey face. Two poofs, the zombie king's pair of eyes were finally gouged out by it. Ouch. The zombie king's voice all became miserable. Sharp claws violently stabbed into the little monkey's abdomen, grabbing the belly from the inside and violently pulling it forward. The little monkey, who was already out of gas, was suddenly covered in what looked like spasms before dying, and was directly thrown out by the zombie king, rolling within the sludge and twitching a few times without moving. This time Zhao only then staggered to stand up straight, stuffed a handful of chestnut leaves in his mouth, which made him feel better. He looked at the little monkey and Song Xiaodao, who didn't know whether they were alive or dead, and remained unusually calm in his heart, pondering where the way to life was. The E-class zombie king was like an insurmountable mountain to him. Unshakable and irresistible, the weakness of the human physique was exposed. Zhao just took 2 strikes, and at this point, it was difficult to even lift his tang blade. The little monkey is down. The sniper rifle is at the zombie king's feet. He's lost his 2 biggest dependencies. What else could he take on this zombie king? At this moment, the zombie king lost its 2 eyes and its huge body staggered. Zhao suddenly realized that this zombie king had evolved its eyesight and actually relied on both eyes to see things. The zombie king without eyes was like a blind man among the survivors as it stumbled towards Zhao. Even if the zombie king was blind, even if he stood still, he didn't have the ability to kill at this point. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind in a flash, associating all the possibilities of a flop. In the end, the only thing he could think of was those 14 star crystals. Although the chances were slim, it was Zhao Yin's only hope at this time. In case if he opened a powerful equipment, he would have the possibility to survive. Zhao Yin didn't hesitate to take out 14 star crystals and crush them all at once. Non-fusanquin, grade F. Type of extraordinary drink. Replenishes water consumption for 24 hours after consumption. Sandwich bread, grade F. Extraordinary food. Replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours after consumption, with the effect of healing wounds. Non-fusanquin. Non-fusanquin. Compressed crackers, grade F. Extraordinary food. Replenish energy consumption for 24 hours after consumption, with the effect of energizing. Lasts for 24 hours. Instant noodles, grade F. Extraordinary food. Replenishes energy for 24 hours after consumption, with the added effect of protecting against the cold. Lasts for 24 hours. Canned tuna, grade F. Extraordinary food. Replenishes energy for 24 hours, with immunity to viruses up to grade B. Lasts 24 hours. Iced tea, grade F. Extraordinary beverage. Replenishes water consumption for 24 hours after consumption. Doubles physical attributes. Lasts for 1 hour. Wolf's Tooth Rod, grade D. Type transcendent weapon. Sturdy 54. Attack 52. Attachment effect strength plus 20. Women's suit, grade E. Defense equipment. Sturdy 31. Agility 28. Attractive plus 5. Non-fusion. 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 Sandwich bread. All the white light dispersed, and one item fell to the ground from Zhao Yin's hands when he got a good look at the wolfsbane. His whole body became excited. I can't believe I actually opened a life-saving piece of equipment. Class D Transcendental Weapons. A full 52 points of attack with an accompanying strength of 20. And if Zhao Yin's own 15 points of strength were added, Smashing the E-class zombie king in front of him would not be a problem at all. Zhao stuffed another handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, followed by tearing open a piece of healing sandwich bread without hesitation, chewing and swallowing it directly. That wasn't all. He opened another bottle of iced tea and threw his head back in a gulp. The sandwiched bread fell into the stomach, and a warm sensation instantly spread throughout the body, several times more powerful than the healing effects of the chestnut leaves. The numbness and sharp pain in the limbs were both rapidly subsiding at this point. At the same time, the doubling effect of attributes brought about by the ice-red tea erupted, and a majestic power spread through Zhao Yin's body. In this moment, Zhao Yin laughed, his eyes a blood red. He bent down and took hold of the wolfsbane in one hand and lifted it straight up. The zombie king is amazing. Today, I'm going to slaughter a zombie king to see. I almost died. I was that close. Go fuck yourself. At this moment, the zombie king arrived with a big stride, his one-armed fist clenched, and he ruthlessly smashed over towards Zhao Yin. This time, Zhao Yin no longer dodged. His body surged up into the air, and the wolf tooth stick in his hand smashed viciously towards the zombie king with the same vicious momentum. Bang! A sonic boom rang through the air as fist and wolfsbane clashed together. Immediately afterward, a bone-cracking sound accompanied it. The zombie king's fist was directly smashed and deformed. Its ghastly face was unreadable, but it visibly froze as Zhao Yin's feet landed on the ground and his body popped up again, slamming down with a heavy blow. Click! The zombie king instinctively raised his one arm to fend it off, and his small arm bone was smashed. The zombie king roared, instinctively wanting to raise his hand to strike Zhao Yin, but his one arm was so floppy that he couldn't swing it at all. This time, the wolfsbane smashed over again, aiming for the zombie king's head. The zombie king dodged sharply, and this rod directly smashed into its neck. Rumbling, the zombie king's mountainous figure fell headfirst to the ground. Nest Nima, a big stinker. Zhao Yin stepped on the zombie king's chest and slammed it down with a stick, one after another, until the zombie king's head was smashed to pieces. Never to move again. Zhao Yin made sure that it was dead beyond death, and only then did he stop moving. Zhao Yin panted heavily in a state of weakness. The wolf tooth stick in his hand that weighed 300 to 400 pounds fell to the ground, wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth, and raised his head to look at Little Monkey and Zhao Xiaodao. I in the silt. Two tiny figures, as if they were clay figures, did not move a muscle. Dagger! Monkey! Zhao Yin shouted, and neither guy responded. Zhao Yin remembered the earlier scene where they had desperately tried to save themselves, and his stabbing pain actually came from his hardened heart. Are you guys dead? Zhao Yin couldn't care less about his weakness and took a hard step over. The skull of the little monkey was cracked, revealing the brain inside. The fur all over his body had been scratched off by the zombie king in an unknown number of pieces, and the big hole in his stomach was almost as big as the buffalo earlier, with his intestines flowing out. And Song Xiaodao's entire chest collapsed, still spewing blood out between his mouth and nose. Unconscious. Good thing both guys are still breathing. Zhao Yin quickly took out a handful of chestnut leaves and stuffed them into the little monkey's mouth, realizing that it didn't have the strength to chew at all. Zhao Yin thought for a moment and stuffed the chestnut leaves into his own mouth and chewed them, and after they became crumbs, he broke open the little monkey's mouth. Psst. Zhao Yin spat directly into the little monkey's mouth and then poured water down it. After filling the little monkey, Zhao Yin used the same method to fill Song Xiaodao. After the two guys ate the chestnut tree leaves, the wounds on their bodies quickly stopped bleeding and slowly healed, and their life breath was gradually increasing. But after all, the injury is too heavy. A handful of chestnut leaves is simply not enough. Zhao Yin directly took out 10 kilograms, chewing hard to feed Dai. In fact, there was still a piece of sandwich bread left from the one Zhao Yin had just opened, but that thing recovered from injuries much faster and was more useful than chestnut tree leaves in a fight. So Zhao Yin didn't use it. His jawbone was chewed and cramped as the little monkey's skull and belly finally healed and slowly sprouted golden fur. Song Xiaodao's collapsed chest also slowly bulged up, no longer bleeding between his mouth and nose. Zhao Yin chewed a few more mouthfuls of chestnut leaves, and the little monkey awoke first. Master, where is that big zombie? As soon as it opened its eyes, it instantly bounced up from the ground, and when it got a good look at the corpse of the zombie king, it froze in place. Dead? How? Zhao Yin, still chewing on the leaves in his mouth, broke open Song Xiaodao's mouth and poof. After skillfully spitting into Song Xiaodao's mouth and filling her with water, Zhao Yin then calmly said, "Of course it was only because I put my life on the line in order to save you all that I was able to kill it." The little monkey rounded his eyes, and then immediately jumped to Zhao Yin's feet and hugged his leg. Master is too good to me and little knife. Master is the best master in the whole world, the most powerful master. So powerful, so powerful, so powerful. Zhao Yin enjoyed the little monkey's horse's ass and stuffed another handful of leaves into his mouth, chewing. In order to heal your injuries, I spent 10 kilograms of precious chestnut leaves, and my teeth are all chewed up. The little monkey was moved to tears and didn't mind the way Zhao Yin healed him, pressing his monkey face against Zhao Yin's thigh and rubbing it affectionately. The heartfelt voice that came out was guilty. Master, it's all because I'm useless and can't protect Master. Jiaoyin rubbed the little monkey's head. You didn't do too well today, but barely, so I've decided to reward you. The little monkey snapped his head up and looked blearily at Jiaoyin. It's transcendent food? Jiaoyin took out the last bottle of iced tea and handed it to the little monkey. This is a transcendent drink that can double your attributes within an hour. You can't drink it now. You're only allowed to drink it the next time you meet the same danger. The little monkey took it excitedly, stroking the heartfelt, transcendent food. In fact, just now, Jiaoyin had already thought about it, and had to find a way to equip the little monkey in Song Xiaodao as soon as possible. A crisis like today's must not happen again. The habits he had developed in his previous life made him think about his own safety all the time, so much so that he neglected his overall fighting strength. Now that he was the lord of the pact, he should hide and let his subordinates fight for their lives. If Little Monkey and Song Xiaodao were untouchable, he would be a bare-knuckle commander like he is today. Go! There are still 12 F-class zombies over at the chestnut tree. They should have been taken out by the buffalo. Chop off their heads and bring them here. Jiaoyin handed the tang knife to the little monkey. Understood, master. Thank you, master. The little monkey was still thanking for the ice-red tea after receiving the Tommy knife. It bounced away. Jiaoyin was about to clean up the battlefield when Song Xiaodao suddenly opened his eyes. Jiaoyin, are we dead here? Dead. This is the netherworld, Jiaoyin said. Song Xiaodao didn't panic as expected. His expression was rather like a sudden relief, then closed his eyes. Oh, what is this flavor in my mouth? Chestnut leaves. For you to heal your wounds. Jiaoyin Dao, I'm not dead. Why are you still treating my wounds? As if Song Xiaodao suddenly understood something, he sat up violently and opened his eyes to look around, quickly seeing the dead zombie king. I'm not dead. The big walker was killed by you? Jiaoyin calmly said. Since you're fine, get up and get to work. Go dissect that dead cow. We'll eat beef tonight. Song Xiaodao was still puzzled, but he didn't dare to ask more questions. Picking up the butterfly knife that had fallen within the silt, and after briefly wiping it off, he walked towards the buffalo. Jiaoyin also got up and moved forward. Picking up his own sniper rifle, he found no damage directly into the space ring. Although the sniper rifle didn't do much today, it definitely had no problem dealing with ordinary zombies and survivors. Too bad armor-piercing rounds got half of him today. Jiaoyin, The scream of Song Xiaodao suddenly came from behind him. What's wrong? Jiaoyin turned around and asked. Don't want to eat beef anymore? No. Jiaoyin, come and look. This cow is still alive. Song Xiaodao carried the butterfly knife and retreated far away. Looking at the corpse of the buffalo in horror, she still had palpitations about the strength of this buffalo. Jiaoyin was shaken and walked over incredulously, and he saw that the buffalo's eyelids were slightly open and were staring at him with hatred. If it's not even breathing, how come it's alive again? Jiaoyin was surprised that it hadn't died after being injured so badly. This cow has a vitality never seen before. Why don't we just beat it to death from afar? Song Xiaodao said. Jiaoyin quickly took out some chestnut leaves and piled them in front of the buffalo. Jiaoyin, what are you doing? Wasting chestnut tree leaves to heal it? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. If it wasn't for this cow's revenge, they wouldn't have fought the zombie king and almost died. Jiaoyin didn't make a sound. Of course he had to treat it. The strength of this buffalo was absolutely nothing to write home about. He was currently lacking this kind of powerful contracted beast. The beef can't be eaten? Song Xiaodao was disappointed for a while and whispered. What use can it be to cure it? Aren't you afraid it's taking revenge on you? Within her perception, although Jiaoyin wasn't considered bad, he was definitely not a loving, good old man either. Jiaoyin's forehead was in a cold sweat. The buffalo was going to die at any moment. He directly grabbed a handful of leaves and chewed them in his mouth, then broke open the buffalo's mouth. Poof! Jiaoyin vomited directly into it. On the side, Song Xiaodao rounded his eyes and stared at Jiaoyin, who had already opened a bucket of water and poured it into the buffalo's mouth, and then proceeded to chew the leaves of the chestnut tree. And there was green juice flowing down the corners of Jiaoyin's mouth. She just felt her stomach roll and bent over to vomit. Thus, Song Xiaodao saw that what was spit out was none other than clear water mixed with chestnut leaves chewed into pieces. So she vomited even more. Jiaoyin, how could you? Vomit. Song Xiaodao questioned with red eyes as Jiaoyin looked like he didn't hear and continued chewing on the leaves. After roughly 2 kilograms of leaves were chewed, the breath of life in the buffalo's body finally strengthened a lot. Its eyes slowly widened as it stared at Jiaoyin with hatred. Bang! Jiaoyin decisively kicked over the buffalo's head. Your life was saved by me, and you dare to glare at me? Jiaoyin scolded. Cuckoo! The buffalo made a weak sound in its throat, still glaring angrily at Jiaoyin. Not appreciating it in the slightest, Jiaoyin raised his foot again, but ultimately didn't kick it again. What was the point of bothering with a stubborn cow? As long as it was contracted, the contracted soul would naturally change its mind. He didn't continue to feed the leaves for fear of being countered by this bull, and with one hand on the buffalo's head, he directly mobilized the contracted soul in his mind and unleashed the power of the contract. A faint golden light slowly formed into the shape of a chain, and it disappeared from Zhao Yin's palm into the buffalo's brow. Immediately after that, the buffalo trembled violently, and immediately after that, as if it understood something, the buffalo struggled violently. Unlike the little monkey back then, the buffalo was an E-class mutant beast, one level higher than Zhao Yin himself, and its spiritual power frantically rushed against the chains that the contracted soul had transformed into, but it was all in vain as Zhao Yin rode up to the buffalo's head and pinned it to the ground with his ass in a death grip. All of the buffalo's resistance in the face of the contracted soul did not serve any purpose. The chains instantly disappeared into its mind, followed by the massive body deflating and slowly closing its eyes. Zhao Yin stood up and looked back at Song Xiaodao. "You're sick. Without me chewing leaves and feeding you, where would you still have the life to vomit here now? Disgusting who?" Song Xiaodao was already fearful of Zhao Yin, and understood that what he said was reasonable, wiped his tears, and did not dare to refute, but the emotions in her mind could not be calmed in any way. It's not good for anyone to eat a mouthful of bystanders. "Come here." Zhao Yin hooked his finger at her, and Song Xiaodao slowly moved her feet and reached him. "What for?" Snap. Zhao Yin knocked a chestnut on top of Song Xiaodao's head. "You want to get on the roof?" Song Xiaodao covered his head with both hands and looked up at Zhao Yin, tears falling down his face in aggravation. "Did you brush your teeth this morning?" "Brush your teeth?" Pure water in the post-apocalyptic world was precious, and if he hadn't arrived here, Zhao Yin wouldn't have even bothered to take a bath last night. He didn't even bring his toothbrush with him when he left the house, so what's he gonna brush his teeth with? The last time he remembered brushing his teeth was when it was raining meteorites outside, and he hadn't brushed since then. "I thought you didn't brush either?" "I brushed it last week. It's cleaner than your mouth." "Right," Zhao Yin said forcefully. Song Xiaodao was momentarily speechless. She hadn't brushed her teeth for more than a month, and it was usually difficult for her to even take a sip of water, so she had simply forgotten about it. "Why do you dislike her?" "Any more questions?" Zhao Yin said. "Chew the leaves with me if you have no problem. This kind of leaves have a sterilizing effect. Just brush your teeth. By the way, you can rinse your mouth with water, and the mouthwash is fed to the dead cow." "Is chewing leaves really the same as brushing your teeth?" Song Xiaodao asked innocently. "Wouldn't you know it if you tried?" After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he turned back and grabbed a handful of leaves and chewed them in his mouth. Then, Song Xiaodao saw him skillfully break open the buffalo's mouth. Poof! Song Xiaodao rushed forward and also grabbed a handful of leaves and stuffed them into her mouth, her cheeks bulging with bitterness as she frowned. After a burst of chewing, Song Xiaodao also poofed. The two had finished chewing through about 5 kilograms of leaves when the little monkey returned, having found a rope of grass from somewhere that was wearing 12 walker heads. So the two men and the monkey began to chew the leaves of poof, poof, poof. "Monkey, be fucking careful. It's spraying all over me." Squeak. "Ha ha, ha, he. The dead cow lying on the ground was gurgled down, its life breath growing stronger and stronger until 100 pounds of leaves, plus 3 large buckets of water were all poured down. The wounds on its body, finally all healed, only the blind eye and the broken horn were not restored. To regenerate an amputated limb, one needed star crystal to prescribe a more advanced drug, and that was all that could be done for the time being. Soon, Buffy opened her one eye and rolled over to get up from the ground. The little monkey was calm, but Song Xiaodao was startled, and hurriedly dropped the leaves in his hand to quickly move his body backward. "Zhao Yin, what now?" Zhao Yin bent down to pick up the scattered leaves one by one and calmly said, "It's fine. It will be our partner from now on." At that moment, a heartbeat sounded in Zhao Yin's heart. "Master!" The buffalo came in front of Zhao Yin and humanely knelt on its front limbs, lowering its head to him. Song Xiaodao looked at this scene in shock, staring dead at Buffalo and Zhao Yin, followed by a glance at the little monkey. In an instant, she looked like she understood something. "Zhao Yin, the little monkey, came from the same thing? When Zhao Yin signed the contract just now, she saw it. Finally dawned on me what he was doing at the time." In Song Xiaodao's eyes, the man in front of him was becoming more and more mysterious, and in his body, he must be hiding countless secrets. So Zhao Yin nodded and didn't bother explaining too much, just faintly said, "It's not the same. The little monkey was saved by me, and I haven't had any unpleasantness with it." Squeaky. The little monkey on the side immediately followed in agreement. It was just a pity that Song Xiaodao couldn't understand what it was saying. Zhao Yin lifted his foot and kicked the buffalo. "Go find grass to eat on the side. Don't leave without my order or I'll break your legs." "Yes, master." The buffalo's heartfelt voice, not as vivid as the little monkey. It sounded a bit naive. It got up and went off to the side, nibbling on the green shoots that were just growing in the field. Zhao Yin took everything back into his spatial ring, walked over to retrieve the wolf tooth rod, pointed at the 14 heads that the little monkey had brought back, and instructed Song Xiaodao, "Go clean it up." Song Xiaodao answered and skillfully walked over to cut up the watermelon. Zhao Yin finally came to the corpse of the zombie king. At this point, the zombie king's head had long since been smashed to pieces, and Zhao Yin used his wolfsbane to bash in the brain matter for a while. Soon, 3-star crystals and 1 E-grade corpse crystal rolled out. Zhao looked at a full 3-star crystals and was also a bit shocked. No wonder this E-class zombie was so powerful. It was really a zombie king. In his previous life, he had only heard of such things as a zombie king, and often got wind of it and immediately led Lin Tianfeng and the others on a run. Never actually meeting one. If this zombie king hadn't met Zhao, it would have quickly grown to rank D, quickly dominating Guangzhou City, controlling all the zombies within its territory, and then even occupying Jiangnan continent. Invincible. It's just a shame that there isn't that possibility. Zhao didn't understand whether it was because he had changed the timeline that caused this zombie king, which he hadn't heard of in his previous life, to appear, or whether it was because it was already there in his previous life, and then he went somewhere else, causing him to be unaware of the existence of this zombie king. But now was not the time to think about that. Zhao Yin's eyes staring at the E-grade corpse crystal were even more eager than when he saw the star crystal. Zhao Yin directly crushed the E-grade corpse crystal, and a stream of pure energy instantly surged into his body, and the familiar sense of evolution once again spread throughout his body. Human male. Ability awakened. Class E evolutionary. Evolution level 100/0.16, strength 31, agility 35, physical strength 25, spirit 48, talent B shooting, life countdown 59, 963 days. All the attributes were doubled, and even the lifespan was increased by 30,000 days. In other words, Zhao Yin, if there were no accidents, would be sufficient to live for another 160 years. At this moment, Zhao Yin's aura changed, becoming more energetic and vibrant. Zhao Yin, you. Zhao Xiaodao held a pile of corpse crystals and star crystals in his hand and stared blankly at Zhao Yin. What happened to me? Zhao Yin asked, turning back. No, nothing. Song Xiaodao returned to his senses and hastily shook his head. She just felt that Zhao Yin had changed differently, and she couldn't tell what exactly was different. Here, the corpse crystals and star crystals are here. Zhao Yin took the corpse crystals and put them into his spatial ring, then piled all the star crystals in front of him. Of the 3 pieces on the zombie king, 12 pieces came out of 12 F-class zombies. There were 15 pieces in all, piled up in a small mountain. At this time, Zhao Yin's eyesight and hearing could reach right up to 2 kilometers in a circle, and other than a few scattered zombies, there were no traces of any other lifeforms. Zhao Yin sat down in the mud and opened the star crystal piece by piece. Non-fusanquin, grade F, type of extraordinary drink, replenishes water consumption for 24 hours after consumption. Sure enough, it starts again with nonsense. Sandwich bread, grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours after consumption, with the effect of healing wounds. Compressed crackers, grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours after consumption, with the effect of energizing, lasts for 24 hours. Non-fusanquin, instant noodles. Zhao Yin opened 11 star crystals in a row, harvesting 3 bottles of non-fusanquin, 2 pieces of sandwich bread, 3 pieces of compressed cookies, 1 bottle of iced tea, 1 piece of instant noodle, and 1 piece of military top. Only 1 piece of F-rated equipment came out, and the rest were one-time consumable transcendental food and drinks. It just so happened that the uniform top report on Zhao Yin had been torn to shreds by the zombie king, and this new one was just right for him to use it. Zhao Yin still had 4 pieces of star crystals left in front of him, and other than the last piece that was popped out from an F-class zombie, the remaining 3 pieces were all popped out from the zombie king. He remembered that there was a rumor in his previous life that the star crystals that popped out of the zombie king had a much higher chance of opening an extreme product. Regardless of whether such rumors were true or not, Zhao Yin still saved these 3 star crystals for the end, and he also wanted to surprise himself, picking up the last piece of star crystal that was popped out by an F-class zombie. Zhao Yin's fingers slightly exerted force, and with a click, the star crystal instantly turned into white light. Soon the white light dispersed and a small bottle appeared within the palm of his hand. Evolutionary potion, grade F, type of primary potion. After taking it, human evolutionary genes will be activated, becoming a new human being. Evolution potions were potions that unlocked the potential of an evolved person, and Zhao Yin couldn't use F rank nowadays. Only an E rank evolutionary potion could make Zhao Yin's E rank evolutionary potential increase again. Of course, if Zhao Yin could never get a grade E evolution potion, he could also step into grade D with the help of a corpse crystal, but the potential that belonged to grade E, if it wasn't developed, then half of the evolutionary attributes would be missing. Zhao Yin subconsciously looked at Song Xiaodao on the side. The little monkey as a mutant beast could only be cheap for this little girl. At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt Zhao Yin's eyes and looked blankly at the small bottle in his hand. Although Zhao Yin hadn't lectured Song Xiaodao about post-apocalyptic knowledge in the past 2 days, she had seen all of Zhao Yin's behavior and vaguely knew that star crystals could open up very precious supplies and equipment. Spatial rings could store items. Corpse crystals could make Zhao Yin stronger. And Zhao Yin had a kind of contractual ability with mutant beasts. Zhao Yin, what is this? For me? Song Xiaodao asked with anticipation. Zhao Yin raised his hand and tossed the evolution potion to her. Take it. You can only move it when I allow it to be used. Song Xiaodao received the medicine bottle with surprise and held it in his palm like a treasure. Thank you, Zhao Yin. Although she didn't know what was in the pill bottle, it had to be something valuable if it could make Zhao Yin show such an expression. In fact, Song Xiaodao was not aware that a bottle of evolutionary potion, in the end times, was enough to exchange hundreds or thousands of lives. Zhao Yin didn't bother with Song Xiaodao anymore. Holding the 3 pieces of star crystals opened by the zombie king, he took a few deep breaths and then pinched them all at once. Kaiser Sword, Grade D, Type Transcendent Weapon, Sturdy 50, Attack 54, Attachment Effect Swing Speed plus 15, Heavy Armor, Grade D, Extraordinary Defensive Equipment, Sturdy 60, Attack 39, with the effect of Physical Strength plus 20, Invisibility Tent, Grade A, Type Extraordinary Mobility Shelter, Sturdy 430, Attack 0, Invisibility Effect. The 3 masses of white light dispersed, and Zhao Yin's breath caught 0.3 star crystals, all of which opened up goodies, 2 D-rated weapons and defensive equipment and 1 A-rated removable shelter. The rumors of the previous life were true. It was the star crystal that birthed the zombie king, and then the star crystal was then birthed by the unknown energy within the zombie king's body, which then enhanced the quality of the items within the star crystal. An E-rank zombie king had opened an A-rank item. So what could a star crystal birthed from a higher-ranked zombie king open? S-rank? SS rank? Soon. Zhao Yin waved away the thought. Meeting a zombie king had almost killed him. Who knew what kind of abilities the more powerful zombie kings had? As long as people lived, Zhao Yin firmly believed that he would be able to get everything he wanted sooner or later with his memories of being a reborn person and the SSS rank psychic ability that had already arrived. Next, Zhao Yin directly put everything away and was about to prepare to leave, when suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the bull's horn flashing with a cold light within the silt not far away. Zhao Yin glanced at the buffalo with the remaining unicorn horn not far away and quietly put away the broken horn. Although this bull's horn wasn't a transcendent weapon prescribed by the star crystal, if we were to talk about hardness and sharpness, it wasn't much better than the D-grade weapon in Zhao Yin's hands, and it was able to break open a large hole even in the zombie king's abdomen. Zhao Yin couldn't use it nowadays, but how could a good thing go to waste? Zhao Yin, where are we going next? The house is gone. Song Xiaodao pointed within the village in the distance. The small rural house that she had lived in last night had collapsed, and her eyes were filled with dismay. Don't worry, there's a place to stay, Zhao Yin said. He looked up at the sky. After this battle, the time had already reached noon. He had just eaten a piece of sandwich bread and transcendental iced tea, so he didn't feel hungry. But Song Xiaodao and the little monkey must be hungry. Zhao Yin didn't make a fire to cook chestnuts in place, and took the little monkey and Song Xiaodao with him, calling the buffalo back inside the village. Click. Zhao Yin took out his just-arrived D-grade weapon, the mountain opening knife, and with a single slash, the chestnut tree block was suddenly broken with all its roots. The bare trunk of the tree came crashing down. Zhao Yin, why did you cut it? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. Dig the roots out of the tree, Zhao Yin commanded. Monkey, turn on the alien energy to work. Previously, there was not enough space within the spatial ring, and Zhao Yin had not thought about taking this chestnut tree away. But at this time, he had contracted the buffalo, and that huge body was completely a living big truck. The little monkey immediately opened the giantization ability. A pair of big hands quickly planing the ground. The speed is comparable to the end of the world before for the excavator. A few minutes later, will be more than 3 meters in diameter of a mass of large tree roots dug out. As the little monkey strained to move the roots out of the large pit, Zhao Yin snapped his fingers. Old ox. The buffalo hurriedly ran his ass off, looking at Zhao Yin's one eye full of intimacy. In the future, carry this tree root on your back wherever you go, and you're not allowed to put it down without my order, Zhao Yin said in a deep voice. The buffalo nodded honestly, his heartbeat ending as he communicated. Understood, master. Zhao Yin cut down a useless section of chestnut trunk with a mountain opening knife, cut off the outline of the buffalo's shoulder blade on one side, cut the other side into a flat surface, and snapped it toward the buffalo's shoulder blade going back to the walker. He stripped off his tattered clothes, tore them into strips of cloth and rolled them into rope, and fastened the trunk to the buffalo's front elbow so that it made a solid support. In the end, Zhao Yin had the little monkey move the roots onto the stand and secured it with some more rope. In the future, Zhao Yin would only need to pour a bottle of Transcendent Farmer's Spring onto the roots of the tree every 2 or 3 days, and he would be able to ensure that the roots wouldn't die for half a year, so that he could plant them when he had the living space. After doing everything, Zhao Yin found a vacant lot and took out the stealth tent, surveying this A-grade prop that had just arrived. A flash of anticipation appeared in Zhao Yin's eyes, and he couldn't wait to try out the effects. The stealth tent was like a palm-sized muslin cover in Zhao Yin's hands, and with a movement of his mind, the tent quickly levitated up, followed by a rapid increase in size until it enveloped 300 square feet and slowly landed in an instant. It enveloped Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao, as well as the two mutant beasts. The two mutant beasts and Song Xiaodao watched Zhao Yin's maneuver. Zhao Yin feels like being inside a huge yurt at this time, with exquisite cloth, azure roof, embroidered with the sun, moon and stars, and round cloth walls, embroidered with mountains and rivers, flowers, birds, fish and insects. Even the pitted and ruined ground was transformed into a flat woolen carpet. Zhao Yin, is this something you just opened? Song Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yin nodded. This is called a stealth tent. With more than 400 points of defense, there is nothing that can break through in this post-apocalyptic world at the moment, and in the future, we'll have one more guarantee for our safety. Zhao Yin was in an extremely good mood, and when he finished, he took a step towards the outside of the tent. Song Xiaodao hurriedly followed. The little monkey also hurriedly followed behind. And finally the buffalo also felt that it couldn't be out of place, and also stepped on all four hooves to follow along. Zhao Yin came outside the tent, turned around and looked back. It was still the same ruined land that he had just been in, and immediately after, a small silhouette appeared out of thin air. It was Song Xiaodao who had just stepped out of the tent, followed by little monkey and buffalo. And if Zhao Yin hadn't set up the tent with his own hands, his powerful spiritual power wouldn't have been able to discover the existence of the stealth tent. Old ox, slam forward and use your greatest strength, Zhao Yin instructed. Pointing at the tent, Buffy froze, looking at the empty space in front of her, and although there was too much she didn't understand, she still turned on her Megaforce ability. The buffalo slammed forward. The master said to use maximum force, so prove to the master how strong it really is. There was a loud boom. It was as if the buffalo had hit a wall of air, and with the recoil, it fell straight to the ground, carrying several tons of weight on its back. It took a long time to slowly climb up. The little monkey gloated at the buffalo, and Song Xiaodao stared wide-eyed at the wall of air in front of him. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Yin's mouth, and the mountain opening knife appeared in his hand, and he chopped forward with force. Bang! He struck out with all his might, shocking his arm with a numbness, and he almost couldn't hold the mountain opening sword within perception. Not even a single scratch existed on top of the stealth tent. The A-grade prop was really as powerful as ever. After Zhao Yin tried out the tent's defense, he brought Song Xiaodao and the two mutant beasts back inside the tent. Dinner is served, Zhao Yin said. The two beasts and Song Xiaodao immediately surrounded them, all eyeing Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin took out 30 raw chestnuts and didn't bother roasting them, directly throwing 20 to the little monkey, but only gave 10 to the buffalo. The difference between close and distant is evident. Thank you, great, handsome, invincible, my most beloved master. The little monkey saw the chestnuts in front of the buffalo that were half less than his own and happily jumped up and down around Zhao Yin. Monkeys are the most vindictive, and the buffalo's near death of its master is not yet forgotten. The buffalo looked at the little monkey's chestnut, then at his own, and the look within his one eye immediately lowered. Mental note, master is being biased and the calf is upset. If you want to be like a monkey, work for me properly from now on, Zhao Yin chided. Also, don't fucking call yourself little bull. Don't take a piss to see how big you are. From now on it'll be old bull. Got it? Buffy lowered her head and didn't dare to say anything. Zhao Yin, where's mine? Song Xiaodao, who was on the side, hurriedly asked. Why didn't you give me a share of the chestnuts? Both mutant beasts had chestnuts, and it seemed that she was the only one that Zhao Yin had forgotten about. Song Xiaodao subconsciously put her hand to her chest. There was a small piece of roasted chestnut hidden there in the airfield, which she hadn't finished eating last night. Zhao Yin reached toward her waist and wiped it. The butterfly knife was tied around her waist by Song Xiaodao with a lousy strip of cloth. Zhao Yin snatched it up and then sat down on the woolen carpet on the spot. Zhao Yin took out a pile of chestnuts and piled them in front of him. The blade cut through the chestnut skin, and an opening appeared, and with a gentle rubbing of the fingers, the chestnut skin came off, revealed the golden chestnut flesh inside. In a few minutes, Zhao Yin had peeled a dozen or so, and only then did he look up at Song Xiaodao. These chestnuts are all yours. All for me? Song Xiaodao's spirit was suddenly shaken. What she cared about wasn't how many chestnuts Zhao Yin gave her, but that Zhao Yin actually helped her peel them with his own hands. After the end of the world, no one other than her brother had ever been so kind to her. Zhao Yin didn't notice the little girl's eyes and calmly said, before eating the chestnuts, drink the potion I gave you. Good. In her happiness, she didn't ask what exactly the potion was, picked it up and poured it into her mouth. Gulp. Song Xiaodao smashed her small mouth and awed. Zhao Yin, it's delicious. Yes. Sweet and sour flavors. Zhao Yin nodded. In the next moment, Song Xiaodao's little face suddenly turned red, staring at Zhao Yin with wide eyes. No, I have a stomachache. Zhao Yin, what kind of potion is this? Class F evolution potion. It can turn on the hidden evolver genes in your body. If you can hold out, you can have the same power as me. If you can't, you can only die or become an idiot. Zhao Yin still spoke calmly. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Song Xiaodao complained. and in just a few seconds, her face turned from red to white and then from white to green as soon. Sweat soaked the hair on her forehead and the white body shirt was soaked through. Clinging to her immature body, Song Xiaodao's entire body had wasted away as far as the eye could see. Xiaoyin understood the pain after taking an evolutionary potion and grabbed a chestnut. Do you want me to feed you? Song Xiaodao just wanted to nod his head in agreement, but suddenly remembered the scene of Xiaoyin feeding the leaves, and forcibly endured the pain to take the chestnuts and gnawed on them. Xiaoyin continued peeling the chestnuts, during which he ate one himself, crunchy and sweet. That he calmly looked at Song Xiaodao. In her previous life, she was still just an ordinary person until her deathbed. In this life, Xiaoyin had given her this chance. In this life, Xiaoyin does not keep idle people around, even if he feels the memory of her sacrificing her life for himself in his previous life. That's all. He gave her the best she could give. Whether she can catch it or not, it's up to her. She can either be a powerful aid to him or die. Song Xiaodao nibbled on the chestnuts, her tiny body trembling more and more, and from time to time a muffled grunt escaped from her nostrils, but she did not stop eating. As soon as she couldn't bear the pain to stop, even for a minute, she would be starved alive. Xiaoyin looked at the dozen or so chestnuts left in front of him and stopped to not continue peeling them. These were enough for Song Xiaodao to last until the end of evolution. He began to organize the transcendent supplies within his spatial ring. Today, he killed 26 F-class zombies and 1 E-class zombie king, which was a fat wave. There are 9 bottles of non-fuse Anquin, 2 pieces of instant noodles to protect against the cold, 3 pieces of sandwich bread to heal wounds, 3 pieces of compressed cookies that can energize people, 2 cans of tuna to ward off F-class viruses, and only 1 bottle of iced tea to double the attributes in an hour. The little monkey had another bottle of iced tea there. The original uniform top was damaged and a new one was opened today. Also, 1 each of the new weapons, Wolfsbane and Kaiser, and 1 of the E-women's suits. Xiaoyin wasn't prepared to use transcendent food and water easily, and last time, if he didn't really have no food to support his evolution, he wouldn't have been able to spare a single bite. He started organizing his equipment directly after putting away all the transcendental food. First is the Wolfsbane that hammered the zombie king to death. Definitely for the little monkey, it was too heavy, and Zhao Yin's ability to hammer the zombie king to death earlier was a result of the doubling effect of his strength from the iced tea he drank. Although the little monkey's strength wasn't comparable to today's Zhao Yin, after turning on the giganticization ability, his strength doubled and he definitely had no problem wielding it. The attributes of the D-ranked mountain blade were no worse than the wolf tooth rod, but it was much lighter in weight, so Zhao Yin was going to leave it behind for his own USE. In this way, the Tang blade was naturally eliminated by Zhao Yin, leaving it to the evolved Song Xiaodao. The butterfly knife was also left to Song Xiaodao so that she could continue to hold it to cut the watermelon. Zhao Yin himself didn't really like close combat. As for the guns and bows, Zhao Yin chose the best maintained pistol with 100 rounds of ammunition, which was also intended for Song Xiaodao, and put away all the rest. Next up for distribution are D-rated heavy armor, E-rated women's suits, F-rated military tops, and F-rated dresses. As for the fishing net stockings, Zhao Yin didn't even think about distributing them. It's a must-have weapon to save his life. How can he share it with others? The heavy armor as a whole looked like the Qin and Han dynasties, and the material was a pitch-black transcendent metal, which Zhao Yin estimated to be at least 100 or 200 pounds. He could wear it himself, but it was extremely strenuous and would in turn reduce his combat power, so Zhao Yin was prepared to give it to the little monkey to go use as well. Can imagine. After the little monkey in the opening of the giantization of the alien ability, wearing an indestructible armor, holding a wolf tooth stick, crisscrossing the zombie herd, invincible, for their own beheading ahead of powerful zombies, to collect a star crystal of the picture. Zhao Yin wiped his saliva and finally remembered that it was time to give the dress to Song Xiaodao. He wears up to 2 tops on his own, and any more than that makes it difficult to move around. The military blouse had to be worn outside, and the women's suit that had just arrived was E-rated, with attributes not at all comparable to a dress. So the dress, ready for the long-coveted Song Xiaodao. After Zhao Yin figured out how to distribute it, he turned back to Song Xiaodao's side. She had eaten all the chestnuts she had just peeled, and had passed out, and it would be at least 5 or 6 hours before she awoke. He changed his own equipment on his body as it should be changed, while the equipment he was going to give to little monkey and Song Xiaodao was divided into 2 piles. Then Zhao Yin called the little monkey, "Monkey, this heavy armor and wolf tooth stick are both D-grade, the best equipment in my hands. I was going to keep them for myself to save my life, but thinking that you are the one who I pulled up by the handful of shits and pisses, I'm going to give them all to you." The little monkey rounded his eyes and stared blankly at the heavy armor and wolfsbane stick that Zhao Yin was pointing at. It remembers clearly that the terrifying zombie king was the one that its master had finished off with the wolfsbane. It had not expected at all that its usually stingy owner would actually give such a great killing weapon to itself. This heavy armor is the good stuff. Defensive equipment is rarer than weapons. 60 points of sturdiness. It's only slightly inferior to that zombie king. Wearing it, it's hard for armor-piercing bullets to hurt you. Jiaoyin added. The little monkey looked up at Jiaoyin, moved with tears in his eyes. Master, you're too good to me. This heavy armor is better for you to wear yourself. It looked at its master with just a military top on, and even more pink women's suit inside, and tears nearly fell from its eyes. I'll give it to you when I say so. Put it on, go out and kill the walkers now, and don't come back before dark. A touch of majesty surfaced on Zhao Yin's face, and he said with great righteousness, bring me back all the star crystals and corpse crystals. Before Song Xiaodao awoke, how could he let the little monkey be idle? With this D-rank equipment, every second of the little monkey's life was corpse crystals and star crystals. When the little monkey was leaving, Zhao Yin thought about it and gave it 30 more chestnuts, a bottle of non-fushanquan, and a piece of sandwich bread. Zhao Yin urged, you can eat chestnuts if you're hungry. This bottle of non-fushanquan is enough for you to consume water for a day, so you don't need to bring any other supplies, but it's the sandwich bread and the bottle of iced tea that I gave you. They're both good for saving your life, so you can't use them randomly until it's critical. The little monkey nodded its head repeatedly, despite craving for transcendent food. Nowadays it was also influenced by Zhao Yin and knew that transcendent food was precious, so it would save when it could eat transcendent defense equipment, all of which can shift in size at will with the wearer's body type. After the little monkey put on the heavy armor, it hadn't turned on its powers yet, and it was obviously struggling, dragging the wolfsbane with difficulty out of the tent. Silence fell in the cloaking tent. Only Zhao Yin and the unconscious Song Xiaodao remained, as well as the old ox on the side. Master, I also want to take credit. The old ox in his heart and said. As a contracted beast of the same Zhao Yin, the little monkey had, again, a wolf's tooth rod and heavy armor, and even more extraordinary food and water. The old bull was eyeballing it. You're going to earn star crystals and corpse crystals for me as well? Zhao Yin turned around and asked. The old bull looked down at its front hooves. It naturally had no problem killing zombies, but even if it did, it didn't have hands that could help dig up corpse crystals and star crystals. Master, the old ox is willing to kill zombies for you, but the old ox still has a big secret to tell you, Buffalo said in a heartfelt voice. Zhao Yin was slightly surprised. Big secret? There seemed to be a real secret hidden in this buffalo. Not more than a few days had passed since the mass mutation of the animals, and it had evolved to E rank, even faster than the little monkey that followed Zhao Yin. There was definitely something wrong. Earlier, the old cow almost harmed you, Master, because of this secret, and the matter starts from how I got a grudge against that group of zombies. This buffalo was not the plowing ox that Zhao Yin had imagined, nor did it live within this village before the end of the world. It is just a beef cow acquired from the slaughterhouse in Guangzhou City, had been ripened by technology and hard work in the cattle farm. In fact, the age of just over a year. At the slaughterhouse it saw a fellow human being killed, and before death, he was cut alive and had his hide sliced open, injected with water into the muscle, and eventually made into various beef products. That image made it live in fear every day, and in its heart it had long hated humans. But there was nothing it could do about it. Finally, late that night a month or so ago, it too was led into the production floor and it thought it was going to die, but I didn't expect that meteor shower to come down and the production plant collapsed and the buffalo was smashed under the rubble. It was good to have the slaughter frame to support it and leave some room for it to survive. While there were a few cows around that had been slaughtered, leaving behind the bottom stomach sacs with quite a bit of grass residue and moisture left in them, the buffalo struggled through the month. And finally, a few days ago, the dying one suddenly got the strength to crash through the roof of the workshop overhead into this post-apocalyptic world. The first thing Buffy saw was the butchers from days gone by, all of them transformed and wandering within the ruins of the slaughterhouse. The buffalo, not realizing what was going on, in their anger, rushed over and knocked them all over, trampling them with their iron hooves until they were trampled into mush. It realized that its strength was ridiculously strong, and it was madly abusive all the way, and slowly, it finally understood that those humans seemed to have turned into a different kind of monster, and their strength was gradually increasing. Slowly, the buffalo abuse up also began to be injured, met a large number of zombie groups can only avoid, thirsty to look for dirty water to drink, hungry to eat freshly grown grass shoots. That is, until 2 days ago, when Buffy inadvertently trespassed on that industrial park and found a shrub with 2 bright red fruits on it. From a distance, the buffalo could smell the scent. That strange scent still fascinates Buffy to this day. It only ate one at that time, and then a severe pain came from all over its body, and finally fell to the ground and passed out. And when it woke up, it found that its strength was much greater again, and it had an additional iron armor ability. Buffalo was confident again, ready to eat the rest of that fruit again, not realizing that the industrial park overlord Zombie King suddenly appeared. So a cow and a corpse started a big battle, and finally the buffalo was wounded and escaped to the countryside, which is when he met Zhao Yin last night. That time, the buffalo came from a distance smelling the leaves of that chestnut tree. It just felt that the leaves of the chestnut tree were similar to that shrub in some certain places, so it ate them, and found that it could actually cure the injuries on its body. The buffalo knew that the leaves had been brought down by Zhaoyin, and for that reason, it ultimately did not choose to get Zhaoyin killed, and left after its injuries had healed, preparing to return to the industrial park to seize the rest of that fruit. The little monkey saw what happened later and told Zhaoyin, "Are the leaves of that shrub needle-like, with colorful branches, an overall layer of golden fuzz, and fruits that are bright red with a vague golden filigree shape?" Zhaoyin asked. The old ox's eyes revealed dismay. "Master, how did you know?" Zhaoyin's breathing was slightly heavy, a moment of realization. He was more than familiar with that kind of fruit, having picked it for Lin Tianfeng in his previous life, except that it was 3 years after the end times. The fact that Lin Tianfeng was able to rise up in the end times and crush other SSS class adepts with his strength had nothing to do with those 3 fruits. When Zhaoyin first obtained this fruit in his previous life, Lin Tianfeng gratefully asked him to name the fruit, and Zhaoyin called it golden silk fruit. The golden silk fruit could make mutant beasts below D grade directly promote 1 grade, but the biggest effect was still to be able to directly stimulate one of the mutant beast's supernatural abilities. It was important to know that most mutant beasts only had 1 type of psychic ability. And the reason why Zhaoyin remembered the little monkey so well in the first place was because it possessed 2 types of psychic abilities, and all mutant beasts are born with their powers, and few are able to change them. Each additional supernatural ability could double the strength of a mutant beast of the same level, or even form a crushing force. In his previous life for 7 years, Zhaoyin had also only seen the golden silk fruit, which was able to increase the supernatural abilities for mutant beasts. Unfortunately, the number of that wondrous thing was too small to cultivate, and a fruit tree would produce a maximum of 2 fruits, mostly 1, and would wither and die as soon as the fruit was ripe. Zhaoyin couldn't imagine that in the small city of Guangzhou, not only had a zombie king appeared, but there was actually a golden silk fruit. Snap! Zhaoyin slapped the old ox on the head. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The slap was like a tickle to the old ox, but it deliberately made a look of pain. "I'm sorry, master. It's my memory that's not very good." In fact, the old ox had become Zhaoyin's mutant beast for less than 3 hours. And Zhaoyin had been so busy that it hadn't had the chance to inform it at all. Zhaoyin's words turned, "If you have a mistake, you have to admit it, and I won't erase your credit. If you get that golden silk fruit, transcendental food will be at your disposal to pick 3 kinds of food, and in addition, I will reward you with 100 chestnuts." The old cow was instantly thankful. He hadn't had any transcendental food yet, but seeing how eager the little monkey had been earlier, he figured it must have tasted great. At this time, Song Xiaodao hadn't awakened yet, so Zhaoyin couldn't possibly bring her along to search for the golden silk fruit. It was too unsafe on the road. It was also impossible for Zhaoyin to scatter the living forces in his hands in 2 places. His guideline in the end times was always to put safety first. That was why Zhaoyin was prepared to wait for Song Xiaodao to wake up before picking that golden silk fruit. It was an industrial park, the densest place for zombies in the entire city of Guangzhou, and it was unlikely that anyone else, or a mutant beast, would go ahead and pick off the golden fruit. Zhaoyin walked out of the stealth tent, and old ox hurriedly followed, like the most loyal bodyguard. Immediately afterward, Zhaoyin used his spatial ring to clean up the old side of the small foreign building. The old cow on the side didn't know what Zhaoyin was trying to do, and didn't dare to breathe in fear. It still remembered that this small foreign building was collapsed by it. Eventually Zhaoyin found a deformed tent within the ruins, and then continued rummaging, soon turning up another deformed hanging pot with a few half-ripe chestnuts inside. When the old bull crashed into the small foreign building this morning, Zhaoyin told the little monkey to lift Song Xiaodao and run. And these things were buried here. Zhaoyin casually knocked the deformed hanging pot around, and after it looked less ugly, he put it away in his spatial ring. Immediately afterward, he came to the place where he had earlier discarded his food and household goods. Most of the day had passed, and the food that had been thrown away had deteriorated even more without the protection of the spatial ring. Self-heated rice and instant noodles have grown a layer of green hair, and meat dishes such as salt-baked chicken, deli beef, marinated eggs and ham sausages are all rotten and smelly. Zhaoyin stopped caring after taking a look. He packed up all the daily necessities that he had thrown away earlier, and the 10 buckets of well water. Immediately after that, Zhaoyin made a wooden frame to secure all the recovered supplies on the old ox's back. With this beef truck, how could Zhaoyin not use it? The old bull was panting heavily and had a huge tree root on his back. Plus these supplies were like carrying a small mountain. Zhaoyin nodded with satisfaction. "Work well, I can't forget your merits, and when there's a chance in the future, I'll let you become an even stronger mutant beast." "Thank you, master." "Cheer up." Zhaoyin patted the old bull's head. At this point he looked like a distribution head. He threw the half-ripe, mud-stained chestnuts at the old cow in passing. The old cow didn't mind, and chewed and swallowed in a few mouthfuls, and followed Zhaoyin into the tent in a refreshed manner. 3 hours later, as the sun was setting, the little monkey returned. It was clanking in its armor, carrying a bloodstained wolfsbane in one hand and clutching a parcel made of rotten cloth in the other. Master, I got 3-star crystals." and 3 F-grade corpse crystals, and 536 classless corpse crystals, the little monkey said as if inviting credit. Which zombie group did you exterminate? Zhao asked in surprise that he didn't expect the little monkey to be so brave. At least 500 to 600 zombies were messed up, including 3 F-class ones. The little monkey exchanged smug heartfelt words. It's that school. The zombies there dared to scratch my ass yesterday, and I exterminated a good portion of them today. Zhao instantly remembered the school where he met the female zombie. Remember, the little monkey was told to distract the corpses, and it did come back with an injury to its ass. A day had passed, and now the little monkey was able to exterminate half of the corpses by himself. Not hurt. Eat some chestnuts and rest well. Zhao took out 10 chestnuts and accepted the package handed over by the little monkey. The little monkey had eaten all the chestnuts he had brought with him on his way out, and the bottle of manhwa had been drunk, and he was wearing heavy armor and dragging several hundred pounds of wolfsbane, which was physically exhausting. The little monkey continued to claim credit. Master, if it wasn't for the fact that I didn't bother to drink the iced tea, I would have definitely been able to exterminate the entire necropolis. For the sake of ordinary zombies, it is not worth wasting transcendent food. Monkey, you did well. Zhao continued to brainwash. No, it was a compliment. Then he turned back to the old bull. See, learn from it later. The old ox looked enviously at the little monkey and nodded repeatedly. It couldn't wait to get up when it thought of the greater reward its master would give it after picking the golden silk fruit. Zhao dismissed the little monkey and provoked the old ox in the process. So he opened the package. More than 500 grade-less corpse crystals contained energy equivalent to roughly 5 grade F corpse crystals, together with the 3 F rank corpse crystals. It brought Zhao Yin's evolutionary degree up to 100/0.26. This growth rate seemed slow, but it was the fastest way for revolvers to grow their strength. In fact, the speed of acquiring corpse crystals, if it was placed on Zhao Yin in his previous life, he would have been incredibly shocked. The only way to quickly increase the evolutionary speed is to kill zombies of the same level or higher. But where is it so easy to decimate them? After Zhao Yin finished using the corpse crystals, he took out 3-star crystals and opened them directly. Non-fusanquin. Again, it starts off with the most useless aggro virgin. Zhao Yin had gotten used to it and proceeded to pinch open the 2nd-star crystal. Canned beef, grade E. Extraordinary food. Replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours after consumption, with the effect of permanent +1 strength. Finally, it was no longer a F-rank disposable consumable food. Zhao Yin's heart rejoiced. Although it only added 1 point of strength, Zhao Yin understood that there was no upper limit to this, and in his previous life, Lin Tianfeng had eaten more than 1,000 cans of this kind of canned food, and was able to crush evolvers of the same level with his strength alone. Zhao Yin planned to eat it when he was alone. His image in front of his minions had always been one of thrift and frugality, and set an example that could never be seen by a few eaters. Zhao Yin pinched open the 3rd-star crystal. Glutinous rice wine, grade F. Extraordinary alcoholic beverage. Strength +80 within 10 minutes after drinking, with the effect of confusing the mind for 3 hours. Zhao Yin looked at the clear glass bottle in his hand with a complicated expression inside. The drink takes on an attractive amber color within 10 minutes. The strength directly increased by a full 80 points, coupled with Zhao Yin's own strength attribute, as well as the equipment's own attack bonus. Even if he met a D-rank zombie, Zhao Yin had the certainty to finish it off, but the side effects were too much. 3 hours of confused thoughts. It wouldn't be a big deal if it was pre-apocalyptic, but in this post-apocalyptic world, not to mention 3 hours, even 3 minutes could directly kill him. Zhao Yin hadn't figured out how to use this thing in the future and also put it away in his spatial ring. At this time, Song Xiaodao, who was on the side, finally opened his eyes. Zhao Yin, still a little confused. The little girl opened her mouth and shouted his name. Zhao Yin looked back and the eye of true vision opened. Human female, Class F evolutionary, evolution level 100/0, strength 16. Agility 17, physical stamina 12, mental stamina 11, life countdown, 31,057 days. Her attributes weren't much different from Zhao Yin's when she was at F rank, except that she didn't have her powers turned on, and her mental power was most of the time less. Zhao Yin, I'm hungry. Seeing that Zhao Yin was lost in thought, Song Xiaodao spoke again to remind him. She climbed up from the ground in a single bound and came to crouch beside Zhao Yin, clasping her hands on her shoulders and saying in a petulant manner, "Is there any food left?" Zhao Yin took out 3 chestnuts and handed them to her, pointing to the dresses, tang knives, and butterfly knives piled beside him, as well as the pistol and 100 rounds of ammunition. This equipment is yours, and from today on, you'll be killing walkers with me as well. After saying that, Zhao Yin stared closely at Song Xiaodao's expression. When she heard that she also had to kill zombies, she immediately shook her head into a rattle and didn't even dare to take the chestnuts that Zhao Yin handed over. Zhao Yin, I'd better help you cut the head. Anyway, you also need a person to clean up the star crystal and corpse crystal. Those fighting and killing things, not still want the little monkey. In the end times, killing is what it takes to survive. So how will you survive in case I die in the future? Zhao Yin interrupted Song Xiaodao's words and righteously said, young people, you should learn more. Relying on others is ultimately only inferior. Only what you learn is your own, and you will be able to deal with all crises. Song Xiaodao then realized that Zhao Yin was actually thinking about her all the time. So, this guy cares so much about himself. At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt that Zhao Yin's figure grew taller and taller, and seemed to gradually overlap with the figure of his brother in his heart. Her eyes warmed up as she took the chestnuts in Zhao Yin's hands and whispered, I know, Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin let out a sigh and silently turned around and walked out of the stealth tent, his voice slightly hoarse. Little dagger, in the future, when it comes to cutting heads, I'll try my best to do it on my own, and everything should be done to cultivate you first before talking about anything else. As the words fell, Zhao Yin's tall back disappeared outside the tent as the voice continued to come. Your favorite dress, I gave it to you. Change into it. A girl should look pretty. He's the lord of the pact. He should just hide behind the curtain and let his minions do the fighting. Who doesn't get his shoes wet when he walks along the river? Today's zombie king reminded Zhao Yin that in the future, he would try to avoid fighting for his life himself. Song Xiaodao's eyes were moist and he couldn't return to his senses for a long time. She gripped the chestnut in her hand so tightly that the bony knuckles of her small hand were white from gripping it. Mom, Dad, brother, you know, I met a good man. Song Xiaodao changed into a dress and followed Zhao Yin's example, strapping the butterfly knife to her arm, the tang knife and pistol hanging on her waist left and right, and the extra bullets she wrapped up in a rotten cloth and tucked in her chest again. She clicked her tongue and finished the 3 chestnuts quickly. The light in front of her suddenly brightened. It was Zhao Yin who had put away the stealth tent. Zhao Yin, where are we going next? At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt that as long as there was this man in front of her, any place in this post-apocalyptic world was her home. Go back to Guangzhou and kill the zombies. At some point, the wind picked up in the barren world, blowing Zhao Yin's short hair even more messy. Yet he was also looking at Song Xiaodao. The little girl seemed to have grown a little taller after her evolution, and that dress, when worn on her, was kind of curvy. Only she, still barefoot, stood within the sludge. Zhao Yin lowered his head, looked at the sneakers on his feet that revealed his toes, and sighed in his heart. There was quite a lot of equipment that had been opened from within the star crystals. Why were there no pants or shoes? Monkey, old ox, have you all had enough to eat? It's time to work. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed toward the city of Guangzhou. Target Industrial Park. Monkey will open the way. Dagger will be in charge of cover, and old ox will follow me to protect me. Squeak, hoo. The little monkey and the old cow perked up. Even Song Xiaodao, a touch of solemnity appeared on his face. Immediately after that, the little monkey dragged his wolf toothstick and was the first to charge forward. Song Xiaodao hurriedly followed, and Zhao Yin walked at the end with the old ox. 2 men, 2 beasts, drifting apart. The wind howls, the stars and moonrise, and the sky and earth are dim. Zhao Yin suddenly remembered that in his previous life, there was an old survivor within his camp who said on his deathbed, the world is supposed to belong to humans by day and other animals by night, but mankind took over the night and the day. So the world descended into punishment. People are turned into zombies and have to wander around without stopping. Now, without the constraints of the social framework and the hardships of surviving in his previous life, Zhao Yin suddenly felt that the end times were actually quite good. At least Song Xiaodao didn't have the academic in-scrolls of endless memorization, homework, research, and remedial classes. Ordinary people do not have a mortgage car loan to fight to pay. No more competition in the workplace. Do not have to hypocritically smile at anyone, and do not have to cry for anyone. Little monkeys won't have to be imprisoned in a zoo to mingle and die. Old cows won't be made into beef products anymore. Between Zhao Yin's thoughts, very soon, he arrived in downtown Guangzhou. It was full of collapsed ruins, broken highways, car wrecks, and zombies wandering aimlessly. At this time, Zhao Yin didn't choose to use the cover of the ruins to hurry, and directly let the little monkey take the lead on the broken highway. Roar! A zombie immediately spotted Zhao Yin and his group and lumbered towards the little monkey at the front. In the blink of an eye, dozens of necrotic roars rang out in the vicinity, and all the zombies surged over in all directions. Squeaky! Roar! The little monkey turned on his powers, and his skinny body rapidly expanded. The monkey's face also grimaced, and in its rapid giganticization, the squeak in its mouth turned into a terrifying hiss. In a flash, the little monkey transformed into a 2-meter-tall beast, and the wolf tooth stick in his hand danced wildly. Bang! 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 The 3 zombies that rushed head-on were immediately smashed in the head. Immediately after that, the little monkey directly rushed into the zombie group, and several zombies fell to the ground with each stick. The zombie clawed at the heavy armor on the little monkey, but it was hard to shake it in the slightest. At this point it was like a meat grinder. Wherever it passed, black blood flowed. The old ox also breathed heavily. Master, I also want to go. Go ahead and compete with the monkey to see who kills faster and more. Zhao stood on her tiptoes and patted the old oxes, but the old bull's spirit was shaken. After all, it was an E-class mutant beast. Where could it let a monkey compare? It directly double alien energy full open. More than 2 meters tall body type once again swelled a few points. Full of explosive muscles bulging, followed by a layer of fish scale-like armor covering the whole body. Violently rushed out. The next moment, the place on the right side of the little monkey where the most zombies were gathered was crashed by the old bull's horrible figure. All the zombies were directly crashed into pieces. And among them, there was a broken arm of an unknown zombie that plopped down to Zhao Yin's feet. Zhao Yin looked down and wiped away a drop of black blood from his face. If we talk about battle sense, the old cow is stronger than the little monkey. After all, after the mutation it has been wandering in the industrial park. I don't know how many zombies it has killed. At this point, the zombies were cleared out by the 2 mutant beasts for the most part before they could form a herd. Song Xiaodao had thought that it was going to be a life and death battle, but she didn't expect that none of the zombies could come to her at all. She froze for a moment as she looked at the majestic 2 mutant beasts. Go and help. If you don't kill 10 zombies today, you won't be allowed to have a late night snack at night. Zhao Yin's voice came from behind him. 10? Song Xiaodao looked back at Zhao Yin and beamed. I'm still a child. Can we kill less? She grinded there, pondering in her mind how to get a zombie kill to deliver to Zhao Yin. Even if it was done, there are no children in the end times, only life and death. If you don't have the power, you die, and those who can survive are strong. Zhao Yin exclaimed, you're an evolutionary now. You're already stronger than most survivors. I'll give you 1 minute to kill the first zombie. If you can't, I'll let you take Monkey's place as the vanguard tonight. Song Xiaodao's legs went limp. Letting her be the vanguard? Wouldn't that be a dead end? She drew her tang sword and bravely took short legs and approached the group of zombies that were fighting with the little monkey. Song Xiaodao was prepared to make a sneak attack while a zombie was not paying attention, but she didn't expect that as soon as she got close, the zombie gave up on surrounding the little monkey and directly lunged at her. She panicked in fear and swung her tanged sword. Pust. The zombie's shoulder was severed by the tang blade in one piece. However, the zombie looked like it didn't even feel it as its one arm continued to wrap around her. At this moment, Song Xiaodao, wanting to react, was already too late, and fell to the ground on his butt. Zhao Yin, help! Zhao Yin had expected this and stepped forward to kick the broken-armed zombie over, swinging his sword and chopping off her head, pulling her up from the ground. To kill zombies, you must cut off the head. Remember to swing the knife fiercely. You can't let the skull clip your knife, and you can't get scratched or bitten, or you'll turn into a zombie just like them. Zhao Yin taught seriously. Song Xiaodao's remaining shock was not yet settled, and his trembling body was tightly attached to Zhao Yin, saying with a sobbing voice, can you not let me kill zombies? I can work for you. There's work to be done and zombies to be killed. I told you back then. Since you're with me, your life is mine, and I'll kill you if you try to leave again. Zhao Yin pushed Song Xiaodao out of the way and pointed at the zombies not far away. Go kill again. It's your only way out. He'd been through this himself in a previous life. The first time they kill a zombie, many of them can't even hold a weapon and end up getting torn apart by the zombies in the midst of pissing their pants. Song Xiaodao was still a child. At least he hadn't peed his pants yet. Tears fell down her face as she glared fiercely at Zhao Yin, the good feelings that had risen earlier vanishing at this moment. This time, the dozens of zombies in the vicinity had already been killed by Little Monkey and Old Ox without a few left. Song Xiaodao didn't dare to disobey Zhao Yin's order, and hurriedly rushed up with his tang knife. With a hiss, a zombie charged at Song Xiaodao, and she swung her sword at the zombie's head. The strength of an F-class evolver was simply not something an ordinary zombie could block, because she exerted too much force. The zombie was directly split into 2 halves, black and green, internal organs, flowing all over the place, accompanied by a foul odor. This time, the nearby zombies had all been killed by Old Ox and Little Monkey, and Song Xiaodao stared blankly at the corpses he had killed from the zombie outbreak. In her perception, zombies are the most terrifying species in the world. Later, she had been shocked to see how easily Zhao Yin could abuse zombies. I didn't realize that nowadays. I've done it myself. Did this walker really kill himself? Song Xiaodao felt like a dream. Suddenly, a warm palm gently caressed the top of her head, and Zhao Yin's voice came from her ear. Good job. A trace of warmth inexplicably rose in Song Xiaodao's heart. After all, she was still just a child and did not hold grudges. Zhao Yin, aren't you supposed to think I'm useless? Those words earlier were a bit hurtful, but they have to be made clear to you. People always have to grow, and sometimes, if we don't push ourselves a bit, how will we know how much potential there really is? Zhao Yin rubbed Song Xiaodao's hair with one hand, and with one hand behind his back, he raised his head 45 degrees and looked up at the night sky, his stubble-covered jawline well-defined. At this moment, Song Xiaodao's eyes lit up as she looked at him. I'm sorry, Zhao Yin. It's all because I'm too timid to let you down. Zhao Yin didn't answer and ordered, go to work. and dig back all the corpse crystals. For me, after saying that, he personally bent down and dug up the head of a corpse in front of him, and quickly took out a classless star crystal, which he didn't even bother to wipe, and directly pinched and absorbed it. Song Xiaodao hurriedly put away his tang blade and took out his butterfly knife to do his old job. Old ox, go stomp on all the heads that aren't broken. Monkey, you go dig up the corpse crystals as well. Zhao raised his head and commanded. He, the master, was personally working while the two mutant beasts were just watching. Was there any honor left? The two mutant beasts had just ended their fight, and at the sound of their words, they both hurriedly put away their powers. The little monkey smashed one of the heads beside him with a stick and directly reached in to pull out the corpse crystals, while the old ox didn't have any hands, but that didn't stop it from helping Song Xiaodao stomp on the heads, and Song Xiaodao only needed to take out the star crystals. In just a few minutes, 157 classless corpse crystals were absorbed by Zhao, increasing the percentage 0.0157 evolution degree. And next, the two men and two beasts continued to head towards the industrial park. With corpses strewn everywhere they passed along the way, the F-class zombies in the entire city of Guangzhou, all summoned by the Zombie King, were decimated by Zhao this morning outside the southern suburb. So, not a single ranked zombie was encountered along the way. The group gradually approached the industrial park. Among the ruins ahead, dozens of zombies once again appeared. The difference was that they were all lying on the ground, not moving at all. The bodies of these zombies are in tatters. Zhao, are those zombies sleeping? Song Xiaodao asked. Walkers don't need to sleep. Zhao frowned. These zombies looked like they had been killed. Was wondering who dared to come here to kill zombies again? The little monkey said in a heartfelt voice. Master, it was the old cow who did it last night. Zhao suddenly realized. So he ordered the two beasts and Song Xiaodao to open their skulls and take out the corpse crystals. And next, he encountered a few more waves of corpses that had been finished off by the old bull, and finally realized that there was still an F rank among them. With both the star crystal and the corpse crystal still in place, Zhao directly opened the star crystal, non-fuse Anquan. He smacked his lips and put it into his space ring. At this point, the evolution level rose to 100/0.3215. The zombies ahead gradually densified, with occasional hordes of thousands appearing. After several hours of intense fighting, both the little monkey and the old ox were tired and panting. Zhao had to make them stop and rest, regaining their energy to continue onward. Only, Zhao never let them actively kill zombies again, not if they were surrounded by a large group of corpses here. Even the strength of old ox and little monkey would have to die. As he went deeper into the industrial park, the zombies became denser and denser, almost to the point where it was hard to move an inch. And Zhao no longer dared to make a little noise. Asked the old cow and was told that since the appearance of the Zombie King, there were more and more zombies here, and it hadn't gone deeper into the area for a long time. The industrial park wasn't considered big, but the Zombie King had summoned roughly close to 100,000 zombies. So even if a D-class mutant beast was caught in a heavy siege, I'm afraid it would be difficult to walk out. Mutant beasts were also just flesh and blood, and once their alien powers ran out, they would be piled up by the corpses. Deeper into the industrial park, there were zombies roaming everywhere, out of sight and densely packed, like a pre-apocalyptic temple. Zhao and a couple of guys stopped under a broken thermal tile. Old ox, how far is it? Zhao didn't dare to make a sound and asked in a heartfelt voice. Just go over that concrete pile up ahead. The old bull mentally responded. At this moment, Zhao was enough to see where the golden silk fruit existed. That area wasn't the densest of zombies, and there was quite a bit of vegetation growing nearby. Many of the post-apocalyptic weeds and shrubs were directly rooted within the concrete, and with Zhao Yin's size and stature, it wasn't too difficult to go alone to pick the golden silk fruit with the help of the gaps between the ruins and the vegetation covering them. I'll go pick the golden silk fruit. You guys stay here and wait for me. Zhao lowered his voice and said. Zhao. Song Xiaodao grabbed the corner of Zhao Yin's coat, her small face full of worry, and said with a small mouth, I'll go with you. No, I can't protect you in case I startle the zombies here. Zhao said sternly that he could still run for his life when he was discovered by the zombies alone. Bringing Song Xiaodao with him was no different from sending him to his death. Old ox, monkey, once there's danger I'll escape alone first. You guys just hide here with dagger and wait for the corpses to calm down before returning the same way. After we get out, we'll meet up at the previous village. Zhao planned ahead for a rainy day, and after finishing, he took out all the compressed cookies that could replenish his energy. 3 in total, for that golden silk fruit. He had kind of hemorrhaged money. 2 pieces for the little monkey, 1 piece for the old cow. In case you are also discovered by the zombies, eat 1 piece if you run out of alien energy. It will replenish the energy that has been depleted. Remember, you have to protect the little knife. The 2 mutant beasts nodded their heads. They could sense that this was an order from Zhao. There was no room for negotiation. After Zhao explained everything, he turned around and walked forward. In fact, All of this arrangement was just out of Zhao Yin's characteristically cautious nature. Just in case. He was confident that he could easily pick the golden silk fruit. And traversing this distance wasn't that difficult, not to mention the vegetation cover. Zhao Yin specialized in picking the cracks between the concrete to walk without making any sound. And when there was really no cover, he bent down and crawled through the vegetation. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yin managed to cross over the pile of concrete that old Ox had mentioned. A large clearing appeared right in front of them. And at a glance, a short shrub, growing 30 meters away, swayed with the night wind. There was a fruit hanging from it, bright red rind, vaguely tinged with goldenrod. Zhao Yin breathed in. The nearby zombies didn't seem to be interested in the golden fruit, and even when they wandered over to the tree, they treated it as if it was nothing. Zhao Yin drilled into the grass, carefully creeping forward. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Suddenly, a zombie slowly wandered over to Zhao Yin, and within the grass, Zhao Yin could make out that it was a youth in life, with tattered clothes and the logo of a certain tire factory vaguely visible of this zombie's body, which had been restored to full integrity. Wouldn't take long for it to evolve to F-class. The veins underneath the ghastly white skin, a sickly blackish purple color, crawled all over his face like earthworms, and a murky, viscous liquid dripped from his mouth. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As the zombie approached, a drop of saliva fell onto Zhao Yin's eyelids, and he didn't dare to move a muscle. Luckily, he had taken a shower last night. The smell of sweat on his body wasn't too heavy, and with the windy smell being diluted, this walker didn't notice him. The zombie passed slowly in front of Zhao Yin and gradually walked away. Zhao Yin wiped the saliva from his eyelids and continued to crawl forward, quickly reaching the golden fruit tree. He didn't immediately go to pick the fruit, and continued to hide his figure within the grass, vigilantly observing his surroundings first, until within 10 meters, all the zombies turned their backs, and at that instant, Zhao Yin leapt up. He grabbed the golden silk fruit with a precise hand and then ripped the fruit from the tree as his body fell. Immediately after that, Zhao Yin's body once again fell into the grass. After doing all this, Zhao Yin took no more than 2 seconds and none of the walkers noticed. Zhao Yin looked at the golden silk fruit in his hand, and before he had time to get happy, not far away, there was suddenly a shout. There's someone there. Help! Dest! With a dark curse, Zhao Yin saw that it was a middle-aged bald man, wearing a dirty suit and carrying a 5 or 6-year-old boy in his arms, who was crawling out from within a vaguely recognizable crack that had once been a sewer manhole. Finally, someone is here. Help! Help my son! The man yelled as he quickly ran towards Zhao Yin's side. Ho ho ho! The nearby zombies instantly boiled, and at this point, if one were to look down from a high altitude, one would realize that what was a dead industrial park was like a surging ant nest. Countless zombies converged frantically with the man and Zhao Yin at the center. At this moment, Zhao Yin didn't have the slightest hesitation as he got up and pulled his legs out to run. If this was surrounded, even if his current strength was multiplied by several times, I'm afraid he would still have to rest. By the time the walkers have surrounded him, the grass is unlikely to hide his form any longer. It will be hard to leave then. The only thing Zhao Yin could do at that time was to release his stealth tent to hide. These ordinary zombies couldn't break through the tent's defense, but after doing that, it would only cause more and more zombies to gather outside the tent, and they would end up being trapped and dying here. Brother, you're the first person I've met in over a month. Please don't run. Please save my son. The man shouted from behind him, his voice gradually trembling. Zhao Yin couldn't wait to curse his mother, not anticipating that in this industrial park where there was no room for survival, there were actually people who could tenaciously survive. Until now, the father and son actually managed to escape his senses, and must have escaped the walkers in the same way. Zhao Yin didn't have time to figure out how they did it. The man behind him screamed more and more. The corpses were rapidly closing in, and Zhao Yin, at this point, had likewise become a target to attract the zombies. He directly took out the last bottle of iced tea from within his spatial ring and gulped it down without a word. Zhao Yin's speed instantly increased quite a bit, while picking out the weakest direction of the corpses and playfully striding his feet with his pants down. Bastard! How can you see death? I can die. Why don't you save my son? The corpses had surrounded the man and the little boy, countless hands reaching for the two of them as the little boy wailed die. In the next moment, the corpses instantly overwhelmed the two fathers and sons, grabbing hands and feet and scrambling to tear them apart. The man tried desperately to protect the little boy in his arms, and suddenly, with a click, the little boy's head was instantly ripped off by a zombie, and in the gush of blood, the nearby zombies became more and more excited. Son! The man screamed in heartbreaking agony. Eventually, the man was also pressed to the ground by the zombies, and in an instant, the flesh and blood on his body was bitten off by the zombies, and in the pool of blood, he still died protecting the headless body in his arms. Son, we've run out of food, there's no water, and Daddy doesn't know how to save you. Soon the man was torn to pieces by the corpses. Not even bones remained. He didn't see the guy turn around until the end. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Yin didn't say a word. didn't look at a single glance, and only focused on his own escape. Zhao is still surrounded by corpses, despite his desperate attempts to escape. He had fled to the edge of the industrial park, but the zombies in front of them had already formed a wall of zombies, and there wasn't even a gap left. Pissed, Zhao directly drew out his open sword, cut down the 4 or 5 zombies in front of him, and before the corpses had time to gather around, he quickly stepped forward, followed by swinging his sword again and stepping. This intense chopping allowed him to move slowly out of the industrial park. Countless zombies' sharp nails scratched at their bodies, and although ordinary zombies were unable to break through the defenses of the military uniform tops and fishing net socks, countless wounds had long appeared on Zhao Ying's exposed skin. He killed the zombie beside him with a few cuts and quickly took out a can of tuna to ward off the virus, opened the lid and grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. After this delay, the arms and thighs, the front chest were respectively bitten by several zombies, although they could not tear the defense of the clothes. But the bite hurt. If he hadn't dodged temporarily, his neck would have been bitten through by a zombie. Zhao Ying was furious and swung his open sword to slash. The bloody scent left behind by the 2 bald men, father and son, floated in the air, and even though they had been devoured to the point where not even a crumb of bone was left, there were still countless zombies desperately rushing that way, one after the other. Normally the zombies just wandered aimlessly, turning around when they met an obstacle. But at this time the attraction of blood and flesh sent the corpses into a complete frenzy. So much so that it allowed a few of them to climb the broken wall and fall into the crevice where Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts were hiding. Bang! 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 The little monkey waved his wolf toothstick and finished off these zombies in a few strokes, thus attracting the attention of the other zombies in the vicinity. Ho ho ho! In an instant there was a chain effect, and countless zombies lunged towards the crevice. Song Xiaodao's face was pale, and the hand holding the tang sword trembled. The little monkey deeply remembered Zhao Yin's explanation before he left and immediately ate a piece of compressed cookie. Energy is quickly returned to full, squeaky roar. It turned on its giganticization ability, and as soon as it threw Song Xiaodao onto its shoulder, it got up and jumped out of the crevice. The zombies in front of him at this time, endless, with a wall of corpses is no longer enough to describe, should be called Zombie Mountain. The little monkey rushed into the crowd of zombies, and countless zombies instantly drowned it. That a heavy armor by the zombies' sharp nails scratch out a path of sparks. The wolf toothstick waved impermeable. Every time to smash down, there will be a number of zombies, directly be hammered. Burst bodies. Boom. There was a loud bang beside him, and it was the old ox rushing in sharply, knocking the pile of zombies beside the little monkey apart, instantly relieving the pressure on the little monkey. For a moment, the 2 beasts looked mighty, and countless zombies turned into mush under their cooperation. In 10 minutes, the 2 beasts decapitated thousands of zombies. But the corpses were just too many, and the 2 beasts hadn't moved more than a few meters from the beginning to the end, and as time passed, their stamina was rapidly running out. First was the little monkey, who got all slowed down swinging his wolfsbane. Pust. A zombie with a broken leg crawls up to the little monkey's feet and takes a bite out of its calf, where there is no heavy armor to protect it. At this moment, the little monkey was waving his wolf toothstick, smashing several zombies in front of him, and when he reacted a little bit slower, the flesh and blood on his leg was torn off by this zombie. Instant blood flowed out, and soon, all the zombies around them followed the blood and lunged towards the little monkey's legs. They were just following their instincts to tear, but they happened to find a weak spot in the heavy armor's defenses. In the blink of an eye, the little monkey's legs were covered in zombies, dripping with blood, and in many places the flesh had been eaten raw, exposing the ghastly white bones, so that he couldn't even stand up anymore. Roar. Pain surfaced on the little monkey's hideous face, but more than that, it was anger. It swung the bat violently, smashing all the walkers at its feet. In the next moment, it no longer cared and took out from its arms the iced tea, sandwich bread, and the second compressed cookie that Zhao Ying had given it earlier. Little monkey, let me help you. Song Xiaodao, who was riding on the little monkey's neck, said. The little monkey immediately handed her the supplies in her hand and continued to whack the pouncing corpses. Song Xiaodao quickly tore open the sandwich bread and stuffed it into the little monkey's big mouth, followed by compressed cookies, iced tea. The little monkey swallowed all the food in one mouthful, too late to taste it, and in the next moment, the wound on his leg, visible to the naked eye, stopped bleeding, healed, and gave birth to flesh buds. All of its energy quickly returned to full strength, followed by a majestic power being born from its body, and its attributes directly doubled. At this moment, its strength directly surpassed that of Old Ox, an E-class mutant beast. The monkey's face showed distortion instead, followed by his figure expanding once again, his muscles bulging rapidly. Roar, roar. It was as if it was suffering from intense pain, and after several hisses, its figure had already pulled up more than 3 meters, and one of its arms was as thick as a bucket. The golden hair all over his body grew wildly, soon reaching half a foot in length, dancing wildly with the night wind alien ability. Berserking. Finally, this monkey, for the first time in his life, turned on his second psychic ability. Even if Jiaoyin was in this life, he had never seen the little monkey turn on the second different appearance. It was supposed to be that it could only be turned on when it reached E rank. However, as the little monkey's strength skyrocketed, the rage within him directly went berserk. Boom! The terrifying figure violently swung the wolf toothstick, setting off a terrifying sonic boom. The wall of corpses in front of him was instantly blown away in a large area, and the flying corpses smashed down another large area, and the bones of many zombies were broken, clad in heavy armor. The terrifying monkey stepped forward, spanning 30 to 40 meters in the blink of an eye, his wolf-toothed club smashing forward non-stop. Mutilated bodies fly across the room, smashing their way through the blood. The old ox behind him also perked up, not having thought that this monkey actually had a second psychic ability as well, and seemed to be stronger than his own second psychic ability, iron armor. Then the old bull reacted and quickly followed the monkey's footsteps. Jiaoyin lying in the cracks between the ruins, his face bloody, his features cannot be seen. The back of his left hand reveals the white bone. There is a big hole in the neck, bubbling out of the blood. With a loud gasp, he removed a piece of sandwich bread with difficulty and swallowed it, closing his eyes. After 10 minutes, the injuries on Zhao Yin's body finally recovered, but he had lost too much blood and his face was still pale. He opened a bottle of non-fusanquin and poured down most of it before stuffing a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth and chewing as he climbed out of the rubble crevice. Zhao Yin ascended the highest piece of broken wall in the neighborhood and looked toward the industrial park. There, the tide of corpses was surging wildly. Guessing that the little monkeys and the others were already caught in a heavy siege, the monkey still has a bottle of iced tea on him, and both he and the old cow have compressed cookies, so they should be able to flush it out. That one horn of the old bull is even comparable to a D rank weapon, and its overall strength is stronger than me, who is also an E rank. The little monkeys also surpassed my strength after drinking the iced red tea. If even they can't rush out, me going to the rescue will just take one more life, and who will always be safe in the end times. To survive, you need to fight for your life a lot of the time. So do they, so do I. Jiaoyin could only comfort himself in this way. So, he quickly waved away the bit of self-doubt in his mind. After taking his bearings and realizing that he had strayed from the direction in which he had come, he lifted his open blade and made his way south. At dawn, Jiaoyin finally returned to the old site of the village on the southern outskirts. He didn't put up a stealth tent, and lit a campfire among the ruins, set up a hanging pot, and tossed a few chestnuts, cut up, into the pot to cook. Another 70 or 80 chestnuts were thrown into the fire at once. Gradually, the aroma of food wafted out, and the smell of ripe chestnuts was very tempting. Jiaoyin, however, didn't move a single bite. He wondered to himself if he should wait for Dagger and the two beasts to return. Suddenly, Jiaoyin felt a pang of emptiness, a pang of loneliness, and for the first time since he was reborn, he had regrets. He shouldn't have coveted that golden silk fruit and taken them on an adventure to the industrial park. An hour later, the little monkeys, they did not return. 2 hours later, they still haven't returned. The light of the fire reflected on Zhao Yin's face, bright and dark. A wind blew away the sparks and drifted past the corners of his coat. His pale face had little expression. They haven't come back yet. Are they dead? He told himself in his mind that he had already tried for Song Xiaodao, and it was her bad fate to die. On the contrary, that monkey and that cow, two mutant beasts with dual psychic abilities, were rare. Without them, he, the Lord of the Pact, was a lightweight. In Zhao Yin's thoughts, he was already calculating, where should he find his next contracted beast? At that moment, footsteps suddenly came from the distance. The old ox was still carrying the supplies that Zhao Yin had tied to it, covered in cowhide, covered in wounds and gurgling blood, followed by a short man. Song Xiaodao's hair was like a chicken's nest, disheveled in the wind, but he wasn't hurt much, and there were still tear marks on his face. Back, you guys are okay? Zhao Yin stood up with a smile, looking behind old ox and Song Xiaodao. He asked, where's monkey? Woohoo! Before Zhao Yin's words fell, Song Xiaodao deflated his mouth and cried, little monkey had died. Oh, the old ox on the side was also filled with sadness, and even his mind was dead. How can a monkey die when you're not even dead? Zhao Yin asked loudly. It was a heartless thing to say, but it was his truest thought at the moment. Woo, little monkey is all for protecting me. Woo. When Song Xiaodao saw Zhao Yin, it was like he had found a dependence, and he cried up and down, Master, there are too many zombies, and we almost couldn't make it back. It was the monkey that turned on its berserking ability and rushed us to the edge of the industrial park, but it also ran out of energy and drew the zombies away for us. The old cow's heart was frustrated. That monkey actually had a spirit of sacrifice that Zhao Yin hadn't anticipated. You saw it die? Didn't you see it? Song Xiaodao hurriedly shook his head. Master, although I didn't see it either, but at that time, the monkey had no more supplies on it, and it, a monkey, stopping the corpses alone, was afraid that it would be difficult to survive. Zhao calmed down and suddenly thought of something. Closing his eyes and sensing the contracted soul in his mind after a long time, Zhao opened his eyes and said with certainty, "The monkey is still alive." In his mind, the scent that belonged to the little monkey was still there. Lin Tianfeng in his previous life had mentioned to Zhao that between contract masters and contract beasts, they were able to sense each other's life and death. It was just that it had been so long ago that Zhao almost couldn't remember, and he had never paid attention to this aspect recently. Really? Song Xiaodao instantly stopped crying and raised her pearly little face. The old ox was also shaken in spirit and looked up at Zhao. Although they have not been with the little monkeys for long, they have experienced life and death together. There's nothing that enhances a bond more than living and dying together. All of you come and eat something, and when the old ox recovers from his injuries, we'll go find the monkey. Zhao said. A few hours had passed, and since the little monkey wasn't dead, it should have left the corpses. Nowadays, the only strong combatant beside Zhao was the old ox, and it hadn't recovered from its injuries, so approaching the corpses rashly was a dangerous thing to do. Zhao took out the chestnut tree leaves and piled them in front of the old cow, which immediately lowered its head and ate them. The chestnuts had been cooked to a paste in the pan, and Zhao found 2 large bowls from the old ox's back and filled one for Song Xiaodao. Eat! Song Xiaodao wiped his tears and took the rice bowl, but his eyes stared blankly at the fire without taking a bite. Zhao filled a bowl himself and left all the remaining chestnut paste for the old ox. 70 or 80 roasted chestnuts have long been ripe. Zhao gave Song Xiaodao 3, and kept 5 for himself, and the rest, again divided into 2. Half for the old ox, half he left for the little monkey. E-class mutant beasts eat a lot, and I don't know if that monkey is hungry, Zhao muttered in his heart, shaking his head. He then looked down and ate. Zhao, I can't eat, Song Xiaodao said half-heartedly. If you can't eat it, don't eat it, and don't expect me to save you later in case you're surrounded by corpses again and don't have the strength to run away. Zhao drank the chestnut paste and said in a slurred voice, when we meet danger again, will you still leave us behind and run away alone? Song Xiaodao asked with a grumble. Do you want me to die with you? Zhao said. Song Xiaodao was silent and lowered his head to drink the chestnut paste. After a meal, the injuries on the old ox had healed. The effect of the chestnut leaves was not as good as the sandwich bread, but the old ox's injuries were not considered fatal. Zhao did have a piece of sandwich bread, but he planned to leave it for the little monkey. Let's go back to the industrial park. Zhao wasn't going to rest either, despite not having closed his eyes for 2 days and nights. 3 hours ago in the endless tide of corpses, the little monkey looked at the back of the old ox carrying Song Xiaodao away, and a touch of humanized sadness appeared on the monkey's face. A zombie bit into the little monkey's neck, instantly tearing off a large chunk of flesh. It hissed up to the sky in pain, squeezing the last bit of its potential to maintain its berserking ability, and swung its stick to smash all the zombies beside it. The huge monkey trembled in the rain of black blood in the sky. After its brief respite, the corpses surrounded it once more, with the smell of blood on the monkey. All the zombies became crazier and crazier. At this point, the energy left in the little monkey's body could at most support swinging the wolf tooth rod a few times. Boom! The corpses beside him were once again smashed away. The little monkey was trembling more and more. At this time it no longer went to the extravagant hope that it could still leave, and only begged to hold out for a few more minutes. It was only an F-class mutant beast, and the berserking alien energy that exceeded the limit of its tolerance devoured and shriveled its internal organs, consuming its life force at all times. Just when the little monkey thought he was going to die, suddenly, all the zombies around them fell silent. At this moment, the whole world seemed to stand still. All the zombies, all of them stood still, as if they had turned into stone statues. The little monkey didn't know what the hell was going on, and just then, a raspy, unpleasant voice came to his ears. Still not going? The little monkey looked back. There were zombies everywhere. Where was there any human figure? At this time, the voice rushed up. Go, quickly. Where does the little monkey dare to hesitate? A pair of long legs to open, a step across 7 or 8 meters, desperate to rush towards the industrial park outside, with no zombies in the way. It took less than a minute for the little monkey to break out of the industrial park. At this moment, the last of its potential was finally consumed, and in the next moment, the huge figure shrunk rapidly. The originally skinny body was swallowed thinner and thinner due to the forced opening of the second psychic ability, and from a distance, it looked like a bloodstained child skeleton. The little monkey couldn't even lift his wolfsbane, and the heavy armor was like a mountain on his body. Ho ho ho. At this moment, the corpses behind them suddenly moved again. It was as if they had just slept for a moment, and for a moment, every ounce of air was permeated with a horribly oppressive aura. The little monkey turned around and saw the zombies like an ant colony, frantically pouncing. It braced itself and immediately dropped the wolf's toothstick, took off the heavy armor on its body, and ran forward desperately with hard strides on its short little legs, panicked so much that it didn't get its bearings. The corpses would have been a large distance from the little monkey, running slow zombies, gradually lost the breath of the little monkey, coupled with the little monkey's size is too small, from time to flash into the gap between the ruins. As the little monkey fled forward, behind the chase of the zombies gradually fell out of line. By the end of the day, only a dozen or so walkers were left hanging behind them. The little monkey didn't know how long it had been running. It shriveled up and squinted, trying to continue its steps, when suddenly it went black. Poof! The little monkey fell head over heels. By now it was light and its vision was blurred. In this barren world, it didn't know where the only human it could rely on was at the moment. It was on the ground, still bleeding. Vaguely aware that it was going to die, the little monkey turned his face sideways to see the world again, but a meteorite on the ground blocked all view. Suddenly, missed Zhao a little. In the underworld, the little monkey could sense that his master was still alive. It's good that he's alive. The little monkey slowly closed his eyes. Look, what's that thing up ahead? At some point, a few people came not far from the little monkey. 4 men and 1 woman, all dressed in rags, with black ash on their faces that made it almost impossible to see their age and appearance. It's a child. No, it's a monkey. What a monkey! How did it survive that meteor shower? Never mind how it survived. Just bring it back. Great. It's been over a month since we've had any meat. And even though this monkey is skinny, 1 or 2 pieces of meat per person is still enough. Can monkeys eat it too? Why do I feel like it's almost human? The woman said. One of the middle-aged men stepped forward, grabbed the little monkey's tail and lifted it in his hands, saying, "If you don't dare to eat it, we'll take an extra share. It's the end of the world. Don't say it's a monkey. Even if it's really a child, I still dare to eat it." The woman suddenly laughed. Zhao arrived outside the industrial park, and the corpses had thinned out a lot, returning to a state of aimless wandering in the end. "Old ox, this is where you were when you separated from monkey?" Zhao asked in a heartfelt voice. "Master, it's within the industrial park just ahead," the old ox heartily responded. Zhao didn't immediately go deeper into the industrial park, taking old ox and Song Xiaodao to hide among the ruins, looking up to gauge the movements of the nearby corpses. If the little monkey had already left the industrial park, it would have left a trail. In the middle of the day, his eyes narrowed and he actually saw 3 F-class zombies wandering in the depths of the industrial park. Remembering that all the F-class zombies earlier were brought to the southern suburb by the zombie king, these ones, then, should have just evolved. Apparently it was the flesh and blood of the 2 bald men, father and son, that catalyzed them. Zhao quickly withdrew his gaze and continued to observe. After a few minutes, he finally realized that from inside the industrial park, all the way north, the corpses there were particularly dense. It should be the little monkey attracted to the past on his way out. Go to the northernmost part of the industrial park. Zhao immediately led the way in front. His footsteps hurried. "Zhao, why did you go to the north? We were separated in the southeast." Song Xiaodao lowered his voice. "You weren't told to speak. No opening." Zhao looked grumpy at this point. After circling around the industrial park for a small half circle, Zhao finally came to the north of the industrial park's periphery, and at this time, the density of the zombies within 500 meters outside the industrial park had almost caught up with the industrial park. The entire form of the corpses was like a tail growing out of an industrial park, and Zhao led Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu, utilizing the ruins to conceal their forms as they walked towards the tip of the tail. After half an hour, the corpses finally thinned out. Zhao took out his mountain opening sword, walked out of the ruins where he was hiding, and charged directly towards the corpses. Pest! Before a zombie could react, it was directly chopped in half by Zhao Yin's knife vertically, and when the nearby zombies just reacted, Zhao Yin made successive swords, instantly killing 7 or 8 zombies. He carried the black blood-stained Kaishan blade and took big strides forward to kill. Old Ox and Song Xiaodao were both wide-eyed. They had rarely seen such a brave Zhao Yin. He didn't even let the old ox go to open the road, much less let Song Xiaodian go to cut the watermelon. In this moment, it was as if the corpse crystals were worthless in Zhao Yin's eyes. Dark brown blood, staining his head, face, uniform top, pants, shoes and socks. His whole body looked slimy, like a killing machine. When Old Bull and Song Xiaodao caught up, Zhao Yin had already slaughtered the zombies at the tip of his tail, and he stood there on his knife in the gusty wind, but a smile appeared on his dirty face. "Monkey, the walkers beat you up. I beat them back for you." At this point, Song Xiaodao and Old Ox realized that he was just trying to help little monkey out. Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Yin dumbfounded. This guy, sometimes he was really hard for people to understand. "Zhao Yin, take a rest. I'll go fetch the corpse crystals for you," Song Xiaodao said as he looked at the corpses all over the ground. Zhao Yin waved his hand. The monkey is important. He hadn't closed his eyes for 2 days and nights, and had long been exhausted from the continuous battles, and walked ahead with his open sword. Suddenly, Zhao Yin's footsteps quickened by a few points and came to a pile of slimy stuff. Song Xiaodao also hurriedly followed over and found that it was a heavy armor and a wolf toothstick. "It's being chased by corpses. and these things are a liability. Zhao Yun understood what was going on and quickly put the two pieces of equipment into his spatial ring. Growing more and more somber, the little monkey had even lost its heavy armor and wolfsbane. So you can imagine the situation it was in from here. A splotchy trail of blood appeared, spreading northward into the distance. Dark red. Normal life. Left behind a few hours ago, Zhao Yun took old ox and Song Xiaodao with him and made his way along the direction of the bloodstains. This was a pre-apocalyptic highway, and on both sides of the road, there were collapsed ruins. And soon, Zhao Yun found a small puddle of blood between a piece of rubble. The previously scattered drops of blood came to an abrupt end here. Where's the monkey? Where did he go? Zhao Yun grumpily heckled Song Xiaodao at the side. Song Xiaodao looked at the blood in Zhao Yun's eyes. A sudden fear rose in his heart, and he stammered. No, don't know. It must have collapsed here. Where could it have gone without being rescued? Zhao Yun glared at her and chided. Don't hurry up and find it for me. Okay, I'll look for it. Song Xiaodao didn't dare to refute, and hurriedly rummaged around the neighborhood. Zhao Yun himself, however, stood there without moving. In fact, with his powerful perception, if the little monkey was still nearby, he would have sensed it long ago. The little monkey is not here. There is a possibility, by zombies, mutant beasts, or taken by someone. Being eaten by a zombie is the least likely. It's unlikely that there's even a bit of skin left, so that only leaves the mutant beasts and the people. Zhao Yun, come look. At this moment, Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted. Zhao Yun hurriedly walked over, and Song Xiaodao was holding something Zhao Yun was familiar with. A piece of corn coat. Fresh corn, which can only be produced by mutated plants after the end of the world. Mutant beasts only eat corn, but don't carry it. So only a human could have brought this corn coat here. Someone took the monkey. Zhao Yun clenched his hands into fists. Great! Someone actually saved little monkey. A happy smile appeared on Song Xiaodao's face as Zhao Yun glared at her like she was an idiot. And Song Xiaodao immediately covered her mouth. She also vaguely understood that she had said the wrong thing. Zhao Yun slowly closed his eyes. His sense of hearing turned on full force. Within a radius of 2 kilometers, the sound of the whistling wind was interspersed with a number of footsteps, most of them sounding like they had weak footsteps, and they should all be zombies. There was no heartbeat, no breathing. They took the monkey far away. Zhao Yun was calm at this time instead, and frowned. They are now. They should still be within 10 kilometers, and it's impossible for them to go out too far. Nowadays, in the end times, there are already evolved people, and there may be aliens on the rise as well, but the meteorite rain had just stopped a few days ago, and Zhao Yun didn't believe that there was a second person other than himself who had reached E-rank strength. Even if they did exist, they were absolutely rare, and it was almost impossible for the little monkey to encounter them. As long as the opponent's strength didn't reach level E, it would be impossible for them to get out too far in a few hours in a world littered with zombies. Zhao Yun jumped into the crevice, carefully identifying any traces left behind. Last night there was a gale, and the deserted world was full of wind and sand, and all the footprints had disappeared. But whenever someone passes by, they're bound to leave some trace soon. Zhao Yun found a drop of blood that dripped down on a broken wall not far from the crevice, and due to the vertical nature of the broken wall, the drop of blood was not covered by the wind and sand. They went north. Zhao Yun raised his head and looked to the north, his eyes showing killing intent. It was possible to imagine that someone had put the little monkey in a sack or some other container that isolated the blood dripping from the monkey, but a drop of blood seeped out. The other party didn't care about the little monkey's death in the slightest. Obviously in their eyes, it was just food. How do you know? Song Xiaodao asked as Zhao Yun pointed at the drop of blood. Nowadays, the survivors are all hungry. After getting an injured monkey, their first thought is to eat meat. It's not safe to make a fire and cook outside, so they will definitely go back to their previous shelter. Zhao Yun then said, corn clothes there is where they rested earlier, more than 10 meters from here. Is on the way back. There are blood drops. Must be the direction they left. Song Xiaodao was a little confused by what she heard and was just about to ask again when Zhao Yun suddenly picked her up in a hug. Zhao Yun, what are you going to do? Song Xiaodao was startled as Zhao Yun threw her directly onto the back of the old bull. Sit still and shut your mouth. As the words fell, he took a large step northward. 50 meters to the north, Zhao Yun did find another drop of blood, confirming the suspicion in his heart. Along the way, blood was left behind at regular intervals. Sometimes there is a drop 20 or 30 meters apart, sometimes hundreds of meters. Not every drop of blood can be saved. The other party was obviously very familiar with the nearby environment, and the roads they chose all avoided the zombies, so Zhao Yun and his party were also unhindered. Half an hour later, after closing his eyes and listening, Zhao Yun opened his eyes boiling with murderous intent. Zhao Yun, you found the little monkey? Song Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. I heard a group of people. It should be them, Zhao Yun said in a cold voice. What would you do in case they really hurt the little monkey? Song Xiaodao asked. If the monkey loses a single hair because of them, I'll kill them all. Zhao Yin said. Although Song Xiaodao had known Zhao Yin's mentality, after hearing his words, he still couldn't help but feel a chill rise up all over his body. This was a short mountain, and when the meteorite rain came down, the whole mountain was smashed and pitted, and the trees on the mountain burst into flames, burning a layer of hardened slag out of the earth on the surface. And in just a few days after the meteorite rain had ended, weeds half a man's height had grown up again. The post-apocalyptic plants are incredibly vigorous, some rooted within the stone, underneath the short mountain. There is an unfinished highway, dug through a tunnel, straight into the belly of the mountain, now collapsed for the most part, but there is still a decent amount of space left. Finally back, the 4 men and 1 woman returned to the front of the tunnel. The man carrying a cement bag said with a smile on his face, "It's safe." The tunnel in front of them gave them a sense of security, and they spoke louder. "I'm hungry. When will the monkey be skinned?" The other man said eagerly, "Who isn't hungry? The corn has only ripened to a single cob, and the soup is stinking from the rotting flour that has been used to make it lately." The woman said to the man with the cement bag on his back said, "Boil water first, scald the monkey and pluck the hair directly. The monkey skin is also edible. Skinning is too wasteful. Just scald them alive. They'll bleed if you kill them and the blood will be edible." A man who had not spoken laughed. "Yes, save food." The woman concurred. The 4 men were supposed to be the executives of the tunnel construction company. The night the meteorite shower fell, the workers took the night off to go to a rest area about a kilometer away. The 4 men drove women from a karaoke bar into the tunnel for fun in pursuit of excitement. As a result, they escaped a catastrophe for the ages. At this moment, several people walked into the tunnel, and a thin figure immediately walked out. "Did you find food? Find you paralyzed. Just know how to eat. Can't you ask if we are in danger?" The man carrying the cement bag cursed at the woman who greeted him. The woman was similarly filthy. A few people had been conserving their drinking water since the end of the world, but she still had her legs washed white and wore torn stockings. But none of the 4 men at the moment were focusing on her. All waiting for the meat. Someone went to bring in some wood to light it. Someone took out a rice cooker liner and went to a puddle not far away, which was their source of drinking water. Drops of water seeped down from time to time and fell from the top of the tunnel, accumulating about 7 or 8 liters of fresh water. The man carefully filled a small half-pot and returned to the fire to boil it. The man carrying the cement bag finally put it down, and with a plop, a bloody little monkey fell to the ground. Motionless, the stocking woman's eyes immediately widened. "What kind of animal is this? With meat?" Several of the men didn't say anything, and the woman who had gone out with them earlier to look for supplies said, "You didn't contribute much, but you won't be missing out on your share. And the monkey's tail is for you to eat. Where's the meat in a monkey's tail?" The stocking woman instantly said in dissatisfaction, "How come I didn't contribute? Didn't I stay to guard old Chin for you? It was Manager Wei who said that someone must stay. I went to the walkers to find food. Why should you be the one enjoying yourself here?" The woman looking for supplies exclaimed. Both women worked in the same KTV before the end of the world, but after the end of the world, they were often jealous of each other, and they both realized that the only way to survive was to follow a few men. But if you want to take advantage of them, you can only rely on beauty. So the 2 women see each other as rivals. Old Chin didn't run away, did he? At this time, the man who carried the monkey back earlier, that is, the Manager Wei, in the mouths of the 2 women, opened his mouth to interrupt the quarrel between the 2 women. The stocking woman immediately changed into a smile. "It didn't run. I will definitely try my best to do the things that you explained to me. Brother Wei, bring him out and let him pluck monkey hair together." Manager Wei ordered. Soon a thin man was pulled out by a stocking woman holding a rope, probably in his 40s, his hands tied behind his back and walking in a frail manner. "What's the point of keeping this loser?" the stockinged woman complained. "It doesn't cost anything to keep him. He's given a little piss to drink every day. He eats maggots on top of rotting flesh, and he does a little work for us, for fun when he has nothing else to do." Manager Wei smiled and said, "In case a zombie breaks through one day, he can still be used to attract the zombie's attention." Several other men laughed out loud. The man called Old Chin's face was numb, and when he saw that the little monkey on the ground was still breathing, a flash of pity flashed in his eyes. He and this monkey, with the same fate, are both fish on the chopping block of others. Before the end of the world, Lao Chin was originally a cook at a construction site and lived in the tunnel because he had to get up early every day to make breakfast for the workers. The unfinished tunnels were the best shelter when the meteor shower came down. He holds a large number of grain storage in his hands. Naturally, he was approached by several people who usually don't even look at him squarely. Manager WEI.AT first. Everyone just thought that it was an ordinary natural disaster and that everything would be fine when it passed. At that time, everyone was still talking and laughing, and Manager Wei promised Old Chin that he would raise his salary and water for him when the rescue team arrived. For this reason, Old Chin tries to make delicious food to please them all day long. Just a few days ago, the meteor shower stopped, And things got different. All those stored ingredients spoiled overnight. Only a few bags of flour are the most resistant to rot, although also moldy and smelly. After cooking, barely able to swallow, when the food shrinks drastically, Manager Wei goes out and discovers a zombie outbreak. So a few people imprisoned the old Sheen and gave him only urine to drink every day. Old Sheen knows that he, like this monkey, will die sooner or later when he falls into the hands of these beasts. Brother Wei, you see that I am so obedient. Can you give me a monkey's leg later? No. Monkey's head is okay. The stocking woman took a few steps forward and came in front of Manager Wei, lifting up her dirty short skirt, which didn't even have any bottoms on. She slowly raised one leg and rubbed her thigh against the zipper of Manager Wei's pants. Brother Wei, a girl won't look good if she's starving and thin. Get lost. Manager Wei pushed the stocking woman away. I haven't had a full meal in a few days. Where do I have all that energy? The smile on the stockinged woman's face froze, a glint of hatred hidden in her eyes. The other woman, however, laughed out loud. Is the water boiling yet? Manager Wei turned to the other man and asked. It's bubbling white. It'll be ready soon. The man stared at the pot and the fire and licked his dry, cracked lips. The water that has scalded the monkey hair and filtered it is also drinkable. So don't waste it. Manager Wei commanded. It's a sort of cautionary tale that the man who boils the water is not allowed to steal it. After saying that, Manager Wei walked towards the depths of the tunnel. Leave old Sheen and Yu Donghai here to pull out the monkey hair. And the others follow me in to take a look at that corn. Yu Donghai, the man who was boiling the water, nodded and the others followed Manager Wei deeper into the tunnel. Manager Wei before the end of the world is the highest position among several people. After the end of the world is still able to convince the public, mainly because he does things more fairly, and always will not hide private. Taking everyone with him to see the corn is the same as telling everyone that he won't take it for himself and that we can all come together and watch each other's backs. 2 days ago, they were trying to find more water, deeper into the tunnel collapse. When they inadvertently discovered the corn that had suddenly grown, the corn was as tall as a 5-story building and bore 49 cobs. This morning before they were ready to go out in search of supplies, they found a corn cob ripe, so they broke it off and shared it together on the road, and found that each of them was half full with a few kernels of corn, and were full of energy. Several people had realized that this was a post-apocalyptic mutated crop that contained far more nutrients than it did before the end of the world. So, when Manager Wei came back to arrange the monkey meat, the first thing he did was to come and check on the corn. At this time, Zhao Yin has seen the tunnel under that short mountain. The water's boiling. Go get a big pot. The survivor called Yu Donghai stared at the tumbling water in the pot and instructed Old Sheen on the side. Old Sheen numbly stepped aside and picked up the large iron basin normally used for making noodles with his bound hands and threw it next to the fire with a clang. Yu Donghai directly lifted the little monkey's tail and threw it into the basin as soon as he could. Then ordered, go, pour the boiling water from the pot on the monkey. How am I going to carry the pot with this hand? Old Sheen finally spoke, his voice dry and hoarse. Yu Donghai glanced at the ropes on his wrists and let out a cold laugh. You want me to untie you? Old Sheen looked at him without saying anything. Don't think that I don't know. You're a fucking war veteran. You used to practice in the Shaolin Temple for 7 years. After untied for you, the few of us are not enough for you to do it alone. Yu Donghai sneered. I've been starving for 3 days. How can I still have the strength? You're overthinking it. Old Sheen said hoarsely. Don't even think about loosening the bonds. In your next life. Yu Donghai finished, walked over and picked up a rag, wrapped it around the rice cooker pot liner and served it up. He was about to pour it on the little monkey when Old Sheen slammed into him. Clunk. Ah! Nest Naya. The pot guts flipped directly onto Yu Donghai. Boiling hot water poured all over him, tearing his clothes as he screamed in agony. In just a few moments, Yu Donghai's reddened face was covered in a layer of ghastly blisters. Ah! Help! Old Sheen had little expression on his face, looking at him coldly and not trying to escape. This time, not yet had time to go deeper into the tunnel. Wei Manager and others heard the movement, quickly ran back, saw the ghost-like Yu Donghai, and stood there with a smile on the face of the Old Sheen. Immediately all understand what. Old Yu is finished, the stockinged woman said with a smirk. Post-apocalyptic survivors, many of them are a bit neurotic. No one can save Yu Donghai from being so scalded in such a harsh environment, and when he dies, there will be one less person to share the corn and monkey meat. Everyone calmly watched Yu Donghai roll around and howl miserably. Even Manager Wei, who only symbolically exuded a touch of anger but had no intention of going to Yu Donghai's aid, loudly scolded Old Sheen. Did you do this? It's me, Old Sheen said numbly. Snap. A man stepped forward and slapped Old Sheen in the face. If anything happens to brother Yu, I'll fucking kill you. Old Sheen, who was already weak, swayed and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Bang. Another man picked up a rolling pin and smashed Old Sheen to the ground with a blow from behind. I'll get you killed. Immediately afterward, 2 men punched and kicked Lao Qin. This time, Manager Wei suddenly opened his mouth and said, don't fight. Yu Donghai is hopeless. and we'll have to dig a pit for old Chin to bury later. The words were flat and not at all like seeing a companion dead or alive. Both men stopped and looked up. One of them spoke. Manager Wei is right. Another person immediately chimed in. That's right. There's still a use for keeping it. Ha, ha. Old Chin, whose head was covered in blood on the ground, suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Manager Wei said coldly. Oh, I am laughing at you leaving me behind. Sooner or later, you will get another one dead. So one tea the few corn be one less person to share? Old Chin laughed. What Manager Wei is playing? We all know in our hearts, but shit doesn't pick or stink. And by Old Chin saying this, everyone all looked at Manager Wei, trying to find death. Manager Wei instantly became furious, stepping forward. He kicked Old Chin, who was trying to get up, to the ground again, and immediately afterward, pulled out a dagger from his waist and violently stabbed into his thigh. Oh, Old Chin was still laughing, as if it wasn't even his thigh. Wei, kill him, the stocking woman said. The other woman also agreed with the stocking woman's words in a rare manner, nodding her head and saying, Brother Wei, shall we go dig the pit later? Old Chin seems to be unable to stay. They knew in their hearts that in the face of Old Chin as a time bomb, they two women were the most vulnerable, and if someone would definitely be killed by Old Chin, it would definitely be them. Manager Wei was torn out of his mind and had to kill Old Chin with his hands in order to prove his innocence to everyone. That seemed to be what Old Chin himself wanted to see, sooner or later. It was a death, and he wanted to beg for a pain in the ass. Oh, kill me, or I will definitely get you guys killed whenever I get the chance. Old Chin said. Manager Wei drew his dagger. His eyes erupted with ferocity, and he stabbed at Old Chin's neck. Just then, bang! A gunshot echoed through the tunnel. A little girl came in from outside, holding a pistol with white smoke still coming from the muzzle. Everyone looked at Song Xiaodao, their expressions filled with dismay. Is there actually a living person in the post-apocalyptic world other than them who actually managed to get here? Soon, everyone relaxed. The other party was just an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Even if she had a pistol, did she really have the guts to kill someone? Manager Wei placed his right hand, which was holding the dagger, behind his back, and a smile appeared on his face. Little sister, the toy in your hand isn't funny at all. Put it down. Song Xiaodao had indeed lowered his pistol, and at that moment, everyone saw, again, a tall man walk in from outside, followed by an incomparably strong large buffalo. You saw it all, didn't you? Zhaoyin said. I'm sorry, Zhaoyin. In the future, I'll listen to you. Song Xiaodao said in a small voice. She had previously felt that not everyone here deserved to die, so after Zhaoyin arrived, she asked her to take a look outside after making sure that the little monkey wouldn't die for a while. Children always need to grow up. At this moment, everyone in the tunnel was sizing up Zhaoyin, seeing that he didn't carry any weapons on his body. All of them were again relieved, and immediately afterward, all of them looked at that buffalo with a gaze that looked like a hungry ghost. How many meals does a cow that size take? Brother, is this cow for sale? Manager Wei subconsciously asked. Zhaoyin asked rhetorically. Can you afford it? I can't afford it. Manager Wei really couldn't think of what he could take to buy such a big cow from the other party in the end times. Immediately afterward, he snorted and directly cozied up. Brother, you're preparing to take refuge here, aren't you? Since you're here, you're one of us. Zhaoyin didn't even look at him and walked straight towards the little monkey. The smile on Manager Wei's face stiffened, and he quietly winked at the stocking woman on the side. The stocking woman immediately walked towards Song Xiaodao silently, and out of the corner of her eye, she kept an eye on the gun in Song Xiaodao's hand. Little sister, can you show your sister the toy? Go away. Song Xiaodao glared up at her and said directly, I don't talk to dead people. They're going to get the little monkey killed. Zhaoyin said he'd get everyone here, so in Song Xiaodao's opinion, they were all dead already. Dead man? The stocking woman froze, followed by a flash of resentment under her eyes, and laughed. Little sister really knows how to joke. As the words fell, the stocking woman quickly took hold of Song Xiaodao's hand that was holding the gun and quickly went to grab the pistol. Give you face. At this moment, Manager Wei and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Then the next moment, everyone was shocked to see that little girl struggling violently, her slender arms smashing into the stocking woman's chest. The latter instantly fell out with a miserable cry, and happened to fall into a fire at the side. Should have rolled over and screamed, but at this point, the stocking woman lay motionless in the fire, letting the flames burn as if she were sleeping in the softest queen-sized bed before the end of the world. She's dead. Died before falling into the fire. Everyone froze, and the room was quiet as a pin drop. Soon the tunnel smelled like charred meat. Vomit. Song Xiaodao was the first to bend over and vomit. Instead, Manager Wei and the others all had chills down their backs. They didn't understand where the little girl got that much strength. They didn't even look at it clearly. Brother, my woman is just curious about that pistol. No other meaning. Manager Wei hurriedly stammered an explanation to Zhaoyin, who was at the side. At this moment, Zhao Yun had already arrived in front of the little monkey and didn't even look at Song Xiaodao's side. He bent down and carefully carried the little monkey, covered in blood, out of the basin. He held it in his arms like that, looking at the little monkey face with tightly closed eyes, and at this moment, a slight stabbing pain suddenly came from Zhao Yun's heart that had long been cold. In his previous life, he believed in Lin Tianfeng, believed in Zhang Dongliang, and believed in many so-called close friends and confidants, but in the end, he ended up with a camp destroyed. In this life, from the time the meteorite rain stopped, Zhao Yun has been with this little monkey, which is not very good in the brain and is greedy for food, but it is a truly trustworthy companion. This time, Zhao Yun didn't mince words and took out a bottle of Nongfusen Spring. And that last piece of sandwich bread. He carefully tore the sandwich bread into smithereens and fed it into the little monkey's mouth after soaking it in agrimony. Old Qin, who was on the side, stood up and looked at Zhao Yun, who was holding the monkey. He had a feeling that the man in front of him was definitely stronger than that little girl, and Old Qin could sense even more that this man cared very much about the monkey they were just about to eat. Old Qin quietly waited for the downfall of Manager Wei's several people. Brother, this monkey is yours, right? It was rescued by us. At this moment, Manager Wei also saw what was going on, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Yes? Zhao Yun finally spoke. Weren't you just getting ready to boil water for hair plucking? Manager Wei reluctantly smiled. How can we? Monkeys are primates. How can we dare to eat them? He quietly walked towards Zhao Yun and came behind him, suddenly taking out his right hand that was hidden behind him. The dagger violently stabbed towards Zhao Yun's neck. At this moment, Manager Wei seemed to have seen that by hijacking this man, the little girl with the terrifying strength would immediately surrender and let them play with her. At this time Zhao Yun is still holding the little monkey squatting there, seems to be unaware of everything. It was only until the dagger landed on his neck that he slowly raised his head and calmly looked at Manager Wei. You want to kill me? Zhao Yun asked. Don't move. Quickly make that girl hand over her pistol. Manager Wei's face showed agitation as he loudly chided. Zhao Yun's eyes grew colder and colder, and in the next moment, the light of the knife flashed, and Manager Wei and the others didn't even have time to see. In his hand, how an extra knife came out, and how it came out. Snap! Manager Wei's right hand fell shoulder first to the ground, and the dagger rolled down to his feet. Everything happened so fast that when the blood spurted like a fountain, the screams, only then, came out of Manager Wei's mouth. Zhao Yun indifferently said 3 words, kill them all. All the remaining people pulled their legs and ran. No one had ever seen someone like Zhao Yun. It made people feel more harmed than those zombies of the next moment. The buffalo they were thinking about suddenly moved, its huge body blocking the tunnel entrance. Its one horn slammed, and the man running at the front was penetrated in the abdomen. Ah! Help me! The man screamed miserably, the tip of his bullhorn coming through his back as his whole body hung upside down, helplessly reaching out to his companion at his side. But where is anyone to save him? The old bull threw his head, and the sharp tip of his horn cut the man off at the waist, and 2 sections of his body were thrown out. And the next moment, the old bull rushed toward the second man. Bang! Song Xiaodao resolved a man beside him with a single shot. Zhao Yun immediately converted to a state of compulsion and hurriedly chided loudly with a face of flesh pain. Save the bullets! Save the bullets! Their lives aren't worth as much as my bullets. Oh! Song Xiaodao was prepared to be a female god of war in a police movie. A dream that was instantly snuffed out by Zhao Yun. All that could be done was to draw his tanged sword and slash at a woman who was running away. 10 seconds later, all 4 men and 2 women were dead and clean, including Yu Donghai, who was scalded by boiling water and had his head crushed by a hoof of the old bull. Only Old Qin remained standing there, his eyes bright with astonishing, wide-eyed wonder. In the middle of the day, he did not see the cow and the little girl come to kill themselves, and Old Qin asked suspiciously, "You won't kill me?" But no one paid any attention to him, and even the old returning cow gave him a contemptuous look, as if to say, "Are you worthy?" Earlier, when Yu Donghai wanted to use boiling water to scald the little monkey, it was Old Qin who made a move to stop it, and Song Xiaodao and Old Ox both saw it. So Zhao Yun didn't say anything, and none of them laid a hand on Old Qin. At this moment, Zhao Yun fed a whole piece of sandwich bread all the way into the little monkey's mouth. Soon, on the little monkey's body, countless wounds, rising with dots of white light, gradually stopped bleeding and healed. The little monkey opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Zhao Yun's face. Its pitch-black eyes showed a touch of confusion, and it was soon surprised. Squeak! Master, I thought I'd never see you again. Squeak! It happily jumped down from Zhao Yun's arms, bounced around him in a circle, and with a plop, fell headfirst to the ground. Zhao Yun lifted the little monkey up with one hand. The injury hasn't healed thoroughly yet. Stay here properly. With that, Zhao Yun held the little monkey in his arms like a son, and a smile spread across his face. He took out a couple of cooked chestnuts that he had left earlier and hand-peeled them and fed them to the little monkey. The little monkey, who had never felt such warmth before, chewed the chestnut and was moved to tears. Master, you are too good to me. Look at this dead look of yours. It's even if the zombies almost took your life. Even a few trash almost treated you like a snack. Jiaoyin said with a look of disgust. Garbage? The little monkey's eyes were tinged with confusion. Soon, it notices several bodies in the tunnel, and vaguely remembers that it seemed to hear human voices before it passed out. At the time it was thought to be the same person who had immobilized the walker and saved it from the industrial park. The little monkey then informed Jiaoyin of everything that had happened in the industrial park, all in a heartfelt voice. All the zombies are not moving? Jiaoyin asked in surprise. The little monkey nodded and said mentally, not only are all the zombies not moving, even the wind has stopped. But the man sounded anxious, like he was struggling to hold the zombies in place. Jiaoyin sniffed and frowned. Not only fixing the zombies but also being able to fix the wind? As far as he could remember, there were only two kinds of aliens who could do it. One is a space alien and the other is a time alien. Both types of psychic abilities were extremely rare, and in his previous life, Jiaoyin had only met a few people who had mastered that rare type of psychic ability 7 years after the end of the world. Although there were strong and weak differences in the psychic abilities they had mastered, at the very least, they were S-class psychic abilities. Nowadays, Jiaoyin hadn't even seen a single evolutionary, and there was actually an S-class or higher exalt right in the City of Light. Everything in that industrial park was like a mystery, different from what was known in his previous life. What does the other party look like? Can you see them? Jiaoyin asked. The little monkey shook his head. I didn't see it. There were zombies everywhere, and I didn't have time to observe at the time. It's always good to know if it's a man or a woman, right? Joe Vagina. The little monkey still shook his head. Didn't hear it. Jiaoyin raised his hand to strike, thought about it and withdrew it, cursing, idiot. He didn't know why the man wanted to help the monkey, whether it was a chance encounter or whether he was there for it, and if it was the latter, what was the man's agenda? In the industrial park there is an E-class buffalo, a zombie king who has devoured 3-star crystals, and the two fathers and sons who were eaten by the zombies. Although they do not have supernormal abilities and are not even evolved, they managed to escape Zhao Yin's sense of hearing. Thinking about it at this point, nothing is simple. When there's a chance in the future, go back to that industrial park and take a look. Jiaoyin lowered his head and secretly made up his mind. Soon, he fed all the chestnuts in his hand, and the wounds on the little monkey's body were almost as good as they had been under the treatment of the sandwich bread. Jiaoyin turned towards the corpse of that way manager Old Qin, who was on the side, looked at Jiaoyin suspiciously, only feeling that he was talking to himself to a monkey earlier, but strangely enough, that monkey seemed to really be able to communicate with him. The mystery in this man caused a hint of curiosity to rise in Old Qin as well. Jiaoyin bent down and took off the sneakers on Manager Wei's feet, and found that it was actually a pair of Jordan limited edition, which was speculated to 5,000 or 6,000 before the end of the world. Grandson is so rich. Jiaoyin kicked the corpse, then Old Qin saw that Jiaoyin took off the shoes with holes in his feet, revealing his stinky feet full of black ash, and directly put the new shoes on. Jiaoyin grinned. It's a little squishy, but it'll get bigger in a few more days. Song Xiaodao on the side followed suit and also took off the sneakers from the feet of one of the female corpses. Song Xiaodao had been barefoot earlier, and after walking for a few days, his small feet had long been filled with blisters. After she put on her shoes, she had a happy smile on her face just like Jiaoyin. Go, strip down their pants. All of them. Jiaoyin commanded the little monkeys who had finished eating the chestnuts. The little monkey immediately puckered his red ass, completely unaware of shame, and soldiered on. Soon, the bodies of several men, the lower half of their bodies were naked. Old Qin on the side looked dumbfounded. Even the dead man's pants? Old Qin went to look at the little girl again, only to see that she had also already stripped the two women's bodies as well. Old Qin's eyes on the side dropped to the ground. Bandits. It's definitely a bunch of bandits. This was Old Qin's first thought. At this moment, Song Xiaodao was carrying two bras in her hands, frowning her small eyebrows at Jiaoyin Dao. Too big to wear now. Why do they have to grow so big? It's not that they're big, it's that you're too small. Jiaoyin glanced at the airfield. Right, oh, I'm the one who's too young. When I grow up, I'll be able to wear such pretty bras. Song Xiaodao completely misinterpreted Zhao Yin's words, and immediately afterward, shouted at Jiaoyin. Jiaoyin, quickly help me put these clothes into your spatial ring. The recent star crystals, all of them did not open pants. As if Jiaoyin was born with no connection to pants. Zhao Yin's daily pants and shoes were damaged and there were no more than a few left. He looked at the pile of pants and shoes and socks on the ground and contentedly put them all away before he said to Song Xiaodao, go find the old ox, and let it carry all your things. No, the old cow has to fight the zombies. What if it's damaged? Song Xiaodao took the two bras and the torn stockings that he cared about the most. Other clothes were piled on the floor. You want this? Jiaoyin glanced at the airfield on her chest. What's the point? Song Xiaodao's little face immediately rose red and said with dissatisfaction, I'll be 12 soon. I'll grow up soon. Will you help me put it away or not? For this matter, the little girl was not prepared to compromise with Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin shook his head and didn't bother to talk to her much. He walked over anyway and helped her put everything away immediately afterward. Zhao Yin's gaze, falling on the large iron basin on the ground, closed. Just right for the little monkey in Song Xiaodao to take a bath, but he saw the rice cooker potbelly again and picked it up and compared it to his head. It would make a good helmet, except that it would cover his eyes when he put it on. So he took out his corkscrew and cut out his face on the potbelly and put it right on his head. Not bad, right? Zhao Yin asked at Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao immediately nodded. Very handsome. People are handsome and look good in any helmet. Zhao Yin nodded. The little monkey and the old cow also nodded their heads together in agreement. This pot-bellied helmet will have absolutely no problem blocking the attacks of ordinary zombies. If he had this helmet last night, Zhao Yin wouldn't have been injured so badly. There was no longer anything Zhao Yin needed in the tunnel. Zhao Yin looked around and finally landed his gaze on old Qin's face. His face immediately sank. Where is the corn? What? At the sudden question, old Qin did not react for a moment. Corn? Your usual food? Zhao Yin asked. They only gave me urine to drink and ate the maggots on top of the rotting meat. Oh, there is indeed corn. Corn trees inside the tunnel. Old Qin stammered. He wasn't even afraid of death anymore. But for some reason, he was a little nervous when facing this man. Zhao Yin sniffed, turned around and headed deeper into the tunnel. And the little monkey and the old ox hurriedly followed. Zhao Yin, wait for me. Song Xiaodao also followed, only old Qin was left alone. And he stood there in a daze, hesitating whether to follow him as well. But he didn't know the other man well. And the man didn't look like he was very accessible. What if the other guy thinks he's up to no good? But if you don't follow it, where can you go? Zhao Yin quickly found the corn, which should be called a corn tree to be precise. The main pole was thicker than a bucket and as tall as a 5-story building. The branches and leaves are dense, like a big tree that reaches the top of the tunnel. Zhao Yin counted that the tree bore a total of 48 corn cobs. There was a trace of being picked, and Zhao Yin guessed that it should be related to the piece of corn clothes that Manager Wei and the others had discarded. He used the eye of true vision to examine the corn tree. From head to toe, corn, Class F mutant crop, rich in nutrients. 52 hours to maturity, corn, Class F mutant crop, rich in nutrients. 61 hours to maturity, corn. 49 hours to maturity, corn seedling, Class F mutant plant. This corn tree doesn't grow too potent crops like a chestnut tree, but that's only normal. Zhao Yin's 2 lifetimes had only seen chestnut trees that were more peculiar. At this time, the little monkey excitedly tilted his head, staring at a corn cob above his head, drooling and about to climb up. Wait! Zhao Yin opened his mouth to stop it. These corn are not yet ripe, so we need to wait a few more days. The little monkey could only climb down in disappointment, looking up from time to time, his eyes fixed on the cornstalks above his head. Zhao Yin, do we have to wait here for a few days? Song Xiaodao asked. The latest corn cobs would take 3 days to ripen. And in those 3 days, the chestnuts consumed by the 2 mutant beasts definitely far exceeded the value of 48 corn cobs. Corn isn't eaten. It's seed when it matures. Zhao Yin explained that he doesn't lack food today. It's the type of food that's lacking. Wait 3 days and rest here. After saying that, Zhao Yin led the crowd towards the outside of the tunnel, preparing to find a spacious place to set up a stealth tent. As he passed by the tunnel entrance, Zhao Yin saw old Qin, who was still standing there. You haven't left yet? Zhao Yin asked in surprise. Old Qin was a bit formal in the face of Zhao Yin, and subconsciously bent slightly like before the end of the world. Little brother, I don't know where else to go. Can you let me talk to you in the future? Can't. Zhao Yin didn't wait for old Qin to finish and balked. He had seen many such people in his previous life, and there were countless survivors who did not survive. Often when they see a strong person, they will cling like a dog's leg, hoping to find a shelter from the wind and rain, and once they meet a crisis, they will run faster than anyone else. Old Qin sniffed, and his face took on a kind of dead gray color for a moment. Half-heartedly, he nodded. Understood. When the words fell, he didn't drag his feet and directly turned around to leave. You're going to leave just like that? Zhao Yin was slightly surprised. Old Qin turned around and asked, little brother, what else do you want? Nice pants and shoes. Take them off. Zhao Yin ordered directly. A layer of cold sweat overflowed from old Qin's head immediately after. Old Qin laughed bitterly, not understanding why such a strong man was so obsessed with his pants. But he could only remove his pants and shoes as instructed. After Zhao Yin received it, he waved his hand. Let's go. It was a pair of old liberation shoes, and the size looked suitable for Zhao Yin. In the post-apocalyptic world, this kind of wear-resistant shoes were more practical than ordinary sneakers. Zhao Yin killed Manager Wei and others and occupied the tunnel, and according to the rules, old Qin was his prisoner, including the clothes on his body. Old Qin slowly walked out of the tunnel. He didn't have much gratitude for Zhao Yin, and he couldn't talk about hatred either. A pair of pants and shoes in exchange for a life that old Qin himself didn't think had any value. And of course, Zhao Yin didn't save him out of the goodness of his heart. and happened to kill nothing more than his enemy. When Old Chin walked to the tunnel entrance, he saw the place where he used to cook and pointed to a kitchen knife. "Can I leave with this?" Zhao didn't say anything either and nodded. Old Chin grabbed the chopper, slowly striding out of the tunnel. In the dim daylight, wearing only a pair of boxers, his legs are very white. Master, he is a good person. I want to share some of my chestnuts with him." At this time, the little monkey suddenly tugged on Zhao Yin's coat. "You don't have enough chestnuts for yourself and you want to give them to him?" Zhao Yin asked with a frown. "Give it to him. He helped me," the little monkey's sure heart said earlier, when Old Chin had stepped in to help it. Although the little monkey had fallen into a coma, the mutant beast's powerful perception still allowed it to sense something. In fact, Zhao Yin didn't want to occupy this tunnel, nor did he necessarily want to drive Old Chin away, but he was mainly worried that the other party, an outsider, would steal his corn. After thinking about it, Zhao Yin took out 5 chestnuts, and a pistol as well as 50 rounds of bullets and handed it to Song Xiaodao. "Take it to him and tell him that the gun is for dealing with survivors, and that firing it at random will attract zombies." Song Xiaodao took the things and chased them outward. Zhao Yin chose a flat place at the entrance of the tunnel and released the stealth tent with a lift of his hand. Immediately afterward, he took out the golden silk fruit. "Monkey, this time you were meritorious in protecting Old Ox and Little Dagger. This is a reward for you." The little monkey remembers clearly that it was for this fruit that his master went deep into the industrial park and almost lost his life. It held the golden silk fruit that Zhao Yin had given it, and asked in a heartfelt voice of disbelief, "Master, is it really for me?" "Of course, I never treat meritorious officials poorly," Zhao Yin said. The old ox on the side immediately looked over, his eyes filled with envy. This golden fruit, it had been thinking about for a long time, and now it's in the hands of that monkey. However, remembering that the little monkey had previously sacrificed its life to save itself, the old ox didn't have the heart to fight with it. Each mutant beast can only take 1 golden silk fruit in its lifetime. It's useless to take more. Zhao Yin opened his mouth, directly dispelling the old ox's extravagant hopes. The little monkey tried to kiss his ass and express his gratitude to his master when Zhao Yin glared and interrupted. "Still not eating?" The little monkey didn't dare to hesitate any longer for fear that the duck in his mouth would fly away. It immediately stuffed the golden silk fruit into its mouth and chewed with puffed cheeks. A few moments later, the little monkey suddenly fell to the ground and convulsed. The old ox on the side revealed a gloating look. It had experience in eating golden silk fruits last time. He also suffered great pain until he passed out. But fortunately, the zombie king was not present at that time. However, if they really talked about experience, Zhao Yin knew more about the golden silk fruit than anyone else. The golden silk fruit could directly raise the mutant beast by 1 level and add an alien ability. How could the pain that needed to be endured be small for such a perverted efficacy? But the monkeys would definitely not have anything to do. Zhao Yin simply took out a bed of quilts, spread them on the carpet, lit a cigarette, and slowly fell asleep. It was 5 hours later when I woke up, and the sky was already dim. Song Xiaodao had returned at some point, curled up with his small body sleeping beside Zhao Yin, who was too heavily injured last night, and despite relying on the sandwich bread to heal his injuries, his bleeding and deficient body hadn't fully recovered to the point where he slept too well. On the side, the little monkey and the old ox were wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision to the little monkey. Growing macaque, Class E mutant, Strength 40, Agility 42, Stamina 48, Defense 32, Spirit 15, Bloodline talents, huge, Berserk, Fire control. Mutant beasts, like zombies, would have an additional defense attribute once they evolved to E rank. What Zhao Yin really cared about was that this time, the little monkey had evolved a talented ability that was actually fire control. Fire abilities were definitely in the forefront of all combat abilities, and Zhao Yin had previously been worried that the little monkey would evolve a useless ability. I didn't realize it was fire. Monkey, turn on the fire control ability to see. Wait, leave the tent and then turn it on, Zhao Yin said, afraid that the little monkey would burn the tent. When the little monkey saw Zhao Yin waking up, he was also very excited and offered a treasure-like heartfelt exchange. "Master, I feel very strong right now." "Nonsense, having evolved to level E. Of course it's stronger than before." Zhao Yin took the little monkey out of the tent, sat down on a plastic chair, lit a cigarette, and quietly waited for the monkey to perform. Inside he was filled with anticipation. The little monkey was also afraid of burning his master, and stood some 20 meters away from Zhao Yin. His eyes glazed over for a split second, slowly raising his hand towards the pile of wood not far away. Psst. A flame flared up between its fingers, no bigger than a soybean, and was extinguished in less than a second after it was first lit. The little monkey froze with wide eyes. Zhao Yin was also confused. This was its fire ability? "Master, I haven't eaten enough to have the strength to turn on my powers." The little monkey communicated in an awkward heartfelt voice. Zhao Yin frowned. In his previous life when he had found the golden silk fruit for Lin Tianfeng, the little monkey had already died. Dual ability mutant beasts were too rare. even Lin Tianfeng. At that time, only opened the second ability for the contracted beast. As for the third psychic ability, it only existed theoretically, and could only be realized by first finding a dual psychic mutant beast and then using the effects of the golden silk fruit. In fact, Zhaoyin himself had never seen it. Could it be that the limit of mutant beasts is dual psychic powers? Zhaoyin was unable to learn the truth and stared at the little monkey with a calm face, but in his heart, he secretly regretted the golden silk fruit. Master, can you give me transcendental food? When I'm full I'll be able to unleash the flames for my master. The little monkey heartily said, no need. I don't want to watch. Zhaoyin got up and headed inside the stealth tent. His heart was dripping blood. A golden fruit. Master, chestnuts are fine. Let me eat my fill and I'll release it to you. The little monkey followed closely behind Zhaoyin's but, pulling on his coat. When Dagger wakes up, we'll have dinner together. Zhaoyin said, for the next 2 days. Zhaoyin took Song Xiaodao and the two beasts to rest in the tunnel until the morning of the third day. When he came alone to the depths of the tunnel, the corn trees are dying and the branches are starting to yellow. After breaking off the last corn cob and putting it into his spatial ring, Zhaoyin called Song Xiaodao and the two beasts up and prepared to pack up and depart. Next, he wasn't going to go back to the city of Guangzhou, and the direction he set was the Dawei mountain range. In his previous life, it was in the Dawei mountain range in the second year of the end of the world that Zhaoyin helped Lin Tianfeng set up a trap to capture the flying white tiger, which was still only a C-class mutant beast at the time. Later that mutant beast grew to the imperial level. In this life, if he wanted to live a better life, not only did he need to increase his strength, but he also had to keep collecting supplies, and what Zhaoyin currently lacked the most was a life space. Zhaoyin vaguely remembered that in the fourth year of the end times, a life space had appeared in the Dawei mountain range, and the one who had obtained it at that time was a powerful alien. When this incident circulated to Zhaoyin's ears, it was the fifth year of the end times, and the most rumored story was that at that time, that strong alien powerhouse had united with a dozen or so A-ranked evolvers to decapitate a zombie king. In the end, only that alien powerhouse survived, and after getting the star crystal, he opened an SS-ranked treasure, SS-class treasure, enough for anyone in the end times to fight for it, so much so that it set off a bloodbath at the time, and even a SSS-class alien made a move, and the one who got the life space ended up chattering blood in the mountains. Zhaoyin packed up his stealth tent and led Song Xiaodao and the two beasts out of the tunnel. Zhaoyin, look, what's that? Suddenly, Song Xiaodao pointed in a certain direction and said, hoo. Old Qin ran furiously all the way, the air in his lungs pumping like a bellows, with a dozen or so zombies in hot pursuit behind him. As he panicked, the zombies he attracted gathered more and more, and soon, hundreds of them gathered chasing after his ass. God, if you let me live, why are you doing this to me? Old Qin sighed in his heart that he knew he was going to die soon if this went on. At this moment, Old Qin remembered a lot. Those deceased people, those stories, everything was gone, and between the desolate heaven and earth, he was the only one left, struggling to live. It's actually kind of pointless. In fact, it's good to be dead. He grew up as an orphan, not knowing what his parents were like, and was adopted by a war veteran after growing up. Lao Qin also responded to the call to join the army. In the army for 10 years, once home to visit relatives, someone hit the adoptive father, blinded an eye. That person has a deep background. The adoptive father can only tolerate the old Qin in a fit of rage to lift the knife to kill, that ruined his military career. And after 15 more years of labor, when he came out, all that was left of his adoptive father was a barren grave, and so he wasted half his life without even getting a wife. In his middle age, carrying the charge of labor reformer. Decent jobs do not want him, can only come to this site as a cook. Didn't realize the end times were coming. Old Qin gripped the chopper tightly and ran all the way with his long white legs. Suddenly, a dozen more zombies appeared on the only road ahead, and the way there was completely blocked. Old Qin turned around and looked. A large crowd of zombies, all attracted by their own panic. I do not know how many he fell on his butt, gasping for air, and in this moment, the panic in his eyes was slowly dissipating, gradually becoming desperate. And then Frank. He didn't have the strength to kill even one more walker. It's impossible to do that in a horde of corpses. Then die quietly. Better yet, he didn't even have to have any bones left after being eaten by the zombies themselves, because he didn't want to become a zombie even after he died. And he didn't want to be alone in the wilderness with his riotous corpse. Clunk. Old Qin directly dropped the chopper and watched the corpses gradually approach. Come on, eat me. If you don't eat clean, you're a grandson. Old Qin smiled broadly and cursed as he struggled to hold up his body and took the initiative to meet up with the opposite group of corpses. He limped and was instantly overwhelmed by the corpses. The air filled with the stench of corpses and countless hands reaching for him. The nearest zombie had opened its mouth and bit into his neck. At this moment, Old Qin closed his eyes. His expression became tense again. He wanted to try to make his death not so ugly, but he couldn't help the panic. It turns out that one is still afraid of death. However, Old Qin did not feel the pain in his neck, and immediately afterward, he opened his eyes and then saw all the zombies, fixed there, as if in an instant, all turned into wooden sculptures. In this moment, the wind stood still. Old Sheen saw the fine sand blown up by the wind in front of him, staying in the air, as if time had stopped and the years were fixed. Go! A small, cold hand grabbed Old Sheen's wrist and pulled him out of the pile of corpses. When Old Sheen looked back, he only saw a short woman, wearing only a bra on the upper half of her body and a pair of dirty jeans on the lower half of her body, pulling him to run in front of her, only leaving him with a slim back. Old Sheen's body instantly seemed to have strength, and his long white legs stepped apart to eye in the roiling sand. The man, bare of his lower body, and the woman, bare of her upper body, ran wildly and playfully, until she was completely away from the corpses. The woman let go of her hand and looked back at Old Sheen, her eyes sharply sizing him up. Thank you, Old Sheen said. It was only then that I realized that the woman in front of me had a dirty face. But she was good looking. She was probably in her early 20s, kind of like a pre-apocalyptic star. At that moment, the woman put her other hand, a small, fist-sized copper lamp, into her pants pocket, licked her dry, cracked lips, and said hoarsely, "Don't thank me, you should thank him." Him? Old Sheen was puzzled. The fact that he didn't kill you and gave you food and a gun means you're someone worth saving, the woman said. When Old Sheen heard this, he remembered Zhao. Was it the man who was the reason she saved herself? The woman continued, "I'm missing a partner who works for me, and he's shown me through his actions that you're the right one for the job. Interested?" Old Sheen immediately nodded his head. "No matter what, you are my savior. Let me do whatever I want." The woman's ability just now was seen by Old Sheen. She was able to immobilize those terrifying zombies. By following such a person, he could not only repay the favor, but also live longer, and he had no place to go anyway, so why couldn't he work for her? The woman's body suddenly shook, followed by a stagger and a near fall. Old Sheen hurriedly held her with one hand. "Are you hurt?" "I am fine." The woman steadied herself and shook her head. She found a large meteorite and sat down on it, fished a handful of red berries out of her pocket and shared half of them with Old Sheen, eating the remaining half slowly. Only in her other hand, she always clutched the brass lamp in her pocket. Old Sheen did not see her hand, only 4 fingers. A drop of blood is slowly flowing into the lampshade. Zhao looked over in the direction Song Xiaodao was pointing. A bottle of potion was resting smoothly on a meteorite in the dim daylight. Healing potion, grade D. Heals wounds. Any life below grade D will be reborn immediately after taking it. Zhao was out of his mind for a while. How could there be a bottle of D-ranked healing potion here? Since the end of the world, Zhao had never opened this kind of truly life-saving treasure. In the previous world, any potion that could revitalize a severed limb sold for an astronomical price, even catching up to evolutionary potions of the same level. Zhao was puzzled. Not many people knew the secrets of the star crystal today, and even if they opened the treasure, they would only keep it for themselves. Who would just leave it here? Could it be that a certain zombie lost its nature and chose to stop devouring star crystals and took them to play as marbles, unintentionally breaking them and opening this bottle of evolution potion? How is that possible? Zhao himself laughed at the thought. "Zhao, look, there are words here," Song Xiaodao said as he pointed to a certain part of the meteorite. Zhao attention had been on the healing potion, so he hadn't noticed it earlier. Just there, written crookedly in charcoal gray, were 3 words, "Sorry." It was written by a person. What did that person do that was unseemly? Zhao whispered, "Who knows? Maybe there are other survivors here." Song Xiaodao also said doubtfully Zhao was breaking corn earlier and didn't pay attention to the movements outside. But at this time, with his hearing fully open, he found that the wind was even louder today. So much so that it made it impossible for him to discern whether or not there was a living being's breathing and footsteps within 2 kilometers, since he couldn't find the reason. Zhao simply didn't think much about it. Even if there really were survivors, it was impossible to take out what had gone inside one's spatial ring. "Go!" Zhao said. The words fell out of his mouth, and he left quickly, as if he were a thief. Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts hurriedly followed. It had been running for 2 kilometers before Zhao speed slowed down. Song Xiaodao followed him with his short legs, long, tired and panting. "Zhao, could it be someone apologizing to you?" "Impossible. I don't know a second survivor besides you," Zhao said. Seeing Zhao certainty, Song Xiaodao stopped speaking. Zhao saw that the vegetation on both sides of the crumbling highway was more lush than 2 days ago. These ordinary vegetation were not considered mutated plants, but they were more vital than the pre-apocalyptic vegetation. Between many of the ruins, weed vines grew, rooted directly into the concrete, and countless concrete blocks cracked. Zhao knew that it wouldn't be long before these ruins would disappear and would all be decomposed by the vegetation. Years from now, people may not remember what their homes once looked like. The world at that time was like a reboot into a reincarnation, a return to primitive times. Once upon a time, Zhao had read a news article in which someone had boldly hypothesized that there had actually been countless destructions and reboots of civilizations before mankind ruled this world. No one knows for what civilizations are destroyed and when they are born. Maybe that news isn't hypothetical, but factual. Today's post-apocalyptic world is experiencing the destruction of technological civilizations and the rise of transcendental civilizations. Zhao just didn't know what role the last human would end up playing. Will the zombies all evolve intelligence and take over human domination? Or will humans finally wipe out all the zombies? However, all of this had nothing to do with him. Zhao. What he was doing now was to gather as many supplies as possible to strengthen himself. He's not going to create any more camps, much less get lost in entitlement. He just needs to have enough supplies for himself, be strong enough for himself, and then take the people and beasts he cares about most and live well. At that moment, a fierce wind blew on his face, whistling and whimpering, blowing messed up Song Xiaodao's long hair, and also her dress, which was tightly attached to her body, outlining the young girl's childish shape. The city of Guangzhou was roughly 500 kilometers from the Dawei mountain range, and needed to go all the way north. Zhao chose a shortcut and gradually walked into what was once a mountain forest. As they moved away from the City of Light, the zombies wandering sporadically on the road gradually became invisible. After the end of the world, all the mountains and forests were destroyed, and only a very few mutated trees grew overnight. Most places still only had weeds. It hasn't rained since the end of the world and it's very windy and sandy. Zhao took out 2 gas masks and put one on each of Song Xiaodao. For the old cow and the little monkey. Blow it. 3 days later, Zhao Yin's group had gradually walked into the Dawei mountain range. Zhao, we can't go around in front. There are zombies blocking the road, Song Xiaodao said as he pointed ahead. This is a once touristy area. And finally a walker comes into view. Monkey, go finish them off, Zhao directly commanded. At this moment, on the road that must be passed ahead, there was an overturned Chinese bus, and 20 zombies were roaming around. 3 of the zombies were actually F-class. When the monkey heard Zhao Yin's command, his eyes immediately blossomed with an excited sparkle. Nowadays it was long gone from the timid level 0 mutant beast it was at first. It hadn't even killed many walkers lately, and it had to worry about losing its presence in front of its master. The little monkey then rushed towards the 24 or so zombies with his wolfsbane. Ho ho ho. The zombies immediately spotted the little monkey and swarmed back towards it. The 2 F-class zombies were the fastest, and in an instant, they left behind the ordinary zombies behind them. It was just a pity that they met an E-class mutant beast. Roar. As the little monkey ran, he also let out a loud roar, while his body rapidly expanded. His heavy armor clanked, his speed violently doubled, and his huge figure transformed into a raging windibang. Before an F-class zombie could even get close to the little monkey, it was bludgeoned in the head. The mangled body splattered in a dark brown rain of blood and fell away sharply. The second F-class zombie had already arrived in front of little monkey and opened its mouth to bite, when little monkey's body quickly turned around to snap. The horn of the heavy armor smacked the zombie in the face, and while it was still in a daze, the little monkey slammed down hard with a wolfsbane. 3 seconds to settle 2 F-class zombies. What happened next was simple. The remaining dozen or so ordinary zombies couldn't even get close to the little monkey's side and were quickly slaughtered. The little monkey put away his wolf's toothstick. His body quickly shrunk to its normal size, and ran his ass back to Zhao, hugging his knees. Master, the killing is done. Good job. Zhao patted the little monkey's head and rewarded him with a chestnut, reminiscing about a few days ago, when Zhao first arrived at the southern suburb village. Those 2 F-class zombies had made him go through a lot of effort to finish them off, even using his pistol. Zhao, I'll go cut the watermelon. Song Xiaodao took the initiative and said in fact even if she hadn't said anything, Zhao would have ordered it. With just this much work to do, did he have to do it himself? She took out her butterfly knife and walked over to the corpse of the nearest F-rank zombie, reaching out to fiddle with the fetid, blackened brain matter, and soon found an F-rank corpse crystal. Song Xiaodao skillfully wiped it clean and lowered his head to continue to look for Zhao Yin's favorite star crystal, but after rummaging for half a day, almost every drop of brain matter, every piece of skull, was cut and viewed by Song Xiaodao. Surprisingly, there was no semblance of star crystal. Zhao, it's bad. This zombie's star crystal has been stolen. Song Xiaodao shouted anxiously. Zhao stepped over. What's going on? I can't find the star crystal. Song Xiaodao felt useless. He couldn't even do this little thing right. Zhao took out his Kaishan blade and barreled it a few times, followed by walking over to the corpse of another F-class zombie. He also carefully rummaged through every place just like Song Xiaodao earlier, but as a result, there were still only 2 F-class corpse crystals. No star crystal. Little monkey, is it possible that you were too strong and popped the star crystal off? Song Xiaodao looked at the little monkey and complained. The little monkey was also confused. It used to kill zombies like this. How come it popped off? Song Xiaodao and the little monkey both searched the neighborhood. There's no need to look for it. Zhao spoke and put away his mountain opening blade. Don't you want the star crystal? Song Xiaodao asked anxiously. This is just an ordinary F-class zombie that hasn't devoured a star crystal at all. Zhao Vagina, counting the time. Nearly half a month had passed since the zombie outbreak. And ordinary zombies evolving to F-class should have appeared a few days ago. It was just that Zhaoyin hadn't encountered it as soon as he walked within the mountains and forests, and nowadays, most of the batch of zombies that had devoured the star crystals should have evolved to level E. And among them, level D might even have appeared. A zombie that hasn't devoured a star crystal can also evolve? Song Xiaodao's face changed to Zhaoyin said. Not only can it evolve, but it will keep evolving. Although Song Xiaodao didn't know how Zhaoyin knew, he was convinced of his words nowadays. Even though she had followed Zhaoyin to become an evolutionary, Song Xiaodao was still a bit scared if she was to be asked to deal with F-class zombies alone. One can only imagine how difficult the situation is for those ordinary survivors. Today, she could hardly imagine what she would have been like if she hadn't met Zhaoyin in the first place. Will they be directly eaten by zombies? Or will they be sold by Wanquan to some people and end up living like that old Qin? Song Xiaodao didn't dare to think any further. Suddenly, she flung herself into Zhao Yin's arms and clung tightly to his waist, her small body trembling unceasingly. Zhaoyin froze. What's gotten into you again? I am fine, Song Xiaodao said with a pale face. Just want to hug you. Zhaoyin, let me hug you for a while, okay? Zhaoyin stood there, feeling the warm little body clinging to his body, and actually damn well had a physical reaction. He thought about it, but still couldn't push her away. Zhaoyin, Song Xiaodao buried his face in front of Zhaoyin. If one day one day we meet danger again, will you still leave me and the little monkeys and them behind? I will try to protect you as much as possible, and if I meet a crisis that I can't cope with either, I will go alone. Zhaoyin hesitated slightly and said seriously, so, you have to become stronger. Song Xiaodao slowly raised her head, pouted, looked at Zhaoyin and said, can't you say something nice? It's okay to lie to me. You like being lied to? Zhaoyin lowered his head and stared at the little girl's eyes that were clear with a hint of ignorance in them. Song Xiaodao buried her face in front of Zhaoyin Hun again. In fact, still prefer the honest you. Didn't you say, after 7 years I'm your woman, when I grow up I'll marry you? So Zhaoyin, you have to do your best to protect your fiancé. Zhaoyin couldn't imagine that this girl could say such words. He raised his hand to push her from his arms and chided. Get to work. Still standing in front of him, Song Xiaodao asked with wide eyes. Zhaoyin, will you marry me in the future? Zhaoyin turned around. Monkey, go remove the equipment from her body so she can see how much she weighs. You asshole. Song Xiaodao immediately let out a scream and shielded her hands in front of her body. Can't I just go to work? After that, she commiserated and went to cut the watermelon. After Zhaoyin collected all the corpse crystals, he set off to continue his journey. Along the way, Song Xiaodao always kept his head down and stopped speaking. At some point, the dimly lit sun in the sky disappeared and was slowly covered by dark clouds, and soon, the sound of thunder rang out and bean-sized raindrops landed. The wind got even stronger, laced with raindrops that crackled down on Zhao Yin's face. Ice-cold. Evolvers weren't unaware of heat and cold. Song Xiaodao was frozen and still didn't speak to Zhaoyin. The two mutant beasts don't matter. The little monkey is scattering in the rainwater, running out a distance and running back, followed by running forward again and running back. Again, it seems that it thinks this is very interesting. The old ox, on the other hand, diligently followed behind Zhaoyin, taking the opportunity from time to time to nibble a bite of the grass by the side of the road, his mouth always chewing slowly. Rest here tonight, Zhaoyin said. He found a clearing and threw out the stealth tent. Song Xiaodao hurriedly dug in and took the initiative to build a fire to cook. Zhaoyin sat by the fire and recalled his previous life. After the first rain, after the end of the world, the entire world's plants would erupt and grow, and there would be more types of mutated crops. Many survivors who have struggled to make it through a month and a half will also be relieved by the rain. The surviving animals, meanwhile, are coming alive. And the jungle is the animals' paradise. They kill zombies and swallow star crystals, or capture living creatures and eat their meat, and their strength soars rapidly, and many pseudo-mutant beasts will appear. All in all, the rain infused sustenance into this crumbling, ruined world. All life, except for the zombies, finally has the possibility to live. Zhaoyin remembered a lot, not realizing that it was already late at night. Suddenly, he heard the sound of rain, interspersed with a rush of footsteps, approaching rapidly. Zhaoyin immediately distinguished that it was human footsteps and looked back. Song Xiaodao had already fallen asleep, and the little monkey and the old ox had both opened their eyes, all of them showing vigilance. Old ox, you stay inside the tent, and monkey and I will go out and take a look. After Zhao Yin's heartfelt communication was completed, he brought the little monkey out of the stealth tent. Boom! Thunder sounded in the sky, pounding rain, wetting Zhaoyin in an instant. The little monkey's iron armor was drenched with water. Zhaoyin squinted his eyes and looked forward. In the darkness of the night, four silhouettes were running wildly, roughly 300 to 400 meters away from Zhaoyin. 2 men and 2 women, all young looking, 2 women empty-handed, 2 men, 1 carrying a shovel, 1 carrying a crowbar. They were in a state of panic, and from time to time someone tripped over the vines and was immediately helped up by the companion beside them. The direction that the few people were running towards was exactly here in Jiaoyin. There's a walker up ahead. As a few people approached, a girl with a cape and black-framed glasses pointed at Jiaoyin and the little monkey and shouted, "Hurry up and go around." The other short-haired girl said in a panic, "No, the road is too slippery. Only this part of the road is flatter. Otherwise when the wine team they cannot support us it is impossible to run through the group of damn rats." After a tall youth finished speaking, he said anxiously to another flat-headed youth, "Little Hong, let's go finish off these 2 zombies." Kill zombies? The flat-headed youth asked with a trembling voice. "It's too late. Hurry up," the girl with glasses urged. "Hong Xiaotian, are you still a man? Didn't you say you would protect us?" The flat-headed youth sniffed and gritted his teeth, the expression on his face no longer hesitating. He followed the taller youth with his shovel, and the 2 of them quickly ran towards Jiaoyin. As the 2 approached, Jiaoyin could gradually see that the faces of the 2 youths were gradually turning pale. The clothes they were wearing were tattered and torn, but they were cleaned by the rain and stuck to their bodies wetly as squeaky. The little monkey seemed to feel threatened and instantly became manic. Jiaoyin raised his hand and patted its head. "Take it easy." The 2 youths froze and stopped in their tracks. "Are you a human being?" the flat-headed youth asked. They couldn't see Jiaoyin's face in the dark rainy night. "What's got you guys so scared?" "Zombies?" Jiaoyin asked. They were sure that Jiaoyin wasn't a zombie. Like they were all relieved. Hong Xiaotian put down the shovel in his hand and anxiously said, "Brothers, hurry up and run. There's a group of rats chasing us." "Rats?" Jiaoyin's eyes lit up. "Bro, that's no ordinary rat. Bigger than a dog." Before Hong Xiaotian finished his words, a roar came from behind him, even obscuring the sound of rain, like 1,000 horses galloping. "Little Hong, stop talking. Run." The tall youth on the side pulled Hong Xiaotian, and the 2 girls behind him had long since crossed over them and ran to the front. A few people did not notice Xiaoyin's stealth tent, and after running out a dozen meters, Hong Xiaotian looked back, and the man was still standing in the same place. And behind him was the child in the weird costume. This time, Jiaoyin utilized his eyesight and could already see the group of rats, densely packed with roughly 300 to 400 of them. Each one was the size of a medium-sized dog, and all the weeds and vines were trampled down as they passed along the way. "Bro, run, what are you standing there for?" Hong Xiaotian had already run out a few hundred meters away and turned back to shout loudly at Jiaoyin. "Who cares what he does? Who's to blame if he wants to get killed?" the girl with glasses said. "Team Wang and the others are probably already sacrificed. If no one is left to hold off the rats for us, it's impossible to escape back to the shelter. So it's good to let him stall for a while," the tall youth said. The short-haired girl on the side frowned and didn't make a sound, but followed the trio's footsteps a few moments faster. Soon, the 4 disappeared into the rain. Rat, grade F, strength 25, agility 36, stamina 12, spirit 2, mutated by zombie virus. Rat, grade F, strength 24, agility 35, stamina 13, spirit 1, mutated by zombie virus. Rats, grade F. Jiaoyin opened his eye of true vision and realized that it was indeed a group of pseudo-mutant beasts. The difference between pseudo-mutant beasts and mutant beasts is that mutant beasts are naturally mutated and have psychic abilities, whereas pseudo-mutant beasts get their mutation from the zombie virus and have no psychic abilities. Pseudo-mutant beasts also belong to life forms, and Jiaoyin was also able to contract them. Jiaoyin immediately rushed into the stealth tent and lifted the sleeping Song Xiaodao up with one hand. "Jiaoyin, what are you doing?" Song Xiaodao asked. The next moment, Jiaoyin rushed out of the stealth tent, and the rain instantly drenched Song Xiaodao awake. The old bull followed suit, looking up at the rat pack across the street. By this time, the rat pack was less than 300 meters away from Jiaoyin's side. Song Xiaodao and Old Ox were both startled. "Master, should we run?" The Old Ox's heartbeat was actually goose-stepping. This was hundreds of F-class pseudo-mutant beasts, not hundreds of zombies. They weren't much different from mutant beasts except for their lack of psychic abilities. Without speaking, Jiaoyin directly took out all of the chestnut spiked balls in his spatial ring and loudly commanded, "Do it together and spread out the spiked balls." Song Xiaodao immediately understood Jiaoyin's idea. "Laying traps? Hurry!" Jiaoyin's Kaishan blade appeared in his hand, and with a forceful swing, the blade pushed flat across the pile of spiny balls, and countless spiny balls immediately flew out and landed on the path the rats were bound to take. When the little monkey was picking chestnuts, the one he touched unintentionally, he was stabbed by the spiky balls. So it was evident that the power of this mutated plant. Otherwise Jiaoyin wouldn't have allowed them to occupy his space. Song Xiaodao also took out his Tang sword and followed Jiaoyin's example of slapping the stabbing ball beside him. But the fastest was still the little monkey. After it turned on its giganticization ability, every time it swung its wolf's tooth stick, Several hundred pounds of stabbing balls were spread out, the old cow's horns and hooves were used, and it huffed and puffed in pain as the prickly ball punctured the cow's hide. After 10 seconds or so, Jiaoyin let out a shout. Retreat! The spiked ball is all spread out and the rats have arrived at Jiaoyin-led Song Xiaodao and the two beasts to retreat to the stealth. 10.3 to 400 rats the size of a dog roamed the mountain, all with bloodshot eyes and madness, their sharp claws trampling through the mud as they rushed in. Kirby, the first rat that rushed in front, instantly stepped on the prickly balls arranged by Jiaoyin, and let out a scream of pain, subconsciously leaping high to avoid it. But in the next moment, its body landed on several other prickly balls, and its body convulsed immediately afterward. The rats rushing ahead all stepped on the prickly ball, and the scene just now was repeated. For a moment, the gibbering sounds were endless, piercing Zhao Yin's eardrums with pain. Get ready! After the rats rush through the traps, try to knock them all out for me, and then kill them if you can't. Zhao Yin ordered loudly as he stood in the rainstorm. A few thousand pounds of spiked balls can put a few on almost every rat, while not fatal. Their agility was greatly reduced and they gradually slowed down. Finally, there was the first rat that rushed out of the trap, covered in a dozen spiked balls, blood flowing, and rushing towards Zhao Yin's team with red eyes, followed by a second, and a third. It seemed that they also knew that those prickly balls were set up by a few guys in front of them, bloodshot eyes, all filled with hatred. Zhao Yin took out his composite bow and shot an arrow past. One of the rats that was closest was immediately penetrated by an arrow through one of its hind legs. Its body lurched, followed by limping and continuing to charge this way, and it was met by Zhao Yin's second arrow. That rat's other hind leg, which was also instantly penetrated by an arrow, was no longer a threat to Zhao Yin's team as Zhao Yin no longer cares, aiming at another rat, swishing arrows like a series of beads, and in the blink of an eye, there were 4 or 5 rats struggling to crawl on the ground with their 2 front legs. Hulu. The old bull snorted. This time, it preempted the little monkey to open the supernormal ability. Muscles high up, fish scale-like armor, quickly covered the whole body of the cowhide. The old bull trampled through the mud and charged right into the rats, and one rat was knocked right off its feet when it landed. The rat's guts were oozing out of its fart evolution. You fucking lighten up. I told you not to get killed. Zhao Yin cursed. Those could all be the basis for him to form an army of contracted beasts, and the death of a single one would be a huge loss. The old bull hadn't been doing much of anything lately, and had wanted to make a good show of himself. Master, I've already put in my effort, but I didn't expect to still get one killed. A sardonic expression appeared on the cow's face. Seeing this, the little monkey on the side gloated, showing his teeth and calling out, Master, look at me. It swung its wolfsbane with a thud. A mouse was instantly smashed to the ground. His head was blown open, his brains were oozing out, and he fell to the ground with his limbs twitching. I'm looking at Nima's big pussy. Zhao Yin jumped to his feet and cursed. These two assholes did it on purpose, didn't they? The little monkey was also dumbfounded. So unbeatable? Now that it had evolved to E rank, it had completely forgotten about doubling its base power. Zhao Yin's heart was dripping blood as he turned back to look over at Song Xiaodao. She had already stunned 2 rats by slapping them with her sheathed sword. Zhao Yin finally felt better. Take a good look. All like Song Xiaodao to learn a lesson, and then savagely do tomorrow morning or no food. By this time, there were already 100 or so rats rushing out of the trap, and Zhao Yin couldn't care less about the 2 beasts and continued to shoot arrows with his bow. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yin shot through the legs of 15 or 16 rats, and the little monkey's side smashed a large number of them, finally not exploding any more heads. As for whether it's alive or dead, God knows. The method used by the old bull was still rough, directly knocking over the rat's head on, then raising its iron hooves to trample on them, and many of the rats had their limbs broken by it. Soon, even Song Xiaodao slapped over the 5th mouse. At this moment, the 100 that had rushed out were almost completely wiped out, and none of them were even able to get close to Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao. Suddenly, Zhao Yin let out a roar. No good. They're trying to escape. At this moment, all the rats inside the trap, even those that had already rushed out of the trap too late to control, all turned around and ran towards the way they came. Quickly, Song Xiaodao, go back to the tent. Monkey, Old Ox and I will go after them. Zhao Yin directly ordered. These could all be his contracted beasts, forming the power of the contracted beast army. And a few days ago, Zhao Yin was dreaming that he would one day meet such a group of mutant beasts that weren't too strong but were numerous in number. Even a bunch of pseudo-mutant beasts. Now that the trap has been dug and the spiked ball has been stuck on them, how can they just run away? Zhao Yin directly put away his composite bow, took out his mountain opening sword, and quickly chased forward. Roar. The little monkey finally turned on his berserking, his huge figure once again pulling up a few points, his big long legs stepping away, his speed actually surpassing Zhao Yin, setting off a gust of wind to chase forward. Master, I, monkey, will always be Master's most capable cadre, always Master's vanguard. Don't explode your head. Zhao hurriedly shouted behind him. The old bull's eyes were also red, but neither of its dual psychic abilities were increasing agility, so it could only hang on to the end from a distance. Soon, Zhao and the two beasts disappeared before Song Xiaodao's eyes. Song Xiaodao knew that his speed was far inferior compared to those rats, and that he would just be a drag on the oil if he went back inside the tent. She clenched her small fists. I'm going to evolve to E-level. I'm going to evolve to E-level. At this moment, the two men and two women who had fled earlier suddenly stopped in their tracks. 70 meters ahead of them. A giant rat, several times larger than those earlier, stood quietly in the rainstorm and green eyes stared at the four, full of teasing. When the four of them faced this giant rat, all of their legs went weak and trembled. So big. I'm running out of strength. I can't escape. It's over. The four men blanched. The giant rat didn't seem to be in a hurry to pounce on them, wagging its 2-meter-long tail and approaching with a look of downward glances, taking slow steps. Kiriki dash. An ear-piercing scream, emanating from its mouth, pierced the eardrums, and the taut nerves of the four instantly collapsed. Both girls fell straight to the ground on their asses. Oh, I don't want to die. Wu Hao, Hong Xiaotian, didn't you guys say you would protect me? The girl with glasses cried. Shut up, Wu Hao, a tall youth, chided out. It's the end of the world. We're all going to die. So what are we going to protect you with? At this time, among these four people, Hong Xiaotian, who had always been the most timid and fearful, suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke. Wu Hao, you take Tang Ting and Pang Jinjin to go first. I'll stall this rat. The girl with the glasses immediately stopped crying. The short-haired girl also looked at Hong Xiaotian. Wu Hao asked incredulously. Little Hong, are you sure? It's going to kill me. Just die. Hong Xiaotian trembled and said, without anyone to hold it back. In the end, only no one will be able to leave. It's better for one person to die than for all of us to die. He suddenly looked at the girl with the glasses, and in his eyes, there was a gradual gentleness. Jinjin, you know, back when I was in high school, I fell in love with you. But I knew that I wasn't your type. I'm from the countryside. My parents were divorced when I was young. I'm no better off than most of my classmates. I'm an introvert and my grades aren't good, so I'm not destined to be good enough for you. Originally, I was going to keep this secret all this time, but now that I'm going to die, I'd like to know if you've liked, no or not all these years, and if you've ever thought of me as a friend. The glasses girl wiped a handful of tears, immediately stood up, and said without thinking, Xiao Hong, how can you be so stupid? Why didn't you tell me earlier? In fact, I actually liked you before I dated those 6 ex-boyfriends. Really? Hong Xiaotian smiled. We've been classmates for so many years. From elementary school to college, even for internships. You got into the same company as me. Would I lie to you? Glasses girl said. Hong Xiaotian smiled wider and wider as he heard the happiest thing in the world. On a rainy night, he showed a mouthful of white teeth. Thanks. Satisfied, he turned around and calmly met the giant rat, taking one smooth, unhurried step. It was as if he never was. The timid Hong Xiaotian. He was a hero, going to his death for the girl he loved, and his most befriended companion. Move. As soon as the girl with glasses pulled the short-haired girl up and turned the direction to run wildly, Wu Hao, who was on the side, finally looked at Hong Xiaotian's back. Hong, take care of yourself. As the words fell, Wu Hao also turned his head and ran. Hong Xiaotian slowly opened his arms, a smile on his face. Only, the water stains at the corners of his eyes were indistinguishable from rain or tear stains. Jen, thank you for being willing to lie to me at the end, he whispered. In the next moment, Hong Xiaotian met the giant rat and shouted, come on, come eat me. The sound echoed through the rain. In the distance, Pang Jinjin heard it, but didn't turn around. The giant rat's green eyes suddenly showed a humanized anger. As if annoyed that this human had broken his game, it fiercely accelerated its speed, took a bite on Hong Xiaotian's shoulder, and with a flip of its head, Hong Xiaotian's body flew out like a kite with broken strings. The giant rat did not turn back to eat Hong Xiaotian as imagined, but its speed was violently accelerated, transforming into a black lightning bolt, chasing towards the 3 people who fled in a flash. A few seconds later, not far inside the depression, came the woman's cries, the man's screams. At this time, 2 black shadows quickly stepped out from within the grass not far away and approached the bit where Hong Xiaotian was. In the night, only 2 silhouettes, one tall and one short, could be made out. The tall man bent down and probed Hong Xiaotian's life breath. There's still gas. It was the voice of a middle-aged man. Put him on your back and go. It was a young female voice that spoke. The man bent down and carried Hong Xiaotian on his back, and the 3 of them quickly disappeared into the rain. A few moments later, the giant rat returned, its stomach bulging. Obviously Wu Hao and Pang Jinjin had become its meal in its belly. Kirby. After the giant rat realized that Hong Xiaotian had disappeared, it let out an angry growl up to the sky, then inhaled, instantly locking onto the direction where the two black shadows, one tall and one short, had left, but it hadn't had time to go after it. Kiri suddenly, an even more high-pitched rat call came from the distance. The giant rat instantly stopped its forward charging form and quickly turned its head to run back. Its speed was as fast as lightning. At this moment, there were only 200 or so rats left in front of Zhao, together with the nearly 100 that had been killed and wounded by the trap strike laid earlier. Nearly half of them had been wiped out. At this moment, behind Zhao and the two beasts, 100 or 200 disabled rats were left behind along the way. The remaining rats were all less injured and faster. At this time, a large shrubbery appeared in front of them, and as if they had seen their savior, the rats quickly burrowed into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye from Zhao Yin's line of sight. Monkey, old bull, split up and outflank them. Catch as many as you can. After Zhao Ying mentally communicated with the two beasts, he also quickly drilled into the bushes. The two beasts immediately acted, drilling in from the other two directions. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, a dozen more rats were knocked out by Zhao Ying. Just then, Kirby, a rat's cry came, and before Zhao Ying could react, his eyes suddenly went black, and his entire body suddenly fell and flew out. He tumbled and landed outside the shrubbery with a wave of dizziness and a dull ache coming from his chest, as if he had been hit by a train. The bush shook, and immediately afterward, a giant rat, the size of a calf, stepped out. All the previous rats had gray fur, while this giant rat was so black and oily that not even the rain could leave a trace. Its bloodshot eyes stared at Zhao Ying with bloodlust and cruelty. As the giant rat's mouth gibbered and roared, revealing two fangs that were more than 10 inches long. Drops of sinuous liquid dripped down. This wasn't enough to make Zhao Ying panic, but immediately afterward, Zhao Yin's face changed completely. The shaking of the shrubbery became more and more violent, followed by the emergence of an identical giant black rat, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth. 12 giant black rats came out in one breath. Rat, grade E, strength 36, agility 44, stamina 27, spirit 9, mutated by zombie virus. Rat, grade E, strength 39, agility 43, stamina 31, spirit 8, mutated by zombie virus. Mouse. All 12 were E-class pseudo-mutant beasts. The giant rat that had just knocked over Zhao Ying had an agility of 44 points. Even the old ox was not as fast as them. Monkey, old cow, come and save me. Zhao Ying didn't even think about it and directly mentally called out to the bodyguard. Boom. The old bull was much closer to Zhao Ying and was the first to charge out of the bushes, violently knocking over a giant rat that was close to Zhao Ying. The bull's horn broke a big hole in the belly of that giant rat. After all, it was an E-class pseudo-mutant beast, and not only did it not retreat after being injured, it was instead aroused to ferocity, biting down on the old bull's front hoof. Unfortunately, the old bull had already turned on his iron armor ability, and the rat's teeth rubbed sparks on the scale armor, hard enough not to hurt a bit of skin. The old bull, with the strength bonus of the giant force ability, threw its hooves, and the wounded giant rat stumbled and flew out. One of its fangs knocked out Kirby. All the giant rats were enraged and instantly surrounded the old bull. The intelligence of the giant rats seemed to have caught up with humans. Earlier the old bull's iron armor ability was seen by them. At this time none of the giant rats attacked rashly. All of them surrounded the old bull, relying on their speed to avoid the old bull's attacks. When looking for the weak spots on its body, the old cow rushed across the street, but could not even touch a single mouse hair. Anxiously huffing and puffing, stabbing, a giant rat took advantage of the old bull's one distraction, and its sharp claws grabbed at the old bull's one eye, and in the next moment, the old bull directly closed his eyes, and the scales on his eyelids blocked the rat's claws from the outside, and sputtered with sparks again. The giant rat retreated with a single blow, and it had already circled around behind the old bull as it fumed and impacted. Immediately after that, another giant rat, taking the opportunity to grab at the chrysanthemum under the old cow's tail. The old bull only had one single eye that had a small effect on perception, and at this time, it was unaware of it and was still crashing into the other giant rat. Old ox, be careful. Zhao Ying hurriedly transmitted his voice mentally while leaping and rushing away. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, but unfortunately, Zhao Ying was still a step too late. Blood splattered. The old ox was drenched in blood behind him for a split second. Zhao Ying only felt his heart twitch, and he could not wait to observe a moment of silence for the old ox, so he forced himself to endure the stifling pain in his chest, and chopped down with his mountain-opening sword. Click! The rat's claw that was reaching for the old bull's asshole actually still Hema to try to make a second strike, and was chopped down by Zhao Yin's blade. Immediately after that, Zhao Yin was also caught in the siege of the rats. All he could do was to swing his open sword in a dense manner. Compared to the old ox having an iron armor ability, Zhao Yin was more dangerous than it. At that moment, the little monkey from 100 meters away finally rushed back, and at a glance, he saw his master who was caught in a bitter battle. Roar! The little monkey's eyes went red. Master, I'm coming. Where the hell did you die? You still know to come back? Zhaoyin scolded. The little monkey didn't dare to explain too much, and in fact, from the time Zhaoyin was knocked away by the giant rat and asked for help, to the time the old ox rushed out and was injured, only a dozen seconds had passed. The little monkey, unlike the old bull, had a speed bonus to both of its powers, and in a few steps, it caught up with a giant rat, and with fury, it exploded its head with a blow of its stick. Zhaoyin finally breathed a sigh of relief, deliberately using his body to block the old ox's chrysanthemum, and was about to instruct the little monkey to lay down a lighter hand. The next moment, boom! The little monkey's huge body flew out at once. Carry this rat's cry was enough to shatter the eardrums of ordinary people. The entire mountain forest trembled, and the roar was in Zhao Yin's ears, echoing endlessly. A larger snow-white giant rat, nearly 2 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters long with its head and tail, was standing at the position where it had crashed into the little monkey. At the same time, the remaining 11 black giant rats all stopped their attacks and quickly lined up around the snow-white giant rat as a guard. The expression on that snow-white giant rat's face at this moment was as if an ancient emperor was on a tour. Arrogant, contemptuous, icy and untouchable. Rat King, Class D Mutant Beast, Strength 74, Agility 89, Strength 57, Defense 82, Spirit 12, Bloodline Talent, Haste. Zhao Yin's face instantly paled when he saw the Rat King's attributes. What the hell is this? This Rat King wasn't some pseudo-mutant beast, but a genuine, D-class mutant beast with psychic abilities, even without mentioning its supernatural abilities. Just based on the 82 points of defense, Zhao Yin holding the mountain opening knife could only barely cut through a bit of skin after the little monkey fell and flew out. He immediately climbed up, shaking the heavy armor on his body, anger blooming in his eyes. Master, it's doing a sneak attack, the little monkey heartily complained to Zhao Yin. I'm going to whack it to death. Don't be impulsive. This is a D-class Rat King, Zhao Yin hastily cautioned. With Zhao Yin and Old Ox's speed, it was estimated that they wouldn't even be able to hurt a single hair of this Rat King, and would only be able to eat farts behind them. Nowadays, the only one who could fight with the Rat King was the little monkey with his ability fully turned on. But that was only if the Rat King didn't turn on his haste ability. Once the Rat King opens the supernormal ability, how fast can the speed reach? Zhao Yin guesses that the little monkey who opens the double supernormal ability also has to eat farts. What now? Zhao Yin was thinking rapidly in his head. If only he had a bottle of iced tea, the little monkey would be a match for the Mouse King. It was just a pity that the iced tea had been consumed long ago, and there had been no star crystals recently within his spatial ring. Among the remaining transcendent food and drinks, there was only one bottle of glutinous rice wine that belonged to increasing strength, but that was a double-edged sword, capable of increasing strength by 80 points in 10 minutes, but confusing thoughts for 3 hours after use. What's more, the two beasts were dealing with the Rat King, and what they lacked today wasn't strength, but speed. He's living again and he's going to die today? At that moment, the Mouse King's gaze looked in the direction Zhao Yin had come from when it saw those rat children and rat grandchildren, who had been knocked unconscious by Zhao Yin and the two beasts, and whose limbs had been severed. It immediately let out an angry roar. The 11 black giant rats beside the Rat King instantly rushed out, and thump, 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 thump. The dozen or so gray rats that Zhao Yin had just knocked unconscious immediately had their heads smashed by their sharp claws. They are actually not there to save, but to kill. It was as if the emperor was disposing of a defeated army. At this point, Zhao Yin could no longer care about the legions of contracted beasts. He only wanted to think about how he could survive. The only hope today is in that stealth tent. As long as Zhao Yin was able to hide inside, he would be safe for the time being. The stealth tent had several hundred points of defense, and the Rat King at the current stage couldn't break through. But the problem was that they had run nearly 2 kilometers after the rats, so how easy was it to go back with the king of the rats looking around? Boom! At that moment, the Rat King violently charged towards Zhao Yin. It could already tell that the human in front of it was the leader of the group. Master, be careful. At that moment, the old ox quickly turned around, his huge body blocking Zhao Yin's body, and his one horn slammed into the incoming Rat King with a loud boom. The old bull's body swayed while the Rat King fell straight out. This encounter was just a test run by the Rat King. It actually realized that this old bull, which was only an E-class, outclassed it in power by not a single level. The White Mouse King's figure spun ludicrously in the air, and after staggering to the ground, he shook his head, and his gaze towards that buffalo had already gained a touch more caution earlier. It had underestimated the two mutant beasts in front of Zhao Yin, and hadn't thought that they were actually both dual alien. In the next moment, the Mouse King rushed again, directly turning on his supernatural ability. His figure was so fast that it was almost impossible to see, just like a white lightning. Retreat! Go back to the tent. Zhao Yin immediately telepathically transmitted his voice. He shrunk his body behind the two mutant beasts and slowly backed away. The old bull couldn't pull back in time, so he could only assume the charging position again. Boom! Click. This time, the old bull head butted into the air, the Rat King in close proximity to the flexible rotation of the body to avoid. Sharp claws swung out. The old bull neck scale armor was directly torn out. If it wasn't for Old Ox's iron armor ability, he would have already had his head severed by this D-rank Rat King. The little monkey on the side wanted to help, but also pounced, grumpy forward to chase the Rat King the next second around to the little monkey behind. Sharp claws swung out. Piercing sound. The little monkey's back of the heavy armor was torn through a large mouth. A moment of blood flowed without looking back. The little monkey struck backward with his stick, and the Rat King's figure disappeared into thin air once again. The next moment appeared in front of Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun even saw the glint of teasing in the Rat King's eyes, and hastily raised his mountain opening blade. The open mountain blade came with a swing speed bonus, and Zhao Yun only barely managed to capture the Rat King's sharp claws. Bang! The Rat King's sharp claws impacted on the blade, and it spattered sparks, at which point both the little monkey and the old bull turned their bodies to pounce, and the Rat King instantly disappeared in front of Zhao Yun's eyes. It didn't continue to attack again, but stood on a boulder not far away. Condescendingly, he looked down on Zhao Yun and the two beasts as if he was teasing his prey. Zhao Yun's hands were numb from the shock, glancing at the heavy armor torn from the little monkey's body, and then looking at the mountain opening sword in his hand that was missing a gash. His face became more and more gloomy. The Rat King's sharp claws definitely surpassed D-grade equipment, reaching C-grade or higher. It has such a unique weapon with a whopping 74 points of strength. Zhao Yun realized that the strength he had been working so hard on for most of the month was pathetically weak. Set up a triangle formation and quickly moved towards the tent. Monkey's dual psychic abilities both increase strength and are responsible for patting the back. Old Ox is on my right side. Quick! Zhao Yun telepathically transmitted his voice. Both contracted beasts shared his mind and immediately understood Zhao Yun's thoughts and reacted quickly. In an instant, a triangular battle formation was formed. The Rat King on the boulder froze, obviously not expecting Zhao Yun to have this hand, and instantly had the feeling of being unable to attack. No matter where it attacked from, it would have to face a mutant beast or Zhao Yun directly, and trying to sneak in from behind was no longer possible. Immediately afterward, its eyes were replaced by sternness, and with a flash of its body, it once again appeared in front of the battle formation. Monkey's wolf teeth stick slammed down on the incoming Rat King. Bang! Kiri the sharp claws and the wolf tooth stick clashed together, and the Rat King suddenly retreated violently, his left forelimb trembling. Obviously having suffered a considerable loss, Zhao Yun moved his feet quickly with the two contracted beasts and headed in the direction of the stealth tent in the distance. In the next moment, the Rat King directly rushed around to the other side of the triangle formation and swung his claws towards Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun could only raise his Kaishan blade and meet the Rat King's strike once again. Boom! After a loud bang, Zhao Yun's body directly fell and flew out. The little monkey behind him caught him in one hand. Zhao Yun stood firmly, and his chest hurt like it was about to explode. Nesting Nima! Zhao Yun cursed. In the next moment, he took out the bottle of glutinous rice wine and tilted his head and directly poured it down. 10 minutes. I only have 10 minutes. I have to get back to the stealth tent, Zhao Yun said with a reddened face. Monkey, later on in the day when I will fall into a confusion of thoughts, remember to tie me up and turn around and I won't beat you up. The little monkey nodded his head repeatedly, and Zhao Yun once again raised his mountain opening sword. In the next moment, he only felt that the pain in his chest rapidly disappeared and was replaced by a flaming burning sensation, and the mountain opening sword in his hand also seemed to become as light as nothing. This time, the Mouse King had just gotten a taste of sweetness from a successful strike, and once again rushed towards Zhao Yun, his sharp claws rushing towards his chest. Zhao Yun let out a bellowing cry, and the mountain opening sword in his hand slashed forward violently. Bang! After the violent impact, the Rat King's body tumbled and fell out. Zhao Yun was finally able to repel the Rat King with his power as well. However, with Zhao Yun's eyesight, he could see that it wasn't heavily injured. Go! Zhao Yun shouted. The triangle formation immediately moved forward, with Old Ox and Zhao Yun driving ahead on the left and right, while Little Monkey fell backward in his stance to protect behind the two. The blood of the Old Ox and the Little Monkey dripped all the way down, and was quickly washed away by the rain. The Mouse King was halfway up off the ground, his snow-white mouse fur covered in mud, and that forelimb trembling more and more. However, it remained calm and looked at Zhao Yun suspiciously, as if it didn't understand how this human's power had suddenly increased. The Mouse King quickly made up his mind and once again hurriedly chased after the triangular formation. For this breakthrough, it chose the slowest old cow, the flexibility of bovine animals, far less than primates, and by the formation to limit the movement. The Rat King's sharp claws swung. The old bull is still forward a few times like that top corner impact. However, the Rat King easily avoided its bullhorn with a piercing sound. The sharp claws cut through the scale armor on the old bull's head. A large piece of flesh and blood was directly taken away by the Rat King's sharp claws. The old bull let out a muffled grunt of pain as blood flowed down his scalp into his one eye. Finally, it was still the Rat King who found the shortcoming of this triangle formation. Zhao Yun looked back, and the Rat King was stuffing the piece of beef with skin into his mouth, his gills rapidly bulging, followed by a gulp and swallow. Zhao was not even in the mood to curse, only feeling a ball of anger in his heart, and was very distressed for his contracted beast. Monkey, try to help Old Bull with his defense, provided the formation is not messed up, Zhao shouted. Speed up! The one man and the two beasts understood that the longer they delayed, the greater the danger for the old ox would be. Once the old bull goes down, there's one less side of defense and the formation breaks. In the pouring rainstorm, the triangular formation struggled to move forward. The Rat King had been constantly launching attacks on the old cow. Sometimes the little monkey and Zhao could come in time to help fend off. Sometimes the old cow was directly cut off the beef. In front of them, the beef all became the Rat King's stomach as soon, the old cow's head and neck, revealing the white bones. Even his footsteps slowed down. If not for the fact that it was a mutated beast, he would have died many times. 5 minutes later, the stealth tent was less than 500 meters away. Hold on a little longer. We're almost there, Zhao said with red eyes. In the next moment, the Rat King rushed again. Zhao carried the mountain opening knife and chopped away, but it scraped against the Rat King's fur and cut through the air. The little monkey also swung his wolf toothstick, originally trying to block the Mouse King's attack on the old bull, which knew. With a thud, the Mouse King actually didn't dodge this time, using one of his front paws to directly take this blow from the little monkey, and the other front paw quickly probed out. The sharp tip of the claw breaking into that one eye of the old bull hooked the eyes right out. Once the Rat King had scored a hit, he drew back violently and stood 30 meters away from the triangle formation. Kiri, the Rat King's two hind legs stood up humanly, roaring as if provoking. It disregarded the fact that its right forelimb was drenched in blood from being smashed by the little monkey, and its left sharp claw sent the old bull's eyeball into its mouth, its gill slowly bulging as if it was meticulously savoring it. The old bull lost its one eye and only let out a muffled grunt. It had long been numbed from the pain and weakly gasped for air as it sent a heartfelt message to Zhao. Master, old ox may not be able to follow you anymore. It's completely blind and the triangle formation is no longer defensible. Just when Zhao thought that he had stepped into a desperate situation, he suddenly heard a cry of alarm in his ears. It was Song Xiaodao, who was more than 400 meters away. Ah! Help! What a big rat! Zhao, where are you? He looked back and vaguely saw that in the rain curtain, in front of the stealth tent, a giant black rat the size of a white-furred Rat King was standing there, frantically attacking the stealth tent. The gray rats that Zhao had controlled earlier had all had their heads crushed by now. 11 smaller giant rats, escorting the large black giant rat, were also attacking the stealth tent. Rat King, Class D mutant beast, Strength 75, Agility 87, Physical Strength 58, Defense 84, Spirit 10, Bloodline Talent, Earth Escape, another Rat King. Zhao Yin's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. One white Rat King couldn't even cope with it. And here comes another D rank. The only thing to be thankful for was that this Black Rat King's special ability was not of the combat variety. If he was up against the little monkey, he could completely crush him with his dual combat ability over the level. Only, with the White Rat King around, Zhao Yin could only think about it. Today's situation is compounded by a broken back. At this point, there was no longer any method that could dissolve the immediate crisis. Zhao Yin had thought that he would die in the end times, but he hadn't thought that it would be so soon. These two Rat Kings were the supply of countless subordinates to reach rank D in just half a month. Even the resources Zhao Yin provided for the two beasts could not be compared. Zhao Yin didn't expect that he would meet them at this point in time. Chao Nima. In his despair, Zhao Yin was also aroused by the ferocity in his heart, and shouted at the little monkey, "No more formations, go and get that Black Rat King for me. Since the White Rat King wants us to die, I'll finish off its husband before I die." As the words fell, Zhao Yin lifted his mountain opening sword and took the initiative to charge towards the White Rat King. The little monkey also had determination in his eyes, and after looking at the old ox beside him who was dying from serious injuries, he directly took off his tattered heavy armor. Its dual alien energy was turned on to the extreme, and it rushed towards that Black Rat King. The White Mouse King froze when he saw Zhao Yin actually charging towards him. Is this human going to actively seek death? Suddenly, it saw the little monkey's action and immediately understood what was going on. Panic flashed in the rat's eyes. It had just comprehended the strength of this E-rank monkey, and the other party was a dual combat aberration, which definitely outperformed the Black Rat King. Kiri, the White Mouse King, immediately alerted the Black Mouse King, and then quickly decided to directly abandon Zhao Yin and hurriedly chased after the little monkey. Chao Nima, what are you running for? Zhao Yin threw his Kaishan blade with force. Whoosh! The mountain opening knife made a cracking sound, but unfortunately it couldn't catch up with the speed of the White Rat King and flew out nearly 100 meters to insert into a boulder without looking back. The White Rat King instantly appeared behind the little monkey, his sharp claws violently grabbing at its back. The little monkey also knew that he could not avoid this blow, so he let the sharp claws fall on his body, and the heavy armor was immediately torn off along with a piece of monkey skin, the little monkey's figure. Also with the force of the impact of the rush forward. Blink of an eye will cross 300 meters. Not far from the Black Rat King, Zhaoyin hesitated slightly and immediately turned around. Once again abandoning the little monkey and running wildly with his feet. Get out of here and he'll live alone. How will the little monkey die? And will the Song Shao Dao and the tent end up being surrounded? Zhaoyin does not want to think about it.I in the post-apocalyptic world. Everyone has only one goal, to survive as the king. Along the way, 1,000 thoughts flashed through Zhaoyin's mind. He also felt guilty and unwilling to give up. But they were quickly put behind him. The only thing that matters is that you live, but does it really make sense to live like this? Zhaoyin's steps slowed down for a few moments. But soon, he gave his answer. Of course it makes sense. There is no fear of being left without wood. He would have more contracted beasts and more women in the future. He was the lord of the pact and would definitely come to seek revenge on the Rat King for the little monkeys and the others in the future. Unbeknownst to him, at this point, 8 minutes had passed. The side effects of the glutinous rice wine gradually appeared. Zhaoyin's confused thoughts were thus being under the influence. His head was gradually fainting, and the conviction he had just set within him was wavering again. Zhaoyin thought of the little monkey in his previous life, who died in battle for Lin Tianfeng, and the little monkey in this life, who died for himself. Was it too unlucky? He thought of Song Shao Dao again, failing to protect her in his previous life and letting her die just like that in this life. Then there was the old bull, who, from the beginning, had not been cultivated from him, and on his deathbed had to feel guilty for not guarding him as his master. Zhaoyin's eyes slowly reddened, and something that had long been extinguished, which seemed to be called conscience, slowly revived in his heart. His killing intent, gradually boiling over. The wine filled his chest, and at this moment, Zhaoyin seemed as if he wasn't afraid of anything. Just die. Zhaoyin hissed. A man dies in the bird's nest in the sky, and does not die for 10,000 years. He turned violently and sprinted back the way he had come. The earlier group of common gray rats, having gotten rid of the spiked balls on their bodies, all assembled outside the shrubbery waiting for the Rat King's order. They saw Zhaoyin rushing towards them, and all the gray rats yipped. The two Rat Kings were dealing with the little monkey with all their might. Completely forgetting about these gray rats. A sniper rifle appeared in Zhaoyin's hand, shooting frantically with red eyes, loading and shooting again. Each shot killed a gray rat. The gray rats were disciplined beyond imagination. Even when they saw their companions being killed, they remained stupidly in place without an order from the Rat King. Soon, Zhaoyin finished shooting all the sniper bullets, and there were only 30 to 40 gray rats left, chittering restlessly. Call you paralyzed, all of you. At this time, the little monkey's monkey skin was completely shattered all over his body, and his left arm was broken. Still tenaciously waving the wolf toothstick, forcing the Black Rat King to not dare to come close at all. Only the White Mouse King was able to use his speed to cause the little monkey to lose large swaths of flesh and blood with each attack. In fact, the White Rat King could have killed the little monkey a long time ago, but it's just going to be a little bit sadistic. The rodent's cruel and vicious nature makes it so. Finally, the White Mouse King spotted Zhaoyin, who was currently carrying a bullhorn and had killed not many of the gray mouse group left. Carry the White Mouse King followed up with an instant rage. Those gray rats were the source of resource supply for the two Rat Kings. I can't believe there aren't a few left dead. It also directly abandoned the little monkey and rushed towards Zhaoyin's side. Zhaoyin's actions several times had caused it to become completely furious, and at this time, it had completely lost its mind. This time Zhaoyin is still oblivious to the effects of glutinous rice wine. Only the last minute left. The thoughts in his mind have long been a mess. Killing intent took over the entire body. Pust. The bullhorn in his hand stabbed into the head of the last gray rat, bringing out brain matter as he pulled it out. Zhaoyin then continued to look for the next gray rat like a machine, only to find that there was none left. The White Rat King was about to approach Zhaoyin, and before he could hand out his sharp claws, suddenly Zhaoyin turned around and stared at the White Rat King with bloodshot eyes. The White Mouse King, on the other hand, froze. This human actually wasn't afraid when he saw it at this moment. That look, it was like he was staring at his prey. Inexplicably, the White Mouse King was suddenly a bit alarmed, so the speed of swinging his claws slowed down. It tore a large piece of flesh on Zhaoyin's shoulder. However, it was held by Zhaoyin's forelimbs in a smooth manner. The White Rat King subconsciously wanted to draw back his claws, but he felt Zhaoyin's incredible strength, and the bull's horn in his right hand violently stabbed out, and the powerful force immediately penetrated the Rat King's forelimbs. Kariki, it was the first time the White Mouse King had been so heavily injured after the end of the world, and it let out an ordinary mouse-like scream in pain, and in a fit of rage, it ran Zhaoyin's chest through with a claw. Zhaoyin's sternum was cut open and his heart was exposed, thumping, but he didn't feel it at all. The bullhorn in his hand was still stabbing inside the White Rat King's forelimbs, keeping its figure under tight control. The other hand grabbed the White Rat King's scalp and pressed it to his crotch, and in the next moment, pulled out the bullhorn and stabbed it down again. Poof! the White Rat King's neck was pierced by the bull's horn. At this time, the Black Mouse King was already not far from Zhaoyin, and when he saw that the White Mouse King was so heavily injured by Zhaoyin, he let out a cry of sorrow. Its figure transformed into a black lightning bolt and arrived behind Zhaoyin and the White Rat King in a flash. However, at this time, the White Rat King completely lost its mind, and when it sensed that Zhaoyin had threatened its life, it violently turned on its haste alien ability to suddenly charge forward. The White Rat King attempted to use this to throw Zhaoyin off, but Zhaoyin smoothly hugged its neck and rode directly on top of it. Pissed, the bull's horn stabbed down again. The neck of the White Rat King was pierced with a second bloody hole. Blood gurgled like a spring, and it was faster under the pain. Ha ha, die. Zhaoyin laughed madly. The poor Black Rat King roared anxiously, but could only follow and eat farts. It wanted to help the White Mouse King, but the White Mouse King could only do nothing about it because it had made its own death. At that moment, the little monkey followed, and once again saw the brave side of his master. Squeaky, master is awesome. It dragged the wolfsbane, and even though it only had one sole arm left, it still screamed with excitement. Master is too awesome. Master is the most awesome master in the world. Immediately after that, the little monkey forcefully boosted his energy and turned on his dual alien energy to the extreme, quickly chasing after the Black Rat King. The Black Rat King's agility was 87 points, and the little monkey's base agility was 40 points, but the huge transformation ability doubled the base agility, and the berserk ability doubled it again, and it was already able to surpass the Black Rat King, a D-ranked mutant beast. In terms of strength, the Black Rat King was even worse than the little monkey. This was the power of the dual alien mutant beast. If they hadn't met the White Rat King, whose special ability just happened to restrain the little monkey, Zhaoyin and his party would never have been in such a sorry state. The Black Rat King saw the little monkey chasing after him. The bottom of his eyes immediately showed fear. At this time, if he fled by virtue of the Earth escape ability, no one can stay it, but it is mindful that the White Rat King does not have an Earth escape. It completely ignored the gradually approaching little monkey and desperately chased the White Rat King behind it. This moment, Zhaoyin, having stabilized himself on the White Rat King, once again pulled out the bullhorn on the Black Rat King's neck and stabbed it in a blind burst. Put, one after the other. In his mind, there was utterly nothing but killing. The last time there was a sound of bone breaking. This time, Zhaoyin directly stabbed the bullhorn into the brain of the White Rat King. The White Mouse King's figure, still rushing forward, stiffened. Immediately afterward, he tumbled and fell flying, smashing down a large patch of undergrowth. Boom! At the same time, Zhaoyin was thrown out and fell into the bushes. Ha ha, ha ha. Zhaoyin's chest, which still had large streams of blood flowing from it, was lying on the ground laughing. Confused thoughts made him wonder what year it was and where he was. I don't know what the Tao is smiling about, but is just happy. As Zhaoyin giggled, the Black Mouse King jerked to a halt and looked at the White Mouse King's corpse. It could feel that his wife had lost her breath of life. The Black Rat King froze, and the next moment, bang! A wolfsbane landed on the Black Rat King's head, and it went black and lost consciousness. After dry humping the Black Rat King, the little monkey wanted to go check his master's injuries, but then his footsteps lurched. The battle at hand is not over. The 11 remaining giant rats in the distance, after sensing the White Rat King's life breath disappearing, all gave up attacking the stealth tent and madly rushed this way. A roar. The little monkey was dyed in blood, hissing up to the sky, giving vent to the pent-up anger in his chest, dragging the wolf toothstick with his one arm. His body transformed into a wild wind, and rushed forward to meet the group of giant rats. At this moment, the one-armed little monkey was like a god of killing. The speed of the 11 giant rats varied from fast to slow, and due to the passing of the Rat King, they all fell into a frenzy, not even opening their usual combos, and were instantly dispersed by the little monkey. Bang, bang, bang. The little monkeys took one stick at a time and soon all of them were smashed to the ground. At that moment, the little monkey also fell on his butt, panting heavily and struggling to turn back. Zhaoyin was still giggling. Ha! The little monkey grinned and learned to giggle a bit in the pouring rainstorm. The little monkey gasped for a long time. The liquid dripping from its fluffy fur could not be distinguished from blood or rainwater. It stood up slowly with difficulty on its wolf's toothstick, and its body shape was shrinking rapidly and uncontrollably. After relaxing, its alien powers could no longer support it. Soon, it was transformed into that dry, skinny little monkey again, only at this moment, it was covered in blood, and the wound of its missing left arm revealed the white bones. Tough going towards Zhaoyin. Woohoo! At this time, the cries of Song Xiaodao came from behind him. Zhaoyin! Zhaoyin! So many big rats! Zhaoyin, where are you? I am so afraid. Ooh-hoo! In the next moment, Song Xiaodao stopped crying as she saw the little monkey with a broken arm, as well as the bodies of rats all over the ground. Even the cold air was laced with the smell of blood. Song Xiaodao caught up with the little monkey and was just about to say something. Then he saw the dying old ox on the ground. Nyo, what happened to you? Where is Zhao? Zhao Yin? Song Xiaodao's face instantly turned pale as he grabbed the little monkey's one arm. The little monkey pointed to a bush in the distance. Only then did Song Xiaodao hear the sound of rain, interspersed with Zhao Yin's loud laughter. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Zhao Yin was still smiling as the rain that filled the sky washed over his face, taking the blood away from him. His chest cavity was filled with rainwater, but the tenacious vitality of an evolutionary still kept him from dying. Only Zhao Yin's laughter was much weaker. Song Xiaodao rushed over furiously. When she saw the fatal wound on Zhao Yin's chest, she deflated her mouth and wowed and cried, "Oh oh oh, Zhao Yin, you can't die. What's wrong with you? Why don't you treat your injuries? He he." At this moment, Zhao Yin seemed as if he would only giggle. Squeaky. The little monkey shook and arrived, pointing at the space ring on Zhao Yin's hand. It couldn't communicate with Song Xiaodao mentally. It could only gesture. All the items for healing were inside the spatial ring. Normally, Zhao Yin wouldn't even let Song Xiaodao touch his spatial ring, but at this moment, Song Xiaodao couldn't care less. She had sensed that Zhao Yin was having brain problems, and only the things within the space ring could save his life. She took the spatial ring off Zhao Yin's hand, but she had no idea how to use it. "Little monkey, do you know how to use it?" Song Xiaodao asked. Squeaky. The little monkey shook his head. In fact, all the space equipment opened by the star crystal could only be used by humans. Song Xiaodao had no other choice but to follow Zhao Yin's example and put the ring on his hand. And in the next moment, he immediately felt all the items inside. Large quantity of chestnuts, chestnut leaves, 48 corn, a pile of corpse crystals. There are 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring left. 1 bottle has been consumed every day for the last 7 days to protect the chestnut tree root. 1 can of beef left over. 2 pieces of instant noodles. 2 cans of tuna. What's left is the pile of guns and ammunition and bows and arrows, as well as the ordinary supplies that Zhao Yin values more. Finally, Song Xiaodao found the bottle of D-grade healing potion. She took it out and was about to pour it into Zhao Yin's mouth. Squeak. Suddenly, the little monkey pulled Song Xiaodao by the hand and gestured with its one arm. Song Xiaodao read it and understood that it was asking her to feed Zhao Yin the chestnut leaves. Immediately after that, the little monkey pointed at the old ox in the distance, rolling his eyes and spitting out his tongue, which Song Xiaodao read again, meaning that the old ox was dying, and needed this only bottle of D-ranked healing potion to survive. Zhao Yin is injured so badly. This bottle of potion was originally his. What should we do in case the chestnut tree leaves can't cure his injuries? Song Xiaodao had a dark little face. In Song Xiaodao's eyes, nothing was as important as Zhao Yin's life, not even the slightest risk that he shouldn't have to take. The little monkey once again made the expression of an old cow dying, mimicking Zhao Yin's saddened appearance. Song Xiaodao thought about it and didn't dare to delay too much, and finally agreed to feed Zhao Yin the chestnut tree leaves. But he must wait until he stabilized his injuries before he could take the healing potion to treat the old ox. Song Xiaodao took out a bunch of chestnut leaves, and the little monkey both grabbed a handful and stuffed them into their mouths. The little monkey chewed it first and broke open Zhao Yin's mouth, about to spit it in. Song Xiaodao pulled it back and rolled his eyes. "You treat your own injuries. Let me take care of Zhao Yin's injuries." The little monkey didn't understand why humans would be jealous of this, but after thinking about it, it still poofed into Zhao Yin's mouth. It was too late for Song Xiaodao to stop it, only to see Zhao Yin on the rain, barfed a few mouths, directly swallowed. "Little monkey, you bastard. Wait, Zhao Yin will clean you up." The little monkey, however, was unimpressed, grinning and mocking Song Xiaodao for making a fuss, and as if to confirm something, he chewed another mouthful of leaves and spat them into Zhao Yin's mouth. Gulp. Zhao Yin swallowed it straight down. His eyes were mesmerized, and a giggling giggle came out of his mouth. Song Xiaodao glared angrily at the little monkey, and seeing that its broken arm was still bleeding, he thought that it had saved his life several times, and at this time, it should have been eating leaves to heal its wounds as well, but it was enduring the pain and feeding it to Zhao Yin in the end. Song Xiaodao said nothing more, chewed the leaves in his mouth, and broke Zhao Yin's mouth. Poof! She threw up right in it too. Zhao Yin barred his mouth and seemed to still be savoring it after swallowing. Soon, the big hole in his chest was slowly stopping the bleeding and healing. The injury was not completely healed, but it had stabilized the injured. It only takes a while to be completely fine. Only then did the little monkey eat the leaves to heal his wounds. Song Xiaodao took the healing potion and walked towards the old ox, seeing that many parts of the old ox's body were showing white bones, and both of his eyes were blind. She suddenly felt a pang of guilt. No, I'm sorry. I was only thinking about Zhao Yin earlier and almost wasted this potion. It has been difficult to treat old cows with the effects of chestnut leaves. The old cow huffed and puffed. Only its ears twitched. Song Xiaodao bent down, broke open the old cow's mouth and poured the healing potion down. The next moment, the old ox body rises a little white light. White bones give birth to buds of flesh, followed by the growth of cowhide. Even the blind eyes are in a hurry to give birth to eyeballs, eyelids. Eventually even the eyelashes on the eyelids grew. The top of the old bull's head bulged a bag, and immediately afterward a black, Shining horn grew. A severed limb is reborn. Song Xiaodao covered her mouth in surprise. Zhao had only said that this was a bottle of healing potion, but not that it could actually revive a severed limb. Soon the old bull rolled up from the ground and recovered from all his old ailments. It nodded its thanks to Song Xiaodao before it quickly walked towards Zhao. Master, it's all because I'm useless. The old ox telepathically transmitted his voice. It was a pity that Zhao couldn't hear it this time. The old ox's expression was not excited by the recovery of his old illness, but instead was extremely depressed. Today it realized that it was the most useless one. It's been taking a beating since the beginning, and it's still the owner and the little monkey who are protecting it. Zhao Yin's spirit also improved as his body recovered. Mom and Dad, you're back? Zhao Yin suddenly sat up and spoke into the AI in his mind's eye. It was as if he saw his parents who had died in a car accident when he was 15. He saw the pre-apocalyptic prosperity again, saw the traffic, saw the skyscrapers, saw all kinds of food, saw all kinds of beautiful women. I thought that there was no going back. I didn't realize that the end times were what I was hallucinating about. Zhao Ying giggled and suddenly yelled, "Boss, another dozen beers, 10 skewers of roasted large loin, 50 skewers of meat, a grilled fish, and another roasted eggplant with extra chili peppers." Immediately afterward, he grabbed a handful of dirt on the ground and put it in his mouth to nibble on it. It smells so good. Zhao Yin's thoughts were jumping around wildly, as if, in the midst of the chaos, was the reality. Those unfulfilled wishes, those unfixed regrets, all came to the fore. Mom and Dad, I don't want any compensation. It's good that you guys are back. Dad, Mom, woo. Zhao Yin suddenly hugged her head and cried. Tears mingled with the rain and fell in torrents. There are some obsessions that are hard to erase even after 2 lifetimes. Immediately after, he smiled again. You guys are back. I will, in the future, definitely be a good kid. Will not go to nightclubs. Will not buy 6. I will go to school properly. Su Huan, do you know, I fell in love with you when I was 16 years old. Why do you want to go with that foreigner? He is black as a piece of shit. Do you go with him to feed mosquitoes in Africa? Or do you like his big cucumber? From now on I will not love again. I Zhao Yin, rich in face. Ha ha, people live a life. Happy 2 words. I want to sleep in the entire Zhengzhou nightclub. All the women. Ha ha, ha ha. Zhao Yin laughed out loud and suddenly got up from the ground in a single bound, ripping off the tattered women's suit and military blouse directly from his body. Immediately after that, he pulled down his pants as well, wearing only a pair of fishnet stockings. Zhao Yin ran through the storm, running and jumping. Soon he stopped, wiggled his arse and danced gracefully through the mud. At this moment, Song Xiaodao's mouth opened wide. At this moment, the old ox also looked dumbfounded. At this moment, the little monkey finally remembered Zhao Yin's earlier words. After my thoughts are confused, remember to tie me up. The little monkey ran forward furiously and pulled a handful of vines, then quickly came behind Zhao Yin and bound both his hands and feet. But Zhao Yin was after all an E-class evolutionary, and even without the power boost from the glutinous rice wine, it was still not something the vines could bind a snap. Just as the little monkey let go, Zhao Yin broke the vines and slammed his fist into the little monkey. Kid, you want to steal a woman from me? Zhao Yin chided with slanted eyes. The little monkey's skinny body was smashed and tumbled and fell out, followed by Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu, who also rushed up and combined their efforts to press Zhao Yin to the ground. Bang! A sheathed tang sword accurately struck the back of Zhao Yin's head. Zhao Yin directly fainted. Zhao Yin, I'm doing it all for your honor. You're not even wearing pants. What should I do if people see you naked? I'm sorry, Zhao Yin. After Song Xiaodao finished speaking, he chewed another handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth and fed them into Zhao Yin's mouth. After chewing them, afraid that the strike he had just made would hurt Zhao Yin next, Song Xiaodao carried Zhao Yin into the stealth tent and dressed him in the clothes and pants inside the spatial ring before he and the 2 beasts began to clean up the battlefield. Zhao Yin's mountain opening blade was still stuck within the mud, and after Song Xiaodao picked it up, he found that there were dozens of notches that densely covered the entire blade. One could imagine how gruesome the battle had just been. The little monkey's heavy armor was also ruined, and his wolfsbane was somewhat deformed and covered with scars left by the Rat King's sharp claws. Still, it's barely usable. 1 man and 1 beast were equipped, and only the bull's horn remained unharmed. Song Xiaodao glanced at the old ox that had regrown its 2 horns, and wasn't prepared to return it for Zhao Yin, when suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the Black Rat King not far away. Immediately after, Song Xiaodao pointed at the Black Rat King and shouted, It is still alive. The little monkey was arranging his heavy armor with a heartbroken look on his face, and immediately raised his head at the words. At this moment, the Black Mouse King was covered in oily black fur, rolled in mud, and lay there motionless, but its belly bulged slightly as it breathed weakly. As a matter of fact, when the little monkey had laid its hands on him earlier, it had intentionally collected a bit of force, only that it wasn't sure whether the Black Rat King was dead or not. It immediately went to check those E-class giant rats and found that there were actually 6 more that all had a weak breath of life. The little monkey was instantly excited, thinking, when my master wakes up and realizes that I have made such a great achievement, he should reward me. Song Xiaodao was also excited. Great, when Zhao wakes up, he'll definitely reward us. The little monkey froze. What business was it of hers? The rats caught themselves. All this girl does is cry. How come she gets a reward? Take them back. And when Zhao wakes up, contract all of them into contracted beasts. Song Xiaodao exclaimed excitedly. The little monkey immediately shouldered the Black Rat King and took big strides towards the stealth tent. Song Xiaodao tied the tails of the 6 giant rats with vines and had the old ox drag them towards the tent. Soon, a Black Rat King and all 6 giant rats were brought outside the tent. Song Xiaodao took out a bucket and caught the rainwater to flush out all 7 rats, then stood guard with the 2 beasts right there. Whichever mouse's life breath weakened, it was immediately replenished with a few chestnut leaves, and when the life breath became too strong, the little monkey immediately stepped forward to replenish the stick. Zhao had a dream. A long dream. In his dream, both of his parents are back, and he can have a hot meal cooked by his mom every day, and hear a good night from his dad at night. It turned out that he could be like those people, enjoying the love and care of his parents. Someone would nag him to dress when he was cold, and someone would drop their work to keep him company when he was lonely. No longer alone, he was forced to choose to sever ties one by one when his relatives were mindful of the property, including, among others, his grandparents, and no more being the unsupervised child from the age of 15. He is no longer the one who, in the midst of loneliness and lack of love, gradually lets himself go and becomes the playboy in the mouths of the onlookers. No longer the one who hangs out at nightclubs daily, wakes up early in the morning and always has a strange woman beside her, and eventually won't even know their name. Zhao dreamed that he was 22 years old and the end times had not come. He married the woman called Su Huan, and after the marriage, Su Huan bore him a pair of children. Dreaming of him again, people in their prime, successful career, become a well-known entrepreneurs in the city of Guangzhou, but also like most successful people, the office kept 3 female secretaries, Jiang Xin, Ning Yu, and Song Xiaodao. He had bought a monkey at the zoo and a buffalo at the slaughterhouse. The 2 animals are Boss Zhao's beloved pets. 3 hours later, Zhao finally woke up with a giggle. When he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar azure ceiling, and a flash of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. A pain came from the back of his head. Turns out, it was just a dream. Zhao smiled bitterly, and in an instant, he accepted reality and sat up with a roll, vaguely remembering the scene after the side effects of the glutinous rice wine kicked in. Zhao looked down and saw that there were still scars on his chest that had yet to completely disappear. He didn't die. The ones who saved him must be Monkey and Song Xiaodao. When Zhao stepped out of the tent, he saw the old ox standing in the rainstorm, and Song Xiaodao and the little monkey were both squatting under the old ox's belly, shelter from the wind and rain with the huge body of an old cow. A row of giant rats lay quietly squeaky. The little monkey was the most perceptive and instantly spotted Zhao, immediately jumping and scampering in front of him. Master, you've finally woken up. Zhao. Oh. Song Xiaodao also burrowed out from underneath the old cow's belly and violently jumped into Zhao arms. Damn Zhao, why did you make yourself like this? Do you know you just scared me to death? Oh. She swung her small fists up and slammed them into Zhao chest. Perhaps she was just trying to use it to pout. Perhaps it was at this point that she understood the aftermath. Zhao hugged Song Xiaodao and asked, "Why didn't you go inside to take shelter from the rain?" It was rare for Song Xiaodao to hear Zhao speak in such a normal manner, and he looked up at him, his entire body frozen. Master, these rats are still alive. I caught them. The little monkey pointed at the 7 rats and said heartily. Song Xiaodao let go of Zhao, stroked the wet hair on his forehead and wiped the tears from his face and said, "I was afraid of accidents, so I didn't take the mice into the tent, and just watched over them, along with the little monkey and the cow." Only then did Zhao take a closer look around, and there were rat corpses everywhere. This included the corpses of 6 E-class giant rats, as well as that white rat king, and the little monkey. With only a single arm, Zhao raised his hand and stroked the little monkey's head. "The next time a healing potion is prescribed, I'll treat you again." The little monkey bounced around Zhao, happily patting his ass. "Master will definitely be able to prescribe a healing potion. Master is the best." Zhao gaze fell on the old bull, and when he saw that his eyes and unicorn horn had recovered as before, he understood that he was afraid that his D-rank potion was gone, but he said nothing. It was more important that the cow survived than that healing potion. He came to the front of the Black Rat King, slowly squatted down, raised his hand and pressed the Black Rat King's head, directly launched the contract. In the middle of the day, within Zhao mind, he sensed the weak life breath of the Black Rat King. The contract was successful. This Rat King possessed the Earth Escape ability, and although its combat power was far inferior to the dead White Rat King, it allowed Zhao to live longer. It could be said that the value of this Black Rat King, to Zhao, was even above the White Rat King, and if it wasn't for the fact that the Black Rat King was previously concerned about the life and death of the White Rat King, 100 little monkeys wouldn't have been able to catch it. Next, Zhao Yun intended to treat the Black Rat King's injuries and reached towards the ring before realizing that his 5 fingers were empty. Zhao Yun, this is your spatial ring. Song Xiaodao took the ring off his hand and handed it to Zhao Yun, explaining, earlier, when you passed out, the little monkeys were too injured, so I could only. Zhao Yun waved his hand and interrupted. You did a good job. When I open the next space ring, it will be given to you as a reward. Song Xiaodao immediately hugged her arm in excitement. Really? Then you should have opened it earlier. This kind of thing can only depend on fate. Perhaps you should pray to the Bodhisattva morning and evening. Zhao Yun's words changed. Song Xiaodao immediately let go of Zhao Yun's arm, folded her hands together, knelt on the ground and closed her eyes. And she didn't know how she prayed. Zhao Yun laughed and ordered, Monkey, go drag that White Rat King's corpse over to me. High-level mutant beast meat, to low-level mutant beasts, was like a human evolver using an evolutionary potion, able to unlock the potential genes in the body and increase strength on top of the level. The only shortcoming is that it needs to be consumed in large quantities over a long period of time. Not as fast as evolutionary potions develop human potential. Zhao Yun remembered that the Black Mouse King was deeply in love with the White Mouse King, and now that it had become his contracted beast, it was better not to skin and bone it in front of it. The little monkey squeaked twice and ran that way. Soon, the almost 2-ton White Rat King was dragged back by the little monkey with his tail. Zhao Yun quickly took out his mountain opening knife and directly dissected it on the spot. Firstly, following the joints and picking off the 4 sharp claws of the White Rat King. The sharpness of the Rat King's sharp claws could directly tear through deranked heavy armor, and even nearly destroy Zhao Yun's mountain opening blade. At least catch up to a C-class weapon. Zhao Yun solemnly put it into his spatial ring and immediately began to peel the skin. The White Mouse King's defense was as high as 82 points, all on this mouse skin. Knowing that the little monkey's heavy armor defense was only 60 points in the beginning, it was not a level at all. Zhao Yun peeled it carefully, stripping the entire rat skin intact. The white rat's skin was nearly 8 meters long, nearly 5 meters wide at its widest point, and more than a foot wide at its narrowest point. The fur of its tail, the most useful torso fur, is 4 meters long and 3 meters wide, like a giant sheet. It was completely enough for Zhao Yun and Song Xiaodao to make 2 or 3 sets of leather armor for each of them, and there was still quite a bit of surplus. After Zhao Yun collected the rat skin, he picked off the rat meat piece by piece, and the bones were all disassembled by it to be included in the spatial ring. Even the internal organs were disposed of by Zhao Yun and then thrown into the stealth tent, ready to be cooked into miscellaneous soup at dawn. The White Rat King was dismembered, and the space ring's newly vacated space was once again piled high. Only then did Zhao Yun take out the leaves of the chestnut tree and asked Song Xiaodao to help feed them to the Black Rat King as he himself walked over to the 6 E-class giant rats and contracted them one by one. Soon, 6 weak breaths appeared in the mind. Zhao Yun took out a bunch of chestnut leaves, chopped them up with a mountain opening knife, and caught the rainwater and poured it into the mouths of the 6 giant rats. Half an hour later, the sky was already cloudy. The Black Rat King and the 6 pseudo-mutant beast giant rats all woke up. Master! 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 A voice resounded in Zhao Yun's mind. Zhao Yun finally couldn't help the smile that appeared on his face. His big dream of the Legion was one big step closer, and all the losses were worth it. Little dagger, monkey, old ox, take them to clean up the battlefield and bring back all my rat meat. Zhao Yun gave an order. Dawn broke and the torrential rain that had been falling all night finally stopped. The weeds have thickened a few more points, and many of the low saplings have grown half a foot taller overnight. Zhao Yun stood in front of the tent, looking at the mountain of rat corpses. A total of 396 gray rats, each the size of a medium-sized dog, could dismember an estimated 20 pounds of fresh meat, or roughly 8,000 pounds. 6 dead giant rats can be dismembered to produce roughly 300 pounds of rat meat apiece, which is 1,800 pounds. In total, you get nearly 10,000 pounds of rat meat. It's just a shame that these are pseudo-mutant beasts' meat and can't grow strength for the mutant beasts. But even if it was pseudo-mutant beast meat, the flavor was not comparable to any meat from before the end of the world. Black Rat King. Zhao Yun just opened his mouth, even quickly stopped. The words turned stern. Wang Nima's king. From now on, I'll call you Lao Hei La. Lao Hei. You take 6 E-class giant rats. Strip all these rat skins for me. Bones and internal organs are picked out. Monkey, you're in charge of cutting off all the rat claws and collecting them together to bring into the tent. Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu go collect firewood. I want 50,000 pounds of firewood in place before nightfall. Zhao Yun directly gave a series of orders. It was worth mentioning that after the Black Mouse King woke up, he went to the place where the White Mouse King died, but unfortunately, he didn't even see a single mouse hair, and had been acting very unhappy. At this moment, when the Black Rat King received Zhao Yun's order, hesitation immediately surfaced in his eyes. Those gray rats were all his former subordinates, And the giant rat was even the airborne from him and the white rat king, bang. Zhao kicked the black rat king in the ass, sending it staggering. Have you fucking woken up from your nap? With a jolt, the black mouse king hurriedly prostrated himself at Zhao Yin's feet, trembling after becoming Zhao Yin's contracted beast. Although it still retained its memories, its feelings towards its master far exceeded even the way it had once treated the white rat king. From now on, I'm stripping you rats of your identity. No more thoughts of kinship allowed. You have only one identity. You are my Zhao Yin's contracted beasts and slaves. When Zhao Yin's words fell, the black rat king and the 6 giant rats all screamed miserably and fell to the ground and rolled over. The collars made of the contracted souls in their minds slowly strangled their souls, bursting into flames and blazing. This moment, belonging to the perception of race, fades slowly in memory. As far as they were concerned, Zhao Yin's words were heavenly punishment. Halfway through the morning, after the racial cognizance dissipated, the contracted soul returned to normal. 7 rodents prostrate themselves. Master, I know I'm wrong and ask for your forgiveness. Asking for forgiveness from the great master. When the little monkey and the old ox on the side saw this scene, they all trembled, secretly glad that they hadn't resisted their master in the first place. As a matter of fact, a contracted beast signed by a contracted soul would hardly be able to develop the mentality of going against its master. Only an obsession like the Black Rat King's was too deep to barely question its master's orders. But Zhao Yin only needed a single thought to deprive it of all that it had. The other 6 giant rats were completely following the Black Rat King's bad luck. Be obedient. Follow me and work well, and in the future you will surely become the most powerful mutation. Zhao Yin's words as he was about to draw a big pie for the Black Rat King gave a start, when he suddenly glanced at the little monkey and the old ox on the side, and remembered that it seemed that he had, once upon a time, said the same thing to them as well. He rephrased, "You're going to be the best rat ever." As a contracted beast, the Black Mouse King didn't doubt his master's words in the slightest, and instantly became excited. "Master, Old Black will work well, and we'll go cut the mouse meat now." Zhao Yin nodded with satisfaction. "Go!" The sharp claws of both the Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats were extremely sharp, and in 3 or 2 strokes, they opened the gut of a gray rat corpse, and after stripping out the internal organs, they hooked out the bones with a few scratches, finally pulled off the skin. Is a complete set of rat meat. Even the sharp claws of the gray rat do not need the little monkey special to cut, directly pulled off and thrown aside. The technique was not at all comparable to the previous Zhao Yin. Seeing this, Zhao Yin completely put his heart down and simply ordered the little monkey to follow Old Ox and Song Shoutao to chop firewood. Zhao Yin himself went back inside the tent, and he didn't stay idle, setting the wood on fire to set up a hanging pot, then chopping up the White Rat King's internal organs and throwing them into the pot with water and salt. Often, high-end ingredients require only the simplest of cooking methods. Soon the rich aroma of meat wafted outside the tent. The morning sun had appeared, and soon the wet earth showed signs of dryness. Many of the craters, filled in with rain-washed mud. The world was still desolate, but it had become much flatter. At least it doesn't look like it's full of holes anymore. Song Shoutao bounced back, followed by the transformed little monkey and the old ox, both beasts dragging thousands of pounds of freshly cut wood. What smells so good? Song Shoutao sniffled. Zhao Yin didn't close the stealth tent, and his scent spread out. Squeaky. The little monkey swallowed his saliva and pointed at the tent to remind Song Shoutao. She immediately pulled her legs up and ran towards the tent. The little monkey put down the wood and hurriedly followed. Only the old ox was indifferent, but thinking that there was no one to help him load firewood on his back, he simply shook off the wood from his body as well and followed into the stealth tent. At this moment, Zhao Yin was holding a mountain opening knife, sharpening a huge wooden stake into a short wooden table, and inside the big iron basin beside him, which usually gave Song Shoutao a bath, there was a big basin full of miscellaneous soup, and the hanging pot was still cooking a pot, nuisance bubbling with hot air. Zhao Yin, what is it? Song Shoutao's eyes went straight and he gulped down his saliva. How's the firewood fight going? Zhao Yin asked. It's about 3,000 or 4,000 pounds, Song Shoutao said. Go back after you've eaten your haggis soup. Zhao Yin slowly placed the sharpened dining table next to the fire and set out 2 pairs of dishes and 2 wash basins. I'll serve the rice. Song Shoutao hurriedly picked up the wooden spoon in the iron basin and filled a large bowl, setting it in front of Zhao Yin first before filling a large bowl each for Old Ox and Little Monkey. Only at last did she fill a large bowl for herself. The wooden spoon was also rough, having just been made by Zhao Yin. All come and start the meal, Zhao Yin said. He hadn't been so preachy before. Perhaps because of that dream last night, Zhao Yin's thoughts had changed in some way. Song Shoutao and Little Monkey walked up and immediately picked up the bowl and wolfed it down. It's been too long since they've had fresh meat, including Zhao Yin, who couldn't wait to eat his tongue. Zhao Yin suddenly glimpsed the old cow still standing there and remembered that it was a vegetarian animal. Old Ox, switch to eating meat from now on, Zhao Yin said casually. The old cow was dumbfounded. Letting one of its cows eat meat? Still, It didn't dare to disobey Zhao Yin's orders and slowly walked over, lowering its head to take a sip of the miscellaneous soup. In the next moment, the old cow instinctively wanted to dry heave, but immediately afterward, it rounded its eyes at Zhao Yin was dumbfounded. Who says herbivores can't eat meat? A lot of shady farmers, right before the end times, were feeding slop to their cattle and sheep, and really you're just lacking in adaptation. Not to mention that you're a mutant beast. Are your intestines comparable to those cows and sheep? This is your best tonic. Got it, master. The old ox looked like he finally understood something. Eat. Zhao Yin waved his hand soon. The old ox followed suit and wolfed it down just like the little monkey. Seeing this, Song Xiaodao hastened to desperately grab food with the two beasts, but unfortunately, she still ate too slowly. A large iron pot of miscellaneous soup quickly bottomed out. Song Xiaodao only grabbed 2 bowls. Zhao Yin, they bully people, Song Xiaodao said in dissatisfaction, pointing at the two beasts. This girl is nursing her food again. Actually, Zhao Yin was only half full. The two mutant beasts were too capable of building. He added more wood to the fire and handed Song Xiaodao the mountain opening knife. If you want to eat, cook it yourself. The ingredients are all there. There were 200 to 300 pounds of the Rat King's internal organs after they were processed, and Zhao Yin had only cooked less than 30 pounds earlier anyway. The spatial ring couldn't fit it in, so Zhao Yin planned to eat them all in the next few days. Song Xiaodao directly set up the large iron basin on the fire, after adding water, and then cut nearly 30 pounds of offal. Even the meat with the soup is again more than 100 pounds of miscellaneous soup. Zhao Yin added salt with his hands, and the 2 men and 2 beasts started eating again. Soon, Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao couldn't eat anymore, and the 2 beasts were still eating until the miscellaneous soup was all destroyed by them. The little monkey was still looking at Zhao Yin with an unfulfilled desire. Alright, get some rest and get to work, and then we'll follow it up in the evening. Even if we were rich now, there's no mining going on, so where can we keep them building? The old ox immediately removed his gaze, prostrate on the ground and rested. Even the always lively little monkey also seems to suddenly rise sleepy, closed his eyes and dozed off. 10 minutes later, their freshly filled bellies deflated as far as the eye could see. Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao pointed at the 2 beasts in surprise. Zhao Yin slightly raised his hand, stopping Song Xiaodao from continuing, and opened the eye of true vision. Growing macaque, Class E mutant, Strength 42, Agility 47, Stamina 48, Defense 35, Spirit 15. Bloodline talents, huge. Berserk, Fire Control, Adult Buffalo, E-Class Mutant Beast, Strength 45, Agility 44, Physical Strength 50, Defense 66, Spirit 8, Bloodline Talent, Giant Strength. Iron Armor, a meal of high-quality mutant beast hash soup caused both beasts to gain 5 points of agility, 2 points of strength, and 3 points of defense respectively. Sure enough, the fastest way for mutant beasts to grow was to consume high-quality mutant beast meat. If, in the future, the entire Rat King's meat was consumed, it was estimated that it would be enough to develop their E-rank potential to its peak. Zhao Yin used the eye of true vision to look at Song Xiaodao again, and there was no change in her attributes. Everything remains the same as in the previous life. Humans consuming mutant beast meat did not increase their attributes quickly. Half an hour later, both beasts woke up. Get to work, Zhao Yin commanded, hastily getting up and following Song Xiaodao to continue to cut firewood. Zhao Yin was left alone in the tent, and he suddenly remembered that he still had a can of canned beef. So Zhao Yin took it out. Now that there is no longer a shortage of meat, there is no need to keep this can of beef. After he opened and ate it, he checked his attributes, and his strength had indeed increased a little. Immediately after that, Zhao Yin packed up the tableware, then took out the White Rat King's rat skin, cut it into pieces, and hung it inside the tent to shade dry, ready to be processed and made into leather armor. In one morning, the bodies of 400 gray rats and 6 giant rats were disposed of by a few rats. Old Black came inside the stealth tent and telepathically transmitted, "Master, the job is done." Zhao Yin hummed and was cutting out rat skins. Old Black froze when he saw what he was holding, which was his wife's skin, but his emotions didn't fluctuate too much nowadays. The obsession that belonged to the past had been completely stripped away by Zhao Yin. "Show me." Zhao Yin finished speaking and walked out of the stealth tent. Nearly 10,000 pounds of rat meat was piled into a small mountain, matted underneath with banana leaves that had been washed away by the rain, next to a larger pile of rat bones, and a pile of rat skins and sharp claws. "Master, the meat, skin, and claws of those 6 giant rats are all here." Old Darkness signaled Zhao Yin to walk through the mountain of rat meat. Eye on the back is a pile of disassembled E-Class giant rat corpses. "Good job," Zhao Yin complimented, taking out 30 chestnuts from within his spatial ring and tossing them to Old Black. "Take it and split it with them." Old Black was instantly excited. There was no more food after the end of the world, even if it was the king of rats. Most of the supplies it usually enjoyed were just zombie carrion and corpse crystals. "It's been a long time since I've had this kind of food." Old Black cupped up a chestnut and directly stuffed it into his mouth with the skin on, chewing it a few times before swallowing it, squinting his eyes in a burst of enjoyment. He eats 6 in one gulp, leaving the remaining 24 for the 6 giant rats to divide. All the rats sent grateful hearts to Zhaoyin. Zhaoyin waited for them all to finish eating before directly ordering, after they're all done eating, proceed to work. Slice up all the gray rat meat and hang it up in that higher part of the woods, and don't let it get dirty. Wash and slice the entrails and hang them separately from the rat. Hang the rat skins in the bushes on the other side, and remember to dry them well in a cool place, not in the sun. Nowadays, there was not so much salt for curing. Zhaoyin was going to smoke the rat meat and offal into jerky, so that it would be easy to store. The rat skin was also an important material, even if Zhaoyin couldn't use it for the time being. In the future, he could take it and exchange it with others for needed materials, and even cook it to make food for the contracted beasts when it mattered. After giving his orders, Zhaoyin turned around and went to the other side. As the morning passed, Song Xiaodao and the two beasts chopped nearly 30,000 pounds of firewood. Zhaoyin ordered them all to move to that high wood forest and scatter them in the directions pointed out. Once this wet wood is lit, the entire forest fills with smoke and the temperature rises, and with smoke plus roasting, the rat meat quickly becomes deodorized and dehydrated. At dark, 50,000 pounds of lumber were laid out. It's just that nearly 10,000 pounds of rat meat. Trying to slice it all up and hang it up is still a big job at the speed of 7 rats. According to Zhaoyin's request, the meat of each gray rat was cut into hundreds of slices. Also, how to go about hanging it is a pain in the ass, requiring you to climb a tree and chop off tiny branches before threading the rat meat piece by piece on top of the broken branch. If you don't finish it in one afternoon, then you'll work all night. That night, Zhaoyin slept alone inside the tent, including Song Xiaodao, who was sent out by him to help hang the rat meat. Early the next morning, Zhaoyin woke up and realized that the high forest side had already lit a fire, and the smoke covered the sky. In order to avoid the fire burning too big and setting the whole forest on fire, Zhaoyin called Old Black and the 6 giant rats and commanded, "All of you go and watch the fire. If the forest burns down and ruins my jerky, I'll fill it with the meat from your bodies." When the 7 large rats heard this, they all trembled and quickly burrowed into the forest. Smoking jerky was a long process, and Zhaoyin saw the pile of rat bones. There are still remnants of meat scraps, fascia, marrow and brittle bones on the bones. It's impossible to eat all of these before they spoil, but if you were to smoke it like jerky, the dehydrated bones wouldn't be much to chew on at all. Although I'm no longer short of food, I can't just watch it rot. How many people have nothing to eat in the end times? Zhaoyin still called Song Xiaodao, Little Monkey, and Old Ox. Anyway, you guys have nothing to do, so move all the bones to the highwood forest and smoke them together. It wasn't until the morning of the 3rd day that the rat skins were shady and the jerky was almost smoked. Zhaoyin told all the contracted beasts to collect the rat skins and rat meat, and he himself sat inside the tent with Song Xiaodao and removed the white rat king's rat skin. Zhaoyin cut out a large and a small set of leather armor parts, then cut off a small piece of the tail skin and cut it into leather thread. Song Xiaodao used the rat king's claw to poke out a small hole in the leather armor parts, and then strung them together with leather threads and pulled them tight to fix them, which was a complete set of leather armor. Although it looked a bit rough, going on the strength of defense alone, it definitely exceeded the average D-grade defensive equipment. After the 2 sets of leather armor were done, a whole rat king skin was only 1/3 used. After thinking about it, Zhaoyin called the little monkey over again, and after letting it turn on its dual alien ability, he tailored a huge set of leather armor for it as well. In the end, all that was left of the rat king skin was some trimmings. Zhaoyin simply had Song Xiaodao put it together, and created a large pocket on the chest of the little monkey's leather armor, creating a shoulder bag for Song Xiaodao. In the future, it would be much easier for them to collect corpse crystals and star crystals, and it would be easier to carry supplies when they went out to battle. Next, he took out all of the rat king's claws and studied them, realizing that the 2 hind claws, while also hard, were not sharp enough. He hadn't figured out how to use it yet. The 2 front paws, however, are definitely big killers. The 8 claw blades were all 2 feet long and flashed with a cold light, just like 8 short knives. Zhaoyin directly disassembled the 8 claw blades of the 2 front paws and distributed one to Song Xiaodao and the little monkey as future melee weapons. And he also found out 2 sections of the rat king's front leg bones and spliced them onto the other 2 claw blades, shaking himself into a long sword. Zhaoyin distributed another one each to little monkey and Song Xiaodao. That wolfsbane and the notched tang sword were confiscated outright. Immediately after that, Zhaoyin made 2 more long knives for himself to keep as spares, and the remaining 2 rat king claw knives to use as short knives. Alright, I'll go help collect the rat meat. Zhaoyin waved his hand. After shrinking his body, the little monkey took off his new leather armor, and as if he had been given a treasure, he used a leather rope, carefully packed it into a bundle and carried it on his back, with the short rat king claw inserted into his belt at the waist, and the long rat king claw held in his hand. Only then did he bounce and follow Song Xiaodao out. Jiaoyin had been busy all morning and was about to take a break when suddenly Song Xiaodao ran back again. Jiaoyin. Old Black, they caught some food thieves. Who dares to steal my food? Man or beast? Jiaoyin opened his mouth and asked. It's a few people. Song Xiaodao said. Jiaoyin quickly put away the rat king claw and followed Song Xiaodao out of the stealth tent from afar. He saw 3 men with their hands on their heads, crouching next to the high wood forest. A group of indentured beasts surrounded them in the center. All of them trembling in fear. Jiaoyin slowly walked over. Master, they just ate a lot of jerky and are preparing to pack it away. When the old ox saw Jiaoyin arrive, he immediately telepathically transmitted his voice. Jiaoyin kicked a man to the ground and snapped, followed by another slap to the face. Chao Nima, the rat swarm that I fought so hard to kill is for you to eat meat? Jiaoyin cursed what he hated most in his 2 lives, besides his little life and brother-in-law, were thieves. The man covered half of his red and swollen face, looked up at Jiaoyin, and when he saw that he was a human being, the panic on his face in turn lessened by a few points. I am sorry, brother. We really didn't know that these jerky were yours. Don't know? If you don't know, you can just eat it? Is it hard to believe that the tree itself will bear jerky? Jiaoyin raised his foot and kicked it over. Click. Several of the man's ribs were directly broken by the kick. Say, how did you get here? Jiaoyin chided. His ferocity wasn't feigned. It was a habit developed over 7 years in his previous life. Humans in the post-apocalyptic world are sometimes scarier than most zombies, and nearly 10,000 pounds of fresh meat baked into jerky is enough to make any power, do whatever they can to get their hands on it. We live in a cave a kilometer away. Earlier the boss saw smoke rising from here and let us come to take a look. Don T hit me. We don't mean to steal. We are just too hungry. The man forced himself to endure the pain and hurriedly opened his mouth. There are others? Jiaoyin asked. And some others? The man seemed intent on hiding something. Just how much more is there? Jiaoyin bent down and grabbed his ear with a slight force on his hand. The man's ear was instantly torn and he screamed out in misery. Don T fight, please big brother. Grandpa, I tell you everything grandpa. Jiaoyin let go of his hand and instructed Song Xiaodao, take the other 2 away, interrogate them separately, and whoever is wrong will be made into jerky and fed to the rats. All 3 men turned back to the old black ones, shaking more and more. After Song Xiaodao asked the little monkey to help take the 2 men away, Jiaoyin found a rock and sat down, fished out a cigarette and lit it, taking a puff. Speak. The man no longer dared to play hard to get and told everything. Before the end of the world, they were employees of a lending company, and on the day of the end of the world, they were having a reunion to travel to the Dawei Mountains when the meteorite rain erupted. The hotel they lived in happened to be not far from a natural cave, and in the end, the entire company was smashed to death by the meteorite rain for most of them, leaving only 45 youngsters who ran fast and eventually entered the cave to escape. There was a small pool of water in the cave that housed a number of ornamental fish, so the group of youngsters sort of survived. The ornamental fish have all been eaten recently, and they're afraid to go too far. There are walkers everywhere. It just so happens that this morning, their boss saw the smoke rising from this side and guessed that the heavy rain just a few days ago was not enough to start a mountain fire. So 90% of them should be human. So they sent a few of them to check it out, and so the theft occurred. We're just too hungry. Big brother, please spare us this time. Let us go. The man knelt on the ground, covering his ribs in pain with a twisted face. Jiaoyin laughed coldly in his heart and said, if you hadn't been caught by me, wouldn't you have gone back to report the news? And the next thing you know, your boss would have brought someone to pay me a visit as well as a visit to my jerky? When the man saw that the truth was demolished, his face changed, followed by a quick cry of injustice. Big brother, you're mistaken. We're just playing the autumn breeze. Where else would we dare to be more greedy? Jiaoyin just smiled and turned towards the stealth tent. This time, Song Xiaodao had finished interrogating the other 2 men, and what they explained was basically the same as what Jiaoyin understood. Jiaoyin, what should we do with these 3? Make jerky and feed it to Big Black? Song Xiaodao asked. There are still 40 or so of them, and I'm afraid they've already learned about the jerky, so leaving it behind would be a hindrance after all. Jiaoyin's eyes narrowed as he said, have the monkeys and Old Black and the others pack all the dried meat, entrails, and bones on their backs with rat skins, and we'll go to that cave of theirs to rest tonight. Hasn't the news not been sent back yet? Song Xiaodao asked. Do you really believe all the words of these 3 people? Jiaoyin asked rhetorically. Song Xiaodao immediately understood what was going on. Perhaps they had already prepared for their capture before they were caught, and had had the message sent back in advance and negotiated a consistent confession. A smile appeared on her face. Jiaoyin, do you think there will be girls inside that cave? And do they have pretty clothes on them? They've just given an account that 45 of them are men. But again, that's not to be taken at face value. I'll have all the indentured beasts packing supplies now. After Song Xiaodao finished speaking, He ran out. About 4,000 pounds of jerky was baked from the shrinking of the fresh meat, and 300 or 400 pounds of jerky made from the offal. It's worth mentioning the pile of bones. When it's fresh, there's still a bit of meat and sinew and such on it, but when it's dried, what's edible shrinks drastically, and it almost looks indistinguishable from bare bones. Jiaoyin found a leg bone and cracked it open, and the marrow inside, too, turned into a thin sheet of oilskin. Sure enough, everything was as expected. Cook it more. The meat and sinew should still be able to soak up, and the marrow is still edible. I'll need food for my future legions of indentured beasts. Jiaoyin had the contracted beasts pack up all of this garbage, all of it with rat skins, rat bones, dried rat meat, dried internal organs, and all the rat claws, totaling roughly 8,000 pounds. Jiaoyin directly had Old Black carry 2,000 pounds on his back, and each of the 6 giant rats carried 800 pounds on their backs. At this point, each rat was surrounded by a mountain of supplies, with packages tied in rat skins pressed against their necks and heads. Even Old Blackie had 200 pounds of rat bones tied to his tail. If Jiaoyin hadn't been worried about it peeing, that black charcoal stick down there would have suffered as well. In the end, over 300 pounds of the least valuable rat bones remained. Jiaoyin looked at the old bull and directly told the little monkey to load towards its back. The old ox kept complaining. Master, I've already carried a few thousand pounds of supplies. Any more carrying is going to affect my movements. Old ox, you have to know that when my contracted beast legion is built in the future, you'll be the biggest contributor. Not only will all the contracted beasts thank you, call you their big brother, recognize you as their righteous father, Altama directly appoint you as the legion commander. Jiaoyin drew a big pie, convinced. The old ox stared with bull's eyes. Spell it out. Master, I can carry more. It wasn't until another 500 pounds were added to the old bull and 300 pounds were tied to his tail that Jiaoyin told the monkey to stop. At this point, there were about 500 pounds of rat bones left. In the end, Jiaoyin called the 3 men who had just been captured and instructed each of them to carry 100 pounds on their backs, and Song Xiaodao carried 150 pounds on his back. The last remaining 50 pounds of Jiaoyin could not be carried personally. As the first combatant, it was impossible for the little monkey to keep transforming all the time, and it couldn't carry much with its size. So, the last 50 pounds were left for the monkey, who was not much taller than his knees, to carry. Packing everything up, Jiaoyin let the 3 men lead the way in the direction they had come from. At this point, 1 kilometer away. A fairly cleanly dressed man with one hand on his waist holster and a lighter in the other stood sentry in front of the cave. He had half a cigarette in his mouth and half a dozen times he couldn't light it. Suddenly, a footstep came. Immediately alert, the man quickly placed his cigarettes and lighter in his shirt pocket, drew the pistol at his waist, and took aim at the only dirt road leading to the cave. At that moment, a thin figure appeared in sight. Monkey, what are you running so fast for? Scaring me. The man sighed in relief and put away his pistol playfully. Hoo. Yang Shan. Hoo. Where is the boss? The youth called. Monkey gasped for air. Boss? They just went over to the big cave. What exactly did you and Huang Si and the others find out? Are there really people there? Is there any food? Yang Shan asked. Hoo. A lot of dried meat, just hanging in the forest. Someone smoked meat there. Huang For they went to check out. Let me come back first to report. Hoo. Don't fucking bullshit. When will the boss come back? Monkey asked. You also do not know it. The group of people in the cave our boss has been thinking for a long time. I heard that the leader of the soldier, a few days ago to bring all the young and strong to go out to look for supplies. A few days did not come back. It is estimated to be out of the matter. Great. If that soldier is dead, the people in the cave will become a scattered sand. Let's directly kill all their men. I remember that there are quite a number of female students living there, and a few of them are still schoolgirl level. Before the monkey finished his words, Yang Shan interrupted and laughed. Even if we capture the cave, the female students are all enjoyed by the boss first. Then it's the turn of a few leaders. Don't even think about it. You'll have played it out long before it's your turn. Monkey's breath gradually stabilized, and he also laughed. That's right. We're only worthy of drinking the bosses and their brushwater. Or we should be thinking more about those jerky we just found. Everything will wait until the boss and the others return. Jiaoyin, can't you carry some for me? Song Xiaodao was also an F-class evolver now, and his strength was completely equal to that of 2 strong men, but she was beaming at the moment, making a face of strain. If I help you carry it, I also have to help the old ox and them carry it. How can I favor one over the other? But I still have to be crushed to death? Jiaoyin chewed a piece of dried meat in his mouth and walked at the end of the group. I'm your future wife. How can you compare the old cows and them to me? Song Xiaodao said with dissatisfaction. Future wife? I promised? Jiaoyin rolled his eyes. Are you disliking me? Song Xiaodao directly dropped the package behind him. Gripping the long-handled Rat King claw with one hand and glaring at Jiaoyin with one hand crossed, Jiaoyin stepped forward and carried the package back for her. raising his hand to pat the airfield on her chest. Look! A man would be disgusted. Song Xiaodao's little face instantly reddened as she gritted her little teeth. Zhao Yin, when I become stronger in the future, I'll definitely beat your ass to death. Zhao Yin was too lazy to pay attention to the girl who was getting more and more reckless in front of him. He accelerated his pace to the front of the line and kicked the man who had long ago broken his ribs and was now carrying over 100 pounds of weight on his back. Hurry up and go. What's the point of dawdling? The man stumbled, but didn't dare to resist. A glint of hatred hidden in his eyes. I don't know what he thought of, but he quietly looked back at Song Xiaodao at the back of the group, and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of cruelty. The group had been moving forward for 10 minutes when suddenly, 3 men neatly dropped the packages on their backs and quickly ran off to the side toward a dirt path. As he ran, someone shouted, Boss, help, we've brought your jerky. Zhao Yin, they are lying to us. Song Xiaodao hurriedly chased after them, pointing at the backs of a few people and said angrily, they're just doing what everyone does in the end times, to pit us, to be precise. Zhao Yin's face remained calm. As the words fell, Zhao Yin turned around and received the package on the little monkey into his hands, his eyes narrowing. Kill them! Squeaky! The little monkey instantly turned on its giganticization ability and chased forward with its long legs. Zhao Yin, if you kill them, who will lead the way for us? Song Xiaodao asked as Zhao Yin stretched out 2 fingers, slightly bending them, and knocked them on Song Xiaodao's head, making a crunching sound. Idiot, didn't you hear them calling out for the boss? The cave they live in is right over there. Song Xiaodao covered his head as if he finally understood something. The man with the broken ribs ran the slowest, suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind him and jerked his head back, followed by a wave of creepiness as his legs went limp and he fell to the ground on his butt. It was a huge monkey, 2 meters tall, covered in long hair, carrying in its one arm the claws of a rat king the man had seen before, and was running furiously at a speed of 5 or 6 meters a step. Is this the little monkey that just changed? Even though this idea was too outrageous, at this moment, the little monkey's appearance was not any different from that little skinny monkey, except for the fact that its body was too huge and its fur color was different. I won't run. Please don't kill me. The man fell to his knees and cowed out hard. If he had known that this monkey could still transform, he wouldn't have dared to escape like this even if he was beaten to death. Earlier, he had always thought that Zhao Yin was the one who ran a juggling class before the end of the world, and that this group of animals were the actors he bred, but he never thought that he would actually be able to see an unimaginable scene. Bang! The little monkey swung his wolf teeth bat straight up and blasted him in the head, followed by a gust of wind that blew after the other 2 men. Bang! Bang! With little effort, the 2 men planted themselves at the same time as the kneeling man's body. At that moment, Zhao Yin led the team slowly and kicked the kneeling man's body away. Get out of the way. 100 meters away. Yang Shan had just lit the half cigarette, but in the midst of his trembling lips, the cigarette fell on his pants until the smoke and fire burned through his bottoms, and a burning smell came from him. He raised his hand for a while. Chao Nima, why are you dreaming in broad daylight? Your dream has just begun. Zhao Yin stepped forward. The terrifying monkey was following him, and immediately after that, another little girl appeared at the corner of the road, followed by a mountainous buffalo, and then next, a giant beast that looked like a mouse appeared in Yang Shan's line of sight. Snap! Yang Shan slapped himself hard on the face. How fierce, still not awake? Tell your leader to come out. Zhao Yin finally arrived in front of Yang Shan, his footsteps lurching as he looked at him with a calm gaze. Chao Nima! Yang Shan cursed, directly drawing the pistol at his waist, but the next moment, his hand was suddenly empty. He didn't even see how Zhao Yin had struck. The gun had already appeared in the other party's hand. Zhao Yin glanced at the gun in his hand, a homemade gun of the most trashy kind, and one that could only fire a single shot of iron sand. Any gun inside the space ring is better than this. He turned the gun and pointed it slowly at Yang Shan's head. I'm only going to say this one more time. Call your leader out. Poof! Yang Shan knelt down on both knees and cowed out to Zhao Yin so hard that the skin on his forehead was cracked and blood flowed out. Brother, please don't kill me. I didn't mean to offend you earlier. Our boss is really not at home. Yang Shan, can you fucking have some backbone? At that moment, the people in the cave heard the commotion, and a dozen or so people came pouring out at once. All of them young and strong men in their 20s, some carried steel pipes, others shovels, but no one still had a gun in their hands. The man at the head of the group was dressed in his cleanest, a half-used suit. He didn't even have time to look before he shouted, "Who dares to come here to sow their wild oats? Let them realize who I am." Zhao Yin whispered. As the words left his mouth, he fished out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Taking out his lighter to light it, Song Xiaodao put down the package and rushed towards the opposite crowd with the little monkey. The people on the opposite side finally saw clearly Zhao Yin beside the 8 terrifying beasts, all of their faces pale. The leader of the youth panicked and shouted loudly, "Don't! Wait!" In the next moment, The little monkey rushed into the crowd and slapped the youth in the lead out. It also didn't use its wolf's toothstick, and rammed its way across the room, and in the blink of an eye, most of the people were killed. Some people's chests collapsed as they fell and flew, and some people's half of their bodies were directly smashed, the last remaining 5 people. The little monkey sensed Zhao Yin's mind, so he did not kill again. A few slaps down, broken hands of broken hands, broken feet of broken feet. By the time Song Xiaodao rushed over, all of them had already fallen to the ground. She pouted her little disgruntled mouth. I've rushed out. Can't you save one for me? The little monkey shrinks down, scratches his head in embarrassment, and squeaks a few times as Zhao Yin held a cigarette in his mouth as he grabbed Yang Shan, who was kneeling on the ground. You should know what I want to hear. Yang Shan's pants were wet, dripping pale yellow liquid down the trouser dang, shaking like a sieve. Big brother. Which side are you from? How many other parties are there? Zhao Yin was slightly stunned. Soon, with Yang Shan's explanation, he understood everything. There were several other smaller caves near this one, all of which had survivors sheltering in them after the end of the day. After the meteorite rain stopped, Yang Shan and his group killed all the men in several caves in search of supplies, and the women were captured and tortured. They were all strong young men, and with the loss of their humanity, the women could not stand the torture, and soon most of them were dead, but there were a few women, too, who fled to the big cave 5 kilometers away. After discovering it, Luo Chang, the boss of Yangshan, was ready to take possession of the place, but before he could get close, he was beaten back by a retired soldier leading a few hundred green soldiers. It was then that the boss of Yangshan realized that there were actually 700 to 800 survivors gathered inside the big cave. The 2 veterans in the lead knew how to make their own firearms. The gun in Yangshan's hand was one that both sides had picked up from a corpse on the opposite side of the room during the engagement. Luo Chang had been thinking about the supplies in the cave. Being able to feed 700 or 800 people is so coveted. It's just a shame that it's been so hard to get a chance. Just last night, when a few juniors went out to look for supplies, they caught a survivor inside a large cave, and after some interrogation, they learned that 3 days ago, the lead veteran went out with all the young men, saying that he wanted to get a batch of meat back for the guys to replenish their bodies. But he never came back. This morning when Luo Chang was preparing to take people to the big cave, he found smoke coming from the mountain forest where Zhao Yin was, so he instructed the monkeys and a few people to go and check. So Zhao Yin came. Big brother, those things in the past were all the boss. No, it was all Luo Chang and the others who did it. I'm just a janitor. It really doesn't have anything to do with me. Please. Yang Shan finished and whimpered. I don't care what you guys did, but your people, who ate my jerky, have to pay. Zhao Yin said. Yang Shan looked at Zhao Yin in dismay, only to see that the other party's face didn't have any regret or anger, and was as calm as if he had heard someone having a meal or going to the toilet. The man in front of him, unlike most of the people he'd met, seemed even more inhuman than the rest of them. Yang Shan's heart and soul trembled. Big brother, what do you want? Just open your mouth. As long as there is something here, just take it. At this point he just wanted to live. As for what Luo Chang would do to himself when he came back and realized that he had lost the supplies, he could no longer care less. That depends on what you can take. Zhao Yin lightly exhaled smoke. Yang Shan sniffed, and immediately stayed there. There was nothing left to eat in the cave these days, only the ragged household items that Luo Chang had brought people to loot, as well as some clothes remained. He glanced at the dried meat and roasted bones carried on the 7 large rats behind Zhao Yin, and then looked at the clean white animal skins worn by Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao, as well as the mountains of supplies on the old ox's back. What does he care about that crap? Big brother, there's water. There's a small pool of water in the cave. Take whatever you want. Yang Shan could only say stiffly, it just rained 3 days ago. Do you think I'm dehydrated? Zhao Yin finally became impatient and said loudly, whoever can produce supplies that satisfy me will live today. Of the group that fell to the ground, the few that the little monkey didn't kill were originally wailing, and they all quieted down at the sound of the words, Big brother, spare us, there's still a lot of clothes in the cave. Big brother, I know Luo Chang still has 2 fish hidden, although they're a bit stale, they're still edible. Big brother, there are still 2 taels of salt in the kitchen and half a barrel of vegetable oil. Several people opened their mouths, as if they were playing a game of snatch and grab, but none of them could be what Zhao Yin was looking at. Zhao Yin turned his head to look at Song Xiaodao. These people have no value. Kill them. Song Xiaodao understood and carried the Rat King claw towards the bottom few people, gently waving the Rat King claw. A human head was instantly sliced off with the sharpness of the Rat King's claws. An ordinary blade wouldn't even cut tofu that fast. Song Xiaodao immediately squinted her eyes happily, feeling much better than that broken tang sword, and immediately after, with a continuous swing, several people were soon dismantled by her. Seeing this, Zhao Yin was very relieved that the child had finally grown up. The kills are a lot more numb. Finally Song Xiaodao walked towards Yang Shan and said to Zhao Yin, Please move aside and spray you with blood. Zhao took a step back and shook the dust from the clean white mouse skin on his body. It gets dirty sooner or later. But new clothes are clean for a day. Wait. Remember. There is one more thing. Yang Shan suddenly shouted. Song Xiaodao's Rat King Claw had already swung down. And in the next moment, there was a blur before her eyes as Zhao grabbed her slender wrist and said to Yang Shan in a cold voice, "It's best not to lie to me." Yozin felt like he was meeting the eyes of death. The group was perverted behemoths. Perverted little girls. And the man in front of him was the boss of the perverts. The old pervert. He was beating the drum in his mind. And in fact wasn't sure if that thing was going to be seen by the other side. Big brother, please follow me. After saying that, Yang Shan stood up, trembling as he stepped on the steaming blood and walked into the cave. Zhao didn't follow him in and instructed Song Xiaodao. "You and little monkey go in." Song Xiaodao rolled his eyes. He was an E-class evolver. He could exterminate everyone here casually. Did he need to be so cautious? Zhao stood there, watching Song Xiaodao and the little monkey walk into the cave. The cigarette in his hand was down to the stub, and he dropped it on the ground and crushed it out with the sole of his shoe. Soon, Yang Shan came out, holding a rotten cloth parcel in his hand, with little monkey and Song Xiaodao following closely behind him. "Big brother, the stuff is here." Yang Shan forced out a smile and handed the package to Zhao. "Open up." Zhao whispered. Yang Shan immediately understood that the other party was worried that he was laying a trap, and hurriedly placed the package on the ground and opened it layer by layer, opening layer after layer. The head-sized package grew smaller and smaller. It ended up being the size of a walnut wrapped in a layer of toilet paper. Zhao slowly frowned, and Yang Shan's legs were wobbling. In the end he didn't even dare to peel back the layer of toilet paper. Big brother, this is the only thing I can get out of it. Open up." Zhao urged. Yang Shan could only stiffly open the toilet paper. A blood-red crystal. Exposed to the sunlight, Zhao Yin's gaze was fixed. A star crystal. "I picked this up in front of the cave when that meteorite shower came down." Sandwiched inside one of those meteorites. Fearing that Zhao would not believe him, Yang Shan said sincerely, "I saw it fall from the sky with my own eyes. It's definitely not any artifact." "You don't know what this is?" Zhao asked and directly grabbed the star crystal in his hand. "Big brother, although I don't know what this thing does, Luo Chang said it must be a marvelous treasure. Maybe the end times are all related to this thing." Yang Shan soldiered on. Zhao sniffed and nodded slightly. "They don't know the secret of the star crystal yet." After thinking about it, Zhao asked again, "Do you know where that cave is?" That one called Luo Chang was able to manage a group of people at the beginning of the end of the world and was ruthless and venomous in his dealings. So Zhao would not feel at ease if he did not kill him. Yang Shan quickly nodded. "I know. If Big Brother wants to go, I'll lead the way for you." Lead the way. Zhao led the team directly towards the great cave, and on the way, he pinched open the piece of star crystal. Out came a bottle of iced tea. If he had been able to give the little monkey a bottle of ice red tea that doubled all of his attributes when he dealt with the rat swarm the day before yesterday, maybe Zhao would have had one more white rat king contracted beast. Too bad you can't turn back the clock. At this moment, 5 kilometers away, outside a huge natural cave, Xia Lashan was lying on his back on the mountain stone-built fence, shouting at the 30-odd men with weapons in their hands below. "Boss Luo, last time you begged on your knees and our Wang team let you off the hook. Now where do you get the guts to come back to die?" Luo Chang stood at a height of 1 meter 9, and compared to the bone-thin men around him, he appeared to be very stout. At this moment, Luo Chang stood in the middle of the crowd and laughed. "Brother Xie, I'm just here specifically to thank Team Wang for not killing me last time." "Where is Team Wang? Why don't you let him come out to meet you? Our Wang team doesn't have time to see you. Hurry up and go. Otherwise, even if the Wang team is good-tempered, if you annoy him, I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave this time." "Boss Luo." "Ha ha." Luo Chang laughed, and the group of people beside him all followed with laughter. This time, Luo Chang already had a bottom in his heart, waved his hand, and 2 minions immediately escorted a man in his 50s to the front of the team. "Brother Xie, see if this is your man? He Jinping? What's going on? How did you get caught by them?" Xia Leshan's face suddenly changed drastically. "Xia Vice Team, I don't want to betray the cave, but they are beating to death. I can't carry it." He Jinping was covered in blood. Both arms were broken, softly sagging. At this moment, Xia Leshan understood that the news of the disappearance of the Wang team and all the youths could no longer be hidden for fear. "Luo Chang, even without that group of youths, there are still 500 to 600 people inside the cave. Do you want to take the cave with only 3 dozen subordinates?" Xia Leshan chided. "Oh, 500 or 600? Luo Chang laughed unconcernedly. 500 to 600 women, children, old and young. Now that they have lost their backbone, they should be in a state of panic. I'm afraid that they no longer trust you, right?" Xia Leshan was silent. He was told by Luo Chang what was on his mind ever since Team Wang had led that group of youths to disappear. Many voices against him had appeared in the cave, and many people were skeptical of his and Team Wang's abilities. Even if you still have the power to call, that group of women and children were also raised by you, and the Wang team is too delicate. You and they talk about what humanity. Precisely because of this, so they do not know the danger of the end of the world. A group of the end of the world before sitting on the bus are people to give up their seats of the grandparents. A group of schoolgirls being courted by the men. A group of children are still breastfeeding. Ha! And how many people have the guts to take up arms? When Luo Chang finished speaking, Xia Jinshan's face was already pale. Brother Xie, let's put it this way. If you open the gate and let us in, it's better to follow me in the future. Then, if you're desperately trying to please a bunch of losers, and in the end, you'll be grumbled at instead. Luo Chang said loudly. Never. Xia Lesan reddened his eyes. Unless I die. He used to be a soldier, and Wang team served in the same army. After discharge, because the two are from the same hometown, then together to partner in the pharmaceutical business. This year, the company made money. Xia Lesan and Wang team led a few company executives to the Dawei Mountain Range reunion. I did not expect to meet that meteorite rain. Immediately after, the whole world has changed that day. He and Wang team with the team to hide in this cave. Inside has gathered hundreds of asylum seekers. Many people are more or less injured. It just so happens that Xia Jinshan's team carries a lot of medicine. The spirit of the military is to defend the people. He and Wang team a discussion. Decided to save people is important. That meteorite rain fell for a month. Hundreds of people who do not know each other for a long time gathered together. Naturally met a lot of problems. Can only elect a steward? Because of Xia Jinshan and Wang team to save people's behavior. Was a lot of people voted. And naturally became the chief of the cave after the meteorite rain stopped. A few more groups of survivors escaped to the cave. And from them, they learned that 5 kilometers away, in a cave, lived a group of mortgage company ruffians, the leader of which was called Luo Chang, who had killed a lot of people for the sake of the supplies, forcefully robbing and plundering. Wang team and Xia Jinshan got the news. The first time to gather all the young and strong. Formed into a cave guard. Wang team is the main captain. Xia Jinshan is the vice captain, and Xia Jinshan was good at making weapons. And stumbled upon a cave where someone was carrying materials for making gunpowder. So he melted iron and made the simplest single-shot pistol. Soon Luo Chang arrives and gets his ass kicked by them. Xia Jinshan and Team Wang's prestige within the cave is even higher. 5 days ago, a few of the green men went out looking for supplies and brought back a huge dead rat. And according to them, when they found that rat, it was still alive at the time, just bitten by something. And there were quite a few traces of rats in the vicinity. Team Wang ordered the dead rat meat to be cooked into several large pots of broth. The crowd tasted the flavor of pseudo-mutant beast meat for the first time. And all of them were looting it. Unfortunately, there was so little rat meat that it was only enough to give everyone a mouthful of soup. Then some people encouraged the escort to catch rats, followed by a growing call. And when Team Wang and Xia Jinshan saw that the children in the cave were all yellow and thin, they agreed to do so. Xia Jinshan had to stay in the cave to continue building the guns. And all the youths except him followed the Wang team out. Now, in Xia Jinshan's mind, it was a fatal mistake. Should have at least kept some of the young and strong at that time. Then you go to hell. Luo Chang suddenly raised a homemade iron tire bow and aimed it at Xia Jinshan and shot. Xia Jinshan quickly shrunk his head, and the arrow stuck within the crack of the stone in front of him. At this moment, inside the enclosure, behind Xia Jinshan, there were more than 100 men over the age of 60 gathered. A group of Moncler outlet online all looked nervous. These are the people in the cavern who are barely fighting today. Get on the fence and get on the defense. All of you. Xia Jinshan barked out in order, followed by pulling out the pistol on his waist and letting off a shot towards Luo Chang's side. The effective range of the homemade pistol was less than 50 meters, and the barrel was all uneven. Plus Xia Jinshan hadn't practiced shooting for many years, so the shot was rightfully off, but it hit the thigh of a man next to Luo Chang. Me chow and I ma. The man let out a scream and fell to the ground, clutching his blood-spurting thighs and wailing. Spread out. Retreat. Quick. Luo Chang immediately barked out an order. Completely ignoring the death of the injured 1.30 or so people quickly spread out within 100 meters, all carefully staring at the fence, fearing that Xia Jinshan would let off a cold shot. I should have known that I would have brought that gun from Yangshan as well, Luo Chang said with regret. Boss, they have guns. It's not going to be a good day. A little brother said, afraid of shit. There can't be too many materials in the cave to make guns and ammunition. Most of them should have been taken out by Team Wang. Xia Jinshan doesn't have a few guns in his hands. Don't worry, Luo Chang said confidently. In fact, just as he said, the Wang team used all the power of the cave for the rat meat. In the past few days, Xia Jinshan had only built one gun to get together the gunpowder for 3 firings. Xia Jinshan had just fired a shot, and there were still 2 chances to fire left. At this point his forehead was in a cold sweat as he looked back. The bosses behind them remained standing, none of them going up the wall to help with the defense. What are you all doing? Xia Jinshan chided. Team Xie, it's not that we don't want to help, but we're really old. This fence is more than 2 meters high, and we can't get up there. Do you still have any guns there? Lend us a hand? A grandpa with a face full of pimple pits said. The guns were all taken away by Team Wang and the others. Where are they? Xia Jinshan gritted his teeth and said, if you guys don't come up, I can't defend myself alone. As long as we let them rush in, everyone in the cave will suffer. Everyone remained unmoved. The sky was falling and there was a tall man to hold it. How dangerous it is to let a handful of them fight the youngsters. Team Xie, I have bad legs. I really can't go up, so I'll play defense for you here. Old Lu, you've just turned 60 and have the best essence. You go up. Bullshit. I just had prostate surgery half a year ago. How can I be in the same physical condition as you? A group of people were bickering. And anyway, even if someone must go to their deaths, then someone else should go first. Your own life is more important than anything else. At this moment, Zhao Yin's team of mutant beasts had already arrived a kilometer away. He listened sideways for a while, and couldn't help a sneer emerging from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Yin, what did you hear? Song Xiaodao asked curiously. I hear a stupid pig, raising a pack of wolves, just like someone before. Zhao Yin sighed. People, once you stand on high, it is easy to be blinded by power. What you hear every day is flattery, and what you see is hard to distinguish between true and false. Someone? Is it your friend? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin pondered slightly and nodded. Sort of. You actually made friends with that kind of stupid person. Song Xiaodao despised. Humph. Fool. Zhao Yin frowned and said, it's stupid. At this point, outside the fence, boss, they've really imploded. What should we do next? A junior brother asked. What was happening inside the enclosure was all heard by Luo Chang and the others. Luo Chang laughed and shouted to the wall. Listen to the people inside the wall. I still have more than 300 brothers. We'll kill them soon. With guns and cannons, the cave will definitely not be able to hold by then. Xia Jinshan will die, and all of you will die as well. The men will be made into jerky, and the women will be played with before they are killed. The group of people inside the enclosure instantly chilled at the words. And many of the old men were trembling. After living in a peaceful society for most of their lives, and having an escort to protect them after the end of the world, they never thought they would have today. What? 300 more? It's over. And the cannons? How can we, old men, hold them? It's over. Xia Jinshan, it's all your fault. If Team Wang hadn't injured Wang Chang in the first place, could he have been so hard on us? For a moment, the Moncler outlet store spearheads all pointed at Xia Jinshan. Xia Jinshan's face reddened and shouted. Bullshit, don't listen to him, it's all a bluff. As long as we all work together, we can still hold the cave like last time. However, no one listened to him at all. Of the Moncler Jackets outlet store still spit and drowned out Xia Jinshan's voice. At that moment, Luo Chang shouted again from outside the wall. People inside listen. I only want to kill Xia Jinshan alone. If anyone dares to accompany him to resist, and the wall is breached later, don't blame me, Luo Chang, for having a black heart. I'll give you guys a chance. Whoever can fetch Xia Jinshan's head will be rewarded with 30 pounds of food and allowed to join my team. Inside the enclosure, Moncler outlet store, the clamor was renewed. 30 pounds of food and join his team? Team Wang and the others can't make it back. Even if we can block the attack this time, what about the next time? How long can our group of old men last in the end times? Join Luo Chang's team. Following those youngsters is the way to live. Team Xie, you're pushing Luo too hard. It's not that you're not giving him any leeway. You're leaving no room for ourselves. Zhao Yin had already arrived 300 meters away and heard everything. He didn't choose to appear immediately as if he was watching a good show. This is human nature. Once in a crisis, many people will choose to sacrifice others for their own benefit. He is upside down and ungrateful, and he can do and say anything he wants. In desperation, the group Moncler outlet store can no longer tell right from wrong and only want to idealize things. So someone took advantage of Xia Jinshan's inattention and picked up a stone on the ground and slammed it down on his head from his back. Bang! Xia Jinshan only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, staggered forward a step, touched his head, and his hands were full of blood. He turned back incredulously and looked at the Moncler outlet store man who had smashed him. Do you really want to kill me? He thought that he left no stone unturned to protect the group. By creating better conditions for them to survive, even eating the same as they do. You can be genuine for genuine. He thought that the mission of a soldier is to guard the country and the people in times of danger, and can be exchanged for glory and admiration. But why is that? Don't these people have any brains? Xia Jinshan slowly fell down, collapsing in the center of the crowd that he had personally protected, staring at the sky with wide eyes. And at this moment, it was as if an invisible voice had broken in his heart. That's faith. It wasn't that he didn't have the strength to stand up, but his heart was dead. Zhao Yin sighed. Never underestimate the greed and stupidity of human nature. In his previous life, Was he not like Xia Jinshan? At this moment, Luo Chang heard the infighting inside, and with a sneer on his face, he loudly scolded, "Why don't you still open the gate?" Thick wooden door, slowly pulled open by the combined efforts of several Moncler outlet online. Many Moncler jackets took the initiative to welcome Luo Chang, all with fawning faces. "Welcome Luo, brother Luo. From now on you are our leader. Please take care of us, quickly invite Luo in." Luo Chang took a big step forward with a smile on his face. Bang! He suddenly swung the homemade iron tire bow in his hand, instantly smashing the first big man who greeted him to the ground. "Ah, shucks." Luo Chang spat a mouthful of thick phlegm and ordered loudly, "Kill them all. These old things can't even work. Keeping them would only be a waste of food. Kill." The minions behind him were only about 30, but each of them carried a weapon. And facing a group of self-serving bad old men was like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. The key is that the Moncler jackets for sale, when they saw Luo Chang suddenly flipped, immediately dispersed, and many of them fled to the cave at the first opportunity. Simply a scattered Sanda Zhaoyin walked out of the mountain forest with a cigarette in his mouth, squinting his eyes to look outside the fence in front of the cave. Where? Long ago. It was a hell on earth. Old ox, you guard the supplies here. Song Xiaodao, monkey, old black, mouse 1, mouse 2, drop off the supplies where they are, and all go move around. After Zhaoyin finished, he spat out the cigarette butt in his mouth and took out his mountain opening sword. Pust. He slashed off the head of Yang Shan beside him, and in a gush of blood, before the headless body could fall, Zhaoyin charged forward. It's been a long time since he's done it himself. It was rare to face a group of ordinary survivors, and Zhaoyin had to move his old arms and legs. Pust. The blade flashed. One of Luo Chang's juniors was cleaved in half by Zhaoyin. The rain of blood rose high into the air, before it could stain Zhao Yin's white ratskin armor. His figure flashed and rushed to the next person, followed by, poof, another person's head was chopped off. This time, the little monkey and the 7 giant rats also rushed into the crowd, followed by Song Xiaodao, and in the blink of an eye, the crowd was slaughtered by half. Whether it's that group of lords or Luo Chang's people, whoever meets the contracted beasts dies without any resistance. Luo Chang turned around and his face instantly turned pale. He had never seen a monkey that big, scarier than the size of an orangutan, much less seen a rat that big, and such a scary little girl. Luo Chang finally looked between. A tall young man walked toward himself, the weapon in his hand dripping blood. He quickly spoke, "Big brother, Don, T, Pust." Zhaoyin swung his sword and directly chopped Luo Chang's head off. "Don't bother listening to the other side's bullshit. They're going to kill them anyway. Hadn't he run all this way for the thrill of the cut?" Zhaoyin finished killing Luo Chang and looked back. Outside the fence, the ground was full of steaming corpses, except for a few contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao, including dozens of Moncler jackets. All died in the hands of contracted beasts. Monkey, dagger, go help old black and the others carry their supplies, all into the cave. After Zhaoyin gave his orders, he walked into the enclosure alone. Suddenly, a weak voice came, "Brother, wait." Zhaoyin followed the sound and saw that it was none other than Xia Jinshan who had fallen to the ground. This moment, he had a large hole in the back of his head, blood gurgling out, a sharpened wooden stick stuck in his waist, and was leaning against the fence, curled up on one leg, looking weakly at Zhaoyin. Zhaoyin frowned. Once upon a time, he had admired this kind of soldier with a spirit of sacrifice, but now it's the end times and to have to sacrifice for others is just stupid. However, while Zhaoyin didn't think he was a good person, he didn't think he deserved to kill indiscriminately either. Just as he took a shower every chance he got and liked to keep his clothes clean for a few more days, just to remind himself that he was still a human being, even with the end times, he will always be alone. "Don't expect me to save you. There's nothing to be done," Zhaoyin said. Xia Jinshan smiled bitterly. "No, I am not begging you to save me." Zhaoyin froze at his words. Please don't kill those people in the cavern. What you want, you can go to find Lao Wu. The supplies are all in charge of his custody. You fought so hard to protect them, and they wanted you dead, and turned around and told me not to kill anyone? It's not easy for anyone. They're just trying to survive. The fault is not theirs, it's the damn end times. Xia Jinshan slowly raised his head and looked at the dim daylight, his lips trembling. If there is no that meteorite rain, how good should it be? Zhaoyin didn't know how this person's brain grew and said indifferently, "People like you should have been smashed to death by a meteorite in the first place." "Then have you promised me?" Xia Jinshan asked. "Why should I promise you?" Zhaoyin didn't bother to pay him any more attention and stepped forward. Soon, Song Xiaodao followed Zhaoyin with the indentured beasts with supplies on their backs, and together they walked inside the cave. A huge space appeared in front of his eyes, 30,000 to 40,000 square feet, and at the highest point, it was 200 to 300 meters. A stalactite dangled overhead, and from time to time drops of water fell into a pool in the center of the cave. With fish vaguely visible in the water, there was not a single silhouette to be seen in the entire hall of the cave. Xiaoyin looked around and immediately realized that there was a narrow opening in the deepest part of the cave. They escaped from there. There must be no exit inside. Otherwise Xia Jinshan wouldn't have ended up like that. Go in, Xiaoyin said. Xiaoyin, there are fish here. Song Xiaodao pointed at the water pool and said, we'll have fish soup tonight. But first, let's find who's inside. After Xiaoyin finished speaking, he ordered the little monkey to open the way in front. This place was developed into a tourist area by businessmen before the end of the world. And a lot of places have been manually repaired and polished. And the roads are very smooth. There was just litter everywhere. And everywhere you looked there was human feces. Dry and thin. In all shapes and sizes. Accompanied by urine, there was a foul odor in the air. OMG. What the heck? It's a poop. It's disgusting. Song Xiaodao suddenly stepped on a fresh pile of feces and revealed a disgusted expression. She hopped up on tiptoe on one foot to Xiaoyin, and pulled him by the corner of his shirt. Xiaoyin, I stepped on it. Xiaoyin shook off her small hand. Go rub it yourself. Don't dirty my leather armor. Song Xiaodao scuffed the soles of his shoes on the stone and quickly caught up with Xiaoyin. That's disgusting. Can't they get a few toilets? It's normal for the leader to not manage well. Xiaoyin said expressionlessly. In the post-apocalyptic world, many people think about how to survive every day. And will not talk about the quality of life. And the bad side of human nature can be seen everywhere. The narrow opening goes all the way down to a paved railing and stone steps. There are just signs of vandalism everywhere half the time. The stone steps were still going down. Will it go underground? Song Xiaodao added. Xiaoyin shook his head. He hadn't been here in his previous life. So how could he know? Soon the steep stone steps gradually leveled out and the passageway became spacious. It wasn't until a hall larger than the previous one appeared that Xiaoyin finally saw the group. There were about 500 or 600 people. All young and old and women. All of them in rags and with disheveled faces. All of them huddled in a corner deep in the cave at this time. There was no shortage of water in the caves. But the group lived in such an environment that most of them usually didn't even bother to wash their faces. Even the most beauty-loving woman before the end of the world was so dirty that she couldn't even see her features at this time. There's actually another reason why women in the post-apocalyptic world can't be too good-looking. And sometimes, ugliness is a form of protection. Everyone who saw Xiaoyin and the mutant beasts behind him all revealed expressions of horror. They had never seen rats that big, and one of them was bigger than a cow. No, there really is a cow. It's like a mountain of meat, and the skinny monkey, carrying a sharp-clawed knife taller than he is? At the head of this gruesome procession stood a young man, all in white leather armor stained with fresh blood. It's him. He killed Team Xie with Luo Chang. Everyone fight him. An older man with gray hair pointed at Xiaoyin. I saw Team Xia killed by him with my own eyes. This man is evil. Another grandpa blurted out. Let's all go together and kill this demon together. Or we'll all die. The Moncler jackets for sale have done something wrong. And in their weakness they don't think Xiaoyin will let themselves go. The only way to survive at this point was to encourage the others to stop Xiaoyin and then take advantage of the chaos to escape. So before Xiaoyin arrived, the Moncler jackets outlet store people had already begun to agitate. Bang! A gunshot rang out. And a bloody hole appeared in the eyebrow of the last man to speak. His eyes were wide, as if he still didn't want to believe he was dead. And then he fell straight down with a thud. In the crowd, there came at once the shrieks of women, the cries of children, the groans of old women. Guns, always the best deterrent for humans. None of the Moncler outlet store people dared to stand up again. Xiaoyin put his pistol down and said loudly, all fucking stop. If you keep arguing you'll feed me rats. In an instant, the cave was quiet as a pin drop. Even the children who cried out were covered by the adults beside them. If Xia Jinshan was here, I wonder how he would feel. Xiaoyin just killed one person, which was more useful than 100 of his words. Now, I declare that everything inside the cave is my booty, including the lives of all of you, until I leave. My words are the rules, and whoever dares to break my rules is what just happened to that man. Did you get all that? Xiaoyin's voice echoed within the cave. All of them were trembling and staring at Xiaoyin in terror, but none of them dared to speak. Should we obey Xiaoyin, or go and desperately look for a chance to escape? It was a choice, and they were both waiting for the others beside them to go first. All Tama talk. Do you hear me? Xiaoyin bellowed again. Still no one spoke, and Xiaoyin seemed to be the only voice in the cave. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Xiaoyin fired directly, and in the crowd, a bald grandpa's skull was overturned, and his brains sprayed everywhere. The next moment, the crowd was once again thrown into chaos. Aha! Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Ooh-hoo! Team Wang, where is Team Wang? Why haven't you come back to protect us? Don't shoot, please. My child is only 3 years old, can't be without a mother. Those near the periphery desperately pushed their way inside, and those inside, overwhelmed by the crush, pushed people out. Bang! No one expected that at this time Zhao Yun would shoot again, another Moncler outlet store down. All fucking broke my rules, didn't they? Zhao Yun cursed. The crowd finally quieted down again. They realized then that wasting the man's breath would kill them. It turns out that he really doesn't have to think about killing people, and does it completely at will. Soon a voice rang out from the crowd. Listen and understand. Got it. The voices grew louder and louder, and in the end, they were all scrambling to answer Zhao Yun's words, fearing that if they were a little slow, they would miss the chance to please the new leader. Zhao Yun raised his hand slightly, and the crowd fell silent once again as he paced back and forth with his pistol in hand, speaking loudly. Listen to me. All women over 50 come here and stand in a row. Women under 50 years of age bring their children under 5 years of age and stand in a separate line as well. Children over the age of 5, all stand in this direction. You men, stand over there. Zhao Yun pointed in several directions with the barrel of his gun, and the next moment, everyone immediately all moved, and the footsteps of several hundred people formed a roar within the cave. After the 4 long lines had formed, there were still a few children under the age of 5 left in the same spot, all of them wailing. Whose are these children and why hasn't anyone taken them? Zhao Yun's eyes looked toward the group of young women. In fact, there was a group of young and strong women who had been in the cave earlier who had stayed behind to take care of their children. At this moment, the woman standing at the forefront of the team whispered. These children were all rescued by Team Wang and the others. Some of their parents were smashed to death by the meteorite rain, and some of their parents had previously died of illness inside the cave. All of them are orphans, so no one wants to take it away. It's Team Shay who has been taking care of them, and now Team Shay he is. The woman looked at Zhao Yun with fear and didn't dare to continue. Apparently she still believed that it was Zhao Yun who killed Xia Jinshan. Zhao Yun also did not explain, raised his hand and pointed at the group of Amazons, picking out a few energetic-looking ones from within. You, each one of you will take these children away. No matter what method you use, you can't let me hear their voices again. A few Amazons immediately walked over, one by one, and carried those orphans away, all with their mouths covered. The base composition of the crowd can finally be seen at a glance, with 4 teams. There were more than 300 older women, there are 74 of them left. Moncler. 49 children under 5 years of age and 37 children between 5 and 12 years of age. 42 young women. Zhao Yun lined them up separately for 2 reasons. First, the target is the group of Moncler Jackets outlet, and separating them is to make it easier to kill them. Although the Moncler outlet store older, many of them still have the strength, coupled with what they did earlier, with Zhao Yun's character, it is unlikely that they will leave them here to cause more trouble. In addition, Zhao Yun planned to land inside the cave. At least, it was a good shelter until he found the flying white tiger in the space pendant. So he's going to have to do enough to take control of the cavern. Where is Old Wu and who is Old Wu? Zhao Yun remembered again. The Old Wu who managed the supplies according to Xia Jinhai, without the need for Old Wu to take the initiative to stand out. Everyone immediately looked at a bald man standing amongst the group of lords. He was slim, wore a tattered suit, and was one of the few in the group who had his face cleaned. Hello old boss, my name is, called Wu Shuegue. When Team Wang was still around, he let me manage the supplies here. Wu Shuegue bent over slightly, revealing the top of his oily head. Zhao Yun nodded. Come to my side. Wu Shuegue looked to be only in his 40s, limping, and perhaps for this reason, had not been taken out by Team Wang, nor had he been called by Xia Jinshan earlier to fend off Luo Chang together. Wu Shuegue had just arrived in front of Zhao Yun when he was suddenly grabbed by the collar of his shirt and his entire person was lifted up by one hand. Old boss. Wu Shuegue was alarmed. How can the other party be so strong? Is this still human? I want all the supplies here. Know what to do? Zhao Yun asked. All the supplies are in the warehouse. Every entry and exit has a detailed record. It is the rules set by Team Xia earlier. Absolutely do not dare to hide it from the boss, and cannot hide it. Wu Shuegue broke out in a cold sweat and accompanied a smile in a far-fetched manner. I'll show you boss now. Please let go of me boss. Zhao Yun nodded, realizing that the man was still organized even in a crisis. No wonder he was put in this important position by Team Wang and Xia Jinshan. How did the leg go lame? Zhao Yun asked. When I used to be a soldier, I was guarding the border adjacent to the 3 kingdoms, and I was disabled in a conflict. And I have a prosthetic leg. Another veteran. Zhao Yun let go of his hand and followed Wu Shuegue toward the other side of the cave, muttering as he walked. It's still too noisy and not clean enough. As the words fell, all the contracted beasts immediately comprehended Zhao Yun's thoughts. Squeaky. The little monkey was the first to rush toward the group where the lords were. In the midst of its stride, it then completed its gigantic transformation. Everyone saw such a magical scene and all of them stared with rounded eyes. Even the group of grandparents were shocked as they looked at the monkey that had suddenly gotten bigger. Immediately after that, Old Black and the 6 giant rats, still carrying mountains of supplies, rushed forward. not to kill, but to surround Moncler outlet online the group in a hidden way. In the next moment, Old Oxen Song Shoutao also rushed over. In an instant, the sound of impact, the sound of sharp blades entering the flesh, the sound of miserable screams, and the sound of bones breaking, are endless, the smell of blood, quickly spreading in the air, heads with white hair, tumbling around, blood all over the place. No one in the other three teams dared to speak up, all of them were shivering as they watched the scene. At this point, the remaining lords panicked. They knew that this group of contracted beasts listened to Jiaoyin. Someone shouted loudly at Jiaoyin, "Little bastard! What the hell do you want to do? Boss, spare your life. I won't dare anymore. Xia team is Lao Wan they harmed, and I have nothing to do with boss, you can't leave. Make these beasts stop." Wu Shuegui's limp legs were going limp, and he didn't dare to look back. It's all you can do to sell yourself and make it look easier. Only vaguely heard that Team Xia was victimized by Lao Wan and the others, and had nothing to do with Jiaoyin. Jiaoyin followed him without a hitch, sensing something, and calmly asked, "Are you afraid of me?" "No, dare not. I am not afraid. Boss, you don't misunderstand." Wu Shuegui's lips were trembling. "You're not afraid of me?" Zhao Yin's voice chilled. I am afraid. No, not afraid." Wu Shuegui waved his hands one after another, incoherent, almost kneeling down for Jiaoyin. "You should say that you will only look up to me and be in awe of me. There is no way to talk about being afraid or unafraid." Zhao Yin's words fell, and he stepped away. Wu Shuegui limped and led the way again. Never daring to speak again, he was able to be valued by Team Wang and Xia Jinshan, and he himself had a delicate heart. But at this time, he realized that the man in front of him made him impervious. It's not that the other person's mind is as deep as it could be. It's that it's too hard to figure out. Soon, coming to a cave entrance, the way was blocked by two barred gates. Wu Shuegui stepped forward and unlocked the chain above, opened the iron bar door and explained, "This is the warehouse inside the cave. It used to be the storage room used by the scenic spot cleaners. Then Wang team saw that this place is suitable for piling up supplies, so they asked me to clean up a bit to move all the supplies here. Boss, please come in with me." The so-called warehouse is only about 24 square feet. It was piled up with rags, but it was still arranged in an orderly manner. So it was evident that Wu Shuegui, the warehouse manager, was usually very attentive. The first thing I saw was a pile of scrap iron that I had picked up from somewhere, about 300 or 400 kilograms, and next to it was an earthen furnace, and a dozen molds. Jiaoyin took one look at them and realized that someone had used them, melting iron to make guns and household items. In addition to this, there were a dozen large iron pots, several hundred pounds of charcoal, a pile of clothing, and a dozen bundles of bamboo poles 5 or 6 meters long. None of this garbage was of much use to Jiaoyin. The day the end came, the scenic spot had more than 100,000 tourists. Only 1 or 2,000 people escaped into the cave. Many people were seriously injured. Wang team let us do all we could to rescue them, and only 700 or 800 people survived. And the clothes on the dead didn't go to waste. Xia Jinshan pointed at the pile of clothes, as if remembering something, and sighed. "Where is the food? And what have you been eating for the past month or so?" Jiaoyin asked directly. Wu Shuegui pointed to the pile of bamboo poles. This was originally a scenic spot in the waterhole next to the planted bamboo forest. The end of the world came, somehow withered and died. The Wang team let us cut down the fishing. Plus the tourists are used to carrying food. When 2,000 or 2,000 people flooded into the cave, brought in a lot of food. Xia team later melted these cauldrons every day with the fish caught to cook some bread and ham and so on. Let us survive that month with great difficulty. Then the food ran out. The Wang team found a newly grown vine in the cave. The leaves are edible, and every day you can pick 100 or 200 pounds, mixed with fish and meat to cook soup. Finally did not starve to death a few people. From Zhao Yin's viewpoint, Wu Shuegui's cheeks were sunken and his eyes were lifeless. Wu Shuegui licked his lips. Unfortunately, the fish in the waterhole can't be endless. Team Wang is only allowed to catch 30 per day, saying that it's a thin stream. Zhao Yin was relieved when he heard this. Earlier he was afraid that Wu Shuegui would say something like eating people to sustain his livelihood. There really are mutant crops here. Take me to see that vine, Zhao Yin said. He spoke calmly, but in his heart he was a little excited. I have long been bored with chestnuts and rat meat lately, and am lacking other food groups to improve my diet. There's not only fish here, but also mutated vegetables that I haven't eaten in a long time. Wu Shuegui peeled back the pile of clothing to reveal a crack in the stone wall, a natural formation. Boss, please follow me. Zhao Yin was a bit surprised, not expecting that mutated crop to be hidden here. He followed Wu Shuegui into the fissure, and there was a different world inside. A cavernous hall covering an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. This place has not been developed by the scenic area, and there is no light source shining in. Only the stalactites overhead occasionally flashed phosphorescence, like the night sky full of stars. A thigh-thick vine, rooted in a stone wall not far away, climbed 70 or 80 square feet. Its rounded leaves thick and watery. Crispy ear vegetable, grade E mutant plant, rich in nutrients. Effect, cure stubborn diseases. Special effect, revitalizes after 24 hours of harvesting. Zhao Ying breathed a sigh of relief. It was actually an E-class mutated crop. Evolvers don't usually get sick, but when they do it's hard to cure. It's not like there's any medical conditions to speak of in the post-apocalyptic world. And this crispy ear vegetable is so potent that there are times when it can save your life. Zhao Yin's favorite thing was to save his life, and the special effect of this crispy ear vegetable is the cycle of rebirth. No wonder Wu Shuegue said that every day can pick 200 or 300 pounds. No wonder those grandpas and grandmas, one after the other, were bone thin. But not many of them were sickly. The most scarce thing in the post-apocalyptic world, besides food, was medicine. And even if Zhao Yin couldn't use it, he could still exchange it with other camps in the future for the supplies he wanted. In the future, no one is allowed to come in again without my permission, including you, Zhao Yin said as she stared intently into Wu Shuegue's eyes. Wu Shuegue accompanied a smile on his face. Got it, boss. I will lock the warehouse door and give you the key. After saying that, Wu Shuegue's eyes flashed with gloom. And that's for yourself? In the future, how will the 400 to 500 people in the cave survive? Zhao Yin and Wu Shuegue returned to the warehouse. Zhao Ying pointed to the dozen bundles of bamboo poles and said, distribute this immediately, and for those who are alive, find a few to go pick crispy earwax, and all the rest to go fishing, including children over the age of 5. All go fishing? Wu Shuegue was staggered. Is this to clean the fish out of the waterhole? Didn't get it? Zhao Yin's eyes narrowed. Wu Shuegue had a jolt of excitement and quickly bowed. Okay, boss, I'll go arrange it right away. After saying that, Wu Shuegue walked out, and soon brought more than a dozen powerful Amazons to carry all the bamboo poles out of the warehouse. Zhao Ying didn't bother to see how they distributed the bamboo poles, and pointed at the several cauldrons. I'll have Old Black bring you some rat bones later. All those who catch fish today will have bone soup to drink, and those who don't will have none. The reasoning that you have to feed the horse if you want it to run. Zhao Ying understands. Those rat bones that he couldn't see were originally brought along only because he didn't want to waste them. The rat bones had little meat, but they weighed no less. And now they had in turn become a burden for Old Black and the others. And in the event of an accident, the contracted beasts carrying the extreme load did not have much fighting power at all. It's pretty good to use it at this point. Or at least it's a lot better than wasting it. Zhao Ying didn't care about exhausting the fish. What he wanted was to stay for this period of time to catch all the fish in the waterhole and take them away. Wu Shuegue froze again. Rat bone soup? It's the bones of those big rats, similar to cow bones, with a better flavor. Zhao Ying said. Wu Shuegue was instantly agitated. Team Wang and the others paid a terrible price for that because the rat was too tasty. Nowadays, however, there is rat bone soup. Boss, I'll relay your words to them, and there will definitely be a lot of people who are willing to sell themselves to work for you. Wu Shuegue happily finished and limped out. Zhao Ying hadn't anticipated that the rat bone would actually be that attractive to these people. In fact, from his standpoint, the rat bones were nothing good, not even as good as the fish in the waterhole. But for the people in the cave, they hadn't had a full meal in a long time, let alone a delicious one that had been on their minds. Zhao Ying walked out of the warehouse and went forward to the place where he was previously lined up. Song Xiaodao and the contracted beasts had already taken care of all of the group of grandpas, leaving a few grandmothers behind to dispose of the corpses. Not far away, hundreds of people were holding bamboo poles in their hands, and many had already removed the threads from their old clothes and were planning to twist them into a twine-like shape. All they had to do next was to bend the wire from the pile of scrap iron into hooks, tie on string, and they had a simple fishing rod. Boss, I left 10 elderly ladies behind to take care of children under the age of 5. 30 young and strong women went to pick crispy ear vegetables, and all the rest were all equipped with fishing rods. Wu Shuegue reported. Is this what you guys used to fish with? Zhao Ying asked with a frown. Let the boss laugh. We only have this condition. Although the equipment is simple, but dozens of people fishing together, a day to catch enough 30 fish is still no problem. Wu Shuegue said. Zhao Ying hesitated slightly and called out. Song Xiaodao, Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao walked over. Give each of them a piece of jerky to use as bait for fishing, and kill anyone who dares to steal it. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao agreed and went to find the little monkey to help distribute the jerky together. Soon, a group of people carried fishing rods and headed to the waterhole in the hall in front of them as Zhao Yin followed the crowd forward to watch. Soon, the not-so-big watering hole was going to be filled with 500 or 600 people. Someone couldn't wait to cast the rod, and a few minutes later, a fish bit, followed by the lifting of a 1-pound-plus warbler. Wu Shuegue immediately stared with wide eyes. Boss, what kind of meat you give them for bait? Before we fished for half a day. There is no fish biting. The fish here is a lot harder to open than outside. Why do you this meat? It's that big rat meat, Zhao Ying said casually. Wu Shuegue was dumbfounded. Unable to return to his senses for a long time, the owner actually fishes with rat meat? That kind of rat meat is a top-notch delicacy, even before the end of the world. It wasn't wasted like that, was it? Zhao was quite pleasant at this point, and went directly to the older woman who had caught the fish, and took the warbler off the hook, and looked at the bait on the hook. She just tore off a small shred of meat and threaded it on the iron hook, and didn't waste it. Zhao nodded. Tonight, you can drink rat bone soup. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The big mom bowed in excitement as Zhao carried the warp beak and walked towards the passageway, quickly returning to the hall in front of the warehouse, casually handing the warp beak to Song Xiaodao. Go make fish soup. Extra meal for lunch today. Great. There's fish soup to drink. Song Xiaodao happily carried the fish and bounced away, only after she avoided Zhao Yin's line of sight. She went to the old ox's back and took down a frying pan, followed by finding the older women who were bringing up the children, and coldly asked, "Who knows how to cook fish soup?" I will. So would I. Almost all of the older women make fish soup before the end of the world. They are all retired elderly, can come out to travel, almost no physical problems, weekdays at home hobby, in addition to playing mahjong, square dancing, is to have enough time to study recipes. Song Xiaodao tossed the pot and fish to an older woman with a clean face. I'll quietly give you a piece of jerky, and you'll help me cook the fish soup, so Zhao can't find out. Big Mom immediately nodded in surprise. Yes, boss. One of the women who is in charge of picking the crispy ear vegetables asked me to ask you if they also have rat bone soup in the evening? Wu Shuigue carefully asked Zhao. Zhao nodded. Go and tell them that those who work well are fed, and if anyone dares to hide it, even if it's just one person, I'll kill them all and feed them to the rats. Today, he abused the group of lords in the most brutal way in front of everyone, and I believe that no one has the guts to hide it. At least, for the last 2 days, they hadn't had the guts to be thieves. However, Zhao still used this way to let them monitor each other. Wu Shuigue shuddered. Got it, boss. After saying that, he didn't leave immediately, his face showing hesitation. You have something else? Zhao asked, out of the corner of his eye. He landed on Song Xiaodao in the distance, taking in that girl's lazy little movements. Boss, in fact, there are still some things in the warehouse that I don't know if I should give them to you, Wu Shuigue said hesitantly. Zhao looked back at him, his eyes growing cold. You're still hiding something from me? I was in such a hurry to get to the crispy ear vegetables earlier that I hadn't had a chance to go through the bill. Wu Shuigue instantly turned red in the face and plopped down on his knees. Boss, you listen to me. I am by no means bent on hiding. It's just that those things are of no use, and more than likely, after giving them to you, boss, they will bring danger for you. What is it? Zhao came to be interested. He stared at Wu Shuigue's evasive eyes and immediately understood that the other party was afraid that he suspected him of having bad intentions. If the other party really wanted to hide it from him, they wouldn't risk saying it at this point. Wu Shuigue fished out a fist-sized rag bag from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Zhao with both hands. You may not believe me when I tell you, boss. Inside the heads of those zombies, there are 2 kinds of stones. One is transparent, and the other is blood red. Transparent stones don't do much, but those blood red ones can be cracked open and something can appear out of thin air. Sometimes food, sometimes water, and possibly poison. Zhao Yin's eyes and heart shrank. Wasn't the blood red stone Wu Shuigue spoke of the star crystal? It turned out that they had discovered the secret of the star crystal a long time ago. Zhao Yin took the rag bag and opened it directly. Inside were 2 potions, a pink pill, and over 100 corpse crystals. Boss, this is the transparent stone. Wu Shuigue pointed to the corpse crystals and said, at the beginning of the Wang team they have done experiments. Let a person knocked open a piece. The result of that person turned into a zombie. Zhao sniffed and immediately remembered something from his previous life. Once the corpse crystal was cracked open, it would release energy that those who hadn't used an evolutionary potion to open up their potential wouldn't be able to withstand. If the corpse crystal was turned on blindly, it would only turn most people into zombies immediately, and only a very few would leave some consciousness behind and become inhuman. Zombie-like monsters, they have human intelligence, but are completely dehumanized, feeding on fresh blood and flesh. They can also rely on corpse crystals to grow. With strong power and a growth rate that exceeds even ordinary zombies, they were later given a gruesome name by the survivors, ghouls. It was just that the number of necromancers was extremely rare. So in his previous life, when Zhao learned of their existence, it was already the 7th year of the end times. He died before he could learn more. He opened the Eye of True Vision, Evolution Potion, Grade E, Primary Potion. After taking it, it can turn on the evolutionary genes of an evolver's Grade E, and obtain more powerful strength. Zhao Yin's hands trembled, just what he needed most at the moment. In his previous life, when Zhao Yin was at level E, he deliberately stayed for half a year without advancing just to look for a level E evolution potion. But in the end, he still could only regret stepping into level D. Once a survivor goes beyond the level of the potion, no amount of taking it can possibly make up for it. He thought that it would take a long time to find an E-class evolutionary potion, or it would be the same as in his previous life. But he didn't expect that such a coincidence would allow him to get what he had dreamed of. Zhao forced himself to calm down and look towards the next bottle of potion. Potion of Talent Ability, Grade A, Type Thunder System Advanced Potion. After taking it, it opens up the hidden talent ability of the evolutionary bloodline. Thunder System Grade A. Zhao instantly felt a little breathless, and the emotions that had just calmed down boiled over once again. His face slowly reddened. At this moment, even with Zhao Yin's willpower, he was in a trance. What kind of luck is that? In terms of preciousness, this bottle of alien energy potion would be able to throw off the E-class evolutionary potion by 10,000 streets. It is a treasure that is truly sought after. In his previous life for 7 years, Zhao Yin had also only obtained the B-rank psychic ability, the Eye of True Sight. Even Lin Tianfeng had only gotten his second psychic ability after becoming the Lord of the Pact, and it was only a B-rank power lineage. This shows the rarity of the alien potion. It's not at all a matter of having the supplies and the power to get it. It totally depends on the fate. Anyone who got an alien potion wouldn't put it up for sale. Zhao Yin hadn't expected at all that he would get a third psychic ability in this life just like that. And it was A-ranked. He hurriedly put the 2 bottles of potions into his spatial ring before looking at the 1 pill, red-pink pill, Grade B, Intermediate Auxiliary Pill. After taking it, you will fall in love with the first person you see for the rest of your life. Isn't this an upgraded version of LSD? Put before the end of the world. Is absolutely licking dogs to hold up to the sky of the treasure. To Zhao Yin. Nothing works, Zhao Yin said darkly. He swiftly inched into his spatial ring, almost as fast as he could collect the alien potion. As for the rest of the corpse crystals, they were all classless. From this, Zhao Yin guessed that the previous cave guards had gone out and decimated the zombies just after the outbreak, relying on crowds. Zhao Yin had come from 5 kilometers away, and along the road, he hadn't seen any large groups of corpses, so he assumed it was all they're doing. Otherwise, with the strength of the cave guards, it would be difficult to deal with zombies above F-class without evolvers, much less get the star crystal. At this moment, when Wu Shuegue saw the object in Zhao Yin's hand suddenly disappear, he was only slightly surprised before returning to normal. There was mystery everywhere in this young man, and he was used to it. Boss, those drugs are very dangerous. You must be careful. Before we still have a bottle of medicine. After Wang Team let someone take it, that person died on the spot in the blink of an eye with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. After that, Wang Team ordered to get any more drugs, uniformly put them in the warehouse for preservation, and no one is allowed to use them privately. At this moment, Zhao Yin's heart was clear. I'm afraid that the bottle was also an evolutionary potion. At least E grade or above. That person wasn't even an evolutionary, and it would be strange if he didn't die if he rashly took such a high-level potion. In fact, the evolutionary potions prescribed by the star crystal had a large percentage of F-class, otherwise all those evolved people without the Eye of True Sight wouldn't be dead. When Zhao Yin regretted the bottle of potion in his heart, he secretly sighed, not knowing whether to say that the escort was unlucky or too lucky. It wouldn't be too much to describe them as having unbelievable luck, but they were sitting on a mountain of treasure and wouldn't use it, which made it cheaper for Zhao Yin. What about the other things? Are there any more? Zhao Yin asked, adding immediately afterward, the things that the blood-red stone opens up. The records are all here. Wu Shuegue handed a ledger to Zhao Yin and said, not long after that meteorite rain stopped, the food inside the cave rotted and stank. Team Wang organized people to go out and look for supplies, and they got a total of 12 blood-red stones, and the food and water that was opened was given out as prizes to the survivors. So the only thing left are these harmful transparent stones in medicine. All that food, you guys ate it? Zhao Yin asked with glaring eyes. Eat up. Wu Shuegue nodded nervously, followed by hastily said, all they eat? I did not eat a bite. When the guards were not formally established, the Wang team in order to let them work hard, they were all distributed. It is said that the taste is very good. After saying that, Wu Shuegue subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Zhao Yin had immediate pain. These bastards, actually eating transcendent food as if it were ordinary food. They deserve to be poisoned to death by the potion. The one called Team Wang should be glad that he died outside, or else Zhao Yin would have jerked him around as well. Transcendent food? Wu Shuegue froze. Zhao Yin didn't bother to explain to him and waved his hand. Go, see how the fish fishing is going. Over 100 pounds. Start organizing the manpower to smoke them into dried fish. In addition to those crispy ear vegetables, all of them are made into dried vegetables for me. After saying that, Zhao Yin turned around and left. Crispy ear vegetables could be made into dried vegetables, which was Zhao Yin's intention from the start, to pick and dry as much as possible during his stay, and then dig up the rhizomes when he was finally on his way out. It's just that Zhao Yin is currently short of known Fushan Quan again. In the last few days the remaining agrimony has been used up to protect the life of the chestnut roots. He planned to go out tomorrow to look for the flying white tiger after handling the matter at hand. And in the meantime, he would kill zombies to get zombie crystals and star crystals. As for the space pendant, the only information Zhao Yun knew was that it was on a corpse king. Zhao Yun found an open space, released the stealth tent, instructed the contracted beasts to guard the outside, and walked straight in. Zhao Yun, the fish soup is ready. Check it out, it's all creamy. Come taste your fiancé's handiwork. Song Xiaodao held a pot of aromatic fish soup and gulped. Where's Zhao Yun? The little monkey pointed to a clearing. Song Xiaodao immediately understood that it was a stealthy open top, and hurriedly groped for the door. The little monkey pulled on her clothes and shook her head vigorously, and Song Xiaodao asked, "What is Zhao Yun doing?" The little monkey squeaked and gestured, meaning he felt his master getting stronger. He's evolving again? Song Xiaodao instantly understood what was going on and widened his eyes. Didn't it just evolve to E rank? An hour passed. 2 hours passed. It wasn't until it was dark that Zhao Yun's figure finally walked out from within the stealth tent. Human male. Ability awakened. Level E evolutionary. Evolution 100/0.26. Strength 62. Agility 69. Physical strength 50. Spirit 95. Talent B shooting. Life countdown 109. 963 days. At this point, Zhao Yun had already opened up his E rank potential, and almost all of his attributes had doubled. His 5 senses became sharper, and he could hear small sounds 5 kilometers away, and could even see mosquitoes flying by 5 kilometers away if there were no obstacles in their way. And Zhao Yun had already mastered the A-rank thunder system ability, just that he couldn't detect it with his true vision eyes. "Monkey, come over here and let me try your strength," Zhao Yun said loudly with a full face. As a matter of fact, Zhao Yun had never had any combat system powers, and had always shrunk from doing things. At this point, he had the feeling that he was completely branched out. "Master, are you really sure?" The little monkey quickly asked in a heartfelt voice. "I am afraid that I cannot collect my power. In case I hurt my master, I have chestnut tree leaves for healing, and if you beat me, you'll be rewarded with 5 F-class corpse crystals," Zhao Yun said, squeaky. The little monkey was instantly thrilled, now that his master's prize was no longer supplies, but recognition and love. "Master, do it, and let the little monkey learn about master's strong strength." Zhao Yun stopped talking nonsense and slammed his fist towards the little monkey's shoulder, using 7 points of force. Bang! The little monkey stumbled and took a step back, staring at Zhao Yun with wide eyes. It remembered that its master hadn't been this strong before. "Turn on your supernatural abilities and strike at me with all your might," Zhao Yun chided. In the next moment, he once again slammed his fist at the little monkey. "Roar! Master, be careful!" The little monkey instantly turned on his giganticization ability and also slammed his fist at Zhao Yun. It already understood that its master's strength was not what it used to be after this evolution, and it could not be belittled by its mastery. Boom! A large fist and a small one set off a soundstorm. Just when the little monkey thought that he could definitely outsmart his master by turning on his powers, suddenly, an arc of electricity erupted from Zhao Yun's fist. The little monkey immediately felt his body shaken, every pore tingling. The force from his fist forcibly interrupted, followed by a bang. The little monkey's huge body fell out. At this moment, all the contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao were all shocked. They looked at Zhao Yun incredulously. "Turn on your dual supernatural abilities," Zhao Yun chided the little monkey. "Master, earlier I was careless and didn't flash." Monkeys are stubborn by nature, and the defeat they just suffered has stirred up the young monkey's competitive spirit as well. It has to keep its place in its master's heart. "Next, I'll show my master what I'm capable of." "Very good," Zhao Yun said. The little monkey directly turned on its second alien ability, Berserking, and its huge figure, almost 3 meters tall, violently rushed towards Zhao Yun. Setting off a gust of wind, Zhao Yun understood that the little monkey had turned on his dual psychic abilities, and his strength and speed were probably more than 2.5 times that of his own. He didn't choose to fight the little monkey hard, and an arc of electricity once again appeared on his fingertips. The little monkey's big mouth grinned as if it was laughing. Its speed surpassed Zhao Yun by too much, and before the arc of electricity could shoot out, its speed violently exploded to the extreme. His figure instantly flashed behind Zhao Yun, and his large hand grabbed towards his collar. "Master!" However, before it could get complacent, an electric net suddenly appeared behind Zhao Yun. It instantly catapulted down the little monkey's arm and onto it. The little monkey suddenly stiffened, followed by his limbs twitching and falling to the ground. Zhao Yun turned to look at it and calmly said, "Monkey, you lost." After the paralyzing sensation disappeared from the little monkey's body, he climbed up from the ground with his head lowered. His mood instantly lowered. "Master, the little monkey has let you down. You're strong," Zhao Yun said from the bottom of his heart. He still took out 5 F-class corpse crystals and threw them to the little monkey. "This is your prize." "Master, there's a prize?" the little monkey was immediately happy again. Of course, you're my first contracted beast. The vanguard officer seat will always be yours, Jiaoyin said. In fact, Jiaoyin just wanted to try out his new combat system ability. He was able to defeat the little monkey mainly because he knew its strength like the back of his hand. Whereas it was the first time the little monkey had ever encountered a lightning-type ability. If there was a do-over, or if the little monkey really went for a fight, or if the little monkey used the Rat King's claw, the ending might have been different. Of course, Jiaoyin wouldn't say any of this. He wanted to maintain the intimidation of the moment in front of his contracted beast. Jiaoyin, when will I be able to get such a powerful psychic ability? Song Xiaodao beamed, tugged at his fingers, and whispered, I also want to be as powerful as you? You think psychic powers are cabbages? Jiaoyin asked. I'm the only one who's still F-ranked. Even Mouse 1 and the others are better than me. Song Xiaodao said in aggravation. Jiaoyin casually said, tomorrow I'm going to hunt zombies. You go too. If you want powers, go kill zombies to get star crystals. If you can really develop powers, they'll belong to you. You don't have to turn them in again. Really? Never break a promise. Less than 1 in 10,000 survivors in the post-apocalyptic world will be able to obtain psychic powers. Countless survivors have spent their entire lives without even seeing a hair on their head. He didn't believe that Song Xiaodao could really open up her powers. He was just comforting her. Regarding Song Xiaodao's strength increase, Jiaoyin had long planned to let her evolve when he had gathered enough corpse crystals that would allow her to evolve to E-rank.as for psychic abilities. Let's wait until Jiaoyin herself is strong. Song Xiaodao had been stealing fish soup earlier while waiting for Jiaoyin, and there wasn't a single drop left in the pot at this point. Jiaoyin, I'll go and recook the fish soup for you. The little girl finished speaking and ran towards the water pool as if she was a thief for most of the day. More than 1,000 pounds of fresh fish had been caught, and there were big mothers killing the fish by the waterhole, and big mothers setting up fires to bake dried fish. Old Black patrolled the shore with 4 giant rats to prevent anyone from stealing food. There were also 2 giant rats, one overseeing the picking of the crispy earwax and one overseeing the baking of the crispy earwax. In the evening, Wu Shuigui set up a dozen cauldrons to cook the hundreds of pounds of rat bones given to him by Jiaoyin, mixed with fish scales, gills, guts, fish oil, and other things, and all the survivors waited in long lines to be fed. All of them were smiling. They hadn't eaten enough in a long time. This time, Jiaoyin cooked a large pot of chestnut porridge, fried a crispy ear dish with smoked dried rat meat, and roasted a large piece of king rat meat together with a large pot of fish soup cooked by Song Xiaodao. A large steamed warthog filled the humble square table. There were also several iron pots on the floor filled with broth and fish soup. Jiaoyin then called back all the contracted beasts and opened a bottle of Maotai that he hadn't been willing to drink. And in an instant, the aroma of wine and meat floated directly outside the tent. An 11 or 12-year-old girl was drooling with gluttony. Uncle Wu, is it true that Daddy won't be coming back? The little girl asked. Wu Shuigui hid a large spoonful of bone soup, purposely chucked an extra chunk of crispy bone and poured it into the little girl's bowl. Sighed, even if Team Wang comes back, you have to call that person a boss. Understand? The girl is none other than Team Wang's own daughter, which is the only secret Wu Shuigui didn't dare tell Jiaoyin. When she heard this, her eyes darkened. In fact, if Dad had been like the boss in the first place, Uncle Xia wouldn't have died. Uncle Wu, can you let me meet the boss alone? I have something I want to say to him. You're looking for the boss? Wu Shuigui was stunned for a moment. What could be so important for a little fart to go to the boss? He quickly admonished. The boss is not like your father. It's deadly to get it wrong. Dispel this idea as soon as possible. Your father and Uncle Xia are not here. I have the responsibility to take care of you. Don't mention this matter again. Uncle Wu, I'll just say a few words. Can't I really? The girl pleaded. Your Uncle Wu, how can I have that much face? In fact, even I can't possibly follow the opinion boss. Wu Shuigui said perfunctorily. At this point, an older woman in the line behind her for food was urging the girl to leave with her bowl. She returned to a corner of the cave, where a crude shack built from a wooden frame hung with a few ragged sheets was where the girl, Wang Xiaolei, had lived with her father in the beginning. Meow, the girl was just approaching when a weak cat Meow came out of the den. White, there's food. The girl's voice carried a bit of excitement. The cloth curtains were pulled back to reveal a rough wooden framed bedroll, and on a bed of dirty bedding lay a small kitten. It was snow white and weak, lying there, its entire body starved to the bone. But a pair of azure eyes still carried vigilance. Seeing that it was Wang Xiaolei, the little milk cat cooed and slowly crawled toward her. Have a good rub-down tonight, and tomorrow morning go to the western mountain to look for the flying white tiger, and on the way, kill the zombies to look for star crystals. Mouse 1, Mouse 2, Mouse 3, and Mouse 4. Stay in the cave tomorrow, responsible for guarding the supplies and deterring the survivors, and all the other contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao. Come with me. Now, eat. Jiaoyin announced. After a night's rest, the next morning dawned. Jiaoyin left all the supplies behind, letting Mouse 1 and the others guard them, and took the 5 contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao out of the cave. After the rains of 4 days ago, the night had passed, and the nearby mountains were much more lush again, with all traces of the once capital development gone die, in its place is the majesty of life. Only, for some reason, it makes one always feel barren and desolate. On the rotten dirt road where Zhaoyin came yesterday, the weeds grew higher and waist deep. Zhaoyin directly ordered Old Black to open the road in front. Old Black's huge figure crushed all the way through. All the weeds turned into a layer of green carpet. Zhaoyin stepped on it. His feet were soft, and the air was filled with the fragrance of vegetation. It's rare to be so cozy as if this isn't being in the end times. The procession moved forward faster than it had come. 20 minutes later, Zhaoyin and his group went west for more than 10 kilometers, and the zombies finally appeared on the road again. Roar! 7 or 8 zombies spotted Old Black at the front of the group and instantly rushed towards it. All of their speeds were more than several times faster than the unevolved zombies. Zhaoyin opened the Eye of True Vision. Male zombie, F class, evolution 100/3, strength 21, agility 14, spirit 1.7, female zombie, F class, evolution 100/1, strength 20, agility 15, spirit 0.3, male zombie, class F. Zhaoyin's spirit was shaken. All the zombies were actually all F class. I remembered that 4 days ago, the small group of zombies that I met had less than 1/10 of the zombies that had evolved to F class. It's because of that rain that made the surviving animals active, and the blood and flesh catalyzed the zombies' evolutionary rate. Zhaoyin murmured. At this time in his previous life, it was incredibly difficult for him to even survive, and he didn't notice any of this. At this moment, Old Black seemed to be provoked, and with a flash of his body he crashed into the corpses. The sound of clicking was endless, and in less than 3 seconds, all the zombies fell to the ground. 4 of them were cut off by Old Black's sharp claws, and the rest had their heads cut off from the beginning to the end. Zhaoyin's footsteps didn't stop. Work, he said to the remaining 2 giant rats. Quickly rushed up and sliced open all of the zombies' heads in a few strokes, while Monkey and Song Xiaodao followed behind to pick up the corpse crystals. Zhaoyin and his party continued to rush, delayed for less than a minute. Less than a kilometer ahead, a group of corpses appeared again. This time it was a group of 40 to 50 corpses, and Zhaoyin saw the tallest zombie among them at a glance. Male zombie, class E, evolution 100/12, strength 51, agility 34, defense 48, spirit 9, except for this E-class zombie. All the others are F-class. All of you go forward to charge and kill. Settle the battle as soon as possible. Monkey, see that tall zombie? There's a star crystal. Go and pick its head for me. Zhaoyin directly ordered that E-class zombies' attributes, which were a cut above those of an unusually evolved E-class, had definitely devoured star crystals. Roar! The little monkey instantly turned on his giganticization ability and quickly put on his huge rat skin armor, carrying the Rat King's claw in his one arm, and ran, making a roar with every step he took. A moo. The old bull also got excited. Since the zombie healed, except for abusing the group of unprofessional masters, it has not fought for a long time. Huge body, rushed forward before the little monkey. The Old Black saw that his master's 2 old subordinates were so fierce, it also did not want to lag behind, and also rushed, with 2 giant rats. In the blink of an eye, all of the contracted beasts rushed out. And it was only then that Song Xiaodao put on his ratskin armor and hung behind his butt. Zhaoyin lit a cigarette and sat on his butt on a rock by the side of the road, crossing his legs and squinting at the battle ahead. This time, all the mutant beasts had already rushed into the corpses. Even if it was 2 pseudo-mutant beasts, giant rats, their strength was by no means comparable to these zombies. Not to mention there were 3 real mutant beasts. It was like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. The E-class zombies were excited to see living things, but in the next moment, they saw half of their men die in the blink of an eye. It roared. All the zombies beside it immediately all went up to intercept the old cow who rushed in the forefront, and then the E-class zombie turned and fled. E-class zombies that had devoured corpse crystals already had a not-so-low level of intelligence. However, in the next moment, the E-class zombie could only feel a gust of wind kicking up behind it, and turned back in horror as a rat king claw with a glint of cold light slashed at its neck. With the speed of this E-class zombie, there was no way to dodge it. Pissed, the head flew up and was grabbed by the little monkey that leapt up. Then the little monkey carried the head in its one arm, biting the Rat King's claw in its mouth, charging all the way across the street, crashing through 7 or 8 zombies before returning to Zhaoyin. Master, the head. Your head is cut off. My head? Zhaoyin was speechless for a while. This monkey was still so unable to speak that he was also too lazy to count, and took out a short Rat King claw, directly slicing the head gently, bearing 2 times, an E-grade corpse crystal and a star crystal. Rolling out the black-brown brain matter, Zhaoyin directly pinched the star crystal open and white light flashed in his hand. Golden saddle, grade C. Extraordinary mount equipment. Mount movement speed plus 80. Load strength plus 100. With the effective mount movement speed plus 5%, Zhao Yun had been ready to meet non-fusion. And when he saw the heavy saddle in his hands, he froze. It was actually a rare mount type equipment. And it was C-ranked. Immediately afterward, Zhao Yun's heart burst with joy. Was it that in this life, the chances of star crystals opening up good things had become greater? Or was it that one's luck was against the odds? However, it's just nice to be able to open something good without having to think about it too much. This time, the mutant beasts and Song Xiaodao had already resolved the battle, and all 47 F-class zombies had turned into real corpses. Even the time it took to dig up the corpse crystals was longer than the time it took to kill the zombies. Zhao Yun, the corpse crystals are all here. No star crystals were found. Song Xiaodao held a pile of corpse crystals and walked towards Zhao Yun, and immediately afterward, she noticed the golden light shining in Zhao Yun's hand. What is this? For me? Here's the saddle. You want to equip it? Zhao Yun finished the last puff of his cigarette and stomped out the butt before standing up. Song Xiaodao hastily shook his head. I don't want equipment. Zhao Yun's gaze landed on a group of mutant beasts, followed by his gaze directly locking onto Old Black. It's perfect for a mount. Old Black, come over here. Zhao Yun hooked his finger. Old Black was immediately shaken in spirit and busied himself with his ass to Zhao Yun's body. Master. Its eyes were full of excitement. Every time its master used to call the little monkey and the old ox like this, there was always a reward. Zhao Yun directly put the saddle on Old Black's back and rolled over to ride. His feet were in the stirrups, and he felt smoother and more comfortable than he had expected. This mount equipment will be yours from now on. Zhao Yun said this. Old Black's heartbeat was cheerful. Master, I feel much lighter with this equipment. This equipment adds 100 points of weight-bearing strength to you, so even if you carry an additional 1,000 pounds, you won't feel more tired than usual, and it adds nearly double your movement speed. Zhao Yun patted Old Black's shoulder blade. Many thanks, Master. Old Black will carry Master from now on, and conquer this post-apocalyptic world. Old Black said in an excited, heartfelt voice. The old ox and the two giant rats on the side all revealed envious eyes. They had all heard Zhao Yun's words, and this equipment was tailor-made for the four-legged mutant beast. Sensing the emotions of the three contracted beasts, Zhao Yun soothed. Don't be anxious. When the mount equipment is opened later, you'll all have it by then. Zhao Yun, I want to ride Old Black too. Song Xiaodao held the corpse crystal and tilted his little head. Zhao Yun bent down and pulled her onto the rat's back, worrying that she would fall, so he simply carried her in his arms and said to all the mutant beasts, let's go. There's still 10 kilometers to go before we reach the western mountains. Along the way, a few more waves of corpses were encountered, and all the zombies had evolved to F-class. Only they didn't meet another E-class. Zhao Yun easily harvested another 200 or so F-class corpse crystals. This time, within his spatial ring, all the corpse crystals together could already be converted into 4 E-grade corpse crystals. Zhao Yun's destination had finally arrived, and a huge valley appeared ahead. The West Mountain used to be one of the most important attractions of the Dawei Mountain Range tourist area. There are more than 30 famous temples and ancient temples on the mountain, and the most famous one, the Tianlong Temple, is even more famous in the whole country, with countless tourists coming here to burn incense and worship Buddha every day. The valley in front of you was originally a scenic area of a style of commercial agglomeration. The construction of hundreds of hotels, resorts, large shopping malls, a variety of luxury stores. Today, all is lost. Weeds and trees grew among the ruins, and standing outside the valley, the occasional zombie could be seen. Wandering through the desolation, they were ragged, dead-eyed, with veins protruding from under their pale skin. All of them F-ranked and moving quickly. Zhao Yun rode on Old Black's back, holding Song Xiaodao in his arms, and listened with his eyes closed, realizing that the deeper into the valley, the denser the footsteps of the zombies became. It's estimated that at least tens of thousands of walkers have gathered here. Zhao Yun, there are zombies inside. Song Xiaodao also looked into the valley and lowered his voice. There seems to be a few hundred of them. Should we go kill them? Not hundreds. There are tens of thousands of them deep in the valley. Zhao Yun said. When Song Xiaodao heard this, he immediately remembered the industrial park, and his face instantly turned pale. Let's get out of here. This is where I'm looking for. Zhao Yun said in a deep voice. It was here in his previous life that Zhao Yun had captured the flying white tiger for Lin Huafeng, but by then, the flying white tiger had already grown up and slaughtered all the nearby zombies. And by then, when Zhao Yun came, the place had already evolved into a mountain forest with only a single flying white tiger entrenched. Don't worry, although there are a lot of zombies, we are no longer as strong as we used to be. You really want to kill all these zombies? Song Xiaodao was still in fear. The scene at the industrial park had already left a shadow in her mind. Zhao Yun took out that E-class corpse crystal and handed it to Song Xiaodao. Evolve to E-class now, and you'll have an extra bit of strength in battle later. Song Xiaodao took the corpse crystal and didn't dare to say anything more, directly crushing it in Zhao Yun's arms. The faint white light spread out in her hand and quickly drilled into her body. A light tremor ran through Song Xiaodao's body. Evolvers level up with corpse crystals. Not like it's the first time they've taken an evolutionary potion. Soon, Song Xiaodao felt a strong power derive within her body, and her entire body became lighter, as if she had been carrying several hundred pounds before and had suddenly put it down. The whole thing is cozy and relaxing. A long time later, Song Xiaodao opened his eyes. Zhao Yin, did I evolve to E rank this time? Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision, human female, class E evolutionary. Evolution level 100/0, strength 29, agility 36, physical strength 23, mental strength 19, life countdown, 60,102 days. Alright, go down and prepare for battle. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he directly threw Song Xiaodao off of the rat's back, and mentally commanded, Monkey, go lure the corpses out. Remember that you can't have more than 500 at a time. And the other contracted beasts get ready to fight. Even though Zhao Yin's current group of contracted beasts was powerful and his own strength was not what it used to be, he still didn't dare to go deeper into the valley. Tens of thousands of zombies, even if they stood still and let the contracted beasts kill them, it was impossible to kill them all in one breath. And once their energy was exhausted, they could only be zombie snacks. The strategy he developed was to lure the zombies out of the valley in waves and break them down one by one. It was estimated that after obtaining the corpse crystals within the valley, he and the contracted beasts would be able to advance to D rank. When the little monkey received the order, it immediately turned on its giganticization ability and rushed towards the valley. Roar! A few zombies near the outermost part of the valley immediately discovered the little monkey and roared as they lunged at it. The little monkey didn't even bother. Its body transformed into a gust of wind and instantly rushed past a few zombies. Immediately after, it ran out 200 to 300 meters. The roar of the corpses beside it became more and more intensive, and a full 200 to 300 zombies were attracted to it. The little monkey turned and ran, followed by 200 to 300 zombies, including a tall E-class. Ready! Zhao Yin took out the long-handled Rat King claw, still sitting on the back of the old black, beside the two giant rats and the old ox, as well as Song Xiaodao hastily scattered, ready to surround the group of corpses. The little monkey stopped after running to Zhao Yin's side, and nearly 300 zombies gathered behind him, hissing and running frantically in this direction. There are still sparse zombies attracted to the area in the distance. Keep all the commotion down and kill them as soon as possible, Zhao Yin said, clamping his legs together and taking the initiative to meet the group of corpses that rushed out of the valley beyond. Behind them, Song Xiaodao and the contracted beasts immediately closed in on the corpses. Old Black was close to one of the zombies that rushed at the front. Zhao Yin immediately swung his Rat King claw and chopped at it, but in the next moment, that zombie had already been sliced into two by Old Black's claw. This time, Old Black had already crashed into the group of corpses, waving his sharp claws around, and all the nearby zombies were slaughtered before they could get close. Zhao Yin suddenly realized that riding Old Black and pretending was a mistake. It would only affect the speed at which he could kill walkers. So Zhao Yin leaped off the back of the rat, from the space ring, took out the open mountain knife to replace the Rat King claws. With the sharpness of the open mountain knife, dealing with these zombies is completely enough, with the attribute of 15 points of swinging speed, which will allow Zhao Yin to kill up faster. As for the Thunder System ability, it was energy consuming, and at this time, it was completely useless. That moment, a zombie with stiff steps but extremely fast speed approached Zhao Yin, who casually swung the open sword he had just replaced. Pissed, a head shot up into the sky and flew off to who knows where. Immediately after that, it was too late to look. 4 or 5 zombies had already surrounded. Zhao Yin's movement speed was 5 or 6 times faster than theirs. One side of his body drilled out of the encirclement. Poof! Another walker's head flies up. At this time, the contracted beasts behind them have all rushed into the corpses, an instant to start the slaughter. Broken limbs and black blood flying in the sky. The most terrifying was the old cow, now that it had regained its 2 horns, clamping its tail hard and protecting its asshole. With each impact, a dozen or so zombies had their bodies smashed and rotted. The corpses fell in pieces and quickly thinned out. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on 30 meters away, the tall zombie, followed by a full swing of the knife. The 3 zombies in front of him were instantly cut off. Zhao Yin's feet stepped down, his body shape sharply penetrated out, blinking to the front of the tall zombie. At this point, this E-class zombie has not figured out what group of masters he will be facing. Zhao Yin slashed at it, and it instinctively raised its hand to catch it, and it clicked. An arm was dismembered. And immediately after, Zhao Yin kicked it to the ground and swung his sword to decapitate its head. The difference in strength is too great. Basically, it wasn't too different from decapitating an F-class zombie. 2 slashes plus a kick. The zombies behind him, at this point, had already been killed by the contracted beasts without a few left. Zhao Yin bent down and picked up the head of the E-class zombie, came to the safe place and carefully cut it open. And from within the brain matter, he found out an E-class zombie crystal and a star crystal. Zhao Yin's fingers exerted force and the star crystal was opened. The white light flashed and it was a piece of sandwich bread. Not bad. This kind of transcendent food that rapidly recovers from injuries is currently needed. Jiaoyin smiled. It was good that it wasn't Farmer's Spring. He put it away straight away. The last zombie behind him was swung down by Song Xiaodao with a rat king claw, and his head was chopped off along with half of his shoulder, and his pitch black heart smashed on Song Xiaodao. The little girl's white leather armor was already stained with black blood and her little face was dirty. Song Xiaodao didn't have time to be distressed before he heard Jiaoyin Dao collect all the corpse crystals within half an hour, and little monkey will go back to lure the zombies. Jiaoyin also joined the team that collected the corpse crystals, and with the speed of him and Song Xiaodao with the contracted beasts, it still took 27 minutes to finish collecting them. There are 336 F-class corpse crystals. Immediately after that, the little monkey continued to go and lure the zombies, and after 10 minutes, it once again lured more than 300 zombies. Jiaoyin stared to check, and within the dense group of corpses, there was another particularly tall zombie, another E-class. So the killing was repeated once more, and after 10 minutes the corpses were killed, and it took another 20 minutes to collect the corpse crystals. After Jiaoyin collected all the corpse crystals, he frowned and calculated that with the time the little monkey took to lure the zombies, it would take almost an hour to kill a wave. The speed is too slow. This valley is conservatively estimated to have more than 30,000 zombies. How long will it take to kill them? It's all going to take at least 4 or 5 days. Jiaoyin instructed Song Xiaodao. You go to the cave and let Wu Shuegue organize a group of manpower to come and help collect the corpse crystals. Pick the hands and feet neatly, and get here within 2 hours. And also, remember to bring along some supplies, and all the tools in the cave that can open up the skull. Tell Wu Shuegue that as long as he does a good job, when I leave in the future, I will leave him all the rat bones. Monkey and Old Black are both faster. Shouldn't we let them go? Song Xiaodao froze and said, You're the weakest here. Jiaoyin said. Song Xiaodao immediately tooted her small mouth and coldly grunted. So I should run errands, I should serve tea and water, and I don't deserve to follow you to kill zombies. She clenched her small fists and ran back, muttering under her breath, Stinky Jiaoyin, just wait for me. Sooner or later I'll open up an even more powerful psychic ability than you. This place was less than 30 kilometers away from the cave, and with Song Xiaodao's speed, he would be able to make it back in 20 minutes. And the remaining hour or so would be enough to organize the manpower to make it here to the western mountain. Jiaoyin turned back to the monkey and said, Lure in more at a time. Keep it within 500. As long as the commotion isn't too loud, there's probably no problem. Understood, master. The little monkey once again went to attract the zombies, and Jiaoyin directly pinched open the star crystal he had just obtained in his hand. Compressed cookies. It's still not a farmer's water. It's a compressed cookie to replenish your energy. The compressed cookies in the past weren't of much use to Jiaoyin himself. They were all being used by the little monkey and the old ox, and now the mastered thunder system abilities belonged to the elemental category, which was the most energy-consuming. Eating compressed cookies at a critical time would definitely increase his combat power. Jiaoyin put the compressed cookies away, and not long after that, the little monkey returned, followed by 400 to 500 zombies. At this moment, within a few hundred meters around Jiaoyin, the bodies of zombies were lying horizontally and vertically. He lifted his blood-dripping open sword and mentally commanded, Prepare for battle. All the contracted beasts beside him immediately dispersed, preparing for the arrival of the corpses. Jiaoyin gazed at the batch of zombies. There was no E-class in this batch, and there was an internal pang of pity. 30 seconds later, the corpses poured out of the valley and the battle began again, until the battlefield is cleaned up. 479 F-class corpse crystals arrived. At this time, Old Ox and Little Monkey were both tired after turning on their combat powers for a long period of time. Especially the Little Monkey, who had been in charge of attracting the monsters, was panting heavily. Jiaoyin found a clean clearing, put out the stealth tent, and directly set up a cauldron to cook the Rat King meat for the Little Monkey and the Old Ox. As for Old Black and the 2 E-class giant rats, they didn't have combat faculty powers and didn't consume much energy. Jiaoyin still gave them chestnuts. After the 5 contracted beasts had their fill, they all prostrated themselves on the ground to rest, but Jiaoyin wasn't idle. While he took out all the corpse crystals within his spatial ring. As soon as he crushed dozens of them, he didn't care if they were classless or F grade, and absorbed them madly. And now that all the potential of the E rank had been opened, Jiaoyin was prepared to advance to the D rank as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Jiaoyin finished absorbing all the corpse crystals. Human male, ability awakened, level E evolutionary, evolution 100/13.26, strength 62, agility 69, physical strength 50, spirit 95. Talent B shooting, life countdown, 109, 963 days. There was still a shortfall of more than 8,600 F-class corpse crystals, or 83 E-class, before he could evolve to D-class. At this moment, outside the tent, there finally came a dense sound of footsteps. All normal humans, about 100 people. Jiaoyin didn't need to guess. He knew that it was Song Xiaodao leading Wu Shuegue and the others to arrive. All rejuvenated? Zhao Ying asked in a heartfelt voice. The 5 contracted beasts all indicated that they were recovering well, and Zhao Ying led them out, directly putting the stealth tent away. Wu Shuegue was leading more than 100 people to come, more than 30 green and strong women and more than 70 Amazons. All of them saw the mountain of corpses beside Zhao Ying, and their faces all showed shock. Earlier in their conception, Zhao Ying was a murderous devil, killing dozens of lords when they said so. It was at this point that I realized that he could do more than just kill people. He could kill walkers with such insanity. Boss, Wu Shuegue, limping on one leg, turned even more cautious, revealing a dog-legged smile as he endeavored to trot to greet Zhao Ying. Boss, I heard that you were in need of manpower, so I've brought it for you. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the group of women. Do you know what you were called for? The several young women walking in front of the group immediately all nodded their heads. Little sister Song has explained to us, digging for a kind of stone inside the zombie's head. Boss, these women aren't afraid. They said that as long as they have food, they'll do whatever they're told. Wu Shuegue said. Zhao Ying nodded slightly. It was best for them to have this realization in the end times. There's no problem with the food. You guys work well for me and will never treat anyone poorly. After saying that, Zhao Ying took out more than 100 chestnuts. Old Wu, share it with them. The nutritional value of this chestnut catches up to 10 times that of the pre-apocalyptic era. Save enough to keep them from starving for 3 days. Wu Shuegue waved his hand, and all the women immediately went forward to receive the chestnuts. They couldn't wait to eat them, and soon they realized that even raw chestnuts were fresh and delicious, more delicious than any kind of fruit they ate before the end of the world. But they were just ordinary people, and they each had a full stomach after 2 bites. They had originally thought that Zhao Ying was perfunctory to all of them, but at this moment, all of them were once again shocked in the way she looked at Zhao Ying. How did he get food that tastes so good and carries hunger so well? If this post-apocalyptic world is hell, then the man in front of me is a miracle in hell. In fact, they didn't realize that the crunchy earwax they usually ate wasn't any less valuable than chestnuts, except that each of them could only eat 1 or 2 boiled leaves a day, so they didn't feel anything. 5 minutes later, everyone had their share of chestnuts. Zhao Ying commanded, everyone back up 300 meters and come back to help when you're needed. Song Xiaodao, you'll stay beside them and be responsible for decapitating the zombies that stray past. Next, the little monkey once again goes forward to attract the walkers. Soon, another 400 or 500 walkers running out of the valley after its ass. Zhao Ying took a glance and there were actually 2 earrings. 2 more star crystals were about to arrive, and Zhao Ying passed the order. Get ready, spread out, round up in 30 seconds. After 30 seconds had passed, the zombies had already entered the safe range. Zhao Ying made sure that killing here wouldn't attract the zombies in the valley, and was the first to crash into the group of zombies with his mountain opening knife. In a flash, the battle opens up again. Non-Fuzanquin, grade F, type of extraordinary drink. Replenishes water consumption for 24 hours after consumption. Sandwich bread, grade F. Extraordinary food. Replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours after consumption, with the effect of healing wounds. After this wave of zombies was killed, Zhao Ying personally went up and found the corpses of 2 E-class zombies and took out 2 star crystals before opening them directly. Finally, it's still out of the aggro. The sandwich bread has the effect of chestnut leaves instead, and it's not what Zhao Ying wants most at the moment. After he put the things away, he led the contracted beasts to rest on the side, and Song Xiaodao led the survivors in the cave up to open the craniums and take the star crystals. After 5 minutes, 493 corpse crystals were collected. Again, switch to Old Black to lure the zombies. Zhao Ying got up and ordered. After Old Black changed into the saddle, his movement speed had already surpassed that of the little monkey who had turned on his dual supernatural abilities, so he couldn't keep letting the little monkey expend his energy. 15 minutes later, Old Black ran out of the valley with the corpses. Song Xiaodao immediately led the survivors to retreat. Zhao Ying and the contracted beasts continued to harvest. Everything is organized. Until dark, Zhao Ying killed 9 more waves of zombies and obtained 11 star crystals, 4,238 F-class corpse crystals, and 11 E-class corpse crystals. He ordered the survivors to cook in place, setting up several large pots to cook dried fish, leaving Rat 5 and Rat 6 in charge of protecting the survivors. Zhao Ying then released the stealth tent and walked in with Song Xiaodao and the 3 contracted beasts. Zhao Ying, what's for dinner tonight? Song Xiaodao asked. Eat whatever you want, Zhao Ying said, directly throwing out a large piece of rat king meat and 200 pounds of chestnuts. While Song Xiaodao went to cook, Zhao Ying took out the corpse crystal and started to absorb it. The contracted beasts were resting on the sidelines. They were all exhausted today, even Old Black. Although he hadn't expended much energy, his stamina was about to run out. Half an hour later, Song Xiaodao had cooked the rat king meat soup, and Zhao Ying had finished absorbing all the corpse crystals he had acquired today. Human male, ability awakened, E-level evolutionary, Evolution 100/75.26, Strength 62, Agility 69, Physical Strength 50, Spirit 95, Talent B Shooting, Life Countdown, 109, 963 days, there were still 25 E-grade corpse crystals left to evolve to D-grade. Zhaoyin, it's time to eat. Song Xiaodao called out. Zhaoyin put away the eye of true vision and took out the wooden table and the dishes and pots within the spatial ring, and after filling them with the meat soup, he let the little monkeys come up to the table to eat together. Old Ox and Old Black remained on the sidelines with their pots. This is the class that Zhaoyin has deliberately created. Let the indentured beasts know that there is a sense of urgency around him in terms of affinity. Zhaoyin chewed on a piece of fat and thin rat king meat as he took out 11 star crystals. Song Xiaodao, who was originally drinking the broth, immediately brightened his eyes and asked, Zhaoyin, can you let me open one? Zhaoyin slanted her a glance. I can't. How can she take over for something so exciting? As the words fell, he pinched open a piece of star crystal, and a flash of white light caused an item to fall onto the table. A bottle of Farmer's Spring. It's the nifty big pussy non-fusanquin again. Zhaoyin cursed. It's like it's just a magic spell and it's back. Every time it starts with this stuff. Immediately after, Zhaoyin pinched open the second piece of star crystal. Non-fusanquin. Zhaoyin's face was gloomy. Could it be that all the good luck has been used up lately? Song Xiaodao bristled. Who told you not to open it for me? Zhaoyin did not believe in evil and immediately opened the third piece, and the white light flashed through another bottle of non-fusanquin. I don't believe it. He directly opened the fourth piece, iced tea, grade F. Extraordinary beverage. Replenishes water consumption for 24 hours after consumption. Doubles physical attributes. Lasts for 1 hour. Finally, it was a bottle of the transcendent drink that Zhaoyin wanted, and his face looked a little better. Keep up the good work and open a good thing. Zhaoyin said. Open the fifth star crystal. The white light flashed, and the farmer's water. Put. On the side. Song Xiaodao laughed until he sputtered. Who told you not to open it for me? Zhaoyin blinked and looked at Song Xiaodao. You really want to drive? Zhaoyin, open a piece for me. Just one piece. Song Xiaodao stretched out a finger and clamped his voice. I haven't opened a star crystal yet. Zhaoyin casually threw a star crystal to her. Take it. Song Xiaodao was instantly surprised and quickly grabbed the star crystal. Flashing a cute smile at Zhaoyin. A mouthful of glutinous rice teeth is white and crystal clear, she said. If I can turn on my powers, can I have them? Zhaoyin nodded. Open up. Song Xiaodao held the star crystal and closed his eyes, prayed for a moment, and then clicked his hands together. White light flashed in her hands, followed by something holding her hands out to the sides. A pair of pink girl's overshoes. Zhaoyin instantly rounded his eyes. He had opened so many star crystals and had never seen pants or shoes. Song Xiaodao just opened a piece and actually came out with shoes. And it seemed to be made for her. Is there any justice? Big head leather shoes, grade D. Extraordinary defense equipment. Sturdy 45. Moving speed 52. Effect, never smells like feet. When Song Xiaodao saw that it wasn't a supernatural potion, disappointment flashed across his face and he handed the shoes to Zhaoyin. Zhaoyin, it's your favorite color. Here you go. Zhaoyin froze. As if the girl had misunderstood something. There was no room for him to not explain such things. What happened before was because I was poor and needed equipment to stay alive. I don't have any special hobbies. Understand? Since you don't like it, can I have these shoes? Song Xiaodao hugged the shoes and said in a petulant manner. Zhaoyin raised his hand and knocked her on the head. If you want anything in the future, don't play mind games with me. Song Xiaodao smiled cheekily and immediately took off his shoes and replaced them with big-headed leather shoes. She was getting up and turning around in front of Zhaoyin. And under the rat skin armor, her legs were snow white and straight, with the flavor of a grassland girl. Then Song Xiaodao moved closer to Zhaoyin, a happy smile all over her little face, and asked, does it look good? Then it's suitable, so I'll lend it to you, and I'll work to pay it back later. Zhaoyin said. Nowadays, the one in the team who needed to improve their strength the most was Song Xiaodao, and the shoes were opened by her, so Zhaoyin would naturally fulfill her. In fact, Zhaoyin's previous explanations were all in his heart. In the past, he wore women's clothing because he was poor. Now, he had 9 contracted beasts and a bunch of equipment. His view was naturally different from before. Zhaoyin, this is considered your engagement gift to me. Song Xiaodao wanted to say something else, but Zhaoyin interrupted and said, eat. Her little face froze in expression, followed by a cold grunt as she obediently walked over to eat. I'll take that as your engagement gift to me. Stinking Zhaoyin. The little monkey finished the broth and ran to the side on his own to take a nap. Zhaoyin and Song Xiaodao were both gulping down the broth, and he obediently pushed all the remaining 5-star crystals in front of Song Xiaodao. Let you drive them all. Song Xiaodao was eating negatively, and when he heard this, he immediately became happy. Really? Really? Zhaoyin nodded. Song Xiaodao immediately put down his chopsticks and carefully pinched open a piece. Out came a bottle of iced tea. Her face immediately fell. Zhao didn't manage to open the equipment and doesn't have any powers. Not bad, Zhao said. Equipment and powers, how can they be opened so easily? Iced tea was already one of the F-rated foods that Zhao wanted the most. There were still 4 pieces of star crystals left, and Song Xiaodao carefully opened them one by one. Nongfu Zangquan. Canned beef, grade E, extraordinary food, replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours after consumption, with the effect of permanent +1 strength. Healing potion, grade D, heals wounds. Any life below grade D can be reborn with severed limbs. Spatial teleportation scroll, grade B, one-time consumable item. Effect, random teleportation. Remarks, a spatial door will appear after use. Lasts for 1 minute, other than a bottle of agrimony. The other 3 were good. Canned beef permanently increases the strength attribute, which is a fine-grained growth item. And theoretically, as long as you can get more, you can add the attribute all the way up. Regardless of the level, this kind of item seemed to be of little utility in the first few years of the end times. But after 3 years, many evolvers had grown up, and the further they leveled up, the more difficult it became. And this kind of item that could permanently increase their attributes became invaluable. In particular, some of the strongest of the established powers would often spend huge amounts of money to acquire such items. D-rank healing potion. The most needed at the moment was the little monkey, which only had 1 arm left and its strength was greatly reduced. A B-grade spatial teleportation scroll, which Zhao had obtained a few times in his previous life, was able to save his life when it mattered. It's all good stuff. Zhao looked at Song Xiaodao in surprise. In his heart he was wondering, can't it be that this girl is the daughter of Qi? Otherwise how could her luck be so heaven-defying the first time she opened a star crystal? Zhao, why are you looking at me like that? Are these things good? Song Xiaodao's small face blushed, then picked up the bottle of healing potion and asked, it feels the same as the bottle of potion that I fed Nyo to drink last time. This is a D-rank healing potion, Zhao said, smoothly putting all the things on the table into his spatial ring, and after thinking about it, he took out a piece of canned tuna that prevented viruses and a piece of sandwich bread and pushed it in front of Song Xiaodao. In case you get bitten by a walker later on, you can eat the can of tuna to save your life. And you can take the sandwich bread. Is it a reward for your fiancé? Song Xiaodao took it in surprise. It's because I'm afraid that if you die, there will be no one left to open the star crystal for me. Zhao said. Song Xiaodao wrinkled her nose. Humph, obviously caring about me, but deliberately putting herself in such a bad light. Zhao picked up the healing potion and shouted, monkey! The little monkey on the side had long since come to its senses, because while it was sleeping, it heard Zhao mention the D-rank healing potion. At this moment, he was looking at Zhao with bated breath. It hurriedly communicated mentally, Master, the little monkey is at your disposal at all times, and Pai Yanzi inserts the knife even if it wants to. The horse's ass is a bit much. This monkey was getting more intelligent as its strength increased, and it had long since become more than the silly little monkey it was at the beginning. Zhao threw the healing potion over. Use up what you were promised tonight. I want to see you in peak condition to kill zombies tomorrow morning. The little monkey happily hugged the healing potion and jumped up and down, circling around Zhao. The little monkey loves his master and is willing to dedicate everything to him. Pianzi, get out! Zhao kicked the little monkey away and lowered his head to continue eating the broth. Tonight, let all men and beasts rest. Tomorrow he intends to advance to D-class and collect more star crystals. Late at night, a dark red moon appeared in the sky, and compared to before the end of the world, it looked more than 10 times bigger, like a blood-colored eye looking down on the earth. At this moment, 5 kilometers away from the stealth tent due east, on a low hill. In the moonlight, 3 silhouettes stood under a large tree, hiding their figures within the shadows. Boss, that person is just 5 kilometers to the west, leading that group of monsters to kill zombies for the whole day. At least 1,000 of them, Old Qin said as he pointed in the direction where Zhao was. In the darkness, the woman's eyes lit up like stars, and a nice smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Hong Xiaotian said, Boss, what exactly do you owe him? For this fishing net? Old Qin almost lost his life. Do you really want to give it to him? Aren't they all assigned? The woman finally spoke, her voice as husky as ever. You took the evolution potion. Old Qin took the sandwich bread, and this fishing net should be mine. Fishing nets can trap zombies. With it, boss, you have an extra safety. And why should you need it in this post-apocalyptic world? Okay Hong, I know the score. The woman interrupted calmly. Hong Xiaotian and Old Qin both stopped saying anything. Their lives were saved by women. The woman was also the strongest of the 3. And she was the one who brought them up to kill the zombies and tell them the secret of the star crystal. Both men see women as their closest relatives and intend to guard them for the rest of their lives. You two stay here. I'll be back soon. The woman finished softly and stepped forward, her mind recalling the experiences of the last month. On the night before the zombie outbreak, after leaving the old zoo site, She picked up a few more star crystals and wanted to go back and give them to the man. But he was long gone. She doesn't know where he is. At that time, she was all out of hope. It was the man who saved her life. In this lonely post-apocalyptic world, she would have liked to follow him for the rest of her life. But it was just a pity that he couldn't see himself at all. Thinking of the man's obsession with star crystals, she observed this blood-red stone, and when she inadvertently smashed one, it opened up a copper lamp. So she opened all the remaining star crystals. Out came a bottle of non-fusanquin, a piece of sandwich bread, a piece of instant noodles, and a bottle of F-ranked evolutionary potion. The woman had nothing at the time, and the evolutionary potion allowed her to complete her first evolution. I still remember that I almost starved to death at that time, but fortunately I ate all the transcendental food and finally managed to pull through with great difficulty, and just like that, she survived, become one of the first survivors to come out of the shelter after the end of days. Only later, the woman never meets the star crystal again, and she associates it with the appearance of walkers and kills them to try. Perhaps it was heaven's favor, but a few days later, she realized that it was just as she had suspected, and the star crystals were all devoured by the zombies. The zombies that had devoured star crystals were exceptionally powerful. She gradually realized that the agrimony actually kept her from being thirsty all day, and the sandwich bread healed all the wounds in her body. Instant noodles can keep the cold out of her nights. After that, she completely understood that the star crystal was the last hope for humanity. In fact, she hadn't gotten space or time-based powers as Jiaoyin had imagined. The woman just tried to use the copper lamp and found that by using her own flesh and blood as the lamp oil, she was able to fix a space of 100 meters in a radius. The more sacrifices are made, the longer the fixation will last. From there, she began to selectively kill powerful zombies for star crystals with the power of the copper lamp. Then later, she opened a dress that hid her breath. The woman knew that in the entire city of light, it was that industrial park that had the most zombies. So she lurked inside with the cover of that dress. She didn't dare to sacrifice too much blood at once for fear that her body wouldn't be able to withstand it. And every other day she used the copper lamp to kill a few powerful zombies. Later, she meets a father and son who are hiding inside a sewer. The zombies didn't know how to open the manhole cover, and the iron cover wasn't something an unevolved zombie could breach. So they survived. The woman remembered her dead children and planned to get them out, even taking off her scent-concealing clothes for the man to wear, and wrapping the children inside her chest clothes as well. Then both father and son could conceal their scents. Only after the man learned of the copper lamp's function, he actually stabbed the woman in the back, and she fled alone with her injuries, leaving the father and son trapped inside the industrial park. She had already used the copper lamps 3 times that day, and continuing might lead to blood loss and unconsciousness, so she could only hide on the outskirts of the industrial park to recuperate from her injuries. It wasn't until later that Jiaoyin came to the industrial park. Due to the man attracting the corpses, the violent movement startled the woman hiding in the ruins. She was just in time to see Zhao Yin's wretched figure, but also saw the 2 fathers and sons along with the clothes that hid their breath were torn. By the time the woman arrived using the power of the copper lamp, Zhao Yin had already fled, and only the little monkey was alone in the heavy siege. She knew the monkey had to have something to do with him, so the woman went so far as to cut off one of her own fingers in sacrifice to assist the little monkey in leaving. Later she tracked the blood trail left by the little monkey and found the underground tunnels. By then, Jiaoyin was already there. With guilt, the woman writes that she is sorry, leaving behind the only bottle prescribed on her person, other than food, a potion whose efficacy she does not know. Then she realized that the zombies had become stronger and stronger, and it was no longer a simple task to enter the horde in search of high-level zombies. She saved Old Qin and the 2 joined forces. The woman was in charge of fixing the zombies, and Old Qin's quick kills would slow down the time it took for her to use the copper lantern quite a bit. 4 days ago, the 2 unintentionally met Hong Xiaotian, who was almost killed by Old Black. So there was one more person on this team. It's just that today's zombies are getting harder and harder to kill, and even though the woman prescribed a second bottle of evolutionary potion, which allowed Old Qin to become an F-class evolver as well, he almost lost his life yesterday. That zombie, even if it was fixed, it was very difficult for Old Qin to break through the defense with his kitchen knife, and every time the knife went down, it could only cut through a little bit of the zombie's skin, until the lamp oil ran out and Old Qin was seriously injured by the zombie. It was the woman who once again cut off one of her own fingers that saved his life. The star crystal inside that zombie out of a fishing net. On the night of the rat tide, she had seen Jiaoyin release the invisibility tent with her own eyes, and knew that it was a treasure opened by a star crystal. At that moment, a group of survivors gathered outside Zhao Yin's stealth tent, letting the women know that Zhao Yin was there. His hearing was unusually terrifying as the woman clutched the brass lamp, her left hand, which had only 3 fingers left, tightening its grip as drops of blood flowed down the blood trough into the lamp. A pale light blinded the woman, and it was as if she was walking in another dimension. Now that the woman had learned more about the copper lamp, with a slow drip of blood, the lamp would release only a shroud of light. hiding herself in another dimension. That'll hold her for a long time. Soon she approached the mouth of the valley and saw the survivors resting in a sparse circle, leaving a large open space in the center that would be the stealth tent. There, the woman reveals herself and pulls out a small, palm-sized, octagonal fish net. It looks like a child's toy. Inside the tent, Zhao snapped his eyes open. In fact, he had heard human footsteps 4 kilometers away earlier, only to have them suddenly disappear not long after. And it was then that he was alerted. That moment, in his hearing, outside the tent, of the 147 breaths, there was suddenly one more. Zhao quickly wore out the stealth tent. At the same time in the hand appeared open mountain knife, did not even look at the rapid approach to the location of the sound of breathing, and fiercely chopped away. Ah! A shrill female voice broke the silence of the night. The woman hadn't expected that this could even be discovered by Zhao, and in her panic, she couldn't even use the copper lamp in time. Zhao Yin's reaction was so fast that it made her unable to react at all, and her legs went limp as she fell on her. But Zhao Yin's blade stayed in the air, staring at the face in front of him that vaguely felt somewhat familiar. It's you? Granary. Zhao Yin didn't think that she had actually survived. The woman who had made him almost forget could actually reappear. Don't kill me. I mean no harm, the woman quickly explained, immediately afterward holding up the fishing net in her hand. I've come to deliver this for you. Zhao Yin's eye center shrunk. Even without opening his eye of true vision, he was incomparably familiar with what was in front of him. Isn't it the same trapping net that appeared in the previous life? Beast trap, grade B. Extraordinary auxiliary equipment. Toughness, 280. Effect, capture and trap. Effects, size change, camouflage. Zhao Ying narrowed his eyes at her. Why did you give it to me? He sensed a distinct change in the woman. The other seemed to have adapted to the end times. Return the favor. The woman calmed down and stood up with a pat on the back. I don't want to owe you a favor? Zhao Ying frowned. A term that hadn't been heard in a long time. There were only farmers and snakes and only ingratitude in the end times. And nowadays what he detested the most was for bystanders to draw close to him for no reason. A hand snatched the trap net away from the woman. Your favor is paid. You may go. Oh. The woman responded. She knew this guy wasn't easy to get along with, so she approached stealthily both times, but he still found out. Still so desperate. Knowing that the only way for Zhao Ying to feel at ease was for him to see her leave with his own eyes, she turned around and left without hesitation. Zhao Ying stared at her back and opened the eye of true vision. Human female, Class F evolutionary. Evolution level 100/0. Strength 14. Agility 18. Physical stamina 13. Mental stamina 9. Life countdown, 145 days. Zhao Yin's pupils shrunk. This woman had become an evolutionary. But why did she only have 145 days left to live? Wait. Zhao Yin spoke up, but the woman immediately flamed back with a happy smile. Do you believe me now? Are you injured? Zhao Yin asked. The woman subconsciously hid her left hand, which had only 3 fingers left, behind her back and shook her head with a smile. No, I'm fine. Always fine. Zhao Yin had gotten a good look at the 2 missing fingers, looked down at the trap net in his hand, and instantly had a guess. Did you give me that healing potion last time too? I saved the 2 fathers and sons in the industrial park and they nearly killed you. The potion was my compensation for you, but I didn't realize it was a healing potion until I heard you say it. The woman stared at Zhao Yin, her eyes not moving away for a moment. You survived on the food prescribed by the star crystal? Zhao Yin asked again. The woman nodded. Yes. Zhao Yin already has an answer in her heart. Her evolution degree is still F grade 0%, which means that even how to use the corpse crystal is not clear. It is impossible to get so many star crystals, unless, in a previous life, someone was able to prescribe an evil prop that would give them some sort of great power if they sacrificed their life force. People who own such props are like cursed and end up with no good end. But in the post-apocalyptic world, they know that there is no good end. They still tend to rush. It is hard to stop. Every one of them is like crazy. The flesh and blood you sacrificed to that thing was, in fact, your life force. Zhao Yin still reminded. It's the life force? The woman's face changed immediately afterward. She was relieved. So what if she sacrificed her life force? Without that brass lamp, she would have died I don't know how many times, she said. Thank you. It wasn't my intention to save you in the first place. It was just a matter of going with the flow. And for all that food you were given, you also gave me star crystals to compensate. So you don't owe me anything. Zhao Yin held up the trapping net in his hand. The trapping net is very useful to me. So I'll give you another message. Raise your evolutionary rank as soon as possible. Or at least, live longer. Although Zhao Yin was unprincipled, he had his own rules. This woman had brought him nothing but good so far, so he didn't mind letting her live longer. Know about the corpse crystals? The woman reached into her bra and fished out a piece of corpse crystal. She still likes to hide things there. The woman spread it out in her palm for Zhao Yin to see. Is this it? The thing didn't open up from within the star crystals, but was produced within the zombies. So the woman had been cautious not to try it. but she had kept all the corpse crystals she had gotten. Zhao Yin's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the woman in surprise. That piece of corpse crystal was actually E grade. He nodded. This is the corpse crystal. After crushing it there is energy overflowing. Only evolved people can absorb it. And after boosting your strength, your life force will grow along with it. The woman's eyes lit up at the words, and though she hadn't realized she was diminishing her life force, she had long felt something was wrong with her body. Thank you. Can I come see you later? The words fell out of her mouth, and she spread a smile. Next time, I won't give you information for nothing. But of course, if there are star crystals or corpse crystals, you can be informed of what you want to know. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly and said, so how do I find you? She asked. Depends on fate. In a post-apocalyptic world, all people have no place to live. There is no communication, and many people are separated for good. After saying that, Zhao Yin's face turned cold. You can leave now. The smile on the woman's face slowly dissipated as she nodded. Oh, she slowly turned around and suddenly turned back. By the way, my name is Tang Candy. Can you tell me your name? Zhao Yin said with a frown. Cool name. Tang Candy smiled, turned and stepped away. Her back gradually disappearing into the night, Zhao Yin withdrew his gaze and turned back to the tent as well. He lay down on the soft quilt and placed the trap net in his hand to watch, suddenly realizing that it was stained with a drop of her blood, and disgustedly wiped it away with his finger before storing it in space. The next morning, it was still light. Wu Shuegue then led people to cook breakfast outside the tent. Zhao Yin got up and stretched, and turned around to see Song Xiaodao had already cooked dried meat and chestnut porridge after breakfast. All the contracted beasts were back to their peak condition. Zhao Yin exited the stealth tent and gazed into the valley to eye in the dim light. The zombies were much more active than during the day, with endless shadows. We have to find that flying white tiger as soon as possible. One more powerful contracted beast will definitely kill zombies much faster. If we can form a contracted beast army. Zhao Yin didn't think any further. There was still a long way to go. All get ready. Still in the same order as yesterday. Monkey and Old Black take turns luring the zombies. The other contracted beasts are on standby. Song Xiaodao is in charge of killing the zombies that were missed, and protecting the survivors who are helping to dig up the corpse crystals. Zhao Yin commanded loudly and next. The scene from yesterday was repeated once again. Lure zombies, kill, take zombie crystals. Lure zombies, kill again. Throughout the day, as it was from morning until dark, Zhao Yin obtained a total of 22 star crystals, 107 F-class corpse crystals, and 22 E-class corpse crystals. When he rested at night, Zhao Yin took out the corpse crystal and absorbed it. When there were still 681 F-class corpse crystals left within his spatial ring, Zhao Yin's body shook, and immediately after, the familiar powerful energy boiled within his body, and his already toned muscles once again swelled up by a few points, and his eyesight and hearing once again increased, being able to reach a radius of 10 kilometers. When everything calmed down, Zhao Yin once again felt light all over, and his mind was unprecedentedly empty and incomparably soothing. Human male, alien awakened, Class D evolutionary, Evolution 100/0, Strength 93, Agility 101, Physical Strength 82, Spirit 125, Talent B Shooting, Life Countdown 159, 963 days. His temperament had changed once again, and his entire body looked more energetic, and without any accidents happening, Zhao Yin would still be able to live for more than 430 years. Zhao Yin withdrew his eye of true vision and clenched his fist. His strength nowadays could catch up to an ordinary D-class mutant beast, because he had developed his peak potential at level E. All of his attributes were far superior to the average level D survivor. Zhao Yin felt that with the increase in energy, his lightning-type supernatural ability could also last longer. Zhao Yin, have you evolved again? Song Xiaodao sensed Zhao Yin's change and opened his mouth to ask. Zhao Yin nodded. When we reach level D, the remaining corpse crystals are not enough for one contracted beast to evolve, so tomorrow we'll have the monkey upgrade to level D as well. I also want to evolve as soon as possible so I can fight alongside you. Song Xiaodao beamed. Zhao Yin was in a good mood tonight, so he patiently explained. Human evolvers, if they can't get the same level of evolutionary potion to develop their potential, it will be difficult to make up for it anymore after they hastily elevate it. Monkeys are different. Mutant beasts can be elevated with the help of high-level mutant beast meat at any time. You don't want to be a stronger evolver anymore? Song Xiaodao hastily shook his head. It's better to let the little monkey evolve first. I'll wait until you prescribe an E-class evolutionary potion. Zhao Yin took out 22 star crystals and pushed them all in front of Song Xiaodao. Open it. If there's an E-class evolutionary potion, or an alien ability, it's all yours. Song Xiaodao immediately smiled happily. His eyes narrowed into crescent moons. You said it. Don't be a liar. Zhao Yin's eyes were unblinking as he stared at Song Xiaodao crushing the first star crystal. The white light dissipates and another compressed cookie that replenishes energy. Not bad. Open the door, Zhao Yin said. He sat on the carpet, pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Squinting as he stared at Song Xiaodao opening the star crystal, the second star crystal opened a bottle of Nongfu Spring. Zhao Yin, I don't seem to have much luck anymore, Song Xiaodao said with disappointment. Zhao Yin smiled and said, it doesn't matter. The chances of a star crystal opening in Nongfu Shangquan is supposed to be the greatest. Keep opening. The third star crystal still opens up Farmer's Bounty. The fourth piece is still aggro. Zhao Yin's face finally changed and his smile froze. Song Xiaodao was about to open the fifth piece when Zhao Yin hurriedly said, wait, I'll open it. He hastily snatched the star crystal from her hand. Zhao Yin, let me open another piece and I'll definitely be able to produce an alien energy, Song Xiaodao said with disbelief. Stinky hands, what's left to drive? Zhao Yin directly pinched the star crystal and his hand opened and the white light dispersed. A piece of sandwich bread appeared in his hand immediately afterward. Zhao Yin opened another bottle of Nongfu Zhangquan. After opening a total of 6 star crystals, he came out with 4 bottles of Nongfu Shangquan. Song Xiaodao also didn't dare to touch his mold, and carefully said, why don't we open it tomorrow? Open all of them tonight. If something comes out that boosts your strength, you'll be able to kill zombies faster tomorrow. Luck is something that can't be disbelieved and can't be trusted in its entirety. As Zhao Yin spoke, the star crystal in his hand was pinched open, white light flashed, and with a poof, something fell onto the table. A Zhuge crossbow, grade C, extraordinary long-range weapon, fires 100 arrows in 10 seconds, with effect, automatic reloading. Note, power depends on the arrow. The higher the grade of the arrow below grade C, the more powerful it is. The words in Zhao Yin's mouth were stifled, saying what comes? A transcendent long-range weapon that he had longed for and could fire in bursts. And even the special effects were so awesome and autoloading. With this crossbow paired with his shooting talent, even 100 E-class zombies could be completely solved in 10 seconds. As for the arrows, Zhao Yin had 132 of them within his spatial ring, and if he replaced them with arrows made from the Rat King's claws, they would definitely be able to catch up to D-grade arrows. He just didn't currently have the tools to cut through the Rat King's claws. However, there were still the claws of those 6 E-class giant rats within the spatial ring, which could be cut with the Rat King's claws. There's absolutely no problem making 100 or so E-class arrows. Immediately after that, Zhao Yin opened all the remaining star crystals, another 4 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 bottles of iced tea, 2 pieces of instant noodles, 1 can of tuna, 3 pieces of sandwich bread, and 1 piece of compressed crackers came out. Also, a yellow peach, and a mount outfit. A never-before-seen big haul of 22 star crystals all opened. Yellow peach, grade E, extraordinary food, replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours after consumption. Additional effect, agility permanently +1, mount helmet, grade D, extraordinary mount equipment, mount movement speed 50, impact power 45 attributes, mental strength 20. Zhao Yin picked up his mount's helmet and the helmet was a nice burst of silver white, made of superb metal, covered with open work patterns, and had a 3-foot-long unicorn horn in the very center. Hideous and ghastly. Zhao Yin had always wanted to get a piece of equipment for the old ox. There just really weren't many that would fit it. This mount helmet not only added mental strength and charging power, but also the 50 points of movement speed that the old bull needed the most. The way it attacks is by moving to build up power and then charging. None of the other contracted beasts had as great a need for movement speed as the old bull. It's practically made for it. Zhao Yin immediately called the old ox to his body. Old ox, once I said that I would make you one of the most powerful mutant beasts after the end of the world. Remember? Master. The old ox wouldn't dare to forget for a moment. The old ox knelt on its front legs and responded with a naive heartfelt voice. Zhao Yin patted its head. Very well, as long as you put up a good fight for me, Master, I will never treat you badly. The old ox was immediately moved to tears, and his heart said, I am willing to serve my master to the death. Zhao Yin personally put the mount's helmet on for the old ox, and complimented him. Very handsome and awesome. When the old ox heard this, its heart immediately leapt for joy, only that it was not good at expressing itself and just looked at Zhao Yin with tears in its eyes. At this moment, in the old ox's gaze, there was only endless admiration and gratitude for his master. Zhao Yin patted the old ox's head. Tomorrow morning, show your strength and let everyone in the beast take a good look. Aye, master. The old bull slowly got up and stepped aside to rest. Zhao Yin arranged the helmets of his mounts and immediately set about making arrows. Nowadays, his power was still weak, and the only way to make himself safer in the end times was to liver up. Zhao Yin directly took out, when the 6 giant rats left the sharp claws, with a rat king claw, according to the ratio of the arrow cut up. This night, he didn't sleep. It wasn't until dawn that 100 arrows were finally manufactured. After everyone had finished their breakfast, Zhao Yin called everyone and their beasts and prepared to start fighting. Today, with the Zhuge crossbow and 100 arrows, The monkey's strength was restored to its peak. And at the old ox, new equipment was added therefore. Zhao was prepared to increase the speed of killing zombies. He directly ordered, "Monkey, for the first wave of zombies today, let's try to lure 700 first. Aye, master." The little monkey immediately turned around and ran to the valley point. 20 minutes later, the little monkey came out, pouting and running with a bounce and excitement. And behind it, followed the hordes of corpses. Zhao swept his gaze across, eyeballing about 700 to 800. The little monkey was still doing things very securely nowadays. And there were actually 3 E-class zombies in there. 3 E-class zombies would mean that 3 more star crystals were about to arrive. He was in a good mood and immediately took out his Juga crossbow and aimed it at the corpses. After they came into range, Zhao continuously pulled the trigger. At once, whoosh, 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 an arrow, cutting through the air like a meteor, crashed into the corpses. With the shooting talent, each arrow, with precision, pierced into a zombie's head. In the blink of an eye, 100 arrows were fired and a large number of zombies fell. "Old ox," Zhao commanded loudly. "Moo." The old bull immediately let out a low roar, and his terrifying figure transformed into a stump. Couldn't wait to rush into the corpses. Boom! 40 to 50 zombies were directly smashed and rotted, and the old ox charged directly into the center of the corpses. And when the impact power ran out, it directly turned on the iron armor ability. Immediately after that, it violently shook its body, and the giant force ability was turned on. And the dozen or so zombies that had just leaned up around it were immediately bounced out by it. In the next moment, the old ox once again accelerated and crashed out. With the helmet of the mount, it was like a tiger with wings. For a moment, broken limbs flew about as the old bull's figure flashed by. All of the contracted beasts stared in disbelief, unable to believe that with just one more piece of equipment, the old ox's strength had actually increased so much. Zhao also froze, expecting in his heart that more mount equipment would be opened in the future. "Monkey," Zhao ordered again. The little monkey immediately turned around with a low roar and also turned back to kill the corpses. Its figure skyrocketed. Its dual alien abilities of giganticization and berserking were in full swing, and with one hand grasping a rat king claw, its body transformed into a whirlwind, which was also like a meat grinder. Seeing that the corpses were completely dispersed, Zhao barked out an order. "All contracted beasts, kill!" Blackie and the 2 giant rats rushed into the crowd. At this time, the corpses had already been mostly killed off by the monkey and the old ox, leaving less than 300 left, and without Zhao having to do it himself, they were soon all wiped out. With the addition of Old Black and the 2 giant rats, Zhao heart was invigorated, and he struck down faster than he expected. Song Xiaodao arrived quickly with his men and commanded a group of Amazons, "Quickly, pull out the arrows first. If we don't finish collecting the corpse crystals within 20 minutes, we won't even eat at noon." A group of Amazons picked up speed when they heard there was no food. The arrows were pulled out one by one, and along with the 3-star crystals and the corpse crystals, they were quickly collected. It was handed over to Zhao by Song Xiaodao. After Zhao put away the corpse crystals and star crystals, he started loading the group of crossbows. The arrows were automatically loaded just as they approached the crossbow. A clicking sound came out, and soon they were all loaded back into the arrow bin. It's an auto-loading special effect. Theoretically, as long as Zhao had enough arrows, he could always fire them continuously. Just build a vector is a technical work. Need to have professional carpentry. Zhao does not know how to manufacture. Can only later slowly try to figure out. Or he goes straight to a professional survivor. Next wave, draw 1,000 zombies at a time. After loading his arrows, Zhao passed out orders without stopping. "Understood, master," Old Darkness said in a heartfelt voice. It's its turn to lure the monsters. Moments later, a second wave of zombies was drawn in by Old Black. 1,000 or so, with 2 E-classes among them. Roar, roar, roar. Zhao has never dealt with such a large group of zombies head-on, and could not help but get serious as well, aiming at the corpses and pulling the trigger. The same routine, again. After firing a wave of arrows first and taking out 100 zombies, the indentured beasts began to charge. But this time, because there were too many zombies, Zhao also personally charged up with the Rat King's claws. All the contracted beasts, see the master personally on the battlefield, all incomparably excited. Soon the morning passed, took out 529 F-class walkers and a whopping 19 E-class ones. After Zhao let all the people and beasts eat and drink, he directly waved his hand and took out 10,000 F-class corpse crystals. As Zhao looked at the little monkey. "Monkey, these corpse crystals are enough for you to advance to level D. I want to increase the speed of killing zombies." The little monkey didn't expect that after his master had enough corpse crystals, the first thing he thought of was himself again. It excitedly looked at a pile of corpse crystals in front of it. "Master, the little monkey will definitely make every effort to kill zombies for you, even if Pianzi." "Stop." Zhao hurriedly made it stop. hurry up and get promoted. Old Black and the two giant rats. At this moment, all looked enviously at Old Ox and Little Monkey. One of them received equipment rewarded by their masters, and one of them directly received corpse crystals to advance. Don't be in a hurry. One by one. It will soon be your turn. Jiaoyin keenly noticed the fluctuations in the emotions of the contracted beasts and immediately said in a soothing manner, "Thank you, master." The three mice responded in unison. By this time, the little monkey had already grabbed the corpse crystal and absorbed it. When there were still 100 or so left, its body violently shook. Immediately after, the little monkey felt that the strong power in his body could no longer be suppressed. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura rose up and swept over the little monkey. All the contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao all sensed something and showed shock on their faces. Roar! At this time, the monkey in the blink of an eye will grow to nearly 3 meters high, full of muscles bulging. Its eyes gradually turned into gold again. Fangs in the mouth also became more sharp and sharp. Even the little monkey's size was another punch bigger than it was at E rank. Jiaoyin didn't feel surprised when he saw this in his previous life. This monkey, before his death, had grown to be class when it was much larger. Hooray! Immediately after that, the little monkey turned on his second ability, berserking. Its hair grew again and turned dark gold, while its height rose again by half a meter to about 4 meters, compared to the size of the old bull. However, that wasn't the end of it, and immediately following the little monkey's mouth, another hiss of pain escaped. In the next moment, it suddenly spewed out of its mouth a mouthful of scorching flames. The table that Jiaoyin had painstakingly crafted in front of him was only stained with a few sparks and was instantly burned to ashes. Even the pots and pans on top were burned and melted. Third alien? Jiaoyin had almost forgotten that the little monkey also had a flame ability. Until it gets to level D to utilize the power of the third ability? The thought in Jiaoyin's mind had just risen when he immediately felt a scorching aura that came over him. After he collected the remaining corpse crystals from the little monkey, he pulled Song Xiaodao back and shouted, "Stop it! Do you want to burn your home?" Only then did the little monkey come to his senses and hurriedly put away his fire ability. When it looked at what was burned by itself, the whole monkey stayed, anxiously explaining in a heartfelt voice, "I'm sorry, master. The energy in my body was too strong earlier. I didn't control it. I'll work to compensate for it, okay?" Jiaoyin breathed a sigh of relief and his face returned to its likeness. The self-control of mutant beasts was ultimately inferior to that of humans. And earlier, the little monkey's evolutionary count was too fast and simultaneously stimulated the third alien energy in his body, leading to a brief loss of concentration. He looked around. Fortunately, the stealth tent had a full 430 points of defense and could not be set on fire. Otherwise, Jiaoyin couldn't even find a place to cry. He opened the eye of true vision. Growing macaque, D-class mutant. Strength 83, agility 87, stamina 72, defense 72, spirit 38, bloodline talents, huge, berserk, fire control. Jiaoyin, how did the little monkey become so strong? Song Xiaodao was in a state of residual shock and patted the airfield on his chest. Remember that golden silk fruit? Jiaoyin asked. Of course I remember. Does it? Song Xiaodao instantly understood what was going on. How could she forget that golden silk fruit? When she went forward to the industrial park with Jiaoyin and almost died. The golden silk fruit can add an ability to the mutant beast, which is the monkey's third ability. Jiaoyin said. At this time, the little monkey couldn't help but raise one palm again and try to release the third supernatural ability once more. Boom! A flame rose up on its monkey paw, wrapping the entire palm in a blaze. The terrifying temperature spread in all directions, but it couldn't feel any discomfort in general. And the monkey's face was filled with delight, but before it could hold on for long, its figure quickly shrunk, turning into a skinny little monkey covered in gray hair, and the flames disappeared. Master, it seems like I can't utilize my third alien ability again. The little monkey hurriedly and anxiously transmitted his voice to Zhao Yin's heart. Earlier you consumed too much by spraying flames. Elemental type of psychic ability. The biggest drawback is that it consumes energy too quickly. Before evolving to a level, it's best to try not to spray flames too easily. Zhao Yin said. Even he himself, nowadays, did not dare to easily use the wide-range supernatural abilities of the Thunder system. In the past 2 days of killing those ordinary zombies, Zhao Yin didn't even use his small-scale lightning system supernatural ability once, worrying about accidents. However, when you meet a real opponent, you can try to attach the flame to your weapon. Then it will last longer. The little monkey waited for some energy to be restored within his body and immediately picked up the Rat King's claw to try it out. A thin layer of flame clung to the Rat King's claws, and sure enough, the consumption of energy slowed down a lot, basically equal to the consumption of it turning on its berserking ability. Alright, eat some Rat King meat to restore your energy as soon as possible. You'll be fighting soon, Zhao Yin said, taking out a piece of Rat King meat and throwing it to the little monkey. The little monkey grabbed it and tore right into it. eating the raw meat. After Zhaoyin rested for another half hour, all the contracted beasts regained their energy, even the Amazons outside the tent. After eating the chestnut porridge, one by one turned lively again. Zhaoyin ordered to continue to attract walkers. In the evening, it was Old Black who went to lure the sixth wave of zombies, and as a result, he consumed a whole hour to bring more than 1,000 zombies out of the valley. After Zhaoyin led the contracted beasts to kill the zombies, he found Old Black and asked, "Why did you go for so long? What went wrong?" "Master, all the zombies in the valley have been killed. I searched for a long time before I found enough for 1,000. Old Black responded in a heartfelt voice. "That's the end of the kill?" This morning, Zhaoyin had also noticed that the deeper into the valley, the denser the zombies became. Over the past 2 days, Zhaoyin had taken out more than 30,000 zombies, but by conservative estimation, there should still be at least 5,000 inside the valley. "Impossible. Did you miss something by mistake?" Zhaoyin asked. Old Black shook his head. "Master, I didn't pay too much attention. I just found enough to find 1,000 zombies and came back." Zhaoyin frowned. Unless he had misheard him this morning, the zombies weren't even that numerous, but he was already a D-level evolver, and the chances of making a mistake were almost equal to 0. There is another possibility. Maybe there's a zombie king that summoned away all the zombies. A zombie king? Song Xiaodao's face instantly turned pale when he heard this. She would never forget, for the rest of her life, the last time she encountered that zombie king in the southern suburbs of Guangzhou. To the unusual evolver, the zombie king was an invincible existence that could not be defeated at all. Everyone almost died there that time, including the old bull who had reached level E. "Zhaoyin, let's go. If the corpse king finds out, we won't be able to leave," Song Xiaodao said as he pulled Zhao Yin's sleeve. Zhao Yin's face, however, showed surprise. He had been thinking about a zombie king in the Dawei mountain range. The star crystal in his body could open that SS grade lifespace pendant. This time, he was originally looking for the flying white tiger, but he didn't expect to actually meet the zombie king first. "No fear." Zhaoyin raised his hand and rubbed Song Xiaodao's head, revealing a smile. "Now that I've obtained the combat ability, and Little Monkey has been promoted to rank D, today's star crystals are already enough for Old Ox to be promoted to rank D as well. A D-rank triple combat system ability mutant beast, a D-rank dual ability combat system mutant beast, and me, a combat system abuser, are enough to crush any zombie king of the same class, even if it possesses the potential to be of the imperial class. If not, there's still Old Black. He can lead us away." If it was before he came to the western mountain, Zhaoyin didn't have such a great bottom, but now he had a great bottom. After the little monkey finished his promotion, there were still 110 F-class corpse crystals left inside the spatial ring. After killing 6 waves of zombies in the afternoon, he got another 452 F-class corpse crystals and 11 E-class ones. Immediately after that, Zhaoyin directly took out 10,000 F-class corpse crystals and gave them to the Old Ox to start advancing immediately, while the remaining 562 F-class corpse crystals and 11 E-class corpse crystals were all put away. Then Zhaoyin walked into the stealth tent and took out the entire 30 star crystals that he had gotten in one day today. He pinched it open in succession and a burst of white light flashed. 6 bottles of non-fuse anquin, 4 pieces of sandwich bread, 3 pieces of compressed cookies, 3 bottles of iced tea, 2 yellow peaches, 3 cans of canned beef, 1 can of canned tuna, 3 pieces of instant noodles, military tunic, grade F, butterfly knife, grade F, healing potion, grade D, heals wounds. Any life below grade D will be reborn immediately after taking it. Healing potion, grade C, heals injuries. Any life below grade C, take it and immediately break a limb and restore it to its peak state. Energy ring, grade B, extraordinary auxiliary equipment, spirit 25. Special effect, can save spiritual energy, can be retrieved at any time during battle. Upper limit of 200 points of spiritual energy. Cyclic use, outcame 25 dietary items, 3 pieces of equipment, and 2 bottles of healing potions. The 2 pieces of F-rank equipment were trash to today's Zhaoyin, but the 2 bottles of healing potions and the energy ring were exactly what Zhaoyin needed most at the moment. Nowadays, Zhao Yin's mental power was only 95 points, so if he stored the ring full of mental power, it would be equivalent to an additional 200 points of mental power. In the future, the amount of time that one could utilize their lightning-type powers would be more than 3 times as long as usual. Zhaoyin directly put the energy ring on his hand and stored spiritual energy into it. Immediately after he ran out of mental energy, he ate a compressed cracker to get back to full strength and continued to store into his ring. It was only until the 200 points of mental energy stored was full that he stepped out of the stealth tent. No one noticed the extra ring on his hand. This time, the Old Ox had already absorbed all the corpse crystals, and Zhaoyin opened the Eye of True Vision. Adult Buffalo, Class D Mutant Beast, Strength 100, Agility 75, Physical Strength 80, Defense 130. Spirit 30. Bloodline talent, giant strength. Iron armor, all contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao. Follow me into the valley to kill the zombies. Zhao Yun directly commanded. Wu Xuegui lead all the survivors to stay put. No one is allowed to leave before I return, even if it means death. Boss, we will definitely guard this place and not go anywhere. Wu Xuegui said seriously. Whoever dares to escape, I will be the first to kill him. Over the past 3 days, Wu Xuegui had seen with his own eyes the power of Zhao Yun and the contracted beasts under him die. In fact, he had his own calculations within. The hundreds of people within the cave would not have had a way to live in the end times, and if he could get sheltered by the big tree of Zhao Yun, there would be hope for the future. That's why Wu Xuegui is genuinely working for Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun took out a pistol with 30 rounds of ammunition and handed it to Wu Xuegui. Take it. This thing is perfectly fine for dealing with F-class zombies, and it's not bad for killing people. Wu Xuegui took the pistol and realized that it was many times better than Xia Jinshan's homemade one, a revolver produced by a proper military factory, and was overjoyed. Thanks, boss. Zhao Yun led the contracted beasts towards the valley. Facing the setting sun, the mountain wind was strong, blowing out from the mouth of the valley. Floating the monkey who walked at the front, covered in gray fur. Song Xiaodao's hair was blown like a chicken's nest, and at 5'5", she followed closely behind Zhao Yun, blocking the wind with his tall figure. It had been a week since that rainstorm had passed, and all the vegetation in the entire world had already exceeded the pre-apocalyptic period, with many of the large trees in the valley growing to the thickness of a bucket and 20 to 30 meters tall. It's not a mutated plant, but it's mutated in a way. The ruins in the valley all disappeared. The steel and concrete were all broken down by the vegetation and turned into sand and rust, which was eventually washed into the ground by that torrential rain. The world has been rebooting towards another civilization. Perhaps the creator's intention was to create a zombie civilization. Only the human survivors didn't want to see it and had to fight against the sky. Entering the depths of the valley, it was just as Old Black had said. Not a single zombie was in sight. Zhao Yun was more and more certain that there was a zombie king here. Earlier, Old Black was able to lure away the last wave of zombies. It should be because the zombie king hadn't had time to summon it yet. Only Zhao Yun was somewhat puzzled as to why that zombie king didn't take the initiative to attack since it had discovered him. Is it intelligent enough to sense danger? As Zhao Yun pondered, he gradually walked into the deepest part of the valley. Traces that would be difficult for an ordinary person to find were easy to judge with his eyesight, and soon Zhao Yun found grass roots that had been stepped on, branches that had been touched and broken, and shallow footprints left on the rocks of the mountain. All point to the walkers going southwest. Head southwest, Zhao Yun commanded. An hour later, as night fell, Zhao Yun led the team to a cave. At this moment, a few zombies were running wildly towards the cave, and even though they spotted Zhao Yun's group, they generally treated them as if they were oblivious. The zombie king is here. Zhao Yun's feet lurched and he closed his eyes to listen. Vaguely hear the footsteps inside the cave densely. At least 4,000 to 5,000 zombies inside. Judging by the frequency of the sound echo, this cave has been deep into the belly of the mountain. The narrow passageway has 2 to 3 kilometers. The innermost part of the cave is a not-so-small hall. Zhao Yun was delighted in his heart. Earlier he was still calculating that if the zombie king made all the zombies swarm to him, he could only take the risk of robbing and killing the zombie king and then lead the team to quickly evacuate. At this moment, it was discovered that apparently this zombie king didn't understand the art of war, and summoning all the zombies into the bottle-like cave was simply asking for death. A bottle of iced tea and a piece of sandwich bread for each contracted beast. Zhao Yun took out 5 bottles of iced tea and 5 pieces of bread and handed them out for all the contracted beasts. The little monkey has pockets in his ratskin armor, which are directly packed, and the old bull and the 3 rats are hidden in their mouths, so that they only need to bite through the package and eat it when it matters. Remember, no contracted beast is allowed to waste transcendent food until absolutely necessary, Zhao Yun sternly admonished. Zhao Yun, where's mine? Song Xiaodao asked. You'll stay by my side. Look for single zombies to kill, and when you meet the zombie king, go as far away as you can, Zhao Yun said. With Song Xiaodao's strength, going up against the zombie king alone was a delivery. When Song Xiaodao heard this, a sweet smile appeared on her small face and pulled on Zhao Yun's coat. You have to protect your fiancé there. See la. Zhao Yun still treated her as a fiancé, and was treated completely differently from those contracted beasts. Zhao Yun slapped Song Xiaodao's hand away and lazily ignored this girl. Sensing the spatial ring, there were still 3 compressed cookies inside. He left one for himself, and handed the remaining 2 to the little monkey and the old ox. When you fight later, save some energy if you can, and try to save this cookie as much as possible. Both the little monkey and the old cow nodded their heads and promised that they would never waste transcendental food. After everything was arranged, Zhao Yun ordered, Old ox, this time you take the lead and charge inward. Monkey follows closely. Old Black is in charge of the left flank. I'll be in charge of the right flank. And Rat 5 and Rat 6 will kill any zombies that slip through the cracks. push all the way in and try to end the battle within 2 hours. Moo! The old ox let out a low roar of excitement. The master actually let himself be the vanguard officer this time. It suddenly had the feeling of a salty fish turning over immediately after. The old ox turned on its iron armor ability, and its scales took on a kind of black golden color, covering its entire body before it clamped its tail and violently rushed into the cave. There was a violent crash, and the hissing of the zombies boiled over. The little monkey also knew that in this situation, the old ox with the iron armor ability was more suitable to be the vanguard, and with a low roar, carrying a long and a short handle of 2 Rat King claws, he also rushed in. Charge! Jiaoyin also took out his Rat King claw and rushed in with Song Xiaodao and the remaining contracted beasts. The cave was pitch black. At this time, the old ox had already penetrated more than 100 meters into the cave, and all the way through, most of the zombies had their bodies smashed. The little monkey strung out right behind him, leaving only a handful of walkers behind. Old Black and the 2 giant rats rushed up and finished it off. So Jiaoyin followed behind with Song Xiaodao. In fact, Zhao Yin's previous arrangements, or too cautious, in the case of the corpses cannot form a siege, even if the zombies are several times more. Meet the little monkey and the old cow. They have to rest. Everything is easier than imagined. Even if they meet E-class zombies, none of them can block a single blow from old ox and little monkey. Pushing all the way across the street, after half an hour, Zhao Yin traveled 2 kilometers, and the zombies in front of him were suddenly empty. The old ox in front and the little monkey both stopped and turned back to look at Zhao Yin with intent. Master, is this the end of the killing? The little monkey asked in a heartfelt voice. The old ox was also active once in a while, unning his mind to inquire. Master, are there any more zombies? I feel like it's too easy to kill them after advancing to level D. And this helmet, it's so cool. Zhao Yin listened carefully and realized that there wasn't a single zombie in the passageway within a kilometer ahead. Only the hall at the end of the passageway, where there were roughly 1,000 more. That zombie king should be there too. Old Black, go in and see where that zombie king is. Find its position. Come back when you find the zombie king. Don't fight it. Zhao Yin directly ordered. Know your enemy and know yourself. Zhao Yin wanted to feel out what was going on inside first. The old Black responded with a heartfelt voice, and his body flashed, rushing rapidly toward the end of the passage. After old Black left, Zhao Yin swung his sword and chopped off the head of a dead zombie, sat on his butt as a bench, took out a cigarette and bit it between his teeth, and snapped to light the lighter. Hiss! Zhao Yin took a deep breath. The eye in the darkness. The smoke and fire flickered, illuminating the contours of his face, with beads of sweat rolling down, his eyes dark and deep. Zhao Yin, going to cut the watermelon? Song Xiaodao asked. She came in with Zhao Yin and hadn't killed a single zombie, so she remembered her old job. Zhao Yin shook his head. No need. Finish off the zombie king and let Wu Shuegue and the others come in to collect. The battle isn't over yet, so try to conserve your energy. Zhao Yin only had a B-ranked non-combat system ability in his previous life, and the fact that he was able to survive 7 years of the end times had something to do with his caution. How many powerful psychics had accidentally turned over in the gutter? Zhao Yin had seen an unknown number of them. Soon, the ground suddenly cracked open a large hole, and old Black's figure quickly drilled out from it, followed by the large hole that rippled like a wave of water and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was the first time Zhao Yin had seen the earth escape ability, and a wave rose in his heart. It was fortunate that old Darkness had his heart set on the White Mouse King in the first place, or else if it escaped and sneaked up on him at any time with this psychic ability, Zhao Yin didn't know what the consequences would be. How's it going? Did you find the zombie king? Zhao Yin asked. Master, saw a big zombie. If there really is a zombie king in the cave, I think that's it. Old Black heartily whispered. It could only judge by its size, and could not probe for detailed information. All the contracted beasts were now connected to Zhao Yin's mind and were familiar with his measurement units. Old Black then said in a heartfelt voice, the hall is about 5,000 square feet. There are 1,429 zombies in it. There are 16 E-class zombies. That big zombie is alone inside a cave room, like it's guarding something. I just approached and it noticed me, so I could only come back to report to the master. Guarding something? Zhao Yin was out of breath for a moment. No wonder the zombie king didn't show up even though he had killed so many zombies in the past 3 days. Even though it sensed the crisis, it didn't go to take the initiative but chose to hunker down here. Zhao Yin asked again. See how big the size really is? It's about the same as after the monkey opened his first psychic ability. Old Black's heart sounded grave when facing that zombie king. Old Black felt a crisis as Zhao Yin frowned and thought, if the little monkey had just turned on his giganticization ability, he would be able to reach nearly 3 meters in height today. The average 3-meter tall normal zombie was at least C rank, but the zombie king could grow to 3 meters at D rank. D-class zombie king? Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to the 3 contracted beasts that were also of level D. With their abilities today, fighting at the same time was enough to crush a zombie king of the same level. Still, Zhao took out an item, Beast Trap, Grade B, Extraordinary Auxiliary Equipment, Toughness, 280, Effect, Capture and Trap, Effects, Size Change, Camouflage. The star crystal carrying the SS-class space pendant inside the Zombie King's body was coveted by Zhao in his previous life, and he would never allow any slip-ups to occur. If he could take down the Zombie King more easily, he wouldn't want the contracted beasts to get hurt. There weren't many chestnut tree leaves left nowadays, and the healing potion and sandwich bread couldn't be wasted so easily. Zhao tucked the trap net inside his rat skin armor and stood up from the walker's head. Zhao said in a deep voice, "Enter the hall, kill the corpse king, and take the treasure." Boom! All of the contracted beasts were all shaken in spirit and quickly clustered Zhao and Song Xiaodao in the center, with the old ox in the front to open the way, the little monkey and the old black one on the left and one on the right, and the rat 5 and the rat 6 following behind. The group of 2 men and 5 beasts quickly charged down the hall. The remaining 1 kilometer of the passage was not blocked by zombies, and it took a few minutes to cross. At this time, all the zombies in the hall had already assembled, and a huge zombie with a height of 3 meters stood in the center of the group. From the face it was a young man less than 30 years old in life. Only at this time the muscles of the face supported the 5 senses are deformed. The skin appeared a kind of sky blue. A vein climbed all over the face, its dead fish-like eyes, staring at the entrance of the hall. Its gaze is cruel, cold, and bloodthirsty. While containing wisdom, its clothes had long since been stretched out and hung like rotten rags, no different from naked fruit. Zhao had just walked into the hall when the deafening roar of corpses came to his ears. Roar! 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 The Zombie King then let out a low roar, shaking the cave halls, with debris and dirt slamming down from overhead, followed by more than 1,000 zombies all roaring and rushing towards Zhao Yin's group. At the same time, Zhao Yin also opened the Eye of True Vision, Male Zombie, Grade D, Evolution, 100/99, Strength, 220, Agility, 140, Defense, 195, Spirit, 15, Awakened Ability, Stone Skin. It was still close to evolving to C rank, with an attribute to rank ratio that was even more outrageous than the Zombie King that Zhao Yin had killed last time. The key was that this Zombie King had actually awakened its psychic abilities last time. That Corpse King was only on the verge of awakening and was dying before manifesting the ability to rush. It was just a pity that it was finished off by Zhao Yin before it could fully awaken. Kill, go straight for the Zombie King. Zhao Yin telepathically transmitted his voice, roar. The little monkey who had been maintaining his giganticization ability quickly turned on berserking, followed by a layer of flames spreading from his hands, quickly wrapping around the 2 Rat King claws in his hands, and his figure transformed into a gale to kill the corpses. The old bull, who was already standing at the front of the group, moved a bit slower, but at that moment, he also turned on his dual alien powers and crashed into the opposite side with a rumble. Although the old black has no combat ability, but equipped with a golden saddle, its speed has been directly after the small monkey when it was still E-level, coupled with the unique claws of the Rat King. The strength of the ordinary mutant beasts is by no means comparable to the moment it rushed into the herd. A dozen or so zombies were sliced into limbs. Zhao Yin followed closely behind the 3 contracted beasts, Shuga crossbow in his hands to shoot rapidly. After taking out more than 100 zombies, immediately changed to the Rat King claws, frantically harvesting. Song Xiaodao and the 2 giant rats could only follow behind Zhao Yin. There weren't even a few zombies missed in front of them. They otherwise made sure that Zhao Yin's back wasn't attacked by zombies soon. The little monkey with a clear goal had rushed into the center of the corpses, and when he was less than 10 meters away from the Zombie King, he fiercely accelerated and chopped away. The Zombie King didn't seem to have anticipated that the enemy would actually be so strong, and a piece of stone skin surfaced on its body in a hurry, covering its entire body in the blink of an eye. Click. The speed of the little monkey was too much faster than it. A Rat King claw chopped at the neck of the Zombie King, but it only chopped through a layer of stone armor into the flesh of half an inch, and then it was forcibly stuck. The Zombie King's figure was also knocked askew by the huge impact. It reached out and slammed its fist at the little monkey, but before the fist could land, a huge object, even bigger than its size, crashed into it with a loud rumble. The Zombie King was directly knocked out and smashed directly into the stone wall 50 meters away. It was just a pity that the Zombie King's stone armor ability wasn't broken by the old ox's helmet, and he quickly climbed up, the wound on his neck that had been decapitated by the little monkey bursting into flames, and a burst of the smell of rotting flesh being cauterized spreading. The Zombie King raised his hand to extinguish the fire, his face filled with anger, and he rushed towards the little monkey with big steps. Just then, Zhao Yin had arrived, and with a lift of his hand, there was a loud boom. A thunderbolt struck the Zombie King's head. The entire hall of the cave was illuminated as if it were day. The Zombie King immediately trembled violently and staggered, his muscles spasming and twisting with electricity. Roar. The Zombie King was extremely angry and stared at Zhao Yin with a deadly stare, but he couldn't advance any faster. Boom. Zhao Yin raised his hand, and the lightning elements in the air gathered crazily. And another thunderbolt struck the Zombie King's head. The Zombie King fell on his butt and convulsed violently. At that moment the little monkey arrived, and a Rat King claw slashed at the Zombie King's head, once again slicing off a piece of stone skin, and as the black blood flowed, it was seared by a terrifying flame. Hooray! The Zombie King finally felt the life and death crisis, and in the instant when the paralysis of his body disappeared, a layer of stone armor was once again born on his body, quickly wrapping the previous stone armor within. If the previous stone armor was a layer of stone clothing, then this layer of stone armor was a stone shell that looked hideous and thick. When the little monkey slashed a second time, there was a clang, a spark of fire splashed up, and it actually didn't hurt the slightest bit. At that moment, Zhao Yin's true vision. I saw the change in the Zombie King, male zombie, grade C, evolution 100/0, strength 220, agility 140, defense 395, spirit 15, awakened ability, stone armor. It actually broke through to C rank at this time. Zhao Yin realized in an instant that the Zombie King's evolution degree had originally reached 99%, and had long been accumulated enough to finally break through in the moment of life and death. It was just that. Probably because of the breakthrough in this situation, neither strength nor agility actually increased, while defense grew to a horrendous level, almost 400 defense value. Even the stone skin ability evolved into stone armor. Be nice. Why did you choose to be a turtle? Zhao Yin suddenly felt funny. If the Zombie King had made a normal breakthrough, Zhao Yin might have needed to make the contracted beasts drink iced tea to the death, and even end up paying some price, but it actually raised its defense to the extreme in order to save its life. At this time, the little monkey's third knife chopped at the Zombie King's head. Another burst of sparks spattered, followed by a sitting Zombie King's fist blasted at the little monkey's belly. Bang! The little monkey was shaken back a few steps, and immediately rushed up again with his Rat King claw raised, while at the same time telepathically transmitting, "Master, it can't be cut. Fear not. Monkey dodge." Zhao Yin said in a heartfelt voice. The little monkey immediately put away the Rat King's claws and drew back violently, and before the Zombie King could get up from the ground, boom! Another thunderbolt landed on its head. The Zombie King's stone armor was not an insulator, and even the strongest defense would be ineffective against lightning-type powers. The Zombie King convulsed again, the three thunderbolts causing every muscle in its body to spasm and twist. Zhao Yin's heartfelt voice. The old cow knocked it down. The old bull that was ready to start immediately rushed up. Bang! The Zombie King was directly knocked over on the ground, sliding out a few meters and hitting the stone wall behind him. Next moment, boom! Boom! Zhao Yin blasted down two more thunderbolts, and when the Zombie King convulsed and couldn't move, Zhao Yin took out his long-prepared trapping net. He used his spiritual power to communicate with the trapping net and raised his hand to throw it out. The trapping net locked onto the Zombie King and turned into a large net in the air, instantly covering the Zombie King's huge body, followed by rapid contraction. Ho ho ho! The Zombie King let out an unwilling roar from its mouth, but the trapping net was up to 280 tough. It was simply not something it could break through. Zhao Yin suddenly felt nothing but a wave of emptiness. Thunder was already the strongest lightning-type ability he could unleash at his current level, and he had just unleashed 5 in a row, and his mental energy was almost at the point of exhaustion. As he absorbed the mental power replenishment from his energy ring, he commanded, "All contracted beasts, decimate all zombies." At this moment, Song Xiaodao and the two giant rats were still protecting behind Zhao Yin, preventing the corpses from approaching him, and the three contracted beasts at the front, the corpses had all gathered, and Song Xiaodao and the two giant rats were both covered in black blood. Little monkey, old ox, and old black turned back to kill the corpses, clearing away a large swath in moments. Song Xiaodao and the two rats finally let up on the pressure. Immediately afterward, Song Xiaodao walked towards Zhao Yin. "Zhao Yin, I ate my can of tuna. You were bitten by a walker?" Zhao Yin asked. Song Xiaodao lifted the rat skin armor on his arm, and there was bright red blood flowing out from two deep teeth marks at his wrist. "It was an E-class zombie. I killed it and got bitten, but I feel fine after eating canned tuna." Without the cans of tuna that fought off the virus, she would have been a zombie at this point. Zhao Yin looked at Song Xiaodao. Her small face was pale and her chest was heaving violently, knowing that she must be exhausted. "Just rest by my side and let the monkeys and the others take care of the rest of the battle." There were less than 1,000 zombies left, which was easy enough for a few contracted beasts to solve. Song Xiaodao suddenly took out a piece of star crystal and said in a clipped voice, "Zhao Yin, the E-zombie I killed just now, I accidentally chopped through its head and this piece of star crystal fell out." "Oh." Zhao Yin reached for it. Song Xiaodao continued, "This is the first E-class zombie I've killed, so if I open up my powers, can I have them?" The night before, Zhao Yin had said that as long as she killed the zombies herself, the powers that opened up belonged to her. Zhao Yin didn't think that a piece of star crystal could open up psychic abilities, not to mention that Song Xiaodao had almost lost his life for this piece of star crystal. Naturally, He wouldn't go back on his word and nodded. Open it, and anything other than the powers will be left to me for safekeeping. Without rules. Even though nowadays, Zhao had long since treated Song Xiaodao as one of his own, his rules can't be broken by anyone. Or they will still follow in the footsteps of their previous life. Sometimes, people's hearts can change. Just like Zhao Yan's once good brother Lin Tianfeng and his righteous son Zhang Dongliang, who had initially lived and died with Zhao Yin. Especially Zhang Dongliang, who had almost died several times for the sake of Zhao Yin. But what happened in the end? How many people, even loving couples, best brothers, and biological parents, end up turning against each other before great interests are at stake? So in this life, Zhao Yin wouldn't let the people around her feel that they had a share in what they had and the right to fight for it. He wants to be in a position to make sure that they are well off and have respect for themselves in their bones and can't develop a rebellious heart. They want something. They have to please Zhao Yin. And scheming and betrayal, or bullying, can only end up getting them nothing. Instead, once it is put into action, there is a terrible price to pay. Although Song Xiaodao was still young, and even more so, he had to start brainwashing from a young age. This was a mind trick that Zhao Yin had given his life to comprehend in his previous life. Song Xiaodao immediately crushed the star crystal in his hand, followed by a flash of white light. A medicine bottle appeared in her hand, transparent as crystal, with most of the light blue potion emitting a silver light, reflecting her small face with a dreamy luster. Zhao Yin, who hadn't cared about it at all, snapped his eyes wide open at this moment. Zhao Yin, what is this? Another healing potion? Song Xiaodao asked with a frown. She hadn't seen an allomantic potion, and didn't even know that the thing that turned on the allomantic gene was a potion. Zhao Yin immediately opened the eye of true vision. Talent potion, grade S. Wind potion, opens the hidden talent of the evolved bloodline. Wind S. Zhao Yin couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. What the hell kind of luck was this? I haven't heard of any S-class alien potions coming out of here in my previous life either. Zhao Yin, speak up. What the hell is this? Song Xiaodao asked anxiously. Allomantic potion. Wind. Zhao Yin tried to make his voice calmer. And it's S rank. Song Xiaodao instantly flushed her little face with excitement. Really? You didn't lie to me? She herself couldn't believe that she had actually opened up her powers. Zhao Yin calmed his mind. If this bottle of potion was placed in the hands of someone else, he would not hesitate to kill and seize the treasure, but since it was something promised to Song Xiaodao, he would give it to her even if it was an SSS-ranked psychic ability. I'll keep it for you first, and go use it when we go back to the stealth tent. Zhao Yin finished speaking and took the alien potion and put it into his spatial ring. For the first time, the development of psychic abilities hidden within the genes, other than the SSS class, requires a painful process. It also takes a relatively long time. The only exception is the top SSS ranked powers. The current situation was clearly not suitable for Song Xiaodao to absorb immediately. Zhao Yin, it's better for you to use it. I don't want it. Song Xiaodao bit her lower lip and said as if she had made some sort of determination. Don't want it? Zhao Yin was stunned and asked, didn't you always want to become a shifter? You saved my life. I've been freeloading at your side for so long and never done you any favors. This potion is S-rated and you need it badly. Song Xiaodao laughed. Zhao Yin, it's for you as if I'm paying your food bill. Zhao Yin looked at the tender little face in front of him, and an indescribable taste welled up in his heart. Finally, the two figures of this little girl, and the Song Xiaodao from his previous life in Zhao Yin's heart, gradually overlapped. Zhao Yin shook his head. I have SSS-ranked powers, except for the SSS-ranked ones that don't deserve me. Where is it so easy to get SSS-class powers? There aren't many in the whole world. Every strong person who got it would not easily reveal any information about their powers. At that moment, a loud hissing sound resounded through the hall. Roar! The earth beneath his feet and the stone wall above his head were all shaken slightly by the vibrations. It was the zombie king whose paralysis had worn off and was struggling desperately, but Zhao Yin just looked back and left him alone with the toughness of the trapping net. It couldn't break free no matter what. The 5 contracted beasts killing the corpses were already at the end, after the last zombie had its body crushed by the old cow. The contracted beasts walked back towards Zhao Yin's side. Song Xiaodao wanted to say something else, but Zhao Yin interrupted. Song Xiaodao, write Old Black to notify Wu Shuegue, and tell him to bring people in to collect the corpse crystals immediately. Monkey, Old Ox, Rat 5, Rat 6, follow me to kill the zombie king. At this point, the zombie king had become a living target, but it still wasn't easy to kill it. First of all, it had to exhaust its energy. Only by making the zombie king lose his stone armor ability could the rat king claws slowly cut through. As soon as the words fell, Song Xiaodao climbed onto the golden saddle on Old Black's back and rushed outside the cave, while Zhao Yin led the 4 contracted beasts towards the zombie king. All attack for me, and drain its energy as quickly as possible. Zhao Yin said. The 4 contracted beasts immediately attacked. At this point the battle was over. Both Old Ox and Little Monkey no longer conserved their energy and went all out with each strike. and the sharp claws of the two giant rats left a trail of sparks on the zombie king. Xiaoyin also took out his rat king claw and went up to slash. Ouch. Roar. The zombie king let out a fearful wail. It possessed an intelligence that did not lose to humans, and seemed to have the intention of begging for mercy. No stopping. Fuck until you die. Xiaoyin ordered loudly. What he wanted was the star crystal inside the zombie king. So what was the use of it begging for mercy? Not to mention that Xiaoyin couldn't contract a zombie, even if it was a contracted beast. For the sake of that SS-ranked heavy treasure, Xiaoyin would definitely get it killed. At this time, if the zombie king wanted to not die, he could only desperately turn on the stone armor ability, and his energy was rapidly depleting. As time passed, the layer of hideous stone armor slowly thinned and finally disappeared. Pissed. The little monkey slashed at the wound in the zombie king's neck, instantly widening the wound by a few millimeters, and there was a trace of black blood staining the rat king's claws. Xiaoyin's heart shook as he realized that the zombie king's supernatural ability was finally unable to support it. All contracted beasts back off, and the monkeys continue to aim at the wounds and slash them for me. Xiaoyin retracted his rat king claw and took a step back. The old ox and the two giant rats stopped moving forward, and only the little monkey waved its rat king claw. Bang! Bang! A slash went down, and as the wound widened, large streams of blood flowed. After another half hour of hacking, finally, the zombie king let out a miserable howl and clicked his head as it rolled out of the trap net, but its head was still not dead, and its big mouth opened and closed as if it wanted to bite. If the zombie king's perverted defense was alone, turning on the stone armor ability had already reached level A, and after the stone armor disappeared it was also enough to withstand the defense of an ordinary level B zombie. It evolved to C rank, sacrificing its strength and agility evolution to pile up its defense to a terrifying level, which was okay enough. Xiaoyin picked up the zombie king's head, grabbed his hair and lifted it in his hand, and snapped 2 slaps down. What's the point of growing so hard? At the same time, his heart was greatly relieved that this zombie king was finally no longer a threat. Next, Xiaoyin put away the beast trapping net and led the contracted beasts outside the cave. Just leave the cleaning up of the battlefield to the survivors. This zombie king's head was the hardest, and the little monkey didn't know how long he would have to chop it up if he wanted to take out the star crystal. The cave was filled with the stench of corpses, and Xiaoyin didn't want to remain here. Suddenly, his footsteps lurched, remembering earlier, when Old Black had detected that the zombie king had stayed alone in a certain cave room. Could it have been guarding some treasure at that time? Xiaoyin's heart fluttered. Looking back, he soon saw a hole not far from where he had just decapitated the zombie king. It looked like it had been opened up by hand, and the hole took on a vertical oval shape that snaked around so that it was impossible to see what was actually inside. Go in and take a look. Xiaoyin turned around and walked towards the cave entrance. The contracted beasts hurriedly followed. At that moment, the head of the zombie king in Xiaoyin's hand suddenly had a fierce face and his mouth bit hard, clicking and clacking. His teeth clattered violently, like he didn't want Xiaoyin to get anywhere near there. This cave has been occupied by me, including all the treasures and you. All of them are my personal belongings. Xiaoyin raised his hand and slapped the zombie king in the face with 2 more slaps. Soon, he entered the cave. The place was tidier than expected, like the zombie king had been deliberately keeping it sanitized earlier. A zombie with a sense of hygiene? In doubt, Xiaoyin walked through a dozen meters of winding passageway and entered a cave room, and immediately after, he was slightly stunned. There wasn't any imaginary treasure. The cave room was only about 20 square feet, with a wooden frame bed at the far end. A large body and a small one sat on the edge of the bed, their faces dry. Not some zombie, but an actual corpse. They look like they've been specially treated and aren't rotting. Vaguely recognizable as a mother and daughter, only from the little girl's body to determine the age of roughly 5 or 6 years old. The older female body has long since dried up to the point of not being able to see the age. They are by no means dead after the end, otherwise it would have turned into a zombie long ago. Looking at the dryness of the skin, it had been dead for at least 7 or 8 months. In an instant, Xiaoyin realized something. Looking down to see the head of the zombie king in his hand, there was pleading in its dead fish-like eyes. Some images appeared in Xiaoyin's mind. About 6 months before the end, a mother and daughter died in an accident. The woman's husband, the little girl's father, the king of the walkers in his hands, is grieving and does not want his wife and daughter to leave. He stubbornly made them into dry corpses and kept them by his side, thinking that would be companionship, eternity, and that they would never be lost. To avoid worldly eyes, he found this cave and hid the bodies of his wife and daughter in it. He happened to go out and die in the meteor shower the night it came down. Returning a month later, he regenerated his consciousness after devouring a few star crystals. The zombie king, however, is obsessed and has some memories of his life. So it came back to this cave and kept watch apart from its wife and daughter. It didn't care at all about the deaths of those subordinates in the outside world. It wasn't until Xiaoyin had almost decimated the corpses in the valley that the zombie king had a sense of crisis and summoned all the remaining zombies. Even the special ability that this zombie king evolved is a defensive stone armor, because the biggest obsession in his heart is to guarding him in life and death. That remnant, Zhao let out a sigh in his heart was as still as water, but it rippled a little. Monkey, go and bring the headless body of the zombie king and spark it along with these two corpses. Zhao commanded. The little monkey immediately walked out of the cave room, carrying the corpse of the zombie king. At this moment, no one noticed that in the eyes of the head, a touch of relief, a touch of gratitude rose, and it slowly closed its eyes, never opening them again. Fire appeared in the little monkey's hand, setting the three corpses ablaze in a flash, and the blazing fire burned, illuminating the faces of one man and four beasts. The contracted beasts didn't understand why Zhao was doing this, and he didn't explain. Zhao rarely did good deeds, and even less so in the end times. The only way to get that far is if it doesn't involve his interests and has nothing to do with his well-being, only. While the two female corpses quickly burned to ashes, the corpse of the zombie king only blackened its skin. The flames ignited by the little monkey's psychic powers all went out. Hard to cremate, zombie king. It's not that I won't help you. It's that your fucking evolved defense is too strong, Zhao Yin said to the head on his hand. At this time, Old Black, with Song Xiaodao sitting on his back, scurried in from outside the cave chamber. Zhao Yin, Wu Xuegue and the others are here and are collecting the corpse crystals and star crystals, Song Xiaodao said happily to Zhao Yin. Go and keep an eye on it. Don't let the survivors touch the star crystals. Go and collect them all for yourself, Zhao Yin commanded. Song Xiaodao instantly beamed. I just came back and you're making me leave again? Then next time you'll be the vanguard. It's okay to let the monkey do that, Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao was startled and hurriedly said, How can I steal the credit with the little monkey? After saying that, she jumped off the Old Black's back and quickly left the cave chamber. Zhao Yin directly rolled over and mounted Old Black. Go, get out of here. When he walked out of the cave room and left the cave hall, he saw a fire at the end of the tunnel. Wu Xuegue and the others weren't able to see at night, and all of them were holding lit sticks in their hands, so that the speed of collecting the corpse crystals was much slower. But there was no other way. Song Xiaodao was not far away, pouting her little buttocks, slicing the head of an E-class zombie with her rat king claws. Zhao Yin left the cave, found a flat place, and threw out the stealth tent. His gaze fell on Old Ox, Old Black, and the two giant rats. None of the transcendental food was used earlier. Right, so bring it all out. Several of the indentured beasts were commanded to spit out of their mouths the transcendent food that had been given to them earlier. Still stained with a good deal of saliva, Zhao Yin was mainly worried about being stolen and eaten by their mouths, so he didn't bother picking them up, and instructed the little monkey, put them all in your place, and hand them out during the next battle. Squeak, master, the little monkey will never steal food, the little monkey heartily assured. It's the master's trust, it's love, so never let your master down. He wipes down all the food and packs it into the large pocket of his chest ratskin armor. Monkey, you come in with me. Zhao Yin carried the head of the zombie king and walked into the stealth tent after the little monkey followed him in. He didn't need Zhao Yin's command and immediately took the head in his hand and placed it on the ground to chop it up. Zhao Yin smoked a cigarette while setting up a hanging pot and cooking the rat king meat. The little monkey hacked away, one at a time. With each slash, the zombie king's face twisted. Bang, 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 until dawn. The head was not cut open, but the little monkey's energy was exhausted several times. So Zhao Yin let it eat the meat of the rat king to replenish. Consuming a large amount of rat king meat had in turn caused the little monkey's attributes to increase by a few more points. Finally, as the morning sun rose outside, the little monkey slashed down with a rat king claw, and a click came out as Zhao Yin got up like an electric flash and kicked the head out of the tent like a ball before the zombie king's brains could flow out. The little monkey panted and froze as he carried the rat king's claws. Master, no dirtying the stealth tent. When Zhao Yin finished speaking, he quickly chased after him, and the head flew out 70 to 80 meters. With a slit cut open in the middle, and large strands of black brain matter flowed all over the ground. Zhao Yin bent down and picked it up, taking out a rat king claw and following the cracks to strip out all the corpse crystals and star crystals inside along with the brain matter. He carefully rummaged through the pieces and came up with a total of 4 open door star crystals and a C-grade corpse crystal. It's finally here. Zhao Yin had never been more serious. Taking out a pack of paper towels from within his spatial ring and wiping all the star crystals and corpse crystals clean before returning to the stealth tent alone, he was about to open the star crystal when Song Xiaodao suddenly walked in through the door. Song Xiaodao dumped the ratskin duffel bag onto the ground, and with a clatter, large and small corpse crystals, interspersed with blood-red star crystals, piled up like a small mountain. Zhao Yin, the corpse crystals and star crystals are all collected, a total of 682 F-class corpse crystals, 34 E-class corpse crystals, and 34 star crystals. They're all here. There were still 562 F-class corpse crystals, and 11 E-class corpse crystals left inside the spatial ring, adding up to a total of 244 F-class corpse crystals and 45 E-class. After Zhao Yin did the math, he said, call mouse 6 over. Song Xiaodao immediately understood Zhao Yin's thoughts and turned around to walk out soon. A giant rat covered in black blood followed Song Xiaodaoan after picking out the 34-star crystals from within the small mountain. Zhao collected the 44 F-grade corpse crystals and took out 8 more from within the E-grade corpse crystals and put them into the small mountain. Once he had gathered enough energy to evolve from E rank to D rank, Zhao collected all the remaining corpse crystals. Only then did Zhao look at the giant rat and said, "Rat 6, do you know why you're being looked for?" Rat 6's gaze flickered, secretly glancing at the small mountain of corpse crystals a few times. Zhao had let both the monkey and the cow evolve to rank D in the past 2 days, and the 2 ranky giant rats were craving for it. "Master is trying to make me evolve?" Mao 6 asked in a heartfelt voice that couldn't wait. Zhao originally wanted to sell a secret, but I didn't expect that this naive bastard actually didn't know how to cooperate. So it's no wonder that he can only be cannon fodder. Mouse 6. You're very smart. One of the pseudo-mutant beasts I'm most optimistic about. Zhao Yin's face didn't show, revealing a kind smile. In fact, all 6 giant rats look alike. Zhao Yin had also been treating them as tool rats, and usually didn't even bother to talk to them. What's so good about it? In my mind, pseudo-mutant beasts have always been no worse than mutant beasts, and since the heavens created your species, there must be a reason for it, so don't be presumptuous. Zhao Yin's face showed his majesty. You guessed right. Today I'll let you become the first Class D pseudo-mutant beast of my subordinates. Rat 6 trembled with excitement. So, the master thinks so highly of himself. Mouse 6 began to ask himself if he had been too slack in his work for his master in the past. Master. Zhao Yin waved his hand. There's no need to say anything. You absorb this pile of corpse crystals. I hope that, in the future, you'll be able to keep up the good work and become the best of the best. That giant rat. Mouse 6. May I serve my master to the death. Rat 6 prostrated himself on his front paws. Although the contracted beasts are 100% loyal, they all have their own minds and can be lazy at times, and are in need of motivation. After wasting a wave of saliva, Zhao Yin stopped looking at Rat 6 and took out the bottle of S-rank exotic potion. This kind of treasure, even in Zhao Yin's hands, felt unusually heavy. You go use the exotic potion as well. Zhao Yin finally looked at Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin, it's better for you to use such a powerful supernatural ability. I'm fine with you protecting me. Song Xiaodao said. Zhao Yin smiled. His eye curtains slowly lowered, and the memory of the scene from his previous life, when Song Xiaodao died, once again hovered in his mind. He rarely showed true emotion, and after dying of betrayal in his previous life, any emotion was a luxury for Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao, you're the only person by my side. I just hope you'll never betray. Can you? Song Xiaodao didn't know why Zhao Yin suddenly said such words, and a sudden inexplicable stabbing pain ran through his heart. The Zhao Yin in front of him at this moment suddenly no longer looked like that cold guy, but more like an ordinary youth who had just graduated from college before the end of the world. This kind of heartache, Song Xiaodao didn't know where it came from, didn't know what caused it. Tears appeared in her eyes and she said earnestly, Zhao Yin, I will never betray you. Not even in death. Go and stimulate the supernatural powers and live longer. Zhao Yin slowly raised his eyes. His gaze already clear, walked away from emotions that shouldn't be his. If in the end the zombies take over the whole world and all the survivors have to die, I hope you can accompany me to the end. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao bit her lip, stepped forward and grabbed the alien potion. Looking at Zhao Yin Dao, I'll marry you in a few years, whether you want me or not. After saying that, the little girl walked to the corner of the tent, and without any further hesitation, she directly opened the supernatural potion and poured it down with her head tilted up. Immediately afterward, Song Xiaodao's face turned red, frowning. Her small brows, and bean-sized beads of sweat, rolled down from her forehead. A wail escaped from her mouth, clearly enduring the pain from the genetic changes within her body. This kind of pain Zhao Yin had also tried. He pulled his gaze back and took out all the corpse crystals first. All 34-star crystals in the E-class zombie's body were opened. 7 bottles of non-fusanquin, 6 pieces of sandwich bread, 5 pieces of compressed cookies, 5 bottles of iced tea, 3 yellow peaches, 4 cans of canned beef, 1 can of canned tuna, 1 piece of instant noodle, military tunic, grade F, splitting knife, grade D. Aside from the extraordinary food and drink, the military top is already the second extra piece. Zhao Yin has rat skin armor and rat king claws, and weapons and clothes below C rank are basically useless, apart from the crippled one. This was the second intact one. Zhao Yin was a bit disappointed, but this kind of thing couldn't be forced. He looked towards the 4 remaining corpse king star crystals, then grabbed one and slightly exerted his fingers. Click! A flash of white light. A black glove appeared in his hand, silenced overall and light as a feather in his hand. Blast gloves, grade C, type of extraordinary auxiliary weapon, sturdy 85. Attached effect attack speed plus 98, a rare C-rank auxiliary weapon that increases attack speed. After Zhao Yin put it on, whether it was with his bare hands or swinging his rat king claws, his speed directly increased by almost 100 points. Zhao Yun directly put the glove on his right hand that normally held the knife. So he stopped paying attention to the glove and pinched open the second Corpse King Star Crystal. After the white light, a red arrow appeared in his hand. Burst arrow, grade B. Type of transcendent weapon. Attack 520. With the effect of hitting the target to produce a burst, covering a range of 50 meters in a circle of non-discriminatory attacks. Remarks, disposable weapon. Disappears after bursting. This burst arrow was definitely the #1 killing weapon currently in Zhao Yun's hands, but it was a pity that it was only a disposable weapon. However, at a critical time, this burst arrow alone might be able to turn the battle around. It was worthy of the star crystal inside the zombie king's body. Opening 2 pieces in a row produced good things. Zhao Yun cracked the 3rd star crystal immediately after. As the white light rose, he prayed in his heart, "Be sure to open the space pendant. I just want the space pendant." There were only these 2 star crystals left, and he was afraid that the information he had received in his previous life was wrong. Soon, the white light disappeared and a gray hat appeared in his hand. The furry material is like dog skin with dog ears, dog eyes, dog nose, dog teeth, and even a thumb-long dog tail at the back of the head of the hat. Solar dog hat, grade C. Extraordinary defense equipment. 120 strong. 50 spirit. With the effect of releasing a protective shield of extraordinary energy to withstand any form of attack below 800 points for one time. Remarks, every time you release the protective shield, it needs to be exposed to the sun for 72 hours to be recharged. Zhao Yun stared at the hat, his eyes glazing over a bit. Another piece of special equipment that came with powerful effects that could even catch up to B-rank rare equipment. But the style, it's fucking bizarre. Who the hell designed it? I've seen bear head hats and tiger head hats. Who the hell wears a dog's head? Zhao Yun spat while still putting the dog's head cap on his head. The main thing is that the side effects are so flavorful. It's something that can save your life. Immediately after that, Zhao Yun pinched open the last piece of Corpse King Star Crystal. There was a flash of dazzling white light, and a coldness in his hand. Heck, it was a pendant. What looked like a chain of unknown metal like purple and gold dangled beneath a miniature woman's palm, lifelike, with snow white and delicate skin. 5 slender fingers. Even the nails were crystal clear. If not for the fact that this palm was only the size of a broad bean, it would definitely make people think that it was real. Zhao Yun wasn't a hand fetishist, but his heart jumped when he saw this palmed eye in the palm of his hand. He held a spherical bead that took on a sort of gray color world bead chain, grade SS, type unknown, effect, self-forming space, unlimited growth. Remarks, requires blood to recognize the owner, currently at level 0, can absorb any transcendental energy to upgrade, finally in hand? Zhao Yun held the world bead chain for a long time, unable to return to his senses. The treasures that countless people in the previous life were eager to get. For the sake of this pendant, I don't know how many people died, and even attracted SSS-level powerhouses to fight for it for thousands of miles. He hadn't expected it to come into his hands so easily. Originally, he had only come to look for the flying white tiger, and Zhao Yun wasn't even sure that in this life, he would really be able to see that Corpse King, but it all went so well, like it was meant to be. However, Zhao Yun carefully thought about it. Things seemed to be taken for granted. With the 3 mutant beasts in his hands today, any one of them is enough to become the overlord of a region. Not to mention that Zhao Yun himself also mastered the Thunder System combat psychic ability. The equipment is even more very human comparable. If he couldn't even get the treasure, then how many other people in this world would be able to get it? Zhao Yun took out and cut his finger with the Rat King's claw, and a ground of crimson blood overflowed from his fingertip and dripped down onto the gray bead. In the next moment, the world bead chain quickly melted into a warm yellow light and drilled into Zhao Yun's palm, and immediately afterward, at his neck, the virtual image of the world bead chain emerged and slowly condensed into a physical object. At this moment, Zhao Yun's mind had an additional connection, and could clearly perceive everything in the world bead chain. It was similar to the connection between him and the contracted beasts. The difference was that the world bead chain didn't have any consciousness, and was ultimately just a dead thing. Zhao Yun's mind moved, and his figure instantly disappeared from his original spot as he appeared in an unfamiliar space. Immediately after, Zhao Yun was slightly out of breath as he realized that this space was pitifully small, with only 1 square of ground under his feet, and surrounded by a gray mist. Zhao Yun raised his hand to touch it and realized that it was as if he had encountered an invisible barrier. There were occasional flashes of fluorescence in the gray mist that gave the space a dim light, and the ground beneath his feet was a kind of black clay. An SS grade treasure with only such a small space? He couldn't believe it. Soon, the information of the world bead chain flashed through Zhao Yun's mind, and his heart was instantly enlightened. Currently it's only level 0? Theoretically, as long as there's enough transcendent energy, this space can even be transformed into a world. What exactly is transcendent energy? Zhao Yun wondered. In his previous life, he hadn't come into contact with the life space, so he didn't understand it. And the first thing that came to his mind at this time was the corpse crystals and star crystals. Jiaoyin didn't have any star crystals in his hands at this time, and even if he did, he couldn't possibly use them to upgrade his space. With the thought of his mind, an F-class corpse crystal appeared in his hand. Jiaoyin touched his neck, but found that the existence world bead chain was empty there. The world bead chain transformed into this space at this time, disappearing as soon as he came in and materializing when he went out. A realization rose in Zhao Yin's heart. Immediately after that, he suddenly had a feeling that by throwing the corpse crystals in his hand into the gray mist in front of him, he was replenishing the space with energy. So Jiaoyin raised his hand and threw it, and the corpse crystal spun and fell into the gray mist. In the blink of an eye, the corpse crystal was disintegrated, and in the next moment, Jiaoyin felt a tremor under his feet. The space had gotten a little bigger, and only being the owner of the space could feel the change. Jiaoyin estimated that there was almost a centimeter of growth. Is it not enough energy? Immediately after that, he took out 10 F-class corpse crystals and spilled them out with a lift of his hand, and the 10 crystals spun around and fell into the gray mist, instantly disintegrating and disappearing. Space shook again, this time holding for almost a second before stopping. The space grew by 10 centimeters. Within Zhao Yin's perception, the world bead chain was still only level 0, still not enough energy. After promoting Rat 6 to D rank, Zhao Yin's remaining corpse crystals were only 37 F rank, 44 E rank, and 1 C rank. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and took out all the E and F grade corpse crystals at once, lifting his hand and scattering them like no money. All of the corpse crystals were instantly absorbed by the spatial decomposition, followed by another vibration. This time, the vibrations were a bit stronger than even before, and lasted a full 7 minutes or so before the space grew to roughly 45 meters in diameter before stopping. Jiaoyin stood in the middle of the space, and there was finally a sense of spaciousness in front of him. That he sensed the level of the world connections, and it was still only level 0. Looking up at the top of the head, probably also 45 meters high, the entire space, presenting a cylindrical shape, barricade with the gray fog, within 1 meter slowly floating, making the space sometimes larger, sometimes smaller, showing very unstable, but it looks kind of dreamy. Jiaoyin, however, didn't have the heart to appreciate it, and when he remembered that upgrading the space would require the consumption of corpse crystals, he felt a meaty pain. In the future, intending to grow mutated crops within this space and feed the legions of contracted beasts. Just how many corpse crystals would be consumed before it would be enough? Can't we just substitute something else? Jiaoyin thought of transcendent equipment in food and drink. Technically, they should all contain transcendental energy. As for transcendent food and drink, Jiaoyin couldn't even raise the thought of trying them, so he might as well just use the corpse crystals. Rather superbly equipped. His current surplus equipment consists of 2 military tops, 2 butterfly knives, 2 wolfsbane sticks, and 1 piece of heavy armor. The opener also has 3 handles, a chipped one and 2 intact ones, except for the need to leave an open knife in reserve. All the rest of the equipment, it is not impossible to use it to try. Jiaoyin took out a butterfly knife and threw it directly at the gray mist. Sure enough, as suspected, it was broken down and absorbed in a flash. Another meter of growth. Jiaoyin finally felt better in his heart, and it would be good to use it to upgrade the space when he opened useless equipment in the future. He threw in another butterfly knife and 2 military tops, and the space grew to 49 meters in diameter. Immediately after that, Jiaoyin continued the experiment. Throw the chipped open sword and wolfsbane into the gray mist. After being disintegrated, the space shook for a long time before stopping. The 2 pieces of D-rank equipment directly caused the diameter of the space to grow by an insane 200 meters to 249 meters. It suddenly occurred to Jiaoyin that since crippled equipment could be broken down and absorbed, what about destroyed equipment? He then took out the 4 pieces of equipment he had once destroyed, an E-rank women's suit and 2 F-rank military tops, as well as the D-rank heavy armor that the little monkeys had started out with, remove them all and throw them into the gray mist. It was disintegrated again in the blink of an eye and grew another 112 meters after the space shook again. Sure enough, the broken equipment had not lost any of its internal energy. As with intact equipment, it can be absorbed into space. Zhao Yin's heart rejoiced, and he threw in the extra Kaishan sword, along with the heavy armor that he had opened the day before, and the wolf tooth rod as well. The 3 pieces of D-rank equipment allowed the diameter of the space to grow by another 300 meters, and at this point, the diameter of the space reached 661 meters. Jiaoyin calculated that the energy contained in an F-ranked equipment was equivalent to an E-ranked corpse crystal, both of which could make the space grow by 1 meter. The energy contained within the E-rank equipment was equivalent to 10 E-rank corpse crystals, which could make the space grow by 10 meters. A D-ranked equipment was equivalent to 100 E-ranked corpse crystals, roughly equivalent to the ability contained in 1 D-ranked corpse crystal that could grow by 100 meters. At this point, Jiaoyin no longer had any equipment that could be discarded. The only corpse crystal left is also that C grade left by the Zombie King. If he hadn't miscalculated, then this C-grade corpse crystal would be able to grow the diameter of the space by a whopping 10,000 meters. But in the end, Zhao still didn't feel like throwing it out, while he needed to get a D-rank evolutionary potion before he would go for a rank advancement. The contracted beasts didn't have that concern at all. The little monkey has now turned on his third psychic ability. If he were to advance to C rank again, his strength would be a terrifying situation. The price/performance ratio is definitely higher. Not to mention that the 661 meter diameter space today was perfectly adequate for him to store things, as well as plant that chestnut tree and crispy ear vegetables. The idea of growing transcendental corn on a large scale will have to wait. With a thought, Zhao left the life space. Song Xiaodao was still sitting in the corner, biting her lips and forcibly enduring the pain. Her body had long been drenched in sweat. The sheepskin armor had long been taken off. A single thin dress on her body, tightly attached to the dry and thin small body. Vaguely visible outline of the young girl's first appearance. Zhao didn't look around much and directly walked out of the stealth tent. At this time, the sun was rising, and 2 hours had unconsciously passed since he opened the star crystal and entered the life space. Wu Shuigui and the others had eaten breakfast and were resting a few hundred meters away. All 5 contracted beasts were surrounding the outside of the tent, waiting and also keeping watch for Zhao. Rat 6 has finished evolving. Rat, grade D, strength 72, agility 78, stamina 51, spirit 11. Mutated by zombie virus, Zhao took one look and stopped paying attention, his gaze falling on the 3 mutant beasts, Monkey, Old Ox, Old Black. Zhao called out. All 3 contracted beasts immediately got up and quickly came in front of Zhao. Master, Master, Master. Zhao took out the C-grade corpse crystal from within his spatial ring and said, "This corpse crystal will only allow one of you to advance to C-grade, but you are all the contracted beasts that I care about the most, so thinking left and right, it wouldn't be fair to give it to anyone." All 3 contracted beasts had stony expressions as they stared dead at the corpse crystal. Mutant beasts didn't have many desires, other than eating. It was to aspire to be powerful, and this corpse crystal was too tempting for them. Zhao then said, "How about this? To be fair, you guys have a duel, and whoever wins in the end will give it to whoever wins." Old Ox and Old Black were instantly confused. Who didn't know that monkey had 3 psychic abilities and they all complemented each other? And with the equipment that Zhao had given it, it was simply a fighting machine amongst mutated beasts. If you fight a little monkey, aren't you just waiting to get punched? Master, I quit. I can't beat the little monkey. The Old Ox and his heartbeat. Old Black also transmitted his voice. Master, it's better to let the little monkey in for first incarnation. It's the strongest. I'm willing to let it have it. After the process was completed, Zhao directly threw the C-grade corpse crystal to the little monkey. Go and evolve right now, and you'll no longer be a little monkey from now on. When Zhao met the little monkey in his previous life, it was a C rank, and at that time, it didn't need to turn on its powers to keep its body gigantic. So, from now on, it will no longer be a little monkey, but a giant monkey. The little monkey directly crushed the corpse crystal, and the majestic transcendent energy, brilliant and dazzling, instantly blossomed in its palm, and in the next moment, it rapidly drilled into its body. Roar. It was difficult to suppress the opening of the giganticization alien ability, and its body shape was visible to the naked eye as it expanded, from a knee-high skinny monkey, blinking madly into a huge alien beast of nearly 3 meters. But that's not all. With the rapid absorption of transcendental energy, the nearly 3-meter-tall figure continued to expand. 3 meters, 3 meters 1, 3 meters 2, 3 meters 5, 4 meters, 4 meters 5. Zhao Yin's mind shook, and at this point, he could only look up to see the monkey's height. Even though the mind was already prepared for it, there was still shock. It wasn't that he hadn't seen this kind of giant beast in his previous life, but he had seen too many of them. But at the beginning of the end times, Zhao definitely hadn't seen it. He didn't know if there were any stronger mutant beasts than the little monkey in this world today, but what is certain is that there are definitely not many, if any. At this moment, the 2 pseudo-mutant beasts, Rat 5 and Rat 6, were prostrate on the ground, their paws holding their heads, shivering, like they simply didn't have the courage to face the monkey. Even the Old Black and the Old Ox also instinctively withdrew dozens of meters away, avoiding the plague like looking at the monkey from afar. The 2 beasts' gazes revealed panic. In the classification of mutant beasts, C rank and below C rank was another watershed. The bloodline pressure from the mutant beasts against each other made them feel palpitating, and if it wasn't for the monkey that lived and died with them, they would have long ago run as far away as they could. Eventually, the little monkey grew to nearly 5 meters and finally stopped. However, the energy in his body was still pounding away, and the next moment, roar! The little monkey couldn't help but turn on his second ability, to go berserk. It swelled up again. 5 meters 1, 5 meters 2, finally the height of the body straight up to 6 meters. palms like the size of a manhole cover, legs like two sections of a huge tree trunk, covered with golden hair more and more bright. Each one is half a foot long, hanging down to cover the whole body. The Rat King's claw that Zhao had given it looked like a small toothpick in his hand, and the rat skin armor that was tied into a roll and carried behind his back looked a little funny. Zhao froze slightly, suddenly realizing that he had made a big mistake and that he had wasted that precious Rat King skin. He hadn't expected the little monkey to evolve so quickly either. Hard-earned rat skin armor is going to be obsolete within a few days of wearing it, even if you can still wear it yourself by altering it smaller. You're wasting a lot of trim, and that's a valuable resource. As a matter of fact, the little monkey's own defense nowadays had surpassed the rat skin armor by too much, and even if it could still be worn, it wouldn't be able to play any role that Rat King's claw, nowadays, was no longer suitable for the little monkey to use either. The biggest drawback of Zhao Yin's homemade weapons due to their materials was that they could not change their size at will.at this time. The little monkeys finally completed its evolution, and Zhao Yin opened the Eye of True Vision, adult Tongtian monkey, class C mutant beast, strength 164, agility 175, physical strength 130, defense 147, spirit 78, bloodline talents, huge, berserk, fire control, with his terrifying attributes. Today's monkey would definitely be able to easily regiment an entire team of Zhao Yin's if they were opponents. Master! Master! The little monkey shouted excitedly. It sensed that its evolution was complete and happily wanted to go to Zhao Yin to pat itself on the back, subconsciously shrinking its body as it always did before this. It did shrink quite a bit, but soon the monkey froze. It found itself shrinking to a height of 2 meters when, no matter what, it could no longer shrink. The little monkey was frozen and confused. It wanted to hug its master's thighs. How the hell are we supposed to hold it from now on? Lying down? Yeah, get down. Get down so he can hug his master's lap. So the 2-meter-tall behemoth suddenly attached itself to the ground, pouted its big red buttocks, and grabbed Zhao Yin's 2 legs with its bushy hands. Master, the little monkey has now been promoted to the C-level, all because of your gift, Master, and in the future will be able to be the first vanguard at your feet, Master, to fight for the Master, and to insert the sword for the Master Pianzi. Zhao Yin wanted to kick it away, but realized that he couldn't move his grabbed legs at all, and helplessly said, "Alright, don't move to hold your legs again." After saying that, he signaled the little monkey to let go. The little monkey hastily released his grip and communicated mentally, "Master, no matter what, I am the little monkey who loves you the most." In the past, when the little monkey was kissing ass, Zhao Yin still thought it was cute, but now when he looked at that big face, he suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. He also didn't want to cool the heart of his contracted beast, and he forced himself to endure the discomfort and took out the spare one, the mountain opening knife. Monkey, now that the Rat King's claw and the rat skin armor are no longer suitable for you, you take this mountain opening blade. The transcendent equipment opened by the star crystal was able to change size with the size of the equipper, which in turn was more suitable for the little monkey. The little monkey took the mountain opening blade and was about to proceed to pat himself on the back when Zhao Yin waved his hand. "Alright, return the rat skin armor and the Rat King's claw back to me. Old ox, old black, you guys also fix up a bit, and come with me in 3 hours to look for the flying white tiger." After saying that, Zhao Yin looked at Rat 5 and Rat 6. "You two, your next task, escort the survivors back." Next, Zhao Yin called for Wu Shuegue and informed them that they could return to the cave. "Boss, I will let them follow the 2 rat masters to leave." "Can you let me stay?" Wu Shuegue carefully said. "I used to be a veteran. I followed Team Wang and the others to kill zombies. I can stay and help." Zhao Yin subconsciously glanced at his lame leg and said, "There's no need to kill any more zombies next. I'll be back to the cave soon." That's it. After saying that, Zhao Yin stopped paying attention to him and turned around to walk towards the stealth tent. How could Zhao Yin not understand Wu Shuegue's mind? It was nothing more than wanting to hold on to his own thigh. Most survivors in the end times have this kind of thought. People's hearts are most unpredictable. Zhao Yin is not going to create any more bases in this life, so of course he won't bring this cripple with him, not to mention that the zombies Wu Shuegue was talking about killing were the previous classless zombies. And nowadays any zombie was F-class, ordinary people can't be killed that easily. Wu Shuegue stood there, staring at Zhao Yin's back. The smile squeezed out of his face gradually bitter. He had sensed that Zhao Yin had no intention of staying to shelter the cave. Team Wang, Team Xie, it's all because old Wu is useless. Meeting such a strong person, but unable to leave him. Wu Shuegue bitterly murmured, "I won't give up. 500 or 600 people in the cave, all human lives, and so many children among them. Now that you guys are gone, I will definitely shelter them, even if the boss really goes away in the end, even if I die, I will die in the cave." Wu Shuegue clenched his fists, and after a long time, He turned around and walked towards the group of Amazons who were talking and laughing. In recent days they have all been fed and in a better mood. Song Xiaodao had already fallen into a coma in extreme pain. Her small face was white, frowning her small brows, still with bean-sized beads of sweat seeping out from her forehead. Zhao walked over to her and took her in his arms, and in an instant he was soaked in her sweaty ratskin armor. He laid her down on top of the padded quilt, took out a compressed cracker, and filled it for her with the agrimony. Energizing her can alleviate the pain somewhat. After a compressed cookie was fed, her little frown finally relaxed and she fell into a fitful sleep. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, and looked down at the cookie packages on the ground, and the empty non-Fuzanquan bottles, which were now turning into points of light and slowly disappearing into the air. Zhao Yin's mind also cleared up, followed by a slight blink. Why would I do that when I know all too well that she'll be fine without wasting transcendental food? Could it be that he was aching for her? Zhao Yin rubbed his face. How was this possible? He, Zhao Yin, has long since cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires with the claw of the flying white tiger in his previous life, and has long had a heart like iron. In the post-apocalyptic world, only those who are hard-hearted and vicious can live longer. This was what he had been adhering to since he was reborn. Zhao Yin secretly admonished to himself in his mind that this was a stupid mistake that he must never make again. He lit a cigarette and sat down to wait slowly, his indifferent gaze looking at Song Xiaodao's small face. The little girl, with her evolution, still had skin like a baby's, blowing, just looking a little tan after all this time in the sun and rain. One of her long eyelashes fluttered gently, like a butterfly flapping its wings in beauty. Brother, don't you go, don't leave me. A sob escaped her lips as she drifted off to sleep, murmuring the deepest obsessions of her heart. After so much time had passed, Song Xiaodao had acted heartless, and Zhao Yin had always thought that she had forgotten that past. This was the time when her willpower was the least clear, and still she spoke her mind. But Zhao Yin didn't regret it. If he had stepped in to save Song Xiaojian, he and the little monkey might have taken their lives as well. Solely no longer thinking about it, he transferred all the items within his spatial ring, except for the food and chestnut tree leaves, one by one, to the life space. Then he builds a fire and cooks. 3 hours later, Song Xiaodao woke up quietly. Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision. Human female alien awakened. Class E evolutionary. Evolution level 100/0. Strength 29. Agility 36. Physical stamina 23. Mental stamina 19. Life countdown, 60,102 days. It was just one more piece of information about an alien awakening, and the eye of true vision could not detect exactly what kind of alien ability it was. Proof of her successful awakening of her powers. Zhao Yin, have I awakened my powers? After a brief moment of confusion, Song Xiaodao climbed up from the sheet in a single bound. Zhao Yin nodded. Go try your abilities and come back for dinner. By now. The meat soup and chestnut porridge were both cooked and steaming hot. He knew that if the girl didn't try her powers, he was afraid she wouldn't be able to eat. Song Xiaodao immediately rushed outward, subconsciously utilizing the wind system's supernatural ability, followed by bang! Ouch! Song Xiaodao slammed his head against the stealth tent and lay there on all fours, covering his head and rubbing it desperately. Don't ruin my tent, Zhao Yin hastily admonished. Shouldn't you be heartbroken for your fiancé? Song Xiaodao patted his butt and stood up, glaring at Zhao Yin with a puff of air. A busted head will heal. A broken tent will be gone. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao exclaimed. The tent is an A-class transcendent treasure. Where is it that I can break it? If you don't go and try your powers, I'll ask the monkeys and the others to come in for dinner. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao snorted and turned to leave the tent. Zhao Yin stroked the stubble on his jaw. It wasn't good that this girl dared to fight with herself just as soon as her wings hardened. He secretly made up his mind that he would have to find a chance to clean up his act. As Song Xiaodao was leaving, she didn't put down the door that closed the tent, intending for Zhao Yin to see her as soon as she sat inside the tent. Little monkey, can you try out your powers with me? What are you doing with nothing to turn on your giganticization powers? Song Xiaodao looked at the giant monkey suspiciously. The little monkey was napping, and when he heard this, he was instantly upset. Who opened the supernormal ability? Your whole family opened the supernormal ability. It directly rolled its eyes to Song Xiaodao, raised its hand and grabbed her collar and threw it to the old cow, then looked at the wretched Song Xiaodao with contempt and closed its eyes to snooze again. Song Xiaodao felt that the little monkey had just casually struck out. It was by no means something that he could resist, and after being afraid, he didn't dare to go back to the little monkey to try out his supernatural abilities. And then he looked towards the old ox. Bull, can you try out your powers with me? The old ox slowly stood up and looked at Song Xiaodao with eyes filled with contempt, nodding his head to signal her to let her horse come over. Song Xiaodao suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, remembering that it had revealed this kind of look when he still met the old ox for the first time. One by one, they all looked down on themselves so much. She directly took out her mouse king claw, and a gust of wind instantly wrapped her body, followed by a rush towards the old bull. At this moment, the heart of Zhao Yin's eyes inside the tent shrank. The speed bonus that the wind ability brought to Song Xiaodao was almost fast enough to catch up to the White Mouse King who had the haste ability in the first place. It was just that Song Xiaodao was still only at E rank today and didn't look that fast. At this moment, a layer of scale armor quickly covered the old ox's entire body, and it clamped its tail, allowing the Rat King's claws to slap on it, smashing out a string of sparks. Bang! The old bull didn't even move a bit. But Song Xiaodao's arm was numb from the shock. The power differential is too great. She took a few steps back and realized that the old ox was teasingly looking at her, and the little monkey in old black on the side had mockery in their eyes. Humph! You're all underestimating me. The little girl was a bit annoyed. No. I'll show you how powerful you are. She suddenly raised her hand, and 3 wind blades were released from her palms, sharply slicing through the air and chopping at the old bull with a gale-like whine. Bang! 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 The old bull that was bashful instantly glared. Wanting to dodge was too late. The 3 wind blades smashed on it. The scale armor was cut out with 3 scratches. Its huge body shook. At this moment, the little monkey and old black who were watching from the side also changed their expressions and were somewhat stunned. Zhao inside the tent smiled. It was the old ox who was too careless. The old bull's shortcoming was speed. The benefit of the wind system is that it is fast and has many changes. Unlike the rush ability of the White Rat King in the beginning, although it is inferior to some speed, but it has various means of attack. Song Xiaodao immediately became excited. Stinky no. I used to be so nice to you, letting you laugh at me. A wind blade swept away. The old bull hastily dodged. Although the wind blade could not really hurt it, but it also hurt when it smashed on the body. The point is it's too humiliating for the cow. The owner is still watching. The old bull finally caught a chance and slammed its head toward Song Xiaodao. However, a wind blade came at it head on and the target went straight for his eyes. The old ox could only collect his strength to dodge, and when he pursued in the next moment, Song Xiaodao had already dodged to another direction. The old ox finally got serious. Even the helmet bonus speed bonus was used, finally able to surpass Song Xiaodao in speed, followed by a tail flinging bang. This tail directly smashed into a wind wall, and when the remaining force was used up, the wind wall shattered, and Song Xiaodao dodged and pulled away. Stop! No, I'm not going to fight. Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted loudly. The old cow stopped and looked at her quizzically. This time, Song Xiaodao was panting and sat on the ground with his butt so tired. No, you're too good. Even though she was still unable to utilize her S-ranked powers at full strength, she still exhausted her energy in a short period of time. Having just mastered her powers, she had no idea how to conserve her energy, and in one breath, she flung out the strongest attack she could currently utilize. Song Xiaodao then realized why Zhao didn't easily use his lightning-type supernatural ability. The stronger the powers are, the faster they are consumed. Alright, all come in and eat. Zhao called out from inside the tent. There are things to do later. The 3 contracted beasts immediately rushed towards the tent. The happiest thing they could do was a reward from their master. Other than that, it was eating. Song Xiaodao gasped for a few breaths before finally getting up in a vain attempt to walk into the stealth tent. Zhao, I still can't beat Bull. When you get to the D level, it's not certain who the deer will be, Zhao said. The old ox is a mutated beast. Its natural attributes are a great deal higher than those of evolved people, and it's 1 in a million that it can possess dual combat faculty supernatural abilities. You've already performed very well. Of course, if you're a hater of the old bull, you've just died many times and should be thankful for its mercy. When it's time to give a child encouragement, Zhao doesn't mince words. Song Xiaodao was happy again. Zhao, am I qualified to be your fiancé? Eating. Monkey's meal has gotten bigger again. If you don't eat, it'll be gone. Zhao said. Song Xiaodao immediately forgot about any fiancé and picked up the bowl to join the army of eaters. After having enough to eat and drink, Zhao put the stealth tent and all the living supplies, all of which were included in the life space. And at this time, Wu Shuigue and the 2 giant beasts had long since returned to the cave. Zhao Yin's gaze fell to the direct north of the valley. There was a bluff there. In his previous life, Zhao Yin was the one who found that flying white tiger in a cave, on the mountainside of a broken cliff. It was probably another 10 kilometers or so to reach the valley proper, and all along the way, it was full of ruins that had once been collapsed into buildings, which had later decomposed through vegetation and eventually turned into piles of uneven sand and gravel. The little monkey held Huawei's 2-meter-long mountain opening knife in one hand, swinging it all the way through. Chopping through weeds and bushes, Zhao Yin led Song Xiaodao and the 2 contracted beasts to follow behind him, and his speed was not slow at all, as if he was walking on the ground. 10 minutes later, it was at the bottom of the bluff directly north of the valley. Zhao Yin raised his head and looked at the roughly 70-meter-high cliff wall, where there was an irregular circular hole, roughly 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Everything is no different from the previous life. With that flying white tiger's ability, as long as it doesn't actively play dead and come to the ground, the previous zombie king can't help it, Zhao Yin darkly said. With it living in this cave, the zombie king below becomes the best bodyguard instead. And it can also leave from the top of the mountain at any time to hunt for food, without being restricted in its freedom. In his previous life, when Zhao came here, the zombie king was already gone and left the place for some unknown reason. And at that time, Zhao didn't understand why the flying white tiger chose to roost here. At this moment, he finally realized that initially, the flying white tiger was using the zombie king as a bodyguard. Song Xiaodao, you take this beast trapping net. Old Black, you take Song Xiaodao to the top of the mountain with an earth escape. And once the flying white tiger appears, the two of you will do your best to capture it. Zhao took out the trapping net and handed it to Song Xiaodao. The little girl raised her hand to take it and climbed onto Old Black's back with an excited face. Old Black, quickly take me to the earth to escape. Let me see what it's like underground. The soil under Old Black's feet immediately rippled, followed by the reveal of a large dark hole, which slowly sank with Song Xiaodao. Only then did Zhao say to the old ox, "You ox guard here. The chances of the flying white tiger escaping from the ground are not great, but you can't take it lightly. Once it appears, directly knock me out." Understood, master. Nowadays, the old ox was considered an ox that had seen the world, and immediately understood that his master was trying to block all of the flying white tiger's paths of retreat. Monkey, you go up with me, one on the left and one on the right to outflank each other. If you encounter resistance, you don't have to be polite. Beat it up first. After Zhao finished speaking, he took out 2 rat king claws and used them as climbing hooks to quickly climb upwards. The little monkey's sharp nails easily inserted into the stone cracks, slowly keeping the same level as his master. And soon, one person and one beast arrived in front of the cave. Strange, how come the walkers are all gone? At this moment, a group of people appeared at the entrance of the valley, both male and female. All of them were young and strong, about 50 to 60 people. All of them held equipment in their hands, including several large nets made of nylon rope, big knives with steel pipes welded to shovel heads, and some, like Zhao at the time, held pig-killing knives welded together with steel bars as handles. The first person was a tall young man. In his hand was a katana without a sheath. The blade was vaguely flowing with silver light, and he was clearly carrying an E-class transcendent weapon. Beside him stood 2 youths, both with broad shoulders and thick backs, looking like people who had trained their physical fitness for a long time before the end of the world, and who hadn't been starved much after the end of the world. Both of them were also clearly holding transcendent weapons, one holding a butterfly knife and the other carrying an F-ranked baseball bat. Brother Bao, what should we do? The zombies here at the valley entrance are gone. Do we need to go into the depths of the valley to draw them out? The youth holding the butterfly knife was a hair-lipped one, and his speech was a bit leaky. The leading Bao frowned and didn't say anything, staring into the valley, still observing and seemingly hesitant as well. Just then, the pockmarked youth with the baseball bat suddenly shook and pointed somewhere behind him. Brother Bao, look, there. Saw what? Bao couldn't help but turn around, followed by a wide-eyed stare as well. Everyone looked over, and in an instant, they all turned into wooden sculptures. At this moment, the whole world was quiet as a pin drop just there, piled up a mountain with dead zombies, too many to count, at least tens of thousands. How did so many walkers die? It was killed, you see, in a neat pile. Impossible. Who could kill so many zombies? Even Big Head's group couldn't have done it. We were here a week ago drawing out walker kills. Just a week. Unless it was an army, or that pack of mutated rats. When someone mentioned the group of mutant beasts, everyone stopped talking, all of their faces paled. In fact, Bao Bao and the others used to be like Zhao, luring out the zombies in the valley to kill them, only that they just lured them a few by a few and only killed a few dozen of them in a day. They hadn't been back since a week ago, when the zombies had suddenly gotten stronger, for which a few people had died in the camp when they got a batch of nylon rope 2 days ago and wove a couple of big nets. They remembered the walkers in this valley again, so they came today fully armed. I didn't expect to see this. Bao shook his head. It shouldn't be mutant rats. I heard that after the wine team inside that cave disappeared, that group of mutant rats also disappeared. Even if they appeared, they should go to attack the humans nearby. How come they come here to kill zombies? Come on, all of you, come with me. As the words fell, Bao was the first to walk in front, and everyone immediately followed him. Soon, arriving in front of that mountain of corpses, Bao Bao looked grave. It's a human being, although many of the zombies' bodies are shattered. Most of the heads have knife-cut marks on them. It's a pity that so many corpse crystals, inside so many zombies. There should be some that can produce star crystals as well. They've all been picked off, the pockmarked youth said. In this post-apocalyptic world, is there really someone who can decimate tens of thousands of zombies in just a few days? Bao Bao murmured gruffly. If there really are, how powerful are they? Brother Bao, why don't we just leave? If we should run into each other, we're no match, the hair-lipped youth said. Bao nodded. Bunny, Take everyone back to the camp and tell Sister Lee what happened here. Brother Bao, what about you? The hair-lipped youth asked. Me and Pocky will go in and take a look. Bao Bao followed up with Pocky. The two of us will go in and see what's inside the valley. Now that there are no zombies guarding it, we might even be able to find supplies. Okay, Brother Bao. Although Asako was also frightened, he didn't dare to disobey the order because Sister Lee had announced in public that nowadays, Brother Bao was also an evolved person. The power of an evolved person made Pocky scared just thinking about it. And even though he loathed this Bao in his heart, he still tried to flatter as much as he could on weekdays. Zhao Yin made all the preparations and even took out a bottle of iced tea in his hand. He must not allow anything to slip. After all this effort, isn't it for the flying white tiger? He and the little monkey hid all their sense and slowly approached the mouth of the cave before swooping in. A dark and damp smell came to his face, and to his eyes was a narrow cave with a depth of less than 20 meters, with only bare rocks. Where was the shadow of a flying white tiger? Master! No! The little monkey telepathically transmitted. The ground was thick with dust, and no one had any sign that any creature had ever survived here. Zhao Yin was a little lost and thought for a moment. His thoughts had been too idealistic to begin with, subconsciously thinking that the flying white tiger was the original inhabitant of this place. It seems at this moment that when I met it in my previous life, I should have straight over latered. It wasn't that Zhao Yin hadn't thought about this situation coming up, but he didn't want to think about it much. In his previous life, the flying white tiger was an imperial contract beast in Lin Tianfeng's hands, creating too many myths for the team. Even Zhao Yin ended up dying under the claws of the flying white tiger. Zhao Yin wanted it so badly. Another part of the reason was because of Lin Tianfeng's hatred. And even if Lin Tianfeng died, this hatred could not be completely dissolved. This hatred, in Zhao Yin's heart, had long formed a paranoia. Even if he knows that the flying white tiger is here, even if there is only a 1% chance of finding it, Zhao Yin will still come. Zhao Yin stood there. Was he too obsessed? He went to great lengths for that powerful contracted beast. It seems like a joke at this point. Getting the flying white tiger in his previous life was a few years later. Not something Zhao Yin could accept today. Master, should I go to the neighborhood and look again? Seeing that his master was in a bad mood, the little monkey carefully telepathized. Zhao Yin was silent for a long time and said in a deep voice, "Go back." He quickly got over his emotions and turned away. The little monkey followed in a hurry. When Zhao Yin left the cave, he shouted to Old Black at the top of the mountain, "Come back." Kiri, the old black man at the top of the hill, responded to Zhao Yin, then stopped paying attention and took out his rat king claws to climb the stone wall and return to the valley. By this time, Old Black had already brought Song Xiaodao back with his earth escape. Song Xiaodao asked, "Zhao Yin, why don't you stop catching it? You suddenly don't like that flying white tiger anymore? That white tiger is too ugly to be worthy of our team." Zhao Yin laughed at himself. Song Xiaodao believed it. "You are so handsome, and I am so cute. And there is also the little monkey and the old ox. All are very handsome. Okay, how can you let an ugly tiger pull down the value of your face?" In short, in her mind, any decision made by Zhao Yin was the right one, and the reasons made so much sense. Zhao Yin stared at the child's serious face and smiled. His gloomy mood swept away. Zhao Yin, will form an army of contracted beasts sooner or later. One more of it is no more. One less is no less, Zhao Yin said with a smile. Right, it's that ugly tiger that doesn't have this fortune, Song Xiaodao said seriously. Go back. Zhao Yin put away his smile and rolled over onto Old Black's back, lifting Song Xiaodao up as soon as he did so, making her sit in front of him. Go back to the cave, and set sail for the City of Letters tonight. There is an earth dragon dog there with potential no worse than the flying white tiger. Is it a dog? Song Xiaodao guessed something as soon as he heard the name. It's a king among dogs, possessing the psychic ability to split. Zhao Yin hugged Song Xiaodao and aggravated his tone. Definitely an aboriginal of Xin City. Song Xiaodao lazily lay in Zhao Yin's arms. Then wouldn't it be possible to turn into many dogs? When you're hungry, just kill one and eat the meat. Then let it continue to split. Wow, so much dog meat to eat. Ha ha. Zhao Yin laughed out loud. The laughter echoed within the valley. Traveling far and long, Song Xiaodao's words, naive with a bit of bloodshed in the post-apocalyptic world, were unrealistic but very much to his taste. Song Xiaodao looked back. The evening sunlight sprinkled on the side of the youth's face, and there was a touch of sunshine in that smile. It was the first time she had ever seen him smile like that. Zhao Yin, there must be a lot of girls who like you before the end of the day, right? Yes, there are many, but they just love it when I take them paper drunk and, my wallet, brother Bao. There's nothing left here. Even the broken walls have been decomposed by vegetation. Let's go back, Asako said to brother Bao. Wait a little longer and walk inside. Bao's footsteps were unrelenting. He was an evolutionary, traversing between the weeds and bushes, still fit as a fiddle, pitying the tired and panting Asako behind him. Bao, walk slower, Asako said. Isn't it all the same inside? There can really be supplies left, even if there really is. Those people have long since moved out. What do you know? Bao chirped. It's safer here than anywhere else. And it's only if we delay some time here that Lee will feel like we went out looking for supplies to sell. It dawned on Asako that he had gone out today without building an inch of success. And there were sure to be a lot of disgruntled people in the camp. It's still Bao's thoughtfulness. No wonder Sister Lee would let Bao become an evolutionary. In the post-apocalyptic world, if you want to live longer, you need more than just strength. You also need to know how to speculate on people's hearts. Asako, you still need to learn a lot of things. I can't learn enough from Brother Bao in my lifetime. Mazi said. A smile appeared on Bao's face and he stopped. Fished out a small slice of jerky made of some kind of meat from his pocket, tore off a corner and handed it to Asako. Eat? Don't say that coming out with me is treating you badly. After saying that, Bao ate first by himself. Thank you, Brother Bao. Thank you, Brother Bao. Paki was overjoyed and bowed vigorously in thanks. Most of the ordinary people in the camp were eating rotting food that they had sought out a few days ago, and after steaming in high temperatures to decontaminate it a bit, they couldn't even taste what it was. Only a mouthful of moldy stench. A lot of weak people die before they get a few meals. As a beloved servant next to Bao, Asako had to eat better. All spoiled food that wasn't so harmful to his body. Only an evolved person like Bao could eat jerky. Brother Bao, what kind of meat is this? How come it smells so good? Asako chewed on the tiny shredded meat in his mouth and couldn't swallow it for a long time. Pheasant meat, a pheasant bigger than a dog, killed by Lee herself. Is there really a pheasant that big? Is there not enough strange things after the end of the world? Didn't Lee tell you all that she had seen a herd of even more terrifying rats from afar, bigger than calves, and all of them were real mutant beasts? Just then, the hemp suddenly looked somewhere. Bao, brother, is that a big rat? Bao looked back and saw a rat, bigger than a car, carrying a large and small group of people, followed by an even more terrifying buffalo and monkey. Walking gracefully through the dusk, Zhaoyin had long since spotted the two survivors and had no intention of paying any attention to them. Dude, wait. Suddenly, someone out of the blue was shouting. Zhaoyin turned around and looked at Bao and Paki. Immediately noticing that what the two of them were carrying in their hands were both transcendent weapons opened by star crystals, he didn't move to open the Eye of True Vision. Baseball bat, grade F. Attack class transcendent equipment. Sturdy 16. Attack 14, samurai sword, grade E. Attack class transcendent equipment. Sturdy 29. Attack 31. Attachment effect swing speed +9. Immediately afterward, his gaze fell on the two men, and he found that one of them was, in fact, still an evolutionary, human male. Class F evolutionary. Current evolution 100/0.02, strength 16, agility 15, physical stamina 12, mental stamina 13, life countdown 19,908 days. Called me for something? Zhaoyin asked. Brother, the rat you're riding in those two beasts, they're both mutated beasts, right? Bao saw that Zhaoyin responded to him and immediately approached boldly. He subconsciously assumed the little monkey was an ape. When the little monkey and the old ox heard the other party address them as such, they immediately breathed heavily, and Zhao Yin's heart voice transmitted, "Be at ease. Let's see what they want to do." This person was still the first evolved person that Zhao Yin had seen after the end of the world. Zhao Yin condescendingly looked down on these two. You guys also know about mutant beasts? To tell the truth, there is a strong person within our camp. She can distinguish the transcendent treasures after the end of the world. Many of the animals that survived have started to mutate. What is it if it can grow this big and is not a mutated beast? Bao said with a smile. Really? Then she's awesome. Zhao Yin responded. No wonder they not only have evolved people, but also transcendental weapons. As it turned out, it was someone who had turned on the probing faculty of psychic ability that was probably similar to the Eye of True Sight. Zhao Yin was also this kind of alien in his previous life, and although his combat power was not good, in the pre-apocalyptic period, it was definitely the most powerful aid to team development. Brother Bao continued. But brother, mutant beasts can't be messed with. Ordinary people will die if they touch them. You can make these mutant beasts obedient. Your occupation before the end of the world must have been a beast tamer. Were they your pets before the end of the world? Sort of. Zhaoing casually perfunctory. Another pockmarked man asked, did you see a group of people earlier? Killing zombies here. And where did they go? A group of people killing zombies? Zhaoyin was slightly stunned. It quickly became clear that they must have seen the mountain of corpses at the mouth of the valley. There are at least 3,000 people or more, killing all the zombies within an entire valley. Asako still couldn't hide the trembling in his voice. In his opinion, being able to kill tens of thousands of zombies in just a few days is simply impossible without a few thousand people. Never seen it, Zhaoyin said. To be able to kill tens of thousands of zombies, it's definitely a terrifying force. Brother, you're alone with your child in the post-apocalyptic world. You don't know the danger of people's hearts. If you let them see that you have so many mutant beasts, They'll definitely kill you and snatch them. Asako said to I am the mindsets of everyone in their entire camp. Other than that rat pack, none of the other mutant beasts were scary. It only takes 1 or 2 evolvers to lead the hunt, for example. Half a month ago, the pheasant that Sister Lee killed with Brother Bao and the others was just a bit bigger in size and strength. Those mutant beasts are resources. Fresh flesh and blood. Luckily, I didn't meet that group. Thanks for the information. Zhaoyin said. The corners of Song Xiaodao's mouth and his arms rose, desperately trying to hold back a smile. At this point, Bao Bao and Asako had already determined that the youth in front of them was a post-apocalyptic white boy. The gazes of the 2 men looking at the 3 contracted beasts again were permeated with greed. He. Brother Bao snorted to hide the impatience in his heart. Brother, it's fortunate that you met us. Come back to the camp with us. There are many companions there. All of them are good people. And Sister Lee will protect you. These 3 mutant beasts, after killing them, could have at least a few tons of meat. Enough for many meals. Both were secretly gagging at the thought. Zhaoyin also laughed. After I go, will you and your companions say that you will help me take care of the 3 mutant beasts in my hands? Brother is a smart man. There is no free lunch in this world, isn't there? All you need to do is hand over 2 of the mutant beasts. Sister Lee will definitely keep 1 for you. Maybe in the future, Sister Lee will let you become an evolved person as well. Remembering your merits. Bao Bao said seriously. Asako also hurriedly said, do you know what an evolved person is? Put it before the end of the world. It's a godlike existence. People like you can't even imagine it. Oh. Zhaoyin nodded and lowered his eyes, hiding the killing intent slowly rising in his eyes as he indifferently said, what if I don't go? With the words having come to this point, Bao simply stopped hiding, and his face sank. Then don't blame me. I advise you not to drink to your honor. Asako chimed in. Although those 3 mutant beasts were scary, but after all, there were only 3 of them. Pocky had a transcendent weapon in his hand, and Bao Bao was even more conceited to be an evolutionary, and even had an E-class transcendent weapon in his hand. As long as they took down Zhaoyin, those 3 mutant beasts wouldn't dare to resist. I, for one, love a good punishment. Zhaoyin slowly raised his eyelids and calmly looked at the 2. If it's not necessary, I usually don't like to kill much, but unfortunately in this post-apocalyptic world, a lot of people like to find death. What did you say? Bao Bao's and Pocky's faces changed in unison as they realized that the Mordecai Xiaobai in front of them had suddenly changed in his aura. That pair of gazes, obviously calm, looked at them with chills all over their bodies, and the 2 of them felt as cool as if they had no clothes on. Monkey. Zhaoyin was about to call the monkey, but suddenly his words trailed off. Where's the need for the first general under your command to deal with this kind of trash? Dagger. Over to you. After Zhaoyin finished speaking, he directly grabbed Song Xiaodao's collar and casually threw her down. Song Xiaodao was thrown by this unexpected throw and sat on the ground with a lousy butt, climbed up and patted his butt, muttering, stinky Zhaoyin, can't you be gentler? I'm your fiancé. Bao and Asako both froze. Letting a little girl fix them? That's a fucking brainiac. Bao cursed. Bao. This kid has already started to develop and is much better maintained than those women in the campsite. So maybe this kid hasn't even started eating yet. Pocky didn't hide his evil gaze. Bao's eyes lit up, looking toward Song Xiaodao's legs that were round and straight underneath her ratty leather armor. Licking his lips. I like the tender ones. You go and grab this girl. I'll take care of the male. Pocky immediately strides toward Song Xiaodao. Little sister, you followed the wrong person. Our brother Bao will definitely love. Well, before the words were out, poof, with a flash of black light, the expression on Asako's face was fixed and he stood there without moving. Asako, what the hell are you doing? Let you go to arrest people. Bao cursed behind him, and before he finished his words, he suddenly saw Pocky's head rolling down, blood spurting skyward from his neck, and then he fell straight down. Bright red blood bubbled and stained a large area of barren grassland, and an ugly human head gurgled and rolled to Bao's feet. It was then that he could see that the little loli stood where the pockmarks had previously blocked his view. She held a rat king claw in her hand, and blood was dripping, drop by drop, slowly down the edge of the claw. Don't worry, I killed it quickly. I chopped off the head in one slash. It didn't hurt at all. Song Xiaodao said seriously to Bao. You, stay away. At this moment, Bao couldn't help but back away in terror. All of his previous self-importance from being an evolved person gone, he looked at the little loli in front of him in horror, and already understood that the other party was also an evolved person, and stronger than himself. Immediately after that, Song Xiaodao's figure flashed, so fast that Bao could not even look at it. It was in front of his eyes in an instant. She looked up at Bao and said, when I kill you later, remember not to resist, or don't blame me if it hurts. Get the fuck out of the way. Pa swung his katana with all his might and chopped at Song Xiaodao. And the next moment, Song Xiaodao's small hand, which still had baby fat on it, lifted up, and his thumb and index finger clamped together. Ding dong. The katana was gently cupped in her hand as she spat her tongue and made a face at Bao. Wretch, told you not to resist. Pust. The Rat King's claw in her right hand swung through. Bao looked down in horror and saw that his stomach had been sliced horizontally and his intestines, accompanied by sticky blood, were slowly flowing out. Ah! Bao let out a heartbreaking scream and fell to the ground with his knees weak. Don't kill me, please. It wasn't Song Xiaodao that he was begging for, but Zhao Yin, who was still sitting on top of the Rat King's old black body. At this moment, Bao finally realized what the youth in front of him really was. This was an existence so powerful that he couldn't even think of imagining it. We have quite a lot of dried meat in our camp, and many women. As long as you spare my dog's life, big brother, I'm willing to take you to the camp. Jerky? Zhao Yin immediately raised his hand, signaling Song Xiaodao not to kill anyone first, and asked in a deep voice, how many? It's mutated beast meat, a pheasant bigger than a dog. We took a lot of effort to kill it, and now there's still a large portion of meat left. Sister Li ordered someone to make it into jerky. Bao continued. Other than that, there are supplies left over from before the end of the world, although they don't taste very good anymore. You must need to feed these mutant beasts. It's still not a problem to feed them. Zhao Yin immediately understood that the pheasant was just a pseudo-mutant beast, belonging to the weakest pseudo-mutant beast. There's only one, and it's half eaten. How much meat is left? How could Bao know that any piece of those grey rat jerky from Zhao Yin was better than the chicken jerky they treated as their treasure? Moreover, the contracted beasts beside Zhao Yin ate Rat King meat and mutated crops on a regular basis, so how would they need the rotten and stinky food from before the end of the world? How many evolvers are left in the camp? How many star crystals prescribed transcendent equipment, transcendent food, drinks, medicines, and what's left? Zhao Yin asked with narrowed eyes. Bao's face showed astonishment. Listening to Zhao Yin's tone, he seemed to know more about post-apocalyptic wonders than even Sister Li. He had actually been blind earlier, treating the other party as a post-apocalyptic white boy. In addition to me, there are 2 sisters in the camp, Li, a man named Saturday, and a total of 4 evolvers, of which both Li's sisters have special abilities outside of evolvers. As for weapons and supplies, I don't know how many are left. They are in Li's hands for safekeeping. She mentioned a woman called Sister Li a few times, which must be the leader of the camp. A woman in the post-apocalyptic world can so quickly form forces, in addition to luck, but also certainly have certain means. The other party does not let subordinates know exactly how many supplies is normal. What special abilities do they all have? Zhao Yin asked. Li can recognize the wonders that the star crystal opens, and Hannah can shoot and use any long-range weapon well. Bao painfully held his internal organs to stop the continued flow out, his tone urgent, only wishing that Zhao Yin would let him heal his injuries sooner. In just a few moments, he had already lost too much blood and his face paled. If it wasn't for the fact that evolved people's physiques were different from normal people, Bao would have long ago been unable to support himself. Dagger! Stitch him up! Don't let him die! Zhao Yin commanded. How can you make me do everything? Song Xiaodao said in dissatisfaction. I don't know how to do it either. She had never even sewn a dress, let alone a wound. You're the one who chopped it. You don't stitch it up and let me do it? Zhao Yin rationalized. Hurry up. Just get it done. Don't die. Brother Bao was shocked on the spot when he heard that, and shouted, Little sister, wait, I'll do it myself. I can make it on my own. He fished an iron needle out of his pocket. Polished steel, roughly made, but carefully coated with a layer of animal fat. This was the way most people preserved unusual iron in the post-apocalyptic world, coated with the grease of a pseudo-mutant beast. The iron would not be corroded by the unknown energies in the air. The thread used for the sutures is processed pheasant intestine. Bao bit the katana in his mouth and shuddered as he stuffed the entrails back into his abdominal cavity, the veins on his forehead standing out like earthworms as he took a needle and thread and sewed it right up. Song Xiaodao on the side watched with her small brows furrowed, intolerance surfacing in her eyes, as if it was even more brutal than her killing. Zhao Yin, when we run out of sandwich bread and chestnut leaves in the future, in case I get hurt again, do I have to be stitched up like this? Are you scared? Zhao Yin asked. I'm afraid of pain. Song Xiaodao said seriously. What are you going to do if it comes to that? Her character was already timid, and it was Zhao Yin who had raised her into a deformity after the end of the world. Zhao Yin said, I won't let you get hurt after all the healing medicines are used up, and when you do, you'll definitely have the healing medicines. The previous shortage of supplies will never be seen again. With the life space, all he had to do was go back to the cave and plant the chestnut tree, and there would be as many chestnut leaves as he wanted. This time, Bao finished his stitches, struggled to get up from the ground, and pointed out of the valley, saying, going out from here, 30 kilometers to the west is the camp. Monkey, take him with you. Zhao Yin commanded. The little monkey immediately stepped forward, grabbed Bao's collar, and directly carried it on his shoulder. Song Xiaodao skillfully picked up Bao's katana and that baseball bat and walked over to hand them over to Zhao Yin. It's transcendent equipment. Zhao Ying directly put it into his spatial ring. The group of men and beasts headed out of the valley. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the shadows on the ground stretched out for a long time. In his previous life, Zhao Ying thought that after falling out with Lin Tianfeng, he would be safe as long as he backed down. It was only later realized that the other party did not remember the past in the slightest and wanted to drive them out of business. In this life, Zhao Ying would never allow something like that to happen again, and as long as he had a grudge against someone, there would be an end to it. Pre-apocalyptic tripe and morals have long since died in the dust, and the leader of the camp won't bother to ask if it's right or wrong, and will definitely go to him when he gets the chance. It would be better for Zhao Ying to take the initiative to seek the door. With the speed of the 3 contracted beasts, half an hour later, they arrived outside a small valley. This, here is our camp. Bao Bao, who had lost a lot more blood from the bumpy ride, weakly pointed to the valley. Zhao Ying raised his eyes and looked around. This was a village before the end of the world. Someone had blocked off the mouth of the valley with a railing made of wood, and through the gap, a simple stone house was visible built among the ruins. Cooking smoke rose, and a stench of rotting food after it had been cooked came up. The few youths who were on sentry duty inside the railing quickly spotted Zhao Ying and his party. Is that a mutant beast? How could there be such a large mutant beast? Where did the mutant beast come from? No, someone is riding on a mutant beast. Is that Bao? He's covered in blood. It's not good. Something's happened. Several of the youths were instantly disorganized, and someone took out a bone whistle and blew it. Oh, in the next moment, the entire camp instantly shook, and 100 or 200 young men and women, all carrying various weapons, hurriedly and furiously ran toward the railing. Zhao Ying was still riding on Old Black as he walked forward without any speed. Don't do it. All fucking don't move. Quickly let Sisterly come out. Bao Bao, still being carried by the little monkey on his shoulder, cried out in pain. Brother Bao, have you betrayed Sisterly? Why would you bring outsiders to the camp? A tall youth shouted. There were a dozen or so people who clutched homemade bows and arrows in their hands, aiming at the gradually approaching Zhao Yin's group. Someone shouted, "Stop! One more step forward and I'll kill you." Zhao Ying frowned and mentally signaled the 3 contracted beasts to stop. The little monkey slapped Bao's buttocks with a loud thud, and large streams of blood spilled out along the freshly stitched wound on Bao's stomach. He let out a scream of pain and hurriedly continued to shout, "Let Sisterly come out to talk. Don't do anything, or I'll be dead, and all of you will die." However, the youth in the lead couldn't listen at all, and on weekdays, Sisterly was the absolute authority within the camp. Even if Bao is an evolved person, he still has to follow the rules. Brother Bao betrayed. Brothers, kill for me. Finish off those 3 mutant beasts for meat. The leading youth commanded loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen archers immediately started shooting arrows. Song Xiaodao in Zhao Yin's arms raised his hand and grabbed a flying arrow in his hand. Zhao Yin, it's an arrow. Ugh. Zhao Yin took it and took a closer look. Iron arrowheads with wooden shafts. The tail feathers made of pheasant feathers are surprisingly well made. In particular, the arrow shaft that Zhao Ying cared about the most was made of fine birchwood heart, straight and rounded, with a layer of pseudo-mutant beast grease smeared on it to embalm it. The overall quality was actually superior to the arrows Zhao Ying had gotten at the range. Just as Zhao Ying was watching the arrows, a miserable scream came. What Chao Nima Zhou Laosher? You Hema really dare to shoot? Bao took an arrow to the shoulder and broke into a fit of rage. Traitor, how dare you curse? Shoot him for me. Zhou Laochi gave a command. All the archers all aimed in the direction of little monkey and Bao Bao. Whoosh, whoosh. Another shower of arrows fell. The little monkey didn't care about Bao's death, still holding onto his clothes and letting the arrows fall on his body before Bao could continue cursing. He was instantly shot into a hornet's nest. It was impossible for an F-class evolver's physique to withstand this kind of arrow attack. The arrow that landed on the little monkey's body didn't even hurt a single hair, and was directly bounced off the ground. Monkey, shock and awe. Zhao Ying telepathically transmitted his voice, waving his hand to grab the few arrows that were shot over, and smoothly stored them in the life space. That he could be sure that there was definitely an artisan here who made bows and arrows. Zhao Ying was suddenly worried that the craftsman had been accidentally killed by the monkeys, and then transmitted his voice. Don't rush to kill anyone yet. The little monkey bared his teeth and threw Bao's body straight out like a cannonball. It slammed straight into the wooden railing. Boom. The bodies were smashed into countless pieces of rotten flesh, and the wooden railings were smashed and collapsed in a large area. A group of people in the back were injured by the broken wood chipping and fell to the ground crying out, and all the rest of the others were scared and backed away. Even the group of archers stopped. At this moment, everyone all looked at that monkey in horror. How could there be such a terrifying mutant beast? The arrows can't even hurt it. What a great strength. Is this really the mutant beast we know? Compared to this monkey, the mutant beasts that Sisterly and the others had killed in the past were nothing but a joke. Stop. At that moment, a loud cry came out immediately after. A short, Fat young man came hurrying in, putting on his pants as he went. His bare white upper body was covered in strawberry prints, obviously. Just been doing some quickie. His information immediately surfaced in the eye of true vision that Zhao Yun had opened. Human male, Class F evolutionary. Evolution level 100/0.42, strength 16, agility 15, physical strength 13, mental strength 14, life countdown, 29,070 days. Brother, you're finally here. Seeing his big brother come out on Saturday, Zhou Laoqi immediately lightened up a lot and pointed at the rotten meat left behind by Bao. Brother, Bao betrayed and brought this man and a few mutant beasts to break into the camp. Bao is dead. Zhang Bao is dead? Saturday looked at the pile of rotting flesh. A little out of breath, both he and Zhang Bao were evolvers within the camp. And both were definitely considered strong in this post-apocalyptic world. He had never thought that an evolved person could die so easily. It's that gorilla. It's so horrible that Bao was thrown at once and smashed like this. Zhou Laoqi continued, deliberately not mentioning the fact that Zhang Bao had been shot by him right before that. Saturday was out of his mind for a while. It was unimaginable to imagine what kind of strength it was to be able to smash an evolutionary into pulp with a single blow. Immediately after that, he looked up towards Zhao Yun's side and his body shook violently. Nice big 3 mutant beasts. The pheasant mutant beasts he had seen last time were considered outrageous enough. But in front of these 3 mutant beasts, they were simply chickens. How many meals does that make? That was his first thought. And soon Saturday came to his senses. The idea was too dangerous. Brother, if I offended you earlier, I apologize on behalf of Sisterly. The camp is simple, so I won't invite you in. If brother has any needs, just mention them to me. Saturday tried to look as humble as possible, bending over slightly. Your people, they want to kill me and eat the flesh of my subordinate mutant beasts. Zhao Yun finally spoke. Old Black immediately stepped forward and slowly approached the wooden fence, followed by Old Ox and Little Monkey. As the 3 behemoths approached, Saturday only felt his heart beating frantically, and his legs going weak for a moment, not to mention the others. All of them turned pale, and some of them were directly scared to pee. Brother, what to do? Zhou Laoqi trembled and asked. Saturday was like a wooden statue at this point, watching in horror as Zhao Yun and his party approached. And how did he know what to do? Zhao Yun's voice continued to ring out. I came to ask for an explanation from your camp, but I met your attack. Do you think that I, Zhao Yun, am deceivable? Old Black walked right inside the wooden fence and came before the crowd. Zhao Yun sat tall, holding Song Xiaodao in his arms as he swept his gaze indifferently over everyone. Or do you think I can really just eat my mutant beasts? All 3 contracted beasts were boiling with murderous intent. The greedy gazes of these humans earlier were seen by them. A bunch of little pieces of trash actually trying to eat their meat? The angriest of all was not the little monkey, who was always the grumpiest, but the old bull, before the end of the world. It was a vegetable cow that saw its companions die under the butcher's knife and be made into a beef product. And now that it had become a mutated beast, it didn't expect that there would still be people who wanted to eat its meat. Moo! The old ox let out a low roar. The sound wave spreading and the earth trembled slightly. Many people let out screams at once, and there was blood flowing out of their earholes. The old bull's eyes that looked at Saturday and the others were bloodshot, and the killing intent contained therein made Saturday, an evolutionary, also go weak for a while. A terror from the soul that swept through his body and poof. Saturday bent his legs and knelt down. Brother, we really didn't mean to offend. Bro, Zhao Yun sneered, saying, a sentence of no intention can put me off? Saturday gritted his teeth. Hesitation flashed in his eyes, followed by suddenly storming up, snatching the kitchen knife in Zhou Laoqi's hand. Poof! He slashed not at Zhao Yun, but directly at Zhou Laoqi's neck. The kitchen knife is embedded in the neck and caught in the bone. Brother! Zhou Laoqi's eyes widened, deadened his grip on Saturday's hand holding the knife, and said with difficulty, You kill your own brother? After the end of the world, 2 brothers depend on each other. Once, you swore to me to keep each other, live and die together, and never turn your back. Zhou Laoshi shed tears, because the 2 brothers were of one mind and had performed many feats under Sisterly. The evolutionary potion rewarded by Sisterly was originally given to Zhou Laoshi instead. He gave way to his brother. I didn't realize that at this point. Saturday struck out in such a desperate manner. Second brother, it's better to die alone than together, Saturday said with a cold face. Now that I'm an evolved person, I still have a lot of good life to live, so I can only apologize to you, second brother. When the words fell, Saturday grabbed Zhou Laoqi's disheveled hair, and the chopper pulled hard and clicked. The head was then cut off. The blood spurted onto Saturday's face, and for some reason, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, Zhou Laoqi was already a burden to him, and it was Zhao Yun who gave him an excuse to get rid of it. Finally getting past his own mental hurdle. He carried Zhou Laoqi's head and knelt down in front of Zhao Yun. It was this punk who attacked you. I killed him. Zhao Yun's face grew colder and colder, and he hadn't expected Saturday to be so decisive. Not enough? Jiaoyin shook his head. Not enough? Saturday immediately dropped Zhou Laoqi's head, and his gaze fell on the survivor beside him. How many more to kill? You give a number. When a group of survivors heard the words, some turned around and fled into the valley, some knelt on the ground and begged loudly for forgiveness, and some cursed. Cha Nima ah Saturday, you still have humanity? Sixth brother, we're classmates. We came to the camp together. Don't kill me. Sixth brother, for the sake of the fact that I've given you my mom and sister to sleep with, let me go. This is all beings. This is human nature. This was also the end times that Jiaoyin had seen through in his previous life, but could not get out of in this life. Seeing this scene, what was left in his mind was only numbness. In the midst of the panic of everyone in the camp, Jiaoyin asked loudly, who's Lil Sis and why haven't you come out yet? Sister Li has gone to a large cave 40 kilometers away and won't be back today. Saturday immediately answered honestly. Cave? Zhao Yin's eyes and heart shrank. Not only is there clean water in that cave, there's also a lot of live fish. It's just that there's been 2 ex-soldiers, leading 700 to 800 people occupying the place. In fact, not only Sister Li, but all the forces in the vicinity are craving for it. Those 2 veterans know how to build guns, and they have built a stone wall outside the cave. Even if an evolved person wants to attack in, they will need to pay a lot of money, and Li is worried about being taken advantage of, so she waited until now. Just this morning, Big Head Brother from the North Mountain had someone send word that all the youths in the cave were wiped out by a group of mutant rats, and now the cave is being occupied by an alien evolver. Oh, by the way, Big Head Brother is the strongest evolver in the neighborhood, among the several survivor camps, and has evolved to level E, with a few pieces of powerful equipment in his hands, led by Big Head Brother, including our camp's 2 sisters, Sister Li, and several nearby camps. A total of more than 24 evolvers have gone. How can the best cave resources in the Dawei mountain range be taken up by an alien evolver? At this point, Saturday's words trail off that he suddenly saw Zhao Yin's face grow somber as Zhao Yin's jerky, rat skin and bones, as well as those fish and crispy ear vegetables, were all still inside the cave. With so many evolvers going, Zhao Yin didn't know if the 6 pseudo-mutant beasts could hold them back. After all, no one commanded them, and the pseudo-mutant beasts had too little intelligence. Zhao Yin directly jumped off Old Black's back and grabbed Saturday up. I'm asking you, where did you get so many evolvers? After the meteorite rain stopped, Sister Li was the first to discover the secret of the star crystal. She was the one who spread the news, and had wanted to let more people survive, and in the meantime, receive payment for helping to appraise items. Saturday tried to remain calm and said, she didn't expect that Big Head ended up developing better than our camp, and several other camps went against Sister Li after recognizing the common curiosities. Only that cave has been missed, and no one told them the secret of the star crystal. What a stupid fucking woman. Zhao Yin cursed, then asked, where are all your supplies, and who is that artisan? The star crystal opening supplies are all carried by Sister Li. No one is allowed to get close. As for the artisan, you said brother, we have a stonemason in the camp, a blacksmith, the one who made the bow and arrow. Zhao Yin said, oh, it's Dandan, Li's own sister, who went to the cave with Li. Compared to the transcendent materials in Li's hands, Zhao Yin was more concerned about that artisan. If he had enough arrow shafts, he could completely make arrows out of all the hundreds of gray rat sharp claws, and with the Zhuge crossbow, going to kill zombies would be easier than cutting leeks. But as it turned out, the supplies and artisans went to their own cave. Zhao Yin had gotten nothing from this trip except for some news. Brother, I have explained clearly, there are women in this camp, old and young. If you can see them you can take them away. Saturday tried to squeeze out a pleasing smile, but it was worse than crying. Click. Zhao Yin broke Saturday's neck straight away. In fact, the moment he killed Zhou Laoqi on Saturday, he moved to kill. This person reminded him of Lin Tianfeng. Zhao Yin remembered the supplies and contracted beasts in the cave in his heart, and threw Saturday's corpse away, ordering, go and sweep this campsite. Bring me any supplies you find. Kill them all if anyone resists, and if anyone wants to run away, don't pay any attention to them. As the words fell, Song Xiaodao immediately got off Old Black's back and rushed out after the 3 contracted beasts. There was a loud rumbling sound, and those humble stone houses, which couldn't withstand the attacks of the contracted beasts, were razed to the ground in the blink of an eye. None of the survivors dared to resist, and they all fled in all directions. Soon, the camp storehouse was collapsed by the old bull, and the supplies were all exposed. Zhao Yin walked over and saw a pile of tattered clothing, blackened and putrid-smelling food, animal bones, wood for the fire, and a small pile of nylon rope fishing nets. The poverty is complete. Zhao Yin still put away the pile of nylon rope fishing nets. It might be useful in the future. Immediately after that, Song Xiaodao walked back with quick steps, holding 2 butterfly knives in his hands and a large bundle of arrows on his back. Zhao. A butterfly knife was recovered from inside Saturday's stonehouse, and another in the hands of another survivor, as well as all the arrows from this camp. Zhao directly put it away. There was nothing left to scavenge here. He rolled over onto Old Black's back and lifted Song Shaodao up, back to the cavern. Full speed. At this moment, outside the cave, hundreds of survivors gathered. The 27 people at the head were all evolved, both male and female, and stood in the center of the group. Throughout the hundreds of hills in the entire Dawei mountain range, there were a total of 16 survivor gathering places, and other than Luo Chang and the Great Cave, which had been exterminated, the remaining 14 camps had people coming. Brothers and sisters, after the end of the world, we are all struggling to survive at the hands of zombies, and we should have embraced each other to keep warm. But these people inside the Great Cave have exclusive access to the best shelter in the Dawei mountain range, the cleanest water source, and the most delicious fish and meat. Mindful of the fact that we are all humans, you all have been tolerating them, and our major camps have starved to death, and we have not come to attack them. But, just a few days ago, Team Wang and the gang of youths died, and an outsider arrived and hijacked our common resources. Gentlemen, what do you think we should do? A middle-aged man who was only 1 meter 5 in height, with a big head and a ferocious face, faced everyone and spoke impassionedly. The Great Cave is a resource of the entire Dawei mountain range. Why should it be given to an outsider? Charge in, kill that outsider, and we'll split the resources equally among the major camps. Brother Big Head, you're the one leading this matter, and our camp is willing to all listen to your command next. Immediately, several people spoke up, like a certain Cloud Society's croupier before the end of the world. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that the few camps that spoke were usually friends with Big Head Brother, and they took the opportunity to fight for his command at this time. Sooner or later, the entire Dawei mountain range would see unification, and today's command might be the future leadership of the Dawei mountain range. The attack on the Great Cave is just a prelude to Big Head's warming up for a future run as leader of the Davy Mountains. Immediately an objection was raised. It was Sister Lee who informed us of the secrets of the star crystal in the first place, and it was also her who told us how to use the evolutionary potion and corpse crystal. She is the benefactor of all the camps. Shouldn't the command be given to her? The one who spoke was the leader of the camp that ranked 3rd in strength in the entire Dawei mountain range besides Big Head Brother and Sister Lee, a tall and thin young man. Behind him stood a full 4 evolvers, all of which were Rin in his camp. Of the 14 camp leaders here, the only ones who could truly compete with Big Head Brother for command were Sister Lee and the tall, thin youth. But at this point, he took the initiative to recommend Lee to fight. Lee looked 25 or 26, with snowy white skin even for a post-apocalyptic world, and wore a clean dress with bulging breasts. Her hair was pulled back high on her temples, her waist was thin and her hips were shapely, her legs were straight, and she didn't seem to carry any weapons, except for a nondescript gray ring on the white finger of her left Tsubaki hand. Behind Sister Lee stood a cold-faced girl, 17 or 18 years old, wearing a men's military top on her upper body that covered over the roots of her thighs, revealing a pair of legs that were even more slender than those of Sister Lee. Compared to Sister Lee, Dandan is a little less seductive and charming, but a little more pure. If placed in the pre-apocalyptic world, it is definitely the school flower level. At this moment, many evolvers, consciously or unconsciously, placed their gazes on the two sisters as Sister Lee smiled lightly. Her soft voice slowly rang out, "Gentlemen, my sister and I are just 2 small women. Where would we be able to command anything? I rather think that both Big Head Brother and Peak Brother would be suitable." Just when the onlookers thought that it was because Peak had supported Sister Lee and she was returning the favor, Peak's face changed. He took the initiative to provoke Sister Lee and Big Head Brother to fight. In fact, he wanted to reap the benefits. I didn't expect to be seen through by this woman. At a glance, Sister Lee straightened her proud breasts. The 2 groups of snowy peaks swayed slightly, and between her bright eyes flowing slightly, she covered her mouth and smiled delicately. The best place for a woman to belong has always been not to become some chief, but that she should find a man who is truly worthy of being entrusted to marry. And my sister and I have long since negotiated that whoever comes to be the chief of the Dawei mountain in the future, we will marry. The crowd instantly boiled at those words. Did I hear you right? Lee wants to share a husband with her sister? Both sisters are top-notch beauties with extraordinary strength. How many people want to beg for one but can't? Who can have such a good fortune? Only a magnificent man like Big Head Brother can be worthy of Sister Lee's 2 sisters. Elder Brother Summit has a better appearance. I think he's the one who's more suitable. It's just a pity that his strength isn't as good as Big Head Brother. Gao Feng stared dead at Lee's eyes curved in a smile. His face had long been ironic. Who doesn't know that throughout the entire Dawei mountain range, countless men are salivating over these 2 sisters, and Big Head Brother has long regarded them as his favorite. At this point, even if Peak said that he didn't want to fight, could the onlookers believe it? And could Big Head Brother believe it? Sure enough, Big Head Brother immediately looked like he was pumped up with chicken blood, took a step directly towards Summit, and slapped him on the shoulder with a raised hand. It was so powerful that Summit's body shook. Big Head Brother's eyes narrowed, hiding his killing intent. Older brother peek. You're going to fight with your brother for the right to command today? Big Head Brother. You are overthinking it. Even if I have that heart, I don't have the guts. Gao Feng revealed a smile with a few pleasing touches. He was still a few F-class corpse crystals short of being promoted to E-class, and at this point, he was definitely no match for Big Head Brother. Ha ha, count on your knowledge. Seeing that he had conceded, Big Head Brother was not in a good position to turn the tables at this moment, and turned to look at the crowd. Since this is the case, I won't excuse myself, and I am grateful to all of you for elevating me to the position of commander for the time being. Some people immediately came forward to congratulate, still with a smile on her face. Li suddenly moved closer to Summit and whispered in his ear, "Coward." Gao Feng clenched his fists, realizing that after today, Big Head Brother, that reckless man, was afraid that he would definitely not let himself go. The fact is, this woman's scheme has worked. After waiting for him and Big Head Brother to have a firefight, their two sisters would definitely step in. Sister Li was ultimately the first to discover the secrets of the star crystal, and even more so, she had the ability to recognize star crystal wonders, and her family's foundation was definitely the thickest in the room. In fact, Summit had always suspected that her true strength was above Big Head Brother. Summit only hopes that the next guess will be fulfilled. Then, at this moment, Sister Li withdrew her attention from Peak, her expression indifferent as she looked towards Big Head Brother, who was full of excitement. With a flash of killing intent in her eyes, Big Head Brother was oblivious, and when the congratulations died down, he exclaimed, "Gentlemen, there's no time to lose. With your assistance, taking down the Great Cavern is just a matter of waving your hands. Now I'm ordering as the commander. All evolvers retreat. All ordinary survivors go up and tear down that wall for me." As the words fell, Big Head Brother's eyes showed killing intent, and he waved his hand. "Murder! Destroy the cave! Loot!" All the evolvers immediately withdrew 30 meters, including the two Li sisters and Peak, and a group of survivors wailed and rushed toward the stone wall. 14 camps, 200 or 300 young men came, all fully equipped. From their point of view, there was only one evolved person inside the cave, and the others were all unbeatable. However, the next moment, that wooden gate actually opened of its own accord, and a giant rat the size of a calf walked out, followed by a second, a third. After 5 of the same giant rats stepped out, an even bigger one, the size of a yellow cow, poked its head out from behind the door. Kiri Rat 6 let out a scream. The sound wave rolled. Under the close distance, several survivors' eardrums were ruptured, and they fell in, covering their ears and rolling around and howling miserably. At this moment, including Big Head Brother, everyone's face changed wildly. Big Head Brother, wasn't it said that there was only one evolutionary? How come there are so many mutant beasts? How do I know? Big Head Brother was also confused. Apparently, he was misinformed. Last night, he had people come to spy on him, and caught a single older woman collecting firewood, and was told that after Teen Wang and the others disappeared, a man surnamed Zhao had occupied the place. Big Head Brother was so happy that he killed Big Mom on the spot. At this time, Rat 6 had slowly walked out from the door, and seeing the weapons in the group's hands, bloodlust flashed in his scarlet eyes. Kiri with a high rat cry. All the giant rats instantly rushed towards the crowd, and so, the killing unfolds. Ordinary people's weapons slashed at the giant rats. At most they could only cut off a few hairs, not even the skin and flesh could be hurt, and every time the giant rats swung their sharp claws, someone was torn into pieces, and in a few moments, 200 to 300 ordinary survivors were slaughtered by nearly half. The rest of them were unable to form a fighting force, and all of them scattered in all directions. Run! It's that horrible pack of rats. Big Head Brother, help! My intestines are oozing out. Someone help me. The scene was like hell on earth. The giant rats were too fast, weaving through the crowd, taking out 2 or 3 people in almost a second. This group of ordinary survivors had even become a luxury to escape. It was only then that Big Head Brother remembered to give the order. Quick! All go up to save the people. All of you go up and finish off those damn rats. However, the 24 evolvers were all trembling. They had never seen such a terrifying mutant beast. Seeing this, Big Head Brother shouted, "Who the hell is greedy for life and afraid of death? I'll liquidate them one by one later. If these ordinary people die, the major camps will exist in name only. Will you still be able to be high and mighty?" As the words fell, Big Head 1 unclipped an open sword from his waist and was the first to charge forward. Immediately behind them, a dozen or so evolvers followed. The giant rats were terrifying, but Big Head Brother was an E-class and had a D-class transcendent weapon in his hands. Since Big Head is leading the way, what are they afraid of? Only the 2 sisters, Li, remained where they were. "Sis, Are we going to? Dandan asked, clutching the bow and arrow in his hand. What's going on? Hurry up and run with me. Those rats are all ear-ranked. Sister Lee's face had long since turned pale. The reason why she didn't warn Big Head Brother was that, on one hand, she hoped that domineering and disgusting man would die under the claws of the giant rat, and on the other hand, she also needed someone to hold back the giant rat to buy time for their two sisters to escape. What? E-level? Dandan's face also instantly turned pale. Lee didn't tell her sister that the biggest giant rat had already reached D rank. Otherwise she was worried that her sister would go weak in the knees. The two sisters turned and frantically ran for their lives. And Dan couldn't help but look back. At this time, the heroic and incomparable Big Head Brother has been penetrated through the chest by the rat 6, and the sharp claws will throw him high up and then cut off at the waist. Blood rained down. And this reckless man who attempted to create a myth by virtue of his dominance and valor after the end of the world came to an end. The remaining 5 giant rats gave up chasing ordinary survivors. All turned their heads to attack the group of evolved people. Under their sharp claws, the evolved people composed of the battle force is difficult to resist for a few moments, and soon began to flee. Carry out Rat 6 command. All the giant rats gave chase to the fleeing evolvers. Sis, where's Peak? Why haven't I seen him? Dandan found something and couldn't help but ask. Escaped a long time ago. Do you think he'd really listen to Big Head's orders? Lee said. At that moment, the two sisters suddenly felt a coldness behind them, and when they looked back, a giant rat was charging towards them. No good. Sister Lee's face turned ugly. She took her sister's hand in hers and took a desperate step away from her legs. After the giant rats chased the evolvers away from the cave, 5 figures emerged from a nearby grove. It was Summit and the 4 evolvers in the camp. An animal is an animal. No brain. Gao Feng laughed. The one with the least brains is Big Head Brother. That idiot, who dared to open a looting hole without understanding the situation, but created an opportunity for us. It's still Brother Peak who has the foresight to send someone to keep an eye on the cave long ago. When Wu Shuegue and the others returned today, they were escorted by Mouse 6 and Mouse 5, and were seen by the people that Peak had previously arranged to spy outside the cave. It was then that Summit got the news that there were mutant beasts here, and guessed that it might be a rat pack. That he didn't expect everything to go so smoothly and everything to be done as expected. With Big Head Brother dead, not many of the leaders of the other camps will survive, and sooner or later those two bitches, Lily and Dandan, will also attach themselves to you, Brother Feng, and then the entire Dawei mountain range will be Brother Feng's world. Gao Feng was not overwhelmed by the surprise and gazed at the cave. Hurry in and take all the supplies before the giant rats come back. After saying that, he drew the butterfly knife at his waist and led his subordinates to quickly run towards the stone wall. Wu Shuegue led more than 500 survivors waiting behind the stone wall, and after seeing that the group was routed by the rats, smiles appeared on all faces. But before he had time to cheer, he saw Peak and his party. The smile on Wu Shuegue's face froze. Then he shouted, "Close the door! Close the door!" However, it was too late. With a flash, Gao Feng reached the door. The butterfly knife was swung out, and an Amma who was about to close the door had her throat slit. Her wrinkled face was full of distortions. Her eyes were wide and she looked back to Wu Shui, as if she wanted to reach out for help, but she lost her strength before her hand could be lifted, and she collapsed softly. Panic screams came from the crowd instantly. Anger flashed across Wu Shuegue's face, but it was quickly replaced by an ingratiating smile as he bent his knees and kowtowed on the ground. "Big brother, please don't kill anyone. There are all young and old, women and children here. No one poses a threat to you all. Please, please, please." Snap. Gao Feng slapped Wu Shuegue's face. "Did I fucking tell you to talk?" The huge force of the evolver instantly jerked Wu Shuegue to the ground. His cheek instantly swelled high. He couldn't care less about the pain and continued to climb up and kowtow. "Big brother, as long as you guys don't kill anymore, anything is fine." Faced with Wu Shuegue's humility, Gao Feng suddenly couldn't rise to kill. "I only want supplies. I don't want to kill anyone." Gao Feng chortled. "Where are the supplies in the cave?" Everyone was instantly relieved when they heard this, and immediately an older woman said curtly, "Boss, I know where it is. There are thousands of pounds of dried meat, tens of thousands of pounds of dried fish, and crispy ear vegetables." Gao Feng froze, and the 4 evolvers behind him all had their mouths open. They hadn't expected there to be so many supplies inside the cave. "A few of them can't carry it away. All of you go and move for me. Move to my camp. Whoever moves more, I'll reserve a place for her within the camp, and those who don't will be killed." Gao Feng pointed at the hundreds of survivors and ordered loudly. A group of probably hundreds of Amazons immediately turned around and headed for the cavern. Zhao Yin's supplies were in the back hall of the cave, usually guarded by those giant rats. "Stop right there, all of you." Wu Shuegue instantly became anxious. "If we lose those supplies, the boss won't let us go. All of them fucking stop." Bang! Gao Feng kicked him to the ground. "You're afraid of the boss, but not me? Wu Shuegue rolled over and stood up with great difficulty. Suddenly fished out a pistol from behind his back and aimed it at Gao Feng. The strength of the boss is not something you can imagine. Even if you bring the supplies back to the camp, it will only be a calamity for you. I advise you to leave immediately. There is still room for discussion on this matter. His earlier humility was only to save as many people as possible. At this time, Wu Shuegue is tough, because he understands that, losing those supplies, no one here will have a chance to live. The pistol could kill at most one evolver and he wouldn't get another chance. Wu Shuegue only hoped that these few people would throw in the towel. Do you know the valley in the West Mountain? Tens of thousands of zombies. The boss can kill them all. And how many people are there in your camp? Can the strongest ones catch up with those powerful zombies? Wu Shuegue shuddered and chided. Everyone was out of their minds for a while. The Wu Shuegue at this moment, compared to earlier, did not look like the same person at all. Li Gaofeng's heart skipped a beat, followed by a big laugh. I've seen braggarts, but I've never seen you so capable of bragging. He suddenly put his head forward to Wu Shuegue's gun. Shoot me. Do you have the guts? Shoot me dead and then my subordinates kill everyone here. Wu Shuegue's hand shook for a moment, and for a moment, he didn't have the courage to pull the trigger. The next moment, his hand was empty and the pistol was taken from him. Bang! Gao Feng directly shot Wu Shuegue in the chest. The bullet passed through, and large streams of blood emerged. Don't hurt Uncle Wu. Just then, an 11 or 12-year-old girl rushed out and shielded Wu Shuegue with her body. Please don't hurt Uncle Wu. Wang Xiaolei's hands dead pressed the wound for Wu Shuegue to stop the flow of blood, and her face was filled with tear marks. Today, Uncle Wu was her last relative and reliance. Get the fuck out of the way. Enraged by the girl's actions, Gao Feng slammed the butt of his gun down on her head, and in the next moment, there was a flash of white shadows, and Gao Feng only felt a sharp pain coming from his hand. A chunk of flesh was torn from his hand and his pistol fell to the ground. A skinny little milk cat, covered in fried hair, was standing on Wang Xiaolei's shoulder, teeth bared, grinning, and glaring fiercely at Peak. Summit covered the back of his bloodied hand and stared at the cat incredulously. He was an evolutionary, just one step away from evolving to E-class. How could he be injured by a kitten? But this kitten doesn't look like a mutant beast. Grab that cat for me. Summit ordered loudly. Don't kill it. The four evolvers immediately surrounded over, their 8 palms approaching the small white cat. However, in the next moment, the white cat's figure flickered, instantly pouncing on the face of one of the evolvers in a flash, bringing up a series of beads of blood waving. Aha! My eyes. Peak, save me. It was only then that all of them could see that one of the evolver's eyes was shattered, and black and red liquid flowed out from it, bloodying it up. Within the fluffy fur behind the little white cat, a pair of palm-sized fleshy wings slowly retracted, and at some point, landed on Wang Xiaolei's shoulder, as if they had never moved. It continued to bare its teeth, trying to look as menacing as possible, but it was inevitably milky. Wang Xiaolei had long been scared silly and sat on the ground at a loss for words. She knew that Xiaobai was different from other animals, but she never thought that it could be so powerful. The remaining 3 people all backed up in fear, no longer dare to grab the white cat with their bare hands. The evolved man who lost his eyeballs stumbled, howled miserably and pounced in indiscriminately. An older woman was held in his arms and directly broke her neck. Brother Peak, old G's eyes are blind. It's not easy to catch them. What about the supplies when the delayed giant rats are coming back? Someone asked. Peak. Gao Feng gritted his teeth. Despite coveting the white cat's ability, the situation at this moment was clearly impossible for him to get the cat. Kill it for me. Little white. Go away. Don't worry about me. With tears streaming down her face, Wang Xiaolei picked up the little white cat on her shoulder and threw it in the direction of the cave. Meow. The little white cat hovered in the air and instantly landed back on Wang Xiaolei's shoulder, not even looking at its owner as it continued to show its teeth to Peak and the others. Meow meow. Its bark was all the louder, and it was obviously a little panicked inside, but it didn't want to leave. Gao Feng and the 3 evolvers all took out their weapons, no longer as careless as earlier. Everyone's expression was also tense as they spread out to form an encirclement, approaching Wang Xiaolei and the little white cat. As the first evolver approached to within 5 meters, the little white cat once again flashed its body and pounced on his face as it did last time. The man was prepared and slammed the iron rod in his hand forward. Bang! The little white cat was instantly smashed away, its tiny body tumbling to the ground, blood dripping from its mouth and nose. It was too small after all. It had not even evolved to F-class. It had followed Wang Xiaolei for a long time and ate sparse food, and its nutrition could not keep up with it. And the fact that it was able to injure the evolved person earlier was completely by surprise. This time, when Gao Feng and the others went all out, the situation was completely different. After all, they were all evolvers who had gone through real battles. The man held up the iron rod and continued to pursue, when Wang Xiaolei suddenly pounced on the little white cat. Don't kill Xiaobai. I forbid you to kill Xiaobai. The little girl stared at her watery eyes. She had nothing but courage. Wushu Egue on the side still had a breath of air, and seeing this scene, he spoke with difficulty. Xiaolei, don't. He wanted to say one more word and had trouble doing so. No killing Xiaobai. Wang Xiaolei stubbornly glared at the evolved person, just like her little white cat. She was willing to lose her life even if she had to lose it in order to stay with each other. Get lost. The evolved man swung his iron rod and violently knocked at Wang Xiaolei's head. Wang Xiaolei closed her eyes in fear. Other than that, she couldn't do anything. Bang! An iron bar smashed into something, but Wang Xiaolei did not feel any pain. And when she opened her eyes, she saw that Xiaobai was tumbling in the air and crashed into a stone wall. It was immediately followed by a barf. That tiny body didn't even make much noise. As he fell to the ground, blood raged from his mouth and nose, and a pair of azure blue eyes, still lingering, stared at Wang Xiaolei. Little white. Little white. Oh. Wang Xiaolei quickly climbed over and held the little white cat in her arms. It felt as if it was limp and boneless, its spinal cord showing an abnormal twist. Seeing this, Gao Feng called off the evolver. Unless there was a transcendental drug, this white cat was dead. Hurry up, all of you. Get the supplies. The giant rats are coming back soon. Hurry. The three evolvers immediately expelled the survivors to go inside and carry the supplies. And soon, several hundred people poured into the back hall. The evolver with both eyes blinded had calmed down and pleaded in the direction where Summit was. Peak, I remember you still have a piece of healing bread. Can you heal me? Gao Feng looked up at his three subordinates walking away. Cruelty flashed under his eyes as he walked towards the blind evolver. Brother, I'd give up my healing bread, but I can't cure your eyes. Brother Feng, you let me live first. Maybe in the future you can open up some kind of amputation rebirth treasure. Swear that I will only serve you. Brother Feng, in this life, Jia said trembling. If you die, even if you serve me, how much food does it take to feed one more loser in this fucked up post-apocalyptic world? Summit shook his head and poof. The butterfly knife stabbed into Jijia's heart. Brother go well, I didn't want to. It's all because this post-apocalyptic world is forcing me. Jia tried to open his mouth to curse, when Gao Feng raised his hand and sliced off his jaw, along with the teeth in his mouth, followed by the flash of the knife again. Slicing off his head, Summit drew back as blood spurted. Soon, the three evolvers drove a group of survivors, all carrying supplies on their backs. Out, all the supplies Jiaoyin had piled up there were empty, spread evenly over 500 men. The three evolvers all changed their faces when they saw the dead Jia. Immediately afterward, they all tacitly remained silent. Peak, I've brought everything I could, and there's a plant in there whose leaves are edible, but they don't transplant well. Gao Feng saw more than 10,000 pounds of dried fish and dried meat. With a smile on his face, wild vegetables are just wild vegetables. There is nothing nutritious. Take these with you and it will be enough. Go! All the survivors quickly left the cavern, driven by several evolvers. The entire cavern hall, only Wang Xiaolei's crying. The little white cat is still being held in her hands. Aside from Wushu Egue, the entire upper body blood gurgling. The world, quieted, was left with nothing but sadness. Jiaoyin was still 5 kilometers away from the great cave when he suddenly told Old Black to stop. Jiaoyin, what happened? Song Xiaodao asked. Back late. Someone took my supplies. Jiaoyin's face was grim as he heard the footsteps of several hundred people in the other direction, vaguely talking about dried meat and fish. No need to think twice. In this post-apocalyptic world where supplies are scarce, that must be his supplies. Turn around. 3 kilometers north, Jiaoyin ordered. At this moment, many of the survivors saw that Gao Feng had managed to hijack Jiaoyin's supplies, and their minds came alive. Brother Peak, thank you for showing up and giving us a way to live. A green and strong woman wearing a tattered body t-shirt, revealing half of her white buns, said fawningly. Live? Summit froze. Brother Peak, you don't know. None of the previous leaders of the Great Cave were any good. No matter if it was Team Wang or Xia Jinshan, they didn't treat us as human beings. Right. A big mom immediately chimed in. Every time we get something good, they take it first, and they don't even give us enough to eat. The most detestable person is Wushu Egue. He's a traitor. That one called Jiaoyin immediately handed over all the supplies as soon as he arrived. Jiaoyin is a beast, taking all the food and cutting off all of us. They all deserve to die. The voices grew louder. Some genuinely hated the leaders. Others were there to show their loyalty to Summit while they had the chance. Most of them hadn't thought about what they had done for the cave again. Only that the way a few of the chiefs had distributed them was unfair. Brother Summit, we'll join your camp from now on. Yes, by joining Brother Summit's camp, we can live better. Gao Feng always had a faint smile on his face as he watched a group of wrinkled Amazons fantasize as if he had actually agreed to it. These old things still haven't figured out what the end times are. An evolved person lowered his voice and sneered. What's the point of having them at the camp? If it wasn't for the temporary need to have them move things, Brother Summit would have already made his move to finish them all off. Another evolved person whispered these words, word for word, were all heard by Zhao, who was 2 kilometers away. There was no expression on his face, only that his mind suddenly recalled the scene of Xie Jinshan begging himself to spare these survivors before he died. He remembered Wu Xuegue, the groveling figure, the old cripple who had been a disabled soldier and had put aside his dignity for the hundreds of lives inside the cave in the end times. That he's not here. Did he die for these survivors? Zhao, they're carrying our supplies. Song Xiaodao pointed at the crowd in front of him. At this moment, with Old Black traveling at full speed, Zhao was already less than 500 meters away from Summit and the others. With Song Xiaodao's eyesight, he was already able to make out the familiar group of Amazons and the ratskin packages they were carrying. Humph. Those jerky were smoked by Nyo Nyo and I, who worked hard to cut down the trees. They are so bold. They really dare to rob us. Song Xiaodao's willow eyebrows went up, and her small face was filled with anger. Zhao instantly captured the center of the group. The figures of Peak and the other 4 evolvers, human male, class F evolutionary, evolution 100/94.76, strength 17, agility 16, physical stamina 15, spirit 17, life countdown 19,953 days, human male, class F evolutionary, evolution level 100/1.01, strength 15, agility 16, stamina 14, spirit 16, talent B shooting, life countdown 18,953 days, human male. All 4 were F-class evolvers. Zhao didn't know if this camp, whether it was lucky or unlucky, had actually opened 4 bottles of F-rank evolutionary potions in a short period of time. However, the weapons in their hands were all still F-ranked, and they hadn't even opened a single piece of transcendent clothing. It was important to know that Zhao had opened so many star crystals, and with a lot of stuff out, he had only opened 2 bottles of F-class evolution potions. It's hard to argue with something like luck, though. The 4 F-class evolvers, who were nothing but dirt in Zhao Yin's eyes, actually dared to come and rob him. Zhao, I'm going to kill them. Song Xiaodao said. Zhao thought of something and shook his head, then directly jumped off Old Black's back and turned to Song Xiaodao and the 3 contracted beasts. You guys wait here, I'll go take a look. Zhao, not killing people? Song Xiaodao's eyes widened, feeling as if Zhao had turned a corner. When did he become so merciful? Zhao, can have no principles, but I have my own rules. Zhao continued. The betrayers will all die, but this group of survivors have worked for me for a few days, and they have done hard work without merit. So if anyone is just being coerced, I will leave them alive. As the words fell, Zhao put away all the weapons on his body and took off his ratskin armor as well, replacing it with a tattered piece of ordinary clothing. The only thing left behind is the dog's head cap that keeps you alive at all times. At this moment, he looked like a defeated deserter, slowly welcoming himself towards the group where Summit was. It's the boss. How did he get like this? What a boss. The kid surnamed Zhao. He must have been killed by the zombies to kill all the mutant beasts. He deserved it. Even if he wasn't in such a sorry state, Brother Summit would have killed him. The few Amazons walking at the front of the group immediately recognized Zhao. All of them were shocked at first, and then, immediately after, they all sneered at the sight of his wretched appearance. Previously, in the cave, they had only seen Zhao let the mutant beasts kill people. They hadn't seen him personally take action. So in their opinion, even if Zhao was an evolutionary, Gao Feng and the other 4 evolutionaries could completely crush him. There was a wind blowing, lifting the rotten cloth on Zhao Yin's pants, revealing his white thighs, and he kept his head down, seeming to miss the team completely. Brother Summit, that man is Zhao Yin. The voice finally reached the center of the group. A green woman pointing at the wretched youth in front of her. Gao Feng's eyes narrowed as he gazed at them, and immediately afterward, he laughed. I thought that a strong person who could harness so many mutant beasts had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turned out to be something like this. The other 3 evolvers had heard Zhao Yin's name earlier and had shown scorn, but at this moment, they all saw Zhao Yin's wretched appearance. All of them laughed at once, and the survivors on the sidelines followed suit. I don't know what kind of strange encounter this kid has to be able to drive those mutant beasts, and now that he's left alone, it's so unlucky that we bumped into him. Ha ha, he once sat on so many mutant beasts, yet he didn't even open a single piece of transcendent equipment. He must be a straw man. He's probably not even an evolutionary, and he didn't even notice us at such a close distance. At this moment, Zhao Yin finally looked up, followed by a footstep, calmly looking at the gradually approaching crowd. What are you doing and why have you brought my supplies here? Zhao Yin asked. What your supplies? These supplies are all Brother Peak's nowadays. Zhao Yin, you still dare to come back? An older woman's face was full of resentment, changing from her usual humble self. Zhao Yin, you're dead to the world. You know that? You've been a bully in the cave for so long. I didn't think you'd have today. Ha ha, Human nature is so bad that it always likes to see the high and mighty fall off the pedestal. Die in the post-apocalyptic world. Whoever had the strength would be able to grab more resources, and in Zhao Yin's opinion, this would have been taken for granted, and anyone else would have done the same. He did not kill these people, and although he took the crispy earwax and fish, he gave them rat bones to compensate, as Zhao Yin wasn't considered a good person, but he didn't think he was all that evil either. What about Wu Shuegue? Did he betray me too? Zhao Yin asked. Wu Shuegue? Ah, died long ago, killed by brother Gaofeng. That bastard was in bed with you and deserved to die a long time ago. An amagloated chilliness rose in Zhao Yin's eyes. In the entire cave, the only one he recognized was Wu Shuegue, even though it was a stupid, dumb old cripple. There were so few of those people, fewer than the pandas of the pre-apocalyptic fucking world. If there is still hope in this world, it can be missing him, Zhao Yin, but it definitely can't be missing people like Wu Shuegue. Got AT this time. Peak led 3 evolvers and walked over in a big way, and the survivors took the initiative to make way for him. Hey kid, your name is Zhao Yin, right? All these supplies belong to me now. Gaofeng stood not far from Zhao Yin. Since I met you, don't say I won't give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. How about I accept you into the camp? In his opinion, Zhao Yin's ability to tame those mutant beasts, despite being a waste, was well worth exploring. Zhao Yin turned his eyes to calmly look at Peak. I'll give you a chance as well. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Cut off an arm, and I'll give you a minute to escape. What did you say? Gaofeng froze, followed by a big laugh. Ha ha, boy, I think you are scared crazy by the zombies. Zhao Yin's gaze suddenly blazed as he swept over all the survivors. You all still have a chance. Now whoever is willing to follow me back to the cave, come behind me. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. 10, 9, 8. Zhao Yin directly counted the seconds aloud. None of the survivors moved a bit. Still all stood in place sneering at Zhao Yin. Kid, you're fucking bluffing here, an evolutionary said impatiently, stepping forward and slapping Zhao Yin in the face. Bang. In the next moment, the crowd only saw Zhao Yin's figure sway, and the evolver's head suddenly shattered violently. Brain matter accompanied by a morose white skull flew everywhere, accompanied by crimson blood, splashing all over Gaofeng and the others. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely surprised that an evolutionary had died just like that. Gaofeng and the 2 remaining evolvers all broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. They actually didn't even see how Zhao Yin struck. It was too fast. At this moment, they finally understood that Zhao Yin was at least an E-level evolver, and might even be D-level. Don't, big brother, it's me who has no eyes, Gaofeng shouted loudly as he drew back violently, followed by turning around and fleeing with the remaining 2 evolvers. Zhao Yin did not pursue, and continued to count under his breath. 3, 2, 1. At this point, a group of survivors reacted, and an older woman immediately shouted, Don't be angry, boss, I'm slow to react in my old age. I'll stand behind you here. They made me do it. The Great Cave is my home and I'm not going anywhere. Boss, I'm willing to go back to the cave with you. Almost instantly, several hundred people all surged behind Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin bit her head and said softly, It's too late. In fact, for Zhao Yin, killing was simpler than bringing them back. Monkey, old black, old bull, all come out to kill. As the calm words fell, the earth shook a few times, followed by a huge monkey as tall as a 2-story building madly rushing in, carrying a huge mountain opening sword in its hand, with a step of more than 10 meters, and right behind it was Old Black, who was carrying Song Xiaodao, followed by Old Ox. The 3 huge mutant beasts brought up a fierce wind, forming a wind scroll behind them, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed into the crowd, and the monkeys chopped through a dozen or so people's bodies. This kind of slaughter. The old bull is the most fierce. All the way through, dozens of people were knocked away, although the Old Black is slightly slower, but it is on the back of Song Xiaodao hand. A wind blade sweeping, within a radius of 30 meters was slaughtered empty. The screams, cries, and pleas for mercy, converged into an infernal wave of sound. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the backs of the fleeing Peak trio and didn't bother to chase after them. Taking out the sniper rifle that hadn't been used in a long time and realizing that there were still 3 bullets left, Zhao Yin takes aim and shoots. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out and all 3 of the summit men were shot in the head. Zhao Yin put away his sniper rifle and looked back. Several hundred people had already been slaughtered by the 3 contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao. The ground was covered with steaming blood and broken limbs. Song Xiaodao and Little Monkey and Old Black were all picking up the gopher skin parcels. Some blood stained the rat skin, but fortunately the supplies inside were not soiled. Zhao Yin followed behind them and collected all the packages that were piled up. Half an hour later, the battlefield was cleaned up. The Little Monkey picked up all the weapons on the 4 evolvers, and additionally found that on that peak, there was actually a piece of sandwich bread, rather an unexpected bonus. After Zhao Yin put it away, He mounted Old Black and rushed towards the cave. There were still 2 kilometers away from the cave when a straight line of smoke suddenly appeared in front of them. And it was 6 giant rats that were rushing this way. They had just returned to the cavern before realizing that the supplies had all been taken. So they followed the trail along the way, seeing Zhao Yin. Rat 6, who had rushed at the front, immediately stopped and bent down to prostrate himself. The other 5 giant rats also revealed their timidity. And like children who had done something wrong, they huddled behind Rat 6, all of them holding their heads with both paws. None of them daring to look at Zhao Yin. Master, Rat 6 is useless. The supplies are lost. And among those evolvers attacking the cave, there are 2 women who were chased and lost by Rat 3. Women? Zhao Yin immediately remembered the 2 sisters, Sisterly, and scolded with a grim face. None of you are allowed to eat tonight. Those 2 women had fled somewhere, and Zhao Yin didn't have time to waste his time on them. As long as they weren't stupid, they should have been far away and wouldn't be around anymore. At this moment, Old Black was carrying Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao. Its footsteps didn't stop and it directly walked past the 6 giant rats. Only, Old Black's eyes were filled with indifference as it looked at the 6 giant rats. Only after Zhao Yin walked away did the 6 giant rats listlessly follow. Back outside the cavern, Zhao Yin saw the ground full of corpses, and Rat 6 went up and pouted under the fence to dig up the soil, quickly digging out a pile of transcendent equipment. 17 weapons, 11 of which were F-ranked, 2 E-ranked and 1 D-ranked, and 2 F-ranked clothes. Master, these are all the equipment from that group of evolvers, all brought back. Rat 6 carefully communicated mentally a Zhao Yin, along with the equipment on Gao Feng and the others, and the few pieces he had gotten earlier at Sister Li's camp. All threw them into the gray mist of the lifespace. The diameter of the lifespace grew another 140 meters to 801 meters. Immediately afterward, he got off the back of the Old Black man, striding into the cavern, and from afar, he heard the sound of a girl crying. Zhao Yin was surprised. There are still survivors left? Soon, he saw Wang Xiaolei. She had long since taken off her blouse, wrapped it around something, and was hugging it in her arms and crying her eyes out. On the side of the Wu Shuegue breath like a swimmer, eyes wide open, strong with willpower and support. He hangs a breath, is not dead. The old cripple isn't even dead from this? Zhao Yin was a bit surprised. Boss, please save Xiao Bai. Save Uncle Wu. Oh, the moment Wang Xiaolei saw Zhao Yin, she immediately got up holding the little white cat and came to him, deflating her mouth and crying even harder. Zhao Yin froze. Treating him Zhao Yin as a savior? Zhao Yin pushed her away with a disgusted hand, took out a few chestnut leaves and rubbed them casually, stuffing them into Wu Shuegue's mouth. After all, they had known each other for a while, and the other had done hard work for them. In the post-apocalyptic world, one less person like Wu Shuegue will die. Zhao Yin didn't care if the unrelated people lived or died, and he couldn't do what Wu Shuegue did, which in his opinion was stupid selflessness, but inside, he inexplicably didn't want the old cripple to die. He didn't care if the old cripple could swallow. He turned around and prepared to enter the back room. Boss, please save Little White. It hasn't taken its medicine yet. Oh, please boss. Wang Xiaolei's dirty little hand pulled on Zhao Yin's corner. Zhao Yin struggled and realized that her grip was so tight that her small hands were white from holding it. You're not afraid of death? Zhao Yin asked. Boss, Uncle Wu said that you are not a bad person. Xiao Bai is going to die. I don't know who else to ask to save it. Wang Xiaolei's eyes were red from crying, but she calmed down and said seriously to it. Was only then that Zhao Yin went to notice what was in her arms. A bit larger than a palm. At first he thought the little white was a child. When he finally saw it, a handful of snow-white fluffy hairs exposed. Zhao Yin's eye center shrunk, and out of the keenness of the Lord of the Pact, he directly opened the eye of true vision. Mature white cat, mutant beast, strength 9, agility 23, stamina 6, spirit 12, bloodline talent, extreme speed. Zhao Yin was out of his mind for a while. Isn't this a flying white tiger? In his previous life, the flying white tiger was a white cat that evolved into a white cat, and its initial ability was extreme speed. Although the designations under the Eye of True Vision were different, Zhao Yin didn't believe that the Dawei mountain range possessed 2 of the same mutated beasts. He quickly picked up the package in Wang Xiaolei's arms and carefully opened it. At this moment, Zhao Yin's movements were as gentle as a groom on the night of the wedding. Undoing his bride's clothes. A small white cat covered in blood appeared, with 2 fleshy wings on its back softly attached to its fluffy fur. Only at this point, the little white cat wasn't breathing and her heartbeat had stopped. Its pupils were slowly dilating, the last breaths of life are slowly dissipating. In the next moment, Zhao Yin quickly took out a piece of sandwich bread, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it, followed by breaking open the little white cat's mouth and poof. He took out another bottle of Nongfu Shanquan without stinting and opened it to pour it into the little white cat's mouth. A piece of sandwich bread was fed down, and the little white cat's stomach was all rounded up, slowly getting a heartbeat, followed by weak breathing. Watching it slowly revive in his arms, Zhao wanted to laugh to the heavens. The flying white tiger's extreme speed ability was stronger than the white rat king's rush at the time. Not only on land, the speed reached the extreme that the body could support. And the medium of the rush ability was the pair of fleshy wings that possessed the ability to fly at extreme speeds. This wasn't even what the flying white tiger was valued by Zhao. As long as we find another golden silk fruit in the future, we will be able to develop psychedelic powers. Any life form other than zombies. As long as the mental power is not as good as the flying white tiger, it can be easily controlled by its mind. And the time of control is determined by the strength of the other party's mental power. In his previous life, at the beginning of Zhao and Lin Tianfeng's creation of the base, there were a number of forces that wanted to annex them, and Lin Tianfeng directly sent out the flying white tiger, and with a single look, all the evolvers whose spiritual power was inferior to its killed each other, and the battle was decimated without any effort. Zhao was still immersed in joy when the little white cat slowly opened its eyes in his arms. Seeing that the person holding it was Zhao, he immediately bared his teeth, grinned, and issued a threat. Immediately afterward, it discovered Wang Xiaolei on the side, and with a flash of its body, it scurried into the latter's arms, burying its small head in Wang Xiaolei's chest, shivering all over. Zhao, as a top-level D-evolutionary, gave it such a terrifying feeling that it couldn't even rise the courage to fight. Little villain, it was Zhao who saved your life. How can you be ungrateful? Behind him, Song Xiaodao glared in dissatisfaction. Wang Xiaolei hugged the recovered little white cat and cried tears of joy, apologizing to Zhao with a sobbing voice. I'm sorry, boss. Little white, it's timid. Don't be angry. Humph. Its life was saved by Zhao. Without Zhao it would have died long ago. Song Xiaodao crossed his arms and glared sternly at Wang Xiaolei. She felt that Zhao sandwich bread was fed to the dog. No. The other was supposed to be the cat. Displeasure also surfaced on Zhao face. With the feeling that his girlfriend was in someone else's arms, perhaps this cat was born with psychedelic abilities, and Zhao was inexplicably unwilling to rough it up. He glared at Wang Xiaolei. Give it to me. Without waiting for him to finish, Wang Xiaolei lifted the little white cat up and looked up at Zhao seriously. Boss, actually when you first came to the cave, I wanted to give little white to you. Zhao words paused and asked, why? It eats my food every day. I don't want to keep it anymore. If the boss doesn't want it, I'll kill it for meat. Wang Xiaolei said softly. Meow. The little white cat immediately trembled, obviously understanding the human's words. It was just that Wang Xiaolei's eyes were slowly reddening as she said this. It was precisely because she cared for the little white cat that she wanted to make it better. Her age. She already knew that in the end times, the little white cat could only live better if she followed someone with strength. Wang Xiaolei cornered her purpose because she was unwilling to let Zhao take the initiative to speak up and carry the charge of taking someone's love. This heartfelt plan was also for herself and Wu Shuegue to make plans. Only when Zhao was comfortable in her heart could she let them live. Zhao heart was clear, and the look she gave Wang Xiaolei finally had a square look. I'll give you a batch of food, and from then on it has nothing to do with you anymore. As the words fell, he reached out his left hand and grabbed the fluffy fur on the back of the little white cat's neck. Meow meow. The little white cat struggled desperately, wanting to continue to burrow into Wang Xiaolei's arms. Zhao lifted it directly and pressed his right hand on its head, activating the soul of contract. After a long time, Zhao sensed the aura of the little white cat in his mind. It obediently stayed in Zhao arms, licking his fingers pleasingly. Master, Xiaobai is hungry. The heartfelt words exchanged were tinged with milky voices. Like a little girl's, Zhao can't help but have a smile on his face. Among the several contracted beasts, the little monkey is mischievous, the old ox is mute, and the old black always carries a ratty nature. This little white kitten is yet soft and cuddly through and through. Zhao didn't like animals before, but at this moment, it was like ice and snow melting in his heart. Unable to overlap the figure of the little white cat and the flying white tiger from his previous life, Zhao raised his hand, and the little white cat opened its fleshy wings and flew through the air, landing in a hover on Zhao head, its fleshy front paws clasping his dog's head cap. Meow. Master, it's so much fun. White wants to play again. It let out a fluttering heartbeat. Loss flashed in the eyes of Wang Xiaolei on the side. She didn't understand how Zhao had domesticated Little White, yet it understood that it had completely forgotten about its former master at this point. She wanted to open her mouth to call out, but remembered what Zhao had just said and couldn't help but shed tears. Zhao was in a good mood and led Song Xiaodao and a group of contracted beasts towards the back hall of the cave. Earlier he had checked that the packages that were taken away by Feng Feng and the others were all filled with meat, but the most important crispy ears dried vegetables were untouched. Those people didn't know the value of crispy ear vegetables, and Zhao was worried about being trashed, where the supplies had been stored earlier. The roots of a huge tree lay askew, not having been watered with agrimony for several days, and most of its life breath was gone. 2 more days and the chestnut roots will be dead. Those clothes, bedding, pots and pans and the like that the old ox used to carry were thrown everywhere. Footprints on top of the clothes and bedding, and a few porcelain bowls were broken. Amidst the mess, a pile of dried crispy ears, maybe 200 or 300 pounds, wrapped in a large pocket made of rotten cloth. The mouth of the bag was open, and there were some scattered on the ground. Zhao sighed in relief. There were more than 1,000 pounds of crispy ear vegetables picked over the past few days, and that's how many dried vegetables were baked. No one had touched it, in the eyes of Summit and the others. It was the meat that mattered. Uncle Wu. Oh, Uncle Wu, you finally woke up. Wu Xuegui sat up. The wounds on his body had already stopped bleeding and scabbed over, and the few leaves that Zhao had stuffed into his mouth for him could only heal him so far. His life was saved. But his face was still pale. Wang Xiaolei snapped into his arms and cried in aggravation. Don't cry. Xiaolei has grown up and understands things. You did the right thing. Uncle Wu heard it all. Wu Xuegui gently stroked the girl's little head, his eyes full of pity. The fact that he hadn't been in a coma. The little white cat had seen everything. Don't be sad. Xiao Bai will have a better life if he follows the boss. Uncle Wu will find a way. When the boss leaves, try to make him take you with him. Wu Xuegui said. Xiaolei isn't going anywhere. Just wait here with Uncle Wu for daddy. Wang Xiaolei shook her head, snot and tears rubbing on Wu Xuegui's clothes. He won't come back. Wu Xuegui knew that for a 12-year-old little girl. These words were too cruel, but this is the end times. With this girl's heart, Wu Xuegui believes that she will be able to accept reality. He turned his words around and said sternly, I'm old and crippled, and now I'm injured. There's no way I can bring along you as a drag. So listen to Uncle Wu and come with me to see the boss. Wang Xiaolei cried even harder and hugged Wu Xuegui tightly. Behave and do whatever I tell you to do later. Don't ask or tell. Zhao deposited the dried crispy ear vegetables into his spatial ring and released the stealth tent. It was late at night, and he was ready to rest for the night and leave the cave tomorrow after fishing clean the fish in the water pond in the front hall and making them into dried fish. At that moment, a footstep came. Wu Xuegui licked his face and followed Wang Xiaolei behind him into the back room. Boss, you saved my life. Please accept my obeisance. With those words, Wu Xuegui bent both knees, knelt down, and kowtowed several times with a thud before the end times. It was said that once a man kneels too long, he can never get up again. In his life, Wu Xuegui, in addition to kneeling at the grave after the death of his parents, that is, recently knelt Zhao and peaked that he didn't know when his stiff knees had become so easy to bend. But for once, there was no sense of humiliation in his mind. Bang, bang, bang. Boss's great kindness. Wu Xuegui has no way to repay you in this life. He can only kowtow a few times for you. Zhao looked at his weak face before remembering that he had only fed Wu Xuegui a few leaves earlier in an attempt to save trouble, so he took out a few more. Still want chestnut leaves? Wu Xuegui now knew the value of this kind of leaves. After receiving it, hesitation flashed across his face, but he quickly and decisively propped it up. Boss, my injuries won't be a big problem after a few days of recuperation. How can I continue to waste your transcendent medicines? Zhao said. I will leave here tomorrow, and promised that girl that I would leave a batch of supplies for you, and you can leave the leaves as well. A few leaves were just a few leaves, enough to treat the injuries of ordinary people, but for evolved people, each treatment required several pounds, and the contracted beasts needed even more. Wu Xuegui stopped excusing himself and carefully put the leaves into his pocket. Boss, you're usually very busy. Miss Dagger not only has to serve you, but also take care of Master Monkey and Master Ox in them. You must still need people around to wash and cook, right? Wu Xuegui finished, pulled Wang Xiaolei in front of her. Her name is Wang Xiaolei. Her ancestors were soldiers for 3 generations. Her great-grandfather died in battle during World War II. Her grandfather died in that counterattack. And now her father. Wang family is full of loyalists. Only this one soul seedling is left. Boss, leave her with you for laundry and cooking, and just give some food trimmings usually. It was only at this time that Zhao realized that Wang Xiaolei was the daughter of that Wang team, the only descendant of a martyr. Zhao frowned and thought, now that it was the end of the world and everything had turned to dust, he wouldn't look the other way just because of the other party's identity. However, nowadays, he did need manpower, not for laundry and cooking, but for collecting corpse crystals for him. Collecting corpse crystals was a hassle every time you killed a zombie. Zhao thought seriously for a moment and said, when I leave tomorrow, I can take you with me, but if I meet danger, I won't care about your life and death. On the contrary, I don't keep useless people around me. You will have to work obediently if you follow me, and you may even die at any time. Boss, in this post-apocalyptic world, if we don't follow you we have even less to live for, and we can't blame you if we die. Wu Xuegui immediately said. Zhao said, bring you guys instead of bringing Wang Xiaolei alone. And Wu Xuegui's heart rejoiced. Who wants to die if they can live? Zhao continued, in the future, when I find a faster way to collect corpse crystals, I'll let you guys go. Boss, if we can't reflect our value by your side, We will leave on our own without the boss's command. Wu Shuigue said. Zhao was satisfied with his answer and nodded. Cook the rice first. He took out the cooking utensils and ingredients and handed them over to Wu Shuigue before leading Song Xiaodao and the indentured beasts into the stealth tent, tired from a long day. Both man and beast need rest. Outside the tent, Wu Shuigue set up a few cauldrons and lit firewood. There was cooking smoke quickly rising inside the cave. And half an hour later, food was served into the stealth tent. Zhao was lying on the covers sucking on a cat and looked up. Wu Shuigue's craftsmanship, based on the color and aroma of the dishes alone, is better than Zhao more than one chip. As for how much better than Song Xiaodao, that girl can't even cook fish soup right. Zhao felt more and more that taking in Wu Shuigue was the right choice. Wu Shuigue and Wang Xiaolei put down their food and then prepared to leave, when Zhao suddenly spoke up and asked, "What are you guys eating?" Back to the boss. There are still some food remnants in the pot, so adding some water will fill your stomach. Wu Shuigue grew more and more respectful. Zhao frowned. Isn't it just brushing water? Boss, you're using high-end ingredients. We're already eating much better food now than we used to. Wang Xiaolei also said. Song Xiaodao. For each of them, a bowl of loaded chestnut porridge, half a bowl of fried crispy ear vegetables with dried meat, and half a bowl of fish soup. Take them outside to eat, Zhao ordered, since they are allowed to work for them. The salary they deserve will naturally not be less. Song Xiaodao agreed and picked up the bowls and chopsticks and loaded them up. Neither Wu Shuigue nor Wang Xiaolei expected Zhao to be so generous. The most precious thing in the post-apocalyptic world was food. And Wu Shuigue was worried that Zhao would not take it in earlier. But he did not expect that he would be eating food that he normally would not even dare to imagine. Boss, Xiaolei and I have not yet established an inch of merit. How can this be? Good. Wu Shuigue took the bowl handed over by Song Xiaodao, and suddenly his eyes turned red. Take the food and get out, Zhao said. After dinner, you guys go and wash all those dirty clothes outside the door. The bedding and clothes that Gao Feng and the others had soiled were still piled up outside, and Zhao had been prepared to have Song Xiaodao wash them. Yes, boss. Wu Shuigue and Wang Xiaolei walked out with the food early the next morning. Zhao woke up early, and when he went out of the stealth tent, he saw clean clothes and bedding drying in the ventilated area inside the cave. Zhao called for Wu Shuigue, tossed him the ingredients for breakfast, and walked into the cave chamber where the crispy ear vegetables were located earlier. Zhao had intended to take away the rhizome of the crispy ear vegetable, but at this time, with the life space, the idea had been completely different. He first ripped all of the vines from the rock wall, followed by digging them out along with the roots and putting them into the life space. After exiting the cave hall, he put away the half-dead chestnut roots again. Song Xiaodao and the indentured beasts had already left the stealth tent and were all gathering around to watch Wu Shuigue make breakfast when Zhao shouted, "Old Black, come here." Old Black immediately winded up in front of Zhao. Master. Zhao raised his hand and pressed it on Old Black's head, and in the next moment, Old Black only felt a lightness in his body, followed by the scene in front of his eyes changing, coming into an unfamiliar space. Master, where is this? Old Black was instinctively wary, his huge body shielding Zhao behind him, his rat eyes alerting around. Don't panic, this is my life space, Zhao said soothingly. The old black man was all loose and looked around curiously. Zhao pointed at the land under his feet, digging out a large pit 700 meters in diameter here, to be 300 meters deep. How long will it take? He intended to take all the water from the antechamber of the cave. That kind of clean water is rare these days, and there's no telling when you'll next encounter it. It won't take long. How fast can it be? About a couple hours? Soon. Old Black communicated mentally. Zhao frowned. This rat had no concept of time? He still didn't ask any more questions and moved all of the chestnut tree roots and crispy ear vegetables down to the edge of the space. Then Zhao looked at Old Black, who was standing at the center of the space. Hurry up and dig. Yes, master. Old Black nodded. In the next moment, the soil under Old Black's feet rippled as if it had liquefied, and then gradually spread until it covered a diameter of 700 meters. Immediately after that, Old Black's body sank sharply downwards, and the circular land with a diameter of 700 meters was also sinking downwards, and the dirt under Zhao Yin's feet was squeezed and rose upwards. A dozen seconds later, Old Black climbed out of the bottom of the big pit. Master, the job is done. Very, very good. Good job, Zhao complimented. He also didn't expect that the Earth escape ability, when used here, could actually be so powerful. If you put it in the pre-apocalyptic world, those excavators and stuff are just weak. He looked down. The 300-meter deep pit was visually striking like a large bowl. The dirt on the sides was quite a bit higher than before, and after being squeezed by Old Black's psychic powers it was as strong as concrete. Loosen the soil along the shore. Zhao then ordered. Ripples once again rippled under Old Black's feet, quickly covering the surrounding pit bank, followed by a violent tumbling of the surface several meters deep in the mud for a few moments before coming to a halt. A 50-meter wide circle of shore was as flat as pre-apocalyptic farmland. The dirt particles fine and fluffy. Zhaoying nodded with satisfaction and had Old Black dig a large pit on the left side and planted crispy ear vegetables, and then planted chestnut tree roots on the far right side immediately after that. He took out 48 corn cobs, each one full, each kernel of corn several times the size of the pre-apocalyptic one. With a golden color, Zhaoying gently rubbed the kernels of corn and they came off. 48 cobs peeling off 436 corn seeds. Zhaoying had Old Black make a strip of field mounds in the clearing, then carefully planted the corn kernels down. 2 hours later, after finally getting it done, Zhaoying took out all of the Nongfu Shanquan inside his spatial ring. A total of 22 bottles. Zhaoying for the half-dead chestnut tree in one breath poured 10 bottles. Visible to the naked eye, there are emerald green shoots from the roots of the tree grew out, and after a few minutes will grow into a dozen vibrant branches, more than 3 meters high, arm thick and thin. In the past, Zhaoying had always disliked Nongfu Shanquan, but at this time, he realized that it was too little. This transcendental drink that only hydrates is nothing short of miraculous for catalyzing the growth of mutant crops. With the remaining 12 bottles of Nongfu Shanquan, Zhaoying poured 1 bottle for the crispy ear vegetable to ensure that it could survive successfully. Of the remaining 10 bottles were poured drop by drop on the planted corn. Green corn seedlings slowly emerged from the soil, and the entire edge of the large pit was a bright green color, making people think they were walking through pre-apocalyptic farmland. There's still too little agrimony, or the corn and chestnut trees would grow fast. Zhaoying sighed in his heart. Looks like we still need to kill more zombies. Once the crop is viable, it can be watered by ordinary water sources, but it has no ripening effect. There wasn't enough space either, and when the corn was ripe, it could snowball like a snowball, and in theory, Zhaoying could feed the world. In short, everything is inseparable from the star crystal. After Zhaoying finished admiring his masterpiece, he took Old Black and left the lifespace. Song Xiaodao, Wu Xuegue, Wang Xiaolei, and all the contracted beasts all looked at him in shock. Zhaoying, where did you and Old Black just go? How did you suddenly disappear? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. Zhaoying informed the matter of the lifespace, and everyone was unable to return to their senses for a long time. Zhaoying, can you take me into space to take a look? Song Xiaodao walked forward and shook Xiaoyin's arm. Zhaoying knew that this girl would go to see it sooner or later, or else she wouldn't die. So he held her small hand to eye, and the next moment, Zhaoying and Song Xiaodao appeared within the space. Song Xiaodao froze on the spot, staring at the emerald green corn seedlings, the crispy earwax that had taken root and produced leaves, and the chestnut tree that had grown a dozen or so branches. You really didn't lie to me. We really do have a place to grow things. Song Xiaodao whispered. She understood what it meant. It meant that even if the zombies took over the world, even if they had no place to live, there would still always be a clean slate. Zhaoying narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned the entire space, and a smile appeared on his face as well. As long as this space is large enough, it's completely self-sufficient. It just needs transcendent energy to open it up. Transcendent energy? Song Xiaodao was puzzled. Zhaoying nodded gently. Corpse crystals, star crystals, transcendent equipment and food and drinks, all contain transcendent energy, and I've only tested out these so far. What about zombies, evolvers, mutated beasts, or mutated plants? Do they also contain transcendent energy in their bodies? Song Xiaodao said. Zhaoying froze. Why had he not thought of this before? If zombies could also be used as energy, how big could he make the space grow by killing tens of thousands of zombies within the valley? Thinking of this, Zhaoying couldn't stay idle for a moment and immediately walked towards the crispy ear vegetable, pulling off a vine and throwing it at the boundary wall. Snap! The vines were directly bounced back. No! Space doesn't accept mutated plants. Song Xiaodao shook his head as Zhaoying pulled out another corn seedling and ripped off a chestnut branch. Even as he took out a chestnut and a piece of dried gray rat meat from within his spatial ring. As a result, it all bounced back. Try the rat king meat again. Zhaoying took out a piece of rat king meat and threw it over. The snow white meat instantly passed through the boundary wall, and the space shook slightly. It's done! Song Xiaodao was pleasantly surprised, and immediately afterward, her face stiffened slightly. A dozen pounds of rat king meat just grew the diameter of the space by 0.001 meters. The white rat king is a true mutant beast. The meat is of higher quality, but it can be accepted by the space. But the area of growth is too small. In the end, Zhaoying shook his head in disappointment. 1,000 pounds of true D-class mutant beast meat would only allow the space to grow by 1 meter. Just 100 pieces of F-class corpse crystals of energy. Obviously not cost-effective. Get out! Zhaoying directly brought Song Xiaodao out of the life space before striding out of the cave. The corpses of the evolvers killed by the contract beasts yesterday were all still there, and Zhaoying directly collected one and entered space to throw it towards the boundary wall. Bang! The body bounced back. No! Maybe the corpses of high-level evolvers will work, but there's no way to experiment with that at the moment. Zhaoying threw the corpse out of the space, called on Old Black, and hoofed it all the way back to the valley within the western mountains. Not with the corpse of an F-class walker. Neither can the corpses of E-class walkers. In the end, only the broken head of the zombie king was left, and Zhao threw it to the boundary wall after. The boom! The boundary wall, as if avoiding some type of disgusting thing, violently retracted backward, followed by a violent rebound, and the head of the zombie king was directly disintegrated like a cannonball, fragmented in the air, and the skull broke off a large corn seedling as it fell. This level of rejection was something that Zhao hadn't expected. Immediately afterward, clarity rose in his heart. The life space was the cleanest pure land. The virus in the zombie's body was dirt. Naturally it could not be absorbed. This kind of clarity was transmitted for him by the world bead chain. And in fact, equipment of SS grade and above already possessed simple consciousness. As Zhao stopped trying and raised his hand to knock Song Xiaodao in his arms. I'll let you talk too much. Another hour of hustle and bustle. And he did nothing. I don't know either. Song Xiaodao covered his head and beamed in aggravation. It was already noon when he returned to the cave. And because of Zhao Yin's absence, the breakfast Wu Shuegue had made in the morning had not been touched. Zhao Yin let Wu Shuegue reheat it. And the man and beast ate lunch straight away. In the afternoon, Zhao Yin had Song Xiaodao's trio and the contracted beasts move all the supplies that still had value within the cave to the front of the stealth tent. And all of them were included next to the chestnut tree within the life space. Immediately afterward, he came to the antechamber of the cave, communicated with the world bead chain in his mind, and directly collected the water in the pool. A few moments later, not a drop of water was left in the pool, including the more than 5,000 live fish in the water. At this moment, the large pit within the life space was filled up for the most part, and a large fish was frightened and slapped its tail on the surface of the water. Zhao took the time to check the supplies. There were still more than 5,000 pounds of dried meat, 12,000 pounds of dried fish, 1,100 pounds of dried crispy ear vegetables, about 400 pounds of chestnuts left, and 1,300 pounds of chestnut leaves, more than 400 rat skins, about 7,300 rat claw blades, and 1,600 pounds of rat bones, 6 giant rat skins, giant rat claw blades 108, king rat skin if carrot. There are 2,900 pounds of king rat meat left, 4 of king rat's front paws left, and 10 of his hind claw blades, 5,400 live fish in the space water hole, roughly 18,000 pounds. These are important supplies, in addition to the transcendental equipment and props, transcendental food and drinks that are opened by star crystals. There wasn't much to see in terms of equipment, and Zhao Yin's attention was mainly on consumables: sandwich bread 13, iced tea 12, compressed crackers 11, yellow peaches 3, canned beef 4, canned tuna 3, instant noodles 6, D healing potion 1, C healing potion 1, 1 teleportation scroll, 1 explosive arrow, guns and ammo, 546 common arrows, stealth tent, red pink Dan. As for the other items, Zhao Yin did not look any further. Meow, the little white cat whooshed up on top of Zhao Yin's head, its meaty little paws hugging the dog's head cap as it lowered its head and licked Zhao Yin's face affectionately. As soon as Zhao Yin ripped it off, he took out a piece of dried fish and stuffed it into the little white cat's arms, and it immediately hugged and nibbled on it. After following Zhao Yin for 2 full meals, it was in much better spirits. Depart! Zhao Yin held the little white cat in one hand, lifted Song Xiaodao in the other, and leaped directly onto Old Black's back. A group of contracted beasts hurriedly followed, and Wu Shuegue limped along with Wang Xiaolei at the end of the group. As she left the cave, Wang Xiaolei turned back frequently to look at the empty hall. Wu Shuegue's expression is also a little complicated. Seems to see, once when the Wang team and Xia Jinshan is still there, although everyone is living a bitter, but here is like a home in the end of the world. In the end, only he and Wang Xiaolei were left, alone and far away, never to return. Neither Wu Shuegue nor Wang Xiaolei said anything, except that a sigh seemed to come from the air as their backs, following Zhao Yin, disappeared into the distance. End times. What is home? Zhao Yin lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth, the ashes falling onto Song Xiaodao's hair in his arms. To live is home. The ground beneath your feet is home. The whole world is fucking home. Apparently he took in Wu Shuegue's and Wang Xiaolei's expressions in his eyes, but was unable to raise the slightest bit of empathy. After experiencing the last 7 years of the last world in his previous life, Zhao Yin had already gotten used to this kind of life, compared to his previous life where he labored and took pains in every way. In this life he goes before everyone else. The family is getting stronger by the day, and it has long been unknown how many times stronger. There are zombies, Song Xiaodao suddenly said. Where? Zhao Yin's spirit shook, and he went from his entire state of letting go to a state of alertness in an instant. It seems to be hiding. Just now I saw a figure flash through the woods over there. Song Xiaodao pointed to the woods on the right and said. Zhao Yin's eyes narrowed as he had heard 2 breaths and heartbeats. It's a survivor. Monkey, go get it for me, Zhao Yin commanded. The little monkey's huge body quickly scurried towards the woods. Sis, he's found us. Run, a nervous female voice said immediately after. Another female voice was filled with fear. Run. Can't run away. This monkey is sea-level. What? See? Immediately afterward, a woman's scream came from the woods. Soon the little monkey walked out, carrying a woman in one hand. It was the two Lee sisters who had escaped in the first place. Last night, they panicked and jumped off the cliff to escape from Mouse 3. And although they got rid of Mouse 3, both sisters suffered considerable injuries. They didn't dare to go back to the cave, and fled with difficulty all night to get here, and are just now resting in the woods. I didn't expect to meet Zhaoyin. This moment, despair spread across the faces of both sisters. They had already guessed who Zhaoyin was. It was just that what Lei hadn't expected was that he was actually a Class D evolutionary. And even more so, an Exalt. His subordinates, the Rat King, Monkey and Ox, were far too terrifying than those 6 giant rats. Even the little girl in Zhaoyin's arms was an E-Class evolver and had mastered supernatural abilities. At this moment, Sister Lee was incomparably regretful. If she had known that Zhaoyin had such strength, she wouldn't have followed Big Head Brother even if she was beaten to death. Big Brother, can you let your mutant beast let us go? We are just ordinary survivors passing by. We have no intention to offend you. Sister Lee stammered. She just hoped to muddle through it. It was just a pity that Zhaoyin possessed the B-ranked Eye of True Sight, which was even more advanced than her F-rank snooping ability. This moment, Zhaoyin saw both of their sisters from head to toe. Human female, Class F ability awakened, Class E evolutionary, evolution level 100/5.81, strength 29, agility 31, physical strength 9, mental strength 14, talent ability, peeping eye, life countdown, 57,074 days. Human female, Class F evolutionary, evolution level 100/79.42, strength 14, agility 18, physical strength 11, mental strength 12, talent B shooting, life countdown, 30,084 days. In an instant, Zhaoyin understood the identities of the two women and was somewhat surprised that they were still here. Soon, Zhaoyin noticed the injuries on the two, and realized that it wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but that they could only escape here. The little monkey threw the two women directly in front of Zhaoyin, followed by a low growl at them, and the two sisters immediately turned pale with fear. Bring it! Zhaoyin sat on the Rat King's back and spread his palms in a condescending manner. What do you want? Big Brother. I didn't understand. Lee used her body to protect her sister behind her tightly. One of you is called Sister Lee and the other is called Dandan. And you were still attacking my cave last night, and you've forgotten so quickly? Zhaoyin directly revealed it. How did you know? Sister Lee was stunned, followed by a face like death. You're an E-ranked evolver with the F-ranked psychic ability peeping eye turned on. And your sister is an F-ranked evolver with a B-ranked shooting talent and is good at building bows and arrows. Zhaoyin looked like he suddenly remembered something and said faintly, right, Saturday and Bao are dead. I killed them. If you guys were going back to the camp earlier, then there's no need. The camp is gone. Dandan was shocked. You've also turned on the same supernatural ability as my sister, the Eye of Peeping? Zhaoyin was dumbfounded. The F-class probing ability could only discern vague information, and very often one could only go on guessing. His Eye of True Sight, however, was B-ranked and could see in greater detail. I've already wasted a lot of time on you guys. Next, I'll give you two choices. Hand over all your transcendental items and become my slaves. Zhao Yin's voice chilled. Or, die now. Both sisters sniffed and subconsciously shrunk, facing the man in front of them. They realized that they were completely crushed from all aspects, and there was no hope of turning the tide. Big Brother, we didn't participate in the attack on the cave last night. We just followed Big Head Brother to take a look, and you exterminated our campsite. So why should we be forced like this? Sister Lee pleaded. If there weren't 6 giant rats defending, would you have fled if I was just an ordinary F-class evolver? Zhao Yin sneered. Let me choose for you. Monkey, kill them. Roar. The little monkey bared his teeth and slapped at Dandan's head. Sis. Dandan, in shock, subconsciously grabbed Sister Lee's shirt. Help. Oh, after all, it was only a 17 or 18-year-old girl, who was directly frightened by the little monkey and cried. Wait. Lee hurriedly shouted as she gritted her teeth and decisively removed the space ring on her hand. Then he handed both hands to Zhaoyin. All the transcendental items are within this ring. You have the Eye of Peeping. You should know that this is a spatial ring. Before she finished speaking, she froze again, suddenly realizing that on Zhao Yin's hand, there were actually 2 rings, both of which were transcendent items. One of the space rings was identical to the one he had. Lee instinctively opened her peeping eyes to survey him. Hat, energy ring, gloves, fishing net socks. The rat skin armor on his body is not transcendent equipment, but it is homemade from the skin of mutant beasts. Even her peeping eye could only barely see the names and grades of those equipments. And that necklace, she actually couldn't even detect the name. Lee understood that there could only be one reason for this situation. and that was that his necklace exceeded the peeping eyes grade by too much. Just how many high-level zombies did he kill? It turned out that this man had come to be even more powerful than she had imagined. Zhao Yin's attention was on the spatial ring at this moment, and after receiving it, he immediately began to inspect it. This spatial ring was also Class A, yet it was 2 cubes larger than Zhao Yin's original ring's inner space. Reaching 12 cubes, most of the stock inside was luxury items used by women before the end of the world at various seasons of washing clothes. Brand new. All with vacuum bags packed in advance. Stockings, underwear, various styles of shoes, skincare products, cosmetics, perfume, everything. All of them were pre-apocalyptic name tags, taking up 5 or 6 cubic meters of space. About 60 kilograms of ordinary food, compressed cookies, ham sausages, instant noodles. All of them are badly deteriorated. 0.7 or 8 pounds of pseudo-mutant beast jerky, 1 ordinary homemade bow and 100 arrows, transcendent equipment, 1 D-ranked meow sword, 1 F-ranked katana, 1 butterfly sword, and 2 military tops. The superfood has 6 bottles of Nongfu Spring, a loaf of sandwich bread, 2 pieces of instant noodles, and a can of tuna. Both of these women, after the end of the world, are definitely considered to have strong families. It's just that in the post-apocalyptic world, they actually treasure these luxuries as treasures. Zhao Yin looked at the 2 sisters. They were both wearing normal clothes, but the 2 military tops were thrown inside the spatial ring. How did their brains grow? If Zhao Yin hadn't wanted them to help make arrows, at this point, he would have already finished off these 2 losers. Zhao Yin transferred the pile of luxuries used by the women, all of them into the smaller spatial ring, and deposited the other supplies into the larger ring, and immediately after that, with a lift of his hand, he tossed the smaller ring to Song Xiaodao. There you go. Even the spatial ring is given to me? Song Xiaodao asked incredulously as he raised his hand to receive it. Something I promised you before, Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao immediately smiled with arched eyebrows. If you really give it to me, you won't ask for it back, right? Hard to say. Zhao Yin bristled. I won't give back the engagement ring that I gave to my fiancée. Oh. Song Xiaodao happily put the ring on his finger. Wow. A lot of beautiful clothes, a lot of shoes, and stockings. Zhao Yin, tonight I'm going to take a bath and change clothes for you. Flesh pain flashed in the bottom of both Li's sisters' eyes, but they didn't dare to say anything. Zhao Yin didn't bother wasting his breath with Song Xiaodao. His figure instantly disappeared from its original location and directly threw all the equipment he had just obtained towards the boundary wall. The diameter of the space rose to 905 meters, and there was a lot more free land. A few seconds later, Zhao Yin reappeared in the same place. Both sisters froze. What was this ability again? Soon, Sister Li came back to her senses, her bright eyes flowing, and she said in a whiny, petulant voice, Big brother, please don't treat us as slaves. My sister and I are both evolutionary alien and can do a lot for you. Slaves are better able to work for me. Zhao Yin said coldly. The reason you can still survive to this day after participating in the attack on the cave is because you still have some value. Big brother, my sister and I can do laundry and cook, serve tea and water, and I know how to massage you when you're tired. And if you're cold and lonely, I can warm the bed for you. Please. Sister Li is still not dead, despite the depth of her heart. A scarlet blush still rose on her face when she said the last sentence, making her look even more flavorful. Before the end of the world, she was the president of a $100 billion company, with family businesses all over the world, and the men around her didn't even dare to look at her more than once. Zhao Yin's eyes glared as he pointed at the 2 sisters and shouted, from today onwards, don't call what's her name Sister Li. It makes me uncomfortable to hear it. So you'll be called Slave 1, and your sister will be called Slave 2. Zhao Yin had been a man for 2 lifetimes and had read countless women. At this point, in his eyes, these 2 sisters were just resources from time immemorial. The word color is a knife. I do not know how many men are dead in the pants. He will not make such a low-level mistake. Zhao Yin continued. Next, I will take you all into the life space and be responsible for making arrows for me. If you do well, I will sell you to a good camp in the future. But a number of bad, where you will be sold in the future is not known. I heard that many camps lack of food when the women are called 2-legged sheep. As the words fell, both sisters had ugly expressions. They knew what a 2-legged sheep was. Zhao Yin stopped paying attention to them and commanded the contracted beasts. All of you go and cut me birch wood. In the post-apocalyptic world, most of the plants' toughness is several times better than the pre-apocalyptic world. The arrow made by Dandan earlier was made of birch wood, and could easily kill F-class zombies. If you replace it with a rat claw shoulder, an E-class zombie is not a problem. Several contracted beasts immediately walked towards the woods where Sister Li had hidden earlier, and there was quite a bit of birch wood right here. 40 to 50 centimeters thick tree trunks. The giant rats waved their sharp claws and clicked a few times to cut off. The little monkey held the Rat King's claw in both hands. No matter how thick or thin, It was a claw swing down. Rumble after rumble. A large piece of birch wood collapsed one after another. And in just 10 minutes, the whole forest was felled empty of birch trees. The birchwood after cutting off the branches and leaves was piled up to form a mountain of wood. Enough! Zhao hastily called a halt. The wood was enough for 2 female slaves to do until their hair turned gray. And there was no need to store too much of the common resource. After Zhao put away all the wood and bamboo, right after that, he brought the 2 female slaves in Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei, all into the life space. Then Zhao threw out all the gray rat claw blades. How many arrows is this enough to make? Zhao asked as he looked at Dan. The girl had just turned 18 last month, and at this moment her dark eyes were full of panic, and she didn't know what she was thinking just now, and didn't hear Zhao Yin's words. She subconsciously panicked. What? How much can you cut out if I let you use this as an arrow? A flash of impatience surfaced under Zhao Yin's eyes. This thing should be able to make 3 arrows according to its size. There are 7 or 8,000 claw blades here. In addition to the ones scrapped in the workmanship, it can probably make 20,000 arrows. Dan said in a panic. Sister Li, who was on the side, picked up a gray rat claw blade, and shock immediately spread across her face. This is the claw of a rat-like mutant beast? Dandan looked over as well, followed by wide-eyed stares, before seeing that all of the claw blades thrown out by Zhao actually came from rat-like mutant beasts. The 2 sisters didn't look back for a long time. They were instantly reminded of the swarm of rats that had made the entire Dawei mountain range, which everyone talked about with fear. He killed them all. Those big rats earlier. He tamed them that time too. I think. The man's awesomeness rose another level in their minds. Just cut it with this. Zhao took out 4 giant rat claws and handed them to each of the 4. Then instructed, Slave 2, you are responsible for teaching them how to make arrows. I want 20,000 arrows made as soon as possible. All 4 of them respectfully answered yes. And only then did Zhao leave the life space. Meeting the 2 Li sisters was just a fluke. After Zhao came to the outside world, he rolled over and got on Old Black's back. And next, he had to continue to rush towards Xian City. Song Xiaodao lazily lay in Zhao Yin's arms, playing with his spatial ring. Zhao Yin, the 2 of them are so beautiful. You won't be moved, right? Moving? Zhao Yin smiled. In his previous life in the last 7 years, countless women of various postures, lying in front of his body in various poses. At that time, Zhao Yin gradually became numb from his pre-apocalyptic triple vision to his final boredom. Women like them, most of what they want, but a shelter, can eat better than others, wear warmer, how many lungs, how much attentive to please, but once the big trouble, they will be the first time to betray. They will continue to take pleasure under the victor, continue to love deeply, and continue to speak from the bottom of their lungs. Zhao Yin's voice is getting lower and lower, and he has seen too much and understood too much in his previous life, and the initial things in his heart have long since slowly faded away. In the end, he defended himself against the women, but failed to defend himself against his best brother and his righteous son. Actually, he's a loser. Zhao Yin, do you think that after 7 years, I will change to be like them? Song Xiaodao asked. She always remembered the words that Zhao Yin had said, that she was his woman after 7 years. Zhao Yin shook his head. I don't know. Nowadays it was already different from his previous life, and Zhao Yin had never considered himself good at controlling people's hearts. So, in this life, he doesn't build relationships with too many people, so he acts numb and just scared. The sky, which had been clear for a few days, was once again overcast. Soon, the end of the world once again ushered in the second rain, and a fierce wind arose, curling Song Xiaodao's disheveled hair, which floated on Zhao Yin's face a little itchy. Soon, a torrential downpour fell, hitting Song Xiaodao in the face and Zhao Yin's body. Zhao Yin, I won't change, Song Xiaodao said softly. Zhao Yin took off his own dog hat and put it on her little head, a rare touch of softness in his eyes. Good. Shall we stop for shelter? Song Xiaodao asked. It's important to hurry. Or should I send you into the life space? No. I'll stay here. With you. Song Xiaodao pulled open Zhao Yin's ratskin armor and dug his whole body in. Wow. It's so warm. Miao Xiaobai, who was on Zhao Yin's shoulder, also intended to burrow into his collar. Zhao Yin pulled it out with one hand. Yuya, a mutant beast. What are you afraid of the rain? The little white cat looked back. A thin layer of flame spread all over the monkey's body, and the rainwater evaporated before it could get close. The old bull squinted against the rain. He was a buffalo, and rainy days were even more exciting. Old Black and the 6 giant rats, with their rat fur, were not stained by the slightest rainwater, as if they were wearing a raincoat. Meow. Kahaku was instantly aggravated. It sat dripping wet on Zhao Yin's shoulder, drooping a pair of ears. 2 hours later, the torrential rain fell even heavier. Zhao Yin and his party gradually left the Dawei mountain range, once again into the uninhabited mountains, all the way to the north, obviously not quite alone. The backs of several people and beasts looked lonely as they faded into the jungle. Who, in a desolate world, remembers yesterday, that which is gone, never to return, leaves behind the broken-hearted, composing poignant laments. The heavy rain drenched Hong Xiaotian's eyes. He stepped deep into the mud and howled at the top of his voice. Tang Sugar finally stopped wearing just a bra and walked ahead with her head down with an extra tattered women's sports tank top on her upper body, and Old Chin followed behind the two. All three of them were carrying a huge sack, which was full of clothes stripped from the zombies and wild vegetables dug up. Ah, I would like to be a little bird, flying in the sky, free, dash, snap. Old Chin kicked Hong Xiaotian's ass. You're the one who's educated, aren't you? If you fucking attract zombies, I'll break your birdie. I've said don't kick my ass. Hong Xiaotian stumbled and glared back at Old Chin. Seeing the other party's grim face, he hurriedly squeezed out a smile. Uncle Chin, they can't hear me even if I yell my voice out in such a heavy rain. Don't worry about it. You old man, stop it. There's a situation ahead. At this moment, Tang Sugar in front of her had a footstep. There were faint cries of survivors and sounds of scolding. The three of them rushed into the nearby bushes and looked in the direction of the sound coming from a cave at the foot of a mountain. At this time, outside the cave, three men are punching and kicking two women, one of the men carrying a broken sack. The two women, even though they were beaten and covered in blood, still grasping the sack to death. Why is there fighting again? Hong Xiaotian frowned and said, this is the first few times we've seen this today. Why are all the nearby camps in disarray? Tang Sugar didn't say anything. Not knowing what she was thinking, Old Chin asked, Tang Sugar, should we still stop them? Tang Sugar bit her lip and suddenly said, you guys say, in this world, there really won't be a clean land anymore? Old Chin laughed. Even before the end times, I've never seen where the pure land is, let alone after the end times. After saying that, Old Chin let out a sigh. Hong Xiaotian winked. Uncle Chin is old. He always likes to talk about demoralizing things. Wait for the future. We will definitely be able to find the pure land. Hong Xiaotian tilted his head up and looked into the sky. There, civilization will be restarted. Everyone will be well fed and clothed. There will be no zombies, no disasters, and it will be purer than before the end of the world. Tang Sugar bit her lip and didn't say anything. Looking at the two battered women, she remembered back then. She was abused by Lin Tianfeng. That guy saved her scene. If there's really someone who can create a clean land for the end times, it must be him. Tang Sugar whispered. Tang Sugar, is this the reason you've been secretly tracking him? Old Chin looked like he finally understood something. Tang Sugar is growing every day. She's smart, calm and capable. Only for that person's blind de-idealization Xiaoyin is strong. Stronger than anyone else. Old Chin never thought that the guy called Xiaoyin was worth her so much. Even if he had saved your life, it would have been paid back long ago by now. Uncle Chin, you wouldn't understand. Tang Sugar said. He's not a bad person. In the darkest moments of her life, someone handed her the light, if only briefly, to shine ahead. Tang Sugar continued. The meaning of a person's life is not what the world has become, but whether there is still hope ahead. I'm afraid of that pitch blackness, the darkness, with nothing but despair in front of me, but every time I see him, in him, I always feel like I'm in the pre-apocalyptic world. Just a feeling, that's all? That's what you're tracking him for? Old Chin asked. Tang Sugar murmured. Other than that, what else can and needs to be done by people in the end times? Hong Xiaotian said. Sister Tang Sugar, why don't you? Let's create a pure land. Creating a clean slate? Old Chin froze and said. What is your kid's bad idea again? Is it not good for us to live well? Why should we ask for trouble? No, where do we have that ability? Tang Sugar also shook her head and said. Didn't Sister Tang Sugar say that it's not like we're killing zombies anywhere? Not alive? Now that all the camps in the Dawei mountain range are in a big mess, it must be that their leaders are having collective problems. If Sister Tang Sugar can integrate these forces and create an unprecedented gathering of survivors, Hong Xiaotian's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. At that time, we'll be able to say that we've not wasted our lives, sheltering a party and being admired by 10,000 people. And when Sister Tang Sugar meets Xiaoyin again, we'll be able to impress him as well. Create forces and he'll be impressed? Tang Sugar didn't listen to what Hong Xiaotian said earlier at all, and only cared about the last sentence, and her eyes lit up. Of course. Hong Xiaotian nodded his head and said. With the formation of the survivor gathering place, you'll be able to grow faster, and only then will you be able to truly catch up with him. At this moment, Hong Xiaotian, like a preacher, boasted, don't you see, in just 10 days, he has so many more contracted beasts around him. Killing the tens of thousands of zombies within the Qixi Valley is as simple as chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. And if you don't know how to be adaptable, you'll only be thrown further and further away from him, and in the end, even the qualifications for dialoguing with him will be lost. Tang Sugar sniffed and shuddered. In fact, These words of Hong Xiaotian had been what she had been worried about as well. Consolidate the Dawei Mountains and create a camp. Tang Sugar clenched her small fists. With the support of power, I can truly catch up with him. Then let's start here. With these last words, Tang Sugar's voice was louder. Permeated with a touch of determination. Old Qin was out of his mind on the side. This was crippled by that kid Hong Xiaotian? He had always thought that he would follow Tang Sugar all the way. Looking for supplies, killing zombies, surviving with difficulty. But free Old Qin never wanted to create any power. Tang Candy, are you serious? Old Qin asked. Do you know how difficult it is to create a camp? The hardest thing to control is the people's hearts. When the time comes, it's not at all as simple as if you provide them with shelter. They will be loyal to you. I've already decided. Tang Candy said seriously. Uncle Qin, don't I still have you and Xiaotian? But Dawn Sugar, Uncle Qin, prepare to save the people. In front of the cave. Chao Nima, let go of me. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill? A man chided. Please, this is all the food we have left. If you take it all, we and our children will all starve to death. A woman cried out. You don't have the ability to kill zombies. Sooner or later you will starve to death. What difference does it make if you die early or late? After the man finished speaking, he kicked the woman to the ground, but she was still with the other woman, holding on to that sack for dear life. They're going to die if we hit them again. A man's face showed his intolerance. Ultimately, they, and the two women, had all been in this camp together, surviving with each other for over 2 months, and had taken care of each other as a family when someone was in control. Dead is dead, and now that the chief is gone, the only way we can survive is to leave with this food. Another man said. Kill them. The man with the sack had cruelty on his face. We still have to find a way to live. As the words fell, the second man immediately drew a sharp knife from his waist and slashed at a woman's head. Stop. At this moment, Uncle Qin let out a bellowing cry. Tang Sugar and the three of them walked out of the shrubbery. Hong Xiaotian suddenly pulled a pistol from behind him and pointed it at the three men from afar. All of you, get out of here. Who are you to stay out of the way? Before the man carrying the sack could finish his sentence, bang! Answering him with a gunshot, Hong Xiaotian fired a shot in the air. Get lost. The man immediately dropped the sack and fled quickly with his legs drawn up. The other two men immediately following. The blood on the faces of the two women was washed clean by the rain and soon flowed out again. Washed again by the rain. They opened the sack directly and poured out several pieces of rotten bread with green hairs, several packages of instant noodles and ham sausages that were also badly deteriorated. The two men tore right through the plastic wrapper of the bread and wolfed it down. A pair of round, straight legs, wheat-colored skin stained with raindrops, slowly stepped away from the two women, wearing a pair of worn hiking boots underneath. Stomping through the rain and mud along the way, they slowly looked up from the roiling rain and saw jean shorts and women's tank tops along those legs. The woman in front of her was beautiful, with looks somewhat similar to the pre-apocalyptic actress Li Ying, but much younger. She was voluptuous in her monolithic thinness, and her gaze was soft. Why don't you wait and cook it before you eat it? There'll be less bacteria that way. Donut asked. Zhao Yin, there are wild vegetables. Yay. It stopped raining. Song Xiaodao got out of Zhao Yin's arms and gently patted away the rainwater on his ratskin armor for him. And suddenly, with a start, she pointed in a certain direction. Zhao Yin looked back. It was a small patch of dandelions, about 2 dozen or so, each the size of a face basin. The green leaves are drizzled with raindrops and look crunchy before they'd had a chance to bloom. In Zhao Yin in Song Xiaodao's hometown of Guangzhou City, the dandelion was called the yellow flowerhead before the end of the world, and before it bloomed, it was a favorite wild vegetable of the locals. Zhao Yin was out of his mind for a while. In his previous life, when he and Lin Tianfeng were in the toughest times at the beginning of the end of the world, many times they had to eat wild vegetables to survive. In this life, his days were no longer so hard that he almost forgot about it. This kind of wild vegetable was not considered a mutated plant and had no special properties, but it tasted better than before the end of the world, and it was absolutely fine to satisfy the appetite. It's been a long time since I've eaten a yellow flowerhead. Song Xiaodao swished down from old Black's back and dug in, carrying the Rat King's claws. Soon, 2 dozen dandelions were dug up by her roots. Zhao Yin, can you help me transplant into the life space? This kind of small request, Zhao Yin would naturally satisfy her. Letting the contracted beasts wait in place as he got off old Black's back and walked over. After putting the dandelion away, he brought Song Xiaodao into the life space. You've gone too far. The boss will be furious. Prepare to suffer his wrath. Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao had just appeared at the edge of the waterhole when they heard Wu Shuegue yelling. Immediately after that, Zhao Yin's eyes stared and realized that a large portion of the timber he had previously asked the monkeys and the others to chop up was missing. And next to the chestnut tree, someone had built a simple wooden house. We're just taking a bath. What's there to worry about? You can't even have the right to take a bath after being his slave, right? At this moment, the two sisters, Li, stripped down to their inner pants, stood in the shallow water on the shore, their backs facing Zhaoyin. Their backs presenting themselves on the surface of the water. Both women's skin is as white as snow. Their waistlines are amazing. They are worthy of being born by the same mom. And their arched cheeks are all the same size visually. Dandan's snow-white lotus root arms waved, and the pool of water spilled into the sky, then landed on Lil's hair, dripping wetly down her proud chest. The scene was full of flair and seduction. They completely missed the arriving Zhaoyin. Old cripple. Stinky girl, come down and swim with us. It's not that coincidental that Zhaoyin will come. Sisterly laughed delicately. Wang Xiaolei was still sitting on the shore, carrying the giant rat claw and diligently cutting the arrowheads, as if she hadn't heard these words. Too much. Too much. Wu Shuigui's face was red, but there was nothing he could do. He had the intention of defending his boss's interests, but he could not help that he himself was only an ordinary person. While both of Li's sisters were evolved. Wu Shuigui finally found the arriving Zhaoyin and saw him with an iron face. Old boss, you came. He. Old cripple. You keep pretending. Do you really think that kid surnamed Zhao can scare us all? Sister Li turned her back to the shore and laughed cheekily. The two slave girls didn't care at all and continued to play in the water. Boss, Don, be angry. They are still young, just experienced the end of the world, do not know the importance of it. At this time, Wu Shuigui instead begged for mercy for the two sisters. Without a word, Zhaoyin strides over to the chestnut tree, finds nylon rope and a pile of supplies, and ties a lasso knot. He raised his hand and whoosh. Old cripple, are you bored? At that moment, Li turned around and suddenly saw a rope flying towards her. Snap, precisely set on the snow-white slender neck. Big brother. Sister Li immediately lost her color. Zhaoyin's hand tightened and the knot contracted, strangling Li's neck roughly. He yanked her toward the shore. Ah, big brother, spare my life. I know I'm wrong. The beautiful woman who had just been seductive and moving was now being dragged alive to the shore like a dead dog. Immediately afterward, Zhaoyin quickly tied the other end of the rope in a lasso knot and threw it at Dandan, whose face was finally showing panic, and pulled her roughly onto the shore as well. Snapped. Zhaoyin swung up a big slap and a few slaps went down. The cheeks of both sisters were swollen. High blood ran down the corners of their mouths. Big brother, we are girls. We haven't taken a bath in 2 days. Wu, Li cried and explained as Zhaoyin ignored it and ordered Wu Shuigui, go build a wooden frame and hang them up. Wu Shuigui did not dare to ask for mercy again, and quickly greeted Wang Xiaolei to help build a wooden frame together. 10 minutes later, both sisters were tied up with their hands and hanging from a 3-meter-high wooden frame, which made Zhao Yin's face look better. If they weren't still useful, they would have been killed just now. To be a slave, you should have the awareness of being a slave. Even if you have never seen a slave, you should have read a book. Zhao Yin finished in a cold voice and said to Wu Shuigui, hang them for 3 days and don't give them anything to eat. Understood, boss. Wu Shuigui bowed deeply. Panic also spread across Wang Xiaolei's face, and the two sisters' downfall caused her to have a moment of fear. Next, Zhao Yin no longer cared about the death of those two sisters. Holding Song Xiaodao's hand, he walked towards an open space and personally dug a pit to plant the dandelions one by one. Song Xiaodao took out an iron pot and poured water into the soil next to the rhizome. For her, this wild vegetable is the flavor of her hometown. Nostalgic for the home she can never return to after planting the dandelions, Zhao Yin instructed Wu Shuigui to take care of all the crops before leaving the lifespace with Song Xiaodao. Rain falls again. 2 days later, finally leaving the mountains and forests, a large piece of farmland appeared in front of them. Now long overgrown with weeds, the terrain also flattened out and the view opened up after this rain. The sky was no longer dim and returned to its pre-apocalyptic appearance. Blue and full of white clouds, the sun was shining. The wind was gusting. The air was crisp. And it was well into fall. Yet there were flower bones emerging from among the vegetation in the fields. Zhao Yin held Song Xiaodao and sat on Old Black's back, looking down at the beautiful golden color in front of him. Song Xiaodao's hair flew in front of Zhao Yin's face as he squinted. The village that was once there, now no longer visible, full of desolation, was also full of vibrant life. Out of place, a few walkers roam about a kilometer away. Finally, there's a zombie. Zhao Yin raised his hand and touched Little White's head on his shoulder. The little guy is not evolved today, walking in the mountains for the past 2 days. Not a single zombie was encountered. Kill over there. Zhao Yin clamped his legs together and Old Black immediately scurried out. All of the mutant beasts were all excited at once. They had no killing for a few days. They were all idle out of their asses. The old bull turned on full speed, instantly overtaking all the contracted beasts and Zhao Yin. The little monkey behind froze. At this time there were only a few zombies in front of them. And where was enough for that buffalo to build? So the little monkey's 3 alien abilities were fully activated. The flames thickly wrapped his body, and he violently rushed forward, and in an instant, surpassed Zhao Yin, and caught up with the old bull right after. It turned back and bared its teeth at the old bull, provoking it in general, and then rushed into the 7 zombies. Its open blade swinging, terrifying flames spread across the blade, followed by spitting out long tongues of fire, and several zombies were set ablaze before they had time to react. "Monkey, watch out for my corpse crystal!" Zhao shouted behind him. The two zombies at the forefront had been burnt to a crisp, falling to the ground and turning into ash, with nothing left. "Nest, stupid!" Zhao scolded, hastily urging Old Black to move forward and cut off the heads of all 5 remaining zombies. The little monkey also knew that he was in trouble, and quickly stepped forward to extinguish the flames on the head, and in a burst of charred odor, he found 5 pieces of F-class corpse crystals. "Master, there are 2 pieces of corpse crystals, burned out." The little monkey carefully telepathically transmitted his voice. Its alien flames became more and more terrifying as it advanced in rank. Zhao didn't reprimand the little monkey again for such a small matter, and after receiving the corpse crystal, he handed out a piece of it to Little White. "Evolved to F-class, do you know how to use it?" Meow. White shook his little head. "Bite it with your teeth, break it and energy will spill out." Zhao said, "Master, Little White will soon grow up, and Little White will fight for his master." Little White's heartfelt voice was milky. All the other contracted beasts were stronger than it, and the pride from its bloodline had been making it resentful lately. Aside from the little monkey, Xiaobai didn't think he was any worse than the other few mutant beasts. It also needs to evolve as quickly as possible and never be bullied again like it was that day. Xiaobai opened his mouth to catch the corpse crystal and crunched through it. There was energy spilling out of its mouth and burrowing uncontrollably into its tiny body. In an instant, the energy shock spread through its body, and the intense pain caused its mouth to emit catcalls that did not sound like its usual ones. Knowing that the next step was a painful process, Zhao directly threw Xiaobai into the life space. "Continue rushing," Zhao commanded. No more bushes in the way. The old black man weaved his way through the weeds with all the speed he could muster. Noon. A ragged city appeared in front of them, and this was the neighboring Luoshan city of Xin City. Unlike the suburbs, where buildings were low and easily broken down by plants, many buildings in the city had not completely collapsed, and now there were vines sprouting out from between the crumbling buildings, with their branches drooping down, looking like hundreds of meters of giant trees from afar. The streets and highways that were once there are invisible, covered in weeds, and among the weeds, you can see the tops of the cars that were once left behind. It's just that most of the cars have been destroyed cleanly by walkers after rusting, and the iron that was strong 3 months ago turns to crumbs at the touch of a button. As Xiaoyin approached Luoshan City, a zombie came into view. Xiaoyin directly got down from Old Black's back, tidied up the rat skin armor on his body, took the dog's head cap off Song Xiaodao's head and put it on his own head, took out the rat king's claw, and his eyes glazed over. "Into the city! Roar!" The little monkey was excited again. It hadn't come to a decent fight since it evolved to C rank. Hooray! "Wait!" Zhao hurriedly called out to stop the little monkey who was rushing forward. "After entering the city, the zombies will be dense. What follows is a big battle. Everyone try to conserve their energy." "Monkey, then listen to me carefully. If you use the 3rd psychic ability indiscriminately again, I'll eat a monkey's brain tonight." The little monkey's huge figure trembled and hastily put away all the flames, his figure shrinking by a few points. Letting it deal with these F-class zombies was a cannon hitting a mosquito. In fact, with the strength of the little monkey, the first ability was all about pretending in front of the other contracted beasts. "Got it, master." The little monkey said honestly. Luoshan City and Guangzhou City are about the same size. Before the end of the world are probably 80 to 90 million people. In addition to the people who go out in other areas, the population left behind in the city are probably 200 to 300,000 people. Since he had come all the way here, Zhao planned to collect a wave of corpse crystals and star crystals. It hasn't been open for days. Along the way, the zombies were sparse. Zhao pushed his way across with his group of contracted beasts, and chopped them all up with hardly any delay. By the time he reached the outskirts of Luoshan City, Zhao had another 1,000 or so F-class corpse crystals in his hands. "Wait!" Zhao called out to the group of contracted beasts and flashed into the Liffey space. This time, Xiaobai had evolved to F rank. Zhao once again took out 100 F-class corpse crystals and handed them to it, commanding, "Evolve to E-class." Meow. Xiaobai's purr was all a lot thicker, and his body was the size of an adult white cat, and his dry fur was oily and shiny. Zhao immediately opened the eye of true vision. Mature white cat, mutant beast, strength 17, agility 42, stamina 12, spirit 19, bloodline talent, extreme speed. After reading it, Zhao turned around and walked towards Wu Shuegui's Wang Xiaolei. The two were still diligently carving arrowheads, and there were already 3,000 or 4,000 arrowheads done beside them. Only neither of them knew how to make arrow shafts yet, so they could only pile them up there. "Boss!" Both men heard footsteps and hastily both stood up. Zhao nodded. There were about 1,000 arrows that Dan had made the day before the big day. Zhao walked over to all of them and put them into the spatial ring, and said to Wu Shuegui and the two of them, "Come out with me to collect corpse crystals." "Okay, boss." Wu Shuegui and the two of them nodded their heads in a hurry. Staying in this gray space all day long, At first it feels very new and safe, but after a long time, one's mood will follow the depressing. Yi Xiaoying took out 2 chestnuts and handed them to the two, telling them to replenish their energy first, and then prepared to take them away. The old boss. At that moment, a weak voice came. The one who spoke was still sisterly, who finally didn't dare to get close to Xiaoying anymore, and followed Wu Shuegui's example of switching to a form of address. Xiaoying looked back before remembering the 2 women hanging there after 2 days of absence. Their lips were dry and cracked, their sweat had long since dried up, and they were still wearing the NEIE pants that had gone into the water that day, and under their snow-white skin, every muscle was trembling. Xiaoying visually observed that both of them had lost weight, and their chests were a whole circle smaller. What are you calling me? Xiaoying asked indifferently. Boss. No. Master. Master. Please master, put us down. I can't stand it. Her voice was hoarse, pleading with a crying voice. Who are you? Xiaoying asked. My name is Lily Zhou, Sister Lily said subconsciously, then reacted immediately and said in a rush. I'm slave one. No. I'm a dog. A bitch. In front of you. Boss. When Wu Shuegui hanging them with a very tricky technique, is the army interrogation of prisoners means? Both are negative hand upward pulling hanging method. A day ago, their bodies had reached their limits, and if they hadn't been evolved, they would have died. Every second at this point was as long as a year to Lily Zhou. Zhou Dandan on the side had long since fallen into a semi-comatose state, and it was feared that after a few more hours, she would suffocate to death after her willpower completely collapsed. This kind of hanging can be suffocating. Only then was Xiaoying satisfied, and the coldness under his eyes dissipated slightly. Want me to put you down? He never expected these 2 slave girls to be loyal. They were different from Mu Shuegui and Wang Xiaolei. What Xiaoying wanted was just to make the 2 sisters do what they were told to do. As for what they thought in their hearts, Xiaoying didn't care, and didn't plan on bringing them around for long anyway. I begged the boss to be magnanimous and bypass the 2 ignorant female slaves. In the future, female slaves will never dare again. Zhou Lily said painfully. What reserve? What dignity? In this moment, in this endless, life is better than death pain. It all disappears. Xiaoying commanded. Put them down. Wu Shuegui and Wang Xiaolei went up to untie the nylon rope, and the 2 sisters puffed and puffed twice, falling directly from a height of 3 meters. Their bodies had long since stiffened and they couldn't move for half a day. Xiaoying took out 2 pieces of dried fish and casually threw them on the ground. I'm going to see 3,000 arrows today. After saying that, he took Wu Shuegui and Wang Xiaolei and left the life space. Xiaoying, I'm hungry. Song Xiaodao beamed. Then build a fire and cook, and go into the city when you're full. Xiaoying said after some thought. After lunch, all the contracted beasts had recovered to their peak condition. Xiaoying waved his hand. Enter the city. The zombies in Luoshan city did not gather in large numbers. Many of them were scattered and piled up. The largest strand of corpses was about 700 to 800, and the smaller strand was 200 to 300. The little monkey was about to charge forward when Xiaoying said, let me do it. All of you collect corpse crystals for me. Saving time is important. The little monkey froze and retreated behind Xiaoying with some disappointment. Xiaoying switched to his Juga crossbow and shouted, zombies, come here. A group of roughly 500 to 600 corpses in the distance immediately spotted Xiaoying. Roaring, roaring, roaring. Dense roars of corpses rang out, all rushing madly this way. Xiaoying raised his crossbow and swished. Whoosh, whoosh. A few dozen seconds later, the group of zombies all collapsed to the ground before they could rush over. The power of the Juga crossbow was revealed. Xiaoying, you're too powerful, aren't you? Song Xiaodao said with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. The little monkey also hastened to heartily pat the horse's ass. The master exterminates the zombies effortlessly. The master is invincible. The master is unparalleled in the world. The little monkey is willing to fart. Alright, Xiaoying interrupted. All hurry up and get to work. A group of people and beasts all stepped forward to cut the watermelon, pulling down Xiaoying's arrows in the process. Even the old ox stepped forward to crush the watermelon hoof by hoof, waiting for Song Xiaodao to pick it up. One person and one ox cooperating with each other at a speed that was not slow at all. Xiaoying was responsible for continuing to shoot the scattered zombies that were arriving one after another. 5 minutes later, Xiaoying put away his arrows and corpse crystals, and after listening to his body to recognize his position, he rushed in the direction of the next group of corpses. Upon approaching, Xiaoying saw a tall zombie that was a circle larger than all the zombies around him. Male zombie, Class E, Evolution. Another star crystal. Xiaoying grinned. He loved the excitement of opening star crystals. Whoosh. The arrows fired again, and the zombies fell in large swaths. Soon, only the E-class zombie was left, and it came roaring towards Xiaoying's side with an arrow sticking out of its head. The little monkey stepped forward and chopped the walker's head off with a single slash. Poof! The black plasma was much thicker than normal plasma and flowed slowly, bearing some resemblance to pre-apocalyptic motor oil. The little monkey crushed the head, which was still open-mouthed and instinctively tearing. With a foot, and took out one of the corpse crystals and the E-class corpse crystals inside. Master! The little monkey bounced to Zhao Yin, still circling around him to please him as usual, only, nowadays, even the squatting monkey was not much shorter than Zhao Yin's height. A mountain of fleshy Zhao Yin received the star crystals and corpse crystals as the other contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao's trio rushed forward to collect the arrows and corpse crystals. Zhao Yin directly opened the star crystal, evolution potion, grade F, type of primary potion. After taking it, it can turn on human evolutionary genes and become a new human being. A bottle of F-rank evolutionary potion was opened. The only real sidekick Zhao Yin had was Song Xiaodao, both of which were no longer needed. He subconsciously looked at Wu Shuigui and Wang Xiaolei, who were not far away. Both of them were currently acting very loyal and had done a lot for him, especially Wang Xiaolei. Xiao Bai originally belonged to her. If she was just an outsider, Zhao Yin would have taken it. It would be her life, and Zhao Yin wouldn't feel guilty about it, but she was now, nominally, Zhao Yin's attendant. And it became different when they finished collecting all the corpse crystals. They came to Zhao Yin. Boss, Wu Shuigui and Wang Xiaolei both held the wiped clean corpse crystals in their hands respectfully. Zhao Yin put away the corpse crystals, and in passing, he put the F-class evolution potion into Wang Xiaolei's hand. For you, boss. What is this? Wang Xiaolei froze and subconsciously asked. An F-class evolutionary potion that opens up your body's potential for the first time. Zhao Yin explained and said no more. Wang Xiaolei's small hands trembled, incredibly wide-eyed. Boss, are you going to let me become an evolver? Is it true that in the future, Uncle Wu and I can always follow you? Zhao Yin shook his head and said, it's just an extra. There's no place to use it. And when it's time for you to leave, you still have to leave. Tears surfaced in Wang Xiaolei's clear eyes. Nowadays, she and Wu Shuigui had more or less understood Zhao Yin's character, such a precious treasure. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could totally take it and trade it with other survivors for resources, but he gave it to himself. Poof! Wang Xiaolei knelt at Zhao Yin's feet and said in a hoarse voice, Boss, for your great kindness, Xiaolei will definitely repay you in her next life as an ox or a horse. After saying that, she kowtowed 3 times with a thud. Zhao Yin said, the next life is too far away. It's better to be in this life. Work harder. Wu Shuigui was also trembling with excitement, completely not expecting Zhao Yin to give Wang Xiaolei such an important treasure. Even if Zhao Yin really wanted to kick them out in the future, Wang Xiaolei would have the capital to save her life. Boss, from now on, Wu Shuigui's life is yours. Wu Shuigui also knelt down. Boss, Xiaolei will definitely work well for you in the future, and will never dare to be half lazy. Wang Xiaolei said, and now that the zombies are becoming more powerful, they are just ordinary people who risk losing their lives at any time. Zhao Yin still needs them to do things nowadays. And also the 2 outsiders around who are tentatively considered to have passed the character test. Therefore, having Wang Xiaolei have an additional ability to save her life was also beneficial to Zhao Yin. All get up. In the future you don't need to move and kneel. I don't like this, Zhao Yin said indifferently. Wang Xiaolei, wait until tonight's break to evolve. You can't delay the daytime work. Understood, boss. Wang Xiaolei and Wu Shuigui stood up, both of them with happy smiles on their faces. As for why Zhao Yin gave the potion to Wang Xiaolei instead of Wu Shuigui, it was only because the old cripple was a cripple. To get him to form a fighting force, he'd also have to affix a bottle of amputation rejuvenation's D-rank healing potion. Although Wang Xiaolei was young, a child's evolved combat power was not much weaker than an adult's, and Wang Xiaolei is more innocent and easier to control in the future. Next, Zhao Yin continued to push forward, and in order to speed up his progress, he also joined the team that collected corpse crystals. And the star crystals he obtained didn't take any more time to open. He possessed the ability to hear voices and locate exactly where the corpses were gathering, as well as preventing large groups of corpses from appearing at once. Until dark, Zhao Yin already had over 10,000 F-class corpse crystals, 16 E-class corpse crystals, and 13 star crystals in his hands. Among them were 3 E-class zombies, which were evolved from ordinary zombies eating fresh blood and flesh, so they didn't have corpse crystals. This also proves that in a few days, a large number of E-class zombies will appear. It was worth mentioning that the percentage of high-level zombies with star crystals in Luoshan City was not as high as the one on the West Mountain side. This has to do with the proportion of star crystals that were mixed in when the meteorite rain descended, and it all depends on luck as to which area has more star crystals descending. After dark, all of the contracted beasts showed signs of exhaustion, and both Old Cripple and Wang Xiaolei were covered in black blood and mud dust. This is the end of the day. Retreat! Zhao Yin commanded. Everything was about safety, and it had to be ensured that the contracted beasts were able to form a peak fighting force at all times. All the people and beasts followed Zhao Yin to the way out. Zhao Yin didn't intend to enter the life space to rest, worrying that when he came out, he would be surrounded by corpses or other dangers. The chances of this were not great, but he was unwilling to take even the slightest risk. Returning to the outside of Luoshan City, Zhao Yin put out a stealth tent in a flat piece of grass. Doing so, as long as there were zombies approaching, Zhao would be able to detect it in the first place. Wu Shuegue first set up a cauldron and boiled a few pots of water, and both man and beast took a bath before Zhao allowed Song Xiaodao and the indentured beasts to enter the stealth tent, leaving Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei to continue cooking outside. Zhao, when will you open the star crystal? Song Xiaodao was even more anxious than Zhao. Now. Zhao took out 13 star crystals and said happily, I took a bath before opening the star crystals, so I hope to have good luck. Drive! Song Xiaodao urged. All the contracted beasts gathered around, all with their heads stretched out. Nowadays, they all know very well how to use the star crystal. Zhao gripped a piece of star crystal and exerted force in his hand. Clicking. Healing potion, grade D. Heals wounds. Any life below grade D will be reborn immediately after taking it. Not bad. Zhao laughed. Open door. Zhao, let me open one too. Song Xiaodao hugged Zhao Yin's arm and shook it. He reached out and pressed one finger onto a piece of star crystal, picking it toward her arms and accurately smashing it against the small hill on Song Xiaodao's chest. Take that. Song Xiaodao quickly caught it, cupped his hands and prayed with his eyes closed, muttering for a while before he was willing to pinch it open. A white light flashed. A bottle of Nongfu Spring. Song Xiaodao instantly had a bitter face. Zhao, give me another piece to try. Can you? Stinky hands. Zhao cursed, followed by opening all the star crystals in one breath. Grade F, 3 bottles of Nongfu Zangquan, 1 bottle of iced tea, 3 pieces of sandwich bread, 2 pieces of compressed crackers, grade E, 1 can of beef, compound fertilizer, grade C, extraordinary synthetic fertilizer, effective in promoting plant evolution. Remarks, choose an ordinary plant to fertilize, complete the evolution and mutation. Only 13 star crystals, and it opens a D grade item. A smile appeared on Zhao Yin's face. Good luck tonight. The bag of compound fertilizer was only palm-sized and weighed less than 50 grams, but for Zhao Yin, who possessed a life space, the value was far beyond even the same level of equipment. Zhao Yin, what is this? Song Xiaodao asked. It can make you so happy. Is it delicious? It's fertilizer. Poop made it. You want some? Zhao Yin said. So gross. What's the point of this thing? Of great use. Zhao Yin spoke and stood up to enter the life space, since he had obtained the treasure. The only best choice was to turn it into his own heritage as soon as possible. He thought of the dandelion that he had transplanted with Song Xiaodao, and wondered what efficacy it could produce after mutation. The two sisters, Lily Zhou, were working hard to build arrows. Although they were evolved, both the strength and speed of their hands far exceeded that of ordinary people, but both of them still had blisters all over their hands. Are the arrows all done? Zhao Yin asked. Hurry up. The two sisters were shocked when they saw Zhao Yin. The two managed to produce more than 1,000 arrows, which was still halfway to the 3,000 arrows that Zhao Yin had requested. Since we didn't make enough for 3,000, then we'll rush through the night. Zhao Yin said indifferently, a eye in his eyes. Zhou Lily couldn't see any other men like the envy. They're just ruthless and cold now. Both sisters were scared to death of the man in front of them. No. No. Zhao Yin turned towards the patch of dandelions before the two sisters relaxed, forcing themselves to endure the pain that was drilling through their hands and speeding up even more. Sis, I'm so out of energy. Boinging. Zhou Dandan's tears fell and she deflated her mouth and cried in a small voice. A pang of guilt washed over Lily Zhou. Her sister was innocent and not yet 19. In the past, everything was decided by Lily Zhou, and it was she who had dragged her sister down with her. Don't cry. It'll be enough soon. Crying won't solve the problem. Zhou Lily comforted. But I'm so hungry. Zhou Dandan wiped a tear from her eye. After 2 days without a drop of water, his fitness was at its limit. Today, Zhao Ying put them down and didn't give them any food, so they could only desperately drink the water from the waterhole to fill up their hunger just now. He still needs us and won't starve us to death. Lily Zhou said. As long as you live, there is hope. Zhou Dandan wiped away her tears and buried her head to continue working. Zhao Ying took in the words of the two sisters in his ears, and without any expression on his face, he picked out a dandelion that seemed to be the most thriving, peeled back the soil from the roots, and poured the compound fertilizer down immediately after. Zhao Ying took out another bottle of Nongfu Zangquan watering to speed up the dandelion's absorption of fertilizer. At once, there was a greenish glow spreading through the dandelion's rhizome, slowly covering upwards and spreading over the stalks, leaves. In the green light, the dandelion grew rapidly and soon grew to half a foot high. 1 foot, 2 feet, 1 meter, 1 meter and a half. The growth didn't stop until it was almost a man's height. At this point, each leaf, the size of a bushel, is thick and emerald green. At the very tip of the stalk, a floral skeleton grows, with pale golden petals that are faintly visible. When the green light dissipated, Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision. Dandelion, grade E mutated plant, rich in nutrients. Effect, antidote to poison up to grade B. Special effect, sowing seeds. When the umbrella fades. 1. 000 mutant plants of the same level will grow. Zhao Yin's heart jumped as he directly evolved to level E. In the post-apocalyptic world, some mutated beasts and mutated plants were highly poisonous, and so far, Zhao Yin didn't have any methods to deal with them now that he had this dandelion. Zhao Yin suddenly had some expectations that he would meet the mutant beast with poisonous ability as soon as possible. Crucially, the dandelion special effect is also very powerful, and the number of plantings is directly doubled by 1,000 times. In addition to corn, it is another mutant crop that can reproduce on a large scale. Even if we don't mention its antidote effect, even as food, it can fill the stomach. Zhao Yin wasted no time in taking out another bottle of non-fusanquin and pouring it down. The dandelion didn't continue to grow any further. All the energy, all of it, converged towards the flower bones at the top, and soon, a huge golden yellow flower gradually bloomed. In the next moment, the fragrance of the flowers escaped, refreshing and wafting through the space of life. The two sisters, Lily Zhou, couldn't help but look over, both with surprise in their eyes. The energy of the farmer's spring was consumed, and the dandelion still hadn't finished sowing. So Zhao Yin took out the last bottle of farmer's spring within his spatial ring. He never imagined that one day the supplies he lacked the most would actually be agrimony. Immediately after, Zhao Yin poured it down again, and the pale golden flower continued to bloom, gradually fading, and gradually, generating a huge umbrella-shaped ball of hairy flowers. By the time the energy of the agaric ran out, a black seed had ripened and, without the need for wind, fell off on its own, dispersed around it, and landed in the dirt and disappeared. At this moment, if Zhao Yin possessed enough farmer's spring, 1,000 grade E dandelions could be generated immediately. It's just a shame that he doesn't have a bottle left these days. You can only slowly wait for them to grow on their own. Zhao Yin used his spatial ring and took water from the waterhole, wetting all the soil that had fallen from the planting, and looked back. The huge dandelion still hadn't wilted. Its leaves were bright green and thick. With this one, it's enough to deal with a highly toxic crisis. Except that I can't eat grade E dandelion wild greens these days. Zhao Yin walked over to look at the other crops again. Large swaths of corn were growing well. The chestnut tree had grown quite a few crisp branches and leaves, and the crispy ear vegetables hadn't been picked for 3 days and were now flourishing. You too, starting tomorrow, pick the crispy ear vegetables once a day and make them into dried vegetables and give them to me. Zhao Yin turned around and instructed the two sisters. Yes, master. Lily Zhou replied respectfully. Zhou Dandan just nodded her head and looked at Zhao Yin in horror. Zhao Yin stopped paying attention and prepared to leave the lifespace. Master, wait. Zhou Lily suddenly boldly called out to him. Zhao Yin frowned and looked over coldly. Master, we haven't eaten for 3 days. We really don't have the strength. In case this delays the work process, Zhou Lily whispered. In fact, within the living space, there are fish in the water hole, and the crispy earwax and chestnut leaves and those earlier dandelions are all edible, but without Zhao Yin's consent. They didn't dare to move at all. Zhao Yin took out 2 pieces of dried fish and casually threw them in front of them. Tomorrow morning, I want to see 3,000 arrows. Meow. At this time, far away on the opposite bank of the water pool, the figure of a white cat the size of a small calf transformed into lightning and hurriedly ran towards Zhao Yin. Master! Xiaobai, Mrs. Master! A milky voice rang out in Zhao Yin's mind. Zhao Yin found Xiaobai hiding and sleeping in the cornfield early in the morning, and it had long since completed its evolution. Only Zhao Yin didn't come in to take it away, having just slept soundly on the opposite bank. Meow meow. Xiaobai's fur was crystalline and glistening, rubbing intimately on Zhao Yin's leg. Has Master forgotten Xiaobai? Xiaobai has been waiting for you for a long time. Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision. Mature white cat, E-class mutant. Strength 41, agility 50, stamina 43, defense 32, spirit 19. Bloodline talent, extreme speed, all evolved to level E and are still in their formative years. However, Little White's attributes were no worse than those of an adult mutant beast. As Zhao Yin stroked its head. Come out with me, and I'll let you advance to rank D tonight, so you can fight with the monkeys and the others tomorrow. As the words fell, Zhao Yin and Little White's figures disappeared within the Liffey space. This time in the outside world, Wu Shuegue had already made dinner, and both man and beast were waiting for Zhao Yin. After the meal, Zhao Yin took out 10,000 F-class corpse crystals and stacked them in front of Bai. Let's begin. White went up to it like it was cat food, clicking and clicking, big bursts of energy converging in its mouth. Flying white tiger, D-grade mutant, strength 79, agility 108, stamina 78, defense 72, spirit 36, bloodline talent, extreme speed. Xiaobai finally evolved into a flying white tiger. As an adult, its size is beyond exaggerated. It was a few points bigger than the old black, almost as big as the old cow. A pair of fleshy wings grow at the location of the shoulder blades and look formidable. Its fur is still snow white, and its huge eye pupils, with cold, indifferent, and cruel. A pair of sharp claws, are sharper than even the Rat King claws. Zhao brought Little White out of the stealth tent, and after some trial and error, he found that after it turned on its supernatural ability, its speed was just a few points slower than the little monkey. It was mainly because the little monkey had reached C rank. Moreover, the little monkey wasn't an ordinary mutant beast. Its first and second psychic abilities, both of which could also increase its speed. The level suppression of mutant beasts became more and more obvious the further one went, and now that Xiao Bai was in the same level, there were almost no mutant beasts that could catch up with it in terms of speed. Suddenly, a scream came from inside the stealth tent. Zhao rushed back in a hurry and saw Wu Shuegue holding Wang Xiaolei with his hands and feet. Her face twisted in agony and beads of sweat rolled down from her forehead. "Boss, Xiaolei, she just drank the potion. Is something wrong?" Wu Shuegue asked anxiously. Yi Zhao almost forgot about giving Wang Xiaolei the evolution potion, took out 20 pounds of dried rat meat and said, "This is the price that every evolved person has to pay. To hold out is heaven, to hold out is hell. Trying to get her to pull through. These foods feed her, and take her outside the tent tonight. No disturbing my rest." After saying that, Zhao began to make the bed. "Thanks a lot, boss," Wu Shuegue said gratefully and hurriedly brought the food and hugged Wang Xiaolei and walked out. Early the next morning Zhao felt wet on his face in a daze, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a big snow-white head, and Xiao Bai was stretching out his tongue and licking on Zhao Yin's face. If Zhao hadn't already been a D-level evolutionary with a thick enough skin, he would have had to be lifted off the skin by the barbs on its tongue. But despite that, his face was wet with its saliva. Meow White clamped his voice and called, still low and dark, sounding goosebumps, "Master, Xiao Bai misses you. What's with the clingy cat?" Zhao pushed its head away and rolled over to sit up. Xiao Bai still found it cute when he licked people when he was small Zhao, but nowadays it made him feel a little impatient. This time, Wang Xiaolei walked in with breakfast. Human female, class F evolutionary. Evolution level 100/0, strength 11, agility 14, physical stamina 13, mental stamina 10. Life countdown, 30,122 days. At this time, Wu Shuegue also carried a large basin into the stealth tent, saw Zhao Yin's eyes as if he had just seen a daughter-in-law, full of attentiveness. "Boss, for fear of delaying you from killing zombies, I woke up 2 hours early to cook. Make some hot water for me to wash my face," Zhao Yin ordered. "Okay, boss." Wu Shuegue hurriedly put down the dishpan and quickly walked towards the door. Zhao Yin finished his breakfast and entered the life space once again. Those two sisters, both with heavily tired faces, were picking crunchy earwigs. "Are the arrows done?" Zhao Yin asked. The two sisters hastily bowed, and Zhao Yin inadvertently glanced at the snowy whites of Lily Zhou's chest, where it shook and rippled. "There is room for all." Subconsciously, Zhao Yin remembered this term in his mind, reporting back to the master. "We've just wrapped up, and we've made a total of 3,156 arrows, and we're preparing to make dried vegetables for you. Boss, bake the dried vegetables first, and for today's task, make 5,000 more arrows." "What? 5,000? Zhou Lily instantly screamed. "Opinions? Those 3,000 arrows yesterday. They had only been working on them since the afternoon, and today they had an extra morning. So Zhao Yin added 2,000. They exist to do work. Is he going to keep these two women for nothing?" Zhou Lily came to her senses and hurriedly bowed her head and said, "I don't dare. Master said 5,000. We will definitely make 5,000 even if we die. And never let Master down." Zhou Dandan on the side subconsciously grabbed his fingers. Once belonged to the young girls Tsubaki White. At the moment bruised, they had all realized that the only way to survive was to completely obey Zhao Yin within this life space. Trying to escape became impossible. Zhao Yin said no more, and after collecting the arrows, he left the life space. Soon, Zhao Yin led the men and beasts into Luoshan City once again. "Already have nearly 5,000 arrows. Monkey, Little White, Old Black, your mission today is to draw the zombie horde. Keep it under 8,000 at a time. I want to kill the zombies in the city clean as soon as possible." Zhao Yin said this way of attracting monsters works and is the safest way to do it. "Understood, Master." The three contracted beasts responded in unison. Yi Zhao Yin found a place with an open view and stopped, and the three contracted beasts split up and left in a hurry. A few moments later, roar roar roar. Successive roars of corpses formed as the little monkey's huge figure ran towards Zhao Yin, followed by a vast swarm of corpses. At least 2 or 3,000. It looked like an army of 1,000. Ho ho ho. At this time, in the other direction, there was once again a roar of corpses. Zhao Yin turned around and looked. It was Old Black, also followed by about 2,000 zombies. Setting off smoke and dust along the way, Zhao Yin immediately took out his Zhuge crossbow, threw a Rat King claw to Wang Xiaolei, and shouted, "Everyone and their contracted beasts prepare for battle." At this time, Xiao Bai still hadn't returned, and if he added the zombies it had drawn back, 5,000 arrows wouldn't be enough, so there's still a need for physical combat. All the people and beasts immediately all spread out. vaguely clustering Zhao Yin in the center. While Wu Shuegue hurriedly dug into the stealth tent to hide. As little monkey and old black approached with the corpses, Zhao Yin suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Why isn't White here yet? It hasn't been in a battle in the West Valley, and it's still the first time it's gone to lure a herd of corpses, so it won't. Before Zhao Yin had time to think much, Xiaobai's figure appeared in the distance. It was seen bouncing and scattering, with the corpses spread out behind it. Zest! Zhao Yin burst out, visually estimating at least 7,000 to 8,000 zombies. Stupid! How did you attract so many? Ow! Little White ran while roaring excitedly, and upon seeing its master, it accelerated violently, not caring if the corpses behind it could keep up, and was the first to rush in front of Zhao Yin. Master! Xiaobai misses you! Stinky bastard! Who told you to lure so many walkers at once? Zhao Yin lands a vicious leg kick. Master! Not draw 8,000 zombies? Little White instantly drooped his ears and said in a resigned heartfelt voice, what I fucking said was that a total of 8,000 were lured at a time. Not that you lured 8,000 yourself. Didn't you read? Zhao Yin kicked Xiaobai's fat ass again. It also didn't dare to hide, knowing that it had done something wrong, and held its head and prostrated itself at Zhao Yin's feet. Hurry up and get up to kill the zombies. Zhao Yin kicked another kick towards its ASS.AT this time. The little monkey and the old ox had already arrived leading the corpses, and the two beasts accelerated back to Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin did not care to re-educate the underage big cat. Raised Zhuge crossbow. Whoosh! Arrow breaking sound, accompanied by an automatic loading sound constantly resounded. The arrow rained throughout, fell into the corpses, rushed in front of the zombies, fell down in large numbers. After a few minutes, there were only 7 E-class zombies left in the two clusters, all with arrows stuck in their heads, but they were still charging towards Zhao Yin.AT this time. The 8,000 zombies lured by Xiaobai also arrived as Zhao Yin shot the remaining dozens of arrows within his spatial ring, empty in one breath, and then gave a command. Out of arrows, all of them turn on their powers for me. Monkey, pay attention to fire control and charge up. Killing. A moment unfolds. The one who rushed to the front was still the little monkey. It opened the two major supernormal abilities of giganticization and berserking. Its body shape was as terrifying as a big mountain. Its terrible arm span coupled with the length of the Kaishan knife. A knife chopped out. Dozens of zombies were broken into two sections. Xiaobai wanted to redeem himself, and followed closely behind the little monkey. His figure as fast as lightning under the haste ability enchantment. Sharp claws were swung out of the stump by it, and several zombies fell with each strike. And the old bull there, once again turned into a meat grinder. It chose to go in a different direction from the little monkey. All the way through, corpses everywhere. Old Black was very upset. It realized that within the 4 mutant beasts, he was actually the weakest one, and after fighting for his life, he was still the slowest to kill. Soon, both man and beast rushed into the mass of corpses. Rumble. A thunder flashed by. Zhao Yin directly utilized his lightning ability. Dozens of zombies in front of him stiffened and fell to the ground. The skin and flesh on their bodies were scorched by electricity. Even more terrifying was Song Xiaodao. Against this kind of low-level zombie, her wind blade manifested a strange effect. Hundreds of wind blades formed a whirlwind, wrapping her petite body, and all the way through, the zombies were all churned up. Rat 6 led the 5 giant rats also madly rushed forward to kill. At this moment, it was the first time Zhao Yin's team really showed their strength. He had never had the chance before and was deliberately avoiding danger. And it was White who had facilitated this all-out war. Only Wang Xiaolei followed the group and ate dust, carrying the Rat King's claws. She was in the shelter of Zhao Yin and the contracted beasts in front of her, trembling with fear, looking for a single zombie to solve. Looking up at the majestic Song Xiaodao, Wang Xiaolei's eyes were full of envy. There are so many zombies, it's like there's no end to them. 20 minutes later, Zhao Yin felt that his energy was already showing signs of exhaustion under the large-scale release of his Thunder System exotic energy. He could only use his energy ring to replenish it, while taking out 5 compressed cookies and distributing them to Song Xiaodao and the 4 mutant beasts. Little White, it's all you're doing. Zhao Yin cursed loudly. If it wasn't for White, he wouldn't have needed to waste the 5 compressed cookies at all. Finally, after 50 minutes, the battlefield was quiet. All men and beasts, covered in black blood, with the exception of Zhao Yin. The energy was exhausted, and even the little monkey was panting a bit. Xiaobai drooped his head, not daring to look into Zhao Yin's eyes, and quietly used the corner of his eyes to look at Zhao Yin's toes. Snap. The monkey slapped on Xiaobai's head and showed his teeth at it with a sneering smile. Monkey had followed Zhao Yin for the longest time and knew his master's character the best. After wasting so much transcendent food, do you want cat meat for your wine tonight? Zhao Yin took a few breaths. Still furious, Song Xiaodao, fight for me, stinky little White. See if I don't beat you to death, Song Xiaodao said loudly, snapping a branch off to the side and smacking it hard on Xiaobai. Snap. Ao Xiaobai instantly jumped up. Master, Xiaobai knows it's wrong. Don't hit. Don't hit. It hurts. Ow. Stop right there. Song Xiaodao chased after him carrying a tree branch but jumped up and down, keeping the distance between him and Song Xiaodao just enough to take a beating. Song Xiaodao smacked at its body one by one, but didn't even knock the leaves off the branches, and after a few minutes, Song Xiaodao gasped for breath and came in front of Zhao. Zhao, I can't fight anymore. Little White is still young and doesn't know any better. Just let it go for once. White, on the other hand, was obediently lying on the ground. Zhao squinted his eyes and watched the two guys acting there, taking out the Rat King meat and handing it to Wu Shuegue. Build a fire and cook, so that the contracted beasts can recover their energy as soon as possible. Song Xiaodao and Wang Xiaolei, you guys go ahead and retrieve the E-grade corpse crystals and star crystals. Among the zombies just killed, there were 16 E-class zombies. Soon, 12 star crystals arrived and 4 more E-class zombies did not produce. When Zhao regained his energy, he directly opened them all. A flash of white light. 3 bottles of non-fusanquin, 1 bottle of iced tea, 1 piece of sandwich bread, 1 piece of compressed cookie, 2 pieces of instant noodles, glutinous rice wine, grade F. Extraordinary alcoholic beverage. Strength plus 80 within 10 minutes after drinking, with the effect of confusing the mind for 3 hours. 1 can of grade E canned beef, 1 F-class katana, evolution potion, grade E, type of primary potion. After taking it, it can turn on the evolutionary genes of an evolver's grade E evolution, and obtain more powerful strength. The only thing worth Zhao Yin's attention was another bottle of glutinous rice wine and evolution potion that came out. The efficacy of the glutinous rice wine no longer played much of a role for Zhao Yin nowadays. When he thought of the side effects he once experienced after drinking it, Zhao Yin had a moment of fear and directly put it away along with all the other transcendent materials, leaving only the E-class evolution potion behind. Song Xiaodao, this is yours. Zhao Yin raised his hand and tossed it. Song Xiaodao caught it and asked, what is this? Grade E evolution potion. Go take it inside the stealth tent, and later on, collect enough corpse crystals to evolve to grade D. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao's small face instantly reddened. The rank she had been suppressing was waiting for the day when she would get the E-grade evolution potion. Zhao Yin, if I evolve to rank D, will I be as powerful as you? Zhao Yin froze and said, impossible. Song Xiaodao has this bottle of evolutionary potion. Evolver strength will be in the middle with Zhao Yin. Her combat faculty alien ability is S-class. Zhao Yin will definitely not tell her that if he didn't take his equipment and contracted beasts into account, his present-day self can't beat her. Soon, Wu Shuegue made several large pots of Rat King meat soup, and all the people and beasts ate it. For what it's worth, the old black guy ate the best. It's just that nowadays, as the contracted beasts have risen in level, the Rat King's meat is no longer very useful for them to develop their potential, but it's good to use it to restore their energy. After eating, the contracted beasts were prostrate. Song Xiaodao walked into the stealth tent, and opened the E-level evolutionary potion and served it. Zhao Yin took out a grade E corpse crystal and handed it to Wang Xiaolei. You go in advance as well. Kill a few more zombies when you have the strength. Wang Xiaolei's eyes reddened, not expecting that Zhao Yin would continue to raise her strength for her. Boss, Xiaolei will definitely listen to her words in the future, and listen to her boss in everything. Wu Shuegue also had a happy smile on his face. A few days had passed, and the old cripple's spirit looked much better than inside the cave. The contracted beasts had their energies back to full, and Song Xiaodao and Wang Xiaolei had both completed their evolutions. Zhao Yin opened his eye of true vision and looked at Song Xiaodao first. Human female, ability awakened, E-level evolutionary, evolution level 100/0, strength 59, agility 73, physical strength 48, mental strength 32, life countdown 100,053 days. He looked at Wang Xiaolei again. Human female, classy evolutionary, evolution level 100/0, strength 29, agility 36, physical strength 23, mental strength 19, life countdown 60,102 days. Wang Xiaolei now, among all the survivors of the end times, had the ability to defend herself, and Song Xiaodao was definitely already considered an absolute powerhouse. All people and beasts, all of them go and collect corpse crystals. Zhao Yin stood up and commanded. Next, continue to lure the corpses inside the easternmost part of the city of Luoshan, inside an old two-story building with cracked walls that leaked in all directions. Master, hungry, an obese teenager, covered in black dust and snot, covered only by the lower half of his body in tattered shorts, compared to the teenager's white meat. The old man called Master was all skinny and bony, hunched over, also wearing a pair of tattered shorts. Wait a little longer. The sweet potatoes won't be ready until tomorrow. The old man looked at his grandson heartily. He didn't tell the teenager with autism that the sweet potato that had fed their grandparents for more than 2 months was going to die because of the lack of clean water to water it. The old man's name is Zhang Shuhua. When he was young he threw himself into the army and enlisted in the army, and had participated in the unspeakable counterattack. Then the army was greatly downsized. and he was transferred to work in the Forestry Bureau of Luoshan City. This old building. Is Zhang Shugui in the unit to share the house? There are decades before the end of the world is just in time to demolition. The nearby neighbors have moved away, the old man's son died early and his daughter-in-law remarried, leaving them with an elderly couple and their grandson with autism. So they hadn't had a chance to move until that meteorite shower came down unexpectedly. The grandparents and grandchildren survived because of the house that survived the meteor shower. It's just a shame that Zhang Shugui's partner was in the hospital at the time. After the zombie outbreak, only their grandparents and grandchildren in the neighborhood, and the dilapidated house did not suffer an attack. The grandparents and grandchildren rely on every 3 days can produce a sweet potato seedlings to live until now. Master, go to grandma. In the middle of the day, the fat teenager added, can't get out. There's walkers everywhere. Your grandma's long gone. Zhang Shugui said calmly, my old bones won't last a few days, and your fat flesh will be fed to the zombies sooner or later. 2 months into the end of the world, Zhang Shugui had long been prepared, and it was impossible for them to survive for long. Only, as long as he was still around, he would not let his grandson, Zhang Jie, die. Master, hungry, the fat teenager added. Zhang Shugui got up and walked into the kitchen, where there was a handy bag under the stovetop of discounted vegetables that he had bought back at the supermarket the first night of the meteorite rain. Today, only one sweet potato remained sprouting and rooting there. 3 days ago, the leaves of the sweet potatoes were green. Today a few have wilted and the canes are yellowing. Every 3 days, this sweet potato seedling can bear a fist-sized sweet potato, and a bite of it can cover a day's hunger. It was supposed to produce sweet potatoes today, but at this point there is nothing under that stalk. The old man was in a state of hesitation. Should he eat the sweet potato vines? After eating it, the grandparents and grandchildren's hope is completely gone. But even if they don't eat it, the old well in the yard, dried up a week ago, there is no source of water to continue watering, can only watch the sweet potato seedlings die. Eating it will only manage one full meal. What about the next? Zhao Shugui muttered. He was still not willing to let his grandson die after this meal. In the end, determination flashed in Zhang Shugui's old eyes and he turned around and hobbled out of the kitchen. Zhang Jie, Grandpa went out to look for water. You stay home. Zhang Jie looked up at his grandfather, his lips moving in silence. Having said a few words earlier was over the top. Autistic people only speak by accident when it's something they care about the most. Zhang Shugui let out a sigh and found his walking stick, opening the door and slowly walking out. This time, the midday sun was bright and radiant, but the world was desolate. Zhang Shugui is almost 90 years old, and he knows that if he goes out, he may never come back. He couldn't help but turn back to the house he had lived in all his life. A month ago, some vegetation climbed up the walls of the house and the cement was disintegrated, which took Zhang Shugui a lot of effort to clean up. After he realized it, now it is overgrown with vines. Zhang Shugui let out another sigh. He no longer had the energy to clean up. Just as Zhang Shugui stepped away, footsteps came from behind him, and it was Zhang Jie. What are you doing out here? Zhang Shugui said angrily. Hurry up and get back. Master, Zhang Jie said only one word, looking at him in awe. Go back. Zhang Shugui raised his cane and knocked hard on Zhang Jie. Still listening or not? Zhang Jie did not move a muscle and let the cane fall. Zhang Shugui was too old to be hit, but he was tired and panting instead. In the end, the old man could only look up to the sky and sigh. I'm going to die anyway, so let's take the risk. Zhang Shugui put away his walking stick, took his grandson's hand and hobbled forward. I also remembered that there was an ancient well in the city village. If there was still a water source nearby, it must be there, and it was also in the demolition area, so there shouldn't be many zombies nearby. Half an hour later, the grandparents and grandchildren came to an ancient well, the mouth of which had collapsed most of the way. Zhang Shugui bent down with difficulty and picked up a stone and threw it down. Poof! There was the sound of splashing water coming out. There's water! Zhang Shugui was instantly surprised, and a smile creased his old face. With water, there is still hope for his grandchildren. Just when Zhang Shugui was happy, roar! A zombie scurried out of nowhere and violently lunged at Zhang Jie. Zhang Shugui was shocked and hurriedly blocked his body in front of Zhang Jie. Too late to say anything as the zombie took a bite on his neck. Zhang Shugui's eyes widened with horror, then turned complicated, and in the last moments of his life, he shouted to his autistic grandson, Zhang Jie, go! Jabla! The flesh on the neck was directly torn off by the zombie in large chunks, along with the blood vessels and fascia inside were ripped out, and the zombie chewed on it with a big mouthful. Zhang Shugui's eyes began to be lax. Go! Fool! Go! Ah! Click! The old man was never heard from again after a walker snapped his collarbone. Zhang Jie froze, watching the zombie pounce on his grandfather and tear and eat the meat, his sharp nails slicing open the belly and ripping out the internal organs. Steaming hot. Master! Zhang Jie cried out loudly, followed by a completely frenzied general. Master! He recklessly pounced on the walker, pinning him down and opening his mouth to bite down on the walker's neck. The zombie, immersed in fresh flesh and blood, instinctively turned back to bite at Zhang Jie. So, one person and one zombie tore into each other, and finally Zhang Jie touched a meteorite and smashed it hard into the zombie's head. Once, twice. After a few minutes, Zhang Jie's arms were all bitten out by the zombies and the white bones, and a piece of skin and flesh on his face was also torn off, full of blood. Finally, clicked. The zombie's head was smashed through him. Dark brown brain matter oozed out. Zhang Jie is completely indifferent. Continue to smash one by one. Bang, 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 click. A transparent crystal, sandwiched in the brain matter, was also smashed by him. Instantly, a stream of pure transcendent energy overflowed and instantly drilled into Zhang Jie's palm. His whole body shook violently, and immediately afterward, a black line as twisted as an earthworm appeared on his face. Immediately after that, 2, 3, soon, raised greenish-black veins crawled all over Zhang Jie's entire face. Roar! Zhang Jie hissed up to the sky, making a sound that did not resemble a human. He stopped his smashing motion and fell to the ground and rolled over. If someone were here, they would be able to vaguely distinguish from his voice that he was saying, "Master." 2 hours later, Zhang Jie woke up, and he should have turned into a zombie, but he survived, opening his eyelids. The afternoon sun was blinding and he rolled over, taking advantage of his fat body to slowly rise from the ground. This time, the injuries on Zhang Jie's body had long since recovered as before under the infusion of unknown energy. He looked at the old man's body on the ground and moved his lips. "Master." The hoarse, hard-to-hear voice fell, and Zhang Jie's tears fell, drop by drop, like light ink dots. There was a wind blowing, and Zhang Jie's increasingly tattered pants swayed slightly, showing depression and desolation. At this moment, Zhao Yin, who was far away at the other end of Luoshan City, had just finished killing a wave of zombies. He sat on a big rock, took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth, just about to light it, when suddenly, Zhao Yin felt something. He snapped his head up and looked in the direction of the east of the city. "Zhao Yin, what did you hear?" At this time, Song Xiaodao had just finished evolving and walked out of the stealth tent to ask. Zhao Yin shook his head and didn't open his mouth. Just now he seemed to have heard someone shouting "Master." It was just that the distance was too far and he couldn't really hear it. "Maybe there are still survivors in the city, but what does it have to do with me?" Zhao Yin said darkly. He simply stopped caring and loudly commanded, "After resting enough, all go and collect the corpse crystals back for me." All the people and beasts immediately got up and headed to the corpse mountain to collect the corpse crystals, and at this time, a full 30,000 corpses had been piled up in the vicinity of Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin took the time to glance at the evolved Song Xiaodao. Human female, ability awakened, D-level evolutionary, evolution level 100/0, strength 89, agility 104, physical stamina 75, mental stamina 61, life countdown 164, 962 days. Zhang Jie was tired of crying and finally had the courage to approach Zhang Shuguo's body. He crouched down and stuffed his grandfather's guts back into his chest cavity, trying to swing it back to its original position. However, Zhang Jie realized that no matter what, he couldn't put on his original look. Fresh blood inhaled into the end of Zhang Jie's nose, and with a gurgle, he instinctively gulped down his saliva as his gaze froze. At this moment, he felt that the blood smell was sweeter than his grandfather's roasted sweet potatoes, and his saliva was unconsciously born in his mouth. Zhang Jie shook his head and looked at his grandfather's face. Zhang Shu was still staring wide-eyed, as if shouting at him to go. "Master." The hoarse and unpleasant voice, once again, came out of Zhang Jie's mouth as he grabbed a handful of dirt and stuffed it into his nostrils. "That way you won't smell that sweet smell." It worked, and he felt no longer craving his grandfather's body. A smirk on his ghastly face as Zhang Jie bent down and picked up Zhang Shuguo's body. Turning around and walking in the direction of his home, the fat figure was lonely and forlorn in the sunlight. Back outside the old building, Zhang Jie kicked open the door of the hidden room and placed Zhang Shuguo on the old rocking chair that used to be his favorite. "Grandpa." Zhang Jie grinned again, as if he saw his grandfather still alive, dozing in his recliner after dinner. It was just that Zhang Shuguo was covered in blood, and Zhang Jie felt a bit harsh. He found 2 buckets in the kitchen and made a mad dash toward the ancient well. Soon, Zhang Jie returned home with 2 buckets of water in his stride, and little by little, he wiped Zhang Shuguo's body clean. Master's body is clean, but the skin and flesh of the chest cavity remained wide open, revealing the tattered innards within. Zhang Jie thought for a moment and went to the door to bring another bucket of mud and applied it with water to Zhang Shuguo's body. Gradually, the wounds were sealed and a mud sculpture was formed on the rocking chair. "Master is clean again." "Master's face, again, is kinda." Zhang Jie laughed, a silent laugh. He happily carried the remaining half bucket of water, walked into the kitchen, and poured it on the sweet potato seedling. "Master," he wanted to say, "Master, we have watery," but the tongue was so stiff that I couldn't get the words out. Just then, whoosh, a cracking sound flashed through the door. bringing up a wind that creaked the door of the room. Zhang Jia instinctively shrank his body. Then he slumped against the wall and looked out along the cracked wall. It was a huge white cat, running wildly in circles outside the door with joy. The dense mass of corpses behind it desperately chasing after it, gradually breaking into the demolition zone. Roar! 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 The roars of the corpses joined together, spreading over the sky and pressing down. Zhang Jia's legs went limp and he almost fell head over heels. Master said that zombies are scary and you must avoid them if you meet them, but it was the big white cat that scared him more. When Zhang Jia went to look again, the big white cat had already run far away, and all that could be seen was a big tail that puckered up and went straight to the sky. Fluttering and leaping, the corpses chased after the white cat and gradually left the demolition area. But some of them lost the group and ended up staying here. Zhang Jia opened his eyes wide and looked numbly, looking as if he had forgotten everything, only, in his eyes, that touch of fear gradually disappeared and was gradually replaced by hatred. Roar! Zhang Jia let out a hoarse, beast-like roar from his mouth as he violently crashed through the rickety wall and recklessly rushed towards the two zombies outside the door. The zombie sensed the rushing Zhang Jia and remained indifferent, as if it had seen its own kind. Directly ignoring it, Zhang Jia picked up a rock on the ground and smashed the head of a zombieist. Black brain matter sprayed on Zhang Jia's face. A brand new world, as if in front of his eyes, slowly opened. The sun is setting and night is falling. After Zhao collected the last wave of corpse crystals, his legs went weak. A full day of intense fighting had drained his energy several times. And at this time, all the contracted beasts were also shriveled up, but the rewards are also full. In one day, Zhao killed nearly 70,000 zombies, with 93 E-class ones, and harvested 78 star crystals. There were 69,725 grade F corpse crystals, excluding the 10,000 that Song Xiaodao had used up. There were still 59,725 left. There were 93 pieces of E-grade corpse crystals. Wang Xiaolei used up one, and the remaining 16 from yesterday, leaving 109 pieces. Wrap up the team. Wu Shuegue boil hot water. I'll take a hot bath. Zhao said. Tonight, Zhao didn't exit the city again. The neighborhood had been cleared of all the zombies and was relatively safe. Zhao released the stealth tent on the spot and went to the life space to fetch fresh water. Wu Shuegue immediately prepared dry firewood and after lighting it, set up a cauldron and burned it. Zhao was about to go back to the stealth tent when Wu Shuegue suddenly called out to him. Boss, the ingredients. You haven't given me the ingredients for tonight. Zhao sensed the spatial ring and suddenly realized that with the intense consumption over the past 2 days, there were only 300 to 400 pounds of rat king meat left, and there were only 200 or so chestnuts left. There was quite a bit of dried crispy ear vegetables and dried meat and fish left over. However, dried fish could only temporarily satisfy hunger and appetite for mutant beasts and evolvers, and low-grade dried rat meat and crispy ear vegetables, and the speed of restoring energy was also very limited. We need to ripen the mutant corn as soon as possible. Only a carbohydrate-based mutant crop can restore your energy faster. Zhao said darkly. As for mutant beast meat, Zhao no longer thought much about it. Every true mutant beast was very rare. If he met one, Zhao would naturally consider taking it as a contract beast first. He took out half of each of the remaining king rat meat and corn, along with some dried giant rat meat and dried crispy ear vegetables, and handed them to Wu Shuegue before saying, let the indentured beasts eat their fill first, and we'll have corn tomorrow. Okay boss. Wu Shuegue respectfully agreed. Zhao returned to the stealth tent and immediately opened the 78 star crystals that had been accumulated for a day. 22 bottles of non-fuse anquin, 14 sandwich breads, 8 iced teas, 11 compressed cookies, 4 yellow peaches, 5 cans of beef, 5 instant noodles, 1 can of tuna, 3 D-class healing potions, 1 C-class healing potion, mountain axe, grade D, type transcendent weapon, sturdy 52, attack 57. Attachment effect slashing strength plus 30, beast trap, grade B, extraordinary auxiliary equipment, toughness 280, effective in capturing and trapping. Additional effects, size change, camouflage, men's western pants, grade C, defense class transcendent equipment, sturdy 115, agility 65, attachment effect movement speed plus 100, star salt 100 capsules, grade D, extraordinary ingredients, strength plus 50 for 24 hours after consumption. Note, 1 capsule at a time. Zhao, you finally came out of your pants. Song Xiaodao said in surprise when Zhao sniffed. Her nose suddenly turned sour and she almost shed a tear. In this life, it was like a magic spell that never opened up pants or shoes that fit him. Song Xiaodao was also happy for him and asked, what level of treasure? Class C. Zhao said excitedly. Song Xiaodao froze and looked down at the sheepskin armor he was wearing. When, exactly, will I have C-rank pants to wear? I'll give you the replacement pants when I open a higher grade, Zhao said generously. Humph, I don't want the pants you've worn, Song Xiaodao said in disgust, rolling her eyes. Maybe, Tomorrow, you can open a set of high-class skirts. Jiaoyin didn't bother to pay attention to her masturbating there and organize the other items. Transcendent food and drinks and healing potions didn't need to be looked at much, so Jiaoyin directly put them away. The mountain opening axe was opened for the first time in this life. Jiaoyin picked it up and took a look at it, realizing that it wasn't as smooth as the mountain opening knife, and put it away as well. A grade B trap net was very practical, especially for Jiaoyin. The last time he killed that zombie king in the West Valley, it worked wonders, and the more of this trap type equipment the better. Now that Jiaoyin had 2 of them, put them away. That leaves the last of the star salt, which is also a rare item. In his previous life, Jiaoyin had eaten it a few times, and it not only increased his attributes but also flavored the mutated crops. Jiaoyin handed it directly to Song Xiaodao and said, "Pass it on to Wu Shuegue, and tomorrow morning, we'll consume it at breakfast before the battle." "What is it? Is it good?" Song Xiaodao asked. "This is transcendent table salt. Do you think it's good?" Jiaoyin asked rhetorically. "Oi!" Song Xiaodao happily tried to make scissor hands, but instinctively put up a middle finger, followed by a small red face, hurriedly switching to scissor hands, and exclaimed, "Finally, we have transcendent food salt to eat." She hadn't eaten transcendental table salt yet, and rushed to find Wu Shuegue, saying as she ran, "Old cripple, let you see something good ah." Jiaoyin shook his head and immediately entered the lifespace. The 2 sisters, Lily Zhou, were still burying their heads in making arrows, and Jiaoyin ignored them and took out all the Nongfu Shanquan inside the spatial ring. I opened it today, and with the 3 bottles I haven't used yet from yesterday, I've accumulated another 25 bottles of Farmer's Bounty. Jiaoyin went straight to the cornfield and watered it. Roughly 2 bottles of Farmer's Spring will ripen a single corn, each producing roughly 50 cobs. 1 corn cob can yield roughly 5 pounds of kernels. Jiaoyin used up all of the Nongfu Shanquan, ripening a total of 13 seedlings and producing roughly 3,300 pounds of corn. If some savings were made, man and beast would be able to consume at 300 pounds a day, enough for 10 days. After Jiaoyin put all the corn cobs into his spatial ring, he threw some dried fish to those 2 sisters and left the lifespace. He called for 5 giant rats that were still A-ranked and handed out 50,000 F-ranked corpse crystals. "Evolve to level D tonight. I want all of your zombie killing speeds up tomorrow." The 6 giant rats all prostrated themselves on the ground, excited and teary-eyed as they bowed down to Jiaoyin. Mouse 1 is willing to die for his master. Rat 2 is willing to die for his master. Mouse 3 is willing to die for his master. It's AD. That's on the same level as the Rat King. Aside from the lack of psychic abilities, the strength of the several giant rats was not much worse than the Rat King. "Alright, let's eat and start evolving." Jiaoyin waved his hand and took off the rat skin armor on his body, sitting on the carpet in his civilian clothes and taking out a can of beef and eating it. Early the next morning, Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei had already spent the night crushing corn, melting a dozen grains of star salt into brine, and making 300 pounds of whole grain hand-rolled noodles. Set up a large pot to simmer the soup with rat bones, then cut up dried rat meat and dried crispy ear vegetables and cook them together. A never-before-seen scent wafted through the air, and Jiaoyin sniffled. Having been woken up by gluttony, he kicked away Xiaobai, who was squeezing beside the bed, and pushed down Song Xiaodao, who was pressing on his body, and said loudly, "Dinner is served." The group of beasts that had just been snoring instantly all climbed up. Whoosh! All scurried out of the stealth tent. The little monkey ran the fastest and ate straight out of a large pot. Jiaoyin stared at the 5 giant rats that had just evolved, and their attributes were basically similar to Rat 6. After he washed up, Wu Shuegue brought the breakfast specially prepared for him and Song Xiaodao to the table. A big bowl of bone meat soup noodles for each of the dishes were fried jerky with crispy earwax, ratatouille soup, and chestnut porridge, hot and bubbling, all spiked with star salt. "It's so delicious. Jiaoyin, come and eat it." Song Xiaodao sucked in the noodles and puffed out his cheeks, almost eating his tongue. Jiaoyin took a sip of the noodle soup. It was fresh and delicious. It had been too long since he had tasted star salt. Unconsciously, Jiaoyin remembered the dynasties of his previous life. At that time, he seemed to be embraced by people and had many subordinates, but he never felt this kind of real human fire. Reincarnated, surrounded by only a few men and a few beasts, but with an unspeakable feeling. Jiaoyin took out a bottle of Mao Tai that he had treasured within his spatial ring, called Wu Shuegue, and the 2 of them drank to each other. After breakfast, all of the contracted beasts were meta, and star salt added 50 points of power to their attributes. The zombies in the neighborhood are pretty much killed. Head east. There are still a few larger gatherings of zombies over there, Jiaoyin said. This night, Zhang Jie killed hundreds of zombies and inadvertently realized that all of the zombie heads had the kind of transparent stones that he had smashed earlier inside. So he began the process of absorbing the energy from the stone. When he absorbed up to 100, Zhang Jie realized that his strength and speed had increased a lot, and he had even more of a special ability. As long as he can touch the object, whether it is a zombie or vegetation, or concrete and steel, can be turned into stone with just a thought. when he withdrew his powers, the object that had turned into stone would shatter into gravel and be completely destroyed. Even he himself is the same and turns into a stone that is incredibly hard and does not perish when he recovers. Only, with this kind of ability, Zhang Jia would be deflated after using it a dozen times. It takes a long time to recover from rest. The only thing that can be sustained for a long time is when he himself turns to stone. Zhang Jia hated those zombies. This night he did not stop. Has been repeated to kill zombies. Absorb corpse crystal. Kill zombies. At dawn, Zhang Jia was tired and finally remembered his grandfather at home. When he returned to the old building, he heard the roar of corpses from a distance. He rushed into the house only to see that the zombie was actually his grandfather. Zhang Shugua, the old man, had also turned into the zombie that Zhang Jia hated the most. Master! Zhang Jia shed tears and hoarsely called out. But the zombie grandfather completely ignored him. Having long since lost his memories of his life ever since Zhang Jia smashed the first transparent stone, his brain had become more sluggish. But at this time, he also knew that what was in front of him was no longer his grandfather. Grandpa! He called out with a cry. Hoping that his grandfather would respond to him, the old walker hobbled toward the door. The tattered shorts, revealing half of his ass cheeks. Zhang Jia just like that to follow the old zombie. This is what he wants to do the most. Without his grandfather in the world, his heart is full of fear, uncertainty. The morning sun rose, illuminating the dewdrops on the blades of grass beneath his feet, and Zhang Jia's bare feet stepped on them, numbly striding. He didn't know what he could do by following the old walker, but even more so, what else could he do if he didn't? Finally, a large swarm of corpses appeared ahead. The old walker joins in and becomes part of it. Suddenly, the group of corpses in front of them was agitated, and immediately afterward, a white shadow flashed in front of the group of corpses. Roar! It's that big white cat again. He reappeared. Still pouting and flicking his tail in a flutter, the big white cat hissed, attracting the attention of all the zombies, turned around and ran off to the west. Immediately after that, all the walkers went after it like crazy, and the old walker was one of them. Master! Zhang Jia wanted to call out to his grandfather and inform him that the big white cat was dangerous, but the old walker can't hear you. This morning, Zhao Yin had all the contracted beasts go out to lure the zombies, and the first wave brought in a whopping 20,000 of them. The dense tide of corpses, like a raging ocean, was so dense that it spread all the way to the end of the field of vision. If the other survivors saw the scene, they would either think that Zhao Yin was crazy or that he was a god. Zhao Yin, there are so many zombies. There are 37 E-class ones. Song Xiaodao said excitedly. The tiny girl, dressed in a rat skin armor, carrying the Rat King's claw in one hand, stood in the morning sunshine, with the wind lifting up that full head of hair. If it wasn't for the mountainous tide of corpses on the other side, this would be the best view in the world of Doom. This moment, the 10 contracted beasts then violently accelerated and rushed towards Zhao Yin's side, and the corpses were already less than 100 meters away from Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin set up his Zhuge crossbow and waited for the last of the giant rats to retreat behind him. Swishing, the sound of breaking air vibrated, and an arrow popped out from within the spatial ring, completing the auto-loading, and then shot out in a hurry. Turning into a rain of arrows in the sky, the zombies on the opposite side of the street went forward, and just as the ones in front of them fell, the ones behind them filled the space, and in their eyes, there was only fresh flesh and blood on the opposite side of the street. The Zhuge crossbow shot at full speed, not comparable to any weapon before the end of the world, shooting thousands of arrows in just a few seconds. But there were still too many zombies. Some of them circled around behind Zhao Yin, and without any command, Song Xiaodao fired wind blades from afar to take care of them all. All 10 contracted beasts were resting there, waiting for the big battle. After their masters finished firing their arrows, everything was like cutting leeks. And nowadays, Zhao Yin's team was as skilled as an assembly line for this kind of harvesting. Today, Zhao Yin had 15,000 arrows in his hand, and after all of them were shot, less than 5,000 were left of the corpses. Zhao Yin put away the Zhuge crossbow and replaced it with the Rat King claw. Wu Shuegue hide, all men and beasts. It's time to work. As the words fell, the contracted beasts went from static, instantly entering a combat state, all rushing forward. In a battle of this level, neither the old ox nor the monkey needed to turn on their supernormal abilities, and with a single charge, the corpses were completely dispersed, with less than 2,000 remaining, and gradually, as time passed, the corpses thinned out. Suddenly, Zhao Yin saw that at the end of the group of corpses, there existed a skinny old zombie. I can't believe there's still a zombie that hasn't evolved. Zhao Yin couldn't help but take one more look and immediately guessed that the survivors might have just been infected by the zombies. Immediately afterward, he paid no more attention and continued to hack away at the walkers beside him. As the contracted beasts rushed across the room, Rat 6 arrived in front of the old walker. When it saw that it was a short old guy, it swung down with a claw, and the old zombie that Zhang Shugua had mutated into was instantly cut in half vertically. Master! At that moment, a heartbreaking cry came And Mouse 6 couldn't help but look back. 50 meters away. An obese zombie. No, that zombie is different from all the other zombies. This is the first feeling of the rat six.at the same time. Zhao chopped off the heads of a few zombies around him, pulled out his mind, and twisted his head to look at the fat zombie. At this look, Zhao Yin's pupils shrank. Corpse Demon, Grade E, Evolution 100/3.48, Strength 68, Agility 62, Spirit 3, Defense 75, Mental 3, Awakening Talent, Stone. His attributes were more powerful than any zombie, mutant beast, or evolved person of the same level. The comprehensive attributes even surpassed those of a zombie king of the same level. Is this the legendary necromancer? At this time, Zhang Jie shed tears and let out a mournful cry from his mouth. Oh, Master! Master! Grandpa is dead. Gone and never coming back. Even the walker that Grandpa turned into is gone now. Zhang Jie's world, the last support, completely collapsed under that claw of Rat 6. Just like his heart at this moment, fragmented and drenched in blood, even though the giant rat did not look like it could be messed with. And even though instinct was informing Zhang Jie that this place was dangerous, especially the man behind that giant rat. However, Zhang Jie still turned on his supernatural ability with full force. His body was rapidly petrified, and he desperately rushed towards Rat 6. He slammed his fist into Rat 6's head. Master! Mouse 6 was also furious. Ever since he followed Zhao Yin, he had never felt threatened by any zombie. Was this fat zombie looking for death? It raised its claws and slapped it over with all its might. Bang! Zhang Jie's body shook and he couldn't help but take a step back as blood grooves appeared on his petrified fists, and the Rat 6 here. The huge figure is also a tremor. But the terrible scene is still behind. It's that rat paw, instantly stiff, lost consciousness, followed by, visible to the naked eye into a rock, rapidly spreading upwards and away. Rat 6 is back. Zhao Yin let out a shout, but it was still too late. He quickly rushed toward the Rat 6 and swung the Rat King claw, not to chop at the corpse demon, but, click. Rat 6 petrified rat claws were chopped off flush by Zhao Yin. Carry the intense pain caused Rat 6 to cry out miserably. Zhao Yin sighed in relief. One step later and it would be too late. Quickly taking out a bottle of D-ranked healing potion, opening it and pouring it into Rat 6's mouth without bothering to see how Rat 6 was reborn with a severed limb. Zhao Yin looked back at the corpse demon with an icy gaze. Zhang Jie instinctively trembled when he met Zhao Yin's gaze, but thinking of his grandfather's death at the hands of Rat 6, he opened his mouth and yelled, Master! Immediately afterward, Zhang Jie stepped away, attempting to bypass Zhao Yin and continue chasing after Rat 6. Just then, boom! A black shadow flashed past with a horrifying impact explosion, and the only thing left where Zhang Jie stood was the dirt splattered with smoke and dust that flew in all directions. It was the old bull that impacted Zhang Jie and rushed out 30 meters away, followed by the old bull stopping his body. Zhang Jie's body flew out another dozen meters before he fell into the corpses with a plop. The helmet on the old bull's head was still golden, petrified and alien, unable to work on transcendental equipment. At that moment, Little Monkey, Old Black, Little White, and the remaining 5 giant rats all arrived and surrounded Zhao Yin in the center. When the little monkey realized that its master was fine, its hideous expression looked better, and with its mountain-opening sword, it rushed towards Zhang Jie, and the terrifying flames, which were blazing on its body, made this monkey angry as well. From a distance, the little monkey's figure looked like a huge fireball moving rapidly. In a few steps, he arrived in front of Zhang Jie and swung his sword to cut him in two. Even if Zhang Jie's defense was outrageous, there was no way he could block the monkey's strike. Stop! Zhao Yin shouted in a hurry. Master, not killing? The little monkey turned back, puzzled with a heartfelt voice transmission. Wait before you kill. Zhao Yin responded in a heartfelt voice. Taking a step towards Zhang Jie, there was something odd about this corpse demon, and he had long sensed it. This moment, there was a horrible bloody hole in the obese corpse demon's waist, oozing out dark red plasma, and he glared angrily at old ox and Rat 6 in the distance as he slowly climbed to his feet, then yelled, Master! Zhao Yin heard it clearly this time. The corpse demon was calling Master? Soon, Zhao Yin associated it with the old zombie. This necromancer's spirit only had 3 points, and his IQ was only 1/3 of that of an ordinary person. So he had problems with his IQ even before the end of the world. As Zhao Yin immediately understood something. In the post-apocalyptic world, a pair of bitter grandparents and grandchildren depend on each other. The grandfather died, and the mentally handicapped grandson turned into a corpse demon, harboring an obsession. It was Rat 6 who broke his obsession, and that's why he fought for his life. Zhang Jie ignored the plasma flowing from his waist and climbed up to rush towards the old bull. As soon as Zhao Yin raised his hand, a large net spread out and instantly covered him, followed by a boom. A thunderbolt flashed and struck on corpse demon Zhang Jie's head. His body trembled for a moment, then fell straight down, and in the next moment, the trap net shrunk rapidly and bound him. Seeing that things were done, Zhao waved his hand. Disperse them all, decimate the nearby zombies, and collect the corpse crystals, star crystals, and my arrows. At this point, Rat 6's front paws had recovered as before, and all of them, and the beast, continued to go and decimate the remaining zombies as Zhao walked towards Zhang Jie in the trapping net, extended his right hand wearing a blast glove, and pointed a finger at his forehead. Psst. Corpse demon Zhang Jie immediately released his petrification ability. A gray-black energy that landed on the blast glove vibrated for a moment and disappeared. A fool indeed. Zhao laughed in his heart. He continued to reach out and point, and Zhang Jie once again unleashed his powers. And poof! It still didn't work. Next, Zhao clicked a dozen times in a row, and the corpse demon Zhang Jie's energy finally ran out, and his eyes looked at Zhao in horror. Master, I'm not your grandfather. Your grandfather is dead. Zhao struck mercilessly. He removed his gloves and pressed his right hand on Zhang Jie's forehead, unleashing the SSS rank psychic ability Contracted Soul. Corpse demons were only legends, and in his previous life, even Lin Tianfeng had never seen one. Zhao didn't know if this kind of life could be contracted. So he decided to give it a try. The chains transformed by the soul of the contract spread toward the necromancer's head. For a long time, Zhao Yin's face gradually paled. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and still did not perceive a target that could be contracted. No? Zhao could only retract his hand and look at the corpse demon helplessly. The corpse demon was still only E rank, and it almost took out the D-ranked Rat 6, even if it was Zhao himself. If he wasn't careful, I'm afraid that he would have to roll over in front of this corpse demon. It's hard to have a rebellious mind with a low IQ and superb strength. Zhao had a decision in his mind. It's too bad to kill it. There's actually another way to control necromancers. In a previous life, someone got an S-rank prop called the enslavement collar. That kind of prop, although it can only control one life form in terms of quantity, it can control mutant beasts, people and zombies, so I'm sure necromancers will be no exception. It's just that S-rated props are so rare. After the end of the world, Zhao hadn't even seen a single S-class item, let alone a designated prop. However, he still decided to wait. With Zhao Yin's strength today, even if he couldn't open it himself, as long as he learned that other survivors opened it, he could completely go by it. Zhao flashed into the lifespace with corpse demon Zhang Jie at this moment. The two sisters, Zhou Lily and Zhou Dandan, were still making arrows, and after 5 days and 6 nights without rest, both women looked like they were in a trance. Seeing Zhao come in, both of them subconsciously trembled. Master! 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 The introverted Zhou Dandan also took the initiative to be OW. As the days deepened, their fear of Zhao deepened. Zhao casually threw the corpse demon under the chestnut tree and said to the two sisters, "Don't get close, or don't blame me if you die." After saying that, his figure disappeared within the lifespace outside. 20,000 zombies had been completely decimated, and all the people and beasts were cleaning up the battlefield. Zhao also personally walked over and drew his own arrows one by one. In this post-apocalyptic world, no one could imagine that someone would consider collecting corpse crystals as a troublesome matter. Zhao chanted in his mind, "Isn't it too much of an obsession that I should take control of a group of survivors and use them for me, just like in the cavern?" Quickly, Zhao shook his head and dismissed the dangerous thoughts that had just risen. He would never create any more camps. Since ancient times, people's hearts are most unpredictable, and they have already suffered a great loss in their previous life. If those survivors are stupid, it's okay. The big deal is to kill them cleanly. But what I'm most afraid of is that they're working for me seriously on the surface, and all of them seem to be loyal. So it's hard to tell the difference between loyalty and treachery, good and evil. In the past, the ancient Ming rulers, the emperors who started the dynasties, one was more ruthless and shrewd than the other. And how many of them ended up flipping their carts? Not to mention me, Zhao Yin. It was still easier to control the contracted beasts, and now that he had 10 contracted beasts, he was already considered a class. Next would be a platoon, a company, a battalion. It's not far from forming an army of contracted beasts, and when the number of contracted beasts is high, nothing will be a problem. It wasn't until 10 o'clock at noon that the battlefield was cleaned up, and 469 F-class corpse crystals were produced, plus the 725 left over from yesterday, totaling 194. Grady corpse crystals added together totaled 146, and 32 star crystals came out. Just now, killing that wave of zombies, 15,000 sticks played a key role, and at this time, the contracted beasts were still energetic. Zhao commanded, "Go draw another wave and kill it before eating." The contracted beasts immediately took action. Splitting into 10 directions to leave, Zhao sat down where he was and took out the last can of beef and ate it. He had finished both the yellow peaches and the canned beef in the past 2 days, and at that moment took the time to look at his attributes: human male, alien awakened, class D evolutionary, Evolution level 100/0, strength 105, agility 109, physical strength 82, mental strength 125, talent be shooting, life countdown 159, 963 days. All the yellow peaches added 8 points of agility to Zhao Yin, and the canned beef added 12 points of strength to him. Nowadays, Zhao Yin's evolver comprehensive attributes surpass Song Xiaodao of the same level by 10%. Soon, in the distance turned out to be patches of corpse roars, accompanied by rumbling footsteps. 20,000 zombies chased after 10 contracted beasts and surrounded Zhao Yin from all directions. Zhao Yin stood up, raised his Zhuge crossbow, and waited for the 10 contracted beasts to speed up their return. A few dozen seconds later, the little monkey was the first to return, and the corpses behind it were the first to approach. Zhao Yin pulled the trigger without a word, and whoosh, 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 the rain of arrows in the sky set off a cracking sound, and large swathes of zombies fell. A familiar routine, familiar flow. As time passed, Zhao Yin's arrows were once again empty, and when there were less than 5,000 zombies left, Zhao Yin switched to the Rat King's claws and led the beasts in a charge of the 20,000 zombies were once again finished off, and cleaning up the battlefield was next. However, just then, croak, an eagle cry came from the sky. Zhao Yin looked up, and it was as if a dark cloud had risen above his head, blocking out a large portion of the sunlight, and it was a group of creatures with huge wings. The wingspan was about 7 or 8 meters, the body the size of a calf, the beak was like a sharp curved hook, and the 2 huge claws flashed coldly in the sunlight. Vulture, grade E, strength 35, agility 41, stamina 12, spirit 7, mutated by zombie virus. Vulture, grade E, strength 34, agility 42, stamina 13, spirit 6, mutated by zombie virus. Vultures, grade E. There were 12 of them, all pseudo-mutant beasts, and they seemed to have been attracted by the zombies that Zhao Yin had killed, and had been hovering in the air. The few truly mutated beasts on the ground made them scary. Zhao Yin's heart was beating wildly, and he was thinking of having Little White fly up to get 1 or 2 down when the 12 vultures suddenly circled, kicking up a gust of wind, and then, immediately afterward, landed towards the pile of corpses farthest away from Zhao Yin. All the vultures all grabbed the E-class zombie that Zhao Yin had just killed and were about to rise into the air. Quick! Stop them! Zhao Yin bellowed. How could Zhao Yin easily let the contracted beasts that were sent to his door escape? If they wait for them to fly high in the sky, it will be difficult to catch them again. After all, their IQ is almost caught up with humans, and if they scatter and escape, it is impossible for Xiao Bai to catch a few of them. After Zhao Yin shouted a sentence, he pulled his legs out and charged towards the vultures. All the contracted beasts reacted as well, and all of them quickly followed. At this moment, when the vulture flock saw Zhao Yin rushing towards them, they hurriedly accelerated towards the sky, but the E-class zombies in their claws all weighed a lot, so they were still a bit too slow. After all, with a lift of Zhao Yin's hand, the remaining piece of the trapping net was spread out, and the closest vulture was immediately covered with precision, and in the next moment, it fell downward from the sky. Immediately after that, Zhao Yin raised his hand and boom, he controlled the power of the thunder's attack and slashed another vulture down. Just then, the little monkey arrived as well, his terrifying figure leaping up, jumping up to a height of more than 20 meters, and with one hand, grabbing the claws of the 2 vultures and pulling them down hard by virtue of their weight. Xiao Bai's huge fleshy wings unfolded, catching up with a vulture in a flash, opening its mouth and biting the wing. It didn't choose to come down, followed by a hover, its huge cat claws holding a second vulture, which landed downwards. Song Xiaodao was a beat slower than Zhao Yin, and only had time to unleash a wind blade from a distance, severing the wings of one of the vultures, and in the midst of the blood splattering, the vultures spun around and fell down. When the other contracted beasts arrived, they all pounced. Without long-range attacks or the ability to fly, they could only tilt their heads and stare at the 5 vultures that were gradually flying away. Boom! Zhao Yin's second thunderbolt eventually landed behind a vulture, and the distance was no longer enough. Xiao Bai, break their wings for me. Go after the ones that fly away. Quick! Zhao Yin's forehead was sweating with anxiety. At this moment, the 5 vultures realized that they had messed with the wrong person, and they all discarded the corpses in their claws, splitting into 5 directions and accelerating their escape. It was only then that White reacted, snapping the wings of the 2 vultures he had caught in 2 bites, spreading his fleshy wings and chasing them skyward. Roar! Quack quack! A vulture is quickly overtaken by a small white and takes a bite out of its wing. Click! After Xiao Bai bit off its wing, he threw it directly downwards and turned around to chase after the other vulture. Extreme speed alien ability, coupled with the suppression of the level. Soon, the second vulture was caught up by Little White again, clicking and biting off another wing. Not by this time, the 3 remaining vultures had flown more than 10 kilometers. As White turned to chase after the third vulture, a dark cloud appeared in the distant sky. It was tens of thousands of vultures, creating a shadow that covered the sky. Vaguely, Zhao seemed to see that there were vultures with a wingspan of more than 30 meters. Zhao opened the eye of true vision, but unfortunately, the distance was too far away to see a truly king vulture, C-class mutant. Zhao could only make out vague information that it was a vulture king, a real mutant beast in reached C-class. Vultures themselves feed on carrion, and in the post-apocalyptic world, the most common thing is zombies, so comparatively speaking, the speed of evolution is uniquely faster than any mutated beasts. As that dark cloud approached, Zhao saw a second vulture king, followed by a third. With just a few hurried glances, he saw 3 C-class mutant beasts, the vulture king. At this time, the little white is still excitedly chasing vultures. Very happy, completely did not notice the rapidly approaching dark clouds. Zhao shouted, "Little white, come back." If this fucking head-on collision, the flying white tiger would be nothing without waiting for the second ability to turn on. Everyone in contracted beasts, gather the star crystals back immediately. Quick! As the dark clouds approached, a suffocation came from his chest, and Zhao Yin's voice trembled. He finished his loud command and drew his legs and ran wildly at the vultures he had caught. After approaching a vulture, it goes straight into the life space and runs to the second one immediately after. After the 9 vultures, all of them, had been collected in the life space, Song Xiaodao and the others also collected all the star crystals, bringing back the E-grade corpse crystals in the process. Little White had also returned, and by now, it was able to see that the dark cloud was made up of a single vulture. Most of them were E-class pseudo-mutant beasts, and the rest had a few hundred D-classes. Terrifyingly, there were a full 9 C-class vulture kings. Xiaobai exploded all over and hissed to the sky, "Meow, you want to find death?" Zhao slapped Little White on the head and smoothly put it into the life space, followed by quickly putting everyone and the contracted beasts away. Just then, a hurricane blew overhead. A C-ranked vulture king swooped down sharply. Bang! Zhao didn't even have time to dodge, and the vulture king's huge eagle claws instantly enveloped his head in a rush, intending to grab Zhao Yin's head in a single blow. A bright golden light rose, instantly enveloping Zhao Yin's body, and the vulture king's eagle claw was hardened and rebounded away. Zhao Yin was covered in sweat. Just a moment ago, he felt a strong life and death crisis. If not for the dog's head cap played a life-saving effect, now he is already a headless corpse. The speed of a flying bird in the sky was itself not comparable to land creatures, and this vulture king was not only C-rank, but also possessed the speed ability. It clawed without success, and its eyes froze for a moment. Then it shot straight up into the sky, circled around, and once again pecked sharply at Zhao Yin. The huge eagle's beak was hideous and gruesome. Zhao Yin's heart jumped once again before he could stand still in the gusts of wind incited by the vulture king, and he didn't dare to delay in the slightest to activate his life space. At the last moment, Zhao Yin looked up and saw that the other 8 vulture kings had swooped down, one of them lifting high and rushing at him with a mouthful of pitch-black colored fog, and the other spewing flames from its mouth. Without the need to open the eye of true vision, Zhao Yin also knows that one of them is a poison system ability and one is a fire system. Both belong to the elemental system of far attack. At the last glance, Zhao Yin vaguely saw, above the dark clouds formed by the vultures above his head, an even more terrifying huge figure with a wingspan of 200 meters. It is mottled. Each true feather is as big as a truck. The head is like a house, and the huge pupil is lonely, indifferent, as if the ancient emperor is on tour, and it is unbeatable. With just a glance, Zhao Yin trembled. In the next moment, the vulture king, who possessed the haste ability, packed at Zhao Yin's body, and his body suddenly fragmented as the vulture king took a bite of air. Turns out it was just a shadow. All the vultures swooped down, and at that moment, in the sky, the only thing left was the immensely large flying bird-like creature, which circled alone, lonely and desolate. Quack! The sound echoed dozens of miles away, and the zombies in the entire Luoshan city seemed to have met their natural enemies, all looking to the sky with dull eyes. Zhao Yin returned to the life space, still having a hard time calming down for a long time, his heart beating faster and his face reddening. The figure of the largest vulture still lingered in his mind after a long time, and his back, long ago, was wet with cold sweat. It's definitely a B-class or higher existence. Zhao Yin shouted. He was able to be sure. What B-grade? Seeing Zhao Yin's pale face, Song Xiaodao hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Zhao Yin didn't open his mouth, saying it would only scare them. Having been accustomed to smooth sailing lately, Zhao Yin almost thought that he was invincible in the end times, almost forgetting that there were some terrifying existences that were uniquely blessed in the end times. For example, the vulture just now has many subordinates, food everywhere, as long as it wants to evolve, at any time to fly to any place, even without having to do it himself. There are countless subordinates to supply. Most of the zombies today are still F-class, and the step it wants to take to grow isn't growing on corpse crystals at all. General mutated beasts could also grow in strength by relying on mutated beast meat. Just like the little monkey and the old ox, they accompanied Zhao Yun and ate the White Rat King's meat together. And their attributes increased a lot. If one could consume it for a long period of time, breaking through the realm wasn't that difficult. It was just that Zhao Yun didn't have that much mutant beast meat, and had always been intermingled with other foods to feed them. And more often than not, Zhao Yun still took the Rat King's meat as a supplement to replenish his energy. And the efficacy didn't seem that great. The blood and flesh of a zombie works like mutated beast meat to these vultures. Zhao Yun guessed the answer, otherwise, he couldn't figure out how that kind of terrifying monster could grow in today's post-apocalyptic world. At this time, Luoshan City, countless vultures circled low in the sky, seemingly searching for Zhao Yun's figure. Until nightfall. Still finding nothing, the huge vulture in the sky revealed doubt in its eyes, as if it couldn't figure out how Zhao Yun had suddenly disappeared into thin air. Immediately after that, its huge body circled down, and its huge wings flapped, setting off a huge wind scroll that spread out in all directions. Swirling up dust that instantly obscured a 2-kilometer radius, the terrifying vulture landed directly on the corpse mountain that Zhao Yun had decimated, where the 70,000 to 80,000 corpses that Zhao Yun had taken the corpse crystals were, and its big beak opened and directly swallowed dozens of them. Quack! The terror vultures let out another sharp chirp, followed by all 9 vulture kings. Tens of thousands of vultures scattered and flew to all parts of Luoshan City, catching the zombies one by one. All the vultures, as if they had been trained long ago, skillfully pecked through the heads of the zombies, took out the corpse crystals inside, and then flew back to the terror vultures to put them down. As time passed, a small mountain of corpse crystals gradually formed. Tens of thousands of black shadows come and go, like swarms of mosquitoes in the fields before the end of the world, and from time to time 1 or 2 star crystals are also taken. After eating hundreds of corpses, the horror vulture burped, spread its wings, glided to the pile of corpse crystals, opened its mouth and sucked in, and all the corpse crystals were sucked into its belly. It then looked towards the small pile of star crystals, and with a peck, all the star crystals shattered, followed by a brilliant white light, and all sorts of transcendent materials appeared before its eyes. The terrifying vulture swallowed all the transcendental food along with the packaging, which included 2 bottles of unknown potions, followed by the slow closing of its icy eyes. It's as if it's oblivious to the few remaining pieces of equipment. If Zhao Yun was here, he would have been shocked that this terrifying vulture actually knew how to use star crystals. Inside Lifespace, under the chestnut tree, a bonfire was lit except for the 2 sisters, Joe Lily, who were still working hard to make arrows in the distance. All the people and beasts were sitting around the campfire. The firelight illuminated a face in the dim light, and man and beast all fell silent. After the end of the world, it was the first time that Zhao Yun had been forced to the point where he didn't even dare to leave the door. All the contracted beasts sensed their master's depressed mood, and their emotions inexplicably lowered. Even Little White was listlessly lying in front of Zhao Yun. Only the little monkey, standing behind Zhao Yun, was always on guard against the 9 injured vultures. Zhao Yun looked down, glancing at the electronic watch on his wrist. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Old cripple, get dinner. Zhao Yun finally spoke. Wu Shuegue agreed and set up a pot to start cooking. Wang Xiaolei also went up to help. Zhao Yun, when are we going out? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yun shook his head. Not yet tonight. We'll see tomorrow. The group of vultures had most likely not left yet, and going out would be a death sentence, not to mention that terrifying old thing. Even the 9 vulture kings were not something Zhao Yun could deal with today, not to mention the tens of thousands of pseudo-mutant beast vultures. Master, there's a vulture that's just about to die. At this time, the little monkey telepathically transmitted a voice. Zhao Yun looked back. All the vultures except the one captured with the trapping net were bruised and battered. One of them was covered in wounds, large streams of blood, unceasingly bubbling out. Rolling its eyes and looking like it was about to lose its last breath, Zhao Yun glanced at Song Xiaodao. You did it, didn't you? That kind of injury could only be caused by Song Xiaodao's wind blade, and it was obvious that she hadn't stopped. Aha! Song Xiaodao nodded his head and admitted. Wasn't I afraid it would run away? I just turned up my powers slightly. Who made it have a thin skin? Zhao Yun sniffled. Thin skin? Why don't you just get it killed? I will pay attention next time. Song Xiaodao also knew that he had hit too hard. Zhao Yun had almost died out there for these vultures, and as a result, he almost got one of them killed by himself. So he had to admit his mistake when he did something wrong. Zhao Yun didn't say anything more and ordered the little monkey. Drag it over. The little monkey walked towards the dying vulture, grabbed it by the neck and mentioned it in front of Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun raised his hand and the contracted soul was activated, and after a few seconds passed, a weak heartfelt voice was perceived in his mind and soul. Master. Zhao Yun threw out a large bag of chestnut leaves and said to Song Xiaodao, feed it. Song Xiaodao grabbed a handful of chestnut leaves and rubbed them in his hands to pour them into the vulture's mouth. No need to be so troublesome. Vultures can even swallow whole bones. A few leaves won't choke it to death, Zhao Yin said. Oh. Song Xiaodao no longer bothered to rub it, and directly roughly dunked it. Zhao Yin let the little monkey will other vultures, one by one, drag over. The next as the law. After the deed. To Song Xiaodao healing. Chestnut leaves are not as effective at healing as sandwich bread, but now that there is no need to fight, transcendental food can be saved. Half an hour later, all 9 vultures were back in action. A heartbeat rang out in Zhao Yin's heart. Master, master, from today on, your name is Baldy 1. Your name is Baldy 2. Your name is Baldy 9. Zhao Yin is too lazy to think of names for them, but there must be a distinction. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Immediately afterward, he tossed out a few rat bones to the 9 vultures and let them fly to the other side of the waterhole to rest. Zhao Yin remembered that he hadn't had time to take out the corpse crystals from the 20,000 zombies he had worked so hard to kill. More importantly, all 15,000 of his arrows were still out there as well. His heart was dripping blood. It's probably all made gone by those vultures. Zhao Yin murmured. Wu Shuegue made dinner and set it in front of Zhao Yin. Cornmeal cooked with star salt, rat king meat stewed with chestnuts, and steamed fish. Zhao Yin, however, couldn't raise his appetite as he took out all the star crystals he got today. It could be that when people are unlucky, they drink cold water. You'll sit on a stump if you poop, and you'll get hemorrhoids on your little kiki. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single piece of material that Zhao Yin wanted to open. 28 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 7 pieces of sandwich bread, 6 bottles of iced tea, 7 pieces of compressed cookies, 6 pieces of instant noodles, 1 can of tuna, 2 bottles of F-grade evolution potion, 1 bottle of D-grade healing potion, 1 yellow peach, 1 can of beef, F-rank equipment, 2 butterfly knives, 2 military jackets, 1 E-class women's suit, 1 D-grade Kaiser sword. Zhao Yin reached out to touch the star crystal, only to find that it had already finished opening. His eyes froze for a moment, touching the cigarette from within the spatial ring. He tried to light it, but realized that the lighter was out of gas. Master, don't be angry. The little monkey sensed something and immediately walked over, stretching out his finger and scuttling out a flame to light the cigarette for Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin took a deep drag on his cigarette as his emotions slowly calmed down. He rarely lost his temper like he did today, mainly because of that horrible vulture that made him feel like he was still too weak. A feeling of powerlessness arose in Zhao Yin's heart when he faced it. Song Xiaodao also put down the rice bowl, which was bigger than her head, and came behind Zhao Yin, her warm and soft little hands gently squeezing his shoulders. Zhao Yin, I'll massage you. I'll eat, Zhao Yin said calmly. He quickly adjusted his mood, picked up his bowl and ate with his vegetables. I'll go out in the morning and take a look. If the vultures swarm leaves, let's continue killing zombies. He also had 5,000 arrows that had just been made by the 2 sisters, Lily Zhou. Compared to having 9 more vultures as contracted beasts, those arrows were actually nothing. When I catch that big vulture in the future, I'll jerk off its fur to make arrows, Zhao Yin said with a smile. The spirits of all the indentured beasts lifted and they all began to eat. Early the next morning, Zhao Yin took the little monkey and left the life space. The morning sun sprinkled down, and the entire Luoshan city was desolate, with the arrival of a group of vultures. Many rickety buildings collapsed, and a mountain of corpses stacked up by zombies existed 1,000 meters away from Zhao Yin. The size of the mountain of corpses was completely comparable to a low mountain, and it was visualized that the entire zombies of Luoshan city were here. All the corpses all had their heads shattered, and their morose white skulls were like hollowed-out white pear melons, with the brain matter inside flowing slowly, accompanied by exposed meridian tissue. A stench that covered the sky. 10,000 vultures were perched on the mountainside, and from time to time, a vulture would rip off the arm of a corpse and swallow it directly into its stomach. Zhao Yin's gaze looked upwards, and the terrifying vulture was lying alone on the mountaintop, its eyes closed in slumber. The 9 vulture kings were not far below it, vaguely encircling it. Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision. Sky-swallowing vulture, B-grade mutant beast, strength 326, agility 375. Physical strength 270, defense 405, spirit 135, bloodline talent, devouring. Sure enough, it was a B-class mutant beast. Its devouring ability, Zhao Yin had not seen it in his previous life and did not know which lineage it belonged to, but at this time, he did not want to explore it at all. It's impossible to kill any more walkers in Roshan City. Looking at the group of vultures, it looked like they were ready to make a home here and wouldn't leave until they had finished eating the corpses here. All the corpses were gone from the place where the zombies were decapitated yesterday, including Zhao Yin's arrows. Zhao Yin's face was gloomy. His mind communicated with the little monkey, and the 1 man and 1 beast slowly turned around and took steps in the opposite direction of the corpse mountain. The sky-swallowing vulture and the 9 zombie kings were all sleeping, so if we didn't leave now, when would we wait? But Zhao Yin and the little monkey hadn't taken a few steps when thunderous shouts suddenly came from behind them. Quack dash! Almost as soon as Zhao Yin took his first step, the heaven-swallowing vulture opened his eyes, seeing that it was the man who had captured the vultures yesterday. The heaven-swallowing vultures were instantly enraged, and the 9 vulture kings instantly came to their senses, all of them stirring their wings and flying towards Zhaoyin, that vulture king with the haste ability. Its feathered wings slashed out a sonic boom, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Zhaoyin. The little monkey turned around violently, his body expanding rapidly, and in a flash the 3 supernatural abilities opened at full strength. Its figure transformed into 6 meters tall, and in its hand, the mountain-opening sword, carrying a blazing fire, sharply slashed forward with all its might. Under the same level, the little monkey's first and second supernatural ability bonus speed was already close to this vulture king, and the strength and terrifying flames even made the vulture king feel a life and death crisis. Whoosh! The vulture king slowed down violently and turned his body sharply in the air, narrowly snatching the little monkey's roar. The little monkey remembered his master's last night's suffocation. His body's golden hair exploded. His face was hideous. Not waiting for the remaining momentum in his hand to be exhausted, he swung upward to chop again. The vulture king dodged with all its might, when suddenly, with a rumble, a thunderbolt descended from the sky and ruthlessly struck down on its head. It was Zhaoyin who struck. The vulture king stiffened for a split second, and in that instant, the blade chopped through close to its body. Half of its wing was chopped off by the little monkey, and the remaining half was set ablaze by the flames. Quack! Quack dash! The vulture king finally panicked, and in an instant, the remaining half of that wing was burned out. It fell to the ground askew and tumbled violently in a howl. The other 8 vulture kings had already arrived, and seeing that the speed exception vulture king was injured, all of the vulture kings had madness in their eyes. Just then, Zhaoyin saw that the heaven-swallowing vulture, slowly rising from the corpse mountain, needed only one flap of its wings to come. Zhaoyin quickly entered the lifespace and reappeared immediately afterward, with a black rat king already by his side. Quickly take me and monkey away, Zhaoyin ordered anxiously. The dirt beneath old black's feet instantly rose in ripples of orange-yellow light that wrapped Zhaoyin and the little monkey within it, sinking rapidly into the earth. However, at this moment, a vulture king suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a mouthful of cold air, and the earth, hundreds of meters in circumference, was instantly covered in a layer of cold ice. Old Black's Earth Escape ability could only work on Earth attribute substances such as dirt, sand and gravel, while cold ice belonged to the water system. Zhaoyin and the 2 beasts' bodies were instantly frozen in ice. In the next moment, the little monkey's body violently erupted in flames, instantly melting the cold ice beside him, and brought Zhaoyin and Old Black out from the ground. Zhaoyin was gray at this point and wanted to curse in his heart. The heaven-swallowing vulture had probably guessed his lifespace and would definitely squat at the spatial coordinates next, so I'm afraid it would be 1,000 times harder for him to leave again. In an instant, 1,000 thoughts flashed through Zhaoyin's mind. In his hand, a scroll appeared. A spatial teleportation scroll, grade B, disposable item, effect, random teleportation. Remarks, a spatial door will appear after use, lasts for 1 minute. Since getting the scroll, he never thought he would use it so soon. At this moment, Zhaoyin didn't hesitate to crush it, and a portal immediately appeared in front of him. Old Black, monkey, quick! Zhaoyin shouted. As the words fell, he dove headfirst into the portal, and immediately after, he only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and when he looked at the scene in front of him, he already didn't know where he had appeared. In front of him was a ruined city. Not many buildings could not be seen in their original form, askew, as if they would completely collapse when the wind blew. Zhaoyin was too late to recognize it, and with 2 poofs, the little monkey and Old Black fell behind him. Monkey, Zhaoyin was just about to say something when a ripple appeared in space once again, and a vulture king fell down as well, followed by a second vulture king falling down. After the 2 vulture kings came out, a terrifying head poked out as well, the size of a house, with 2 ice-cold eyes that seemed like an abyss. Zhaoyin got goosebumps when he locked eyes with it. It was just that, because the random teleportation scroll was used by Zhaoyin, the portal was generated according to human stature, and the heaven-swallowing vulture was too big and got its head stuck. Also due to its card master, several other vulture kings did not teleport over. Go! Zhaoyin grabbed Little Monkey and Old Black and pulled them back quickly. In the next moment, the heaven-swallowing vulture opened its beak and unleashed its devouring ability. The huge suction force was like a vortex, frantically sucking and pulling. The air was drained from the place where Zhaoyin and the little monkey had previously stood, and all the gravel and vegetation, including the dirt several meters deep, were all sucked into the heaven-swallowing vulture's mouth through the air. At this moment, the 2 arriving vulture kings flapped their wings and rose into the air, both ready to attack as well. Run, run, run! Zhaoyin shouted. It was too late for Old Black to turn on the Earth Escape, so Zhaoyin scattered and ran wildly. The energy in the dog's head cap ran out yesterday, and it will take 2 days before he can stay alive again. But before he could run a few steps, a hurricane came from above his head, and a vulture king killed him. Vulture King, C-grade mutant beast, strength 157, agility 190, stamina 252, Defense 148, Spirit 76. Bloodline talent, arrow feather, as it was in the air. Dozens of feathers came off its body like a sharp sword, densely chopping towards Zhaoyin and the two beasts. Zhaoyin hastily rolled over, and with a few puffs, the ratskin armor on his body was cut with several huge gaps, and many parts of his skin and flesh were cut, and crimson blood flowed out along the holes in the ratskin armor. On the other side, the old black reacted a step slower and was directly nailed into his body by a few feathers, and with a wail, he fell down softly. Only the little monkey wielded his open sword, and after sending a few feathers flying beside him, he dodged in front of Zhaoyin, grabbed the sheepskin armor on him, and lifted it up to run wildly. Zhaoyin couldn't care less about the severe pain coming from his body and looked back, immediately seeing Old Black's miserable appearance. It was prostrate on the ground with feathers stuck all over its body, and at that moment, the rat's eyes were also looking at Zhaoyin, and in those eyes, Zhaoyin saw worry, and before it died, it was still worried about the safety of Zhaoyin, its master. At this time, the heaven-swallowing vulture had already unleashed its second supernatural ability, and a huge suction force swept behind the little monkey. The other vulture king in the sky is flying toward the old black on the ground, preparing to completely exterminate it. Monkey, wait! Zhaoyin suddenly shouted. At this point, it was already 500 meters away from the heaven-swallowing vulture's head, and he realized that it seemed to have reached the limit of the heaven-swallowing vulture's alien ability distance. In other words, the only current threats were the two C-rank vulture kings. The little monkey immediately stopped in his tracks and quickly put down Zhaoyin as he leapt up and slashed at the arrow-feathered vulture king in the sky, who was preparing to unleash the next wave of his powers. The arrow-feathered vulture king simply didn't dare to clash with that invincible monkey at the same level, and instantly gave up on activating his supernatural abilities as his figure rushed up into the sky. At this moment, Juga crossbow appeared in Zhaoyin's hand, and with a click, a fiery red arrow was automatically loaded. Bursting arrow, grade B, type of transcendent weapon, attack 520. Incidental effect, hit the target to create a burst, covering a radius of 15 meters of indiscriminate attacks. Remarks, disposable weapon, disappears after bursting. Whoosh! The fiery red arrow broke through the air. Boom! A terrifying explosion. It resounded in the sky a few hundred meters away, directly forming a mushroom cloud. The vulture king that flew towards Old Black was blown away, covered in feathers, scattered like snow, and was soon ignited by the high temperature generated by the bursting arrow. And that vulture king's body became bare and bloodstained like a hairless chicken. It fell to the ground and died outright. Zhaoyin's eyes were red, and the anger in his heart exploded at this moment. And the clicking sound came from the Juga crossbow once again. Zhaoyin directly loaded the second explosive arrow. He looked towards the sky-swallowing vulture. Chao Nima, come suck me if you're capable. Zhaoyin, covered in blood and in a sorry state, cursed loudly. As expected, the heaven-swallowing vulture could understand human language and immediately became furious, not caring if the distance of the alien energy was enough or not, and opened its mouth and sucked at Zhaoyin for a while. Right at that moment, Zhaoyin shot an explosive arrow. The fiery red arrow cut through the air and instantly entered the range of the heaven-swallowing vulture's suction. Originally, Zhaoyin wasn't sure if the range was enough, and after being sucked in like this, the arrows accelerated and shot towards the heaven-swallowing vulture. In the next moment, the pupils of the sky-swallowing vulture shrunk. It realized that it had been caught in Zhaoyin's treacherous plan, and hastily closed its mouth. However, everything was already too late. The explosive arrow carried a terrifying sonic boom and instantly impacted on the eyes of the heaven-swallowing vulture. There was a loud boom. The flames in the sky were accompanied by blood waving. Quack! The heaven-swallowing vulture let out a mournful wail from its mouth as one of its eyes was shot blind by Zhaoyin. Zhaoyin raised his hand and waved it, and a beast-catching net flew out, borrowing the suction force that hadn't disappeared yet, quickly growing larger in the air and enveloping the heaven-swallowing vulture's head. Zhaoyin didn't attempt to bring the heaven-swallowing vulture under control. After all, this kind of beast-trapping net seemed to be strained against even C-grade mutant beasts. In this regard, Zhaoyin had experience, and in his previous life, he had been torn apart several times in order to capture the C-rank flying white tiger. Last time, he was able to deal with the zombie king in the West Valley, but also because the direction of its evolution was all about adding defense. At this point, Old Black was still within the distance range of the heaven-swallowing vulture's supernatural ability. But he just didn't have the time to take a shot at Old Black. Zhaoyin just wanted to temporarily bind the heaven-swallowing vulture and then snatch back Old Black. However, the heaven-swallowing vulture suddenly opened its mouth wide and sucked the beast-trapping net into its mouth with a single bite, swallowing it down with a gulp. Zhaoyin was instantly stunned, and in the next moment, the most feared scene still happened. The heaven-swallowing vulture, who was furious to the extreme, landed his gaze on Old Black before opening his mouth, and a terrifying suction force emanated out. Old Black's dying body flies rapidly toward the sky-swallowing vulture. Chao Nima Zhaoyin cursed, but he couldn't do anything. Going there would just be a death sentence. Just then, in the space, Suddenly a ripple. The portal's 1 minute of existence was finally up. With a plop, Old Black's body fell to the ground. At this moment, the heaven-swallowing vulture's head, which was also gradually blurring, was forcefully transported back. Quack! The sky-swallowing vulture's unwilling cries echoed in the air, deafening with endless anger and hatred. Zhao came back to his senses and looked back. The little monkey was tangling with the Arrow Feather Vulture King, its combat power, which was much better than the Vulture King's, but it was unable to walk up into the air, so it could only passively block the Vulture King's attacks for Zhao Yin. It was only at this moment that Zhao felt that every muscle in his body was in severe pain and a wave of dizziness, which was a sign of excessive blood loss. He took out a piece of sandwich bread and swallowed it, quickly walking towards the old black man and pulling out the feather stuck in it. After a large gush of blood came out again, the minuscule breath of life within old black's massive body seemed as if it would be extinguished at any moment. Its pupils were slowly dilating. Zhao took out a bottle of D-grade healing potion and directly poured it into old black's mouth. Next moment, as the healing potion melted away in its body, the life breath was instantly stabilized, and immediately after, it gradually became stronger and slowly flourished. At this moment, the wounds on Zhao Yin's body were slowly recovering as well, and he turned around, looking towards the arrow-feathered Vulture King. Next, it's my turn to perform. Zhao Yin grinned. In the next moment, he flashed into the life space, and all the contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao and the others were anxiously waiting under the chestnut tree. Zhao Yin, where are Old Black and Little Monkey? You are injured? Song Xiaodao was shocked when he saw Zhao Yin, who was covered in blood. He even had his rat skin armor shattered. Nothing. Zhao Yin immediately called out. Baldy 1, Baldy 2, all of you come here. Buzz. A sound of breaking air came from the 9 vultures. Sensing their master's anger, they all spread their wings and flew up. Coming from the opposite bank of the water pool in a hurry, Zhao Yin then commanded. Little White, Song Xiaodao, follow me to kill out and finish off the Vulture King. At this moment, the Arrow Feather Vulture King realized that its companions had died and those who hadn't come, and even the heaven-swallowing vulture was forced to teleport back. So it didn't have the heart to fight. After a burst of arrow feathers forced back the little monkey, those feathers that were previously shot at Zhao Yin all flew backward, instantly inserting themselves into the Vulture King's wings, and immediately afterward, it was ready to spread its wings and fly. However, right at this moment, there was a spatial fluctuation, and Zhao Yin appeared in the outside world with the group of beasts and Song Xiaodao. Want to run? Zhao Yin laughed coldly. Monkey, get on Little White and fight me to the death. Song Xiaodao, drink a bottle of iced tea. Mount Bald 1, release the wind blade from a distance, and you're allowed to use your powers at full strength. Bald 2, take me up and fly me up. All the remaining vultures go and surround it. No need to fight for your life, just block it from escaping. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he also took out a bottle of iced tea and drank it. He didn't let the little monkey drink iced tea because it wasn't that the little monkey wasn't strong enough. The shortcoming was just the inability to fly. At this point, there was only one Vulture King left, and Zhao Yin was going to take out a bad breath. The little monkey had long been suffocating. His eyes were erupting with fiery flames, and when he heard this, he immediately jumped onto Little White's back. Although Little White was still D rank, with its extreme speed ability, it was a few points faster than the Arrowstorm Vulture King. The arrow-feathered Vulture King had just flown high into the air when it heard the air behind it vibrate, and hastily turned back to take a look, and immediately afterward, fear was replaced by fear in its lonely eyes. The horrible monkey, actually riding on a big white cat, was in close pursuit. The big knife in the hands of the little monkey plus the arm span. The attack distance is 7 or 8 meters. At this time it doesn't care to promote the third supernatural ability. At the tip of the Kai-Shan knife, once again spit out 5 or 6 meters of fire tongue. Hidden for the Kai-Shan knife lengthened the blade. Boom! The blade that carried the little monkey's anger slashed down towards the back of the Arrow-Feathered Vulture King. The Arrow-Feathered Vulture King dodged sharply, but a section of his wing was still chopped off by a slash. His wing itself, which carried the supernatural power, was not scorched up by the flames, but the rest of it was different. A few sparks splashed onto the Arrowstorm Vulture King's abdomen, instantly searing a large, dark hole, with its internal organs oozing out. Roar! The little monkey built up his sword and roared furiously to vent his frustration. Immediately after that, it frantically slashed at the Arrow Rain Vulture King. Quack! The Arrow-Feathered Vulture King let out a mournful cry, as if summoning his companions and begging for mercy. It did not dare to have the slightest arrogance, and hastily turned the direction to fly away. But after all, it had already been seriously injured, and its wings had broken off a section, so it slowed down a lot in speed, and was soon caught up by Little White again. Meow! Xiao Bai was like a cat playing with a mouse. His expression bitchy if the little monkey once again chopped down with a knife. The Arrow-Feather Vulture King could only sink down sharply, and at this moment, it was the only way it could dodge the monkey's knife. However, several vultures suddenly flew below. The Vulture King perked up. Quack dash it ordered the vultures to stop the cats and monkeys behind them for it, but in the next moment, the arrow feather vulture king's eyes fell into a deathly grey. It finally realized that on two of the vultures sat two human figures. Wasn't one of them the same human who had previously harmed the sky-swallowing vulture? 9 vultures, each from all directions, surrounded the arrow feather vulture king. With a rumble, a thunderbolt struck down and landed on the large head of the arrow feather vulture king. Its descending body stalled, and immediately afterward, hundreds of wind blades swept towards it. Zhao and Song Xiaodao were both peak-level evolvers, and after drinking the iced red tea, their strength was already infinitely close to sea level, and the level of the attack supernatural ability they had mastered wasn't low either. As the arrow-feathered vulture was electrocuted and stiffened, a whirlwind of wind blades wrapped its body in. Poof, poof, poof. Intense sounds of sharp blades entering flesh rang out, and with the exception of those iron wings, the arrow feather vulture king's body was cut with wounds all over, and he fell down towards the earth below. There was a loud plop and a splash of dust and smoke. It was covered in blood, and with great difficulty, it opened its wings to try to climb up, but it fell to the ground several times. The arrow feather vulture king could only watch as the 9 vultures slowly descended, followed by the monkey who also landed on a white cat. A dozen pairs of eyes stared at the arrow feather vulture king. After the end of the world, its invincibility, its loneliness, at this moment, all of it disappeared, and in the eyes of the arrow feathered vulture king, all that remained was endless panic. You're not convinced? Zhao Ying narrowed his eyes and had a completely villainous look on his face. The previous hasty escape was completely like a different person at the moment. My 200,000 zombies were robbed by you, and the 5,000 arrows that I had painstakingly accumulated were made by you. 2 explosive arrows, a trap net, a teleportation scroll, all high-level transcendent items, and 2 bottles of iced tea. What do you say? Should I kill you for meat, or contract to become a contracted beast? The arrow feather vulture king trembled and looked at Zhao Ying in shock. Apparently it could understand human language as well. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a tacit admission. If you've lost so much, you have to make up for some of it, or eat the meat. Zhao Ying spoke and pulled out the rat king claw. The arrow feathered vulture king hastily shook his head desperately. Quack quack quack. Its eyes were full of pleading. You're going to be my mutant beast? Zhao Ying asked. The vulture king was a true mutated beast. Its intelligence had long since caught up with humans, so it could only compromise under the instinct to survive when it was forced to do so. Quack quack quack. The arrow feather vulture king nodded his head vigorously. Only then did Zhao Ying take a step towards it, lifting his hand to press down on the top of its head and directly activating the soul of contract. A soul chain, thicker than ever before, slowly probed inside the arrow feathered vulture king's head. Soon, in Zhao Yin's mind, the aura of the arrow feather vulture king appeared. Master. The arrow feather vulture king telepathically transmitted his voice. Zhao Yin didn't remove his palm, and suddenly his eyes glazed over. In the name of the Lord of the Pact, I deprive you of all thoughts of greed and fear of death, and from now on, fight for me and be brave. In an instant, it was as if something had been pulled out of the arrow feather vulture king's mind within his heart and soul. Its lewd eyes all glazed over, and Zhang delivered a heartfelt message. I am willing to die for my master. Snap! Zhao Ying slapped the arrow feather vulture king on the head and scolded. King my ass. From now on, your new name will be, just, let's call it Bald Zero, ahead of Bald One and the rest of them. How about it, Zhao Ying? Song Xiaodao cocked his head, brainstorming for Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying frowned. Contracting the real mutant beast, he was still willing to spend some effort on the name, and said to Song Xiaodao, it doesn't feel too smooth. Then how about Bald Egg? Big Bald Egg, Song Xiaodao said seriously. Smooth, memorable, can't forget it after hearing it once. Zhao Ying pondered slightly and nodded. Okay, let's call it that. Baldy, did you hear that? The arrow-feathered vulture king couldn't muster up half a mind to resist, and could only hold in his tears. Bald Egg, meet the master. Zhao Ying took out several pounds of chestnut leaves and threw them in front of Bald Egg. Eat it, it will heal your injuries. After saying that, he walked towards the old black. At this time, the old black had just woken up, and when he opened his eyes, he looked back and looked around, realizing that the sky-swallowing vulture was no longer there, and that although the master was covered in blood, he didn't seem to be in any serious trouble. Old Black looked like he was breathing a long sigh of relief. Master, it's Old Black who's useless. Without a combat faculty ability, the earth evasion ability can't help Master, and it even dragged Master into wasting precious healing potions on me. Old Black's guilty heart voice transmitted. Zhao Ying walked over and raised his hand to touch its large rat head. In fact, within the several mutant beasts, the one Zhao Ying was least optimistic about was Old Black. There's no other reason. Mainly the fact that it has no combat powers and it's ugly. But today, the look in Old Black's eyes before he was on the verge of death pierced Zhao Yin's heart that had long been numb. After all, people are emotional animals. Zhao Yin, despite his efforts to be absolutely ruthless. Reason has also been telling him that only selfish people can live longer in the post-apocalyptic world, but, in the end, he can't get rid of the inferiority of human beings. You're fine. You've always been my favorite contracted beast, and in the future, with the extra golden silk fruit, it will allow you to evolve your second alien ability. Zhao said comfortingly, completely unaware that at this point, he was acting like a scumbag coaxing the girl of his choice. Old Black doesn't deserve to have his master treat me so well. Old Black was moved to tears. Alright, the titular Black Rat King, bound to stand at the peak of mutant beasts in the future. Isn't he still alive? Zhao patted Old Black's big head. Wait until the future. When there's a chance, I'll get another little white mouse to be your wife and give birth to a bunch of mutant beasts. Mouse King. Zhao Yin's words suddenly stuttered, subconsciously glancing at the black charcoal strips underneath Old Black. I heard that rats are superbly reproductive. If that was the case, wouldn't half of one's army of contracted beasts need to rely on it? When Old Black heard the mice, he immediately shook with spirit and prostrated himself on the ground even more excitedly than before. Old Black, thank you, master. Thank you, master. It held up both claws and kept bowing to Zhao Yin. That moment, Zhao Yin's gaze finally landed on the dead Vulture King. A real mutant beast. Just dead. At that time, he couldn't afford not to hit him hard, and it was useless to feel pain at this time. Zhao Yin walked over and found the naked Vulture King, like a big roasted chicken, half-cooked and plump. It probably weighed about 700 to 800 pounds, and he directly put it into his life space. Now there is a shortage of mutant beast meat, so it's a good use of it. The feathers on the Vulture King's body were charred, and Zhao Yin picked up a piece of real feather remnant and realized that it wasn't as hard as the feathers on the vulture egg's body, and the tail feathers for making arrows were significantly too big. However, Zhao Yin still put away all the remaining debris. Finally, he walked to the place where the spatial teleportation had occurred earlier, and there was a large streak of blood on the ground, left by that heaven-swallowing vulture. Zhao Yin took out the mountain-opening axe and dug them all out, and also included them in the life space. There was nothing left to clean up on the battlefield, and Bald Egg had returned to action. So Zhao Yin took Song Xiaodao and all the contracted beasts into the life space. He pointed at the Vulture King corpse and instructed Wu Shuegue, wash and skin it, and we'll eat this for lunch. Okay, boss. Wu Shuegue said respectfully. Zhao Yin thought for a moment and took out a bottle of the F-class evolution potion that he had just opened last night. This thing doesn't serve any purpose for the time being, so it's better to let Wu Shuegue become an evolved person, or at least have more strength when working. Zhao Yin incidentally took out 100 F-class corpse crystals, etc. and handed them over to Wu Shuegue. Wait until you're done with your work and then go evolve. Don't delay me. When Wu Shuegue saw what was in Zhao Yin's hand, he was shaken, and immediately afterward, his eyes slowly reddened. After following Zhao Yin for so long, he had seen the powerful strength of evolved people, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious, but Wu Shuegue has always known that he has a few pounds. He had long been prepared to be a regular old cripple for the rest of his life, if nothing else, or one day, accidentally bitten by a zombie when he was young. Wu Shuegue also had lofty aspirations, also talked about ideals with friends, also chased the girl of his choice, and even carried the gun to the battlefield for the country. But with the disability, the age increases. Those past, has long passed away years of smoke dissipation, but at this moment, Wu Shuegue's blood, which had long been cold, boiled up again. He knows that what Zhao Yin lightly took out is what countless survivors dream of, and that will be the turnaround of his fate. Wu Shuegue, boss. Wu Shuegue's voice was dark and hoarse as he knelt down. After Wu Shuegue becomes an evolutionary, he will definitely fight for you, boss, to the death until he sheds all his hot blood. Zhao Yin frowned, not bothering to pay any more attention to the old cripple whose knees were getting weak, and turned towards the cornfield. He took out all the Nongfu Shanquan he had just gotten, 28 bottles in total, and poured them all down. Soon, 14 more corn seedlings were hyped up to yield over 3,000 pounds of corn. After Zhao Yin instructed the two female slaves who had nothing better to do to go pick, he came to the edge of the life space and took out the pile of Vulture King's feather fragments and threw them directly into the boundary wall. Boom! The space shook violently, and all the people and beasts looked at Zhao Yin, and they realized how Zhao Yin had grown the life space, only to see the pile of feather debris being rapidly disintegrated. The diameter of the space directly rose by 2 meters. Not bad. Zhao Yin's heart was delighted. Waste to use. It actually tops 2 pieces of F-rank equipment. Next, he threw in the blood of the heaven-swallowing vulture as well, and once again, there was a vibration coming from the space, and this time, it rose by a full 5 meters. Equivalent to half a piece of E-rated equipment. Zhao Yin didn't stop and called for the little monkey. The mountain-opening sword in its hand was covered in chipped blades after today's battle, and Zhao Yin replaced it with a mountain-opening axe of the same level for it. Next, Zhao Yin threw all the 6 extra F-ranked equipment, an E-ranked women's suit, and the chipped openers into the boundary wall. Only one intact opener was left in reserve. Boom! This time, The space shook for a long time before it managed to stop, growing another 116 meters in diameter. At this point, the diameter of the life space finally broke through 1,000 meters. Rumble. Space shook once again. Zhao was slightly stunned. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the spatial vibrations stopped. The size of the space didn't grow, but the dim light was much brighter, and even the air here seemed to be much fresher. It's never as dull as it used to be. Zhao didn't know what this represented and vaguely guessed that the life space might produce certain subtle changes after breaking through to a certain area. At that moment, his legs suddenly went weak. I just remembered that I lost a lot of blood today, and that I consumed iced tea earlier to double my attributes, and I didn't feel much at the time. At this point, the effect of the iced tea was lost, and he immediately deflated. Zhao returned to the chestnut tree, threw out the stealth tent, and walked straight into rest. To restore chi and blood, one needed to consume a large amount of mutated crops, or transcendental food. Zhao took out a can of beef, opened it and ate it. He checked the transcendental supplies inside his spatial ring in passing: 37 pieces of sandwich bread, 26 bottles of iced tea, 27 pieces of compressed cookies, 1 yellow peach, 19 pieces of instant noodles, 5 cans of tuna, 1 bottle of F-rank evolution potion, 4 bottles of D-rank healing potion, 2 bottles of C-rank healing potion. These were the consumables that were in short supply, and as for the other supplies, Zhao didn't look any further. Nowadays, it's considered to be worth a lot. Zhao laughed at himself for a while. Song Xiaodao walked in and saw Zhao take out another yellow peach and was nibbling on it. She stared at his pale face again and again. Zhao, are you okay? Can't die, Zhao said. In the future, when you meet danger again, you have to prioritize your own safety. If you're gone, who will I marry in the future? Song Xiaodao remembered the injuries Zhao had suffered, and it was a moment of fear. I know. Zhao devoured the last bite of yellow peaches in one bite, remembered that it was lunchtime, and asked, did Wu Shuegue stew the king vulture meat? The stew is ready. But what? But the flavor of the stew. You go and see for yourself. Song Xiaodao said. Zhao knew something was wrong and immediately followed Song Xiaodao out. And from afar, he smelled a fishy odor pounding his nose. The contracted beasts all hid on the other side of the water pool, and dry heaving could be heard from afar. Even the two sisters, Zhou Lily, covered their noses and watched from afar. Only Wu Shuegue's face was ugly, twisting the frying spoon and stirring the cauldron hard, as if he didn't want to believe that this was the food he had cooked. Zhao couldn't hold back a bout of dry heaving even before he got close. It fucking stinks. Vomit. Old cripple. What the hell did you put in there, boss? I just put the vulture king in the pot to cook after washing and peeling it as usual. Who knows that this is the flavor that cooks out? Wu Shuegue said in fear that he wasted his boss's precious ingredients and was full of guilty looks. Zhao frowned. Although he hadn't eaten a vulture before, it was logical that all mutant beasts should taste extremely delicious. Did you put star salt in it? I didn't put it earlier. I added some star salt after I smelled the fishy odor. Who knows that after the star salt refreshing, the smell is even more malodorous. Zhao sniffed and pondered for a long time, and soon seemed to understand something. He called for Bald Egg. Bald Egg, how have you evolved before? Master, before the end of the world, we were originally vultures in the heavenly burial pit, and after the end of the world, we all ate all sorts of corpses. Only that damned heaven-swallowing vulture is different. Bald Egg telepathically transmitted his voice. Sure enough, Zhao had guessed earlier that they evolved by eating corpses, but he just didn't expect that even after becoming mutated beasts, the vulture's meat would still be so foul-smelling. How many corpses do you have to eat to be able to grow to C rank? How much corpse poison has accumulated in your body? What corpses have you been eating since the end times? Are several vulture kings usually eat any corpse? Rotting mutant beast corpses, the corpses of high-level zombies. Sometimes when there's nothing to eat, they also eat ordinary zombies like Bald One and the others. A high-level walker? It's the zombies that are particularly large in size. And I don't know the exact level. Bald Egg thought for a moment and mentally transmitted his voice. That heaven-swallowing vulture. What did it evolve on? Zhao then asked. He had been puzzled in his mind about the way the heaven-swallowing vulture evolved. That damned sky-swallowing baldy only eats some corpses occasionally. Usually most of the time, it eats corpse crystals, transcendent food prescribed by star crystals, and fresh mutant beasts in human flesh and blood. That baldy isn't much of a good thing. In order to please his master and show his loyalty before Zhao, Bald Egg made to curse his old master, using corpse crystals as food. Also, it actually knows how to use star crystals? Zhao Yin's pupils tightened slightly. Before, he had never heard of any mutant beast being able to use a star crystal. No wonder the heaven-swallowing vulture evolved so quickly. Transcendent food. Even if it was me, I wouldn't want to eat more. What a damned baldy. Zhao cursed, having tens of thousands of subordinates to feed him. and being able to eat huge amounts of transcendent food in corpse crystals every day. Being able to evolve to be rank seemed acceptable to Zhao Yin. Boss, these pots of vulture meat are inedible. I'll pour it out and make it again. Wu Shuegue said. Wait, don't move. Zhao Yin hastily stopped it and touched the stubble on his jaw. After all, it was a rare C-class mutant beast meat, so it was too bad. Shouldn't be poisoned. Zhao Yin beckoned and called all of his contracted beasts, a smile on his face. Do you know what this is? This is the meat of a C-class mutant beast. Eating it is a great tonic. Zhao Yin forced himself to hold back his nausea and continued with a smile. Monkey, you're the boss. You go first. It should, probably not be poisoned. The little monkey is the highest ranked and strongest, so it's not too much to ask to let it test the waters. The poor little monkey wouldn't even dare disobey his master's orders, but he hadn't even gotten close to the cauldron. Vomit. He bent over and dry heaved. It's vomiting up tears, and it stinks worse than those walkers. Master, vomit. Me, I can't eat. Vomit ow dash. The little monkey spat out a mouthful of yellow bile. Zhao Yin frowned. This monkey had followed him since the beginning of the end of the world, eating and drinking, and had long since raised his mouth. Damn. We'll have to give it fewer goodies in the future. This pot of C-class mutant beast meat must not go to waste. Old ox, you usually have the best appetite. You do it. Zhao Yin gave up torturing the little monkey and pointed at the old ox. The old cow was most obedient and understanding. The old bull struggled to move his front hooves and muster up the courage to go to the guillotine, and managed to get close to the cauldron, when a dark green bubble in the pot suddenly exploded, and an even more disgusting stench hit him. Vomit. The old cow didn't take a bite, but spit a bunch of food scraps into the pot. Master, I can't either. Vomit. The old bull's massive belly was twitching. Zhao Yin impatiently waved his hand and told the old ox to get lost, then looked at the flying white tiger with a smile. Little white. Master, Xiaobai hastily shrunk his body back. Xiaobai wants to poop. After the telepathic transmission, Little White opened his fleshy wings and whooshed. It flew to the opposite bank of the waterhole in the cornfield, and with two front paws darted out a large pit, squatted down and pulled up. Even though it didn't, it pulled as hard as it could. Zhao Yin could only look at Old Black and Bald Egg. Quickly he shook his head. These two were even. Old Black had just recovered from a serious injury, and since the Bald Egg was already C rank, it would be a waste to eat it, and it had no qualifications, like the little monkey and the old ox, to waste Zhao Yin's food. In the end, Zhao Yin could only order 6 giant rats and 9 vultures to eat it. The giant rats had eaten zombies before, but went up there and vomited even after just a few bites. Only 9 vultures ate happily. They don't mind at all about eating the flesh of their own kind. There had been a heartfelt voice of thanks to the master that had been sent into Zhao Yin's mind. The Bald Egg on the side drooled, but did not understand why the master had called round but not himself. Li Zhaoying turned to Wu Shuegue and said, "Take the time to melt these pots and remake them, and don't use them to cook for me in the future." "Understood, boss." Wu Shuegue quietly sighed in relief. Just then, a dark voice came from not far away. "Master." Zhao Yin turned around before remembering that there was still a corpse demon here. Corpse demon Zhang Jie was still bound within the beast trapping net, and at this time, with dull eyes, he looked towards the 9 vultures eating. Wriggling his nose vigorously and gulping, Zhao Yin was a bit surprised and asked, "You want to eat it too?" "Master, master." Corpse demon Zhang Jie immediately nodded his head vigorously, showing Zhao Yin a pleading look. Comparing his IQ to post-apocalyptic animals is insulting to those animals. Let's just say he's only a little smarter than an unevolved zombie. Zhao Yin told Song Xiaodao to go forward and put away the trapping net, and corpse demon Zhang Jie instantly leapt up from the ground and recklessly rushed towards those cauldrons. Bang! Zhao Yin kicked out, directly sending corpse demon Zhang Jie flying out, plopped down in the cornfield. "I let you eat it?" Zhao Yin asked in a cold voice. "Master." Corpse demon Zhang Jie stared at Zhao Yin in dismay, his eyes filled with fear for the man in front of him. He was extremely afraid and instinctively did not dare to provoke. "If you listen to me, I'll let you eat." Zhao Yin's tone suddenly slowed down. Corpse demon Zhang Jie grinned, a silly grin on his hideous face, and nodded his head. "Master." Zhao Yin suddenly realized that the corpse demon in front of him was like a child. Where there was milk, there was mother. In fact, he knew from the start that such fools were the easiest to brainwash. It was just that the necromancer's obsession with his grandfather was too deep. Perhaps without waiting for a slavery collar, he could drive this necromancer to do his bidding. Zhao Yin instructed Wu Shuegue, "Go find a large bowl and serve a bowl of king vulture meat." Wu Shuegue immediately went to do it, and when he brought the foul-smelling broth to the corpse demon, he immediately pounced on it and fished out a large piece of meat with his hand, swallowing it directly. Immediately afterward, "Pick up the bowl and pour it into your mouth, more than a starving ghost." Soon, the bowl of king vulture meat was finished. Only then did the corpse demon put down the bowl, the corners of his mouth covered in foul-smelling soup, and looked up at Zhao Yin. "Master, not full?" Zhao stood there with a soft gaze like his own grandfather. The corpse demon immediately nodded vigorously. Master, master, old cripple, go bring another pot over. Zhao ordered again. Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei, with towels around their noses, carried a steaming cauldron down. The necromancer pounced again, quickly scooping up chunks of meat and shoving them into his mouth. Zhao bent down and looked at the necromancer's terrifying face up close and asked, "Still missing your grandfather?" The corpse demon's action of fishing for meat lurched and slowly raised its head, its gaze instantly sharpening as it stared dead at Zhao. The chunk of meat in his mouth fell back into the pot, spilling the soup over his chest. At this moment, Zhao Yin's pupils were also slowly contracting. As long as the corpse demon dared to strike at him, Zhao Yin would definitely not hesitate to kill him on the spot. For a long time, the corpse demon didn't move, just staring at Zhao Yin like that. Slowly, his eyes stopped being sharp and were gradually replaced by sadness. Zhao Yin then relaxed slightly. The nature of the silly corpse demon was a bit more docile than expected. The benefits of taming a necromancer were definitely not smaller than a contracted beast, and he was willing to spend some time on this silly necromancer. Zhao Yin took out a piece of rat king meat. Eat it. It tastes better than vultures. Corpse demon Zhang Jie subconsciously took the rat king meat handed over by Zhao Yin and couldn't help but tear it into his mouth again. Each piece was torn off and swallowed directly into the stomach. You should know that old man is already dead. If he's still conscious, he'll definitely thank Rat 6 for freeing him. Zhao Yin whispered. Corpse demon Zhang Jie's movements were once again lurched, and a touch of blackness gradually surfaced in his sad eyes. The black ones, they were his tears. The necromancer didn't know much, but he knew much more about his grandfather than he knew about himself. Master Dash. The necromancer opened his mouth and screamed. The rat king's meat in his mouth fell to the ground, and tears rolled out of his eyes. It's hard for everyone to live in the end times. In fact, it's worse to live than to die for an old man like him. He's about 90 years old. Zhao Yin remembered how he saw the old zombie at first and said, he has already lived longer than many people. It's tough after the end of the world. Look, you're so fat, but he's skinny like that. He is alive because of you. And if you do not listen to me, you will surely be killed by me, and then he will be sad. As Zhao Yin's words fell, Zhang Jie froze again, and a drop of saliva slipped from the corner of his mouth, pulling it into silk. Don't worry, as long as you do as you're told, no one will kill you, and if someone kills you, I'll kill him first. Zhao Yin's voice was unhurried, as if telling a fact. I'll give you food and drink. Eat what others can't eat. Drink what others don't have. That old man will be very happy if he knows in his grave. The necromancer slowly looked up, snot and tears all over his face as he stared at him in disbelief. Zhao Yin tried his best to maintain, in the face of such an ugly and disgusting face, a kind smile like that of an old man. He slowly raised his palm and stroked up the necromancer's head. So you'll listen to me from now on. You know, even if you're told to fight for your life, you'll have no regrets. Only then will you be able to live. The necromancer nodded. Master, good grandson. Zhao Yin smiled. He will no longer be the righteous father of others, but is willing to be the righteous master of this ridiculously powerful corpse devil in the future. Hearing Zhao Yin call him his good grandson, corpse demon Zhang Jie raised his head. He looked at Zhao Yin suspiciously. You want a grandpa? See if I'm okay? Zhao Yin tried to look as kind as possible. Corpse demon Zhang Jie cocked his head and thought hard. When he was alive, grandpa fed him and clothed him and sometimes kicked his ass. And the new grandpa in front of him seemed to be similar. Soon, a gleam came out of the corpse demon's dead fish-like eyes. Master. He hugged Zhao Yin's leg. Master. 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 Zhao Yin didn't expect that the words would actually work so well. This corpse demon was even dumber than expected. Zhao Yin held back his nausea from kicking the necromancer out of the way and took out a chestnut. Kids need to eat more so they can grow. The necromancer looked at the chestnuts, and in this moment, it was as if he saw Zhang Shuguo holding sweet potatoes in his hands, something that the grandparents and grandchildren relied on to survive after the end of the world. Every time Zhang Shuguo just ate some sweet potato skins, and all the sweet potato meat was left for his grandson. The necromancer suddenly cried. Zhao Yin had just said this. Only his grandfather had said it to him. Oh, master. In fact, sometimes, when you want to let go of a relationship, you need to fill it with another one. At this moment, all of the corpse demon's thoughts of Zhang Shuguo faded for a few moments. Eat. After a long time, corpse demon Zhang Jie got tired of crying and his voice got a bit smaller. Zhao Yin patted his head. The necromancer took the proffered chestnut and naturally let go of master's leg. Zhao Yin hastily took a step back and pulled away, looking down at his beloved C-rank pants. Luckily it didn't get dirty. He no longer went near the corpse demon and said, My dear grandson, take a good rest after eating, and remember, don't destroy grandpa's things, not to mention not to mess with those contracted beasts. Corpse demon Zhang Jie sat on the ground, gnawing on a chestnut and nodding. Master. Just then, among the 9 vultures that were feeding, Bald 5 suddenly let out a scream. Quack dash. The voice resounded through the living space. Scared Song Xiaodao jumped. She glared angrily. What the hell are you screaming for? If you dare to scare me again, I'll see if I don't beat you to death. Zhao Yun turned around, only to see Bald 5's body expanding rapidly. Even the feathers, all black and white, were rising like crazy. Yet he immediately opened the eye of true vision. Vulture, grade D, strength 74, agility 85, stamina 31, spirit 12, mutated by zombie virus. Just after looking at Bald 5's attributes, right after that, the other vulture also let out a loud cry and its body began to swell. 10 minutes later, it also evolved to D level. Vulture, grade D, strength 73, agility 86, stamina 33, spirit 11, mutated by zombie virus, the meat of an entire C-class vulture king, except for the pot that corpse demon Zhang Jia had eaten. At this point, the rest had all been created by the 9 vultures. Immediately after that, the remaining 7 vultures, one by one, all evolved. An hour later, the last evolved vulture also evolved to D rank. Although the vulture king's meat stank, it saved a lot of corpse crystals. Zhao Yun had just finished looking at the 9 vultures when another mournful hiss came from behind him. It was corpse demon Zhang Jia, who had finished the rat king meat, a chestnut, plus the pot of vulture king meat. At this moment, the necromancer's veins rippled all over his body, as if he was about to burst through his skin. Looking more like a zombie than a zombie, his body of fat slowly dried up, visible to the naked eye. The formation of strong and powerful tendon meat, 1 meter 6 height, but also began to rise like crazy. Soon, reached 1 meter 8. His fingernails, which had turned sharp and pointed, were 7 or 8 centimeters long and cold. Corpse demon Zhang Jia's appearance had changed drastically with the completion of his evolution. Zhao Yun's eyelids jumped wildly. A palpitation, if anything, surfaced in his heart. At this moment, facing this corpse demon, he actually felt the pressure as well. Corpse demon, grade D, evolution 100/0, strength 190, agility 185, spirit 3, defense 179, spirit 3, awakening talent, stone. At this moment, if the strengths and weaknesses of the supernatural abilities were not taken into account, the corpse demon, Zhang Jia, had been able to surpass the C-rank little monkey with his D-rank basic attributes. It was only at this moment that Zhao Yun realized why it was rumored in his previous life that the combined strength of a corpse demon could even surpass that of a zombie king. It was important to realize that an E-rank zombie king wasn't able to evolve psychic abilities, whereas a necromancer could. And after reaching level D, although the base attributes of the corpse demon were inferior to the zombie king, he was not only able to devour fresh flesh and blood to evolve, but he was also able to devour corpse crystals, and was even more able to eat transcendent food from humans. Therefore, the speed at which the corpse demon evolved was by no means comparable to that of a zombie king. Just ask, how could a D-class zombie king go into battle with a corpse demon that was several levels higher than it? At this moment, all the contracted beasts, all of them were staring at the corpse demon as if they were enemies, especially the little monkey, which had a wary look in its eyes and seemed to have sensed a threat as a meter-long flame spread across the mountain opening axe. Even Song Xiaodao sensed something, and his eyes narrowed. Nobody move. Zhao Yun mentally transmitted his voice to all the contracted beasts. In fact, he already had some regrets that he shouldn't have let the corpse demon eat the vulture king's meat so quickly. The necromancer is not quite tame, and what it will do next is anyone's guess. Zhao Yun took a step forward, communicating with his spatial ring at all times, ready to take out the rat king claw at any time. Good grandson, Zhao Yun called out tentatively. This time, the corpse demon was still sitting on the ground. The evolution he had just undergone had left him a bit confused, and he slowly raised his head at the words. Under a head of withered, disheveled hair, his face was thin and pale, and the veins under his skin were still vaguely visible. Master, Zhao Yun quietly sighed in relief and squeezed out a kind smile. Good boy. Master is a bit tired. You must be obedient later. The necromancer nodded obediently. Again looking dumbfounded, Zhao Yun was still uneasy, secretly transmitting the little monkey. If he goes berserk later on, immediately decapitate him for me. We can't let him injure the other contracted beasts, and the mutated crops can't have any losses. Got it, master. The little monkey responded. With the strength of the little monkey, with the 3 alien abilities turned on, there was still not much pressure to decimate the current corpse demon. Only then did Zhao Yun walk into the stealth tent. His body still weak. Human's physique, even after becoming evolved, is still inferior to those mutated beasts. Zhao Yun sighed in his heart. For the next 2 days, Zhao Yun nourished his chi and blood in the life space, and he would never easily step out of the life space without recovering to his peak state. When he had time, Zhao Yun went to temper the corpse demons, euphemistically calling it cultivating feelings. With 2 days of feeding, the effect was remarkable, and the necromancer's reliance on him deepened that morning. Zhao Yun felt that his body was almost recovered and looked at the remaining food. With the indentured beasts growing in size, and with a necromancer who could eat more than the indentured beasts, The chestnuts and dried fish had long since run out. With a few 100 pounds of dried rat meat remaining, the crispy ear vegetables were picked and eaten every day. And the 1,000 pounds of stored dried vegetables were left untouched. There is also less than 4,000 pounds of corn left out of over 6,000 pounds. Each day's consumption was a huge number, and Zhao secretly calculated that the remaining food could be eaten for another 4 days at most, still counting the dried crispy ears and the fish in the waterhole. At the end of the day, it's still the agrosite that's most in short supply, and it's time to go out and kill zombies for star crystals. Zhao took all the people and beasts, including the 2 female slaves and the corpse demon, out of the lifespace so that they could also bask in the sun. Just after arriving in the outside world, a boom came from Zhao Yin's ears. It was a waterfall not far away. Zhao Yin, where is this place? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin looked around. The ruined city in front of him was unfamiliar, and it was only then that he could see that the direction from which the roar came was nowhere near any waterfall. Obviously it was a natural huge fountain. Pounds of water gushed out of the ground and shot up into the sky, at least 300 meters high, clattering down, leaving the entire ruined city shrouded in wet vapor. Within the city, how could there be such a large natural fountain? Zhao Ying frowned. He remembered that when he first teleported here the other day, the waterfall hadn't gushed, and he hadn't paid attention to the nearby terrain then. It was so odd. Even in his previous life, 7 years into the end times, he had never heard of the landscape shifting so much anywhere. Zhao Ying, look. Song Xiaodao suddenly pointed to the distance. There's a road there. Is there a survivor base nearby? Zhao Ying looked in the direction Song Xiaodao was pointing, and a winding road, repaired and smooth, led straight into the distance. In the post-apocalyptic world, it's hard enough for survivors to stay alive. Who would build a road here? Could it be built by zombies? Song Xiaodao muttered. Zhao Ying was also surprised. Even if it was an army left over from before the end times, there was absolutely no need to build roads in the middle of the end times. Zhao Ying was out of breath for a while and said, "First, find the survivors in the neighborhood and ask about them. After we know where this place is, where are we going?" Song Xiaodao hugged Zhao Yin's armed eye and her disheveled hair, stained with droplets of water. Her little face was full of tweedledums. She didn't think about as many things as Zhao Ying did, and to Song Xiaodao, every day had been an adventure and a trip. Since following Zhao Ying, she was unattached, and the only thing she cared about was the guy in front of her. He also leaves it to him to think of something, and he just needs to follow along. In an instant, Zhao Ying had a plan. After asking for clarification, continue to Xin City and kill the zombies on the way to get the star crystals. His original destination was the City of Letters, and for Lin Tianfeng's 2 imperial contracted beasts from his previous life, Zhao Ying was determined to obtain them. As the words fell, Zhao Ying walked towards the fountain, intending to see if the water was dry and collect some more into the lifespace. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over and he instinctively stopped in his tracks. Behind him, Song Xiaodao was unprepared and slammed into Zhao Yin's back. "Zhao Yin, what are you doing? Why don't you leave?" At this moment, Zhao Yin's eyes tightened and a layer of sweat unconsciously appeared on his palms. He stared dead ahead at the road he had seen earlier. It was only at this time that I realized that the entire road looked like it had been caused by something crushing, and many of the stones had been crushed by the terrifying pressure, and a horizontal ripple spread throughout the entire road. Why does it look so much like the abdominal scales of a snake? Song Xiaodao also finally realized something. This is not a road. It is clearly a large animal crawling through, crushing the formation of traces. "Just a snake," Zhao Ying said. Song Xiaodao's face instantly turned pale. This road was about 5 meters wide. If it was really a snake, wouldn't the body width be at least 5 meters? How big does that have to be? Without a word, Zhao Ying quickly removed the golden saddle from Old Black's body, as well as the mount helmet from Old Bull's head. "Zhao Ying, what are you going to do?" Song Xiaodao asked. In the next moment, she only felt a flash of light before her eyes and reappeared within the lifespace. Not only Song Xiaodao, all the people and beasts except Xiaobai were put into the lifespace by Zhao Ying. Outside, Zhao Ying put the 2 accelerated mount equipment on for Little White, rolled over, and sat on its back. "Quickly, Little White, use your fastest speed to get out of here." Xiaobai also sensed his master's nervousness. The fleshy wings at his shoulder blades unfolded and flashed violently, his fat body instantly rushing up into the sky. Zhao Ying only felt a fierce wind in his ears and looked down. At the end of that road, 5 kilometers to the east of the ruined city on the outskirts of a colorful python that was slowly crawling. Earth Dragon, Class A Mutant Beast, Strength 718, Agility 845, Physical Strength 525, Defense 850, Spirit 125, Bloodline Talents, Huge, Iron Armor. At the same time, the Earth Dragon also instantly discovered Xiaobai in the sky and immediately raised its terrifying snake head, an ice-cold look in its snake eyes. Hiss dash. Even though they were separated by more than 10 kilometers, Zhao Ying clearly heard the horrifying voice from its mouth. The giant python quickly reversed its shape and its speed exploded as it frantically chased Zhao Yin's way. The huge python, which was close to a kilometer in length, arrived in the city in the blink of an eye, and immediately afterward, leaped up high to pounce on Xiaobai. The size of Zhao Ying and Little White were completely like tiny ants in front of it. Hurry! Zhao Ying felt his hands and feet stiffen. His brain went blank, and he directly took out a bottle of iced tea to pour it down for Xiaobai. In a flash, Little White's speed surged, instantly rushing high into the sky against the direction the giant python's big mouth bit over rapidly. Zhao Ying raised his hand, fully utilizing his thunder system ability. A huge thunderbolt as thick as a bucket rumbled and split on the giant python's head. The python's figure froze, and its bite slowed down a beat as Xiaobai flew by. It also stiffened for just a moment before biting down again. Snap! After the python's big mouth bit the air, it set off a gust of wind with a strong fishy odor, and Xiaobai took advantage of this fishy wind to be faster. In the next moment, the python's terrifying figure plummeted downward rapidly. Zhao Ying couldn't help but look back, and in those huge snake eyes, there was bloodlust and unwillingness. As the python fell and Little White rose into the air, the distance gradually widened, and a feeling of escaping from death rose in Zhao Yin's heart. Boom! The python below landed on the ground and raised a large amount of smoke and dust, followed by the python leaping up again. Only, Xiaobai had already flown up into the clouds. There was still a large distance to go when another thunderbolt struck. After its huge figure froze, it ran out of strength and fell downward rapidly. Hiss! The giant python let out a roar, and with a rumble, it smashed to the ground once again. This time, it didn't leap up again. It just crawled crazily on the ground, following the direction that Little White had left in a hurry to chase after it. Along the way, several buildings that were already crumbling were collapsed and sunk directly by the python, and a leveled road, identical to the previous one, was formed behind the python. At this moment, Zhao Ying was covered in a layer of sweat, and his heart was almost beating in his throat. How could there be an A-class? Where would an A-class come from at this time of the year? Zhao Ying still couldn't believe it was already outrageous enough that he had just met a B-ranked vulture in front of him, but he actually turned his head and ran into an A-ranked one. In his previous life, it was only after 3 years that he heard of something evolving to A-class, but now the end times had just arrived less than 3 months ago. At this point, even Zhao Ying, a reborn person, couldn't figure it out. And this python was also an extremely rare double alien ability. He looked back. The python was still pursuing from below. The difference in level between Xiaobai and it was too great, and it looked like this was not the python's fastest speed, and it still seemed to have power left. And no matter how many times Zhao Ying looked at it, it was still an A grade. Zhao Ying finally accepted that in this world, there were still too many things that he didn't know. In fact, although he had lived a better life than most survivors in his previous life, in the entire apocalyptic world, in the end, he was only a small person. 20 minutes later, Little White didn't know how far he had flown when he suddenly telepathically transmitted his voice. Master, I'm about to run out of energy. Enter the life space to hide. No! Zhao Ying balked. Now is the best chance to leave. In case it squats, there's not much food left in the space, and snakes have the best patience. Can't afford to spend it. If the giant python squatted outside the space for 10 days and half a month, or longer, then Zhao Ying would only be able to kill the giant rats for meat. Zhao Ying took out a piece of compressed cookie, opened the package and stuffed it into Xiaobai's mouth. This snake is class A. It shouldn't be this big in size. It should have been turning on its giganticization ability earlier. Let's spend time with it. Zhao Ying was also fuming. Wasn't it just transcendent materials? He had plenty of them. At this moment, Zhao Ying changed the previous stingy. In the small white speed slowed down, then immediately to its mouth to pour iced tea. When the energy is exhausted, stuffed compressed cookies, until the 9th bottle of iced red tea was poured down and 10 compressed cookies were consumed. The figure of the giant python below gave a violent lurch, and immediately afterward, it rapidly shrunk. Soon, from nearly 1,000 meters long, it shrunk to 300 meters. Its ice-cold eyes were still gazing at Little White and Zhao Ying with resentment. Zhao Ying sighed in relief and patted Little White underneath him. It stopped. Fly slower. Master's guess was right. Stinky Snake was turning on his powers before he chased us down. So big he was pretending. White had been panting for a long time, and with the compressed cookies to replenish her energy, she couldn't hold out much longer, but she was still excited. After flying out for another 50 kilometers, Zhao Ying didn't sense the python chasing after him for a long time. Suddenly, he saw the presence of large temporary stone houses within the ruined city below. Within this ruined city is a large gathering place for survivors. Zhao Ying froze. He had heard countless voices of humans speaking. It was just that, exactly where the dialect belonged to. Zhao Ying couldn't quite understand it. Nowadays, most of the survivors who managed to survive have come out of their shelters in, and as long as they have the opportunity, Many of them choose to look for companions to keep warm once they gathered together and created camps. Security was somewhat guaranteed in the post-apocalyptic world. A power came into being as a result, and some quickly perished, destroyed at the hands of zombies or mutant beasts, or exterminated by other survivor camps. Among these forces, there is also a gradual change in status as the strengths of the survivors are not equal to each other. Gradually moving towards a slave society, it seems that the opening of any civilization cannot escape this cycle of order. Where there are people, there will be rivers and lakes, and where there is power, there is ambition. It was like that in a previous life, and it is still like that in this life. Zhao hadn't heard so many human voices for a long time, and was suddenly a bit uncomfortable, patting Xiao Bai's head. Go down! Whoosh! White accelerated violently and was about to dive in the direction of that stone house. Zhao stopped it. No messing around. I'm going to ask them for information and find a place to land where no one is around. There was a sudden disheveled look on Little White's excited face as he slowly landed towards the outskirts of the city. Zhao stepped on the ground and sensed some more, realizing that the python really didn't catch up again. And only then did he let go of his heart. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhao first brought Little White back to the lifespace. Master! Zhao Yin's figure had just appeared within the lifespace, and the first person to discover Zhao Yin was the foolish corpse demon, who lunged towards Zhao Yin with a loud scream. Good grandson! Don't come over, good grandson! Zhao Yin was startled and hastily raised his hand to stop him. On this necromancer, there was a putrid odor unique to zombies. The first 2 days no amount of washing would remove it. Zhao Yin glanced at the tattered pants he was wearing, hesitated slightly, and took out a set of clean sportswear from within his spatial ring, as well as a pair of clean old liberation shoes. I remember these shoes, or they were stripped from the feet of the cook called Old Sheen. Good grandson, master rewarded you. Go change by yourself. Master has something else. Don't come to disturb. Zhao Yin said. The necromancer grabbed the new clothes and grinned. Master, master. He turned and headed for the cornfield, actually knowing how to cover up. At that moment, Song Xiaodao and a group of mutant beasts all greeted them. Zhao Yin, what exactly happened? Why did you suddenly send us back to lifespace? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin briefly explained the matter, and when everyone heard about the kilometer-long python, they all turned pale. A kilometer long? Just how big does it have to be? Song Xiaodao patted the airfield on his chest. How the hell did it evolve? This was what Zhao Yin was puzzled about, so naturally he couldn't answer her words and continued. Anyway, it's fine now. I'm going to go inquire from those survivors about how to get to the City of Letters, so all of you stay within the life space. I'm going with you. Song Xiaodao hurriedly pulled Zhao Yin's clothes. Zhao Yin frowned, but finally nodded. After entering the city, do not leave my side at will. I know you're worried about me. Song Xiaodao immediately laughed. Don't forget, I'm also a D rank now. Who dares to bully me? Ha! She clenched her small fists. There's no need. No random injuries. Zhao Yin said. This was actually what he was worried about. The purpose of the trip was to spy, not to kill. Zhao Yin only took Song Xiaodao out of the lifespace. After all, humans and mutant beasts were inherently antagonistic. Bringing them into town will only cause unnecessary conflict. That A-class python wasn't too far away from here, and there was no telling when it might suddenly kill. Leave as soon as you get the news you want. The city looked smaller than Roshan City, but a number of buildings had been preserved. Crooked and covered by the same creeping vegetation. Everywhere is full of dilapidation. Cannot see the original appearance of the building? Just vaguely distinguish. Before the end of the world are mostly 2 or 3-story small buildings. It seems that this is a small, remote city. Zhao Yin had a vague bad feeling the pre-apocalyptic Shin city was very prosperous, and there was definitely no such small town nearby. Song Xiaodao clutched the corner of Zhao Yin's coat tightly, holding a chestnut in his hand and gnawing on it, his nose humming softly. The child's mood looked good. As we approached that camp, we could already see people coming and going in the distance. Zhao Yin was slightly taken aback. The crowd looked a little odd. Some of them were wearing kneeling fat tops, torn and bare legs. Some of them are only wrapped in cotton cloth on the lower half of their bodies. All of them are so dark that it is impossible to see their facial features. On the contrary, there were a few women with their costumes still intact. The same fat, not the internet rumor, the famous costume of the 3 countries of the Arakanese? Zhao Yin understood in an instant that this damn thing had teleported to San. 10,000 straw horses, racing through his mind. Zhao Yin only wanted to thwart that heaven-swallowing vulture. The group of men also saw Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao, and 2 of them, the men with their butt cheeks exposed and carrying homemade spears, immediately came this way. The others all looked at Zhao Yin warily and took out the weapons behind their backs. Zhao Yin took a step and signaled Song Xiaodao to stop, quietly waiting for the 2 men to arrive. 2 men stopped far away, and one of them, a middle-aged man with a beard, asked in the international language, Little Days? No, Da Xiaz. Zhao Yin replied in the international language as well. The other man glanced towards Song Xiaodao, and there was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. quietly touching the bearded man with his elbow. Only then did the bearded man look at Song Xiaodao, and the expression on his face changed instantly. All these movements of theirs were seen by Zhao Yun. He wasn't surprised though. In the post-apocalyptic world, women were a sought-after resource in many camps, not to mention that San was already known for her winning ways. If these San had to seek death, Zhao Yun had no choice. One can only begrudgingly hold one's nose and harvest one more resource. Friend of Daxia, tell us what you're here for. Can we help you in any way? The bearded man changed to a smiling face. I'm going back to Daxia and I want to borrow a map. Zhao Yun directly stated his intentions. Zhao Yun just knew that the three kingdoms were in the southwest of Daxia. Many landmarks were gone after the end of the world. And since he didn't really know the world map, he could go the wrong way if he wasn't careful. So in order to return to Daxia as soon as possible, it was necessary to get a map first. Back to Daxia? That's a good idea. The bearded man stroked the beard at the corner of his mouth and mused for a moment. My friend, we have a map. It is within the camp. Please come with us to get it. Zhao Yun nodded. Please lead the way. The two men looked at each other and turned toward the camp. Soon, they met up with the three men and two women waiting there, and a few people gabbled something that Zhao Yun couldn't understand. Both women were carrying sacks, bulging inside, and Zhao Yun could hear breathing coming from inside. Guessing that it might be a common animal they had gone out to hunt, even if it was a pseudo-mutant beast, it wasn't something that these guys could capture. They weren't even evolved. The entire camp was surrounded by a barbed wire fence. Even if it was their protective wall, Zhao Yun came outside of Ironstone and looked up at a sentry tower not far away, where two green men, clutching their rifles, stood guard. They are mainly defending against zombies, and for friends from outside, the camp is very welcoming. The bearded man was worried that Zhao Yun would be frightened by the firearms, so he quickly spoke out to explain. Zhao Yun nodded and stepped away to follow them. Song Xiaodao was still grabbing Zhao Yun's ratskin armor with one hand and gnawing on a chestnut with the other. In the camp, there were thousands of low stone huts, rudimentary and out of shape, casually built with stones, with some thatched roofs. The ground was littered with feces, and the dirt on the road was soaked and loosened by the urine, so that the bearded man in front of him and the others stepped directly on it with their bare feet, leaving deep footprints, and they take it for granted. My friend, it's a lot safer in our sanguine country than in your Daxia. Our kingdom was more developed before the end of the world, and we've had a much better time after the end of the world. The bearded man turned back to Zhao Yun and said, you see how safe our camp is? You Daxia people must be envious. Zhao Yun didn't know where he got his confidence. Before the end of the world, these San always liked to compare with Daxia. All kinds of masturbation. After the end of the world, actually still dog can't change to eat shit. No, I'm not envious. Look, I have pants. Zhao Yun pulled up his ratskin armor, revealing his C-rank suit pants. The pants were straight in the sunlight, and the superb material shimmered with a faint luminescence. The bearded man suddenly stared wide-eyed, looked down and then looked at his bare legs, and then, greed appeared in his eyes. You guys are so rich in Daxia? All Daxia people have pants to wear. Zhao Yun shook the suit pants on his legs. Zhao Yun's sense of family and country had long been worn out in the 7 years of the last world in his previous life, but he was unwilling to hear San despise all Daxia people. He was from Daxia, and his ancestors were also from Daxia. At that moment, a group of children passed between the stone houses, all bare-bottomed and bone-thin. Suddenly, they saw Song Xiaodao, who was nibbling on a chestnut. All the children, dumbfounded, looked at the chestnuts in her hands and couldn't take their eyes off them any longer. Zhao Yun, it stinks. Song Xiaodao wrinkled her nose. San's camp was really too smelly. She could no longer eat the chestnuts in her hand. Seeing that only a small half-bite was left, she casually threw it away right in the middle of a fresh pile of feces. The next moment, all the children came forward and scrambled for it, and one little boy, the closest, made a violent leap and crushed it under his body along with the pile of feces of the other, older child. Picked up a rock straight away and smashed it so hard on the back of the little boy's head that blood poured out. When the bearded man saw this, his face was even more green and white. He rushed up and swung his palm for a while. All the children were all knocked to the ground. Then he turned his head to Zhao Yun and smiled. My friend, these children are low caste, untouchables, not considered real San people. You see, I beat them up, and the children's parents don't dare to mess with me. Several adults rushed over and carried their children away quickly, and no one dared to look at the bearded man more than once. Zhao Yun watched everything with cold eyes, and at this point, had gradually lost patience with the bearded man. Where's the map? Oh, sorry my friend, I almost forgot your business. Please follow me. The bearded man finished, before continuing to step away, gradually walking into the core of the camp, where the stone houses were built even taller. Zhao Yun suddenly saw a huge statue in the center of the camp, and his expression froze slightly. It was a 7 or 8 meter tall, coiled python carved from monolithic obsidian. Earth dragon? Zhao Yun had just escaped from the mouth of that giant python, so how could he not recognize it? Without waiting for him to ask, the bearded man proudly introduced, This is the deity Naga that our camp chief enshrines. You may not believe it when I tell you, my friend. After the end of the world, it's all up to the great god Naga to shelter this camp of ours. After saying this, the bearded man folded his hands and prostrated himself on the ground to bow deeply. Several others knelt down and bowed reverently. Yu Zhaoyin's heart shook. That giant python was a god? Such an absurd thought flickered in his mind. But that giant python's evolutionary speed truly reeked of oddity. After the bearded man finished paying his respects, Zhaoyin asked, Python, oh, where is your snake god? Sure it is sheltering you? Of course gods live where gods should live. The bearded man said mysteriously. Friend, do you really believe it? The Naga god is more than 300 years old. Before the end of the world has existed, all the zombies near the city, it is the Naga god who helped us to eat. All people have seen its magnificent figure. It's the chief. He can communicate with the great god Naga. All we need is some tribute every day and the great god Naga will shelter us forever. Zhao Yin's heart and mind shook violently when he heard this. Existing before the end of the world and already over 300 years old? Although Zhao Yin was still unwilling to believe it, how could the python's evolutionary speed be explained? Even if all the corpse crystals of Agrippa were given to the python to eat, it was unlikely that the zombie would be able to evolve to Class A at its current level. Without waiting for Zhao Yin to ask anything else, the bearded man dodged the sacks behind the two women and said to Zhao Yin, My friend, I will report to the chief, and with his permission you can take the map with you. Please wait here for a moment. After saying that, the bearded man left alone with 2 bags on his back in big strides. The 2 women also left, but the remaining 4 men didn't. Vaguely surrounding Zhao Yin in the center, they don't seem to understand the international language. Jibber-jabbering words that Zhao Yin couldn't understand. However, Zhao Yin was vaguely able to guess that what they were saying was probably telling him not to be anxious and would send him on his way later. Zhao Yin was a bit anxious, worrying that the giant python would kill at any moment, but he had to have an excuse to get some supplies from this group of international friends. Although he used to turn his back on people pretty quickly, he wasn't a bandit after all. At this moment, inside one of the camp's largest stone houses, an obese man in his 50s lay on an animal skin cushion with his arms around 2 young women in one hand. They were slender, all well maintained, covered in snow-white skin and wearing only a layer of muslin. The obese man was Kapil, the leader of the camp, who sat up when he saw the bearded man walk in and asked, Galava, I hear you found another offering for Lord Naga today? With a poof, the bearded man directly threw the 2 sacks on the ground, and with a shake of his hand, 2 young girls whose hands and feet were bound rolled out. Chieftain, with these 2, we are 1 short of 100 tributes for the day. All the maidens in the neighborhood have been offered as tribute to the great god Naga by us recently. These 2 I found by going far away and slaughtering a camp. What? 1 more to go and you dare to come back to me? Kapil's face sank. Galava hastily lowered his head, not daring to meet Kapil's eyes. Chieftain, calm your anger. Listen to me. Just now a Dasha man came outside the door, followed by a young girl, and that Dasha man was wearing a pair of pants. Pants? Yes, similar to the pair of gloves you have. Chief, they both have fluorescent flashes. They're definitely open from the blood-colored stone. Galava said with a curt face. Surprise flowed over Kapil's face. After the end of the world, he got the A-class alien ability, Serving God. The ability is to worship a mutant beast as his master. Then he can communicate with that mutant beast spiritually, and by him using the Servant God's supernatural ability to provide blood food, can make the mutant beast grow up quickly. The higher the quality of the blood food, the faster the mutant beast will grow. The first mutant beast that Kapil found was the python, and he bowed 3 times on the spot, sold himself as a slave, and offered his wife and daughter to it. Later, Kapil created the camp in order to gather more blood food, and to better control the survivors within the camp. Made up the lie that it was the great god of Naga. Kapil found that the flesh of a young girl, other than the flesh of a mutated beast, was the best blood meal. Mutant beast meat was not something he could easily get his hands on, but there were plenty of young girls. Anaconda returned the favor by helping him clear out the nearby zombies and pulling out the indigestible star crystals for Kapil. During these 2 months, Kapil served hundreds of maidens for Monty Python every day, and when the camp ran out of maidens, he went around killing and looting them. The girls in several surrounding cities have been nearly exhausted by his offerings, and lately it's been getting harder and harder to find good blood food due to the mysterious power brought by the servant god. The python had grown to Class A 10 days ago, and now, the 100 young girls per day were no longer enough for its continued evolution, but Kapil was having a hard enough time getting 100 a day, and even 5 days ago, there wasn't a single maiden left in the neighborhood. That python had been showing signs of abandoning him lately. 3 days ago, the python traveled to a city 200 miles away and went off on his own in search of a blood meal, and he communicated several times with no response from the other party. In his haste, Kapil ordered his beloved subordinates to go farther out to kill until today. Zhao Yin arrived. Kapil knew that the python couldn't shelter him forever, and that he himself couldn't possibly provide a superior blood meal. and would have to find another way out now that he was a D-class evolutionary. He had enough equipment for his entire body, only lacking pants and shoes. That Dasha man not only sent the maiden, but also the pants. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him for me, Kapil yelled. He felt it was the refuge of the true gods, otherwise how could what was lacking come? Yes, Chief. Galeva walked out excitedly, and he deliberately didn't tell Kapil that both the Dasha man and the young girl were carrying the same space ring as Kapil's on their hands. The young girl had been eating a food that looked top hungry, even that young girl would throw the food away because it stank. Showing how much food they had within their spatial rings, Kapil wants the pants of the maiden and the man. And as for the 2 space rings, Galeva thought of his daughter, who had been offered out, and his son, who was about to starve to death in the stone house. I have not betrayed the Naga Maharaja and have already offered my daughter. My son cannot starve to death. Zhao lit a cigarette, letting the smell of tobacco mask the stench in the air, and stood in place with Song Xiaodao waiting for a full 3 minutes. At last a rush of footsteps was heard running this way. Coming, he whispered. Zhao, are they trying to rob our food? Nowadays, Song Xiaodao was much smarter than before, not only grabbing food, but also wanting my pants. Zhao said, is he not deliberately showing off his pants to satisfy his excuse to borrow supplies from his international friends? Zhao wasn't black-hearted enough to be that bad after all. It was not within Zhao Yin's rules to exterminate a camp for no reason, to grab some supplies that maybe he couldn't even look at as soon. Hundreds of green and strong men rushed out from the stone houses in all directions and quickly surrounded Zhao and the 2 of them. As Zhao scanned and saw that bearded man right in the center of the crowd, looking at Zhao with a sinister face. What is the meaning of this, my friend? Zhao asked. Any fool knows what is going on at this point, and he is knowingly asking, the bearded man said coldly. Friend, hand over the ring on your hand, and this maiden, and I will let you leave the camp. Oh, this is a robbery? Zhao narrowed his eyes, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face, resembling disdain and ridicule. Unfortunately, the bearded man couldn't see it at all, and said loudly, cut the crap. If you're not willing to hand it over, friend, your life is gone. There's a saying in Dacia. I don't know if my friend has heard of it. It's called that those who rob people will always rob. Zhao murmured in a low voice. What are you talking about? The bearded man was stunned. Zhao stopped talking nonsense and his figure suddenly disappeared from his original spot, and a few seconds later, he reappeared in the same place, only 20 terrifying behemoths suddenly appeared behind him. A 2 or 3 meter tall monkey, a buffalo the size of a locomotive, a large snow-white tiger, a bunch of rats the size of cars, a big scary vulture. At this moment, the bearded man only felt his heart shrinking, his blood struggling to flow, and a suffocation in his chest. Put. The young and strong men beside him, one by one, fell to their knees, all strenuously kowtowing. Greetings to the monkey god, greetings to the bull god. On Zhao Yin's left hand stood Song Xiaodao, and on his right hand stood Right to Sun Corpse Demon. The breeze ruffled his tattered ratskin armor, shaking it slightly, and for a moment it manifested an overwhelming aura. He said indifferently, all contracted beasts, disperse and surround the camp. Kill anyone who dares to escape. Wah! The first to act were the arrow feathers and the 9 vultures, instantly spreading their wings and flying rapidly in all directions of the camp, creating a gale. Immediately afterward, all the contracted beasts acted. Zhao didn't let the contracted beasts kill anyone, mainly because he wanted to train the corpse demons. Today was a good day to find out if this necromancer was any good or not. Zhao patted the corpse demon's head. Good grandson, kill all of these youths for me, and if anyone else in the camp dares to resist, kill them all as well. Although the necromancer retains the memories of his former self, his bones are already inclined towards the zombie. Bloodthirsty and cruel, although corpse demon Zhang Jia had low intelligence, he was at least a corpse demon. Zhao Yin's words fall. Roar! Corpse devil Zhang Jia instantly from a good boy, transformed into a terrible monster. His face, veins suddenly bulging, dead fish-like eyes, more and more miserable. The nails on the hands, instantly crazy rise. He violently rushed into the crowd, his 5-foot-long fingernails, like 5 indestructible blades, transforming into residual shadows along the way and swinging wildly. In an instant, the 100 green men kneeling on the ground were slaughtered, including the bearded man among them. This time, there are hundreds of young strong people in the camp rushed to the side with weapons, and then the moment everyone saw the corpse demon, all subconsciously stopped in their tracks, and their legs went weak for a while. Roar! Corpse demon Zhang Jia let out a roar and violently rushed toward them. Zhao Yin was satisfied with the performance of the corpse demon. Using him to kill people was a lot easier than training both Song Xiaodao and Little Monkey in the first place, and he was born to be a killing tool. 20 indentured beasts were on the outskirts of the camp, and also launched a killing spree. These San were all brainwashed by their Naga Maharaja and resisted fiercely. The Little Monkey's flame powers set many stone houses on fire. Crying, wailing, and begging for mercy resounded. With the sea of fire, the whole camp, like a hell on earth. Zhao held Song Xiaodao's hand, and in the breeze, he slowly stepped away, heading straight for the largest building in the center of the camp. There, it would be where the camp chief lived, and the fattest place in the whole camp. If there really is a map, it should be there. The place where Kapil lived was more luxurious than all the stone houses in the camp put together, with walls of stone built tightly together and a roof constructed from a single sheet of pre-apocalyptic steel tiles. The outside of the door was also specially paved with green stone steps, which were cleaned spotlessly, and the stench of the camp's outskirts could never reach here. Zhao holding Song Xiaodao's small hand, slowly picking up the steps, not too fast and not too slow. What happened? At that moment, Kapil's eyes widened as he pushed the prostrate woman under his fat belly out of the way. Just now the Lord told Galava to kill that Dasha man. The woman whispered a reminder. Kapil then realized that since the other man owned a pair of transcendent pants, he proved that he had at least killed a walker. Not to mention, he was able to bring a teenage girl here. Therefore, it was likely that that Dasha person was also an evolutionary. And within this camp, due to Kapil's stinginess and paranoia, an evolved person has never been produced. In the past, he didn't need evolvers when he was sheltered by the python. But at this time, someone is attacking the camp. Kapil's face grimaced, and with a nimble speed that shouldn't belong to a fat man, he quickly rose from the ground, pulled up a sheet to wrap around his lower half, and with a shake of his hand, a deranked mountain opening axe appeared in his hand. My lord, you are too. A woman crawled to Kapil's feet and was just about to say something. Kapil kicked her out of the way. Fuck off. Immediately afterward, he crashed through the gate. Zhao Yin's footsteps lurched and looked at the fat man who rushed out. Human male, ability awakened, class D evolutionary. Evolution level 100/76, strength 67, agility 62, physical strength 40, mental strength 35. Life countdown, 79,963 days. Zhao also froze, not thinking that the other party was actually an alien as well, and the other party had mastered a very high level of psychic ability, at least A rank, otherwise his eye of true vision wouldn't have been able to see what kind of psychic ability it was. It was just that the other party's evolutionary level obviously had a lot of water in it, and none of the potential above the E level had been developed. Seek death. Kapil saw the miserable state of the camp, and Zhao Yin, with a Daxian face, immediately understood what was going on. He waved his mountain opening axe, and he slashed at Zhao Yin. Boom. In the next moment, a bucket-thick thunderbolt suddenly descended from the sky and split on Kapil's head. Capleton stiffened at once, followed by the rise of green smoke and a smell of roasting meat, spreading through the air. That body of fat, directly burnt by the terrible thunder. 2 seconds later, the charred, blackened human form collapsed with a bang. It fell to the ground and turned into ashes all over the place, which the breeze gently blew away. Zhao Yin froze. Song Xiaodao also froze. Zhao Yin, no more? The leader of the camp. How can he be such a dish? Zhao Yin was also a bit embarrassed. He usually taught Song Xiaodao not to be so rude, but he himself had accidentally slashed an alien to death with a single strike. Damn fat pig. Zhao Yin cursed just now. After he saw that his opponent was a high-level exalt, he struck out with all his might at the first opportunity. Not knowing the strength of the other party's psychic ability, the safest way is to strike first. How did I know the skin was so brittle? Zhao Yin said innocently. What should I do then? I don't want to stay in Agua. It stinks here. Song Xiaodao beamed. Splitting a fat pig doesn't split the map. Go, follow me in to find it, Zhao Yin said, stepping forward to pick up the mountain opening axe. And suddenly, a pitch-black spatial ring, which had fallen off his finger that had turned into ashes, rolled down the steps. It just happened to bump into Song Xiaodao's big-headed leather shoes. Space ring. Song Xiaodao was surprised and bent down to pick it up, handing it to Zhao Yin. Here, let's see what's good. Zhao Yin took it and probed it, finding that it was also a Class A with a capacity of 10 square meters. Immediately afterward, when Zhao Yin got a good look at the items inside, his breath hitched. I thought there wasn't much good stuff in this shabby camp, but I didn't realize that the space ring inside. 5 pieces of sandwich bread, 7 pieces of compressed cookies, 2 bottles of F-rank evolution potion, 1 bottle of E-rank evolution potion, 1 bottle of D-rank evolution potion. There were a full 104 bottles of Farmer's Bounty. On top of that, there are 16 unopened star crystals. 14 pieces of F-class equipment and 4 pieces of E-class equipment. The rest are ordinary household goods, men's and women's style clothes from the agri-state, toiletries, and 6,000 pounds of moldy rice. Hindu god Bai, little blue piece, hobby NEI, all kinds of odd props. Scent. A smile appeared on Zhao Yin's face. What he was currently lacking the most was Nongfu Shanquan, and he didn't expect to get so much at once. Knowing that 2 bottles of Nongfu Shanquan can ripen a corn and produce roughly 250 pounds of grain, 104 bottles of Nongfu Shanquan are enough to produce 13. 000 grains for Jiaoyin. In addition to the 2 female slaves who can only eat ordinary fish, 20 indentured beasts, 4 mouths, plus a necromancer. To save some, a day probably consumes 700 or 800 pounds of food. It was enough to sustain Jiaoyin for a while. It was just that Jiaoyin was wondering that the transcendent food in the spatial ring was not proportional to the non-fusion spring. Where did all the other transcendental food go? His spirit shook and he immediately headed towards the stone house. Oh, help! Jiaoyin had just walked into the stone house when he saw 2 white women, who, covered only with a layer of pink muslin, embraced each other and cowered in the corner. Both women had snowy skin, erect and delicate, and because of the presence of that layer of tulle, the aesthetically pleasing waistline became more and more alarming. Jiaoyin looked at one of them and suddenly felt something familiar. Isn't that BDY, the famous movie and TV guy from before the end times? Before the screen, she could sing and dance and was pure, but I didn't realize that after the end of the world, she was actually so open. However, Jiaoyin quickly collected his thoughts and averted his gaze from the 2 women. Rummaging around the stone house, the big box that might hide the transcendental treasures was directly overturned by him, and it was full of gold, silver, jade, all kinds of artifacts, and a pile of at least $3 million. Inside the other box, all the 2 women's supplies, clothes, cosmetics, designer bags, anti-wipes. Jiaoyin collected them all, not caring if they were useful or not. There was plenty of free space within his life space anyway. In the end, Jiaoyin didn't find the transcendent food, much less see the map. Jiaoyin looked at the famous movie man and asked, "Where is the transcendent food? And the map?" The filmmaker was in tears, gibbering and terrified. Jiaoyin, however, couldn't understand a single word. He grabbed her by the neck and blushed, "Don't play dumb with me." It's only then that the filmmakers remembered to use the international language. At first, Kapil didn't realize that there was a more important utility to those transcendental foods, and they were all eaten by him as ordinary food. The only thing that was left was the agua fresca, and because it didn't taste much different from regular water, Kapil kept it. Later, Kapil was in other camps and met a scrying alien before he realized the importance of transcendental food. But unfortunately hundreds of star crystals had been spoiled for him. Hundreds of star crystals? Where did he get them? Jiaoyin asked. Kapil was the only evolved person in the camp. There's no way that brittle guy could have killed that many walkers with his strength. Next, the filmmaker informs Jiaoyin that Kapil's psychic ability is to serve the gods, and that he uses the blood and flesh of young girls to offer the python. It was the python that ate all the zombies in the neighborhood and excreted 500 star crystals to Kapil. Where's the map? Jiaoyin asked. There's no map. We don't have anything. It's all a damn Galeva lie. Please spare us. The filmmaker pleaded with tears in his eyes. The other woman plopped down on her knees. Sir, we were all coerced by the damn Kapil. Please, please. Both women were tearful and pitifully looking at Jiaoyin. The filmmaker put his hand directly to Jiaoyin's pants. I can do everything you want to do. I'll do Nima. Jiaoyin cursed. Bang. He kicked the movie and TV man out, slammed him into the wall, and slid back down. The filmmaker coughed out a large mouthful of blood and looked at Jiaoyin in pain, his eyes glowing with fear. There weren't many men who didn't like this body of hers, both pre- and post-apocalyptic, but the man in front of me was so desperate. Let me, Jiaoyin, go drink sans foot washing water? Not relieved. Jiaoyin rushed up and kicked again. These 2 women were fine-skinned and looked like they hadn't been favored by Kapil much in their day. They were at least at peace with themselves and had been enjoying the comforts that Kapil had traded blood for. Jiaoyin was not a good person, but he had never liked villains. After beating up the movie and TV people, Jiaoyin looked at the other woman. What city in Agri is this? And how do I get to Daxia? You know? This is Sura City. I don't know how to get to Daxia. The woman replied carefully. Snap. Jiaoyin slapped the woman across the face, sending her flying, and he turned around to collect the unknown beast skins on the ground, and the 2 boxes of unused condoms as well. Only then did Jiaoyin leave the stone house with song shout out. At this point, throughout the camp, the killing had stopped. Half the stone houses were ablaze, and the smells of smoke, feces, and blood mixed together. There were only a few women and children that hadn't been killed by the necromancers and contracted beasts. They were all driven under the giant python sculpture by the indentured beasts, and all of them shivered as they looked at the approaching Jiaoyin. Corpse demon Zhang Jia immediately ran towards Jiaoyin with great strides. Master, good grandson. Jiaoyin nodded and flipped his hand over and fished out a corncob and handed it to him. The necromancer immediately nibbled away, a happy smile on his face as he pointed in a certain direction. Master, there were dozens of bodies of young and strong men there. You want those bodies? Jiaoyin froze. The corpse demon immediately nodded his head and grinned, pointing at the space ring on Jiaoyin's hand. Jiaoyin looked at the corpse demon's smiling face and only felt his stomach roll. Only then did it occur to me that the favorite food of necromancers was the flesh and blood of human survivors. I'm a human being too. One day in the future when you're hungry, are you going to eat me too? The corpse devil was stunned, looked at Jiaoyin, and then looked at the corpses. His eyes, slowly had a change. Soon, a kind of bloodlust flowed out. He seemed to have just realized that Jiaoyin was also human. It's not that different from those foods. Snap! Jiaoyin slapped the corpse demon's head and chortled. You're going to eat me? The bloodlust in the corpse demon's eyes suddenly disappeared. Holding his head and squatting on the ground, whimpering and crying, shaking his head vigorously. Whoops! Master! In the future, cannibalism must be abstained from, Jiaoyin shouted, followed by a turn of phrase, I will provide you with better food. But if I find out that you're a cannibal, I won't be your grandfather anymore. As for more desperate words, Jiaoyin did not say them. He was worried that if he really broke the corpse demon's heart, the other party would probably defect. A child should be educated slowly, and a human being should definitely not be allowed to eat. Jiaoyin was worried that one day he would wake up with his head gone and be eaten by his good grandson. If it really comes to the day when he can't be educated, Jiaoyin will screw him again. When the corpse demon heard this, fear immediately spread across his face, and he plopped down on his knees, thumping his head to Jiaoyin. Master! Jiaoyin raised his hand to gently caress the corpse demon's head, changing his tone to a kind one and asked, Does it hurt? The corpse demon immediately looked at Jiaoyin and shook his head vigorously. His disheveled hair, like a rattle. Jiaoyin mimicked the tone of the former neighborhood doorman grandpa, said, Grandpa is not to beat you, is education. The tree does not cut branches, not material. People do not educate, not a weapon. Grandpa are for your own good. The corpse demon nodded his head. These words, Zhang Shugua had also said to him before. So you still eat people? Jiaoyin asked. The necromancer shook his head vigorously. Master! Only then was Jiaoyin satisfied, and said in a serious tone, Remember your promise to Master. No more cannibalism in the future. After saying that, Jiaoyin bent down and helped the corpse demon up from the ground. The necromancer giggled happily. Master! At this time, Song Xiaodao asked, Jiaoyin, what should we do with these people? I'll go kill them. Jiaoyin turned back to the group of women and children. Earlier his order was to kill all those who resisted. These people did not resist. Let them fend for themselves. After Jiaoyin finished speaking, he waved his hand and all the contracted beasts all came towards Jiaoyin. He led the indentured beast towards the outside of the camp. The map didn't get it, but it did get a lot of supplies. And it was the group of San who got themselves killed. After exiting the camp, Jiaoyin thought about sending all the people and beasts back to the life space. Except for Xiaobai. He rolled over and sat on the golden saddle on Little White's back and said, Little White, fly northeast. Stop when you meet a dense necropolis. Let's kill zombies on the way to get the star crystals. In the end of the world, where is not alive? To return to Daxia, but also just still attached to the homeland. Without a map, Jiaoyin searched for his own way home, and although it delayed some time, he could also kill zombies on the way to grow his strength. Little White was immediately excited to be able to carry his master around the sky again. The huge fleshy wings slowly opened and flapped violently. A gust of wind blew through, and the huge white cat carried Jiaoyin straight into the sky, heading northeast. After 10 minutes or so, it left the boundaries of the city of Sura, and another ruined city appeared below. Jiaoyin soon discovered the survivor camp here. Looking down from the sky, the camp looked larger than Kapil's camp, with the same cluster of stone huts and fortifications built around it. Vaguely, Jiaoyin saw rocket launchers, tanks, and helicopter gunships in the camp. This is actually a military camp of the ASS. Only Jiaoyin didn't see a single silhouette, not even a single zombie. The weapons were all in disrepair as well, as if they had been destroyed by something. There's something odd. Little White, fly slower, Jiaoyin commanded. Kahaku immediately slowed down, and his altitude was reduced. Jiaoyin finally got a good look at the camp. There were corpses all over the camp. Not survivors left behind, but zombies that had their heads blown off. Apparently, this camp was overrun by walkers, and all the survivors were turned into walkers. And the ones who got their heads blown off during the battle stayed here forever. It's just that Jiaoyin didn't sense the aura of a zombie that could still move. Go down and take a look, Jiaoyin commanded. Little White slowly descended towards the camp and landed in the middle of the camp. As Jiaoyin walked down, he took a careful look around to make sure there was no danger before walking towards one of the stone houses. The stone house is clean and tidy, with all the military living items still inside, and a lot of military rations piled up in the corners. Canned food, self-heating rice, compressed cookies. Jiaoyin casually unscrewed a box of canned food. A putrid smell hit his face, and immediately put it down. Military rations are superior to ordinary food and have not escaped the unknown energies of Armageddon. He was more and more certain of his earlier suspicion that these soldiers were not leaving prepared. They didn't even bring food with them, so I'm afraid they're really dead. An army of tens of thousands of people. With their strength, there should be quite a few evolved people after the end of the world. Those rocket launchers and tanks. There's absolutely no problem dealing with F-class zombies. Just how huge a horde of corpses is it that can wipe out an army like this? Zhao simply stopped thinking about it and released all the people and beasts within the lifespace. Go move all the supplies from the camp to the clearing outside the gate. All the men and beasts moved immediately, going from stonehouse to search point 3 hours later. The spoiled military rations piled up into a small mountain in front of Zhao. About 400,000 to 500,000 units, although badly deteriorated. These military rations are still unavailable in the eyes of many survivor camps. Zhao put it all away. 2,000 large pots for cooking, water scoops, vegetable pots, dinner plates and so on, tens of thousands of sets. They were all military items, and any one of them was of much better quality than those used by Wu Shuegue. Put it all away. There are probably 10,000 sets of quilts, sheets, coolers, and pillows as well, and things used by the military don't count as very dirty to put away. Let the 2 slave girls take their time to wash it. They have nothing to do anyway. 10,000 sets of military clothing, 10,000 pairs of military boots, and 30,000 pairs of military socks. Although they were all used by San, Zhao did not care in the slightest, and immediately threw off the worn-out shoes on his feet and replaced them with military boots. Zhao said to Wu Shuegue and the others, "You guys can pick whatever you want to use these things. You don't need to report to me. Thanks for the reward, boss." Wu Shuegue and the others were overjoyed and immediately went up to look for their sizes. Wang Xiaolei's eyes narrowed with a smile as she clutched 2 sets of military uniforms and boots in the smallest sizes. Even the 2 slave girls had smiles on their faces. Their previous clothes had been confiscated by Zhao, and they hadn't changed for days. Zhao put everything away and walked towards the last pile of guns and ammunition. More than 3,000 rifles and pistols, and 2 bazookas that still work. Hundreds of boxes of various bullets, grenades, rockets, 7,000 empty ammunition boxes, destroyed helicopter gunships, tanks, countless guns and artillery of all kinds. It was already difficult for these ordinary firearms to be much lethal against zombies of E-class or above. Only grenades and rockets were still somewhat useful, but they were also at best against zombies and mutant beasts below D level. 3 days ago, there was an ordinary zombie that evolved to level E. It won't be long before a large number of E-classes will appear in the horde, and the zombies that have devoured the star crystals will all evolve to class D. As for the zombie kings, their evolutionary speed couldn't be judged by common sense, but was assessed based on the amount of star crystals they devoured and their potential. The same zombie king may evolve into different levels and different strengths. In his previous life, some people had thought of chopping off the arms and legs of ordinary zombies, and then using a large number of star crystals to cultivate them into zombie kings, with the aim of getting more zombie king star crystals, but it turned out to be no use at all. It was later concluded that the only zombies that were zombie kings were those that had devoured multiple star crystals on the night of the zombie outbreak after the meteorite rain stopped. They could always devour star crystals and evolve at a faster rate, but then the ordinary zombies, and then go to devour the star crystal, although still can be extremely fast growth and strength, but never to the real zombie king of that height, and the body of the star crystal also does not count as zombie king star crystal. Zhao put away his thoughts and put away several boxes of grenades and rockets, as well as 2 rocket launchers. As for the other weapons, Zhao didn't move. Even if they were molten iron, they weren't as useful as the meteorites that could be found everywhere on the ground. After sweeping this military camp clean, Zhao took all the people and beasts and returned to the Liffyspace.by. This time, large quantities of supplies had filled most of the space that had been added just the day before. You too, clean all these supplies, Zhao instructed the 2 female slaves. The 2 female slaves glanced at the mountain peak and both instantly revealed bitter faces. Zhou Lily bowed slightly and said breathlessly, "Understood, master." At this moment, Zhao suddenly remembered that he seemed to have given Wu Shuegue a bottle of evolution potion. Human male, class F evolutionary, evolution level 100/0, strength 16, agility 14, physical stamina 16, mental stamina 13. Life countdown, 22,953 days. Boss, what do you want? Wu Shuegue met Zhao Yin's gaze and immediately took a step towards him. At this moment, Zhao Yin's spirit, locked onto a bottle of Class D healing potion within his spatial ring, fell into hesitation. Nowadays, he still had 4 bottles of D-ranked healing potions, and it wasn't impossible to take out 1 bottle. If he gave it to Wu Shuegue, the old cripple, with that lame leg, would immediately be able to recover and would be able to do things much more easily. But in the end, Zhao Yin withdrew his spiritual power inside in his heart. Wu Shuegue is an outsider after all. Zhao Yin took out all the non-fuse anquan and asked Wu Shuegue, "Know how to ripen corn?" "I know." Wu Shuegue nodded. He saw that Zhao Yin had hyped it up and only needed to pour the non-fuse and spring down. In fact, there was no need to water the agrimony. 10 days had passed, and the corn seedlings had grown much taller, and the entire life space was now vibrant with life. But Zhao Yin needed food at the moment and couldn't wait that long. "I'll leave the food to you." After finishing his speech, Zhao Yun left Nong Fu Shanquan behind and walked towards the stealth tent alone, within the spatial ring he had just obtained. There were still 16 star crystals that he hadn't had time to open earlier for fear that the python would chase him to Kapil's camp at any moment. With a flip of his hand, Zhao Yun took out the 16 star crystals and directly opened them all. A white light, on the woolen carpet in front of him, rises and annihilates 3 bottles of non-fusanquin, 2 pieces of sandwich bread, 1 bottle of iced tea, 2 pieces of compressed cookies, 1 piece of instant noodle, 1 piece of yellow peach, butterfly knife, 1 bottle of Class D healing potion, military pants, grade F. Extraordinary defense equipment. Sturdy 15. Agility 5, machete, grade E, type transcendent weapon. Sturdy 23. Attack 27. Additional effect swing strength plus 10, wolf's tooth rod, grade D, type transcendent weapon. Sturdy 54. Attack 52. Attachment effect strength plus 20, burst arrow, grade B, type of transcendental weapon. Attack 520. With the effect of hitting the target after the burst effect, covering the range of 50 meters around the indiscriminate attack. Remarks, disposable weapons. Disappear after bursting. The uniform pants and machete were not opened before Zhao Yun looked away. The machete was trash to him now. Military pants are a rare commodity. And as you know from having seen Kapil's camp, pants are the hardest piece of transcendent equipment to open. Even Zhao Yun himself adjusted pants to wear. 16 star crystals opened a full 5 pieces of equipment. And there was a B-rank explosive arrow among them. Zhao Yun was happy and couldn't help but smile. Last time, he killed a C-ranked vulture king with a single arrow. And even a B-ranked Tonto vulture was wounded. The power of this kind of arrow is visible. After Zhao Yun put away all the supplies, he took out a bottle of Class D evolution potion. This is what he's been waiting for. I didn't expect to get it in such a way. Obviously, there was a whole set of evolutionary potions ranging from F rank to D rank. And yet, to the point of death, he was still the strength of an ordinary evolver. Stupid pig. Letting go of the treasure mountain without realizing it. Zhao Yun tilted his head and gulped, directly pouring it down. A sweet taste melted away in his mouth, and immediately afterward, it turned into a blazing flame flowing into his abdomen, and the majestic energy, boiling up in his body. A few hours later, Zhao Yun opened his eyes. Human male, ability awakened, Class D evolutionary, evolution level 100/0, strength 172, agility 179, physical strength 143, mental strength 240, talent Class B shooting, life countdown, 289,963 days. Zhao Yun looked at his palms, his skin getting whiter and more delicate, and clenched his fists, feeling the majestic power that instantly flowed within his arms. His strength today, not counting his combat powers, was a step above the C-ranked little monkey. Of course, the little monkey had never gotten enough high-level mutant beast blood and flesh to help it develop its potential, and when it had just evolved to rank D, Zhao Yun had it then promoted to rank C. There is a lot of potential behind it that can be exploited. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, was a D rank with a full set of evolutionary potions to open up his potential. If humans can get a full set of evolution potions, they are actually no worse than mutant beasts. Zhao Yun had this realization at this moment. There were just a few evolvers who could get a full set of evolutionary potions in the previous life. Even for the high-level Alterans, most of them hadn't waited for the full amount of evolution potions in order to raise their strength as quickly as possible. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, an extra bit of strength is an extra bit of hope for survival. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Zhao Yun walked out of the stealth tent. The indentured beasts were sleeping outside their tents, sprawled out, snoring loudly. Song Xiaodao had also changed into a San military uniform at some point, and the 2 little girls with Wang Xiaolei were looking at the shadow against the water pool. The 2 female slaves were cleaning the bedding on the other side of the waterhole, while Wu Shuegue pushed an exaggeratedly large stone mill to polish the freshly ripened corn into powder. Master! Again! It was Corpse Demon Isuan who was the first to spot Zhao Yun and immediately leapt at him with a leap of faith. It seemed the bastard had been waiting outside the door. Zhao Yun hurriedly pointed at Wu Shuegue. Go! Find the old cripple to play with. The corpse demon's footsteps lurched as it looked blankly at Zhao Yun, seemingly sensing his master's dislike as well, and his emotions were lowered. Zhao Yun's voice slowed down. Good boy. Master has to go get food for you and can't play with you. It's not that I'm disliking you. The necromancer's expression was then happy. Master. Well, good grandson. Go play by yourself. Zhao Yun's casual perfunctory. Only then did the necromancer leave, bored, jumping into a pool of water, grabbing a live fish and placing it in his mouth to nibble on it, eating it with a mouthful of blood. When Wu Shuegue and Song Xiaodao realized that Zhao Yun had come out, they immediately both dropped everything and walked towards Zhao Yun. Boss, you didn't come out to eat at noon. Dagger asked me to keep lunch for you. I'm going to heat it up for you. Don't bother. Let the leftovers be eaten by the necromancers. I'll eat them tonight, Zhao Yun said. You can't starve with one less meal. Zhao. Going out again? Song Xiaodao hugged Zhao. Fearing that he would leave the lifespace in the next second, Zhao gently knocked the child's head. No clinging, stay within the lifespace. Song Xiaodao raised her small mouth and said in an aggrieved voice, I want to be with you. She clung to Zhao Yin's arm and wouldn't let go. Zhao Yin had a bit of a headache, and took out a box of cosmetics from within her spatial ring. A big brand name used by the film people and their girls. Sent you. Really, give it to me? Song Xiaodao immediately took the cosmetics, and his tiny body squatted down, placing it on the ground and opening it to look through it. Zhao Yin took advantage of her inattention and reached out, taking Little White out of the lifespace. Outside, still inside the military camp, Zhao Yin charged up into the sky on Little White. Soon, flying out of the ruined city, a wasteland appeared below. This should be the farmland before the end of the world. All the villages in the vicinity, no trace of them could be seen anymore. Eye in his ears, the wind was howling. Zhao Yin gazed at the desolate world in front of him. Whichever kingdom was once prosperous, it disappeared and became the dust of history. 20 minutes later, a ruined city reappeared below, sparsely populated with a few crumbling buildings scattered throughout the city. Looking down from above, the lush green vegetation, covering everything, was vibrant with accompanying bleakness. The gusts of wind blowing in Zhao Yin's ears seemed to turn into whimpering cries of grief. There were no survivors gathered in the ruins, and when the end times came, the city, all the humans, all died and perished. Only, Zhao Yin didn't see a single zombie either, and in general with the last ruined city, the entire world was dead silent. Where did all the zombies go? Zhao Yin was puzzled in his mind. Soon, White leapt over the city, and the wilderness reappeared below, all the way to the northeast. Within 3 hours, Zhao Yin passed by 4 ruined cities, and there were still no people or zombies. What the hell is going on? Zhao Yin's heart, inexplicably, beat wildly with a vague sense of unease. With regard to the post-apocalyptic Ugwa country, Zhao Yin in his previous life didn't have the slightest understanding of it, and everything about this place reeked of eccentricity. It doesn't seem to belong to the same world as Daxia. Finally, after Xiaobai flew for another half hour, Zhao Yin finally heard the corpse roar, and as Xiaobai approached, it gradually became deafening, densely connected and endless. From afar, Zhao Yin saw the huge group of corpses, and even at high altitude, he couldn't see the end at a glance. Even the ant colony before the end of the world could not be compared to this group of zombies. Zhao Yin couldn't even estimate the exact number, just what he could see from his vision. There were 3 to 4 million zombies. Zhao Yin sucked in a mouthful of cold air and hurriedly instructed Little White, slow down and go around these corpses. Never get close, much less fly over them. Zhao Yin remembered something from his previous life. Within Daxia, a year after the rise of the Zombie King, at that time, many zombie kings had evolved to level B and had the ability to summon zombies in large numbers, building a terrifying zombie kingdom. That's when the real hard times for mankind will come. Once the zombies had the command of an intelligent unit, with their huge numbers and strength, they were simply no match for humans and mutant beasts. On the Agua side, there's already a B-class zombie king today? Zhao Yin's face was gloomy. It's not out of the realm of possibility. The 3 countries of Agua used to be more densely populated than Daxia, and the zombies would naturally evolve at a faster rate. In this post-apocalyptic world where transcendental civilization has opened up, anything is possible. Just like the sky-swallowing vulture, like the python. Thinking of the python, Zhao Yin immediately saw it. The kilometer-long python, half of its body standing upright, was being surrounded by endless zombies in the center. Each scale was crawling with zombies, and from a distance, it looked like a mountain of writhing corpses. It swung its body frantically, and with each stroke hundreds of zombies were crushed into mush. But there were so many zombies that they filled the void in an instant. Zhao Yin suddenly remembered the saying, many ants bite the elephant. He finally realized why he hadn't seen a single zombie all the way through the flight. It turned out that a B-class zombie king had really appeared and summoned all the zombies to come here to fuck up this giant python. Soon, Zhao Yin saw a small black dot in front of the python. It was a skinny zombie with bone wings growing from its back, flying in the air, leveling with the python. Every time the python turns around and attacks the zombies below, the skinny zombies rush closer, their sharp claws leaving scars on the python's body, and the python returns to attack the skinny zombies, which immediately flee in a hurry by virtue of their flying speed. At this time, the python's body had long been covered with wounds, revealing the flesh and blood inside, and countless zombies were lying on its body and gnawing on it. Hiss fizzle, fizzle dash. A mournful cry came out from the python's mouth. It had already had the intention of retreating and wanted to leave, but the skinny zombie didn't give it a chance at all. Zhao Yin opened the eye of true sight to the skinny zombie. A female zombie, Class B, Evolution 100/0, Strength 650, Agility 840, Defense 735, Spirit 63, Awakened ability, Bone Change. It's a female B-class zombie king. On her, Zhao Yun couldn't see the slightest trace of femininity. On the contrary, he could see the B-class clearly, and the overall attributes, compared to that A-class python, were not much worse. If this zombie king and python hard fight, who will die is not certain, but the other zombie king will summon minions. Python this time dead. Land down. Quick, we can't let that zombie king find out. Zhao Yun hurriedly ordered, even though they were separated by a dozen kilometers. Zhao Yun felt the terrifying pressure in his heart skipped a beat. Xiaobai immediately landed sharply downwards. This place was about 3 kilometers away from the edge of the corpses. After landing, Zhao Yun immediately poured a bottle of iced tea into Xiaobai's mouth, urging it to grasp deeper into the place. However, right at this moment, the zombie king in the sky suddenly turned his head to look over. Zhao Yun immediately felt a chill down his back and hastily patted Little White's head, bringing it into the life space. In the next moment, the zombie king felt Zhao Yun disappear, and appeared in his dead fish-like eyes. Soon, its attention was drawn back to the python. A few seconds later, Zhao Yun and Xiaobai reappeared in the same spot, and Zhao Yun lowered his voice and ordered, "Quickly, bypass this wave of corpses. We must leave before the python dies." A flying zombie king. Zhao Yun couldn't find any way to deal with it. Xiaobai noiselessly turned on his haste ability and weaved his way through the grass, and after 5 minutes, he reached the other end of the corpse tide, and Zhao Yun looked back to see that the python had run out of energy. The huge size of the body was shrinking rapidly. Hiss, hiss. It had a mournful cry from its mouth, like it was crying. How much high-level mutant beast meat does this yield? Zhao Yun smacked his lips in pity. As a result, they were all fed to the zombies, and after that zombie king ate such a large class A mutant beast, I wonder if it would be able to evolve to class A as well. Thinking of this, Zhao Yun immediately urged Little White, "Quickly, faster." White clenched his tail in a deadly frenzy, and a look of fear crossed the cat's face. That zombie king was putting so much pressure on it. It was a nemesis. After running out another 10 kilometers in one breath, Zhao Yun made sure that the zombie king could no longer sense himself, and only then did he command Little White to stop. When he looked back, the python had already been overwhelmed by the tide of corpses, and the zombie king in the sky had landed. That's when Zhao Yun's brain worked again. Just now he could see clearly that the python had killed hundreds of thousands of zombies before dying. How many corpse crystals must there be? And how many star crystals? The zombie king would devour the star crystals in the brains of his dead subordinates, but not the corpse crystals. It's not too much to ask to pick up the slack, is it? Little White, go back to the life space. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Yun immediately brought Little White into the life space. He wasn't going to leave. You can pick up corpse crystals when the tide of corpses leaves. Hundreds of thousands of zombies, many of them class E, even class D. One wave might be enough for him to evolve from AD to AC. Bad egg Zhao Yun. You actually lied to me. You bad. Song Xiaodao's eyes were red. Obviously, having just cried, Zhao Yun wasn't in the mood to pay attention to her and sat down on his butt on the roots of a chestnut tree. He again regretted the boa constrictor's meat, and the star crystal that was about to be devoured by the zombie king. With his character of jerking off a handful of feathers even when the geese flew over his head, how could he be willing to not even drink the soup? Song Xiaodao, Old Wu, Zhou Lily, Zhou Dandan, all of you come here. Zhao Yun waved to everyone. Several people immediately walked towards Zhao Yun, and even Song Xiaodao could see that something was wrong with Zhao Yun and reluctantly walked in front of him. Boss, master. Zhao Yun talked about what had just happened, then asked, "Many hands make light work. Let's all think of a way to get those star crystals and python meat?" Everyone looked at Zhao Yun like he was crazy. Even an A-class mutant beast was easily killed by that group of zombies. Shouldn't he have stayed away at the first opportunity? Anyone else would have gone as far as they could. Boss, it's too dangerous. All of us and the beast, together, aren't enough for a few attacks from that zombie king, Wu Shuegue said after hesitating. Zhao Yun, it's too risky. Song Xiaodao also said. Wang Xiaolei and the 2 slave girls were silent and didn't speak among them. Wang Xiaolei was already timid and hadn't seen much of the world, and Zhao Yun didn't intend to let her come up with any ideas. Zhou Dandan was the same. Zhao Yun didn't know her original personality, but ever since she was taken in as a slave girl, she was basically equivalent to half an autistic person. Lily Zhou, do you have a solution? Zhao Yun took the initiative to ask. Zhou Lily suddenly had a feeling of being flattered. The guy never looked her in the eye, but what could she do? That was a B-class zombie king, with hundreds and millions of zombie minions. But it was so hard for Zhao Yun to speak to her with a straight face. Perhaps the only chance in her life to please him. Lily Zhou stammered, "Master, if you have any treasures that can trick the zombie senses, you might be able to snatch some of them back before the zombie king finishes devouring the star crystals." Crap! Zhao Yun rolled her eyes. If there was a treasure like that, why would she still need to figure it out? He waved his hand, dispersing everyone, and lit a cigarette, and had just taken a drag when suddenly a figure flashed before his eyes. Corpse demon Zhang Jia had long since discovered Zhao Yun's return. only that Zhao had driven him away earlier, and was now lying on his back in a cornfield not far away, revealing a pair of dead fish-like eyes as he surveyed Zhao Yun. A thought instantly jumped through Zhao Yun's mind. He remembered clearly that when he met the necromancers, the zombies turned a blind eye to him. I had heard rumors before that ordinary zombies would only treat necromancers as their own kind, and only high-level zombies would be able to recognize them, which meant that as long as the necromancer was careful and didn't get close to that zombie king, grabbing some star crystals ahead of time wasn't out of the question. Zhao Yun could hardly sit still for a moment, and a kind smile immediately appeared on his face. Good grandson, come here, master. Corpse demon Zhang Jia immediately excited. Master finally remembered the good grandson. He quickly leapt up from the cornfield and ran to Zhao Yun in a few steps. Zhao Yun slightly raised his hand, and the corpse demon immediately brought its head up and allowed him to caress the top of its head, closing its eyes in enjoyment. Master has something for you, Zhao Yun said. Next, he explained how to avoid the zombie king and how to steal the star crystal to the corpse demon. Remember, no going near the zombie king, all for safety. What the other zombies do, you have to follow their example. Don't show too much prominence. The zombie king is much smarter than you, or else it will be easy to be found out. The necromancer nodded seriously. Master, at this moment, in the heart of the corpse devil Zhang Jie, there is no fear. The master's command is the mission. Without delay, Zhao Yun immediately brought him out of the life space and freed up a space ring to give to him. Take this, and put it in there when you get star crystals. No bootlegging. Master, the corpse demon took the spatial ring and happily put it on his finger, and without waiting for Zhao Yun's command, he turned around and took a big stride in the direction of the tide of corpses. He majestically and energetically stepped forward to face the endless tide of corpses, and at this moment, he was quite like a cup of wine to kill Hua Xiong. Zhao Yun stared at the back of that rash young man, and suddenly had some doubts in his heart. Was he letting him die? After all, is it really possible for a fool to escape the perception of a zombie king? Soon Zhao Yun will withdraw his thoughts. A corpse devil is just a corpse devil. The purpose of taking him in is to use it to drive. This is the value of the corpse devil to himself. If a necromancer was really that useless, it might as well be a mutant beast. If you die, so you don't waste food. At this time, the corpse demon swaggered into the group of corpses. As Zhao Yun's guess, no zombies turned out to be different. Soon, the figure of the corpse devil disappeared in the vast sea of corpses. At this moment, the corpse demon that mingled in the sea of corpses still clearly remembered Master's words. Do not approach the zombie king. But where is that zombie king? After a long time, the corpse demon finally saw that in the middle of the sea of corpses, there was a large open space, and all the zombies didn't dare to approach there. A huge python, 300 meters long and the thickness of a few people's encircling arms, lay across the center of the field. Its body still kept writhing, and the snake skin was torn off in many places on its body, revealing the snow-white snake meat inside. A skinny zombie, sitting alone on a snake's head, gobbled up blood from time to time. It tore off a large chunk of flesh and blood and threw it at the nearby corpses, which immediately attracted a group of zombies to scramble for food. I don't know how its stomach grew. The python's blood was swallowed mostly by it, and its stomach was still dried out, with ribs clearly visible, bony wings on the back, skinny, and different from all the other walkers. This is the zombie king that Master is talking about. Zhang Jia immediately made sure of it and hurriedly stopped in his tracks. Master said to mingle with the corpses and do the same thing as the zombies. They are all fighting over those. Zhang Jia gulped when he saw the snow-white snake meat. I'll go grab it too. He immediately made his way to the corpses on the outskirts of that clearing. At this moment, all the zombies were crowding there, because every time the zombie king rewarded his subordinates, he threw snake meat there. As a D-class corpse demon, Zhang Jia peeled away the zombies in front of him in 3 or 2 strokes and quickly stood at the forefront of the corpses and waited quietly. After 10 minutes, Zhao Yun saw that there was still no movement in the sea of corpses, and because the distance was too far away and the number of zombies was too large, he had long since lost sight of the corpse demons. Half an hour later, there was still no movement in the sea of corpses. After an hour and a half, Zhao Yun was a bit anxious. If the corpse demon was discovered by the Deathstroke King, with his strength, he would at least be able to die for a couple of moments and not move at all. If he hadn't been discovered, I told him to be on the outermost perimeter and come back after getting enough dozens of star crystals. He should have come back too. Zhao Yun couldn't figure it out and wondered what the necromancer had actually met. Slightly pondering, Zhao Yun released Bald One from his life space. Pseudo-mutant beasts weren't worth much, and dying wouldn't cause Zhao Yun too much heartache. Zhao Yun ordered, fly over there and look down from a high altitude to see what that damned necromancer is doing. Remember to fly higher. Yes, Master. Bald One's honest heartfelt message. Immediately after that, Baldy One flew quietly from the grass to high altitude, directly into the clouds, which led him to the direction of the corpse sea right in the center. The vultures had excellent eyesight. but it took half an hour to spot the necromancer standing there dumbly on the outskirts of the blank field, waiting for the zombie king to feed. The main reason for being able to spot it so quickly was because all the other zombies were naked, and only the necromancer had clothes on him. Master, it's been discovered. Bald One immediately transmitted a heartfelt voice to Zhaoying below. At this moment's distance, Zhaoying could still barely sense it. What's he doing? Not dead? He's fine. He hasn't been found by the zombie king yet. Zhao Yin's spirit was immediately shaken and he hurriedly asked, have you already gotten a lot of star crystals? Didn't see him messing with the star crystal. Bald One's heart lurched, and just then, the zombie king below threw another chunk of meat from his hand. The clean white piece of snake meat happened to land near the corpse demon. A few zombies immediately stepped forward to coax them, and the necromancer let out a roar and swung his large palm, sending all the zombies flying. He happily picked up the snake meat, which had rolled in dirt and grass clippings, and swallowed it in 3 gulps. The other zombies all looked at the necromancer and at this point, dozens of zombies had already died at the hands of the necromancer, and the suppression from the rank of this one-of-a-kind made them not dare to approach. A corpse demon. Zhang Jie finished eating the snake meat and continued to wait. Dead fish-like eyes become dull again. Master, the corpse demon is with those zombies, grabbing something to eat. Bald One transmitted a voice. Grabbing something to eat? Zhaoyin was slightly stunned. Next, Baldy One telepathically voiced the image he saw to Zhaoyin. Zhaoyin cracked. Waste. I knew he was a piece of trash. Shouldn't have wasted so much food on him. At this time, the zombie king finished devouring all the blood on the python's body. His sharp claws violently slashed and pulled, breaking the snake's head directly underneath him, and got down on his back, eating the brains. Suddenly, as if it sensed something, it violently tilted its head and looked at the Bald One in the sky. The hideous face, smeared with brains and blood, was eerie and ghastly. Bald One in the clouds, his body trembled violently, and his body fell dozens of meters. Master, Master, it's not good. What happened? The zombie king. It saw me. Me. Bald One's voice was trembling without Zhao Yin's orders. It didn't dare to fly back without authorization. Don't come back. Keep flying in the sky. Zhao Yin hurriedly ordered in a heartfelt voice. Are you kidding me? If the zombie king goes to mess with Baldy One, there's no way it can escape. If we let it come back, it would only expose where Zhao Yin was. It was hard to imagine what it must be like to be squatted by this vast sea of corpses, outside the life space, compared to his own safety. A pseudo-mutant beast dying was just that. Heartache my ass. The poor Bald One did not yet know that he was already an outcast in his master's mind, and could only strengthen his heart and continue to fly through the clouds. At this moment, the zombie king below slowly withdrew his gaze and continued to lower his head to eat the python's brains. It saw it clearly. A pseudo-mutant beast is just a pseudo-mutant beast. Does it still dare to pull teeth from a tiger's mouth? Master, the zombie king isn't looking at me anymore. In the middle of the morning, in Zhao Yin's heart and soul, Baldur One's heartbeat rang out with a sense of celebration after the robbery. What did I say? If you don't move it around, it won't suspect anything. If it flies back, it will instead prove that you have a ghost in your heart. Zhao Yin educated with his heart. Master has great foresight. Bald One is ashamed. Bald One was glad that he had just listened to his master's orders. Great master. Simply divine. Continue to observe from the sky and report back to me anytime there's a situation. Zhao Yin issued an order. Understood, master. Bald One responded in a heartfelt voice. Zhao Yin still hopes to wait for a miracle. Wait until that greedy necromancer remembers his mission. Time passes by. Zhao Yin lying in the grass. Powerful evolutionary body. This moment are tingling. Little brother are bent by him. About 2 more hours passed. It's already 9 o'clock at night. The necromancer remains there, frozen, waiting to be fed. Finally, the zombie king finished eating all of the python's brains and slowly stood up straight from his skull, his dead fish-like eyes looking down on all the corpses. A terrifying pressure spreading over it. The entire sea of corpses, covering dozens of miles around, was suddenly quiet. At this moment, Zhao Yin sat down in the grass and took out a corncob to nibble on. Suddenly feeling quiet, he asked mentally, what happened again? Master, the zombie king is releasing its pressure. It looks like it's full. Bald One was also affected by the pressure, and his heart trembled terribly. Fed up and pretending, Zhao Yin muttered. At this point, he had already waited a bit numb. If he had known it was like this, he shouldn't have letting that bastard necromancer head there and now. The corpse demon's life was afraid to be saved, and he also had to lose a space ring. The zombie king slowly put away his pressure, bent down and tore off a large piece of snake meat, raised his hand and threw it, followed by all the zombies all perked up and once again plunged into coaxing. This time, the zombie king didn't stop. Immediately after throwing a piece, he tore off another piece and continued to throw. At this moment, the entire sea of corpses completely boiled. The zombies on the outside desperately squeezed inside. The zombies inside madly snatched. And the zombie demons, too, were thoroughly excited. Mine. Mine. All mine. He waved his large palm and directly turned on his supernatural ability, and the dozens of zombies around him were instantly petrified, followed by crushing into gravel. A piece of snake meat, much larger than any he had previously eaten, was accessed into his hand. Meanwhile, the zombie king had finally spotted the different zombie. Its gaze landed on corpse demon Zhang Jie. At this point, the necromancer was completely unaware that the zombie king was looking at him. He was still immersed in enjoying the delicious great mutant beast meat. As the energy from the meat of the great mutant beast accumulated more and more in his body, the corpse demon felt that his power had increased a lot even though he had not yet evolved again. After devouring the huge snake meat, the necromancer was about to move on to the next piece when he met the cold, evil gaze of the zombie king. The necromancer shuddered. At this moment, he finally came to his senses and remembered, too, the task that Master had arranged. The zombie king opened his bone wings and slowly flew down from the snake's head to the corpse demon. It was short and looked up at the necromancer, wondering what it was thinking, and at this moment, the corpse demon was facing the short zombie king, but it was as if he felt that he was being looked down upon by a behemoth. A terrifying pressure spread out on the zombie king, and the zombie demon's blank eyes gradually revealed panic. Roar! Suddenly, the necromancer let out a roar. He was enraged, and he would never bow down to anyone but his master. Berserk alien energy spreading in his fist, the necromancer slammed his fist towards the door of the zombie king's face. Snap! In the next moment, the zombie king gently raised his hand, his withered palm holding the corpse demon's fist. His thin body, still as stable as a mountain, the petrification alien energy blossomed on the zombie king's fingers, and soon, a layer of stone skin grew from the dried out skin. But it was only for a moment before the petrification alien energy was forced back by an inexplicable energy. The difference in strength is too great. The zombie king violently pulled the corpse devil to his body. A chokehold on his neck slowly lifted over his head. Eyes on the desperately struggling corpse devil. Scanning up and down, it could clearly perceive that 99% of this zombie was a zombie scent, yet 1% belongs to humans. The zombie king had never seen such a subordinate before. So even though the necromancer had taken offense to it, he didn't decapitate it on the spot. Corpse demon Zhang Jie struggled several times, realized that it was useless, and stopped the same dead fish eyes that gazed at the zombie king. Wide-eyed. Finally, in the zombie king's throat, a sound with the texture of a metal plate came out. The necromancer inexplicably caught on, and was inquiring as to what exactly he was. The necromancer responded stupidly, "Of course I'm a human being. I'm not like you guys." The necromancer himself hadn't even noticed that since that day, he hadn't been able to speak properly, but at this point, he was able to communicate with the zombies. A flash of humanized sneer suddenly surfaced on the zombie king's hideous face. If Zhang Jie had responded that he was a zombie, it would have been skeptical, but at this moment, it was even more convinced that this one was a zombie. A zombie king with a brain that hasn't figured itself out yet. No wonder the zombie king hadn't seen it. The zombie demon was too rare, and now that the end of the world had just arrived not long ago, it didn't know that the zombie demon species existed. The zombie king had hit on that python ever since it evolved to level B. He had gone to great lengths to summon all the zombies in a dozen or so ruined cities, but he hadn't met a single zombie king. This zombie king's subordinate, it cared. The zombie king slowly put the necromancer down, and a voice came out of his throat again. It was asking in necrotic, "You want to live and eat more mutant beast meat?" The corpse demon's angry eyes suddenly turned dull, immediately following the nerdy response. I want to eat it. That meat is so good. Much better than the fish in the waterhole. The zombie king walked back and sliced off huge chunks of snake meat a ton in size and threw them in front of the zombie demon. "I am your king. Fight for me from now on." The necromancer didn't even hear what the necromancer king was saying. All that was left in his eyes was the ton of clean white meat. He nodded his head vigorously and lunged to tear into it. Faced with the temptation of the meat of a great mutant beast, one had stopped thinking about anything. At that moment, the zombie king slowly turned his gaze and issued a command. Scoop up all the star crystals from the dead zombies. Boom! All of the surrounding zombies all acted and quickly swarmed towards the pile of corpses. The necromancer, who was eating meat with his head down, was startled, remembering his master's command before he left. If we let the star crystal be collected by this group of stinking zombies, the master will be angry. He dropped the meat, climbed to his feet and charged that way, instantly merging into the surging mass of corpses. The zombie king froze, but didn't care much. It felt that this zombie king was too low in intelligence to communicate. The zombie king turned towards the python's corpse, hungry again after just a few moments of digestion, tearing straight through the python's neck. The zombie king's skinny body walked into the python's belly and tore at the huge heart. Bang! Two zombies scrambled to dig star crystal. The corpse demon smashed his fist over, directly killed the two zombies, stooped down and quickly smashed the corpse's head. along with the brain pulp together into the space ring. Zombies are uniquely able to not only evolve at the same rate as zombies, but also use superhuman equipment like humans. Immediately afterward, the necromancer Zhang Jia rushed toward the next corpse. Master will be angry. Master must already be angry. His mind had been trembling, and by now he had realized that he had delayed too much all along. In Zhang Jia's heart, Master is everything. Master's happy, more important than anything. Roar! A zombie that had already evolved to level D had just taken out a piece of star crystal, and before it could take a step, a slap came over and instantly shattered its head, together with its brain matter. Star crystal and corpse crystal, as well as the star crystal that it just got in its hand. All of them were collected by the corpse devil Zhang Jia in the next moment. The ghastly face of the necromancer grew more and more manic as time passed. Master! He suddenly missed his master again. Having not seen his old man for hours, the master must have been hungry and cold. When he was left alone within the bushes, in guilt, corpse demon Zhang Jia's figure, transformed into a remnant shadow, shuttled rapidly through the corpses. At this very moment, it was dark all around within the grass. Zhao Yin, who had slept over, was awakened by the dense roar of corpses in the distance. He slipped his hand into the front of his pants and righted his gradually numbing little old man. Bald One, what's the situation over there? Master, the corpse demon was discovered by the bereaved king. And just now you fell asleep and didn't hear my transmission. Bald One responded. The corpse demon is dead? Zhao Yin was startled. The corpse demon isn't dead. The zombie king seems to be very interested in him. They get along very well. And the corpse demon, now, is helping the zombie king to collect star crystals. Immediately after that, Baldy One informed the scene he saw, heartily to Zhao Yin. Fucking dog. Zhao Yin cursed in anger. I knew he was full of backbones. Anti-bone boy corpse devil betrayal. Shall not die a good death. Sooner or later, Bald One will get him killed for you. Bald One's loyal heartfelt voice transmits. Master, what should I do? Do I have to continue to fly on? Vultures are by nature birds of prey, and a few hours of flying is not considered exhausting, but with the presence of a B-class zombie king below, Bald One felt very uneasy, and finally found an excuse at this point. Zhao Yin frowned and transmitted. Wait a little longer, since he had already established the anti-bone boy's betrayal. Zhao Yin didn't know what he had to keep waiting for, but letting him leave just like that was very upsetting in his mind. There are too many zombies collecting star crystals for the zombie king. Despite the fact that the zombie demons desperately tried to fight with them, the star crystals were still collected by the zombies after a few minutes. At this moment, 34 star crystals existed within corpse demon Zhang Jia's spatial ring. At the sight of no more star crystals to collect, his dead fish-like eyes froze for a moment. Immediately after that, the necromancer's dead fish eyes landed on the back of a zombie's head. An F-class zombie that had just scooped up a star crystal. At this moment, all the zombies that had collected the star crystals all turned around and headed towards the clearing. Bang! The necromancer rushed up and smashed its head with a slap, quickly snatching away the star crystal, followed by rushing towards the next zombie. Bang! Another zombie is slapped in the head, and the necromancer snatches a handful of star crystals before rushing to the next one. After the zombie demon killed 7 or 8 zombies, all the zombies collecting star crystals converged into the herd. And the zombie demon no longer had difficulty distinguishing which of them was collecting star crystals. The necromancer looked at the spatial ring and sensed that there were less than 50 star crystals inside. Some of the zombies that had just been slapped to death collected 2 or 3 pieces, while others only collected 1. At this moment, ruthlessness flashed through the corpse demon's dead fish-like eyes. He simply didn't do one thing or the other, directly rushed into the corpses and massacred them. At this time, the corpse demon saw any zombie in front of him. It looked like the guy who robbed the master star crystal, with hatred. He was boiling with killing intent, and with every strike, a zombie fell. But any zombie that was targeted by the corpse demon, those who had star crystals directly snatched them, and those who didn't have corpse crystals also snatched the corpse crystals in their heads anyway. Grab it, all of it. Gradually, the necromancer became bolder. He began to pick out the taller zombies to start with, and in their brains, they all had master star crystals. It's all masters. Pust. The first D-rank zombie was caught up by the necromancer and smashed its head with a slap. The zombie hierarchy is incredibly rigid. Under the pressure of the corpse demon, even a D-class zombie wouldn't dare to resist. As time passes, the tall zombies killed by the necromancer are more and more, and when he kills the 20th one, the corpses are finally restless. A zombie above level E has already possessed a not-so-weak intelligence. At this point, faced with the killing frenzy of a one-of-a-kind, a few had grown fearful. Roar, 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 roar. With the corpse roar of a D-grade zombie, all the zombies around, as if infected, all followed the D-grade zombie and began to flee. In an instant, the corpse demon stirred the entire corpse sea into chaos. Finally, roar! A deafening corpse roar came out. echoing endlessly over the sea of corpses. The restless zombies instantly quieted down as the zombie king slowly walked out from within the gaping hole in the python's neck. The dead fish-like eyes swept through the sea of corpses and soon spotted the corpse demon. At this moment, the corpse demon, who had already gone crazy from killing, still didn't know how to die and was pressing an E-class zombie to the ground, smashing its head with a slap. Immediately after that, he reached into his brain and took out the corpse crystal, and soon, the corpse demon realized that this zombie, in fact, was not evolved from devouring the star crystal. I can't believe I didn't provide the master with star crystals. Damn it! Zombie demon adds another kick in the pants. The zombie king froze, staring at the newly promoted zombie king who was rampant to the extreme with wide dead fish eyes. It had seen thousands of walkers, but never bandits like this. That said, he's a zombie. What does he need those corpse crystals for? In the midst of the zombie king's doubt, the necromancer stuck out his blue tongue and licked his pale lips as his gaze fell on the zombie king. This one zombie looks like a bully. There must be the star crystal in his head that master wants. Then the necromancer charged at the zombie king, and his fist with petrification powers slammed into the zombie king's face. Bang! It accurately smashed on the zombie king's eyes. However, the zombie king still didn't move at all and didn't even break through the defense. The zombie king finally couldn't stand it anymore and rushed at the necromancer with a harsh roar. Buzz! The corpse demon only felt a roar in his ears, a terrifying wave of sound that lifted his head full of withered hair, and the skin on his face was as painful as a knife. In this moment, the corpse demon finally came to his senses. At this moment, all the zombies, sensing the zombie king's anger, all dared not move in fear, all waiting for the zombie king and how to exterminate the crazy zombie. At this moment, the necromancer finally remembers his master's words, to be like other zombies, to do the same thing that other zombies do, and so, the corpse demon stood among the corpses, also motionless. As if nothing had happened. At this moment, the zombie king stares at the corpse devil with a deadly stare. The whole world, a silence. After a long time, the anger in the zombie king's eyes slowly dissipated. It had, after all, failed to kill its only zombie king subordinate. Immediately after that, the zombie king let out another low roar and transmitted the order. All zombies, present the star crystal. What the hell is the zombie king screaming about again? Sitting within the grass, Jiaoyin also heard the roar of the zombie king and felt a palpitation. He immediately heartily communicated Baldwin. Master, the rebel. No, it's the bandit necromancer. He's crazy, killing zombies in front of the zombie king to snatch the star crystals. And, what else? Your corpse demon righteous grandson just punched the zombie king. Baldwin's heart trembled as Jiaoyin sniffed and was out of his mind for a while, and asked in the middle of the day, the zombie king got him killed? Didn't get it dead. Master, corpse demon righteous son is back, heading in your direction. Jiaoyin rose violently from the grass and stared. At this moment, a lone figure is against the tide of corpses, flying this way wildly. At this moment, Jiaoyin finally understood. Earlier the necromancer didn't go for the zombie king, but for the master. Baldwin, get the fuck back here right now. Damn. Baldwin was no good and almost misled himself after Jiaoyin's heartfelt voice transmission. In the next moment, he disappeared into place and entered the Liffey space. By the time he came out, there was already more by his side. Jiaoyin directly rolled over and sat on Little White's back. Quick, take me to save my good grandson. At this moment, several hundred zombies walked into the clearing and placed the star crystals in their hands in front of the zombie king. The zombie king looked down and froze immediately afterward. Every zombie that died that had devoured the star crystal, it had a telepathic sense, remembering clearly, there should be 495 star crystals here, but why are more than 100 missing? Which walker didn't turn in? Anyway, the confidence from the zombie king made it not pay too much attention to the movements of the sea of corpses at all after it passed out the order earlier. Nor did it pay any more attention to the zombie king with its head in the water. The zombie king slowly raised its head and looked around, and soon it found the corpse demon that was fleeing. In this moment, the zombie king also understood everything. The guy who had the audacity to kill walkers and punch himself in the face. He's not even a zombie king. At this moment, the corpse demon had already run out of the sea of corpses, looking still dull, charging all the way across the street, and countless zombies died in his collision. Roar. The necromancer growled angrily. The necromancer looked back and shuddered, only to see the skinny figure of the zombie king in the vast sea of corpses, suddenly rushed up to the sky, like a meteor-like speed, and hurriedly chased towards his side. Zheng Jie finally scared, mainly in case the zombie king caught. This time, may never see the master again. He took a desperate step. At the same time, Jiaoyin was already less than 1,000 meters away from the corpse demon, and he also saw the zombie king flying out of the sea of corpses. Earlier, Jiaoyin didn't know what the effect of the zombie king's mastery of the supernatural ability bone change was. At this moment, He was finally able to see clearly at the zombie king in the air. The bone wings behind him changed rapidly. The bones became thinner, but the area was growing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, from a wingspan of 3 meters to 6 meters, the two bone wings gradually became transparent and as thin as cicada wings under the huge area. Flapping violently, all the air within dozens of meters around turned into wind scrolls, spreading in all directions. For a moment, the zombie king was furious. Its speed doubled, came in a hurry. At the same time, the 12 pairs of ribs of the zombie king suddenly pierced through the withered yellow skin and drilled out of his body. And in the rapid transformation, it quickly turned into 24 sharp blades. It was as flexible as 20 arms, clinging to the sides of the body. Zhao Yun didn't need to guess, but he also knew how terrifying those 24 ribs were. In the blink of an eye, the zombie king was already less than a kilometer away from the necromancer, while Zhao Yun still had 300 meters before he could meet the necromancer. With Bai's speed at the moment, it was impossible to save the corpse demon before the zombie king. Good grandson, quick! Zhao Yun shouted Dai in the next moment. He flipped his hand and took out a bottle of iced tea, directly pouring it down for Xiaobai. Xiaobai burst into double speed and rushed forward. At the same time, the corpse demon on the opposite side let out a shout. Master! The moment he saw Zhao Yun, he was much faster, and his dead fish-like eyes were filled with excitement. In the night, grandparents and grandchildren, one south and one north, two rapid figures, approaching at an unprecedented speed. At this moment, the zombie king in full fury was already less than 200 meters away from the corpse demon. Its 24 ribs, in a flash, detached from its body and turned into sharp arrows, with a cracking sound, shooting rapidly toward the corpse demon's back. A whoosh! Get out of the way! Zhao Yun shouted, sensing the crisis. The necromancer tumbled on the ground and rolled on the ground. 24 ribs instantly pierced the air, deeply disappearing into the earth, and then, immediately afterward, drilled sharply out of the dirt and shot toward the corpse demon once again. Boom! Zhao Yun struck out with all his might. 5 thunderbolts descended from the sky, not to cleave the flying ribs, but to the corpse demon controlling the ribs. Boom boom boom! This was the strongest alien ability Zhao Yun could currently use. Each thunder was as thick as a bucket, and within a radius of 1,000 meters, it was instantly as bright as day. 5 thunderbolts landed precisely on the zombie king's head, instantly drowning him. At this moment, the corpse demon finally rushed to Xiaobai's feet. However, with 2 puffs, 2 of the zombie king's ribs stabbed through the corpse demon's back and pierced through his forehead. The thunder dispersed, and the zombie king was covered in smoke, looking woefully out of shape. However, its defense was too strong, and in fact it didn't suffer multiple injuries, it only stuttered, which gave the corpse demon a chance to escape to Zhao Yun's body. In the next moment, Zhao Yun disappeared in place along with the corpse demon, as well as the little white underneath him, and even the 2 ribs of the zombie king were included. Before Zhao Yun disappeared, he passed out one last order to tell Baldwin, who had not yet had time to return. Get out of here and meet me here in a week. The world went quiet as the zombie king slowly flapped his bone wings and stopped in the direction where Zhao Yun had disappeared. Its dead fish eyes were filled with doubt as it swept back and forth in all directions, and no matter what, it was unable to spot Zhao Yun and the others' roar. The zombie king let out a roar of extreme anger. The endless sea of corpses behind them immediately began to look around for Zhao Yun. 2 poofs. Zhao Yun pulled off the rib cage of the zombie king that was stuck in the corpse demon's chest and held it in his hand to watch it carefully. The 2 pieces of ribs were as white as jade, flattened and slender by the zombie king's powers, more than 3 feet long, with a sharp end and blades on both sides that flashed with a cold light. Zhao Yun took out his rat king claw and gently chopped down towards his ribs. A click. He originally just wanted to try it out, but he didn't expect that the rat king's claws just touched his ribs and instantly broke into 2 sections, just as easy as cutting tofu. Zhao Yun was out of his mind for a while. In terms of sharpness alone, these 2 ribs definitely catch up to a B-grade weapon, or even stronger. Master! At this time, the corpse demon lying on the ground was dying after being pulled out of the zombie king's ribcage. Large streams of black plasma flowed down the wound. If he had been a survivor, either being stabbed through the heart or the Class B zombie virus carried by the ribs themselves would have been enough to kill him. Zhao Yun then remembered that there was still corpse demon Isuan who hadn't been saved, and took out a piece of sandwich bread from within his spatial ring. Come on, good grandson, you haven't eaten any transcendental food yet. The necromancer took the bread and swallowed it in 3 or 2 bites, and the wounds on his body immediately stopped bleeding and healed rapidly. As soon as he was able to move, he immediately climbed up from the ground, took off the spatial ring on his finger, and handed it to Zhao Yun. Master! The necromancer's face was full of currying favor as Zhao Yun raised his hand and received it, slightly sensing 129 F-grade corpse crystals, 36 E-grade corpse crystals, 18 D-grade corpse crystals, and 114 star crystals. It was more than Zhao Yun expected to gain. But he couldn't be happy in any way. The takeaway from this one was huge, but the Zombie King had taken such a big loss. Even losing 2 ribs, with the Zombie King's intelligence, it was hard for Zhao Yin to determine if it would have already guessed the secret of the life space. In case of squatting, it will be a heavenly mess. The threat of this Zombie King was even greater than the python. It was able to fly, and Xiao Bai's mobility advantage was gone. Zhao Yin frowned. Zhao Yin, where's Bald One? Why hasn't it returned? Song Xiaodao asked worriedly. It's not dead. Zhao Yin was angry when he thought of that vulture. Not a good bird. Almost misunderstood the corpse demon righteous son. Because of it, Zhao Yin called all the people and beasts and instructed, from today onwards, the food should be more economical. We can't pursue the energy of the mutated crops to enhance our strength. It's good that everyone can't starve. Old cripple. From today onwards, let's cook corn porridge, with a budget of 300 pounds of corn per meal. And with the crispy ear vegetables, the mutant beasts will be barely able to eat a watery meal. If the Zombie King hasn't left by the time the food runs out, we'll have to eat military rations. The so-called military food is all pre-apocalyptic spoiled food. That kind of poor quality food is not poisonous for evolved and mutated beasts, but it's similar to not eating, and only provides some calories. If consumed over a long period of time, even the transcendental attributes will drop. When it really comes down to it, there's no room for mutant beasts not to eat. However, the corn has been planted for 10 days now, and it won't take long for the 20,000 corn plants to mature as the existing mutant crop economizes on eating it all. When that time came, Zhao Yin would be able to spend all the time with the Zombie King. All men and beasts understood the gravity of the situation and all fell silent. Understood, boss. Wu Shuegue said. Zhao Yin walked into the stealth tent and took out all the star crystals. Open an SSS grade equipment. Let me go out and exterminate that Zombie King and remove all 22 of its remaining ribs. Zhao Yin secretly prayed to I in this life. He had never been a righteous person, and whether it was the Zombie King or that vulture, Zhao Yin held a grudge. He wasn't afraid to waste time, and piece by piece, he slowly opened the star crystal, 27 bottles of non-fusanquin, 18 pieces of sandwich bread, 16 bottles of iced tea, 10 pieces of compressed cookies, 3 yellow peaches, 4 cans of beef, 6 pieces of instant noodles, 2 cans of canned tuna, 2 bottles of F-rank evolution potion, 1 E-rank evolution potion, 3 bottles of D-rank healing potion, 2 C-rank healing potions, grade F equipment, 3 butterfly knives, 4 military tops, 2 katanas, grade E equipment, 2 women's suits, grade D equipment, 1 Kaiser's knife, golden war stick, grade C, type of extraordinary weapon, sturdy 100, attack 120, with the effective smashing speed plus 40, special effect of stick shadow, dedicated to flame adepts, releasing 10 flaming stick shadows, attacking the target in a wide range, consuming a large amount of energy, use with caution. Beast trap, grade B, extraordinary auxiliary equipment, toughness, 280, effect, capture and trap, effects, size change, camouflage, bursting arrow, grade B, type transcendent weapon, attack 520, with the effect of hitting the target to produce a burst, covering a radius of 15 meters of indiscriminate attacks. Remarks, disposable weapon, disappears after bursting, 109 at this moment. Zhao Yin still had 5-star crystals left in his hand. Today's luck was good. A lot of potions were opened, and even 2 pieces of B-grade equipment were opened. The C-ranked Golden Battle Club was also a weapon that Zhao Yin was currently in dire need of. The little monkey had long since evolved to C-rank, but never had a weapon that took advantage of it. The little monkey happened to also possess a fire-type ability, and this Golden War Club was like it was tailor-made for it. Next, Zhao Yin opened the remaining 5-star crystals in turn, 1 bottle of non-fusanquin, 1 bottle of iced tea, 1 bottle of yellow peach, burst arrow, grade B, type of transcendent weapon, attack 520, with the effect of hitting the target to produce a burst, covering a radius of 15 meters of indiscriminate attacks. Remarks, disposable weapon, disappears after bursting, potion of talent ability, grade B, advanced probing potion. After taking it, it opens up the hidden talent of the evolutionary bloodline, the Eye of True Vision. After all the star crystals were opened, Zhao Yin's expression froze. He hadn't expected the last 5-star crystals. It actually opened 2 rare treasures. It goes without saying that the bursting arrow was the 3rd one he owned again, and the Eye of True Sight psychic potion. In a sense, it was only in Zhao Yin's current life that the first bottle of alien potion was prescribed by luck. Song Xiaodao's wind ability was something she had developed on her own. The thunder system ability was opened by Team Wang and the others. The contracted soul and the Eye of True Sight that he possessed were both obtained by Zhao Yin based on his memories of his previous life. Only this bottle was by virtue of Zhao Yin's luck in this life. I didn't realize that it was actually the Eye of True Sight again. It was as if, by nature, he should be destined to be an appraised alien. dependent on someone strong for survival. Or enter some large battalion, ground to open an appraisal store. In the end times, there will always be a place for him, but also never want to live how nourishing. At this moment, Zhaoyin suddenly had some back chills and couldn't help but raise his head, looking upwards with an inexplicable creepiness. Is everything in this world really being organized in advance? Like a script that has a predetermined fateful ending before it even begins? So by being born again, did he go against that person's wishes? So, always meet. This period should not meet the crisis. In an instant, 1,000 thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind. This time, Song Xiaodao lifted the curtain and walked in, seeing Zhaoyin staring blankly at the top of the tent. Zhaoyin, what are you looking at? Zhaoyin returned to his senses and looked back at Song Xiaodao. The child was 1.5 meters tall. With a baby face and clear eyes, she changed her hairstyle today, tying her single ponytail into a double ponytail along with her little head. The two ponytails are swaying. Aura and good behavior. Zhaoyin looked at her. His heart instantly calmed. Dumbfounded, it seems that the zombie king was scared. Otherwise how could he be imagining things? Even if someone did arrange it. So what? He, Zhaoyin, had lived a new life. Did he want to die back? What kind of goodies were opened? Song Xiaodao finally noticed a large pile of transcendent items in front of Zhaoyin. Zhaoyin put away all the items, leaving only the Eye of True Sight ability potion, and laughed. Guess? Haven't seen a bottle of this color before? It can't be another alien potion, right? Song Xiaodao asked Zhaoyin Dao. It is indeed a supernatural potion, but it's not a combat system, and it's even rarer than the unusual combat system's supernatural powers. It's a bottle of True Sight's eye. Song Xiaodao immediately breathed eye and eye in the post-apocalyptic world. Many transcendent treasures were carrying crises, and using them hastily without knowing the information would probably cost lives, even if there is no crisis treasure. You need to take your time to figure out the efficacy, and if you get a disposable item, you simply don't know the effect, just like Lily Zhou, who only possessed an F-ranked peeping eye. She was then mixing it up in the Dawei mountain range, accumulating supplies that surpassed everyone else. If Zhao Yin's eyes of true sight hadn't been more advanced than hers, she might have long ago made Zhou Lily a guest. It was impossible to make her just a slave girl. Zhaoyin, I remember you said that when the survivors are all powerful in the future, many large camps will be established, and there will be rare treasures for sale in some places. So let's keep this potion and exchange it for treasures. Song Xiaodao said. It will definitely sell for a sky-high price. And you don't want it? Zhaoyin asked. Wouldn't it be nice to have you by my side? Song Xiaodao hugged Zhao Yin's arm. How much energy can I save by having you watch things for me? Do you think I'm stupid? Zhaoyin looked down at the child's large eyes, and within the dark pupils, his shadow was clearly reflected. Zhaoyin smiled and put the alien potion into Song Xiaodao's hand. This thing, it can detect the enemy's strength in advance. It's also considered a self-protection ability. Go use it. Zhaoyin, when did you become so generous? Song Xiaodao asked in surprise. I was just thinking that if I die someday, you might be the only one who will collect my body. So be nice, Zhaoyin said with a smile. Isn't it because I'm your fiancé? Song Xiaodao beamed at Zhaoyin, knocked her on the head. Take it and get lost. With that, he shrugged off the child's arm and walked out of the stealth tent. 7 days passed. Zhaoyin secretly calculated that even if the zombie king squatted on himself, he should be tired after 7 days had passed. Now that the dogfish hat has regained its energy, it is possible to take a risk. At 9 o'clock in the evening, it was time for the appointment between Zhaoyin and Baldy One. He left Lifespace alone. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, Zhao Yin's ears were filled with the roars of countless zombies, and the quietness of the Lifespace for 7 days had suddenly made him a little uncomfortable. Zhaoyin instantly sensed Baldy One's presence. The bird didn't die, still hovering over the clouds. In the next moment, Zhao Yin's eyesight and hearing were fully open. Even with his skin, he was able to feel the floating trajectory of every strand of wind within a few hundred meters around him. In a flash, Zhaoyin spotted, 300 meters away, the zombie king. 7 days had passed, and with only 11 pairs of ribs left, it was still cranky and angry. The surrounding sea of corpses, wandering madly around the neighborhood, seems to still be looking for the corpse devil and Zhaoyin. Beside the zombie king, all of them were particularly tall zombies. There are hundreds of D-level zombies, and Zhaoyin even saw 12 C-level zombies. In the distance, the python, only a huge skeleton remained. Not a trace of snake meat remained. Even the snakeskin was eaten up by the zombies. Obviously, those 12 C-class zombies, who were able to evolve so quickly, had eaten a large amount of high-level mutant beast meat. The zombie king, on the other hand, has reached A-class. Female zombie, grade A, evolution 100/0, strength 1184, agility 1560, defense 1335, spirit 85, awakened ability, bone change, Zhao Yun's heart was beating wildly. This kind of terrifying existence. He had only seen it in his previous life 3 years after the end of the world. At this moment, if the zombie king found him, he would only need one strike, and Zhao Yun would not even have any bone crumbs left. The dog's head cap that had been used as a base card by Zhao Yun was no longer able to block the zombie king's attack. Almost within 3 seconds, Zhao Yun finished observing everything around him without hesitation. He immediately communicated with the life space, and before his figure disappeared in place, he transmitted his voice to Bald One high in the sky. Get out of here. Go 300 miles northeast and wait for me. At the same time, the zombie king also sensed Zhao Yun who dash. The roar of the corpse, which was furious to the extreme, shook the sky and echoed for dozens of miles around. The head violently flapped its bone wings, and in a split second, it arrived in front of Zhao Yun. A whoosh. 22 ribs flew out, cutting through the air with a whistling, violently shooting toward Zhao Yun. In an instant, it nailed Zhao Yun's figure through. At this moment, the zombie king was still not relieved for 7 days. Every minute and every second, his anger value rose, and his figure came rapidly. His right hand transformed into a bone knife, and he chopped Zhao Yun's head. However, the killed Zhao Yun suddenly dissipated before his eyes fragmented and finally disappeared without a trace. Turns out, it was just his shadow left behind by that wretched human. Ho 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 ho, the zombie king stormed. 20 ribs, raging madly in the neighborhood. Trees, weeds, and even meteorites on the ground were all churned into pieces by it turned into smoke and dust, spreading out in all directions. A roar came out from the roiling smoke and dust, echoing within a 100-mile radius. Good times come to an end. Seeing that Zhao Yun had just left for a few seconds before returning to the life space, Song Xiaodao opened his mouth and asked, Zhao Yun, is the zombie king gone? It's not gone. It's still there. Zhao Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and didn't want to say much for fear of scaring the child just now. If I had been one step later, I might have died out there. The zombie king's anger might not only be because of the zombie demon's teasing, but more likely, because of the loss of those 2 ribs. Zhao Yun reviewed in his mind. He suddenly had some regrets that he shouldn't have brought those 2 ribs into the life space, but will giving it back to the zombie king now diminish its anger? Obviously it is impossible. People and corpses, born to be opposites. Zombies eat people, people take corpse crystals nowadays. No matter what, the zombie king couldn't possibly let Zhao Yun go subconsciously. Zhao Yun searched for those 2 ribs within his spatial ring, but he searched both space rings and saw no sign of the rib. He suddenly remembered that after he had treated the necromancer's injuries that day, he had gone to the stealth tent to open the star crystal, forgetting to put the ribs away. Zhao Yun came to the place where he had healed the corpse demon and found nothing on the ground. He turned to all of them and asked, who saw the necromancer's ribs? Everyone shook their heads. Only Wang Xiaolei whispered, boss, after the necromantic zombie healed, it looks like he took 2 of the ribs and played with them. Where did he take it? It's right across the river, where he often sleeps, Wang Xiaolei said, pointing to the opposite bank of the waterhole. Zhao Yun hadn't seen the corpse demon good son for 2 days, previously also feel strange to come, only because of the zombie king's matter, disturbing his heart, so did not ask at the moment. Finally realized the problem. Zhao Yun immediately headed to the other side of the water pool, which was usually where the bald egg and the 9 vultures roost. Master! 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 When Bald Egg and the 8 vultures saw Zhao Yun's arrival, they all stepped out of the cornfield and sent heartfelt greetings to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun responded with a random heartbeat and asked, where is the corpse demon? Master, follow me. Bald Egg immediately led Zhao Yun to the edge near the water hole, where the corpse demon was huffing and puffing at the place where the corn seedlings were spaced out. Good grandson. Zhao Yun wanted to wake him up, but suddenly realized that the corpse demon was holding something in his hand that looked somewhat familiar. Zhao Yun was puzzled and bent down to snatch it, and immediately saw that it wasn't the corpse king's ribcage. Only at this time, the corpse king's ribs, only less than 5 inches left, the tip of the teeth marks, as if they had been gnawed. In an instant, Zhao Yun rounded his eyes in incomparable shock. The corpse king's ribs, eaten by the corpse demon's good grandson? Song Xiaodao, who had followed him, also looked like he had seen a ghost. The hardness of this thing is comparable to B-grade equipment. How can little demon devil eat it? Zhao Yun, he won't have an upset stomach, right? Zhao Yun was out of his mind for a while. The fact was in front of his eyes. The marks on the remaining ribs couldn't be faked. They were really eaten by the corpse demon. At this moment, he just wanted to return it to the zombie king again, but it was already impossible. Bang! Zhao Yun kicked the necromancer in the ass. Get the fuck up! The corpse demon was instantly kicked up and out, falling into the pool of water, sinking momentarily before slowly floating up again, submerged face down in the water, not moving a muscle. Still asleep, Zhao Yun suddenly felt that something was wrong and immediately opened the eye of true vision. Corpse demon, grade C, evolution 107, strength 350, agility 345, Spirit 3, Defense 328. Spirit 3, Awakened Talents, Stone. Bone changing, the heart of Zhao Yin's eyes instantly shrunk. This has evolved to rank C? Not only had he evolved to C rank, he had also awakened his second psychic ability, Bone Change. He was able to evolve by devouring the 2 B-grade ribs of the Zombie King. And he actually copied even the Zombie King's psychic abilities. This Nima. Zhao Yin was shocked beyond words. It's so damn sick. That kind of growth is scarier than even the Zombie King. In fact, Zhao Yin had not invested much in the corpse demon. Since he had followed Zhao Yin, he had eaten a very limited amount of goodies. And Zhao Yin had not even given him a single piece of equipment, simply because Zhao Yin had been wary of this thing. But its strength today still grew to the point that it was not below that heaven-swallowing vulture. At this moment, Zhao Yin's heart began to beat the drums again. He wondered if the necromancer's psyche would also change after this evolution. It wasn't that he was overly cautious, but so far, there still wasn't any really effective method that could limit the necromancer's. He was, after all, naturally antagonistic to humans, and no one could say what would happen once the corpse demon rebelled. It would be impossible for even the little monkey to check it nowadays. All men and beasts, they must follow along with them. Zhao Yin immediately jumped down into the pool of water and personally carried the sleeping corpse demon to the shore. Wu Shuegue, boil hot water to bathe your good grandson. Prepare food immediately, the best ingredients in the space. Zhao Yin shouted. He had never let the necromancer into the stealth tent before because he resented the stench on him. At this moment, Zhao Yin directly carried the corpse demon back inside the tent as if he was treating his own son. The necromancer has become more powerful, and it is still good for him at the moment. So, to be on the safe side, Zhao Yin decided to be better for his good grandson. After Wu Shuegue boiled the water, Zhao Yin found a military cauldron and directly soaked the corpse demon's good son in the warm water. At this moment, Zhao Yin's gaze, incomparably kind, was already brewing even though his good grandson hadn't woken up yet. Zhao Yin finds the cleanest scrubbing ball, uses the best shower gel, and becomes a most professional bath scrubber. He was meticulous, scrubbing the dirt from the corpse demon's body, and even after washing his hair for him and letting the little monkey's supernatural ability dry it, Zhao Yin personally combed a slag hairstyle for the corpse demon. Even Zhao Yin end of the world before the storage has not been used. Gel water are used for the corpse devil on. Finally, corpse demon Zhang Jie opened his eyes in a ghostly manner and immediately saw the kind smiling face of his master. Master! The necromancer was instantly flattered and rolled over. About to rise from the pot, Zhao Yin raised his hand and pressed him down, in a tone of vicissitude. Don't move. Children bathing, be obedient. Taking a bath? The corpse demon stayed, only to realize that he was lying within the warm water. Master, that pair of big warm hands is seriously for his armpit scrubbing? Zombie demon suddenly knows. He cannot remember the last time to take a bath is when. It seems to be before the end of the world. Also master helped scrub the back. At this moment, the kind face in front of him gradually overlapped with the face in his memory, and Zhang Jie suddenly could not recall what that grandfather used to look like. Master! Zhao Yin stood up, took out a snow-white towel, and after handing it to the corpse demon, he turned around and said quietly, wipe the water off your body, and master will go find a clean set of clothes for you. After saying that, Zhao Yin hunched his back and tried his best to look like Zhang Shugu's former self as he slowly walked out of the stealth tent. Corpse demon Zhang Jie's dead fish-like eyes, staring at the master's back. Tears suddenly rolled down and Zhao Yin came outside the tent and lit a cigarette. Song Xiaodao, who was waiting outside, was about to say something when Zhao Yin made a silent gesture and nodded. Song Xiaodao immediately understood that the corpse demon was still the same corpse demon. Still recognizing this master in front of him, she smiled and stepped aside to help Wu Shuegue cook his lunch. Zhao Yin finished his cigarette and felt that it was about time, so he asked slave girl 1 to take out a clean set of military uniform and shoes. That's when he walked into the stealth tent. The corpse demon had stood on the carpet, naked and muscular looking, stronger than Zhao Yin, with greenish-black veins protruding from underneath his pale skin. Master! He immediately called out excitedly. Good grandson! Zhao Yin smiled kindly and personally helped him put his clothes and shoes on. Grandson has grown up and is even more handsome. A smile also appeared on the stiff face of the corpse demon. Wu Shuegue brought lunch. The master and grandson too sat opposite each other. Zhao Yin kept on chucking food for the corpse demon, but in his heart, he was secretly calculating. 7 days had passed. The corpse crystals and star crystals had no particles, and the food had been consumed quite a bit. That Zombie King's heart is too small for its own good, and by the looks of its dead body today, there's no telling when it'll leave. If it was determined to get itself killed, it could have waited forever. There was an entire sea of corpses feeding it, and one could not afford to wait at all. Zhao Yin frowned and looked at the corpse demon who buried his head into the large bowl in front of him. Good grandson, master, may be dying. Clunk. The necromancer's head snapped up and the bowl of rice in front of him was knocked over. His face was stained with soup as he stared blankly at Zhao Yin. Master went out today to find food for you, only to find that zombie king still squatting outside. The food in the space is about to run out. But Master is incompetent and can't beat it. Zhao Yin sighed. Master will not let you starve to death. Tomorrow still have to go out. May never come back. The corpse demon's eyes instantly glazed over. Master! He let out a yell. At this moment, Necromancer Zhang Jie suddenly remembered that there was an old man who also went to look for water for him and never came back alive. No one can hurt their master if he can't die. The corpse demon gripped Zhao Yin's hand tightly with a terrifying force that hurt Zhao Yin's forehead as Zhao Yin tried hard to maintain kindness. In fact, as long as there is a strong person for Master to delay the zombie king for a few seconds, Master will have a way to take you guys to leave. But, good grandson, you are Master's heart. How can I let you risk? Master! Master! The necromancer nodded anxiously. You mean, to hold off the zombie king for Master? Master! The necromancer nodded again. Zhao Yin was relieved in his heart. Today's situation no longer allows him to not fight for his life. The strength of the corpse devil is already not worse than the C-grade zombie king. If he lends his dog head cap to him, blocking 1 or 2 strikes from the zombie king, there is absolutely no problem. No, it is that the corpse devil may not die. It only takes a second or two for Old Black to activate his transportation ability. When the time comes, you'll be able to leave on your own. Though it was risky. In case Zhao Yin's estimation was wrong in any way, the necromancer is going to die. The old black man is going to die. And he himself is going to die. But if we drag on like this, the zombies outside will grow up very quickly. And Zhao Yin's strength will remain stagnant. If the zombie king had crouched longer, 6 months or a year, at that time, even if Zhao Yin didn't die, it would be hard for him to have a place in the end times. After dinner, Zhao Yin called for Old Black. Dare to fight for me? Willing to die for my master? Old Darkness telepathically voiced. Yes. Zhao Yin took off the dog's head cap and put it on Corpse Demon's head, took out 3 bottles of iced tea, himself and Corpse Demon as well as Old Black, and drank them all. Immediately after that, Zhao Yin slowly closed his eyes and didn't move a muscle for 10 full minutes. He rehearsed in his mind all the situations he might need when he went out. Immediately after that, Juga crossbow appeared in Zhao Yin's hand, and all 3 explosive arrows were loaded. The zombie king wouldn't have thought that I would dare to show up today. Resolve flashed in Zhao Yin's eyes, and he directly brought the corpse demon and Old Black and left the life space. He didn't bring any other contracted beasts with him. Facing the zombie king, even the little monkey would be sent to his death if he went. Ho ho ho! Outside, the entire sea of corpses was still surging. In an instant, Zhao Yin sensed the presence of the zombie king, which was 500 meters away, grasping and gnawing on a blood meal that he had gotten from somewhere, like a human leg. Old Black, hurry! Zhao Yin anxiously transmitted a voice in his heart. Old Black need not command. Has the first time, with the fastest speed, launched the recluse ability. Limbs rat claws under the earth ripples. At the same time, the zombie king had already keenly sensed Zhao Yin and his party, and with its agility of up to 1560, it shuttled across a distance of 500 meters in a flash, and the 22 zombie king ribs, at an even faster speed, shot towards the zombie demon that was blocking the forefront. Bang! The special effect of the dog head cap was activated in an instant, and a curtain of light enveloped the corpse demon, and it was only an instant before it was broken. Immediately after that, 22 corpse king ribs crashed into the corpse demon's body, and only the remaining strength was unable to pierce through the corpse demon's defense that had been doubled due to the ice red TEA die. In the next moment, the zombie king had arrived, and his palm transformed into a bone blade, slashing at the corpse demon's head. Boom! It was Zhao Yin who launched the Thunder System supernatural ability that had long been rehearsed countless times in his mind, and 5 bucket-thick thunderbolts braked on the zombie king's head. The zombie king's body also only froze slightly, unable to even paralyze for an instant. The difference in strength is too great. The bone blade continued to slash at the corpse demon. Bang! The zombie demon tried to dodge, but was still grazed by the bone knife, and a large piece of the morose white skull with skin and flesh, including an ear, was cut off by the zombie king's bone knife. Amidst the flow of blood, Zhao Yin watched the corpse demon's good grandson being so traumatized, and his face remained expressionless, as if everything was in his budget. Boom! The zombie king couldn't make a second strike in time as a fiery red arrow struck straight at his face. Boom! The terrifying power of the burst arrow still couldn't break through the zombie king's defense, but the violent shockwave caused it to take a step backward, and instead, it was the zombie demon, whose body flew backwards towards Zhao Yin under the shockwave. If Zhao Yin was hit by the corpse demon, he was going to be pulverized. And even if he didn't die, he would be knocked out of the range of Old Black's supernatural ability. But all this is still in Zhao Yin's calculations. The moment he reached out and touched the corpse devil, he instantly included in the life space. In the next moment, the launch of Old Black's supernatural ability was completed. One person and one beast instantly sank into the ground. The Zombie King's figure stuttered and froze, seemingly realizing that he had fallen for Zhao Yin's cunning plan. The corpse demon was just the bait, and the inconspicuous, D-class mutant beast that could be sprayed to death with just a breath of its own was the main force for their escape. If he had known, the Zombie King could not have waited for that rat to unleash his powers. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Roar. The Zombie King growled angrily. The entire sea of corpses went berserk, and all the zombies hissed along with the Zombie King, the sound vibrating hundreds of miles away. Boom! Zombie King can't get underground as 22 rifts frantically tumble through the earth. He didn't know what was the effect of Old Black's supernatural ability, whether it could take Zhao Yin out of here, or could only take him to hide underground. The 2 ribs that were lost carried part of the Zombie King's psychic abilities, and without retrieving them, even if it stepped into the S-class in the future, its psychic abilities would be greatly reduced. So, fetch it anyway. Zombie King digs into the earth in a frenzy. Master, this is going northeast. We're going home now? Where is there a home in the last days? It's all just a land of zombies. Zhao Yin was riding on Old Black's back, wrapped in a layer of orange-yellow light, and he looked in front of him at the endless dirt, which was rapidly regressing. As if it were water flowing, the heart is full of security. Zhao Yin's mood instantly improved, so his mind came alive again. Don't go forward. Turn around and go back. Zhao Yin ordered. Master, are you sure? Old Black's heart trembled and now. The Zombie King has formed a shadow in Old Black's heart. As powerful as a zombie demon. It couldn't stop a single blow from the Zombie King. At this moment, it finally understood why the master had preferred to let the foolish corpse demon fetch the star crystal that day, but hadn't sent himself forward. That's because, as soon as one ventures out, one has to die. Go back and take a look. There are still hundreds of thousands of corpse crystals there, as well as the skeleton of a giant python. Zhao Yin patted Old Black's head. Go back and see if there's a chance. Necromancers are more resilient than zombies. They won't die for a while. Soon. Old Black carried Zhao Yin back to his previous position. Zhao Yin closed his eyes and listened for a few seconds, and mentally said, the Zombie King hasn't left yet. It's digging the ground up there, so it looks like it won't leave for a while. Master, do we still have to wait? Old Black asked in a heartfelt voice. Those 2 ribs, they could be very important to the Zombie King, and God knows when it will leave. Zhao Yin thought for a moment and ordered, take a detour and go to the python skeleton. At this time, the Zombie King was still frantically digging. It would not have thought that the man and the rat had the audacity to come back again right under its nose in the dirt. Zhao Yin secretly calculated that at this time, the Zombie King was 5 kilometers away from the python skeleton, and after he went up and took the skeleton, the Zombie King would probably be able to escape even if he found it. Take the skeleton and leave. Never stay. Zhao Yin said in a heartfelt voice to Old Black that he couldn't possibly spend time with the Zombie King here just for a few 100,000 corpse crystals. It wasn't cost effective. A few minutes later, the Old Black Earth recluse arrived under the python skeleton, and Zhao Yin looked up. Send me up, and pick me up in the earth in a second. Understood, master. Old Black's heart was filled with tension. The Zombie King had put too much pressure on it earlier. The earth-colored alien energy shield slowly moved upwards. As he approached the surface, the earth rippled as Zhao Yin's figure broke through the ground. As soon as he grabbed the python's bones, he instantly incorporated them into his life space, and immediately afterward, Zhao Yin's body sank rapidly. In the next moment, the earth-colored light shield sucked Zhao Yin in and instantly sank into the ground. Without a word, the Old Black Man sank rapidly deeper down. Wait! Zhao Yin suddenly telepathically transmitted his voice again. Master, the Zombie King hasn't discovered us yet. I just saw a few D-rank corpses nearby. Collect the corpse crystals before we go. Zhao Yin commanded. In his trepidation, Old Black didn't dare to disobey his master's orders and could only continue to send Zhao Yin up. Soon, Zhao Yin appeared on the surface once again, and within his senses, the enraged Zombie King, still digging into the earth a few kilometers away, didn't even think that Zhao Yin would come back. And the surrounding sea of corpses, seeing the python skeleton disappear inexplicably, all looked like they were indifferent this time without the cover of the python skeleton. A nearby zombie immediately spotted Zhao Yin and was just about to hiss. Poof! Zhao Yin chopped off its head with a rat king claw. The heads of these high-level zombies had long since been dug open by the zombies that day to retrieve the star crystals, and the corpse crystals were all embedded within the dried brain matter that flowed out. Zhao Yin quickly put away the 3D grade corpse crystals. In the next moment, before the other zombies realized it, his figure disappeared underground. Master, are we leaving? Old Black asked with trembling. The master's guts were so big that even he, a contracted beast, was afraid. I just saw it again. There's another deranked corpse 50 meters away. Zhao Yin said in a heartfelt voice. So, He urged Old Black and headed 50 meters away. Soon, the same scene played out. Zhao first decapitated the zombies that saw him, and while the bodies were still down, he took advantage of the cover and quickly seized the corpse crystals, then quickly disappeared underground. Among the hundreds of thousands of zombies that died in the battle in the beginning, there were 200 to 300 D-class. Zhao kills zombies and picks up corpse crystals without stopping, disappears to the surface and reappears to kill zombies. 10 minutes later, Zhao picked up the 97th D-grade corpse crystal, and in the distance, a violent corpse roar finally came. The entire sea of corpses once again plunged into a frenzy. Zhao looked back. The zombie king was unfolding his bone wings, followed by rushing up to the sky, rapidly coming this way. Zhao turned back and looked at the remaining corpses. Hundreds of thousands of corpse crystals. There were still 100 to 200 D-grade corpse crystals that he hadn't had time to pick up. With a sigh in his heart, he transmitted, "Old Black." Beneath his feet, a suction force immediately came before the zombie king arrived. Zhao calmly disappeared into the earth. Ho ho ho! When the zombie king saw that the python's bones had disappeared, and even the D-grade corpse crystals had been picked up by Zhao, he was so angry that he trembled, and his bone wings flapped wildly, and the hundreds of zombies nearby, all of them, were pulverized. Ho ho ho! The zombie king hissed up to the sky, his emotions getting more and more furious. Asshole! 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 Sooner or later I'll catch you and take you from the draw. Master, I'm about to run out of energy. Old Darkness, who was underground, transmitted his voice to Zhao on his back. The high-intensity cohesive shield that sent Zhao up and down was very consuming. Zhao took out a piece of compressed cookie and sent it into Old Black's mouth. Master, in the future, when we meet a weaker corpse tide, I'll lead you like this and assassinate high-level zombies for corpse crystals and star crystals. Old Black swallowed the cookie. Suddenly, I realized that working with my master was too exciting. Zhao shook his head. Old Black's psychic ability was good, but it consumed too much compressed cookies. There's no zombie king of rank B or above sitting around to use this method. And if there was a zombie king of rank B or above, this method would be hard to replicate. Just now, if the zombie king wasn't in the midst of a violent rage, it couldn't have taken so long to realize Zhao. Old Black realized that he was still too naive. As the energy from the compressed cookies melted away within it, the depleted energy quickly returned to full strength, and it accelerated towards the northeast dirt. After a few tens of minutes, Zhao estimated that Old Black had probably earthbound for about 300 miles. Bald One should be waiting for himself nearby. Old Black, go up, Zhao commanded. The zombie king won't come after us. After Old Black disappeared out of the ground, Zhao immediately sensed Bald One's aura dot up in the clouds. The long-awaited Bald One swooped down in excitement. Master, you're finally here. It landed directly in front of Old Black. Zhao was going to scold that day because of its misjudgment. Almost misunderstood the corpse demon. When he saw the miserable appearance of the Bald One, the words were held back again. During this period of time, Bald One Dun was worried that the master came and couldn't find it, and didn't dare to fly far away, so it could only kill zombies in the neighborhood to feed its stomach. But this was deep in the mountains. There weren't even a few walkers, and Bald One hadn't eaten since a few days ago. This time, its body had lost a large circle of weight, and its feathers looked dirty and disheveled. Only those eyes, looking at Zhao, were still full of fervor. Go back to the life space, Zhao said. He put one hand on Bald One's head and led it and Old Black into the life space. This moment, Song Xiaodao and the others were surrounding the severely injured and dying corpse devil, mashing the freshly picked chestnut leaves and pouring them into the corpse devil's mouth. Zhao, you finally come back. Little demon is seriously injured. The chestnut tree leaves won't have a healing effect. When Song Xiaodao saw Zhao, he immediately shouted anxiously. The necromancer was so badly injured that a piece of his skull was chipped off, and you could see the brain matter inside. Half of his cheek disappeared, along with an ear lying there unconscious. As Zhao had known that the chestnut tree leaves were useless, and with this kind of injury, not even sandwich bread would do. Trying to recover has been tantamount to rebuilding a severed limb. Now that the corpse demon had evolved to C rank, with his exuberant life force, he could only use C-rank healing potions. Within Zhao Yin's spatial ring, he had accumulated 3 bottles of C-grade healing potions, and he immediately took out a bottle and handed it to Song Xiaodao. Use this. Song Xiaodao took it and directly opened it to pour it into the zombie demon's mouth. A moment later, the corpse demon gradually recovered from his injuries and also came to his senses. He opened his eyes and saw Zhao Yin. Master. A kind smile appeared on Zhao Yin's face. Good grandson. You've worked hard. You saved Master's life. The necromancer was happy to hear that. He saved Master's life. It was all worth it. Next, you'll rest in the life space. See that snake bone? Feel free to eat it. Better evolve another. No, 2 powers, Zhao Yin said as he pointed at the python skeleton on the other side of the river, which he remembered. Possessing 2 powers, giganticization in iron armor. Immediately afterward, Zhao Yin threw Wu Shuegue a spatial ring. Old cripple, go fetch a section of the python's spine, and leave the most bone marrow for monkey. Old ox, little white, and old black. Yes boss. Next, Zhao Yin instructed Bald Egg, take the 9 vultures and eat the python's ribs first, and try to finish them before they rot. The energy contained within the ribs was not as much as the spine, but the Bald Egg and the 9 vultures were still happy. After all, since following Zhao Yin, they basically hadn't done much credit. Bald 1, you have done hard work without merit. Reward a section of the spine and pick it up yourself later. Zhao Yin added. Bald 1 instantly became excited. Thank you, master. How could one not be thrilled to know that he had been rewarded by his master when even the Bald Egg had no spine to eat? All the vultures all looked at Bald 1 with envy. At this time, the necromancer had already climbed up the python skeleton and went straight into the head, breaking off a tooth and putting it in his mouth to gnaw on it with a cackle. Zhao Yin walked into the stealth tent and checked the corpse crystals in his spatial ring. 31. 323 F-grade corpse crystals, 260 E-grade corpse crystals, and 115 D-grade corpse crystals. Now that Zhao Yin had already used the D-rank evolutionary potion and opened up all the potential of the D-rank, he didn't need to continue waiting for anything and was fully capable of advancing to the C-rank. He directly took out 100 D-grade corpse crystals and crushed them all. Pounds of energy, an instant toward his arm into the irrigation, rushed into the body. The whole body, all the cells immediately active. Crazy absorption. Zhao Yin's hair, beard, are growing rapidly, fishy smelling filth, along the sweat out of the hair follicles. A few moments later, Zhao Yin's sturdy figure became more and more lanky, and his skin was crystalline, as delicate as milk fat. Even his features became more three-dimensional. Human male. Ability awakened. Class C evolutionary. Evolution level 100/0, strength 332, agility 350, physical strength 280, spirit 450, talent be shooting. Life countdown 499, 963 days. If there were no accidents, today's Zhao Yin would be able to live to be over 1300 years old. It's not too much to say that it's a 1000-year-old demon. His personal battle power was already the second in the team, surpassing Little Monkey and inferior to Corpse Demon. The end of the world was a disaster. But for the aliens and evolvers, how could it not be an opportunity? In the struggle to survive, transcend mortality and evolve to a higher level of life. No more pre-apocalyptic 9 to 5. No more leaks under capital. Never able to raise their heads after being harvested crop after crop for generations. The end times, too, are a haven for the ambitious and the most powerful. Zhao Yin didn't have many waves in his heart after reading his attributes. Today, I'm not strong enough, and there are still too many existences that can threaten me in the end times. Among them, there are powerful zombie kings, terrifying zombie demons, combat-oriented SSS class adepts, sacrificers who have mastered forbidden things, and mutated beasts that are blessed with heaven. Zhao Yin clenched his fists, feeling the majestic power within his body. If you want to live longer and better, the only way is to keep getting stronger. Stronger than all existences. If I had enough strength, that Class A Python would already be my mount. That zombie king, it's already turned into my star crystal. And that damn heaven-swallowing vulture. Recently, Zhao Yin met too many crises. Reviewing it now, he realized that the world was far more frightening than he had understood in his previous life. In the end, in his previous life, he was only a small person in the last days. And only by reaching the top could he see clearly that the most important thing at the moment is to return to Daxia as soon as possible, and realize the information I grasped in my previous life into strength. Only the memory of my past life is my greatest advantage. Zhao Yin was sober enough to know how to be the fastest channel to get rich. He took out a butterfly knife, shaved off his beard, which had just grown a dozen inches or so, took a section of Rat King tendon, and casually tied his long hair behind his head, putting on a dog's head cap to cover it. Next, Zhao Yin walked out of the stealth tent. The little monkey was dozing under the chestnut tree in boredom. Zhao Yin hadn't paid attention to the growth of its attributes for a long time, so he opened the eye of true vision. Adult Tongtian monkey, C-grade mutant beast, strength 234, agility 275, physical strength 248, defense 237, spirit 88, bloodline talents, gigantism, berserking, fire control. The little monkey had been following Zhao Yin and consuming mutant beast meat and mutant crops. And although it didn't have high-level mutant beast meat for it to grow quickly, its attributes had grown by a large amount as time had sunk in. But nowadays, it had only finished developing all of its D-rank potential, and it was still a long way from developing all of its C-rank potential. Zhao Yin looked towards the python skeleton, and at that moment, Wu Shuegue was lying on a section of the spine, twisting the Rat King's claw he borrowed from Song Xiaodao, and slowly dismantling it along the bone. Between the bones, Not much of some snake meat remained, which was carefully collected by Wu Shuegue and packed into a large iron basin. Zhao didn't know how far the potential of all the mutant beasts could be developed by finishing this skeleton. Among the several contracted mutant beasts, the little monkey's potential was the most developed. The old ox and the old black, both restricted by their levels, did not eat as much as the little monkey, and now their own deranked potential had not been fully developed. Xiaobai had followed Zhao not long ago and hadn't even eaten a few meals of rat king meat, so naturally, he didn't need to say much. The worst was bald egg, which was ranked C, but had been following the sky-swallowing vulture to eat zombies even if there was mutated beast meat. It was provided to the heaven-swallowing vulture, and its potential was barely developed. Zhao shook his head. He only had 5 true mutant beasts in his hands. The rest were pseudo-mutant beasts. Even if they met another mutant beast that they could deal with, the first thing they would consider was how to take in the contract rather than killing and eating the meat. I wonder when the indentured beasts will realize the freedom of mutant beast blood and flesh. Zhao didn't have a solution to this big problem for the time being, so he simply stopped thinking about it and called the little monkey. Master. The little monkey crouched his massive body in front of Zhao. His eyes kept staring at him as he was watching, already sensing the changes in his master's body. At this moment, it actually felt a burst of pressure when facing Zhao. The master is already stronger than himself? At this moment, the monkey was no longer as lively as before, and his essence was not very good. Zhao raised his hand and rubbed its head. You're not happy? In Zhao Yin's heart, of all the contracted beasts, the favorite one would always be the little monkey, not only because it had the strongest potential, but also because, when Zhao Yin was in his humble beginnings, it was this monkey that followed him around. A man and a monkey have also been dependent on each other. Master, the little monkey is fine. It just wants to see Master from time to time. The little monkey telepathically transmitted his voice. It was huge and in fact less than a year old, without the need for the little monkey to go on about it. Zhao Yin also understood that he hadn't interacted too much with the contracted beasts recently due to the zombie king making himself depressed. Their minds, influenced by the contracted souls. The person closest to their hearts was Zhao Yin, but the biggest reason why the little monkey was unhappy was still the fact that it had been, all along, spearheading for Zhao Yin. But over the past 10 days, Zhao Yin has taken the corpse demon out to fight, taken little white and old black out, and even bald one, who has also gone out with Zhao Yin. The monkeys, however, had to stay within the life space. Come with me out of the life space today, kill a few walkers and get moving. Zhao Yin gently patted the little monkey's head and flipped his right hand over, taking out the golden war club that had been opened that day. Master. The little monkey's eyes widened at once. Zhao Yin shoved it directly into his hand, took the mountain opening axe back, and laughed. A new weapon for you. With it, the corpse demon isn't much better than you. The little monkey immediately cheered up and let out a monkey-like cry that Zhao Yin hadn't heard in a long time. Squeak! It carried the golden war club and circled around Zhao Yin, jumping up and down for a while. Master, the little monkey is willing to insert artillery for you. Pai Yen Z. Stop! Zhao Yin glared, unable to imagine that image. Even this kind of thing, this monkey upgrades to 2.0. Zhao Yin somewhat admired the little monkey's increasingly refined ass-kissing skills, worrying that sooner or later, he would be as lost as he had been in his previous life. He rushed off and found Wu Shuegue, telling him to take the crumbs of snake meat he had dug up for lunch this time. Zhao Yin didn't need any more snake meat or bone marrow and left it all for the 5 mutant beasts. Wu Shuegue additionally cooked a pot of bone soup crispier vegetable noodles for Zhao Yin. During the meal, the 2 sisters, Zhou Lily, were nibbling on the fish in the distance, their eyes glancing this way from time to time. Zhao Yin subconsciously looked at them, and they were, nowadays, all changed into sand military uniforms. The willowy figure is a little less flirtatious than it once was, but a little more valiant. Zhou Lily was even more graceful than her sister, with a convex front and slender legs, and an aesthetically pleasing waistline that was beyond amazing. Her face is glistening white, her red lips are glossy, and her eyes, which seem to always carry autumn waves, flow between the watery, so that people cannot help but want to push down. As it happened, Zhao Yin's gaze met with hers, and Lily Zhou immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhao Yin. Shy and shocked, it caused a wild jump in Zhao Yin's heart. He hurriedly retracted his gaze and secretly said, "Since ancient times, heroes have died in their crotches." At this time, Song Xiaodao noticed Zhao Yin's gaze. "Zhao Yin, what are you looking at?" Zhao Yin commanded. "Have the 2 of them come over and eat noodles together as well." Song Xiaodao walked over and relayed Zhao Yin's words. The 2 sisters were so flattered that they almost thought they had misheard. That bad guy. When did he become so generous? Zhou Dandan incredulously lowered her voice. "Shoo, the master has good ears. Don't let him hear you." Zhou Lily reacted first and hurriedly pulled her sister along. The 2 women moved their slender legs, and with a smile on Lily Zhou's face, she speculated in her heart, could it be that this guy finally got the hang of it? "Master, thank you master for the reward." The two women came in front of Zhao Yun and bowed, while Zhou Lily deliberately lowered her body. Her half-open neckline was just able to fall into Zhao Yun's line of sight. Snow White and Deepa Zhao Yun asked, "How many sets of uniforms? How many shoes? And how much bedding can you wash each day?" Reporting back to the master, "We washed all the bedding a few days ago, and we've been washing the uniforms for the past 2 days, preparing to start brushing the shoes as soon as the uniforms are finished." Zhou Lily reported as if taking credit. "Yesterday the two of us only rested for 3 hours and washed 600 sets of uniforms each. And this morning we washed 200 sets. Today, let's wash 1,000 sets each, so we can work when we're full," Zhao Yun said seemingly offhandedly. Both women were dumbfounded. The smile on Zhou Lily's face froze as she looked at Zhao Yun incredulously. After the meal, except for the two slave girls, Zhao Yun took all the people and beasts with him, left the life space. Everyone appeared in the outside world with a flash of light before their eyes. "I'll give you all half a day to bask in the sun outside," Zhao Yun said to most of the men and beasts. Had not seen the sun for over 10 days, life space was safe, but ultimately not as safe as the outside world. Bald Egg led the 9 vultures, flapping their wings and rushing into the sky. Soaring within the clouds with a happy croak, the old cow immediately rushed into the nearby grass and nibbled on the grass shoots. "Poor it a cow." Hard by Zhao Yun once a heartfelt words, said to eat meat. 10 days in the life space and the mouth is fading out of the bird. Zhao Yun rolled over and mounted Xiao Bai. Looking around. It's a lush mountain forest with distant hills winding up and down vaguely visible. The tallest giant peak, thousands of meters above sea level, plunged into the sky, as if it were a giant, standing between heaven and earth. Year-round snow, from the waist of the peak covered to the clouds. The sunlight from the clouds gap swings down, shining on the snow, glittering. The entire giant peak, like a great god descending into the world, gave people a sense of loneliness and AWE.AT. This time, Wu Xuegue, who was on the side, suddenly had complexity rise on his face and murmured in a low voice, "Kunlun." Zhao Yun was stunned and looked over. "Old cripple, what did you say, boss?" "This is Kunlun. We've arrived at the Daxia territory." The complexity on Wu Xuegue's face dissipated and changed into respect for Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun sniffed and was out of his mind for a while. There have been countless legends about Kunlun in Daxia since ancient times. He hadn't expected to enter the boundaries of Daxia so quickly, in such a way that he came to the Kunlun Mountains. It was an unintentional arrangement to a bald one come here and wait for himself that day. And just like that he found his way back. Zhao Yun shouted, "Old Black, take Old Cripple and Wang Xiaolei with you. Old Cripple is showing the way back to Daxia." At this moment, Zhao Yun's voice also had a rare note of excitement in it. Wu Xuegue and Wang Xiaolei mounted Old Black, both of them riding mutant beasts for the first time in their lives. With smiles on their faces, Song Xiaodao jumped onto Xiao Bai's back and smoothly fell into Zhao Yun's arms. Seemingly using him as a comfortable backrest, she took off her overshoes and sharpened her toenails with her rat's claws, her little feet glistening white, her toes as delicate and lovely as a peeled garlic clove. The man and the beast dashed forward all the way, setting off flying dust and smoke like 1,000 horses galloping past. The little monkey at the front of the pack, a head start. It front flips, it back flips, it jumps. Zhao Yun seldom has this kind of excitement. In this moment, all the people and beasts follow the happy. The little monkey squeaks, echoing in the mountains and forests. Finally, after all the people and beasts had finished spreading their joy, Zhao Yun had Xiao Bai slow down and Old Cripple. "Are you familiar with this place?" Zhao Yun asked. "When I was young, I was in the army. That is, I was guarding the borderline between Daxia and the 3 countries of A. One of my legs." Wu Xuegue's words lurched, subconsciously touching his lame leg. It was the honor of his life and the pain of his life. Zhao Yun couldn't understand Wu Xuegue's complexity and didn't pursue the matter further. "Boss, over these mountains, in front of us is the place where our troops are holding down the fort, and there will be a flat highway there. I just don't know what has become of it since the end of the world came," Wu Xuegue said in a complicated manner. There was a sigh in his tone. It didn't seem like it was expected to come back here in this way either as soon. The sound of corpses roaring appeared ahead. A dozen zombies, wandering aimlessly through the mountains. They were all wearing military uniforms, not Sans, but belonging to Daxia, and they all looked young in life. Wu Xuegue's face instantly turned pale. The scene he least wanted to see still happened. The end times came, and even the Great Summer's army didn't escape the havoc. Roar! The little monkey immediately perked up and rushed forward with his golden war club, and with a few clubs, he finished off all the zombies and directly dug out the star crystals. Then the little monkey ran back excitedly, and with a face like he was offering a treasure, he handed a few corpse crystals to Zhao Yun. "Master." Zhao Yun raised his hand to receive them and realized that they were all E-grade corpse crystals, and nowadays, most of the ordinary zombies have evolved to level E. "Boss, I want to." Wu Xuegue's voice was hoarse, and it was rare that he had the guts to make a request to Zhao Yun, but he suddenly choked and couldn't make a sound. "You want to bury them?" Jiaoyin looked at Wu Shuegue, sighed, go, if you want cremation, get a monkey to help. If you want earth burial, get Old Black. If it's a heavenly burial, let the bald egg help. It's the best at it, burial in the ground. Wu Shuegue looked at the little monkey. Master Monkey, please also help out. Jiaoyin had already given his word, so the monkey naturally didn't dare to refuse. And it didn't understand what the tears in the old cripple's eyes were due to. The little monkey walked over and fire sprang out of the golden war club, setting those corpses on fire one by one. Soon, it all turned to ashes. Wu Shuegue climbed off Old Black's back and carried Wang Xiaolei down as well. Wu Shuegue suddenly stood up straight and saluted in a standard salute with a military posture that a cripple shouldn't have. At this moment, this bold old guy, his body was up with some kind of change. What exactly that change was, Jiaoyin didn't quite understand. In the middle of the day, Wu Shuegue withdrew his military posture and returned to his normal self, becoming that cautious and amiable old cripple. He said to Wang Xiaolei in a serious tone, Xiaolei, you were born in a military family. If it wasn't for the end times, you would have been a soldier when you grew up. Salute as well. For Team Wang. Wang Xiaolei took off the San military uniform on her body and only wore a shirt given to her by Song Xiaodao. And the little girl also saluted with a standard military posture. Children of military families learn this at an early age. Jiaoyin, in a rare move, did not rush and waited for the salute to finish, commanding, Old Black, bury the ashes. Old Black sent out one of his powers, and the earth tumbled, burying all the ashes, followed by bulging gravebag after gravebag. A monument is not necessary, and the name is not known anyway. It's even less likely that there will be descendants to pay tribute. Jiaoyin didn't even know himself why he was burying people in the end times, following Wu Shuegue to do so. Just like a fool, his blood, perhaps, did not really go cold, but was only hidden by the cruel end times. Perhaps it was only because the soldiers here had given their lives to protect Daxia, and he, Jiaoyin, was also a part of Daxia. Next, all the way Jiaoyin met a few more waves of zombies, a few dozen or so when it was less, and a few hundred when it was more. Some of them were Daxia soldiers, and Jiaoyin chose to take out the corpse crystals and then bury them, so that the departed spirits could rest in peace. Some of them, however, were zombies of the Sand soldiers who had broken into Daxia, and Jiaoyin took the corpse crystals and left before the end of the world. The environment here was so harsh that even the border herders rarely came here. Only these soldiers, who defy hardship and danger, each protect the country behind them. When Jiaoyin met the 12th wave of zombies, suddenly, a sharp sound of gunfire was heard in his ears. 3,000 meters ahead. Toot toot toot. The barrel of Gatling's gun spun wildly, sparks flying in all directions, and rows of bullets raced towards the opposite group of zombies. In less than a minute, 1,000 rounds were fired. A middle-aged soldier, with the rank of colonel atop the shoulders of his tattered uniform, dropped his Gatling and drew a combat knife at his waist. Charge! Behind them, 3 dozen warriors neatly drew their combat knives and followed the colonel as he rushed into the corpses, his blade flashing and black blood splattering in all directions. Soon, the corpses were slaughtered. The middle-aged soldier gasped and ordered loudly, retreat! Regiment Zhao, after wasting so many bullets, don't you want the corpse crystals? A soldier with the rank of lieutenant colonel on his shoulder asked. The gunshots will attract the nearby zombies. Don't! Hurry up and retreat! Zhao Tuan ordered. All of them moved at once. Their feet were tied with ragged cotton wool, and not a sound issued from them as they walked. The lieutenant colonel muttered in a low voice, the zombies are getting harder and harder to kill. 1,000 rounds of bullets. Can only wound this small group of zombies? And in the end, we still have to let the fighters charge and kill to solve the problem. And we can't even retrieve the corpse crystals. Zhao Tuan sniffed and fell silent, burying his head and walking forward. Behind them were 2 dozen corpses, all of which were dressed in Sand military uniforms. A minute later, the lead Zhao Tuan suddenly had a footstep and looked to the side of the bushes. Inside, there was a rustling sound. All the warriors, all of them changed their faces, even Zhao Tuan. His face was steeply pale. 5 dozen or so Sand soldiers, all with transcendental weapons in their hands, slowly walked out of the woods. In an instant, it surrounded Zhao Tuan and the other Daxia soldiers, blocking all roads. Ha ha! In a burst of smug, maniacal laughter, a tall soldier stepped out across the crowd. Zhao Dihai, wouldn't have thought that we would be waiting for you here. He had a large beard and carried a battle axe on his shoulder. All the Sand soldiers had murderous intent in their eyes. Mo Shan, now that the end times are upon us, the family and the country will not survive and the resources will be exhausted. Zhao Dihai whispered. And why be bitter? Before the end of the world, there was still restraint on both sides of the military, but after the end of the world, there was no restraint instead, and Sand side started the war first. When the meteorite rain stopped, Zhao Dihai hesitated, not tolerating his surviving comrades, decapitating the zombies that his former comrades had turned into. As for Sand side, he had no scruples, and that night, he went after his fellow zombies, and soon, he obtained star crystals in large numbers. They had produced hundreds of evolvers, transcendental equipment and food, and gotten quite a bit. There was a disparity in strength between the two sides, and the Daxia military camp was breached, with only Zhao Dihai leading 50 evolvers to escape for more than 2 months. Facing the annihilation of the San military and the siege of zombies, only 33 of them were left dead. Even if they could barely preserve these strengths, it was still because Zhao Dihai had gone out of his way to put his head down and take the initiative to join a camp with combat system adepts under the shelter of that combat alien. The San military did not penetrate any further into Daxia to besiege it. Today, Zhao Dihai was sent out by the camp leader to kill zombies, not expecting to be targeted by San again. Captain Zhao Dihai, nowadays, you only have this mouth left to be powerful. Emoshan is not in a hurry to get Zhao Dihai and others before the end of the world. The individual combat strength of the Daxia army is strong, equipment and supplies, but also not San can be compared to. Every time there is a conflict, it is San in the loss, and now the situation is completely flipped. This was the last of Daxia's soldiers in Kunlun, and he wanted Zhao Dihai and the others to die slowly in fear. How about this, Zhao Dihai? I'll give you a chance. Kill me and my subordinates will let you leave. How about it? Emoshan said teasingly. Zhao Dihai's face showed hesitation as he sniffed. He was only an E-level evolver, and the battle sword in his hand was F-level, while Emoshan, however, had long evolved to D-level, and the level of the battle axe in his hand was unknown, but it was definitely more than F-level. Although he didn't have a scrying faculty ability, after a long period of experimentation and groping, Zhao Dihai was vaguely able to guess the rank division of common transcendence. Soon, Zhao Dihai had a decision in his eyes and nodded his head. Okay, I'll fight you. Zhao Tuan, Zhao Tuan, Zhao Tuan, Zhao Tuan. Lieutenant Colonel Lu Shun pulled Zhao Dihai, and the 31 comrades behind him were all filled with anger. Lu Shun shook his head. Zhao Tuan, don't fall for the trick. San is only trying to humiliate Daxia as much as possible before killing us. Zhao Dihai lowered his voice. Remember that grenade? Grenades? Lu Shun froze, vaguely remembering that the troopers killed a tall zombie during a zombie strangulation operation. They got star crystals and opened a transcendental grenade. Zhao Dihai had never bothered to use it, but later, after joining someone else's camp, he spent a huge amount of money to ask a scrying system psychic for advice, learned that it was a D-rated single-use equipment. The grenade explosion covers 30 meters and can exterminate any evolutionary below D rank. Zhao Tuan, too close to San. You will yourself after using a grenade. Lu Shun lowered his voice, unable to bear to continue on. This is the only way for you to live. Zhao Dihai lowered his voice. Later I will blow a gap. You lead the brothers to rush out. Old Lu, in the past, you have been suggesting to look for other military regions. I didn't agree to it. In the future, there will be no one to constrain you anymore. Tears appeared in Lu Shun's eyes as she slowly loosened her grip on Zhao Da's navy suit. Yeah, well, it's the only way for a fellow soldier to live. If it was Lu Shun himself, he would have been the same choice as Zhao Dihai, and who is qualified to stop Zhao Dihai? Are all of you Daxia people so effeminate? Zhao Dihai, do you dare to fight or not? Emoshan said impatiently. He swung his battle axe a little harder, and the shadow of the axe flashed by, sending out a cracking sound. Zhao Dihai slowly turned back. His eyes fell one by one on the faces of his fellow soldiers. With reluctance and complexity, comrades, in the beginning, it was me, Zhao Dihai, who had no leadership, and failed to kill the zombies in the first place, so that the barracks were attacked by the Isan. It was me, Zhao Dihai, who was sorry for everyone and for the country. Zhao Tuan. Tears surfaced in the eyes of all the warriors, vaguely guessing Zhao Dihai's decision. Comrades, in the future, follow Lu Shun, find the large units in other military regions, and rebuild your homes with them, and please don't forget those fellow soldiers who died in other countries. After saying that, Zhao Dihai turned around, drew his wasted battle sword, and with big steps, walked straight towards Emoshan. Behind him came the calls of his fellow soldiers, and Zhao Dihai didn't turn around. At this moment, Zhao Dihai's face, which was covered with crow's feet, was no longer unwilling to give up and complicated, and with an unrelenting determination, he fiercely accelerated, and slashed his sword head-on at Emoshan. Ha ha! Emoshan laughed out loud, his gaze as if he was looking at a jumping clown as he slightly raised his hand and swung out his battle axe. Bang! The back of the axe and the battle sword collided together, and Zhao Dihai's tall figure immediately flew out backwards, falling to the ground and rolling all over the dirt. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, and after wiping a handful of it, he violently leapt up from the ground and once again rushed towards Emoshan. Bang! Unsurprisingly, it was once again smashed away by Emoshan's blow. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! All the soldiers in San's camp laughed out loud. It was as if we were watching a monkey show. After Zhao Dihai was smashed flying several times, his speed finally slowed down and his steps became staggered, his entire battlesuit, long broken, was drenched in blood. Zhao Dihai, the great Xia's army chief, is that just this much strength? Mo Shan sneered and laughed, still not saying a word. Zhao Dihai suddenly turned around and from another direction, chopped towards Mo Shan, bang. Mo Shan hadn't had enough, and smashed him with another axe, and this time, Zhao Dihai fell inside the San camp and was caught by two San. Ha ha, get up and keep playing with our company commander Mo. A San kicked Zhao Dihai in the ass. Zhao Dihai stumbled and fell to the ground, never able to get up again. Get up, Zhao Dihai. I know you still have some strength left. There's no way an E-class evolver can be so unbeatable. Mo Shan took a step towards Zhao Dihai and stomped on his chest. Oh, you Daxia, are even the evolved so weak? Just then, Zhao Dihai quietly put his hand into his pocket and took out a grenade, bearing disposable Class D transcendental grenade, directly by him to pull away from the insurance. Along the way, I hold Mo Shan's legs. At this moment, Zhao Dihai's eyes emerged hatred. Mo Shan, how many of my fellow soldiers, how many of my brothers you have killed today, with me to die? However, in the next moment, Mo Shan violently raised his foot, and with a furious force, he instantly shook Zhao Dihai's hand away, and the grenade also fell and flew out. At the same time, cold ice rapidly condensed in the air, quickly wrapping the grenade, followed by turning into a several meter thick ice layer. Boom! The grenade exploded within the ice layer, and the supernatural power, cold ice, although also unable to stop the explosion, limited the power of the explosion to within a 10-meter radius. That large area, everything was destroyed, including a dozen or so San soldiers, all turned into a bloody mist. But Mo Shan didn't do anything at all. His foot heavily stepped on Zhao Dihai's chest, making a bone-breaking sound. Is that the best you can do? By the way, I forgot to tell you, 10 days ago I got a bottle of D-class alien ability potion, cold ice system. Zhao Dihai's face was pale, his lips trembled, and he struggled to pull up a touch of bitterness. He regretted more and more that he hadn't ordered the decapitation of the zombies in the first place. This is the end times. This is transcendence. That's the terrifying ability of an alien. His last card was a joke in front of the shifter. At this moment, all the Daxia warriors behind them, all with red eyes and tears in their eyes, some of them recklessly rushed this way, but they were stopped by Lu Shun just then. In the distance, there was also a boom. Dust and smoke rolled in, accompanied by dark shadows that shifted in the flying dust. Squeak dash. Squeak dash. It was a monkey, screaming with excitement. Master, master, there's a group of humans fighting up ahead. This is the moment when everyone looks back. A huge figure ran out from the flying dust. It was 3 meters tall, full of golden hair, carrying a big golden stick in its hand, shining with golden light. At this moment, whether it is San or the Daxia army, all of them all stared in horror. They had never seen such a terrifying mutant beast before. However, this was just the beginning. Immediately after the flying dust, 2 more behemoths came out, a snow-white giant tiger, and a car-sized black rat. 2 giant beasts ran out of the smoke side by side, and on them, respectively, sat a large and a small human figure. That wasn't all. Immediately after that, behind the 2 giant beasts, a buffalo as big as a locomotive came out. A giant rat of incredible size follows. At the end of the group, actually, followed a hideous-looking zombie. At this moment, the arrogance on Mo Shan's face was gone, and his heart and soul trembled. He felt it, the terrible pressure coming from the opposite side. At this moment, the soldiers on both sides were all like enemies looking at the behemoths, slowing down and taking their time. At this moment, Zhao Dihai smiled miserably and slowly closed his eyes, no longer having any thoughts of surviving. He didn't even bother to look. The people on the behemoth, subconsciously, were coming from the territory of the 3 kingdoms. Needless to say, they must be the people of the 3 kingdoms. Wu Shuegui's eyes quickly swept over and quickly saw a group of Daxia soldiers, as well as Zhao Dihai at Mo Shan's feet. Old Zhao? Wu Shuegui was shaken. Zhaoying frowned and looked over with a cold glance. Wu Shuegui immediately reacted, quickly turned around and smiled. Boss, not talking about you, how dare I disrespect you, only because that person is my old comrade in arms. He is also surnamed Zhao. Zhao Yin's eyes then eased a bit and asked, saving people? Please, boss, make a move. Wu Shuegui's face was pleading. At this time, Mo Shan gibbered at Zhao Yin from afar, meaning to ask, where in the 3 kingdoms is Zhao Yin from? How did he end up with these mutant beasts? And if he was interested in killing Daxia soldiers with him for fun, the intention to befriend was obvious. But it was a pity that Zhao Yin didn't understand the San language. Good grandson, see that group of people in San uniforms. Kill them cleanly. Zhao Yin indifferently commanded. The corpse demon sniffed and snapped his head up, his dead fish-like eyes to look at the crowd across the street. At this moment, all the sand soldiers, all of them sweated and couldn't help but tremble. It's the Zombie King, someone exclaimed. Emo-chan's face also changed drastically, vaguely understanding something. At this moment, the corpse devil's stagnant expression, instantly hideous, 10 nails crazy long, blink of an eye long to nearly 2 feet, followed by the figure into a stump, violently rushed out. Eraser. Intense sounds of sharp blades entering flesh came out one after another. The necromancer rushed through Sand's camp without stopping, and the heads behind him, one after another, rolled down from their necks to the ground. A fountain of blood gushed out from the headless neck. It was only after the corpse demon had finished killing the last San other than Mo-yen, the first corpse to be killed, that it fell to the ground with a poof. In the next moment, the corpse demon stayed in front of Emo-chan, its hideous face less than an inch away from Emo-chan's nose. It seemed that the necromancer was a little curious as to how Mo-chan's beard actually grew. So ugly. Master didn't even have one. Much better looking than him. Get out of the way. Emo-chan panicked and backed away, violently swinging his giant axe and chopping down towards the corpse demon. The corpse demon raised his hand and snatched the giant axe, his eyes still staring curiously at Emo-chan. His right hand slowly raised the giant axe and swung it out. Click! A crisp bone cracking sound came, and Emo-chan's head was split in half diagonally. At this moment, all of the dacia generals, all of them stared with wide eyes and open mouths, looking on in horror. The zombie figure. No one felt the aftermath of a robbery. All of them were chilled to the bone. This monster. Just what level did it have to evolve to in order to have such strength? At this point, the necromancer stared at the brains on the ground and gulped. Remembering his master's explanation that he would not allow cannibalism, he turned back reluctantly. Master! He shouted, his voice shaking the mountains. Then all the dacia generals saw that the zombie, who had just been unstoppable, immediately changed into a pleasing face. His body bent down, walked underneath that white tiger, and handed the huge axe he had just snatched to a young man as if he were offering a treasure. The youth, on the other hand, smiled with a kind face and rubbed the zombie's head affectionately after receiving the giant axe. Everyone was confused, their minds buzzing. Earlier they were all still wondering how zombies and mutant beasts could coexist with humans. At this moment they all seemed to understand. These giant beasts and zombies, I'm afraid, all were subordinates of that human youth. At this moment, the gazes of all the people looking at Zhao, some with awe, some with fear, and some with longing in their gazes. Zhao didn't care at all about the gazes of the bystanders and opened the eye of true vision. Yuan UX, grade C, type transcendent weapon, sturdy 99, attack 125, attachment effect slashing speed plus 35. Zhao didn't expect to actually have such a reward, a C-rank weapon. Although it was a far cry compared to the simultaneous C-ranked Golden Battle Club, this axe was already far superior to the Rat King's Claw that Zhao usually used. Now, Rat's Paw can finally retire with honor. Zhao directly put it away, and his gaze fell on the corpse on the ground as the eye of true vision swept through it. He found that these sand soldiers, actually all of them are using transcendent weapons. Scattered among the corpses of D-grade weapons there are 4 E-grade weapons enclosed 9, the rest are F-grade, a total of 63 pieces of equipment. Those who have hands, go pick up the equipment. Zhao suddenly said loudly with a high voice. Song Xiaodao, Wang Xiaolei, Little Monkey, Corpse Demon, and Wu Xuegue immediately rushed forward, one faster than the other. Song Xiaodao was the most chicken thief. The first time he rushed towards Emo-chan's corpse, quickly took off his uniform, and sure enough, he was wearing equipment inside, a transcendent silk inner vault and a secret silver locking inner armor. Zhao 2 D-rank defense equipment. Song Xiaodao shouted. She directly stripped Emo-chan naked. Her black cheeks, exposed in the air, looked bleak and helpless, and a certain unscrupulous, unethical, and very capable lowly. With her eyes narrowed with laughter, she also opened the eye of true vision and helped Zhao identify it in passing. Soon, all the equipment was piled up in front of Zhao. The other equipment was nothing to look at, except for the 2 pieces of defense equipment on Emo-chan, which Zhao picked up and looked at. Silk Inner Vault, Grade D, Extraordinary Defensive Equipment, Sturdy 45. Attachment, Charisma plus 20. This thing has crap attributes and actually adds Charisma 0.7 years in his previous life. And to this day, Zhao still didn't know what Charisma actually did. However, he was still really lacking an inner library. Zhao didn't directly change into it, and it was included in the spatial ring. He was going to sterilize it before he put it on, while it was unlikely that the transcendental gear would carry any viruses. After all, it was hard to get past the mental part of it being worn by San. Secret silver inner armor, Grade D. Extraordinary defensive equipment, Strength 65, Agility 40, Effect, Warm in winter, cool in summer. The effect was a very good piece of D-rank equipment. The inner armor type of transcendent equipment was very rare. Zhao put it away along with the other equipment, looking at the pile of corpses once again. These San. Their family is exactly rich. Going back to look at those Disya soldiers, they were all F-grade equipment. Not even a single E-grade. No wonder they were being hunted down, seeing that his boss was finished with what he was doing. Wu Shuegue hesitantly asked, "Boss, can you give me a few more minutes?" Zhao Ying knew that he wanted to visit his old comrade, and took out 50 chestnut leaves and handed them over. "Take this. When comrades meet, gifts should always be brought along. Nowadays, Zhao Yin's family is getting richer and richer, and he treats his subordinates more generously than before. Wu Shuegue was so excited that he was about to kowtow to Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin waved his hand. "Old cripple. It's fine to lose face at home, but when you're out, don't lose face for me." Wu Shuegue reddened his eyes, nodded his head, turned around, limped, and walked over to Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai weakly opened his eyes and saw a face that was somewhat familiar in its strangeness. "Lao Zhao, you're getting old." Wu Shuegue had tears in his eyes and his lips trembled, but he was trying to squeeze out a smile. "Gue, is that you?" Zhao Dihai finally recognized Wu Shuegue, followed by bitterness, whispering, "It turns out that when people are dying, they will see the person they want to see the most. Old Zhao, you're confused. You're not dead. You're alive and well." Wu Shuegue bent down, limping and half-kneeling on the ground, rubbing the chestnut leaves in his hand, twisting up the kettle and pouring it down for Zhao Dihai. Not far away, Lu Shun guessed what was going on and stopped the warriors from going forward, lowering his voice. "Don't move. It's a friend, not a foe." The necromancer hadn't hurt them earlier, and the limp, bald man in front of him even directly called out Zhao Tuan's last name. If he couldn't guess anything more, Lu Shun might as well find a woman and drown under her legs, under the sun. Wu Shuegue's head is covered with white spots, and Zhao Dihai's dark face is also covered with wrinkles. Zhao Dihai quickly came back to his senses. A hand to hold Wu Shuegue's hand. "Really, Yu Xiaogue, how can you appear here? I thought, after the end times, the family and the country are gone, and 9 out of 10 of the deceased have withered away. It's a long story. It's hard to tell." Wu Shuegue shook his head and just let out a sigh. Both men were a little out of their minds, not thinking that when they said goodbye back then, when they saw each other again, it would be today. This kind of scene. Zhao Dihai turned his head, looking at the corpses of Mo Shan and the others. These are all made by the boss." Wu Shuegue smiled and said, "I came to see you and then left. Nowadays, I'm the boss's cook." "Boss? It's me and Xiaolei's boss. Without his shelter, we are a small and disabled. We can't live until now." Wu Shuegue's complicated eyes carried endless gratitude. Zhao Dihai immediately rolled over and climbed up, about to walk toward Zhao Ying to thank. At that moment, a roar of corpses came from all directions. The battle just now had still attracted the nearby zombies. Densely packed, 2,000 to 3,000 zombies appeared in sight and quickly surrounded them. There are probably only 100 or 200 of them that are still F-class. Most of them have evolved to E-class, and there are even 3 even taller D-class zombies. At this moment, all of the Daxia generals all changed their faces drastically. Zhao Dihai ignored the injuries on his body that were slowly recovering. "Xiao Gue, go to your boss's place. Hurry." In his opinion, Wu Shuegue's boss possessed so many mutant beasts, and since he was able to kill Mo Shan and the others, there shouldn't be any major problems in breaking out with Wu Shuegue. "All warriors, follow me and kill." Zhao Dihai picked up the battle sword on the ground and shouted, with his order. All the warriors had a look of death on their faces as they carried their weapons to kill the surrounding corpses. Zhao Dihai looked back. Wu Shuegue was still standing there. "Xiao Gue, why aren't you leaving yet?" Wu Shuegue froze. "It's only a few thousand zombies. Old Zhao, why so nervous?" Due to the long-term followers of Zhao Ying, every time he saw, it was Zhao Ying killing zombies by the thousands. In Wu Shuegue's subconscious mind, this small dish, "You are nervous, ah." It was just that Zhao Dihai had already rushed into the corpses and didn't hear Wu Shuegue's words, otherwise he didn't know how he would feel. At this moment, Zhao Yin and all of his contracted beasts were all in high spirits, looking at the 3 D-class zombies in the horde. The eyes of all the men and beasts glowed. "Kill!" Zhao Yin gave an order. All the contracted beasts had long been unable to hold back, especially the little monkey. With a low roar, his terrifying figure turned on the first alien ability, giganticization. Roar! Its height instantly rose madly to more than 7 meters, the golden war club in its hand, also rapidly in the growth, full of golden hair, wildly dancing, violently rushed into the corpses steeply, 10 bowl thick, nearly 10-meter-long stick shadows spewed terrifying flames, and the surrounding withered grass was set ablaze in an instant, frantically sweeping through the corpses. In an instant, within a few dozen meters, hundreds of zombies were instantly fragmented, and many were smashed into mush. By this time, Zhao Dihai and a group of warriors were already in a bitter battle. After all, there were only about 30 of them, their weapons and equipment were all F-grade, and their revolver level wasn't high, and in just a few seconds, One of the warriors was bitten by a zombie. Zhao Dihai was in a rage, wanting to rush up to rescue, but his figure was quickly surrounded by corpses. The next moment, a black behemoth violently rushed from in front of Zhao Dihai. Boom! It was a buffalo that plowed right through the corpses, leaving a trail of severed limbs and blood all the way through. Zhao Dihai opened his mouth wide and looked at what was in front of him incredulously. He clearly knows that now the zombies evolved again. With his own combat power, wants to deal with up one or two are very difficult. But in front of that cow, kill zombies than to cut leaks easier. Soon, a few wind blades flew in and poof, poof, poof. In an instant, the dozens of zombies that surrounded Zhao Dihai and the others strangled most of them. All of them relaxed their pressure and looked back. It was a little girl with a double ponytail, a dress, and big overshoes. If placed before the end of the world, such a little girl may have just entered junior high school. But at this time, a few wind scrolls holding her figure. The speed is amazingly fast. The two small white hands flying, pointing. A wind blade, sweeping in all directions. With each strike, several walkers fall. At this moment, all of the Daxia generals, all of them froze, even forgetting to fight. As a matter of fact, they couldn't even intervene at this point, because 7 more giant rats rushed into the group of corpses. The biggest of them, which looked to be 3 times the size of the other giant rats, and its target was directly those 3 D-class zombies, only to see it directly disappeared into the earth, avoiding all the besieged zombies. And immediately after, it appeared in front of a D-class zombie, fiercely pressed the zombie under its claws, and opened its mouth to bite off the neck. It's not over. Quack! The sky suddenly fell a black rain. No, it was not a raindrop, but a feather that was more terrible than an arrow. More terrible than an arrow, covering a radius of several hundred meters. All the zombies, all of them, had their heads chopped off, followed by a terrifying vulture, leading a group of smaller vultures swooping down. In less than a minute, nearly 3,000 zombies, all of them were decimated, and the corpses were scattered everywhere. The rich stench of corpses, accompanied by blood, wafts through the mountains and forests. The world went quiet. By the time Zhao Dihai and all the warriors came back to their senses, all the people and beasts, including Wu Shuegue, had already skillfully started to collect the corpse crystals. That youth, on the other hand, was still sitting smoothly on the white tiger, standing beside him, that terrifying zombie. Since the beginning, the youth was indifferently smoking a cigarette, as if 3,000 zombies were completely unqualified to make him nervous. At this moment, Zhao Dihai and the others were shocked and trembling. If Zhao Dihai didn't understand Zhao Yin's identity, he would have thought that he was a god. How else could it be, with such a terrifying group of mutant beasts? Otherwise, why would even a little girl under his command be a terrifying combat alien? Otherwise, how could even the zombies in front of him behave like grandchildren? Zhao Dihai, who had previously intended to go forward to thank him, was unable to take a step at this moment, because he now understood that in this post-apocalyptic world, this kind of strong person often lived and killed as they pleased. One wrong word and perhaps not only would he lose his life, but the warriors under his command would definitely not be able to stop any of the mutant beasts in his hands. Therefore, Zhao Dihai was careful, rehearsing what to say in his mind, and only when he felt that he wouldn't offend the other party did he force out a smile. This boss, thanks to your comrades are about to become zombies. Zhao Yin interrupted Zhao Dihai's words, and the 2 fingers holding the cigarette pointed at the warrior who was bitten by the zombie, and spoke indifferently. For the sake of the old cripple who dutifully cooks for me, if you will work for me for a month, I will save his life. Nowadays, Zhao Yin's biggest headache was not killing zombies, but how to collect corpse crystals. Since ancient times, heroes have died not only in the belly of a woman, but also at the hands of their own people. Zhao Yin didn't want to live every day on guard against the evils of the human heart. But these former warriors of the Great Xiao were able to be of use for the time being. They were all educated in the army ideology, or at least stronger than ordinary people. If they were only allowed to temporarily collect corpse crystals for themselves, there shouldn't be any major problems. This time, the warrior who had been bitten by the zombie had fallen into a coma. His skin blackened. It won't take long to turn into a zombie after the end of the world. Zhao Dihai and the others had long since seen countless times that their fellow brothers around them had left forever in such a cruel way. Is there any salvation from a walker bite? In Zhao Dihai's days, Wu Shuegue came from behind and raised his hand to pat his shoulder. Old Zhao, what are you still hesitating for? Zhao Dihai was able to be at the age of 40, and was honored to be promoted to the rank of regimental commander in the army. He was definitely not stupid nowadays. He has long since let go of his high-ranking position in the military. Don't talk about working for a month, for as long as it takes, but please ask the boss to save my brother. Zhao Dihai gave a military salute. Zhao Ying nodded and threw his hand. A box of tuna flew over. You have 15 seconds left. Feed it to him. Zhao Dihai didn't expect that the other party had even calculated the time of the zombie virus outbreak so accurately that he didn't dare to have the slightest delay and immediately opened the can of tuna. Lu Shan and a few of the fighters helped the soldier up, and a few of them force-fed him canned tuna. Soon, in the midst of everyone's anticipation, the wounded warrior, his skin gradually turning white, the virus subsiding, opened his eyes as Zhao Dihai and the others all had joyful expressions on their faces. After the end of the world, they gave their backs to each other countless times together to survive, countless times together to bury their comrades and fellow soldiers, countless times together to cook moldy military rations. Together they fought San, they fought the zombies, and together they were oppressed by that shifter. They lost their families and countries, their faith collapsed, and after the end of the world, there were no more family members, no more close friends. Now, the only thing that remains is the 30 or so brothers who, shoulder to shoulder, have traveled all the way through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although they had all been prepared for death for a long time, every reduction of a brother around them was the biggest blow. Everyone's eyes were red. Regiment Zhao, Staff Sergeant Liu, where are the zombies? The soldier immediately rolled over and climbed up after coming to his senses. Rocco, Zhao Dihai laughed and slammed his fist on Sixth Son's shoulder. You kid didn't die. Go thank the boss. Everyone laughed. In a joyful atmosphere, Rocco looked around, seemingly searching for the boss that Zhao Dihai was talking about. Yi Zhaoyin frowned and looked at Wu Shuegue, who understood and immediately pulled Zhao Dihai. Hurry up and get to work. Why are you guys talking so much shit? Only then did Zhao Dihai react and instructed everyone to help pack up the corpse crystals together. You little brats, all give me a good listen. Not allowed to miss a corpse crystal. Who moves slowly, go back to pull down the library to Sun Kirikiri. With the addition of 3 dozen evolvers, the corpse crystals were collected much faster. A few minutes later, Song Xiaodao came to Zhao Yin and handed him the collected corpse crystals and 3 star crystals. Zhao Yin all into the space ring, as always, ordered the people to wear the daxia uniforms of the zombies, all pile up. The little monkey of fire ignited, cremated and then buried by Old Black. When all the warriors saw this, there was already something more in the gazes. They quietly looked at Zhao Yin. Old Zhao, where is the densest place of corpses in this neighborhood? Do you know? Zhao Yin suddenly asked Zhao Dihai. For you, boss, there are no more large groups of corpses here. Zhao Dihai said. No? Zhao Yin froze. He was also going to collect a batch of corpse crystals and star crystals. After the end of the world, San's side cleared up the corpses first. It was my mistake to fall a step behind, Zhao Dihai explained in shame. On San's side, after the evolvers grew up, they came to our side, and the large groups of corpses were dispersed and annihilated by them, leaving only small groups wandering in this mountain forest. So those Santorin zombies nearby weren't wandering over. They were strangling the dead sand from the corpses. In a sense, the daxia generals who turned into zombies are still defending their homes. Zhao Yin frowned. The army's combat literacy, in itself, trumped ordinary people by more excellent weapons on hand again. Before the zombies evolved, it wasn't hard for them to kill, and if they seized the opportunity, with teamwork, it snowballed at a terrifying rate. Zhao Yin sneered at Zhao Dihai. Missing the best opportunity. How did he become the head of the group? He pointed at the corpses of Mo Shan and the others. These few rookies, they can also kill so many zombies? Also, with so many star crystals, how many supplies can be opened? With only this strength? These people are just a part of it. San's army survived by thousands, with at least 200 or more evolvers, and many of the generals have evolved to rank D. Zhao Dihai said. Zhao Yin was instantly shaken in spirit, as if he had seen a large amount of transcendent materials. He asked in a deep voice, where is San's barracks? Now settled? After the end of the world, the daxia generals have been under siege by the San, and couldn't spare any time to scout their exact location. Zhao Dihai's words suddenly stuttered, anger flashing in his eyes. But someone knows that the camp we defected to has an alter ego sitting in it, and has recently exchanged supplies with San a few times, so he must know. Shifter? 60 kilometers from here due east, there's a gathering of 30,000 to 40,000 survivors, and he's the leader there. Lead the way. Zhao Yin directly commanded. The group departed quickly and went over several hills. Soon, out of the mountains, the view gradually opened up. The sun shines brightly here and the sky is blue, which makes the heart and mind clear. Quiet and peaceful. In sight, a patch of hills, forming a grassland, was as far as the eye could see. Only, there are no herders to be seen today, and there are no more pre-apocalyptic cows or sheep, and the weeds grow to over a foot high, no higher than a person's knees. The wind blew and swept up the waves of grass like a green sea, one wave over the other. Zhao Yin rode on Little White's back, holding Song Xiaodao in his arms, only hearing the wind whimpering in his ears, accompanied by the grass blades rubbing together and the rustling of collisions. Suddenly, Zhao Yin was a little confused as to whether this was post-apocalyptic or pre-apocalyptic. Everything seemed as if In a dream not yet awakened, only the beauty of it was that there were a few walkers in the distance. Wandering aimlessly, they were not soldiers turned, more like tourists who came to travel before the end of the world. Looking at the attire should be 3 young girls, only, at this time, on the 3 zombies, their clothes had long since withered, revealing their dried-up bodies. Roar! The 3 zombies spotted Zhao Yin and his party and immediately rushed frantically this way, without the need for Zhao Yin's command. Song Xiaodao released 3 wind blades from afar, and 3 heads rolled down. Good grandson, go pick up grandma's head. Song Xiaodao instructed the corpse demon. The corpse demon was dumbfounded and immediately rushed up, happily retrieving the 3 heads and handing them to Song Xiaodao with both hands black, viscous plasma that ran down his fingers. Song Xiaodao frowned a small frown. I told you to retrieve the corpse crystals. What's the point of giving me a corpse head? The necromancer froze. Clearly she had just said pick up the head. He still obediently cracked open the head and took out the 3 E-grade corpse crystals inside, handing them back to Song Xiaodao. Grandma doesn't want it. Give it to your master. Song Xiaodao laughed. Delighted, Zhao Ying knocked the little lowly's head and whispered, no bullying of the good grandson. After putting the corpse crystal away, the man and the beast stepped on the weeds and went all the way to the east, and on the next journey, they met scattered zombies, and without the slightest delay, the corpse crystal was retrieved by the corpse devil. In the evening, a tall stone wall, in the distance, appeared in sight. Boss, up ahead is the campground I was talking about, Zhao Dihai said as he came in front of Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying slightly raised his hand and all the people and beasts stopped. How many evolvers are in there? And how strong are the aliens? Zhao Ying asked. There are more than 24 evolvers in there, and the strongest one, I heard, is the alien's brother-in-law, and his strength has already reached level D. Zhao Dihai continued. The alien is called Fong Day. We've never seen him strike. We only know that he's so strong that even San doesn't quite dare to mess with him. Zhao Ying pondered slightly, remembering that in his previous life, he hadn't heard of a strong person called Fong Day. It could only mean that this person was by no means a top-notch exalt that he knew of. As long as it wasn't an SSS-class combat alien, Zhao Ying would have nothing to care about. All contracted beasts, follow me back to space. Good grandson, you go back as well. Zhao Ying rolled down from Little White and directly passed out orders. After all, most of the camp was filled with ordinary people, and taking such a group of monsters and might cause unnecessary panic. Here were all the survivors of the Grand Xia, and Zhao Ying was unwilling to kill more if it was not necessary. He only wanted to ask Fonda for San's address, and as long as the other party was sensible, he didn't want to care about anything else. Only Song Xiaodao and Wu Shuegue were left beside Zhao Ying, and Wang Xiaolei and all the contracted beasts were all put into his lifespace. Zhao Dihai and the others all looked stunned, only to see Zhao Ying raise his hand and touch over the group of mutant beasts one by one, and all of them inexplicably disappeared. Zhao Ying didn't explain, and they didn't dare to ask more. Lead the way, Zhao Ying ordered in a deep voice after doing everything. Good boss. Zhao Dihai and Lu Shan and the others immediately led the way ahead. Soon, it came to a large gate made of alloy, with several sentry towers constructed within the stone walls, and several evolvers were standing on them. One of them immediately aimed the bow and arrow in his hand at Zhao Dihai and the others. Zhao Ying looked up and saw that what the man was holding was actually an E-class transcendent bow, but the arrows used were made from ordinary steel. His pupils subconsciously shrunk, not thinking that the alien named Fong Di actually had such a family background. To know that Zhao Ying has not even opened this kind of bow. His heart jumped, and he could not help but look at that bow a few more times. Captain Zhao, how many corpse crystals did you bring back this time? The chief said 300 E-grade corpse crystals. You guys got enough here? The evolver holding the bow and arrow said loudly, deliberately emphasizing the word leader with a sneer in his tone. Zhao Dihai returned. Zhang Ming brother, we met San on the road, almost did not come back, and now come back is an important matter to see the chief. Ha ha. Several people on the sentry tower laughed out loud, and Zhang Ming loudly interrupted Zhao Dihai. Tuan Zhao, you still dare to come back without the corpse crystals? How did you promise our boss Fong in the first place? The camp provided us with shelter, and the corpse crystals and star crystals we got were handed over to Boss Fong. It's not that we're going back on our word. There's really something we need to see Boss Fong about. Zhao Dihai said. Brother Zhang Ming, let us in, and I'll be sure to thank you with a generous gift later on. A generous gift? Zhang Ming snorted. Just based on you guys? You can't even get 300 corpse crystals, so what's the point of mentioning generous gifts? Zhao Ying, who was on the side, frowned. Earlier, Zhao Dihai hadn't mentioned to him about the situation within this camp. Zhao Ying raised his hand and threw out 3D-grade corpse crystals to Zhao Dihai. Tell them to open the door, boss. Zhao Dihai took the corpse crystals. How can I let you break the bank for us? I want to see Fong Day as soon as possible. Zhao Ying said, it was better to do more than less. And Zhao Ying was worried about what would happen when the San found out that Mo Shan and the others were dead. As for the 3D-grade corpse crystals, feel free to take it. What they ate, I'll make them spit it out tenfold. Zhao Yin's eyes narrowed. Already showing killing intent, Zhao Dihai didn't say anything more. Sighed, and threw the 3 corpse crystals directly to Zhang Ming, opened the door. Zhang Ming raised his hand to catch the corpse crystal and froze when he glanced at it. 3D grade corpse crystals, although equal in value to 300E grade corpse crystals, were not a concept at all. If they were to go one by one and kill 300E class zombies, Zhao Dihai's team would be able to do it. But to say that they would be able to kill D-class zombies, Zhang Ming did not believe it. Where did you guys get the D-grade corpse crystals? Zhang Ming asked. The corpse crystal has been given to you. As for where it came from, it's inconvenient to explain to you. Zhao Dihai was also provoked into a trace of anger. His voice was a few points louder. Open the door. Not enough, Zhang Ming suddenly said, greed in his eyes. If you want to go in and see Boss Fong, these 3 corpse crystals won't be enough. How much more do you want? Zhao Dihai's face was ugly. These 3 corpse crystals are the tasks explained by Boss Fong. We brothers, several, the whole day here to provide protection for you, but also have to spend effort to open and close the door for you. Do not need to mean? Zhang Ming's words changed and became amiable. Give another D-grade corpse crystal, in addition to telling me where you got it from, and I'll let you in. Before the words were finished, boom! A thunderbolt descended from the sky and directly struck Zhang Ming's head. His hair was instantly scorched by the terrifying electric current, and a large portion of his head was burnt. As the gust of roasted meat spread with a poof, Zhang Ming fell from the sentry tower. At this moment, the remaining 3 people on the sentry tower all trembled, terrified. He looked at Zhao Yin behind Zhao Dihai. Earlier they hadn't cared. That ordinary-looking survivor. At this moment, everyone's face turned pale, and poof, one person's legs went weak and fell down directly from the sentry tower. When he was unsteady, he fell heavily to the ground, not even daring to cry out in pain. This boss, you, wait a moment, I will go and ask Boss Fong to come over. Someone called out loudly. It's not necessary. At this point, Zhao Yin's patience had long been exhausted, and he said in a low voice, I'll go in myself. Song Xiaodao, kill. When the words fell, several wind blades flew out, sweeping up the sentry tower in an instant. Poof poof poof. Along with the one who landed on the ground, all 3 evolvers were split in 2. The wind blades flashed from various parts of their bodies, and only when the wind blades dispersed did the bodies of several people split apart, as if a blood bag exploded, and scarlet plasma violently gushed out. At the same time, Zhao Yin took a step and boom. One punch, the gate breaks. The alloy gate that was strong enough to block any D rank, or even C rank, might need to spend some effort before it could be blasted through. The door chain directly snapped and flew backwards. It smashed a sentry tower aside, rumbling and splintering the wood. Zhao Yin brought Song Xiaodao with him, stepping into the gate with big strides, and behind him, Wu Xuegue hurriedly followed. Only then did Zhao Dihai and the others return to their senses. Lu Shun blurted out, so strong, more than strong? Zhao Dihai turned around and commanded, in the future, all give me some respect and never any disobedience. He had already determined that Zhao Yin was a god of killing, although there were his own rules. Anyone who dared to touch his tiger's whiskers was definitely looking for death. There were quite a few of these people in the end times, but there were definitely not many who could do what Zhao Yin did as he pleased. Old Zhao, what are you waiting for? Wu Xuegue turned around and urged. Coming. Zhao Dihai picked up Zhao Yin's 3 corpse crystals, as well as the weapons in the hands of the 4 evolvers, and caught up with Zhao Yin, respectfully handing them over to him. Boss, here are your corpse crystals and trophies. Zhao Yin waved his hand and put it away, calmly saying, lead the way, and work well for me in the future. I'm not someone who kills indiscriminately. With a shock, Zhao Dihai realized that Zhao Yin had actually heard their conversation. Ming, got it boss. Zhao Yin said that he wasn't an indiscriminate killer, but Zhao Dihai didn't dare to take it lightly in the slightest. Wouldn't kill for no reason, but that didn't mean upsetting him. Still didn't kill. Of course, what Zhao Dihai didn't know was that Zhao Yin's ruthlessness was only towards people weaker than him, but if he met a crisis that exceeded his ability to cope with, he often ran faster than a rabbit. I've run countless times in my past life, and I haven't missed a beat in this one. When you are bullied by someone powerful, you must bow down when it is time to bow down, or you are just too old to live. But if he is in power, he should naturally show all his majesty. This camp was not considered big, but it was filled with 30,000 to 40,000 people, and when a group of people saw Zhao Yin and the others approaching, all of them watched vigilantly from afar, their expressions numb. This group of people, there are young and strong as well as women, children, old and young. Even worse than the beggars before the end of the world, the men were as thin as bones, the women were waxy, and all of them had not a single complete article of clothing, and their hair was as dirty and smelly as a chicken's nest. Along the way, I passed crooked stone and wooden houses that looked like they were built by outsiders with their own hands. Most of them didn't even have a door. and had randomly hung a rotten cloth curtain. There were a number of the usual tents of the local inhabitants, all in tatters. Zhao, what is this for? To exorcise evil spirits? Song Xiaodao suddenly pointed at a tent with a feather sticking out of the door. It looked like it had been pulled out of a tattered down jacket and colored with petals. Song Xiaodao had already seen quite a few of these decorations along the way and was curious. Zhao coughed dryly, suddenly not knowing how to give an answer to the child, while Wu Shuegue on the side sniffed, but his old face reddened. Why don't you say something? Seeing that Zhao didn't answer, Song Xiaodao stretched out his finger and stabbed him in the waist. You'll know later. Zhao was vague. What can't you say? Before Song Xiaodao could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened. She saw, in a wooden cabin, also plugged with feathers, not even fitted with curtains, a man pressed up against a woman, panting like a cow. The woman, with a numb face, seemed to have heard the footsteps and looked back, coincidentally meeting Song Xiaodao's eyes. She smiled numbly at Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao froze. It wasn't that she didn't know what those two were doing, but it was the first time she had seen it. Zhou covered her eyes as she dragged the child away quickly, then a chestnut on her head. Now do you know what it's for? Song Xiaodao covered his head but laughed. Zhao, I get it. That feather is telling the others that the people inside are married. They are husband and wife, right? When I grow up, I want to do the same. Alright. Zhao reached out and covered the child's mouth, not allowing her to continue, saying, they are not husband and wife. Post-apocalyptic. Most campgrounds have this kind of decoration inside, just like the pre-apocalyptic red light district, the ancient fireworks alley. Ha! Song Xiaodao was shocked. She immediately thought of Wang Quan in the beginning. If Zhao had not arrived in time, she had. Immediately afterward, Song Xiaodao became enraged. This is too much. I'm going to kill that bad guy. Zhao pulled her back with one hand. It's not a big deal. They're in love with each other, and you're just ruining people's business if you go. You love me? Song Xiaodao was dumbfounded again. This time, Wu Shuegue sighed. After the end of the world, men are more courageous, stronger in qi, and have the ability to go out and look for supplies, but most of the women are less courageous, and if they don't look good again, no evolved person will be willing to take them in, and if they want to live, they can only sell themselves. This is the sorrow of this world. The original team Wang and Xia Jinshan and others were the ones who wanted to make a change. Unfortunately, they were not capable enough and also underestimated the evil of human nature, and ultimately failed. Bah! Song Xiaodao spat. So disgusting. People are different from each other. Standing at Song Xiaodao's height, she would rather be bitten to death by a zombie than do such a thing. As the group of people continued to walk forward, Song Xiaodao suddenly saw, again, several children as thin as bones, the older ones 7 or 8 years old, the younger ones even only 2 or 3 years old, kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to a man and begging for food. Uncle Wang, have mercy on me? I haven't gotten anything to eat for 5 days. Oh, Uncle Wang, wah, hungry. Oh, get the fuck out of the way. The man cursed loudly. A pre-apocalyptic tanged sword hung from his waist. Not some kind of evolved person, but his tattered camouflage uniform was stained with black plasma, obviously left behind by a zombie. By the looks of it, he was better off than most of the people in the camp, with a full muscular body and a rosy complexion. In fact, if ordinary people form a team and meet a single walker, they can be killed by using tools, and the man is part of such a group. Uncle Wang, I'm Xiaofang. Dad was your friend when he was alive. Have you forgotten? Or do you not like Xiaofang anymore? A 6 or 7-year-old girl suddenly hugged the man's leg. She pressed her little face against the man's leg and refused to let go. Xiaofang is so hungry. So hungry, so hungry. The man sniffed, a flash of hesitation finally spreading across his face as he looked around, then fished a pocket out of his pocket. Inside were 2 buns with green hair growing to 1 inch long. The man took one out, broke off a quarter and put it into the little girl's hand. Take this. I also traded the corpse crystals I took my life for to the camp for food. Don't come looking for me next time. You're all going to starve to death sooner or later anyway. The man in front of me was a tough-talking, good-hearted kind of guy at first glance. After saying that, he kicked the little girl away and was about to step away. That moment, all the remaining children surrounded them like crazy. The buns in the little girl's hands were instantly snatched away by a larger boy, and the man was surrounded by the remaining children. Uncle Wang, give me a piece. Uncle Wang, if you gave it to her, why can't you give it to me? Me too. Me too. Obviously, they all knew the man, knew that he wouldn't kill in anger, and weren't afraid. The man slapped down a few times, and a few of the children's faces were swollen, and still they didn't let go of their hands. Their faces still all wore the desire for life. Eventually, the man's heart softened again, and with a sigh, he took the bag back out and distributed that remaining 3/4 of the buns to all the children. The 2 buns he had traded his life for were only 1 left at this point. The man carefully placed it in his arms and was about to take a step. Pust! A rusty, rotten dagger with a sharpened tip slammed into the man's waist from behind when he drew it out. Crimson blood sprayed in the face of a 7 or 8-year-old boy behind him. The man turned around and looked at him incredulously. "Doggy, you stabbed me?" "Pust." The boy stabbed out again, into the small of the man's back. And that's when the man reacted by lifting his foot and kicking the man off with a thud. He staggered back, covering the wound on his stomach. In the post-apocalyptic world, an ordinary person with such a serious injury was already no different from death. No different. Dog egg. I fed you for 2 months. Now that the zombies have evolved, even I don't have anything to eat myself. Do you fucking know or not? The man still couldn't believe that the child he had fed for 2 months was actually trying to kill himself. Little bastards. You don't even dare to breathe when you see other people. Yet you dare to come and kill me? The little boy didn't say a word and sat on the floor looking at the man with a cold stare. Finally, the man couldn't hold himself up, bent over and fell to the ground, curling up in pain, followed by the other children swarming over him and snatching the rest of that bun out of his arms. There was even one child who didn't even spare the Tommy knife at the man's waist, and when he took it off, all the children dispersed in a flurry. Only the girl called Xiaofang cried and jumped on the man. Uncle Wang, what will I eat after you die? This scene was taken in by Zhao Yin, and his group of the 30 warriors all turned red, and Zhao Dihai clenched his fists as he slowly withdrew his gaze from the man and the little girl. Eventually, he let out a soft sigh. Zhao Yin's face was bland. In the end times, this scene was played out every day. In any corner, at any time, the strong live and the weak die. This is the rule of the end times. But he didn't think how stupid that man was. Everyone has their own choices. Just, when bearing the price, don't regret in his previous life. How could he, Zhao Yin, not be this kind of person? But in this life, he's not anymore. Zhao Yin, want to save him? Song Xiaodao asked softly. Give him a few leaves. A few leaves of the chestnut tree would have saved the man's life. With so many people around the world, how many leaves do I have to save? Zhao Yin said indifferently. With those words, he strides forward without looking back. Song Xiaodao didn't say another word and followed Zhao Yin closely as Zhao Dihai continued to lead the way. Only Wu Shuigui, limping forward, was trembling badly. End times, a sigh of relief. After the crowd went deeper into the camp, Zhao Dihai finally stopped and pointed at an open space not far away. Boss, that's where Fong De lives. That was the only area in the entire camp that was clean and tidy. 7 or 8 pre-apocalyptic shipping containers, looking old but not exactly ragged, were placed in an orderly fashion in the center of the clearing. Go tell him to come out and meet me. Zhao Yin ordered the command in a deep voice as Zhao Dihai stepped into the open space, and the sound of his footsteps immediately startled the people in the container. 5 evolvers stride out from a gray container on one side. Who let you in? Don't you know this is Boss Fawn's place? The youth at the head of the group immediately shouted out a rebuke. He looked young, in his early 20s, bare-chested, with 2 lean arms covered in pre-apocalyptic tattoos. Zhao Yin, who was in the distance, opened the eye of true vision. Human male, Class D evolutionary, evolution level 100/2.57, strength 65, agility 62. Physical strength 50, mental strength 38, life countdown 89, 963 days. Human male, Class E evolutionary, evolution level 100/0.16, strength 30, agility 32, physical stamina 25, spirit 22, life countdown 49, 952 days. Human male, Class E evolved, human male, Class F evolutionary, evolution level 100/0, strength 14, agility 16. Physical stamina 12, mental stamina 11, life countdown 27,854 days. 1 D-class evolver, 2 E-class evolvers, and 2 F-class evolvers. There were no aliens, and apparently they didn't have that Boss Fong among them. Brother Piao, I have an urgent request to see Boss Fong. Please inform me. Zhao Dihai rummaged through his pockets and took out a Grady corpse crystal, which they had gotten before meeting Zhao Yin. What could be so important to you? Puffy sneered. After receiving the corpse crystals, his face was no longer so vicious as he asked, didn't I tell you guys to go and collect 300 of them? Why did you come back here? Zhang Ming and the others didn't stop you? Zhang Ming had been killed by Zhao Yin, but Zhao Dihai didn't dare to say anything. After all, he was only working for Zhao Yin, and if something really went wrong with Zhao Yin's character, it was unknown if he would fight for himself. Zhao Dihai stayed mindful and said, when we came in, we didn't see Zhang Ming. Maybe they all went to look for which woman to crawl into bed with. But Brother Piao, I really have something very important to look for Boss Fong. How dare Zhang Ming desert while on duty? Puigo was puzzled and instructed an E-class evolutionary, go to the front and take a look. If those assholes are really crawling on the bed, break the third leg for me. The evolver nodded and immediately turned to leave. Glancing at Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao as he left, his eyes full of arrogance. Only then did Zhang Ming turn around and walk into one of the containers right in the center and quickly came out. Boss Fong wants you guys to go in. Zhao Dihai's face showed difficulty, remembering Zhao Yin's order to have Fong to come out to meet him. Immediately afterward, he gritted his teeth, gathered his courage, and blurted out, "It's better to let Boss Fong come out on his own." "What did you say?" Zhang Ming froze, followed by a sharp rebuke. "Zhao Dihai, are you crazy? Letting Boss Fong come to see you? Not to see me, to see my boss." Zhao Dihai said, "Your boss?" It was then that Piu gazed at the group of warriors and immediately realized that there were a few unfamiliar faces in the group of warriors. "I said you today. Where did you get such big guts?" "So it's because you found a backer," Brother Piao said with a cold smile. "A random little yakuza comes and makes Boss Fong greet him personally? Zhao Dihai, are you out of your mind?" "Brother Piao, the word has gotten to me, and it's for Boss Fong's good." Zhao Dihai finished speaking and turned around to Zhao Yin's orders. He's done it.as for whether Fonda would come out or not. It no longer had anything to do with himself, Zhao Yin's strength. Zhao Dihai basically understood. He and Song Xiaodao were both combat system adepts, and there was even a zombie that could kill adepts in seconds. Not to mention the behemoths, one stronger than the other. So far, Zhao Yin was the most terrifying existence that Zhao Dihai had ever seen. If Fonda must seek death, so be it. Stupid bastard. Brother Piao cursed loudly at Zhao Dihai's back, then turned around without a care in the world and led a few other survivors. Walking towards the container, there was no intention of going to deliver a message for Zhao Dihai. "Boss, I've conveyed your words." Zhao Dihai returned to Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin had long heard their conversation and nodded with a calm expression. "Got it." With those words, he stepped inside the clearing. Song Xiaodao immediately took out his Rat King claw and followed him. His little face taut. "Zhao Yin, is killing someone next?" Wu Shuegue also immediately fished out the chopper for cutting vegetables from behind him. "How can you be so violent again? Do we have to be reasonable? After all, we are coming to someone else's land. We are going to have an audience with Boss Fong," Zhao Yin said. "Oh." Song Xiaodao beamed and put away the Rat King claw. Zhao Yin glanced at Wu Shuegue. "Old cripple, when did you become so violent too?" "Boss, me?" Wu Shuegue's face immediately turned red. Ever since he followed Zhao Yin, he had long since figured out his boss's character, and every time before he killed someone, the boss looked especially calm. Therefore, when Wu Shuegue saw Zhao Yin's expression, he didn't even think about it and touched the kitchen knife. Usually it was Zhao Yin who killed all the food and drinks, and now that he was also an evolutionary, he thought of doing something for his boss. "Boss, I was wrong. I will be more composed next time," Wu Shuegue said as he put away his kitchen knife. Zhao Yin suddenly changed his words. "Of course, if others do not give face, we have to shine the knife. No, it is the axe." As the words fell, Zhao Yin flipped his wrist, and the C-rank Yuan Yu axe appeared in his hand. At this moment, Pao and the others, who had not yet walked into the container, heard footsteps behind them and slowly turned around. "Zhao Dihai, how dare you bring outsiders to trespass Boss Fong's place?" Several evolvers, who had drawn their transcendent weapons behind them, greeted Zhao Yin and his party with great strides, the open knife in Pao's hand. Pointing at Zhao Yin who walked in the forefront, "You Hema, give me a roll." Pust. The light of the axe flashed. Zhao Yin swung his axe down, and Pao froze in place immediately after that. A line of blood appeared in the center of his eyebrow, and when there were crimson beads of blood overflowing, the entire person was divided into two halves. The brains and guts are flowing all over the place. Not even a scream. Both of Song Xiaodao were dumbfounded. Who the hell is violent? Zhao Yin looked at the Yuan Yu axe, which was not stained with a single drop of blood. Sure enough, C-rank transcendent weapons are just great. He slowly looked up at the three remaining evolvers. Those three had long since been shaking like chaff. A Brother Piao is a D-class evolved person. In their long-held notion that combat system psychics did not come out, D-level evolvers, among all the survivors, were equivalent to invincibility. But he was killed by the other side with a single axe. "Boss Fong, help!" Finally someone reacted, turned and fled toward the container. The two remaining F-class evolvers, so frightened that they couldn't even run, rolled and crawled and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" At the same time, the container in the center, the door of the room opened. A burly man in his mid-30s with a slight build walked out. Lifting his pants as he went, behind him followed a man and 7 women, all poorly dressed. A few of the women didn't even have their pants on and walked right out, twirling their hips as if they were walking on a radiant stage. This, Zhao Yin was not surprised. After the end of the world, most people like Fong Du would choose this kind of rotten life. Perhaps before the end of the world, he was just a small man in any nook or cranny, and after the end of the world, he transformed himself into the emperor of the land, drunkenly living and sleeping all day long and taking pleasures under the only point that made Zhao Yin pay attention was that one of the men was actually a San. "Boss Fong, Boss Fong, your brother-in-law, Brother Piao has been killed. The E-class evolver, rolling and crawling, prostrated at Fong Da's feet, crying loudly. Fonda had seen the disgusting corpse eye in his eyes. Anger flickered as he gazed at Zhao Yin immediately afterward. The eyes shrank. Zhao Yin stood there, still holding the butt of his mostly burned cigarette in his mouth. Eye in his hand, he held a weapon with fluorescent light flowing through it. Even gloves, hat, pants, nothing was simple. Looking at the brightness of the fluorescent flow, they may all be D grade or above, and they may even be C grade equipment. With this outfit of Zhao Yin's, at this moment, the anger in Fong Da's heart was instantly gone, and immediately afterward, he was on guard. Yuan Yuax, why is it in his hands? At this moment, San behind him suddenly spoke. Any weapon above C grade was rare, and it was unlikely that the same two pieces would appear in the same area. At the same time, Vikas, you recognize that weapon? Fonda asked. My good brother, Mo Shan, is using such a weapon, and he went to round up the remnants of the Dasha forces today. Vikas's words stuttered as he glanced coldly at the uniforms on Zhao Dihai and the others. I'm afraid it's going to be vicious. One of the deals San made with Fongde was for Fongde to send Zhao Dihai and the others out of the camp, provide the location, and then allow Moshan to lead the troops to kill them. As a result, Zhao Dihai and the others came back safely, with someone carrying Mo Shan's weapon. At this moment, Zhao Yin also opened the Eye of True Vision. Human male, ability awakened, Class D evolutionary, evolution level 100/54, strength 162, agility 169, physical strength 150, mental strength 98. Life countdown, 189,568 days. Human male, Class D evolutionary, evolution level 100/0, strength 172, agility 174, physical strength 180, spirit 45. Life countdown, 187,959 days, except for Fonda and San. Several women are ordinary people. All of the potential that the two Fong Das had before the D rank was opened up by the evolutionary potion. Moreover, Fong Da was a psychic, and the fact that the Eye of True Vision was unable to detect the level of his psychic ability indicated that it was at least B rank or above. The San army was already considered strong among all the End Times forces, and since Fong Da was able to trade with them as equals by virtue of his own strength, it certainly wouldn't be uncomplicated. You killed Mo Shan? Vikas stepped forward and crossed over Fong Da, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Zhao Yin Da in the next moment. Zhao Yin stepped forward and raised his hand to choke Vikas' neck. One pinned him to the ground with a poof. Two axes cut off both legs. As blood spurted, Zhao Yin looked up and spat out the cigarette butt in his mouth. Song Xiaodao, kill everyone here. Zhao Yin had come here with the purpose of inquiring about the location of San's military camp. Since an AS officer was present, all steps were saved. At this moment, everyone except Song Xiaodao froze. Even Wu Shuegui's eyes widened. No one had expected that Zhao Yin would strike so decisively. They don't even say a word when they meet. They just kill people. Song Xiaodao raised his hand and two wind blades flew out, and three miserable screams came out. The three evolvers closest to her were all churned to pieces, and immediately afterward, her thin figure, light as a breeze, rushed toward Fong Da. It was then that Fonda reacted with a burst of shock and anger that he further did not expect that a seemingly milquetoast little loli was actually a powerful empath as well. Fong Da immediately turned on his poison system ability, and his body was enveloped by a black mist. And screams of misery immediately came from the 7 women behind him. Their bodies were being rapidly melted by the poisonous mist, while Fong Da didn't care and manipulated the black mist to sweep towards Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao had never fought against a psychic before, and it was also the first time she had seen a poison system psychic, so she let out a scream of fright. She turned around and ran towards Zhao Yin's side. Zhao Yin, this guy can do supernatural powers too. What are you afraid of? You're an S-rank psychic. You'd still be afraid of him? Zhao Yin said breathlessly. From the strength of Fong Da's supernatural ability, Zhao Yin immediately judged that it was a grade A poison system, and the biggest benefit of this kind of supernatural ability was that it was a wide-range attack, and as long as the other party was injured, they would either be dead or crippled. No wonder the San army didn't dare to mess with Fonda so easily. However, Song Xiaodao's wind system just happened to restrain the poison system, not to mention that the strength of his supernatural ability was also stronger than his opponent's. Get him killed for me, or else I'll make you unable to eat for 3 days. Zhao Yin ordered loudly. Song Xiaodao sniffed and stopped in a hurry. At this time, the poisonous mist manipulated by Fong Da had already arrived behind her, and she instinctively turned on all of her supernatural abilities. Countless wind blades, forming a wind scroll the size of a house, violently swept in the opposite direction. In the next moment, the poisonous fog that covered the sky collided with the huge wind scroll, and was instantly blown backwards, followed by all the wind blades falling on Fong Da. Pffffffffffffffff. Zhao turned his gaze away and took 3 seconds of silence for the guy called Fong Da. The gale blew by. Fong Da disappeared, and even the bone crumbs, which had been cut into powder by countless wind blades, were swept away again by the gale. Zhao carried Vicus, who was missing 2 legs, in one hand and ordered, "Old cripple, go in and search for supplies." Wu Shuegue hurriedly led Zhao Dihai and the others towards a few containers. Soon, large quantities of transcendental materials were searched for: 89 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 36 pieces of sandwich bread, 27 bottles of iced tea, 25 pieces of compressed cookies, 14 pieces of instant noodles, 2 bottles of D-rank healing potion, 1 C-rank healing potion, 16 pieces of Class F equipment and 7 pieces of Class E equipment, a D-ranked mountain opening sword and a piece of heavy armor. Not a single piece of equipment above D grade. Fong Da hadn't opened the space ring, and the supplies, just now, were all laid out in the centermost container. Earlier when Fong Da came out, he didn't even wear a single piece of equipment. He was too eager. Zhao looked at the mountain of supplies in front of him, and his expression perked up as he collected them all. At this point, his transcendental food and potions had reached a rather terrifying number: 92 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 80 pieces of sandwich bread, 43 bottles of iced tea, 52 pieces of compressed crackers, 1 yellow peach, 1 can of beef, 34 pieces of instant noodles, 4 cans of canned tuna, 3 bottles of F-class evolution potion, 1 bottle of E-class evolution potion, 5 bottles of D-class healing potion, 3 bottles of C-class healing potion. Zhao really didn't prepare to rob but this traitor called Fong Da, also too damned. He directly threw the Kaishan knife to Wu Shuegue. "Old cripple, here you go. In the future, the kitchen knife used for cooking for me. You can't take it out to kill people." Wu Shuegue subconsciously took it, froze, followed by ecstasy. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. He finally has a transcendental weapon. And it's D-rated. You know, don't look at the fact that Zhao usually treated D-class as a material for upgrading his space. But in the eyes of other revolvers, D-class was definitely a weapon that they could only dream of. Just like Fonda, as a powerful alien, there was only one of these." Zhao Dihai and the others on the side stared at the mountain opening sword in Wu Shuegue's hand, all with envious expressions on their faces. At that moment, there were 7 evolvers that were walking quickly from outside the camp. All of their evolutionary ranks were F, and the clothes on their bodies were tattered and torn, just like the ordinary people within the camp. When they saw the several bodies on the ground, they all froze. "Tuan Zhao, what happened? Where is Boss Fong? And who are these people?" One of the youths boldly stepped forward and asked. Zhao frowned and looked at Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai immediately said, "Boss, only the dead Ppo and Zhang Ming's few are Fong Da's beloved ones. All the other revolvers have been oppressed by them just like us." Zhao nodded and instructed Song Xiaodao to pick up the equipment on the dead few as well before turning around and heading out of the camp. Zhao Dihai raised his hand and patted the youth's shoulder. "Brothers, this camp, from now on, it will be yours. Those ordinary food in the warehouse, the boss can't see it." The youth sniffed and turned around violently. Looking at Zhao Yin's back as he left, he already understood that it was because of Zhao Dihai's words that saved their lives. Zhao Yin left the camp and slapped Vicus on the head. "Want to die or want to live? Want to live. Want to live." Vicus had long since been scared out of his wits by the earlier scene. The bloodlust that was once a soldier has long since disappeared with the post-apocalyptic life of the rotten. Zhao Yin nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Where is your barracks?" "Go west. Over the big mountain ahead. 50 kilometers away from here. There is a natural cave there." Vicus looked better behaved than a grandson. Zhao Yin released Xiaobai and Ball Egg. Then except for Song Xiaodao, he put everyone into the life space point. One of the Ball Egg's claws lifted Vicus and went straight to the clouds, while Zhao Yin, holding Song Xiaodao sitting on the back of the little white, slowly rose into the air. "Wow, so much fun." In the sky, the girl's silver bell-like laughter echoed in all directions for a long time. Song Xiaodao happily exclaimed, "Zhao Yin, do you think that after I'm stronger in the future, the wind ability will really be able to take me flying?" "Zhao Yin, why did you only bring me? Why not Wang Xiaolei?" "Zhao Yin, if I have a pair of wings, you're not allowed to ride Xiaobai anymore." "Only me? I'll let you." Why don't you say something?" 50 kilometers away, inside a natural cave, here, stationed at the Kunlun border, San's only remaining 3,000 troops. At this time, there were 217 evolvers and 3 aliens. The 3 Xenos, respectively, were Lieutenant Colonel Johan, who had mastered the C-grade probing faculty Xeno ability, Eye of Discernment, Colonel Single, who had mastered the grade B combat ability Stone Armor, and Major General Roy, who had mastered the grade B combat system ability Wild Speed. There is a hot spring inside the cave with a constant temperature of roughly 40 degrees Celsius, which is perfect for soaking. At this moment, the 3 Alterans, all naked, were soaking inside the pool. It would be nice to have a woman It's been too long since I've enjoyed a woman. Single said. Roy yawned and said, when Vicus comes back, he'll bring back enough slave girls from Mr. Fonda's trade to play with for a long time. This time it can't be like the previous times, where you didn't play for a few days before giving in to death. Especially Johan, you need to change those faults of yours. Single said. Johan bristled and spread his hands. It's the women who aren't forbidden to play, not even the evolved ones. You fart. Those women are all resources. Every one of them was traded for military rations. Single cursed. Damn it, all the brothers down there were killed by you before they even got a taste. Roy interrupted the quarrel between the two. Emo-shan should have gotten Zhao Dihai killed. Without that gang of Daxia pigs pestering us in the future, we can develop our power without any worries. Sooner or later, the women of the entire Daxia will be ours. The other two had smiles on their faces. And that pig Fonda, we'll get him sooner or later. Single said. Roy, are you really going to give Fonda the D-rank defense equipment you promised him? Johan asked. Roy frowned. Fonda's powers were too weird. The killing power was too amazing. Even if he teamed up with Single and Emo-shan, they wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat each other. As for the other evolvers, meaning Fong Da's poisonous mist was no different from sending them to their deaths. The zombies have evolved again, so in a few days, I'll go kill Fonda when I'm promoted to Class C. In Roy's eyes, ferocity flowed out just then. An evolutionary soldier ran over in a panic. General, it's bad. It's bad. Vicus is dead. Roy's three were startled. Johan quickly jumped out of the pool and grabbed the soldier's collar. Vicus is a D-class evolver. Fonda has the guts to kill him? No, it's not Fonda. Just now the brothers on sentry duty outside the cave came in and said they saw Vicus fall from the sky. From the sky? Johan subconsciously raised his head to the top of the cave. At this moment, Zhaolin sensed thousands of life breaths within the cave and ordered Bald Egg to release Vicus. Bald Egg was indeed released. Except, it seems, that he forgot to return him to the ground and crushed his head alive. Baldy, this is not good. Zhao Yin educated. You should have killed him first so you wouldn't be shocked and hurt when you fell. Master, I'll pay attention next time. Bald Egg responded in an honest, heartfelt voice. Zhao Yin, when will you go down? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin patted Little White's head. Go down. Meow. Little White called out and immediately swooped down. At that moment, footsteps boomed inside the cave. Soon, thousands of sand soldiers, arranged in a neat line, quickly rushed out of the cavern, led by more than 200 evolvers, all of them with murderous looks on their faces. Who killed Vicus? Get the hell out. At the head of the group was a bearded D-class evolutionary, who bellowed in the international language immediately afterward. Everyone saw that a snow-white big cat with wings on its back, carrying two human figures, descended from the sky, steadily landing in front of the cave. The white cat, with its icy vertical pupils, coldly glanced at the crowd with contempt and disdain. The bearded evolutionary froze, and the anger on his face felt as if a pot of cold water had been poured on it. It froze right there. Changing. Mutant beasts? At that size, is it an E class? Or a D class? How can someone be with a mutant beast? All the San. Their faces all showed panic. A month ago, they had met an E-class mutant wolf, and at that time, the entire army had come together to encircle it, including Roy, who had already evolved to D-class at that time, but as a result, the army died more than 1,000 people. The evolvers all died a few times, and even Roy, who had suffered a lot of injuries, managed to cut down that mutant wolf. All of them remembered it vividly, and they were fearful from the bottom of their hearts of such an existence as mutant beasts. Nobody do anything. At that moment, Roy walked out of the cave. He was also startled to see Bai and Bald Egg, but Roy was, after all, a psychic, and before the end of the world, a major general in San's army, and he quickly calmed down. Why did you get my brother killed? My friend? Roy asked. Need a reason? Zhaoin asked rhetorically, his tone calm, not even looking up at Roy. He slowly turned the space ring on his finger and took out the Yuan Yu axe and a rag, gently wiping it, refracting a chilling light in the sunlight. Yuan Yu axe? Someone in the army immediately recognized the transcendent weapon. Isn't it the same handle that Shifter Moshi had? Roy's eyes rounded. Did you do the same to Emo-shan? Yes. Zhao nodded his head, which raised his gaze to scan all the San, and suddenly asked, have they all come out to play? If they have all come out, I won't wait. Roy didn't understand what he meant by that for a moment. My friend, I have no grievances with you. You can be left alone for killing my men. Why do you still come here? Do you really want to die with me? Fish out of water? Zhao Yin's gaze flickered as it suddenly turned cold. With you being worthy? Just then, Johan and Single walked out as well. Xiao Han's body trembled violently after his gaze landed on Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao, as well as the two giant beasts. What's going on? Single asked. See? Johan's face was pale and his lips said more than he could even speak. See what see? Are you fucking sick? Class C. Chao Han finally spoke clearly, and his brain calmed down a few moments as he said shakily, that vulture is a C rank, and the white tiger is a D rank. Both of them are true mutant beasts. Those two Daxia people are also both alien. The man is also C level. The little girl is D level. Their alien ability, the level do not know. Single sniffed and paled along with him. Roy in front of him also heard these words and his whole body was dumbfounded. Friend. No. Honorable sir. We have no grievances. So feel free to ask me for anything you want. I am the head of this barracks. Called Roy. Roy bent his body over and tried to remain as respectful as possible. Take whatever the camp has. This time, it was Zhao Yin's turn to freeze. Not thinking that the bones of this group of San were so soft. He despised Zhao Dihai more and more in his heart. Actually being forced into that field by such a group of soft bones. In the next moment, Zhao Yin disappeared into Little White, and when he reappeared, all the people and beasts were brought out by him except for the two female slaves Zhao Dihai and the others. When they saw the San army in front of them, all of their eyes turned red. Roy, Single, Johan, Zhao Dihai read out the names of the three men word by word, each word containing monstrous hatred. Zhao Yin didn't want to delay in the slightest, and at that moment, all the San came out from his mouth. He indifferently spat out one word, kill. Next moment, roar, ho ho ho, all contracted beasts, all excited, flying in the sky, running on the ground, the figure of a huge monkey with flames of terror, the size of a locomotive rat, a small mountain like the old cow. In an instant, the group of contracted beasts rushed into San's army. At once, screams rose and fell one after another. All of you, follow me and kill. Take a breath for your dead fellow soldiers. Zhao Dihai let out a roar and led all the warriors to charge into the crowd as well. The blood stained the earth, and the broken limbs and arms flew. About this is an unfair massacre. The three Roys standing at the end of the crowd were completely dumbfounded, finally realizing why Zhao Yin had sought them out. As it turned out, it was the remaining members of the Daxia army who had invited help. How could they have never imagined that the Grand Xia army, which had already been forced to their deaths, would actually have a day to kill back? If they had faced Zhao Yin earlier and still felt fear, then at this moment, they had all fallen into despair. At that moment, behind the flaming monkey that rushed at the front, a zombie with a slag haircut suddenly appeared. He charged directly towards Roy's trio, with several evolvers blocking him along the way, and the necromancer took care of all of them with a few claw swings. In a flash, he was in front of Roy and slammed his fist into his cheek. Roy hastily opened the wild speed ability to prepare to dodge, but the speed of the corpse demon was too fast. Bang! Roy's head was shattered by a punch, and his brains, accompanied by blood, sprayed the necromancer's face. The necromancer subconsciously stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, licking the stained brain matter into his mouth, but quickly remembered something and looked back at Master Ugh. The necromancer threw up again, raising his horrible cheeks and deadfish eyes to look at Single and Johan. It was only then that Single and Johan reacted from their shock. Run! Johan shouted, turning to flee as Single slowed down a beat and was instantly caught up by the corpse demon, slamming his fist into his back. Single had been in the battlefield for a long time after all, and immediately turned on his stone armor ability. A thick layer of stone skin appeared on his back, spreading rapidly to cover it. Bang! The necromancer's punch landed on him, failing to smash through the stone armor, and the powerful inertia sent Single's body flying. Sure enough, my special ability is the most useful. Single was celebrating, when suddenly, his face changed wildly. Although the stone armor's supernatural ability was not broken by the corpse demon, but his back suddenly numb. The person is still flying in the air. The whole person began to petrify. This is by no means his stone armor ability, but from the bones to the flesh and blood, are rapidly numb. After a split second, Single lost consciousness, after his body landed on the ground, turned into gravel all over the ground. In fact, the necromancer didn't bother to look at Single after he smashed his fist, and took a few steps to catch up with Johan, who was fleeing, and slapped him down. Poof! The head shattered right in half, and the remaining half retracted into the chest cavity. Looking turtle-like from afar, Zhao Yin, the good grandson, is too violent. He needs more education. Song Xiaodao took out a boiled corn cab and was gnawing on it, while saying to Zhao Yin behind him, it's about education, but he's older than even you. No more calling him a good grandson. Zhao Yin lectured, Humph, I'm your fiancé. He's your good grandson. Shouldn't he call me grandma? Song Xiaodao snorted coldly. She was particularly concerned about this matter and even dared to disobey Zhao Yin every time Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao, still riding on Little White's fleshy, furry back, had no intention of joining the battle. After 10 minutes or so, the front of the cave was quiet. San's troops were all dead, and not even a single hair of the compact beasts was injured. Zhao Dihai and a group of warriors were exhausted and weak. Earlier they all grabbed with the mutant beasts without a life to kill the San army men. Many of them suffered light and heavy injuries on their bodies. At this moment, everyone had bloodshot eyes and tears in their eyes. "Line up!" Zhao Dihai suddenly let out a shout. And Lu Shan immediately led all the warriors into a neat formation, lined up and facing the direction of what was once the Dasha military camp. "Attention!" Zhao Dihai's voice was hoarse and he shouted out with all his strength. Boom! 36 men organized their military posture, one hand on their combat knives, heads held high, some lips quivering, their dark faces, stained with San's blood, were never more radiant. Zhao Dihai shouted, "Everyone, say your final goodbyes to what was once Dasha, what was once faith. Salute!" Boom! As all the Dasha warriors neatly saluted, some people's tears fell, once with blood and life to guard the home and the country. Once, their soul to believe in the persistence and the idea. Once, they are proud of the light glory. In this moment, they are going to leave behind. When the end times come, it's time for them to let go. Just, not willing to comrades died just like that. Not willing to home country just like that broken. Not willing to forefathers had blood and dry bones. Cast the city, just like that collapsed. But, still the time has come to let go. Wu Shuegue stared at Dasha's border in Kunlun, the back of this last batch of soldiers, the corners of his mouth with a smile, but there were tears in his eyes. He was laughing and crying. Zhao Dihai shouted, "To the left, turn!" Boom! All the warriors, all facing Zhaoyin. Zhao Dihai shouted again, "Take off your uniform." This time, everyone moved slowly. They all carry disenchantment, including Zhao Dihai and Lu Shun. All of them were slow, taking off their tattered and blood-stained military clothes, then folding them neatly with immense care and laying them flat on the ground. In the next moment, Zhao Dihai possessed himself and fell on one knee in front of Zhaoyin. Lu Shun and all the warriors all knelt down. "Boss, from now on, there will be no more Dasha soldiers here, only your wage earners. We have just, in the life space, agreed that we will work for you. Boss, from now on, as long as the boss does not abandon us, we are willing to serve and die." Zhao Dihai said loudly, "We are willing to serve and die." All the warriors said in unison, converging in a voice that shook the mountains. Although Zhaoyin was cold-blooded, he avenged tens of thousands of dead comrades, fulfilling the wishes of this last guardian of Kunlun. Nowadays, Zhao Dihai had realized that the education he had received before the end of the world was not suitable for this end of the world. If the subordinate brothers still have a way to live, the best way is to follow someone like Zhaoyin. Only by making Zhaoyin treat them as one of their own could the brothers survive better. It was just a pity that Zhaoyin didn't think so. He coldly looked at the old cripple. "Your idea?" At this point, Zhao Dihai's decision was already completely different from the meaning of the previous agreement. Earlier it was just a deal, but now it's a life. Zhaoyin was unwilling to build up a relationship with anyone. But the last group of warriors in Kunlun were gradually awakening, something that had been deliberately hidden in his heart all along, just like how Roy had already conceded. Zhaoyin still chose to exterminate them all. What's not to like about that? He wasn't afraid of any survivor threat, only the fear of being attached. In this life, Zhaoyin was sober enough to know that he didn't need anyone beside him other than the 3 Song Shaodao girls. He's the lord of the pact, and owning a bunch of mutant beasts is just fine. "Boss, I persuaded old Zhao, but hey." Wu Shuegue let out a sigh and spoke loudly to Zhao Dihai. "It's all been said. The boss won't take you guys. Even Xiaolei and I will be let go in the future when the boss doesn't need us." Zhao Dihai and all the Disxiao warriors instantly turned ashen when they heard this. No one knows how much courage it took for them to make this decision. It hadn't occurred to me that Zhaoyin would refuse so dryly. Zhaoyin frowned and said, "After a month, if you continue to work for me, I will pay you like I did for the old cripple, and when I don't need you, I will let you go." In the end, he took a compromise. This was what Zhaoyin wanted to see, and that was why he decided so. A month later, he still needed help collecting corpse crystals. In the future, when they weren't needed, Zhao Yin's strength would definitely be on another level, and at that time, he wouldn't mind giving them a way out. "Old Zhao, why don't you thank the boss?" Wu Shuegue said in a hurry. Zhao Dihai froze before reacting and hurriedly led a group of warriors to thank him. With this promise from Zhaoyin, as long as they were still needed for one day, they would not be driven away. Didn't you see Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei? Even though the boss didn't recognize them as his own people, but again, they were equipment and evolution potions, hardly 2 people, one crippled and one small, piled up as evolved. Zhaoyin waved his hand. "It's time for all of them to get to work, clean up the battlefield and gather all of my supplies." After saying that, Zhaoyin rolled over and got down from Little White, and Song Shaodao hurriedly walked towards the corpses of Roy and the other 3 exalts and picked up the 3 spatial rings for him, while all the people and beasts cleaned up the battlefield. Zhaoyin led Song Shaodao into the cave. The place was cleaned up. Unlike all the other camps, the pre-apocalyptic weaponry was nowhere to be seen. Only some neatly folded bedding uniforms and such. Everyone died out there, and there were no unclothed women or dirty children left behind. After Zhaoyin put away thousands of sets of uniforms and bedding, pots and pans, and toiletries. He found more than a dozen tons of military rations in a makeshift warehouse. It's basically the same as what we found at that barracks last time. Zhao didn't hesitate to put it all away, not caring if it would be useful in the future. Finally, he led Song Xiaodao to the deepest part of the cavern, where there were several individually erected military tents. Obviously where the top brass of the army lived. The military items inside are quite advanced, with all kinds of little blue tablets, miracle oils, toilet paper, hobby underwear, and oddball props. These San, they are better at living than living small. Just, why didn't you see any women in the barracks? Soon enough, Zhao Yin had an answer, and he found several large vats of formalin soaked with the bodies of women whose heads had been smashed inside a military tent. Their bodies have long been soaked white and swollen, and you can still see the marks of the abuse they once suffered. At this time, Wu Xuegue walked over and saw those vats. His eyes stared, and then returned to normal immediately afterward. Boss, the battlefield has been cleaned up. A total of 178 pieces of F-ranked equipment, 25 pieces of E-ranked equipment, 6 pieces of D-ranked equipment, 400 F-ranked corpse crystals, 32 E-ranked corpse crystals, and a total of 728 sets of ordinary firearms, military bayonets, and daggers. There's no need to report on ordinary items. For equipment below E rank, you and Wang Xiaolei go pick out a few pieces to replace them, and let Zhao Dihai and the rest replenish their equipment as well. Remember to tell them to turn in the equipment they replaced. Zhao Ying directly ordered. Adding strength to them is the same as adding strength to yourself. This was still sort of clear to Zhao Ying, not to mention that there was no difference in the area added to the lifespace between the tattered equipment and the complete equipment. Zhao Ying pointed to a few large barrels. Tell Zhao Dihai and the others to come in later and dispose of them, and even move this army tent out and burn it. Understood, boss. Wu Xuegue bowed deeply with a face full of joy before turning to leave. After cleaning the battlefield, all the contracted beasts and corpse demons also walked into the cave. The contracted beasts saw their masters were busy. They didn't go up to disturb them. Only the corpse demons were insensitive. Master. He ran towards Zhao Yin with an excited face. Master. Master. Good grandson. Master has something else to do. Go play on the side. Zhao Yin waved his hand. The necromancer's expression was a bit unhappy, but he still walked to the side. Suddenly, he saw a large hot spring pool on the side, and jumped down with a plop, then plunged into the water with a jerk. After a long time, the necromancer popped his head up and became even more depressed as to why these waters were hot and there were no fish. After Zhao Ying put away a few military tents, he then checked the spatial ring. One of the 3 spatial rings was actually S-class, with a size of 300 cubic meters, 30 times the size of an unusual A-class ring. Zhao Yin, this is an S-ranked equipment? Song Xiaodao also saw the attributes. With this piece of equipment alone, this trip wasn't in vain. Zhao Yin's expression was uplifted. In his previous life for 7 years, he had only possessed a 20 cubic meter A-grade spatial ring until he died. Nowadays, Zhao Yin only needed to use his spatial ring to store precious items and easily perishable food, and this one ring was more than enough. He immediately checked the supplies inside the 3 spatial rings: 458 bottles of non-fusanquin, 279 pieces of sandwich bread, 285 bottles of iced tea, 276 pieces of compressed cookies, 44 pieces of yellow instant noodles, 32 bottles of Class D healing potion, 3 bottles of Class C healing potion. As for treasures like canned beef and yellow peaches that increased permanent attributes, as well as consumables like evolution potions, it was assumed that all of them had been used up by San, and Zhao Yin's heart pounded furiously. He had thought that this group of San was fat, but he hadn't thought that it was actually this fat. So far, this was the most massive batch of transcendent materials that Zhao Yin had ever seen in this life. Aside from that, there's a ton of gear and other items. 374 pieces of F-rated equipment, 25 pieces of E-grade equipment, 13 pieces of D-grade equipment, blast gun, grade C, type of transcendental weapon, sturdy 102, attack 145, with the effective stabbing speed +70, special effect penetration, once consume 200 points of mental power, release a gun chi, break through any defense below 1500 points, mental power below 200. People should be careful to use. This equipment was a perfect match for Zhao Yin's blast gloves, and he was an SSS-ranked mental class adept, whose mental power had long exceeded 200 points. Nowadays, it was as if it was made for him. Zhao Yin directly threw the Yuan Yuax to Song Xiaodao and then checked out the other equipment. Men's suit tops, grade C, defensive equipment, 148 strong, 75 attack, +70 defense. This suit is again a set with Zhao Yin's pants. Zhao Yin was suddenly a little excited to finally have a complete set of transcendent equipment to wear. He didn't immediately change into it and continued to look at the items within the spatial ring. Burst arrow, grade B, type of transcendent weapon, attack 520, with the effect of hitting the target to produce a burst. covering a range of 50 meters in a circle of non-discriminatory attacks. Remarks, disposable weapon. Disappears after bursting, red-pink pill, grade B, intermediate auxiliary pill. After taking it, you will fall in love with the first person you see for the rest of your life. Beast trap, grade B, extraordinary auxiliary equipment. Toughness, 280. Effect, capture and trap. Effects, size change, camouflage. Now Xiaoyin had 3 more explosive arrows, and the beast catcher online had devoured one by the heaven-swallowing vulture the next time, and now had a second one. On the contrary, it was that red-pink pill. If he didn't see it again, Xiaoyin almost forgot about it. He had opened one last time and had been storing it in the space. This thing could only be taken to auction in the future, and with its rarity, I believe that some post-apocalyptic lickspittles would be willing to spend a huge amount of money in exchange for it. In addition to these transcendental equipment, there were more than 100 bottles of high-grade foreign wine and a dozen strips of huazi in the 3 spatial rings. Xiaoyin's cigarettes are about to run out. He was planning to quit smoking, but he didn't expect to have a trophy again, so he can't help it. Just keep smoking. It was just that Xiaoyin didn't know whether these San officers, who had smoked up Daxia's huazi before the end of the world, or were the spoils of war after the end of the world. Xiaoyin finished looking at all the items and put all 3 space rings on his fingers. At this point, he had a ring on his left hand except for his thumb, together with Song Xiaodao's one and the one he had given to Wu Shuegue earlier. Xiaoyin even had 6 space rings. It's not too much to ask to dress up a little rustic, is it? Xiaoyin led Song Xiaodao out of the cave. This time, Wu Shuegue and the others had already finished picking out their equipment, and all of them stayed where they were, guarding the loot that they had gotten from cleaning up the battlefield. Boss! 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 The people greeted each other. At this time, including Zhao Dihai and Lu Shun, all the warriors were all wearing F-class uniform tops with butterfly knives on their waists, still choosing the uniform style, except that Transcendence's pants and shoes weren't there. They were still wearing their old camouflage pants and military boots. Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei also changed into 2 military tops. Wu Shuegue stowed the mountain opening axe into his space ring, and Wang Xiaolei carried a mountain opening knife. Xiaoyin nodded to the crowd and waved his hand to collect all the transcendent equipment and corpse crystals on the ground. As for ordinary weapons, he did not charge them nowadays. To Xiaoyin, there was no difference between it and scrap iron, and it was not as good as the meteorites that could be found everywhere. All go into the cave, rest and recuperate here for a day, and depart into Tibet early tomorrow morning. Xiaoyin said. As the words fell, he took Song Xiaodao's small hand and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, with a flash of light before his eyes. Xiaoyin appeared within the lifespace. He took out all the equipment he had recently accumulated. 627 pieces of F-grade equipment, 95 pieces of E-grade equipment, and 24 pieces of D-grade equipment. Xiaoyin kept 2 D-ranked mountain opening swords, 2 D-ranked heavy armors, and an E-ranked long bow, and threw all the rest of the extra equipment into the space boundary wall. Rumble. The space shook violently, like it had never cheered before, and at the same time, the surrounding boundary walls were slowly retreating, and the diameter and height of the space were slowly increasing this time. It took several minutes for it to quiet down. The diameter of the lifespace has grown to 595 meters from the original 1,028 meters. With the emergence of a large open space, the cornfield and waterhole in the very center of the space looked like it was only occupying a little bit of the center of the space, and the view had a feeling of vastness. Xiaoyin, do you think that in the future, our space will grow to be as big as the Earth? Song Xiaodao suddenly said in a heavenly manner. Xiaoyin nodded. Theoretically, with enough energy, it could be bigger than Earth. Wow, it's huge, Song Xiaodao shouted in surprise. We won't be able to go to all the places in our lifetime. Let's move all the survivors in at that time. You'll be an Earth Emperor and I'll be an Earth Queen. We'll be considered saviors. Savior? Xiaoyin shook his head and said, how much equipment is needed to grow the space to that size? Also so let's work hard to kill zombies. Song Xiaodao's long eyelashes flickered as he looked at Xiaoyin's face. Sooner or later, your space will grow. Even if it really does grow that big, it will only be inhabited by 4 people. Me and you, as well as Ning Yu and Zhang Xin. As for everyone else, they're all just passing through. When Xiaoyin finished speaking, he was unwilling to speak again. He walked toward his cornfield, Song Xiaodao still chirping after him. The recently hiked corn seedlings are only a drop in the bucket compared to the total of over 20,000 trees. It's been almost a month since the corn was planted. Today, each of them grew to more than 10 meters tall. Like large trees that had been planted a few years before the end of the world, the branches and leaves were lush, and a cornflower, blooming on the branch, emitted a strange fragrance that wafted throughout the living space. It has not taken long to produce corn. He glanced at the transcendental supplies in the space: 550 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 359 pieces of sandwich bread, 328 bottles of iced tea, 336 pieces of compressed cookies, 1 yellow peach, 1 can of beef, 78 pieces of instant noodles, 4 cans of canned tuna, 3 bottles of Class F evolutionary potion, 1 bottle of Class E evolutionary potion, 37 bottles of Class D healing potion, 6 bottles of Class C healing potion. A smile appeared on Zhao Yin's face. Happy to see it once. It's like a poor guy with nothing to lose, who one day suddenly gets rich and keeps checking his bank balance. And that big string of zeros is a visually stunning feeling for him. Zhao Yin took out a bottle of Nongfu Shanquan and slowly poured it down on the roots of a corn tree. All of a sudden, the corn tree grew rapidly, blinking and pulling up several meters taller. And the cornflowers on the branches and leaves were fading rapidly, bearing a single corn cob. Immediately afterward, the branches and leaves stop growing while the corn cobs grow rapidly and full. A bottle of agrimony was poured and the corn was ripe. Compared to earlier, nowadays, half of the agricycle is saved. This is also largely due to the fact that corn on the cob absorbs more energy. Zhao Yin slightly hesitated, and took out another Nongfu Shanquan to water another corn. Soon, consuming 50 bottles of Nongfu Shanquan. 50 corn were ripened by him. This corn will yield roughly 500 pounds of Newton grain, which is more than enough to last until all the corn matures. After doing this he stopped bothering, leaving the chores of picking corn and making cornmeal to the group of wage earners. The boss should have the boss's consciousness. Want to do it, do it. Do not want to do it to someone else to do it. Who dares to disobey? Fire the squid. Immediately after that, Zhao Yin came back to the chestnut tree. The growth cycle of the trees was much longer than the crops, and after a month had passed, it didn't look like the branches and leaves had changed much. Zhao Yin's chestnuts are long gone. Earlier, when he had been eating chestnuts all day, he had felt bored, and when he hadn't eaten on them for a few days, he had missed the sweet flavor. He poured a bottle of Nongfu Shanquan straight down, and the chestnut tree grew rapidly. Several branches thickened with the naked eye and soon grew to 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, until the whole tree grows to 70 meters high. It is worth mentioning that because at first the chestnut tree was roughly chopped off by Zhao Yin, only one root remains, and then send out the shoots Zhao Yin did not intentionally take care of, and later used Nongfu Shanquan to directly ripen the last dozen or so shoots, all growing into trunks, thick and thin, tall and short, looked like a dozen trees close together from a distance. Therefore, when Zhao Yin poured the 120th bottle of Nongfus in spring, the original tree roots shriveled up rapidly and were absorbed rapidly by the 13 tree roots that had been split. The chestnut tree still hasn't blossomed or borne fruit, but it's gone from a chestnut tree to a large chestnut forest. Nima. Zhao Yin stopped his hand in shock, totally unexpected that it would turn out this way. And that's how you own a chestnut grove? Great! From now on there will be chestnuts to eat. Song Xiaodao jumped up happily. Zhao Yin came back to his senses after a long time. Earlier he was still feeling that this chestnut tree wasn't very useful. At most it could only improve the meals for himself and Song Xiaodao and the others. It was completely insufficient for the indentured beasts to eat. There you go. A big chestnut grove. The newborn chestnut trees. Perhaps because all of them were ripened by the transcendental water. The smallest are more than several times bigger than the original chestnut trees. The largest has reached 70 to 80 meters high, the canopy shading the sky. Zhao Yin left the life space and brought Old Black in, directly passing out orders. Distance these trees and plant them around the water pool. Yes, master. Old Black responded and ripples immediately rippled under its feet. And after a few seconds, its figure sank into the ground, and Zhao Yin only saw a circle of orange-colored ripples emerge from the ground, curling up one of the chestnut trees and instantly moving in the other direction. The ground was unturned, and a chestnut tree was planted on the opposite bank immediately afterward. Old Black carried one by one, and soon moved all 12 chestnut trees away from their original positions, leaving only the largest one in place. The 2 female slaves not far away were still washing their clothes. Today Zhao Yin had collected in a few thousand more sets, enough for them to wash for a few more days. They glanced at Zhao Yin and Old Black. Nowadays, long ago, they were not as fussed as before, quickly withdrew their gaze and continued to mechanically do their work. Over here, Zhao Yin took out another Nongfu Shanquan and poured it into the largest chestnut tree. For a while, another 50 bottles of agrimony were poured down the drain, and it finally blossomed into a prickly ball the size of a faceplate. Hanging from it, Zhao Yin counted about 5,000 prickly balls. One could produce at least 30 pounds of chestnuts, enough to produce 150,000 pounds. The 120 bottles of agrimony watered earlier split the chestnut tree, and it was these last 50 bottles that made it blossom. Zhao Yin secretly calculated that compared to corn, consuming the same amount of Nongfu Shanquan, the chestnut tree's yield was quite a bit higher. Not bad for a rare mutant crop. The chestnut tree was the only one that Zhao Yin had ever seen, the only mutant plant that had 2 crops at the same time. And today he realized that there was actually the ability to split, and he really didn't know that in the future he would find out what other abilities. Dagger. Pick 2 prickly balls down and taste the new chestnuts, Zhao said with a smile. As soon as Song Xiaodao raised his hand, 2 wind blades were sent out, and with 2 clicks and clacks, 2 huge spiky balls fell down and Zhao directly raised his hand to catch it. And nowadays, the chestnut thorns were already difficult to pierce his skin. There are still 340 bottles left of non-fusion. Zhao was not prepared to continue to ripen the chestnuts today. The size of the living space has increased several times and corn can be grown in large quantities. The sooner you plant it, the sooner it will ripen. Next, Zhao brought all the people and beasts into the life space. When everyone saw the area of space that had become several times larger, shock spread across their faces, especially Zhao Dihai and the others. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. But no one asked anything. Yi Zhaoyin took out all the remaining Nongfu Shanquan and handed it over to Wu Shuegue. There are 50 corn trees over there that I've ripened. Pick all of them and keep some of them as seeds to fill up the life space. For each corn seedling, 3 drops of non-fusanquin to ensure survival rate. If there is still left, no need to bring it back. Just ripen it into corn. After saying that, Zhaoyin turned his eyes and looked at all the people and beasts. Old Black, you're still in charge of turning the ground. Zhao Dihai, all of you go and sow the seeds. All vultures and giant rats, take care of covering the soil after seeding. Monkey and White, you climb up that chestnut tree. Go and pick all the chestnut balls. Peel them and give them to the old cripple to keep. Old Cow, forget it. Old Cow, you go to bed. After Zhaoyin arranged everything, all the people and beasts immediately took action. Only the old ox stood there dumbfounded. At this moment, the old ox clenched his chrysanthemums, and secretly swore in his heart that even if he couldn't evolve a hand like a monkey's, sooner or later he would evolve claws. Definitely. Zhao suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. Scanning around, he realized that corpse demon Isuan was not there. He took Song Xiaodao out of the life space and entered the cave. In the distance, a snore was heard. Zhao followed the sound and soon found a hot spring pool. Of flowing springs gushed out of cracks in the stone, passed through a pool hundreds of square meters in size, and seeped out through tiny cracks in the stone at the other end, flowing to who knows where. The countless bubbles that rolled around made the entire pool of water look a milky white color. And the hot air surrounding the surface of the water made people unable to resist the desire to jump in and take a bath. Corpse demon Isuan stripped naked, in a wooden character position, floating on the surface of the water. Already asleep, Zhaoyin looked at the bottom half of the vertical part of the wooden character, and was suddenly a little ashamed of himself. Ouch! At this moment, Song Xiaodao came and immediately let out a scream, hastily covering his eyes with both hands. Zhaoyin, little demon, he's playing a hooligan. Zhaoyin also felt very harsh. What's the point of being that big? Are we still looking for a female necromancer for him? Zhaoyin directly threw out a trapping net, pulled the corpse demon onto the shore, picked up the clothes he took off, and with a lift of his hand, directly flung them into the life space. Poor corpse demon Zhang Jia was sleeping soundly and fell directly into the icy cold water pool. Immediately woke up with a jolt and looked back and around blankly. There was no discontent after realizing that he was thrown into the life space by Master, hoarsely calling out. Unfortunately, Zhaoyin was not there, so the necromancer closed his eyes and continued to sleep. The 2 female slaves on the side were washing clothes on the shore, and they were not surprised by the necromancer's behavior. Dan picked up a clump of dirt and threw it as hard as he could. It just hit the vertical of the wordwood. Sis, I smashed it again today. I'll try. Lily picked up a piece of dirt and threw it over as well. Unfortunately, she didn't have the same shooting talent as her sister, and the smash missed by 2 inches. The corpse demon, who was sleeping soundly, didn't move a muscle and remained floating quietly. 1 breath, 1 snore. Zhao Yin's entire body was soaked in the hot spring, feeling a trace of warmth seeping into his body along his skin. His body was lazy and relaxed like never before. On the side, Song Xiaodao was helping Zhao Yin wash the D-grade silk inner bank and secret silver locket inner armor that he had just obtained. Zhao Yin, do you really want to wear it? Song Xiaodao asked with a face full of disgust. Transcendent equipment, non-toxic and sterile. Just wash off the odor and wear it, Zhao Yin said lazily. In his previous life, he hadn't known how many times he'd worn equipment stripped from the dead. In the post-apocalyptic world, only someone like Song Xiaodao, who had never suffered after Zhao Yin, would care about this. After Song Xiaodao washed the 2 pieces of equipment, he took them out of the water, and the water droplets attached to them quickly dripped clean. She raised her hand and tossed it to Zhao Yin, right over his face. Here you go. Zhao Yin raised his hand and took it down, glaring. Can't you just send it over? He. Wash your face for you. Song Xiaodao laughed mischievously. Zhao Yin also didn't bother with this girl who was getting more and more reckless, and directly put the 2 pieces of equipment on and closed his eyes again to recuperate. It's been too long since I'd been this relaxed. At this time, it would be nice to have a plate of fruit. Zhao Yin suddenly remembered that there was also a yellow peach within the ring. The last few camps that had been raided had no E-rank food output. and anything that could permanently increase attributes had been eaten early. He took the yellow peaches out and bit right into them. The sweetness of the light with a hint of coolness, sure enough. The best partner for a hot spring is fruit. Jiaoyin, I want to take a bath too. Song Xiaodao suddenly said. Come down if you want a dip. Jiaoyin said as Song Xiaodao walked around the corner of the cavern, grinded and changed into a small-sized bikini, and walked back covering her chest. Poof! She jumped into the hot spring pool, then quickly swam to Jiaoyin. Jiaoyin, do you think my clothes fit? Jiaoyin glanced at it, unable to remember where she had scavenged the loot from, and it fit just right on her. Well, not bad. Jiaoyin nodded. Song Xiaodao floated his upper body out of the water. What about here? Now, as Song Xiaodao's body evolved and his size matured day by day, the airfield had finally changed considerably. Not bad at all. Jiaoyin nodded. Song Xiaodao immediately said happily, I'll grow up soon. Then she plunged into the water and dived for the opposite shore. Early the next morning, Jiaoyin woke up from inside his stealth tent, pushed Song Xiaodao, who was pressing on his body, away, and removed a large snow-white cat's paw that was hugging his stomach. And then, immediately after that, he reached out his foot and kicked away the necromancer's good grandson, who was hugging him on his leg. Jiaoyin then climbed up easily. Zhao Dihai and the others were working with Wu Shuegue, potting up the finished breakfast, and Jiaoyin glanced at it before gazing at the entire spacepoint. One night passed and all but the living quarters near the watering hole were planted with corn. The last time Jiaoyin planted was still too dense, causing the corn trees to be crowded together when they grew, and the yield shouldn't have been only those in the first place. This time, Wu Shuegue learned his lesson and planted much thinner. Nonetheless, it was enough to plant 180,000 corn seedlings. If they all matured, Jiaoyin would be able to harvest a full 45 million pounds of mutated grain. If we calculate based on Jiaoyin's current consumption, it would be enough to consume for hundreds of years. This was only the harvest of one crop of corn. Within the life space, Jiaoyin could grow 5 seasons of corn a year. Moreover, he can continue to expand his life space in the future. The larger the area, the more he grows. In the future, Jiaoyin would never have to worry about food again. Old cripple. From tomorrow onwards, make me corn cakes and cornmeal buns. All people and beasts, corn as you please. No need to economize anymore. Jiaoyin shouted. Roar. Ho ho ho. All the contracted beasts cheered recently. Wu Shuegue had always given them sparse soup noodles to save food, which didn't fill them up at all. With Jiaoyin's agreement, Wu Shuegue and Zhao Dihai and the others made dry food on the spot. An early breakfast where all the indentured beasts ate with their stomachs turned outward. Zhao Dihai held a large white steamed bun and couldn't hold back the tears falling down his face. At this moment, all the warriors had reddened eyes. After the end of the world, they have nothing to eat, and most of them can't even eat junk food, so they can only feed themselves with tree bark and quinine soil. Many died not at the hands of San, but on the run, starving to death alive. Jiaoyin sucked on the soup noodles and said loudly, Old cripple, prepare the pressing equipment earlier, wait for the first batch of corn to fully mature, and take the germ to press the corn oil. He remembered eating oil extracted from mutated soybeans once in his previous life, and the taste still lingered today. An earth press isn't that hard to make. If you don't know how, I'll put out a drawing for you. Jiaoyin, how come you can do everything? Song Xiaodao looked at Jiaoyin adoringly. Jiaoyin didn't open his mouth. A few years after the end of the world, these were the basics of survival. In his previous life, Jiaoyin had witnessed the development of his own camp, and he had learned a lot from people with all kinds of skills. Wu Shuegue nodded. Boss, old Zhao and I know how to make a press. We learned it in the army before, and if there's really a surplus of food, we can still make wine. Brew. Jiaoyin froze and said, brew it up for me tomorrow. After breakfast, Jiaoyin only brought Little White with him and left the lifespace. His destination was still the City of Letters, albeit at a distance, but it wouldn't take long to get there with Bai's flying speed. The territory of Dacia wasn't like that of the Three Kingdoms. Jiaoyin was familiar with the terrain and wouldn't get lost because of it. And Little White flew straight up into the clouds. The wind was fierce high up in the sky, pouring down the collar of Zhao Yin's suit, bulging a large bag on his back, and his long hair, which at some point had cascaded down, fluttered in the gale. He was now a sea-level evolutionary, and the wind still stung his eyes with the feeling that he was about to burst into tears. Slow down. There's no rush. Jiaoyin patted Little White's head and was unable to speak, so he could only mentally transmit his voice. Little White's skin thick flesh, do not care about the gusts of wind, spread joyful flight, has long forgotten that the master cannot withstand. Meow. It slowed down in a hurry, and Jiaoyin was finally able to squint. On the clouds, the sunlight became harsher and harsher as the sun climbed overhead, reflecting the shadows of Jiaoyin and Xiaobai's shadows in the clouds. The entire heaven and earth, as if it had become a kind of white color. The green sky and white sun said that this was the moment. Judging by the terrain, it should be over Westwood by now. Jiaoyin suddenly remembered that when he met Ningyu in his previous life, Her accent at that time still carried a Qinghai accent, and now that he thought about it, she should be a Qinghai native. A scene from a previous life on his deathbed comes back to mind. Brother Ian, in this post-apocalyptic world, where can we go after we leave? This was the last time Zhao Yun heard her voice, and he had never realized it before. The last thing he saw, her head rolled up to his body, and with that glance, Zhao Yun was, for the first time, looking at her squarely. He experienced heartbreak. As Zhao Yun fell into reminiscence, Xiao Bai's heartbeat suddenly came to mind. Master, something is following us behind us. Zhao Yun woke up with a start and looked back at the endless clouds, like an endless ocean, and saw nothing. Are you sure? Zhao Yun was wary in his heart and immediately inquired with his heart voice. I've been watching for a long time. That thing is extremely fast. It just disappeared again. Master, it appeared again. Xiao Bai's heart trembled. Its sixth sense was telling it that that thing was extremely dangerous. More dangerous than anything it had ever seen. Zhao Yun turned around violently, and a very small black dot appeared in the line of sight. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Bai was extremely sharp at high altitudes, he probably wouldn't have been able to discover it. Zhao Yun's eyesight was fully open, but he could only vaguely make out what looked like the outline of a fish. How is that possible? How can a fish fly in the sky? 7 years in his previous life, Zhao Yun had never heard of such a thing either. Before he could see it clearly, the black dot suddenly became larger. Rapidly it was rapidly chased toward Xiao Bai, previously at a distance of at least hundreds of kilometers from Little White. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yun's pupils violently shrunk to the extreme. At this moment, he had a burst of hair and bones. That where and what is a black spot is clearly a mountain-like giant, much less a fish, but a whale-like product of some kind of technology. The overall color is pitch black with streams of light turning and rushing across the surface. With this glance, Zhao Yun recognized that it was transcendent energy, so thick that it turned into streams of light, and it was many times thicker than the sea-grade equipment he was wearing. It's the Space Corps. Just then, in Zhao Yun's mind, a voice came. To be more precise, it wasn't a voice. It was more like a brainwave. The language wasn't any that Zhao Yun had ever heard either, but somehow it just made sense. It all just happened in a flash. Zhao Yun's thoughts didn't even have time to turn. The giant thing stopped in front of Xiao Bai. The time around him seemed to slow down, and a door opened at the location of the giant thing's abdomen. 2 women came out of it. Their skin was pale, their foreheads were covered in bruises, and they both had dead fish eyes. One of the women, reaching out, then grabbed at Zhao Yun's neck pendant, her mouth like a magic spell, sending out brainwaves, the key to the core of broken space. You don't deserve it. At this moment, Zhao Yun felt, like never before, the threat of death. The pressure these 2 women gave him was as if it was a huge mountain. Just as in his previous life, when he was facing the flying white tiger, he was so desperate. Just then, the dog head cap on top of his head suddenly released a light shield, wrapping him in Little White within. The woman's fingers were blocked for a moment as they touched the shroud of light. Click! The light shield was immediately broken. The terrifying unknown energy spread, and the life-preserving dog's head cap on Zhao Yun's head was shattered in an instant. It was also in this instant that the time around Zhao Yun returned to normal, and his and Little White's figures, too, disappeared into thin air. In the air, the dog's head cap turned into powder. With the gusty wind drifting among the clouds, the woman's cold grunt echoed. Spatial core, such a treasure. How do you deserve to have it? Sooner or later it will be mine. This was the last scene seen by the eye of true vision before Zhao Yun returned to the lifespace. What should have been seen was the message on the woman. He and White stood under the chestnut tree. 1 man and 1 beast. Their minds still blank. There was no joy after coming back from the dead, or the fear that had been there earlier, only in front of my eyes. The question marks still kept surfacing. If the eye of true sight hadn't actually seen it, Zhao Yun would never have believed that this would have happened. But even if the rank had reached SSS, he should have at least seen some information. Could it be that her rank surpassed the SSS rank? Nowadays, with the level of mutant beasts and zombies around the world, even if all of them were consumed by her, could they evolve to that height? Are there really levels above the SSS level? Everything, Zhao Yun couldn't even imagine. Master. At that moment, the corpse demon's joyful voice came. Zhao Yun subconsciously turned back, and the corpse demon in the pool of water violently leapt out and hugged his leg, happily saying, Master. Zhao Yun lowered his head, staring at the corpse demon that was half kneeling at his feet, and in his heart and soul, he shook violently. At this moment, he finally remembered what species those 2 women were. Necromancers. The way they looked, they were definitely 2 necromancers. It was just that they were so much higher in rank than Zhang Jia that they seemed to be more agile than him, and were able to make subtle expressions on their faces. Regarding the origins of the 2 women, Zhao Yun also had a vague guess that they might not belong to this world, but came from the stars, just like the meteorite showers and the descent of unknown energies. Again from the stars. They were, perhaps, meant to follow the meteor shower. Zhao Yun was startled by this guess of his, wondering how many of these necromancers there were, and this catastrophe for humanity. Was it them that caused it, and what is the purpose? Master. When the corpse demon saw that Zhao Yun didn't respond for a long time, he felt left out and tilted his head to look at him. Bang! With a lift of his foot, Zhao Yun kicked the corpse demon straight back into the pool of water, then he turned and headed for the stealth tent. Zhao Yun. Song Xiaodao happily greeted him. Why did you treat little demon like that? Did he make you angry? Without saying a word, Zhao Yun walked straight into the tent and sat down on his butt, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it just now. Seeing the face of corpse demon Zhang Jia, he suddenly felt a wave of fear amidst the smoke. Zhao Yun remembered something, which had never occurred to him before. Thought about it a lot. Will the necromancer, Zhang Jia, become like the two women humans? And how will they evolve into the necromancers in the stars? Is this plague of extinction because they want to cultivate their own kind? Or is the evolution into necromancy the real theme of this evolutionary evolution? So what are the evolutions of human evolvers, mutant beasts, and zombies, considered a product of failed evolution? Zhao Yun couldn't think about it and couldn't help thinking about it. Couldn't stop it. These thoughts, like a flood, raged in Zhao Yun's mind. 7 years in my previous life. Why haven't I heard of the corpse demons in the sky? In the end, are they hidden? Or are they abiding by some kind of rule that prevents them from coming out of the world? Or perhaps they use the entire world as a farm, waiting to be fattened up before harvesting? Zhao Yun sat there without moving a muscle, the cigarette at his fingertips, about to burn out. The unextinguished flame burned his fingers. Zhao Yun remained oblivious. If the creation of necromancers is what they want, then is the evolution of other species the nutrients provided to the necromancers? Including all mutated beasts, mutated plants, human evolvers, aliens, zombies, star crystals. Star crystal? Tingling pain came from his fingers. Zhao Yun hastily dropped the cigarette butt and licked his dry and cracked lips, but his face was much more relaxed. Although necromancers can also eat transcendental food and use transcendental equipment, they don't need an evolutionary potion. And alien potions, they are even more useless against them. Only humans can use them. And these two potions are the most important things in the star crystal. If there really are beings behind this catastrophe, then there must be an existence on the side of humanity. Although, there was still too much to figure out. Zhao Yun was satisfied. At least, not the worst. He got up and walked out of the stealth tent. Wu Shuigui and Wang Xiaolei had set up a cauldron outside the door and were steaming steamed buns, the blazing fire under the stove. The green smoke that rose up, drifted in the air, and was soon absorbed by the boundary wall. As if this space came with its own purification system. Those two necromancers, they were attracted by his life space, remember? At that time, they mentioned that the SS grade space pendant was just the key to this space. And what grade was this life space itself? Zhao Yun shook his head. 7 years in his previous life, he had heard of quite a few life spaces. He just didn't know if the other life spaces could be like this one of his in general. Under the chestnut tree, a number of tables, chairs and benches were piled up at this time, as well as a dozen wooden beds. They were all just made by Zhao Dihai and the others. And at this time, they were still busy. Some people moved the wood left over from making arrows before, and some people carried transcendental weapons to cut the wood into shape. And finally Zhao Dihai and Lu Shun, mortise and tenon splicing into a wooden bed. Zhao Yun, are you in a bad mood? Behind Zhao Yun came the tiny voice of Song Xiaodao. Looking back, the girl held a new wooden stool in both hands and looked at him carefully. Zhao Yun raised his hand and rubbed her little head. I'm just a little tired and want to rest for a while. How could Song Xiaodao not know that with Zhao Yun Liver Emperor's character, it was impossible for him to take a break for no reason? Not to mention that he had just cultivated last night, but she wisely didn't pursue it further as Song Xiaodao placed the wooden stool down and pulled on Zhao Yun's coat. Sit down. Zhao Yun complied, bent over and sat down, and asked, you have something to do? Song Xiaodao was more and more certain that he must have met something. Otherwise, he would never have been so distracted. She took out a butterfly knife from within her spatial ring, which she used to cut watermelons with. Let me trim your hair for you. The wind is messing it up. Zhao Yun, who wasn't wearing a dog's head cap, had his hair in a disheveled mess, and on his back, his clothes had long since been drenched in sweat. The butterfly knife sharpened iron like mud and blew away hair, and after a few minutes, Song Xiaodao said softly, there. She took out a mirror and handed it to Zhao Yin to eye in the mirror. Zhao Yun resumed his short hair, with neat sideburns, not as trim as Mr. Tony before the end of the world, but not unsightly. Zhao Yun was surprised and asked, Song Xiaodao, when did you learn to cut hair? It's just what I just learned last night. He. From now on, I'll wrap your head. Song Xiaodao was happy to see Zhao Yun satisfied. The girl subconsciously raised her head and looked at a few warriors in the distance, whose previous inches were now dog-eared. Even Wu Shuegue, who wiped his sweat while steaming steamed buns, had a big bald head. For a split second, followed by realization, Zhao Yun asked after a moment of silence, "By practicing with them, you're preparing to cut my hair?" "I didn't mean to, and had thought to be able to cut a better look for them." Song Xiaodao spoke forcefully, but it was easy to hear that she was being vain. "Good job." Zhao Yun laughed. "I have been displeased with the old cripple for a long time. Obviously there are not a few hairs on his head, but he takes care of it carefully every day, thinking that if he covers the top of his head, the onlookers will not be able to see that he is bald? He. Song Xiaodao covered his mouth and bent over in laughter. After laughing enough, her small hand gently pinched on Zhao Yun's shoulder. "I have another idea. Only, I need you to promise first." "You first, Joe Vagina. Will you answer or not?" Song Xiaodao shook Zhao Yun's shoulder and pouted. Zhao Yun didn't eat this at all and said mercilessly, "Forget it, you'd better not say anything." "Zhao Yun, I just want to get some feathers and make a down comforter for you. How about that?" "Those vultures? Can't let you build them. You still need them to kill walkers." "Can't ah? How about white?" Song Xiaodao beamed. "Xiao Bai's fur is white and clean. Cutting off half of it is enough to make Uncle Zhao make a lazy sofa for you." Miao Xiao Bai's ears were very smart, and immediately his body exploded with hair. Looking at Song Xiaodao vigilantly. A look of desperation if she dared to make a move. It confronted Song Xiaodao for a while, and was ultimately defeated by Song Xiaodao, and lowered its head and licked the white fur on its paws, looking incomparably cherished, as if bidding farewell. "Just kidding. Ha! Stinky little white." Song Xiaodao snorted coldly. Zhao Yun was too lazy to pay attention to this defeated girl and closed his eyes, enjoying the gentle squeeze of her small hands on his shoulders. At this moment, he didn't want to think about anything else. The next day, everyone saw that Zhao Yun still hadn't left the lifespace. He and the necromancer jumped into a pool of water, caught a few live fish, scaled them themselves, and set them on the fire to roast. After roasting it, Zhao Yun didn't eat it and gave it all to the corpse demon. As the necromancer ate, he shouted, "Master! Master!" Everyone understood that this time, Zhao Yun must have met another crisis that was difficult to deal with, and their hearts sank. On the third day, Zhao Yun still didn't leave. He personally built a large bathtub and had Wu Shuegue boil several large pots of hot water and poured it in. Then, Zhao Yun laid in. He called for 2 slave girls to press the legs and squeeze the arms. Time, just like that, goes by day by day. Finally, the 15th day of that morning, Zhao Yun took it upon himself to cook a pot of python marrow soup with chestnuts, cornmeal and star salt. It could be said that this was the best mutated food that Zhao Yun could get his hands on at the moment. Everyone had thought that Zhao Yun was going to eat it himself, but who knew that he traveled to the other side of the waterhole, in the middle of the cornfield, to find where the vultures were roosting. Then, a vulture with the worst attributes was brought to the chestnut tree by Zhao Yun. Bald 5. "This is food you haven't eaten before. Feel free to eat it." Zhao Yun patted Bald 5's head. Bald 5 was instantly flattered, not understanding why his master would suddenly be so kind to him, but faced with the temptation of food, it couldn't help but take a big bite. Wait for Bald 5 to finish the pot of food. Only then did Zhao Yun open his mouth. "Bald 5. Later I will send you out of what space. Nothing to do. Just fly around the neighborhood. I will come to you later. May I serve my master to the death." Bald 5 responded in a heartfelt voice. Zhao Yun raised his hand and pressed Bald 5's head, and in the next moment, Bald 5 disappeared in place. 15 days, can't wait forever. At that moment, on the clouds, the behemoth hovered silently, and 2 female necromancers stood by the door. "If we get the lifespace core, we'll never have to wander again. Just wait a little longer. Humans usually don't have much patience." Another female necromancer said, "I have a feeling this human is different. What if he's patient?" The female necromancer continued, "Within the life space, being able to be self-sufficient, if he already has the seeds of the mutated crops, he can keep spending time with us." The other female necromancer sniffed and frowned. Just then, a vulture with a wingspan of several meters suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It just happened to land in front of the frowning female ghoul. Her patience would have run out, and with an impatient wave of her hand, "Don't kill." The female corpse demon who had spoken earlier intended to stop it, but unfortunately it was too late. A tiny wind blade, the size of a sewing needle, instantly pierced inside Bald 5's skull. Bald 5 froze. Before he had time to see the outside world, the whole body burst open, turned into a blood mist. The rain of blood dispersed with the wind. Not even a feather, not left. After killing Baldy 5, the female corpse demon who had struck out only reacted with a burst of remorse. It was that little bastard who was testing the waters. "Damn it, it's over. He won't come out again anytime soon." The female necromancer who spoke earlier let out a sigh. "Let's go." We can't wait any longer. It is coming after us. The two female necromancers slowly turned around, and the portal closed sharply immediately afterward. The behemoth instantly disappeared in place, and when it appeared, it was already 100 miles away. Zhao Yin was still standing under the chestnut tree, his hand holding the pose he had used to send Bald 5 away. In his mind, the scent about Bald 5 was slowly dissipating. At this moment, Zhao Yin's eyes slowly turned blood red, and his body was vaguely trembling. This was the case with Lin Tianfeng in his previous life, and he never cared, as Zhao Yin had always thought that after the death of the contracted beast, he, the master, would not be affected by it. But at this moment, a strong sadness spread through his heart. At this moment, however, he felt a cutting pain, as if the day mom and dad died. This was the first time that Zhao Yin felt that in his heart and soul, the aura of the contracted beast was dissipating, and his entire soul, it was as if it was empty. Sadness, it grew thicker and thicker, so thick that he wanted to rush out regardless. It turned out that there was nothing that could be possessed without paying a price, and the same was true for SSS rank psychic abilities. There were tears in Zhao Yin's eyes. Bald 5 was dead, killed by his own hands. He couldn't wait too much longer. Once the zombies and mutant beasts in the outside world had grown up, it became tough to fight for a place again. It's been 15 days, a long time to wait, and those two female necromancers should be gone. Besides, he and Bald 5 had no feelings whatsoever. A hostile vulture that had been taken in was just that. So he took a chance and let Bald 5 go forward. So Baldy 5 went and died. Zhao Yin tilted his head, trying to calm himself down, but the grief from his soul was making his heart sting. So, once you make a contract with it, you have the responsibility of guarding it. So, since the contract was made, they are no longer mere beasts, but, rather, your blood relatives. At this moment, Zhao Yin was in pain. The soul of the contract was backfiring in a different way, and he was trembling violently. Zhao Yin understood that the soul of the contract was not devoid of backlash against the master contractor, but it varied from person to person. The grief forced upon him from the spirit of the covenant overwhelmed his entire being. So it turns out that I, Zhao Yin, living again, am still so useless. Zhao Yin clenched her fists and slowly lowered her head. There were tears dripping down her eyelashes. He had long since lost track of the last time he had cried. His mind was clear and he wanted to wave away all the negative emotions, but he simply couldn't do it. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the intense sadness slowly faded and finally disappeared. It's like nothing happened. Zhao Yin, however, had long since burst into tears. He slowly raised his head, his blood-red eyes scanning all the men and beasts around him. They all sensed Zhao Yin's sadness and were watching him carefully. Zhao Yin's gaze swept over Song Xiaodao's face, Wu Xuegui's face, Wang Xiaolei's face, Little Monkey, Old Ox, Little White, Old Black, Bald Egg, Bald 5 is dead. Eventually, Zhao Yin said softly. With those words, he turned and walked into the stealth tent. The curtains were closed and no man or beast was allowed to step any early the next morning. Everyone noticed that on the opposite bank of the waterhole, where the flock of vultures was roosting, there was an additional half-meter-high wooden statue in the likeness of Bald 5. On the 5th day, Wu Xuegue woke up before dawn and suddenly realized that there was a bottle of D-ranked healing potion sitting next to his pillow. He grasped it shakily in his hand and looked to the stealth tent, realizing it was from his boss. In the night, the old cripple fell to his knees in excitement and kowtowed heavily. On the 8th day, the only bottle of Class E evolution potion in Zhao Yin's hand appeared next to Wang Xiaolei's pillow, and along with it, there was a small pile of Class E corpse crystals. The E-rank evolution potion was enough to allow Wang Xiaolei to unlock all of her potential before E-rank, and the small pile of corpse crystals was just enough to allow her to evolve to D-rank. In the blink of an eye, it was half a month later. In the past half a month, Zhao Yin hadn't been sending any contracted beasts forward to test the waters. Now that the python skeleton was all eaten, the corpse demon and all the contracted beasts, their attributes had all grown by a large margin. Corpse demon, grade C, evolution 100/35. Strength 398, Agility 386, Spirit 3, Defense 405, Spirit 3, Awakening Talent, Stone, Bone Changing, Adult Tongtian Monkey, C-Grade Mutant Beast, Strength 345, Agility 375, Stamina 284, Defense 357, Spirit 120, Bloodline Talents, Huge, Berserk, Fire Control, Vulture King, C-Grade Mutant Beast, Strength 317, Agility 320, Stamina 252, Defense 348, Spirit 95, Bloodline Talent, Arrow Feather, Adult Buffalo, Class D Mutant Beast, Strength 210, Agility 140, Physical Strength 180, Defense 230, Spirit 63, Bloodline talent, giant strength. Iron armor, flying white tiger, class D mutant. Strength 179. Agility 208. Strength 148. Defense 152. Spirit 68. Bloodline talent, extreme speed, rat king, class D mutant beast. Strength 164. Agility 179. Physical strength 90. Defense 162. Spirit 32. Bloodline talent, earth escape, rat, grade D. Strength 88. Agility 95. Stamina 51. Spirit 12. Mutated by zombie virus, vulture, grade D. Strength 85. Agility 98. Stamina 50. Spirit 11. Mutated by zombie virus, the one that has grown the most has to be bald egg. It's not a low level in its own right, and the previous hangers-on were only there because the potential was never developed. It is worth mentioning that the first batch of corn planted has completely ripened, and all of it was picked, yielding nearly 5 million pounds of mutated grain. Jiaoying didn't have granaries, they were just piled up on the ground like that, forming a huge mountain of grain. Boss, mutated crops, although they are easier to preserve than pre-apocalyptic grains, lifespace is not a vacuum. Even if we let Ho use his supernatural powers and dry all the corn, it can only be preserved for a year at most. Wu Shuegue looked at the mountain of grain and frowned. Brood? Jiaoyin asked. 20,000 pounds of grain has been used and is currently fermenting, and another 10,000 pounds of corn has been gotten to cultivate the germ in preparation for oil extraction. There's just too much grain. For the last 2 days, Wu Shuegue didn't dare to look up, because at a glance, he saw the 180,000 corn seedlings. Have them make those bedding into cloth bags and have Old Black and Monkey build an underground granary to keep it dry, and it should be able to be stored for longer. Jiaoyin said. Okay boss. Wu Shuegue turned around and walked out of the stealth tent to immediately notify the 2 female slaves and Zhao Dihai and the others to take the clean sheets and covers, remove all of them, and hand sew them into cloth bags. On the other side, after Little Monkey and Old Black got the order, Old Black chose an open space and went straight down in the earth. 10 minutes later, a huge cellar that was 300 meters deep and 2 to 3,000 square feet was built. Monkey directly turned on his fire ability, and the raging flames began to bake the floor, the walls, and the ceiling. 2 hours later, the Little Monkey ran out of energy, and the entire cellar, all of it, burned down to a 2 or 3 meter thick, monolithic brick wall. Wu Shuegue again invited Song Xiaodao. A gust of wind blew through, blowing clean the dust in the warehouse. On this account, the granary was completely built. Marquis, I also need to trouble you to dry all the grain. Boss's grain? This can definitely be stored for more than 5 years. Wu Shuegue looked at the Little Monkey with eager eyes. The Little Monkey was breathlessly and slowly regaining its energy, and when he heard this, he showed his teeth at him and made a ghostly face to intimidate him. But eventually, it went along to help dry the corn. Who makes it the best eater usually? Who made it the only one with flame powers? Jiaoyin was not involved in any of these chores. The wine I got from San, half a month ago, had long since been finished. A smile appeared on his face again from time to time, as if he had truly forgotten the death of Bald 5. That afternoon, Jiaoyin called Bald 6 alone again, still making a pot of the best food with his own hands, and even, Jiaoyin had deliberately put 2 pieces of transcendent instant noodles, and put them in the pot to cook together. After Bald 6 finished eating, Jiaoyin said in a low voice, I'll probably die if I let you go out, just like Bald 5. Bald 6, will you be willing? I will. Bald 6 looked up at Zhao Yin. No expression could be discerned on the eagle's face, and its eyes, dark. And may I die for my master? A naive voice sounded in Zhao Yin's heart. Zhao Yin smiled, despite knowing what it would cost to do so, but there was still no room for him. Zhao Yin slowly closed his eyes, and at this moment, no one knew what he was thinking. In the middle of the day, he slowly raised his hand, stroked on the head of the Bald 6, gently rubbing. The next moment, the Bald 6 disappeared in place. Zhao Yin was still sitting there, not moving a muscle. In his hands, he remained in the position of stroking the Bald 6. For a long time, within his mind, although he was unable to perceive Bald 6's exact location, he still had Bald 6's vital breath. The contracted beasts were loyal to him, and if there was an accident, even if it was suicide, they would definitely warn their master. An hour later, Zhao Yin didn't move. 2 hours later, he was still sitting there. 3 hours later, his hand slowly lowered. Zhao Yin got up, beckoned Xiao Bai, and disappeared. In the next moment, outside, the red sun dipped in the west, reflecting the whole sea of clouds red. Also in the small white fur, covered with a layer of pink color, Little White carried Zhao Yin, gently flapping his fleshy wings as he waited suspended in the celestial wind. Quack dash. Bald 6 let out an excited sound and quickly flew in front of Zhao Yin. Master, I'm back. Zhao Yin smiled, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Today's safety is traded for the lives of indentured beasts. He raised his hand and put bald 6 into his life space, ordering Little White to quickly descend downward over the course of a month. Zhao happened to review the events of that day. 7 years in his previous life. Unheard of female necromancers. There were only 2 possibilities. 1. They are scarce, and those who meet them die. 2. They don't dare or can't appear on the ground at will. There's some kind of existential threat, or some kind of rule restriction. Zhao preferred the second possibility. So he decided that in the future, he would never fly up into the clouds so easily without the need to do so. Shilin City, ancient Qing land, south of the South Mountain, north of the North Mountain, located in the Huangshui tributaries of the confluence, had in the history of Daxia, existed for thousands of years, leaving a heavy ink. Only now, the river has dried up, the roads have been damaged, and the city is in ruins. From the heights, it looked deserted. The buildings that hadn't been completely destroyed were completely out of sight, and the month in the lifespace had seen another huge change in the outside world, with the vegetation becoming more and more lush inside the ruined city. The weeds had grown to over a man's height. The vines that used to be as tiny as a finger thick, grew to the thickness of a small arm, and huge trees in the sky, everywhere, covered everything. This was the post-apocalyptic world that Zhao was familiar with. Primitive, desolate, and also vibrant. Little White landed in a relatively flat patch of barren grass. Zhao rolled down, and with a lift of his hand, a figure appeared. Nowadays, Zhao Yin's level of mastery over the lifespace was getting more and more comfortable. Song Xiaodao and Corpse Demon, as well as Wang Xiaolei, who had evolved to rank D, and all the contracted beasts, were all summoned out by Zhao Yin.as for Wu Shuigui and Zhao Dihai and the other men and women slaves. They continued to stay in the lifespace to make cloth bags. Master! 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 A heartfelt voice rang out in Zhao Yin's mind. Only Bald 5 was missing. Zhao Yin was silent, and walked forward without a word, not taking a few steps, roaring. A necrotic roar came into his ears. It was a zombie that was considerably taller than an F-class zombie that violently scurried out of the weeds in front of him. Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision. Male zombie, Class E, Evolution 145, Strength 53, Agility 38, Spirit 2.8, bang! A giant rat stepped forward and swung its claws up and clawed its head to pieces, shaving out the corpse crystals and walking towards Zhao Yin. Master! Zhao Yin lifted his hand to take it, and took a big step forward. And now, because of the height of the weeds, the zombies were naturally hidden, and Zhao Yin's ears were filled with the rustling sound of the wind blowing the weeds. And now, as time has settled in, most of the zombies within the city have dispersed and are no longer as dense as they once were. Zhao Yin knew that when the B-class zombie king appeared, the scattered zombies would gather again and form an even more terrifying sea of corpses. That was the beginning of the true horror of the end times, when mankind was finally forced to the very edge of the world, and all that was left was to languish. But now that the zombies have dispersed, it's a benefit for many survivors. The danger is much reduced. This time is also the peak of the development of human evolvers. Along the way, the sparse zombies couldn't delay Zhao Yin and the group of contracted beasts from advancing in the slightest. Nowadays, there wasn't a single F-class ordinary zombie left. All of them had evolved to E-class or above. After 10 minutes or so, Zhao Yin collected over 300 grady corpse crystals and finally arrived at the center of the city that he had budgeted for in advance. He stopped and pointed at a tall building covered in vines that hadn't completely collapsed yet. Monkey, climb up there and turn on your powers to attract all the nearby zombies. Now the plan to quickly return to Xin City could only be dashed. Zhao Yin's new plan was to walk on land and kill his way back to Xin City. If you meet a mutant beast, you take it in, and if you meet a zombie, you kill it clean. Meet the ghouls. Not one will be spared. As he remembered, there existed more than just that dog emperor to be subdued. There were also many chances. It was just that too many accidents had occurred earlier, causing him to delay until now. The little monkey turned on his giganticization ability and had reached a height of nearly 10 meters, and quickly climbed up to the roof of the building by following the cracks in the wall. Roar. In the next moment, the little monkey let out a roar, its voice shaking for more than 10 miles, as it violently raised the golden war club in its hand. As the little monkey's body changed, the golden war club also became bull-thick and 12 or 13 meters long, covered with a layer of flame. Rumble. 10 huge stick shadows appeared out of thin air and slammed downward. The entire building instantly collapsed, and the huge commotion shook the entire Shilin City. Ho ho ho. Countless roars of corpses came from all directions. This time in Shilin City, there were still tens of thousands of zombies gathered, originally scattered in all corners. At this moment, all of them frantically gathered towards the center of the city. In the next moment, the nearby weeds shook violently and were soon trampled down by the corpses, and thousands of zombies near the center of the city appeared in sight in a dark mass. Almost all of them were E-class or above, and compared to those F-class zombies before, their skin was darker as well as drier, and they were twice as fast. Running at the front were 2 D-class zombies. Zhao Yin gripped the blast gun and slammed into the group of corpses. The arc of electricity traveled around the blast gun and instantly pierced the heads of 2 D-rank zombies, followed by Zhao Yin's grip on the gun and swept it across the room, and a large number of zombies were shattered. Master is fierce. The little monkey stared with wide eyes. It felt that this time when it came out from the life space, the master seemed to have changed somewhere different. By the time all the contracted beasts reacted, Zhao Yin had already killed hundreds of zombies. Charge! Song Xiaodao came back to his senses and let out a scream, wielding the Yuan Yu axe and rushed into the group of corpses. A wind blade decapitated most of the zombies beside him, and if there were any leaks, an axe would solve them. Wang Xiaolei followed closely behind Song Xiaodao, completely a small follower appearance. The hands of the weapon also swung out of the sound of breaking air. Every hit there are several zombies fell. There were so many zombies attracted this time that all the men and beasts, caught up in the horde, killed more and more in turn. Rumble! Zhao Yin had long rushed into hundreds of meters away. The most corpses circled around him. Relying on the power of the evolvers was no longer enough to kill them, and he turned on his thunder system ability. Rows of thunder flashed, forming a thunderstorm, and soon, within a 300-meter radius around him, all the zombies were cleared out, and in the next moment, he rushed further away. The open space that had just been cleared by thunderstorm was once again filled with corpses. Ho ho ho! Countless hideous faces, dripping with the desire for fresh flesh and blood, came and went, and fell one by one. All the contracted beasts were left far behind by Zhou Yin. At this moment, the little monkey that had been staring at Zhao Yin realized that the original master had gone all out and was killing zombies at a speed that surpassed his own. The little monkey suddenly found again, even the bald egg, also faster than their own kill zombies, that all the real feathers, turned into countless arrows, strangled zombies up, is also a large area. Should I turn on my flame powers? Stimulate the competitive little monkey. This moment hesitation. Is the team will always be the strongest strength, always the vanguard, always the fighter. Nowadays, even that corpse demon has to eat farts after the monkey master. However, the flame ability will burn the corpse crystal. The master won't allow it to be turned on. At this moment, in Zhao Yin's team, among all the D ranks, the one who killed zombies the fastest was still old OX. As its potential increased, the power became more and more amazing. The attack is still in the form of clenching the daisies and ramming them across the room. Facing zombies of a lower level than it killed them faster than even Song Xiaodao. If the old ox is promoted to C grade in the future, if we talk about the speed of killing low-level zombies, it will definitely be the fastest among all contracted beasts. The slowest, still, is the old poor black rat king? Now mixed up with a hangman, he was already considering whether to comply with his master's advice and find a female rat to give birth to a bunch of rat pups. Old Black doesn't believe it. His whole family together still can't beat that monkey, that bird. Half an hour later, the entire city's zombies all rushed in, and an unknown number of zombies fell. But still, it seemed endless. Nowadays, Zhao Yin didn't have many arrows that could deal with E-rank arrows, and couldn't experience the same smoothness as before. While the overall strength of the team has increased, so has the strength of the zombies, and killing them is more consuming. Zhao Yin released his powers on a wide scale and had long since exhausted his energy, so he could only draw on the stores in his energy ring as he turned around and headed back to kill, back amongst the beasts. Zhao Yin took out compressed cookies and handed them out for a few mutant beasts and Song Xiaodao. Then Zhao Yin took out a bottle of iced tea and poured it down in one gulp. More violent thunder. Dense landing. A piece of the corpses was electrified scorched black, followed by the collapse of. It was a massacre. For the next 2 hours, Zhao Yin's energy, the fourth time he had consumed exhaustion, had also long been using compression to replenish. This was still the result of his mental power surpassing that of an unusual alien. Too much. Song Xiaodao and the 5 true mutant beasts had already consumed 9 compressed cookies each. Only the uniquely blessed corpse demon, Zhang Jia, had energy that was like endless. The bone wings behind the corpse demon's back had shrunk back into his body at some point, and the 10 fingernails, all of which had grown to 3 feet, were pitch black in color and flashed with a terrifying black light like 10 sharp blades. They frantically strangled through the corpses like a perpetual motion machine. The only drawback of the necromancer is that he cannot attract zombies. Even when a walker passed by, they simply ignored him. Therefore, it also led to the corpse demon. The corpses around it could not be densely packed, and it could only chase after the other contracted beasts' asses. And the speed of killing was not as fast as the little monkey, and slightly better than the old bull of D level. 2.5 hours later, night fell. All of the contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao used their 10th compressed cookie, and Zhao Yin's energy was once again depleted. The corpses finally thinned out. Zhao Yin commanded loudly, "All mutant beasts, stop using their supernatural abilities and all give me a physical fight." There is no longer any need to waste transcendental food. Zhao Yin calculated that this battle had consumed 3 bottles of iced tea and 62 compressed cookies. Next, clearing out the remaining zombies was easy. Zhao ordered all the men and beasts to gather towards the center position. And the sparse horde of corpses then once again closed in on this side. Zhao swung his blizzard gun, and with his powerful strength, he smashed it down, directly and roughly smashing a large number of people to death. 20 minutes later, all the walkers were cleared, the whole world was quiet. All the people and beasts were tired and panting. Only the corpse demon good son, still energetic, with a cry, "Master! Master!" He seemed to be excited about killing. With a lift of his hand, Zhao summoned everyone within the lifespace. Work! At this moment, in the southern suburb of Westwood City, a semi-collapsed underground supermarket, after the end of the world, a small gathering of survivors was formed here. Originally gathered more than 100 people. There are retired elderly, students, housewives, but also corporate executives, elite police force, migrant workers, dignitary officials. But in the last 4 months, people have died in the mouths of walkers. Someone walked out and never came back. Moreover, due to the scarcity of food and the lack of medical care, the elderly and children with poor health died one by one. By now, there were only 18 people left in the small gathering place, empty shelves, pushed to either side against the wall, where a dozen or so people were sitting around a campfire at the moment. A cauldron set up on top of the water boiled and gurgled, cooking food of unknown origin. It's ready to eat. A young man with glasses shouted. As the voice fell, everyone gulped down their saliva and quickly grabbed the rice bowls that had long been prepared on the side. Eyes are about to cajole. What do you want? At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Everyone's movements froze and they all looked at the skinny girl sitting quietly in the corner. The 19-year-old girl could not hide her delicate snow-white complexion even though her face was covered with black and gray. She had a melon face, long eyelashes and almond eyes, and her lips were a little dry and cracked. Her name is Ningyu. Her father, Ning Yaozu, was the former owner of this supermarket. All the survivors are Ning Yaozu and Ningyu, two father and daughter, to take in. The first to speak of the glasses young man, but also Ning Yaozu personally from the hands of the zombies to save back. Ningyu, your father and the others didn't come back for 3 days. Either they found food and went off to eat it alone, or they're dead and won't be coming back, the spectacled youth said. Zhang Bo, what are you babbling about? Ningyu instantly had frost on her pretty face. Don't forget, who saved you back then? We're all hungry. Do we have to wait forever? Zhang Bo glared and said, these wild vegetables have been cooked 2 or 3 times. If we don't eat them, the nutrition will all evaporate. This is the last of the food. It's all my dad and the guys dug up. In Ningyu's eyes, tears of complaint surfaced. They went out for 3 days. If they didn't find food, they must have come back tired and hungry. And if they don't have any more food to supplement their diet, Ningyu, for the sake of your father, you want all of us to starve along with him? Another girl interrupted Ningyu immediately afterward. All of them became emotional. Ningyu, it was Boss Ning who saved us in the first place. There's nothing wrong with that, and we've always been grateful. But you can't afford to waste food for the sake of a dead man, can you? Another girl said. Ningyu, you're too selfish. Ningyu, it's true that the supermarket belongs to your family, but now that it's the end of the world and the resources of the entire world are shared by everyone, do you really think we have to listen to you? Ningyu, the more the crowd talked, the more they went overboard. Ningyu opened her mouth several times. Her voice drowned out by the crowd. Her aggravated eyes welled up with tears as she glared angrily at everyone. There are no evolvers in the supermarket. Those who have survived this long are basically young and strong, aside from the 4 people who accompanied Ning Yaozuo to look for supplies. 9 of the 13 people left behind were female students from the nearby university, including Ningyu. Among the 4 youths, Zhang Bo and another named Wei Gang were also students, and the other 2, one named Yu Yuan Cheng, had been the grandson of the chairman of a well-known company before the end of the world. A man named He Feng, with long hair, used to be a resident singer in a bar. All in all 4 men looked as if they had no hands. Perhaps this was the reason why Ning Yaozu and the others didn't bring them along to look for supplies. Zhang Bo directly picked up a large spoon and fished out a bowl of long-cooked wild vegetables in the pot, and immediately afterward, everyone cajoled Ning. You couldn't stop them at all, so she could only pick up the bowl and grab it from them. Snap! A girl suddenly slapped Ningyu's face and sneered. Didn't you want to leave it for your father? Why did you follow and eat it too? So that's what you are, a scheming whore? Ningyu was furious and smacked back with a slap. Snapping, you really think I'm easy to bully? The girl who was beaten covered her face and let out a shout. Sisters, when her father was still alive, Ningyu acted like a bully. Now she really thinks she's a princess. Teach her a lesson. It seemed that several of the girls had long ago conferred, and immediately swarmed the room. Someone grabbed her by the hair and pressed her directly to the ground, and a group of people surrounded and punched and kicked her. Ningyu was just an ordinary girl. Where could she stand up to such bullying? Soon, her head was covered in blood, and she fell to the ground in a dazed, semi-conscious state. A few of the men were looking at it like it was a joke. All right, You guys have taught her a lesson. If you hit her again, she'll die. At this time, the rich second generation called Yu Yuanqing opened his mouth. You Shao, are you heartbroken? A girl turned around and asked. They had united to clean up Ningyu. Partly because Ningyu was the owner of this place. And after the end of the world, the treatment that Ning Yaozu had given to his own daughters was much stronger than what he had given to them. On the other hand, it was because Ningyu's looks were better than all of them. The few boys in the supermarket had a strange look in their eyes every time they saw Ningyu. The girls were jealous and couldn't wait for her to disappear sooner. Whether Ning Yaozu was dead or not, we don't know yet. In case he comes back and learns that you guys got his precious daughter killed, even if he's a good old boy, you'll all have to go down. Ning Yaozu was more than just the boss of this place. Among the 4 people he brought out to look for supplies, 2 of them were pre-apocalyptic police officers, and the remaining 2, both of them, were also former veterans. All 4 of them were grateful for Ning Yaozu's kindness in taking them in, and coupled with Ning Yaozu's own calm character and thoroughness, the 4 of them had always treated him like a chief. All the girls sniffed and all stopped. Wait one more day. If Ning Yaozu can't come back, we'll get you killed then. The girl who made the first move said, eat eat eat. Zhang Bo shouted as he finished watching the fun. All of them picked up their bowls and ate. All of them like starving people. Swallowing the soup with the wild vegetables in a few mouthfuls, Zhang Bo was the first to finish eating and reached out his spoon to fish into the pot again. Just then, the boards blocking the door to the supermarket were suddenly taken away, and 2 men covered in blood walked in. Ah, walkers! A girl screamed in terror, and the fear immediately began to spread as everyone dropped their food bowls and desperately fled deeper into the supermarket. Wait, don't be afraid, all of you. It's us. At that moment, a familiar sound came from one of the 2 bloody men. It's Ning Yaozu? Everyone stopped in their tracks, and Yu Yuanqing boldly stepped forward, realizing that it was indeed Ning Yaozu, and the other person, Constable Yang Chen, who had gone out with him. One of Ning Yaozu's arms was broken and bandaged with a rotten strip of cloth. There was still blood dripping down, while Yang Chen, who was helped back by him, had a large hole in his belly, with his internal organs exposed at behind Ning Yaozu's back. There was still a large, bulging pocket on his back. Uncle Ning, where are the others? Why are you guys hurt like this? Yu Yuanqing asked. We found some food and met other survivors to loot it. Ray and Yellow both died and only the 2 of us came back alive. Ning Yaozu had lost too much blood. His face was as white as paper, relying on his willpower to support him. Quickly, help me. Hurry up and get a needle and thread to stitch up the wound for Xiaoyang. However, no one moved a bit. In the post-apocalyptic world, being injured like this was basically equivalent to a death sentence. Ning Yaozu froze, only thinking that they were frightened by their appearance. Children, don't be afraid. Uncle Ning has brought food for you. With a poof, Ning Yaozu dropped the pocket on his back onto the ground, and instantly, several boxes of boxed instant noodles with green hair rolled out. Everyone's eyes widened at once, and then, immediately afterward, they finally moved. Only instead of going to help, they coaxed up the food in the bag. You kids. Hey, Ning Yaozu sighed. Don't all be too hasty. Saving Xiaoyang's life is important. The food was instantly snatched up. Yu Yuanqing grabbed a box of instant noodles in his hand, and his attitude was much better. Uncle Ning, I'm going to go find a needle and thread for you. What are you looking for? Needles and threads? Officer Yang is hopeless. Even if he survives temporarily, it's still a waste of food. Zhang Bo pulled Yu Yuanqing with a hand. Little Zhang, what did you say? Ning Yaozu froze and looked at Zhang Bo incredulously. This was the child he had personally saved, and had always treated him with respect. How could he have never imagined that Zhang Bo would be able to say such words? I said, Uncle Ning, you saved my life. You and Officer Yang are wasted even if you don't die. It's okay for you to survive, but not necessary for Officer Yang. Zhang Bo said directly. A few of the girls on the sidelines were quick to nod in agreement. Won't live more than a few days to waste food. So what if it's bandaged? Without medicine, sooner or later you'll die. Uncle Ning, it's not that I don't help you. It's that they all don't agree. Yu Yuanqing also said. Anger erupted in Ning Yaozu's eyes, as if he finally understood something. Xiao Yu, where are you? Get the needle and thread. He intended to turn to his own daughter for help. His eyes swept, and it was then that he realized that Ningyu, who had collapsed in the corner, she was covered in blood and didn't know if she was alive or dead. You animals.